Introduction. Ross has become a traverser of the northern wilderness. As the Empire can no longer expand its territories in the north, Ross emerges as the sole sovereign of the foreign realms, the king of expansion. He vanquishes the White Dragon, forges a pact with it, and ascends to become the Lord of the White Dragon. Amid the endless nights of corpses and ghouls in the northern expanse, he defeats the king of ghouls and establishes a grand army. Ross declares, Elves, Goblins, Dwarves, the underworld. Everyone I behold shall be conquered. Chapter 1. The Rebirth System, a terrifying capability. The first fortune and slaves of the White Dragon's domain. On the snowy plains, a young man gazes at the ice and snow swirling in the distance, his head bowed, when suddenly he grins widely. Ha ha, I have transcended. In the memories of the Traverser, he was once an ordinary noble, a swordsman by profession. Yet, upon his arrival in this new realm, he discovers that his body and circumstances have transformed. He has become a dragonblood swordsman. This transformation is intimately linked to the scene before him. Not far away, Ross approaches a lifeless body pierced by a great sword. A young white dragon lies sprawled upon the icy ground, and he suddenly finds himself uncontrollably shedding tears, bursting into laughter. Ha ha! Since his transcendence, the very things he yearned for have come to him effortlessly. The cadaver of a young white dragon is precisely what he craved to acquire. The rebirth system is initializing. Would you like to resurrect the white dragon's corpse? Oh, the so-called rebirth system allows for the reconstitution of deceased entities or resources at hand, transforming them into something new. Yes/no? Suyue decisively selects yes, and an astonishing spectacle unfolds before his eyes. The utilization of the rebirth system causes the white dragon's corpse to become ethereal and disintegrate. Then, a vial of potion materializes in his palm. Congratulations, host. You have acquired First Order White Dragon Potion. First Order White Dragon Potion. This potion encapsulates the essence of an entire white dragon's corpse. Once consumed, it promises profound transformations. Suyue drinks the potion. In the next moment, a surge of power envelopes him, as if the strength of a white dragon penetrates his very flesh. It utterly assimilates, resolving his previous physical frailty. Congratulations, host. You have transitioned to First Order White Dragon Swordsman. After all, it is merely an evolutionary potion derived from the flesh and blood of a young dragon. A mature dragon would have been impossible to defeat, even with all my strength. As for why I find myself here, it seems the original owner was separated from his cooperative adventurers, or perhaps abandoned by his party. Feeling the vibrant power coursing through him, the surging vitality, and the vanishing remains of the young white dragon, Suyue cannot help but laugh with exhilaration. Next, it's time to return to the human world. This icy expanse is far too cold and perilous. Yet an unexpected change catches him off guard. Please establish your own territory in the extreme cold of the icy plains and become the Lord of the Frost. Reward, Dragon Pact, White Dragon. From the system's message, he learns that the primary objective of the system is, in fact, rebirth. The frigid icy plains are the most desolate and ancient location in the world. If he can cultivate civilization and establish a territory here, transforming this bleak expanse into a flourishing domain, he will receive an unending stream of rewards from the system. How delightful. He certainly will not let such an opportunity slip away. Dragon Pact, White Dragon. This grants the chance to forge a pact with the dragon race, becoming a dragon lord. As the host now bears the blood of the white dragon and has become a First Order White Dragon Swordsman, mastery over a formidable territory necessitates the presence of guardians and a binding contract. This pact will aid the host in binding the white dragon and establishing a more powerful dominion. Upon seeing this message, Suyue is instantly filled with fervent anticipation. A white dragon lord, contemplating this world, filled with countless nobles, barons, and territories, why should he not establish a domain of his own amidst this snowy wilderness? However, every territory and lord requires subjects, or rather, slaves. Moreover, the temperature here is frigid and inhospitable. Where shall he find a first batch of inhabitants for his territory? 10 miles ahead, there lies a small ice village. Suyue suddenly notices a small map appearing in the upper right corner, revealing a green, symbolizing a lord's location, indeed resembling a settlement of humans. Is this the place? A mini-map. As a lord game enthusiast, the greatest advantage of a traverser, coupled with the perks of gaming, lies in the mini-map and the fog of war. As he gazes upon the fog of war, seemingly erased by an invisible hand, Suyue's heart fills with purpose. Yet before that, I must hunt some prey to exchange for gold to recruit my initial batch of subjects. The presence of white dragons nearby signifies both danger and the absence of low-tier creatures. Due to the dragon's imposing presence, the surrounding monsters, sensing its aura, flee as swiftly as rabbits before a lion's mark. Thus, Suyue immediately heads in the opposite direction of the dragon's lair. From another perspective, he now also considers himself a dragon-slaying warrior. Roar! He encounters and slaughters ice boars he discovers within a cave. The minimap's red markers are indeed quite useful. Before long, he is laden with the corpses of his kills, making his way toward the target village marked by the green. The prowess of a white dragon swordsman utterly eclipses that of an ordinary swordsman. My strength and speed have undergone tremendous transformations. If the previous swordsman was rated at 1, his current attributes have soared to at least 15 or more. The prey he hunts, including wild boars capable of sending ordinary men flying, appear to him to rank no higher than 4. In any world, the higher the numerical value, the stronger one becomes. As a lord, how could he not possess formidable strength? The more he contemplates, the more he anticipates the reward of Dragon Pact, White Dragon. If he bears dragon blood and can become a dragon lord, would he not be able to establish himself securely upon this snow-covered plateau, becoming a sovereign in the realm of frost? System, continue to reconstitute these wild boar corpses for me. Congratulations, host. Reconstitution successful. You have obtained wild boar leather armor, first order. Obtained wild boar horn bow. Obtained wild boar tusk dagger. In an instant, the 3 wild boar corpses he had been carrying transform into finished weapons and equipment. It is worth noting that ordinary wild boar meat would have been consumed or freeze-dried, while the leather could be crafted into armor and the tusks and bones could form daggers and swords. He never expected the system to be so astonishing. Did it truly transform the wild boar corpses into ready-made weapons and equipment? This reconstitution ability is nothing short of terrifying. He had initially harbored concerns about whether he would have enough gold for recruiting subjects, whether he would succeed. But now, he realizes that his previous worries were utterly unwarranted. Indeed, as Suyu arrived in the village, he immediately caught the attention of the robust and formidable barbarians of the extreme ice wasteland, who were intrigued by his equipment and even offered him a drink. Esteemed noble, what brings you to our humble village? I am Dagit, and your gear is quite impressive. Surely it is to our liking. Name your price. The barbarian named Dagit patted Suyu's shoulder with fervor. Suyu replied, I seek to recruit some able-bodied individuals to accompany me on an adventure. Employing? Suyu shook his head. What I require are loyal subordinates, not mercenaries. Those who follow me shall not return. Dagit nodded thoughtfully and said, that is not an issue, but our village's able-bodied population is limited. Let me inquire if this batch of leather armor and weapons is available. Suyu responded, as long as the price is reasonable, I am open to it. After a round of bargaining, he reached an agreement with the affable barbarians, successfully recruiting 6 young men and 4 slaves for a total of 13 gold coins. After selling weapons and leather armor, he was left with 20 gold coins, which he used to procure supplies and materials. Mr. Noble of Ross, may I be so bold as to inquire what you intend to do with our villagers? Suyu looked at Dagit and the 7 or 8 barbarian brothers behind him. To establish a territory. What? In this world, Suyu was merely an exiled noble named Rostal, yet nobility carried the right to recruit and establish territories, even in the icy expanse. I currently do not require any formal decree. The extreme ice wasteland is a desolate place. The Empire's rule does not apply here. Adventurers, bandits, the Red Heart Brotherhood, and exiled knights are the true powers of this frostbitten realm. Dagit clearly had little faith in Suyu's ambitions. With all due respect, unless you're looking to establish a village like ours, creating a territory will be fraught with challenges. Recently, a terrifying white dragon has been sighted nearby. A grin crept across Suyu's face. Oh, white dragon. Just what I need as a pet. Dagit nearly stumbled, astonished. Did all nobles possess such grandiose fantasies? Little did he know, the system's reward, the Dragon Pact, White Dragon, was precisely what Suyu yearned for. However, before he could become a dragon lord and establish a dragon territory, he needed to amass sufficient strength. 6 farmers and 4 slaves were clearly inadequate. After a short while drinking and awaiting news from Dagit, Suyu observed several strong yet naive youths approaching the table. Greetings, noble Ross. I am Kant, A young man from the village. My father is the hunter Dasa, and my mother. Kant, fat intestine, ice spike, mule, Kalu, Joya. These are the names of the 6 young men. Some had no proper names and were known only by their nicknames since childhood. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my subjects. Kant, one of the few literate youths, looked puzzled. My lord, where is our territory? I have selected a very suitable location. Due to the earlier map exploration, the fog of war had partially lifted, revealing the terrain and positions for Su Yu's assessment. He had identified a mountain hollow, surrounded by mountains, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, intending to establish his territory there. To be honest, it would be best to seize an existing castle. Yet, given the sparse population of the extreme ice wasteland, finding a village is already a considerable achievement. He felt as though he was starting from scratch, filled with anticipation for the future. After selling the wild boar leather armor and weapons, he decisively declared, "Let us set forth." The adventuring party was still too small to necessitate a banner. Halfway along the road, Kant shouted, my lord, there's trouble, a woman among the slaves." "What?" Su Yu's expression turned to one of astonishment as he observed the 4 slaves, all emaciated and lifeless. One, with dark skin and a foul odor, trembled and pleaded, "No, don't kill me." "A female slave? How did you discover this?" Kant explained, "We were just having a urination contest, and she kept hesitating to participate." Joya checked and found she lacked the necessary parts. So you felt a headache coming on. A female slave? He wondered what her appearance was like. At that moment, the timid female slave stammered, I am Griya, an adventurer." "Oh." Su Yu's eyes lit up at the mention of adventurers. Most adventurers were professionals, unlike the barbarians and common folk, and their abilities were worlds apart. Although he was a swordsman, he had survived the harsh cold. However, she appeared rather frail. Griya quivered. "I handle logistics and statistics. I possess little combat ability, but I can use a crossbow. An archer and a secretary?" Su Yu, lacking any resources, thought that a typical exiled noble would usually have an old servant or steward behind them, but he had just awakened from the frozen earth. "Very well. You shall be the first secretary of our Ross domain." "Ah, what?" The slave girl's voice was crisp, and she looked confused. "My lord, aren't you curious how I was captured? The barbarians are indeed wild. It is merely a matter of failed adventures, is it not?" Griya suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. Thank you, my lord. Come here, let me see your face." Su Yu did not disdain her dirtiness. He gently brushed the snow away, cleaning her face. "I did not expect you to be quite beautiful." "Woo, let us go onward." Su Yu had not purchased food or meat from the barbarian village, as he could hunt along the way according to the minimap. Soon, the group began to pack their cooking utensils and moved towards the location Su Yu had indicated. Chapter 2. The Frenzied Reconstruction of Resources. Upon reaching the location indicated by the system on the minimap, the first order of business was, of course, to clear the land. As the lord of the Ross domain, Su Yu began to plan the territory. The minimap displayed a densely forested area, surrounded by mountains. Kant, fat intestine, ice spike, mule, Kilu, Joya, all were assigned different tasks. Someone to chop wood, while others sought out mineral veins. In the frigid wilderness, Su Yu had his own tasks. He scoured the map for red dots, intending to hunt and gather more leather armor for a second round of trade with the barbarian village. It's so desolate, not a strand of hair in sight. Everything was frozen. Had it not been for the frost-covered forest, he would have doubted whether this area was suitable for human habitation. Yet, recalling the system's quest for the sake of the dragon Pact, White Dragon, he resolved to endure any inconvenience. It appears my journey begins as a lord in the north. The small map indicated that this place seemed to lean towards the far north. He attempted to minimize the map, drawing a conclusion, albeit not significantly reducing its size. From a system's map interface, it was evident that this world was astonishingly vast. Su Yu casually dispatched a few wild rabbits. The flesh was firm, and the pelts were thicker and heavier than those of non-Arctic rabbits, even somewhat prickly to the touch. System, recreate for me. Congratulations, host. Recreation successful. Rabbit fur felt hat. Gloria, being a young adventurer, was rather dirty but soon donned a rabbit fur coat through Su Yu's hunting and recreation. Although it appeared somewhat clumsy, it brought a warm comfort to her heart. Curiously, she inquired, "Lord Ross, where are we headed?" Su Yu replied, "I sent a frozen lake ahead where we can fish, securing dinner for everyone tonight." However, the freshly acquired rabbits would suffice for 2 days. Alas, The rabbit meat and blood have already been absorbed by the recreation. Suyu understood the system's recreation ability as a means to absorb the essence of all flesh and blood, transforming the nature of things. This was an impressive, rule-defined capability. Even the white dragon could be transformed into a dragon's blood elixir, enabling him to become a first-tier dragonblood swordsman, a profession starkly different from ordinary ones. Just recalling how he had once been abandoned and frozen to death in the icy plains, now he wandered fearlessly, accompanied by a defenseless girl without a bow or crossbow, illustrated the potency of that elixir. Roar. Cold regions often bore unique specialties. Observing icicles hanging in the cave and the marked red dots within, Suyu smiled, recognizing that his subservient slaves were diligently constructing their territory according to their plans. After all, he possessed a small map. From a higher vantage point, he could survey and plan the entirety of the Rose territory's layout, distinguishing residential areas from mining zones and lumbering sites. He had meticulously mapped it all out, a distinct advantage of the small map. The ice cave before him, marked by those conspicuous red dots, was evidently not ordinary. Black bear. This creature was a specialty of the extreme cold, often spotted in forests. As winter approached, it would hibernate. Unfortunately, Suyu and Gloria had chosen in an opportune moment, having been discovered by this black bear. Master, we should call for reinforcements. Suyu laughed heartily. Does a mere black bear necessitate reinforcements? He felt a mix of curiosity and anticipation about what this black bear might yield. Unless it was akin to a brown bear transporting artillery during World War II, raised to battle humans, such a creature would be unmanageable once it reached maturity. Currently, Suyu lacked a sorcerer among his ranks. Otherwise, a binding contract might have been quite advantageous. On one hand, his 10 subordinates were eagerly awaiting meat, while on the other, the black bear appeared nearly 2 meters tall, clearly an adult. By the way, the natural resources here are quite abundant. If we could discover coal or gold mines, it would be even more impressive. However, the societal productivity of the old world is insufficient. Even if we wish to mine or cultivate, doing so on permafrost proves quite challenging. Perhaps we need to advance technology and create greenhouses? No sooner had he thought this than the black bear charged forward. Gloria watched in horror as the lord became distracted, her face flushed with concern. Roar. The black bear, with its sharp claws and a patch of white fur on its chest, appeared somewhat endearing, though this was merely Suyu's perspective. To Gloria, the bear was a monstrous threat, requiring multiple adventurers to have any hope of defeating it. The black bear missed its attack as Suyu swiftly evaded, maneuvering behind it as if he had vanished. Before the bear could react, his tempered, noble sword pierced through its chest. The blade sliced through the bear's thick hide, and while a hunter might mourn the damage to the pelt, Suyu paid it no mind. He deftly avoided the bear's retaliatory strike and roar, positioning himself atop its back, the sword poised for another strike. Roar. The black bear collapsed like a mountain of flesh, its fat and supple fur glistening as it fell, lifeless. Withdrawing the sword from its skull, Suyu's silhouette against the cold, snowy forest cave resembled that of a deity. That's incredible, Gloria remarked, utterly astonished. Turn around. In an instant, the black bear's carcass vanished. All right, you can turn back now. Space. Storage equipment? Gloria stared in shock as Ross's actions caused the bear's body to disappear in a flash. Congratulations, host. Recreation of black bear material successful. Obtained. Bear strength elixir, stamina. Bear strength elixir, stamina. Permanently increases the stamina recovery rate of the consumer, slightly enhances adrenaline levels. Haha, delightful. Suyu eagerly consumed the elixir. It was entirely black, with a bitter taste reminiscent of bitter melon, containing the essence of the black bear's flesh and blood. Upon entering his stomach, it felt as if he had ingested probiotics, rapidly stimulating his intestines. Here you go. Add a bit of snow and lick the cap. Gloria's cheeks flushed with shyness. As an adventurer, she had, of course, tasted snow before, but the thought of drinking from the container used by her lord made her emotions rather complicated. Master this. Don't forget to keep the bottle. The recreation system's ability extended to the glass bottle, a valuable item to be used as a container, much cleaner than iron. In his previous adventures, Suyu had felt that iron vessels always carried a rusty taste. All right. Gloria was uncertain about the contents of the bottle, but as a slave, she would obediently follow her lord's commands. She had long ceased to possess high self-esteem, especially as someone reduced to adventuring in such a frigid land, devoid of any noble background and accustomed to hardship. captured and turned into a slave. Her life had become even harsher. The bottle was wide-mouthed, and with a blush, Gloria licked the remaining stamina elixir clean. Suyu, eager to experiment, wondered if any residual effects remained. While Gloria could not discern any reaction from drinking the bear strength elixir, stamina, as the only archer in the territory, Suyu's next goal was to recreate a bow or crossbow for this esteemed young adventurer, his very first subordinate. This way, we can establish a combined combat strength. It cannot be said that the able-bodied youth of the barbarian village lack fighting prowess, but they are merely ordinary villagers, not soldiers. Their combat ability is likely quite average unless one pays a premium to recruit barbarians. But the reason they are called barbarians is that they enjoy drinking and causing trouble, and their temperaments are rather coarse. However, this is quite a specialty of Freljord. Speaking of which, I am now a Freljordian from the northern region. Suyu was unaware if there existed a Wall of the North or Knights watch-like entities akin to those in Game of Thrones. His recreation system bypassed the processes of smelting steel and crafting iron weapons and armor, at least circumventing the most troublesome aspects. This was an exceptionally remarkable and extraordinary talent. Truly exaggerated. Wouldn't it be splendid if the bear strength potion, stamina, could be mass-produced? I wonder how many bottles it takes to build up a resistance. Every potion has its own tolerance. The first dose yields the most potent effects, the second less so. And with each subsequent intake, the efficacy diminishes until it becomes ineffective. This phenomenon is due to the body's development of resistance. Gazing at the minimap, Suyu's second target was, naturally, a small inland lake not far from their territory. This lake, depicted on the map, resembled tributaries near the Black Sea from a past life. It's a round inland lake, akin to a kidney, commented Greya, with curiosity. Lord Ross, where are we headed now? In her perspective, after hunting the black bear, the evening's meal would consist of bear meat. However, processing a bear's carcass is a cumbersome affair. It's not just skinning, but also dismembering the body into chunks. Only the finest butchers possess the skill to swiftly remove the sinews and bones of a bear. Greya felt that handling a black bear's remains would be a significant undertaking, especially considering that even fish from the frigid waters require gutting. The bear's larger physique naturally meant a greater workload and complexity. Wait for me by the river. I shall return shortly. The river? Suddenly, the view before Greya expanded, revealing an astonishing sight. A frozen lake. Baron Ross, shedding his crossbody quiver, which held no arrows, unveiled his robust and immaculate physique, devoid of body hair, with a flawless alabaster complexion. He stood tall, handsome, and exuded a magnetic allure in his voice. Exile nobility retains its regal essence. Greya found herself momentarily entranced by his athletic build and the defined 8-pack of abs. Lord Ross, aren't you cold? Suyu, enveloped in steam, chuckled. Were it not for the white dragon potion coursing through his veins, he would never have dared to venture bare into the river, as the risk of freezing to death seemed trivial compared to the indignity of it. However, now, infused with the blood of a white dragon, he had inherited its resistance to the cold. As the most formidable of the dragon kin residing in the frigid tundras, the white dragon is entirely immune to all forms of cold damage, whether natural or magical, including frost breath, blizzards, and Arctic erosion. More astonishingly, Suyu now perceived cold not as a detriment, but as an enhancement. This meant that, should he desire, he could run naked here for as long as he pleased. Were there a system in place, it would instantly display a message. White Dragon Swordsman, traits, 1. Immune to all forms of cold damage, including frost breath, blizzards, and Arctic erosion. 2. Cold energy converts to vitality, enhancing mobility in low-temperature environments. Lord Ross, what are you? Greya watched, dumbfounded, as he strode toward the ice-covered lake. Then, a second question arose. The thick ice layer in this frigid region was at least 10 meters deep. Beneath it lay the true river water. Rather than a glacial river, it resembled an immense block of ice. Each year, fishermen in these icy regions must drill through the ice to catch fish. How would Lord Ross break through? 10 meters of ice. So thick? Is Lord Ross going to swim on the surface of the ice? That sight would be too beautiful to behold. In the next moment, Greya stood frozen in place. There before her, Lord Ross wielded a noble's enchanted sword. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered as immense force broke through the 10-meter thick layer, sending forth a towering column of icy water. Wait for me on the shore and keep an eye on my clothes. I shall return shortly. Taking a deep breath, Suyu prepared to resolve tonight's dinner beneath the icy lake. He felt akin to a sword diving into the depths. much like a penguin plunging into the icy waters or seabirds diving to hunt fish. His sword and himself were his only equipment. The fishing nets would soon freeze. In an instant, the mini-map appeared as if covered by flowing water, transforming into a scene drenched in moisture, with numerous red dots appearing in the water. Greya gazed in astonishment at her powerful lord, who had just broken through the thick ice as he leaped into the depths. Before long, fish, shrimp, crabs, and the toothy cold-water pike, along with leaping sturgeon, filled her vision. An abundance of catch. Gather these fish. This shall be our dinner tonight. Ross did not immediately don his clothing. His robust physique and the well-defined abs, combined with a seemingly delicate yet powerful build, compelled Greya to lower her gaze, unable to meet the Baron's upright stature. Yet, her mind could not help but ponder the sensation of touching such muscle and skin. She was instinctively captivated by the beauty of the opposite sex. Unaware of Greya's bashful reaction, Ross contemplated how to fulfill the foundational tasks of territory construction. While dinner for 10 was secured, this was not a sustainable solution. Mountains would eventually be depleted if overexploited. He submerged himself in the lake once more. This time, he chose to regenerate. Congratulations, host! Successfully regenerated materials: cold-toothed pike, white salmon, 14 fish species, resulting in fish oil fuel X6, cooked fish X4, luminescent fish lanterns X3. 3 lanterns, glowing from within, crafted entirely from fish bones. Nearby, blocks of congealed fish oil lay evident. Ross's expression was one of anticipation. He had bypassed the manufacturing and improvement processes altogether, eliminating middlemen and reaping immense satisfaction. The 4 pieces of cooked fish he immediately rewarded himself with were adorned with oil and grill marks, far surpassing the taste of raw fish, emanating warmth from being cooked. Even as a white dragon bloodline swordsman, so you held a deep fondness and nostalgia for cooked food. This is delightful. If it weren't for the 10 subjects needing dinner tonight, I would have transformed all the catch. He continued to dive, hunting these fish, with their remains regenerating into new resources. Congratulations, host. Obtained, salmon jawbone dagger. Obtained, scale armor, tier 1 elite armor. What? While ancient fish scale armor was merely a term, this was genuine soft leather armor crafted from fish scales. Could armor truly be regenerated? Obtained, underwater breathing potion. Underwater breathing potion allows for 2 hours of underwater respiration. Ross's physique and lung capacity, bolstered by his white dragon heritage, were formidable, yet this did not imply immunity to drowning. However, with the underwater breathing potion, he could now submerge for 2 hours without needing to breathe, effectively transforming him into a merman. Damn, this system is too powerful. How could there be any loss? There was simply no room for defeat. In this medieval era, characterized by the monopolization of armor, weapons, and protective gear by the nobility, particularly the exquisite suits of armor, one cannot acquire these elite resources without resorting to exorbitant prices on the black market, as they are entirely controlled by the aristocracy. In a time when manual production capabilities are woefully inadequate, the ability of Su Yu to bypass raw materials and directly procure finished products is nothing short of terrifyingly exaggerated. Alas, there are no crossbows or bows. Otherwise, Guerrilla could partake in a hunt. This is purely a matter of fortune. One must not be impatient. Proceed. Chapter 3. Dear Lady, you might find yourself in need of a place to rest and recuperate. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 15 units of cold-toothed pike caviar, 7 units of fish oil. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 7 bottles of fish oil, 15 units of cooked fish meat. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a woven fish basket. As dusk descended, gazing at the boundless expanse of frozen earth in the distance, Ross felt a surge of joy within. The provisions gathered from this hunt included not only fish oil and fish meat, but also fish bladders and glands fashioned into illuminating lanterns. In addition to these luminous items for the night, there was fuel derived from fish fat. Although the combustion efficiency of fish oil undoubtedly surpassed that of wood, it remained exceedingly scarce in such frigid territories. Observing the distant glow gradually dimming, he handed the gland lantern to Glaya and intended to return to their territory. Glaya, curious about the lantern in her hand, marveled at its azure luminescence, finding it inexplicably beautiful. She inquired, Lord Ross, do you know why each of these 3 lanterns emits a different hue? Ross replied, the deeper the fish resides, the darker its surroundings become, resulting in scarce illumination. The lantern you hold emits light from glands of fish that dwell at greater depths. The effect of the light varies according to the species of fish. I see. The young lady nodded. The warm yellow glow of Ross's gland lantern intertwined with Glia's cool, deep blue light, illuminating the darkness beneath their feet. Glia felt a romantic inclination, wishing to follow Lord Ross, a yellow and a blue light guiding their descent. Regrettably, the intensity of the lanterns was limited. However, their advantage lay in the absence of a need for fuel, making them a perpetual source of cold light. Ross contemplated the possibility of excavating a small pond in the future to cultivate fish eggs and raise fish. Alas, the weather in the Northern Territories was too frigid, and the nights too dark. In the shadows, the warm yellow and eerie blue lights sliced through the gloom like daggers, illuminating the path beneath Glia and Ross's feet. My lord, it is too dark here. Will we become lost? Glia expressed her concerns, glancing anxiously at their surroundings. Even with the gland lantern casting light, she worried about the absence of landmarks in the unyielding cold. Ross acknowledged her apprehension. Indeed, it was a valid concern. However, with the night so dark, he planned to fell some trees soon and craft a few signposts. Ideally, he would mark the pathway from their territory to the inland lake. In due time, I shall create a signpost, and with a constant light source, we shall no longer fear losing our way in the night. Furthermore, the current number of gland lanterns was still too few, only 3 in total. Yet, scarcity now did not imply perpetual scarcity in the future. With the regenerative system he possessed, Ross believed that one day the nights in their territory would be aglow with guiding lights. Although these cold luminaries bore an uncanny resemblance to spectral apparitions, having them was certainly better than having none at all. Following the path they had traversed earlier, the two left behind a trail of snowy footprints as they returned to the valley. The bonfire crackled to life, the resin of pine trees igniting with a lively crackle. Cant, Fat Intestine, and others were seated around the fire, boiling snowmelt and a portion of rabbit meat acquired from Suyu's hunt. Upon seeing Ross and Gria return, they exclaimed in astonishment, Lord Ross has returned. Has the Lord truly come back? Cant gazed into the distance, where the two were carrying luminescent fish lanterns that emanated a ghostly dual glow of warmth and chill. Gria, holding a basket brimming with fish, marveled. Fish oil and fish meat. Such a bounty of large fish could hardly have been caught by angling. Mule, skilled in the culinary arts, nearly drooled at the sight of the fish. He first bowed respectfully to the noble Lord Ross, then stared in astonishment at the substantial haul of fish oil, fish, lanterns, and scales that Lord Ross had brought back. My lord, did you go out and rob someone? How did you acquire such a wealth of treasures? The abundance of resources invigorated the morale within the territory. Ross chuckled. Fortune smiled upon me at the riverbed. Cant, taken aback, responded, the riverbed? Gria animatedly recounted the exploits of the Lord during the day, detailing how he vanquished a black bear, dove into the riverbed, and captured fish while seeking treasure. Her narrative painted with vivid imagery. Women, by nature, have a penchant for gossip. Even though Gria had not witnessed Suyu's fishing prowess, she nonetheless infused the event with a sense of legendary flair. Kalu could not help but exclaim, truly, Lord Ross is remarkable. Indeed, Lord Ross. The excited and jubilant voices echoed around the bonfire, prompting even Ross to smile. In his view, the bond between the territory and its denizens was being forged step by step, as everyone took pride in their identity as citizens of Lord Ross's domain. They would be able to face any forthcoming challenges with resolve. Furthermore, Ross displayed none of the haughty airs often associated with nobility, nor did he indulge in the cruel practices of scolding or striking subordinates. This demeanor left Cant, Fat Intestine, Ice Spike, Mule, and others, who had experienced class disparities since childhood, utterly astonished, and a deep sense of emotion welled up within them. By the bonfire, Cant spoke earnestly, my lord. This area is indeed well suited for establishing a territory. There are ample forests for timber and mineral resources, yet the inability to cultivate crops on the icy plains remains a significant challenge for us. Many villages in the tundra survive solely through hunting or trade expeditions. After all, this is a harsh land, perpetually winter throughout the year. Therefore, you must be mentally prepared for the slow development of the territory. Lord Ross smiled, initially concerned. He was reassured by the presence of his system. Indeed, cultivation posed considerable difficulties. Insufficient temperatures made plant growth arduous. Can you find seeds suitable for cultivation in the cold regions? He felt an urgent need to harness the power of the system to swiftly locate cold-resistant seeds. Otherwise, the agricultural development of his territory would languish, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat, rendering any future endeavors unsatisfactory. On another note, Cant, being the youngest son of the village chief, possessed knowledge that surpassed that of his fellow villagers. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Our family primarily cultivates black quinoa from the extreme cold regions, but the seeds are scarce and seldom made available for sale, even within the village. The next option would be snow cabbage. Although it withstands the cold, its yield is minimal and its taste rather bitter." Ross nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the challenges and complexities of cultivating crops in the frigid northern territories. Nonetheless, the mere existence of crops to plant was a positive sign. Currently, aside from the difficulties in cultivating arable land, there was also a shortage of skilled labor. These issues would necessitate time to gradually alter the situation. Fortunately, he lacked nothing but time. At that moment, Ross, Suyu, noticed a green light on the minimap, which was colliding with a vast expanse of red lights. The green point flickered precariously, while several red points seemed to be fading away. What could this be? He felt compelled to investigate. Green typically represented benevolent creatures, while red usually signified the wild beasts of the north. On one hand, the beasts and the red markers indicated the potential for greater rewards through the regeneration system. On the other hand, the green light piqued Ross's curiosity about the unfolding events on the minimap. Right next to his territory? What new discoveries awaited him this time? A sudden smile broke across his face as he ceased his discussion with Kant and set off into the distance. Kant, perplexed, inquired, "Where are you going, Lord Ross?" Ross replied, "You all continue to warm yourselves by the fire. Take a moment to rest and prepare your supplies for sleep. I have matters to attend to and shall return shortly." In the shadows of the night, Kant viewed Lord Ross's departing figure, undeniably shrouded in an aura of mystery and power. He was accustomed to the barbaric professionals of the village, yet none exuded strength and presence quite like Lord Ross. Not to mention the vivid tales of underwater hunting narrated by Glaya during the day. As a villager, Kant was acutely aware of the challenges involved in swimming in glacial waters. The terrifying ice layer, nearly 20 meters thick, could not be breached in a single day, and the frigid temperatures, plummeting to below 40 degrees, rendered even the village's barbarians incapable of such feats, let alone bringing back such an abundant catch. Lord Ross emanated an overwhelming sense of strength and enigma. In the frozen forest, a woman clad in white wielded a long sword. Snow wolves surged towards her with ferocity. One by one, they fell, yet new wolves continued to charge at her. Was she losing too much blood? The female swordswoman's long sword trembled slightly, nearing the brink of exhaustion. Yet the number of wolves surrounding her continued to swell. She understood that she was on the verge of meeting her demise at their jaws. As she felt the foul breath of the approaching beasts brushing against her cheek, she closed her eyes, resigned to her impending fate. However, the anticipated scene of being gnawed upon and transformed into a grotesque corpse did not manifest. A snow wolf, whimpering, was pinned against a nearby pine tree by a quivering longsword. The tremendous inertia had skewered the creature onto the trunk. With a powerful roar, a nobleman clad in leather armor, adorned with a quiver slung across his shoulder, appeared before Audrey, as if he were her savior. "Greetings, fair lady," he said. Amidst the encircling wolves, the man managed to smile and greet her, as if the dozen predators posed no threat at all, emanating an aura of profound terror and strength. Audrey marveled, "You are Baron Ross." "Oh, you know me?" A ravenous wolf, indifferent to their exchange, leaped towards the Baron, only to be swiftly silenced as its throat was grasped and crushed in a single hand. Witnessing the sight of the snow wolves being dispatched with bare hands, the Baron finally recalled his noble, tempered longsword. With a deft motion, he withdrew the weapon from the tree, and the snow wolves shrieked as they were consecutively pierced and slain. With a gentle smile, Baron Ross remarked, "My lady, you may require a place to rest momentarily." Chapter 4. The Wolf Corpses and the Imperial Messenger, a new phase of tasks. More significant objectives. In a night raid, the white-clad woman found herself beside a battle steed that lay lifeless on the ground, a victim of the wolves. As the surrounding pack realized they were no match for the man before them, they howled and decisively retreated. There were a dozen wolf corpses to attend to, but that was not the immediate concern. Suyu recalled his primary mission. Please establish your own territory in the frigid tundra and become the Lord of Extreme Ice. Reward, Dragon Contract, White Dragon. His first objective remained unchanged, to complete the construction of Ross's domain and ascend as the Lord of Extreme Ice in the Northern Realm. However, the woman depicted on the small map, along with the reasons and origins of her being besieged by wolves, piqued Ross's curiosity. "Do you know me?" Audrey, having exhausted her strength, stumbled and fell into Ross's embrace. Feeling her softness, he chuckled, "Let us go to my territory for a respite. Follow me." As Audrey turned, all the wolf corpses around them vanished, transformed by Suyu. Congratulations to the host for recreating 12 wolf corpses, earning Wolfskin Bracers X1, Cooked Wolf Meat X4. Summoning Scroll, Snow Wolf X2. Summoning Scroll, Snow Wolf. This scroll can be torn to summon a snow wolf for 18 hours to fight on behalf of the scroll's bearer. Oh, a scroll for summoning snow wolves? The taste of wolf meat is sour and bitter, yet it suffices to quell hunger. If possible, Suyu yearned to assemble a complete set of wolf skin armor at that very moment. However, he reminded himself to remain patient. Believing that everything would eventually fall into place, he led Audrey towards their territory, engaging in delightful conversation. Audrey clearly held a fondness for this hero who had rescued her, often smiling as they spoke. During their dialogue, Ross learned of her identity as a messenger from the northern realms of the Empire, tasked with communicating on behalf of the human dominion to the Northern Lord. Audrey expressed her trepidation regarding the wolf pack, recounting, "I had heard tales of their ferocity from the villagers of Iceheart Village, yet I never imagined I would nearly fall victim to them. These creatures are exceedingly cunning." My steed had no inkling of the ambush and was soon surrounded by the pack of snow wolves. Ross chuckled, remarking, "Creatures of the wasteland are inherently shrewd. Without such cunning, the snow wolves would struggle to find their prey." Audrey sighed in relief. "I am grateful to have you by my side." Ross gently kissed the back of her hand, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Clearly, the presence of a hero, her savior, coupled with his handsome visage and courage in establishing dominion in the north, stirred admiration and excitement within her. Audrey's heart raced, teetering on the brink of embarking on a new relationship with him. "Is this how you treat every lady?" she inquired. Ross sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone as he replied, "I am but an ordinary noble, longing for the Empire's plains and fertile lands, yet alas, there is no place for me within the Empire's territories anymore." Audrey offered, "If you wish, I could introduce you to Count Ruger, my uncle. You would be granted a piece of land." Ross feigned a look of gratitude. Yet he was acutely aware that due to the Dragon Lord's contract and his own mission, he could not align himself with other nobles, even as a mere courtier. Large nobles often attract numerous smaller ones who choose to affiliate, creating a vast network of interests. Much like Liu Bei relying on Cao Cao to combat Yuan Shu, Ross naturally preferred to be a leader rather than a follower. Perhaps sensing the ambitious nature of the handsome man before her, Audrey's expression turned slightly melancholic. "Have you ever been in love?" she asked. Ross shook his head. "In the north, there are no noble ladies. You are the most beautiful and captivating I have encountered." Audrey's cheeks flushed as she leaned closer to Ross, her porcelain skin nearly touching his. Gazing deeply into his eyes, her demeanor shifted. "Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall assist you." Ross felt somewhat like a charlatan of affection. Yet he indeed lacked any substantial background and could only rely on the allure between them to garner support from within the Empire. Why did he feel as though he possessed a latent potential to become a figure akin to Lao Ai? Ross stated, "Miss Audrey, you are a messenger of the Empire. As Ross's domain is in its infancy, I hope to gain the Empire's support and recognition." Audrey gazed sorrowfully at the man before her, her voice laced with uncertainty as she inquired, "Are you certain you wish for me to report this? Do you intend to expand the Empire's territories in the north under its scrutiny?" Ross replied earnestly, "Indeed." Audrey, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "Yet, this may leave us with little time to see each other in the future." Ross, with unwavering conviction, responded, "To expand the Empire's borders is a tremendous honor and achievement. Although the North is harsh and unforgiving, I am still young, and should not the youth engage in pioneering endeavors? Perhaps after 3 months of fervor, I might seek you out, becoming a cavalry officer under your command, meeting your parents, and discussing matters of marriage and the like." Audrey felt her face flush with warmth. She had not anticipated this directness from Baron Ross. Indeed, the development of the North was fraught with challenges, requiring resolute determination. The Empire had attempted numerous times to assert its dominance over the frigid expanse, only to fail for various reasons. She reflected on these reasons, acknowledging Ross's perspective, yet feeling a sense of inevitability regarding his potential failure. The reality was harsh. The frozen lands could not yield high-value crops, leading to a scarcity of food and hindering territorial growth. Moreover, the true impediment to the Empire's influence in the north lay not only in the frequent threats from frost giants, dragons, and other monstrosities, but primarily in the hands of the Dwarves, who remained the de facto rulers. When the Dwarves began to threaten the development of Ross's territory, it was only natural that he would abandon the harsh lands, opting instead to serve his uncle, Count Ruger, or become a military lieutenant. Furthermore, in Audrey's eyes, serving in the north would merely embellish one's military resume. "Very well, allow me a moment," she said. There exists a phenomenon in the world known as love at first sight, whether due to the bridge theory or the age-old trope of a hero saving a damsel. In that moment, Ross appeared irresistibly charming to Audrey. Then I shall report to the Empire that this area will become an enclave within its territorial map. As for future support, I shall do my utmost to assist you in securing it. Deeply moved, Ross embraced Audrey. Entirely devoid of any guilt or ulterior motives concerning the golden-haired beauty before him. His future was destined for greatness, with ambition blossoming within him. He would pursue every opportunity that favored his ascent. The fragrance of her golden locks wafted to Ross's senses, reminiscent of a hunter savoring the scent of his prey. He gently tended to her wounds with a gentlemanly grace, exuding noble charisma, complemented by his enchanting almond-shaped eyes and striking visage. The blood of the white dragon had altered his very essence, bestowing upon him a unique allure akin to that of a baron of wild Austrian roses. You are not a deceiver, are you? After all, we have only just met, Audrey said, her cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at Ross. He smiled. And what of it? Audrey pondered. Indeed, so what? Ross replied, Come, allow me to show you my abode. There are numerous splendid gifts awaiting you. The first tactic of a scoundrel is, of course, sweet words, followed by the offering of presents. A well-chosen gift can significantly enhance the mutual affection between a man and a woman. He remarked, I am quite concerned for your safety in the north. This is a summoning scroll. It may assist you in evading danger. In this world, death is an all-too-common occurrence. Ross understood that if he did not appear, this imperial messenger would undoubtedly perish at the hands of a wolf pack. Fortunately, she was of the Empire, and he too was a noble baron. Otherwise, the mini-map would not have marked a green ally signal. Thankfully, he noticed the green dot on the mini-map. Otherwise, this beautiful woman before him might have already become a solitary soul devoured by wolves. What is this? Ross inquired, perplexed. Audrey replied, This is the legal document of territorial rights from the Empire, which certifies that this land now belongs to you. Ordinarily, it should have been delivered to you at a later time. Ross chuckled, You are exceedingly kind to me, esteemed Miss Audrey. Ah. Ross leaned closer to her face. Her gaze was intense, her eyes trembling shut. Her striking hazel irises shimmered with a watery pattern, and she seemed to drift into a trance. Upon receiving the Imperial Territorial Deed, Ross was astonished to discover that the previously set task text underwent a dramatic transformation. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. Dragon contract, White Dragon. The text has changed. What is this? The task has been completed? It was achieved so effortlessly? Ross had assumed that the territory needed to be developed to the same standard as Iceheart Village, the barbarian settlement, for the system task to be considered complete. He never expected that the system's requirement for the task was merely the Empire's recognition. The connections were intricate, and perhaps the appearance of the green dot on the mini-map was not mere coincidence. A contemplative expression crossed Ross's face, with unceasing movements of his arms. He embraced the charming noble beauty, Audrey, and then signed his name on the territorial deed. His handwriting was exquisite, resembling the tendrils of vines on a grape trellis. As he inscribed the name Rose, Audrey's emotions shifted, as if she had acquired a precious treasure, gazing up at Ross's profile and saying, Once this document is returned to the Empire, it will enter the Empire's archives, and you shall become the true Baron of real power. Ross turned to her, gazing at her lovely face, and asked, What benefits does a powerful Baron confer? Audrey replied softly, Logically, there should be none. In fact, a portion of the income may be embezzled. However, as you are a rare lord from the north, tasked with expanding the Empire's territories, you are deserving of the Empire's rewards and certain support. Ross gazed deeply into her eyes, gently caressing her chin. You must assist me. Of course, Ross. She responded. He lowered his head and kissed her. Audrey furrowed her brow, striving to control her emotions and thoughts. I can hardly imagine you appearing at the Imperial Ball. How many ladies and esteemed women would vie for your embrace? Ross replied with a cold, elegant smile. I do not possess such allure. Audrey murmured. You have already enraptured me. Seizing the opportunity provided by the kiss to divert his attention, Ross discreetly glanced at a powerful scroll in his hand, adorned with a luminous golden sheen. This dragon pact of the White Dragon harbored a terrifying surge of magical energy, enough to send shivers down his spine. It was at least a 5th-tier contract scroll. At this moment, the valley of Ross's domain was within close reach, and Audrey felt an inexplicable tension. She was uncertain whether Ross could truly thrive in the desolate, icy expanse of the north. Moreover, she harbored a sense of guilt about the rapid progression of their relationship with a man she had only just met, causing her to question whether her previous 19 years had been squandered. Yet, The sensation of being near such a handsome man was intoxicating, akin to a poison that one craves despite knowing its dangers. Congratulations, host, you have completed the first phase of your task. A new round of missions has been issued. Objective, hunt a dragon. How could a true lord of this frigid realm not command powerful dragon companions akin to Daenerys from Game of Thrones? Find a way to overcome the arduous challenges and contract a white dragon of unparalleled maturity. Go forth and become a true dragon lord. The voice of the system seemed to carry an inciting magic, igniting a fervent fire within Ross's heart. Kant, who had intended to rest, found it was their duty to stand guard. At that moment, armed with swords, Kant and Ice Spike noticed a beautiful blonde noblewoman clad in white armor, laughing and chatting as she accompanied Lord Ross back to the domain. Kant was momentarily entranced, thinking how stunning she was. This is the Empire's envoy, Miss Audrey Allstide. These two are my loyal subjects, Kant and Ice Spike. Ice Spike felt a surge of anxiety. He was merely the son of an ordinary farmer from a savage village and had never encountered such a beautiful woman. In an instant, he felt lost and restless, gripped by fear. Audrey possessed an innate alabaster complexion, and her golden brown hair flowed elegantly as she smiled and nodded at the two men. Ross recounted the day's accomplishments. There was nothing to eat along the way. Were you hungry? Audrey replied, touched a little. Unfortunately, the conditions here are rather rudimentary, and there is no place to bathe. Ross removed his leather armor and arranged accommodations for Audrey. He penned a handwritten letter, the script resembling intertwined vines, imbued with a special rhythm and emotion, akin to a love poem. No one could resist such an allure, and even though Audrey found the harsh environment somewhat bothersome under Ross's influence, she began to feel a sense of relaxation and comfort regarding the poverty and desolation of Ross's domain. In the quiet of night, Audrey contemplated composing a letter, while Ross caught sight of its contents. She expressed a desire for the Empire to extend support to the territory of Ross, specifically 10,000 gold coins, 250 farmers, and no fewer than 41st-tier Imperial infantry and shield bearers. The young Lord of Ross, resolute and ambitious, had risked his life to save your niece, tirelessly striving in the north to carve out a realm for the Empire. Audrey's handwriting was exquisite, imbued with the unique grace and delicacy of youth. He was acutely aware that Count Ruger would likely not grant such substantial aid without some compromise, nevertheless. Even a reduced offer would signify an investment from the Empire in his endeavors. No wonder that affluent women in his past life were willing to spend lavishly on male models. A cold smile graced Ross's lips, his icy demeanor illuminated by the phosphorescent glow of the fish lantern in the night, casting a striking light upon his handsome, stern profile. He intended to provide Audrey with an unforgettable evening. Whether she would be willing, however, would depend on fate and the subsequent charm of his words. If they could be sufficiently persuasive, reminiscent of a certain Geo, there was an undeniable thrill in being deceived. Even when one was fully aware that the man before them was a scoundrel, a fellow named Rose, yet still succumbing to his allure. Ross often felt that his bloodline, marked by the White Dragon, had rendered his temperament increasingly wild. Though the dragon race's reproductive rate was not particularly high, Ross, possessing the lineage of a white dragon, was essentially a humanoid incarnation of one. As he prepared for a nighttime raid on the asylum, a new stage of the mission emerged, with the system marking locations of white dragon sightings nearby. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Would you kindly excuse yourself for now? Chapter 5, Secrets of the Ice Cavern. Encounter with the White Dragon, Weiss. While the inhabitants of Ross's domain slumbered soundly, and Audrey meticulously drafted documents for the Empire. Illuminated by the flickering light of the fish lantern, Ross donned his scaled leather armor, fully equipped and brimming with determination, ready to embark on his venture. The horse he had chosen limped slightly. Originally intended for trade and transport, Ross attempted to mount it, but found it cumbersome. Riding was too burdensome for his singular objective tonight, to uncover the secrets of the White Dragon's ice cavern. He aimed to locate the young dragon, to slay it if possible, and if not, at least to ascertain the truth of the matter. Gazing at the minimap, Ross noted the chilling winds of the north slicing through the night, the icy shards whipping against his face, skin, and arms, bouncing off his armor with a metallic clang. Many hunters and farmers, accustomed to the frigid terrain, or skin hardened by the ravages of the elements. However, Ross's complexion remained remarkably fair, a testament to his extraordinary status as a professional, distinct from the average individual. Furrowing his brow at the minimap, he observed that the frozen fissures of the White Dragon seemed perilously out of reach. The red pulsated ominously, exhibiting a tendency to expand, far beyond what a mere first tier could confront. In truth, to undertake a task and formulate a plan, The primary objective is to conduct reconnaissance, even to comprehend the patterns and timings of the white dragon's comings and goings. However, the temporal perception of dragons differs markedly from that of humans. Once they have sufficient sustenance, they may remain within their lairs for decades, or even centuries. This poses a considerable challenge for Ross. The endeavor of dragon hunting is far from straightforward. The subterranean ice cavern exhibited only minimal fluctuations, likely serving as a habitat for juvenile dragons. But first, he must unveil the surrounding shroud of war and activate the minimap. Ross perceived horses to be utterly ineffective against dragons when faced with the dragon's might. They would surely become frightened and panic. Thus, navigating the terrain would rely solely on his own two legs. He moved with remarkable swiftness. The red dots on the minimap appeared and vanished. Elk, perhaps. Ross traversed cliffs with agility, swiftly approaching the underground ice cavern, a fissure nestled between icy rock formations, resembling a chasm. Not far from the massive, fractured cliffs lay a concealed ice cave. Within the world of subterranean ice, its habitable areas and adventurous perils remained unknown. In his previous life, Ross had been fascinated by the exploits of ice and snow adventurers, though they were notoriously recognized for their high mortality rates. A labyrinth? Upon entering the rift, Ross felt a sudden sense of clarity. Yet the vast ice cavern was strewn with bones and numerous corpses, remnants of the white dragon's indiscriminate predation. At the entrance, the ground was littered with remains, and without the markers on the minimap, he might have wandered in and quickly become lost. Ross gazed at the red light on the minimap, straining to suppress all traces of his presence. Even his breath became subdued. Who dares intrude upon the lair of the great lord of cold and cruelty? This? A voice laced with frost echoed from the depths of the cavern. Insignificant insect. Where are you? The dull, labored breaths sent Ross's heart racing uncontrollably. A young dragon. The chill and the sense of being overwhelmed by draconic authority felt as if he were plunging into the depths of an ice abyss, piercing through his psyche and nerves. This sensation bore no correlation to temperature. It was purely a mental terror and a bone-chilling dread. The deepest fears of the human heart surged in an instant. A dragon is not merely a term. It represents a terrifying apex of the food chain. The piercing cold of the dragon's presence rendered Ross momentarily paralyzed, leaning against the ice cavern, utterly still. Suddenly, a frigid mist enveloped him, and from the depths of the cave, a claw nearly 2 meters long emerged. Who? The immense, chilling dragon eye reflected upon Ross's face. He remained tranquil and motionless. The white dragon vis drew near, its draconic gaze surveying Ross as if it were a lord inspecting its domain, akin to a giant bending down to scrutinize the ants and insects upon the ground. As humanity observes ants, the overwhelming sense of oppression from a giant's perspective mirrors the feelings surging within Suyu as he confronts the white dragon Weiss. Cunning, insidious, bizarre. Am I merely being paranoid? A dull resonance reverberates through the icy cavern. In the next moment, the colossal dragon claw and piercing gaze beside Ross vanish. He conceals himself in the shadows of the ice chamber, his body drenched in sweat. Provoking the white dragon is hardly a prudent choice, and antagonizing a creature of such intelligence, one that approaches the cunning and terror of humanity, is far from wise. Yet, Ross's greatest concern lies with his territory. If the white dragon were to discover Rose's domain, or if he were to provoke this terrifying beast, would his land be devoured? Would his subjects face slaughter at the hands of the white dragon's rampage? Even a mere juvenile dragon exudes such a formidable and terrifying aura. What then of a fully grown white dragon? A mere insect. Just as he momentarily relaxes his guard, Weiss's immense eyes reappear at the cave's entrance. The opening appearing as trivial as a wormhole on an apple compared to its massive form. The cunning Weiss has executed a clever maneuver. Had Ross not remained vigilant, he might have already been discovered. A strange scent lingers in the air, accompanied by a resounding, muffled sound as Weiss's colossal visage retracts, disappearing into the icy abyss. The red dot on the minimap shifts from a state of agitation to relative silence and gloom. This is merely a weaker specimen. Ross is drenched in sweat. Unless one experiences this terror firsthand, they cannot comprehend the oppressive might and fearsome nature of dragons. The more he encounters dragonkind, the more he realizes how fortunate he was to have dispatched the juvenile dragon. Yet, even that young creature had fought him to a standstill. And without the blessings of a time traveler, the outcome would have been one of mutual destruction. I must temporarily vacate this place. Just as Ross prepares to escape the imminent danger, a voice laced with brutality and malice suddenly emanates from above his head. Ice crystals can refract light and reveal shadowy silhouettes from adjacent spaces. The cruel voice of White Dragon Weiss resounds. Human. An icy chill courses down Ross's spine. This is bad. Roar. The dragon's roar and the frigid breath suddenly caused the ice beneath Ross and around him to erupt like vegetation in a frenzy. Yet, Ross remains unaffected by the cold's oppressive force. The destructive power appears formidable, yet it is, in truth, limited. After all, he too bears the bloodline of the white dragon, naturally immune to cold and frost. What? The brutal white dragon Weiss has discovered that this insignificant human thief remains unscathed, not frozen or turned into a mere artifact encased in ice. If the icy breath fails, then it shall resort to capture. The dragon's claws tear through the ice layer, evoking a sense of impending doom. The world appears to be crumbling under the insatiable greed of the white dragon Weiss. The clash of the great sword against dragon claws sparks a fierce confrontation, sending Ross's figure flying against the cold wall like a mere insect. The disparity between his immense size and strength is utterly disproportionate. Remarkably, he is still alive, a tenacious little pest. Chapter 6, Dragon Hunter 2. Curse it. Ross could not tolerate his defeat. Although the sudden emergence of the white dragon was unforeseen, the creature's formidable power was beyond his expectations. The young white dragon's biting assault shattered countless layers of ice, and through the fragmented ice crystals, Ross caught sight of a distant monstrosity, nearly succumbing to dizziness. A dog-headed man. It is rumored that the highest echelon of dragons possesses their own worshippers and devotees. These dog-headed men are likely the very followers dedicated to serving this white dragon. How dare you invade the lair of the great master of frigid torment? This human must be weary of life. Fireball. Some of the dog-headed men wielded swords, while others cast spells. Ross braced himself against several attacks, suddenly breaking into a smile. If he were merely facing the white dragon Weiss's onslaught, he might have felt trepidation. However, the chaotic fireballs and errant magical arrows from the dog-headed men disrupted the dragon's rhythm of attack, inadvertently becoming a boon. Extreme cold ice burst. Weiss's pupils fixated on the ant-like intruder, his expression seemingly sinister and icy, yet increasingly indifferent. He had not anticipated that such a diminutive human would prove so difficult to eliminate. As Ross neared escape from the icy dragon's den, Weiss unleashed a massive ice spell. In an instant, every creature within a 30-foot radius, be it dog-headed man, subhuman goblin, or Ross himself, experienced an overwhelming chill as the temperature plummeted. All the dog-headed men were instantly congealed into solid blocks of ice, which, while appearing ordinary, harbored the formidable power of dragon language magic. Fear. White Wolf Summon. Ross immediately summoned a white wolf, which swiftly shielded him from a shard of ice, allowing him to retreat rapidly and vanish into the depths of the white dragon Weiss's icy lair. Alas, he had lost a precious scroll. He yearned for the ability to slay dragons with a single strike, yet dragons are, after all, dragons. While he might contend with a juvenile dragon, a formidable creature like Weiss, a young dragon, clearly possessed its own minions and intelligence. Generally speaking, dragons should have their vulnerabilities, such as areas devoid of scales, susceptible to a well-placed thrust of a sword. Yet, such scenarios are far too unrealistic, existing only in tales where young warriors slay dragons and ascend to kingship. Marrying the Empire's princess. A goblin had barely approached Ross when it was instantly frozen, a testament to the white dragon's ice magic capable of solidifying even souls. Ross felt as if his entire body had turned brittle with the cold, despite possessing the same extreme ice resistance as the white dragon. Had it been the old him, he would have surely met his demise the moment Weiss discovered him. Outside the perilous cave, a piercing dragon roar echoed from the icy depths. At that moment, Ross, from a distance, finally beheld the full figure of the white dragon. Its wings swept down onto the ground, its body nearly 10 meters long, adorned with snow-white spines, and its elongated dragon head reminiscent of a true dragon. What else could it resemble? Its platinum-colored eyes brimmed with brutality, bloodlust, and cunning as it surveyed the area. Confirming that the insignificant ants had fled, the white dragon Weiss exhaled a terrifying plume of icy breath, nearly 2 meters long. Every year, reckless adventurers dare to encroach upon my domain. Should you venture here again, I shall devour you. Weiss's cold voice resonated, and to Ross's astonishment, this creature began to relocate. A multitude of dog-headed beings formed a long line. In the minimap, the red dots appeared exceedingly elongated, discovered by adventurers, and yet so decisively relocating? How cunning. However, Weiss's new position was not far. A mere distance of less than 3 kilometers remained, the general vicinity unchanged. Yet, for ordinary adventurers lacking the aid of a minimap, finding Weiss again would result only in futile efforts. Ross did not hesitate to deliberate or retreat. On the contrary, it was precisely the formidable presence of the young dragon that heightened his anticipation of contracting the white dragon and becoming a dragon lord. If the white dragon was this fearsome now, how exhilarating would it be once it became his contracted creature? Would he not be able to stride through the northern realms with impunity? Though he possessed a fragment of the white dragon's bloodline, Ross's true aspiration lay in utilizing the dragon contract, white dragon scroll to ascend as a dragon lord. After nearly an hour of patience, Ross finally made his appearance. After all, the cunning nature of Weiss was well known. Previously, even without discovering him, it had turned back to launch a surprise attack. This time was no different. He waited in the early hours for 3 to 4 hours, and only when he confirmed the absence of danger did he reveal himself. His intention was crystal clear. So many dog-headed mages, warlocks, warriors, and goblins had perished. Their absence from the system's transformation was evidently a waste. Ross calmly reflected, this trip was not entirely in vain. There are still rewards to be gleaned. Moreover, this location was far from Ross's domain, making it unlikely for the white dragon to trace him back. Approaching the vast expanse of ice crystals, Ross declared, System, initiate transformation. Congratulations, host. You have transformed 7 dog-headed beings, dragon vassals, earning Loot Bag X1, Devious Amulet X1, Rusty Dagger X5, Short Sword X4. Upon opening the loot bag, a multitude of glistening silver coins awaited him. For silver coins? Though it is better than nothing, there are still a few candles and a dog-headed stone tablet. Congratulations, host. You have transformed 2 goblins and received 3 white dragon scales, 1 goblin internal organ fertilizer, and 1 inferior gemstone. Ross was uncertain whether the previous effects of the bear strength potion had taken hold, but in any case, his resilience and stamina had significantly increased. Despite enduring such perilous adventures, his physical endurance had not been depleted. Regrettably, he had not acquired any enhancement items. The dog-headed creatures and goblins, as vassal races of the dragon clan, indeed possessed limited strength. The best reward from this encounter was undoubtedly the 3 white dragon scales. Dragons shed their scales, and these 3 scales could be used to craft light armor, placed over the heart or ribcage, offering exceptional effects akin to a heart shield that could resist critical weaknesses. The strength of the white dragon scales was indisputable. Even a tempered greatsword could not breach them. When Ross struck the scale, nearly the size of half a palm, with the tempered greatsword, it sparked fiercely, leaving no trace of a scratch. Unfortunately, Ross did not yet have a blacksmith at his disposal. He did not intend to conclude this adventure immediately. On the contrary, buoyed by his recent gains, he resolved to investigate the 3rd white dragon's red dot on the map. Nearby, a weaker red dot on the minimap captured his attention. Having experienced combat with Weiss before, Ross had become more cautious and stable in his movements and emotions, gaining valuable experience. Why do many individuals resort to thievery, knowing full well that they are under constant surveillance? It is because previous acts of such nature have yielded benefits, allowing them to savor the sweetness of success. Once they are aware of the potential for success, they are inclined to repeat the act. After all, one must live boldly, unafraid of consequences. This time, he found himself near an abyss-like icy pool. Ross observed a juvenile white dragon, its jaw resting by the cave, lost in slumber. A juvenile white dragon. Without the aid of the system's minimap, it would have been nearly impossible for Ross to discover the lair of the white dragon. Yet, thanks to the minimap, he had stumbled upon a second opportunity for murder that many humans would take years to encounter. Contracting a dragon was out of the question. A juvenile white dragon reaching maturity could take over a century. By the time the young dragon matured, the inhabitants of his territory might have turned to ash. Unless he obtained some rare artifacts capable of accelerating the growth of dragonkind, rendering the significance of contracting a juvenile dragon rather negligible. Like a thief lurking in the shadows, Ross stealthily approached the sleeping young white dragon. The tempered greatsword gleamed with a sharp, cold light in the icy depths of the pool. It was a strike that must end in death. It must be a single, lethal blow. Even as a white dragon swordsman, he did not fully comprehend the weaknesses of dragonkind. However, there exists one vulnerability common to all living creatures, and that is the throat. The vulnerability beneath the wings is indeed a notable weakness. If struck just right, it can pierce the heart with a single thrust, rendering even divine beings powerless. Though the dragon race embodies the pinnacle of life, they are not invulnerable. Chapter 7, Dragon Hunt, the second bottle of White Dragon Elixir. Michel, a young white dragon, has long forgotten the identities of his parents. Since the dawn of his memory, he has been separated from his fellow white dragon kin. taking root in the frigid dragon pool's vicinity and occasionally venturing out to hunt. Once, there existed a village nearby. The recollection of shrieking, fleeing ants and the frail human women, the elderly, and children whom he has slain brings a sinister smile to Michelle's face. Especially the expressions of terror on the women clutching their children, caught in the throes of despair before being devoured, fills him with immense delight. He perceives himself as the sovereign of fear. Foolish humans, such insignificant creatures, proliferate excessively, much like vermin, and deserve to be exterminated. All must perish. In his dreams, he matures into a formidable adult white dragon. All of humanity reveres the name of Lord Michel, as adventurers kneel in supplication. His icy breath consumes all, instilling terror across countless city-states and towns. Just as he basks in his overwhelming pride, a searing pain shatters the dreamscape. Michel abruptly awakens, his dragon eyes snapping open. It feels as if his throat has been pierced by searing flames, a pungent metallic scent overwhelming his senses. Humans? In despair, he gazes upon a human adventurer before him, a noble clad in leather armor, who swiftly withdraws a broadsword from his throat. The sensation of vitality being drained away leaves him feeble. Struggling, he attempts to lash out with his wings, exhaling a chilling mist laced with his own blood. Is it possible he has not succumbed yet? Ross's blade has pierced the throat of the young white dragon, and after delivering the fatal blow, he retreats quickly to avoid a desperate counterattack. In nature, the law of the jungle prevails. There is no room for mercy or compassion. The young white dragon struggles for a moment before finally collapsing. However, just as Ross approaches, the weakening wings lash out towards him. Any ordinary adventurer would likely meet their demise in an instant. Yet, perhaps due to his imminent death and grievous injuries, Michelle's movements lack vigor, allowing Ross's broadsword to strike him back with force. Humans. Malevolent humans. In despair, Michel gazes at the adventurer before him, inhaling his last breath. The white dragon is a treasure trove. Its skin, sinew, and blood are all precious commodities. However, the system convert this. Ross's eyes gleam with anticipation as he gazes upon the lifeless form of the white dragon. Congratulations, host. You have slain a young white dragon, earning 15 gallons of pure white dragon blood, 3 strands of white dragon sinew, and 1 eternal cold resistance elixir. Note: the host may forfeit all gains to obtain a first-tier potion infused with the essence of the white dragon's flesh and blood. Forfeit. While the dragon's blood is undeniably valuable and its sinews formidable enough to craft the finest hunting bows, for Ross, the paramount choice lies in enhancing his own strength. Thus, he resolves to select the first-tier potion, which consolidates the entirety of the white dragon's life essence. Congratulations to the host for the rebirth and transformation of the white dragon's flesh and blood, acquiring first-tier white dragon potion. Gazing at the shimmering silver liquid within the glass vial, Ross wasted no time and swiftly consumed the potion. The body of the white dragon had already vanished from sight. The icy waters within the cave seemed to connect to an underground river. Despite the frigid nature of the white dragon, a searing warmth surged through his throat, akin to the sensation of fire scorching his esophagus after ingesting the potion. He shed his leather armor and garments, plunging into the icy underground river. The rising steam enveloped the subterranean realm, and the intense heat transformed the ice cave into a world shrouded in mist. What is this? Within the frigid river, a man with an arm resembling a ghostly exoskeleton emerged in the cave. Ross felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and refreshment, as if he had been reborn. The potency and effects of this potion derived from the white dragon were evidently far superior to those of the previous young dragon. Perhaps its age was around 25 years. Dragons share the same principle. The older they are, the stronger they become. The mightiest of dragonkind are known as ancient dragons, species that have existed since antiquity. These long-lived beings possess no natural enemies and are not bound by the constraints of mortality. They do not age, but rather grow increasingly fearsome with time. What level of transformation does the potion derived from an ancient white dragon possess? However, such thoughts are too distant for now. It is best to assess his current situation. Firstly, compared to the original first-tier White Dragon Swordsman, his abilities have experienced a tremendous enhancement, not merely in agility, endurance, and strength, but also with the addition of a new capability: frightful presence. This ability induces mental oppression and intimidation upon lower-tier beings, passively activating a first-tier fear effect that intensifies with the host's strength. This implies that the greater the disparity in power, the more pronounced the effect of frightful presence becomes. It seems he is truly on the verge of becoming a humanoid white dragon. White Dragon Swordsman second form, Frost Spirit Body. entering a state akin to near death. This ability unlocks a second ethereal form, granting immunity to most physical damage and allowing movement beyond material constraints, utilizing the Frost Spirit body. Ross discovered that this skill could partially render his arms and body ethereal. This advanced ability bears striking resemblance to Obito's Kimui from Naruto, immunity to physical attacks. Remarkable. Previously, he perceived his strength as a mere 15, yet now it has surged to at least 50. Advancement and prowess are not solely determined by rank. One must also consider numerical values. Ross has now entered a state of exponential growth, and significantly, he has unlocked a second form akin to that of a boss. As he gazes at his arms transforming into a spectral state, Ross finds himself lost in contemplation. The partial etherealization suggests that this white dragon is a spellcaster endowed with draconic affinity, albeit at a considerable cost of mana. In the fleeting moments of maintaining this spectral form, Ross senses a decline in his mental fortitude. Each passing second seems to sap approximately 5 points of his mental energy. Within 10 seconds, half of it could dissipate, leaving him in a state of mental fog and fatigue. What does this second form entail? Is it a near-death trigger? Rising with exhilaration from the icy cavern, Ross notices that many fish in the frigid waters have turned belly up. The steam rising from the high temperatures appears to have purged his body of numerous impurities, rendering the water murky and dark, while paradoxically, his own form has become crystalline, more radiant and pristine, exuding a genteel appearance devoid of any semblance of brute strength. His streamlined muscles and physique, adorned in new leather armor, emerge from the mists anew. Should he encounter Weiss again, he would no longer find himself in a predicament. A smile graces his lips, filled with anticipation for the future. The sensation of continuous empowerment is ineffably sublime. This time, Ross has left no trace of the white dragon potion. He has licked it clean, leaving not a single drop behind. For the time being, he resolves to return to his territory. Contemplating a pact with the youthful white dragon will require further deliberation. After a prolonged endeavor, dawn approaches, and Ross begins to feel fatigued. Chapter 8. The Fear of the White Dragon. A formidable presence is soon to visit the northern realm. That night, the white dragon Weiss suddenly sensed a chilling unease. His biological instincts were overwhelmed by an incessant wave of anxiety and dread, making sleep elusive. It was as if a member of his kin had been slain. The previously inconsequential adventurer now seemed remarkably unique, having exhibited immunity to the frigid spells. How could a mere human possibly resist the cold? Weiss felt that everything had become increasingly irrational, prompting his decision to relocate immediately after witnessing that humans escape. Yet, this oppressive sense of danger only intensified. After all, it was merely a diminutive leech. Moreover, I have already vacated my original lair. There is nothing to fear. Weiss reassured himself, unknowingly setting an enormous flag for himself. The exquisite golden-haired beauty lay sideways in the makeshift shelter constructed by Ross in his domain. Upon waking in the morning, she felt a profound unease due to the mysterious disappearance of her beloved Ross. Just as she prepared to rise, a gentle voice emerged from beside her. "You're awake? I have prepared breakfast for you. This is the Imperial Messenger." Audrey Alstide felt as though she had transformed into a lamb, her senses ensnared by Ross before her. Recalling the absurdity of the previous night, she surmised that she must have been inebriated, perhaps even mad. "How does one feel?" Audrey's cheeks flushed, yet she naturally clasped Ross's hand, gazing at the breakfast he had prepared for her. "What is this?" Ross replied with a gentle smile, pan-fried fish fillet, garnished with a generous sprinkle of basil. "Those basil leaves were a gift from you. Have you forgotten?" As Audrey savored the warmth of the meal and sipped the lukewarm water from the transparent bottle Ross offered, she felt a comforting warmth within, despite the frigid northern climate. "I felt a surge of cold sweat when you left in haste last night. How could this be? Perhaps it is because we are to part ways today, and I shall miss you dearly." Ross's flowery words and sweet whispers commenced once more. Having witnessed the romantic entanglements of many nobles, though this was her first experience with such a relationship, Audrey was determined to embrace Ross's thoughtfulness, regardless of its authenticity. That night, however, she found her slumbers somewhat uncomfortable. Her arms ached slightly. "Your injuries have yet to fully heal. Would you not consider staying a few more days within the territory?" Ross held her delicate hand. And from this vantage, the fair-skinned imperial maiden indeed appeared as a beauty. Her chestnut hair cascaded down, exuding an innate elegance and languor. The refinement of her noble upbringing was something many coarse women could never emulate. Each swallow deliberate and graceful, enchanting in its own right. "No, it must not be during the day," Ross chuckled, not pressing the matter further. Upholding the modesty befitting a noble woman, Audrey engaged in extensive conversation with Ross, discussing the daily life within the castle, her sisters, the soirees and salons of other noble ladies, her gowns and garments, jewelry and adornments, and her noble carriage. Ross responded to each topic with enthusiasm, often eliciting peals of laughter from her. Ross, I wish to see you with a beagle, hunting in the forests at dawn. I long to witness you, consumed with jealousy, dueling with other nobles over a discarded glove. I wish for you to accompany me on a stroll down Portiny Street, to the theater to watch a play. I have a wealth of words to share with you, yet we must part. Ross displayed a reluctant demeanor, observing the construction of lumber yards and farmhouses, feeling the biting cold and raw winds of the north, as well as the warmth emanating from Audrey's body and the enchanting atmosphere enveloping them. We shall meet again in the future. Aside from me, I shall not permit you to engage with any other male nobility. Audrey laughed at this declaration, confident in her own beauty. I shall miss you always, Lord Ross. As he watched her don her garments, fastening her belt, he personally adorned her with leather gloves and gifted her with leather armor and scale mail. In the midst of the snowstorm, the graceful figure on the white horse departed, leaving Ross with a tinge of reluctance in his heart. However, the construction of his territory must persist. He had yet to ascend to the status of a dragon lord and elevate the Ross domain to a level of global renown. Glaia, still bleary-eyed, gazed at Ross, pondering whether this was indeed the reality of life. As memories of her past as a slave flashed before her, she looked at Ross and exclaimed in surprise, "Good morning, Lord Ross." "Good morning," he replied. Glaia promptly resolved to commence her statistical duties, but before she could fully engage, Ross addressed her. "You are responsible for overseeing the internal affairs of the territory, ensuring that everyone fulfills their obligations without slacking. Where are you headed, my lord?" she inquired. Ross chuckled, for he had amassed a significant stockpile of resources. His first objective for the day was to journey to the barbarian village to procure seeds, the only trading post near the Ross realm. Alas, the northern expanse was vast, yet sparsely populated, cold and dark, with short daylight hours and the relentless ravages of the white dragon, rendering the environment inhospitable, devoid of life and vegetation, a place where even dogs would refuse to tread. The soil was frozen, making any attempts at excavation, planting, or cultivation exceedingly challenging. It seemed that pillaging was the prevailing norm of civilization in the north. Despite the arduous and trying circumstances of territory development, Ross harbored no intentions of surrender. Rather, he brimmed with confidence, a sentiment that permeated to Glaia and the other inhabitants of the domain. "Good morning, Your Excellency." "Good morning, my Lord Baron." Without delay, Ross set forth, riding his pack horse towards Iceheart Village. Unlike his previous visit, this time he brought with him resources such as cold-toothed pike, white salmon, fish oil fuel, cooked fish meat, daggers, scale armor, wolfskin armor, and cooked wolf meat, intending to exchange these for a batch of snow cabbage seeds suitable for cultivation in frigid climates. Additionally, he planned to recruit several barbarians to begin clearing and collecting resources from the surrounding area, as his workforce remained insufficient. The village chief of Iceheart was taken aback upon seeing Ross, the human lord, early in the morning. "Scale armor. Are those wolfskin bracers? These are all exquisitely crafted items. My heavens, is that a gemstone?" At the bottom of the goblin loot bag, he discovered a piece of inferior gemstone, which Ross also intended to trade. With a hint of suspicion, the village chief asked, "Esteemed Lord Baron, what do you wish to exchange for this time? The value of your goods seems rather extravagant for our village." Nobility was synonymous with wealth, and the chief refrained from inquiring about the origins of these items. It was rumored that an imperial messenger had visited the Ross domain yesterday, likely to deliver supplies. Ross promptly articulated his intentions. "I require seeds that can be cultivated in the cold, specifically snow cabbage or black quinoa. Furthermore, I wish to recruit a band of warriors to join the Ross domain and assist in hunting. Currently, our construction efforts are somewhat hampered by a lack of personnel. Acquiring another batch of slaves would be even more advantageous." The village chief of Bingshin, with his blackened teeth, wore a smile that seemed to split his face, oblivious to Ross's burgeoning ambition to annex Bingshin village. The resources exchanged now would inevitably return to his coffers in due time, merely a temporary deposit near Bingshin village. As he pondered the eventual subjugation of the village, Ross believed that while earning money was permissible, it must be done under his own auspices. Bingshin village lay adjacent to Ross's territory. Without its conquest, he felt unworthy of the title of noble. Nearby, Daggett held a black wolf dog on a leash. The beast had been barking ferociously at Ross, and Daggett, a barbarian by nature, intended to reprimand such discourteous behavior towards nobility. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. With just a casual glance from Ross, the fierce wolf dog seemed to freeze in place, whimpering and cowering as if confronted by something terrifying. Dagget, filled with suspicion, regarded Ross, who approached him with a smile. "Brother Dagget, it has been a long while." "Indeed, it has." Dagget felt an inexplicable sense of dread towards Ross, sensing that the Baron had grown far more formidable since their last encounter. Barbarians were born warriors of the cold, elite fighters. This inexplicable sixth sense deepened his reverence for Ross. A nearby bare-chested barbarian voiced his confusion. "Strange, wasn't this hybrid wolf dog always vicious? Why has it suddenly quieted before Lord Ross?" Ross smiled. "Perhaps it bears a certain exclusivity. My lord, I heard you intend to recruit barbarians? Our wages are not insignificant. In the north, hiring costs are paramount," Dagget remarked. Ross replied with a smile. "What would it cost to recruit all your barbarians?" Dagget shook his head. "That would be unfeasible. We can permit you to recruit a maximum of 5 barbarians." 10, Ross countered. 6, no more, Dagget insisted. Bingshin village must also defend against potential wolf packs and marauders. 8, Ross continued the negotiation. Meanwhile, the Empress of the Empire learned of the Northern Baron's affairs. Within the jewel-encrusted throne room of the Celestial Empire, a knight of the Royal Order knelt, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty Anna, a new lord has established dominion in the north." The Empress faced countless state matters, discerning the corruption among the nobility and electors, dismantling plots with a mere wave of her hand, balancing the internal power struggles of the empire, and restraining all rights within the direct territories of Rake and Garatia. She wielded naval power, presiding over the entire court, her every action carrying immeasurable repercussions for the empire. Rebels would be cast into the Black Rod prison, while those who served the empire would be generously rewarded. As she perused the letter, the Empress's expression remained cold and aloof. A letter in the shape of the letter A, adorned with the blue and white emblem of a griffin, rests in the hands of Her Majesty, Empress Anna Gloriosa IV. The imperial messenger, Audrey Alstide, conveys her heartfelt gratitude to the young and inherently noble Lord Ross for his decision to establish a domain in the north. This gesture should not be perceived merely as impetuous enthusiasm, but rather as a testament to his loyalty and selflessness. The messenger bestows high praise and commendation upon Lord Ross for his actions in the north. However, for the Empress, this matter does not necessitate the intervention of the cabinet or the ministers of military affairs and the navy. Duke Posat respectfully inquires whether a reward is warranted. "Let us consider further," replies the Empress. Soon, her attention shifts from the Baron of the North to her sister, the Duchess. The Empress's emotions and attitude towards her sibling are marked by complexity. On one hand, her sister poses a potential threat to the imperial authority, with the risk of usurpation. On the other, the Duchess possesses a beauty that rivals her own, evoking a sense of competition within the Empress. Yet, her affection as an elder sister prevents her from chastising the Duchess. Recently, the Duchess Selena has expressed a desire to set sail once more, marking the 6th petition received by the Minister of the Navy. To deny her request, Duke Posat respectfully states, is less effective than to accommodate her. Continuing to restrain the Duchess will inevitably lead to emotional turmoil. The Empress falls into contemplation, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile of coldness crossing her lips. "Let her go to the north," she decrees. Duke Posat gazes at her in surprise, suspecting malevolent intent. The Empress, with a calm demeanor, replies, "Regardless, she is still my sister." In that moment, even Duke Posat finds himself unable to fathom the thoughts and inner workings of this powerful sovereign. A complex embodiment of contradictions laden with profound meanings and considerations. "Very well, I shall instruct the guards to convey your will," Duke Posat affirms. "No need," the Empress interjects. "I shall write to her myself." Chapter 9. The Art of Persuading the Barbarians, Gatherings, and Libations. In truth, the most effective way to persuade a barbarian is to invite him to drink. From the outset, Dagget was not swayed by Lord Ross, and the development of Ross's territory held little significance for them. However, through connections with Kant, Fat Intestine, Ice Spike, Mule, and Kalu, Ross endeavored to appeal to Dagget's sentiments, compelling Dagget to respond earnestly, "Let us speak plainly. The limits of Iceheart Village allow for the recruitment of no more than 6 barbarians, with no further room for negotiation." Ross replied noncommittally, "Perhaps we should change the subject. I have heard that there will be a celebration in Iceheart Village tonight." Dagget responded, "Indeed, your timing is fortuitous. This evening we shall hold the traditional Icefield celebration in Iceheart Village." The ceremony bore a resemblance to a New Year celebration. As the villagers of Iceheart gathered in unison to commemorate the occasion, a faint smile graced Ross's lips as an audacious thought suddenly took root in his mind. First, allow me to finalize the transaction with the village chief, and then I shall partake in the festivities. Trust me, I shall ensure that you, my barbarian brethren, are well compensated. The prosperity of a territory hinges on a sufficient pool of talent, and mere imperial endorsement and written recognition are wholly inadequate. Ross required an abundance of elites and subordinates. The most effective means of fostering camaraderie with the barbarians was through the conviviality of drink. At that moment, the brothers Panu and Palau, along with Pierre, Rainier, Alan, and Gaku, 6 formidable barbarians, proclaimed their allegiance to Baron Ross. To Ross's surprise, the first extraordinary individuals to pledge their loyalty were not knights, save for Gloria, but rather these wild men. In Ross's eyes, the 2 barbarians, Panu and Palau, exuded a rugged demeanor, both in their early 20s, while Pierre and Rainier had surpassed their 30s. As for Alan and Gaku, they belonged to the younger generation. Though all hailed from Iceheart Village, their respective expertise varied significantly. Ross expended 30 gold coins on this endeavor, a sum made feasible by his amicable relations with Iceheart Village, which lay not far from his own territory, allowing for mutual support. Otherwise, outsiders would find it nigh impossible to recruit barbarians. Conversely, upon reviewing the imperial provincial documents, the village chief and Ajite rejoiced at the prospects awaiting the 6 barbarian brothers. After all, Ross was a noble. While they were merely first-tier professionals among the common folk of the north, out of respect for the empire, they could not outright refuse Ross's request, especially since the advancement of Ross's territory would simultaneously secure the futures of the barbarian brothers. Moreover, Ross's grand visions undoubtedly played a significant role. The legal provisions from the imperial province had been issued, and it was now clear to all that he was officially a baron and lord of his domain. There was, however, an unspoken truth that Ross refrained from voicing. According to imperial law, Iceheart Village should technically be a vassal settlement of his directly governed territory, obligated to pay taxes to the Rose domain each year and to submit individuals for his jurisdiction. Yet, the village chief, Raymond, did not broach this subject, nor did Ross, maintaining a tacit understanding. In the north, the balance of power ultimately dictated the dynamics of relationships, rather than mere affiliations. However, in the future, should Ross's domain grow formidable, Iceheart Village would inevitably rush to offer tribute. The northern barbarians were refreshingly straightforward, relying solely on strength to dictate their interactions. After successfully recruiting the barbarians, Ross sold a batch of leather armor, cold-toothed pike, white salmon, fuel, fish meat, salmon jawbone daggers, and inferior rubies, all derived from the rebirth system, yielding nearly 50 gold coins in profit. In addition to the 6 barbarians, the village chief of Iceheart provided 10 slots for farmers and facilitated the recruitment of 16 slaves. As the demand for enslaved individuals was currently quite high, when Ross arrived, he spent exactly what he earned. He purchased seeds for snow cabbage and cold-resistant quinoa, but regrettably, the regeneration system did not acquire the seeds. The fish fry, however, require considerable time to grow before a fish pond can be established, and aquaculture in the northern regions is somewhat troublesome. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Greetings, Lord. Sir Ross. We shall heed your command henceforth," Pierre said respectfully, placing his gloved hand over his chest and tapping it in a gesture of reverence. Observing the 6 barbarians exhaling white mist with their breaths, Ross smiled and remarked, "The Ross clan cannot thrive without your assistance. Among you 6, who is the leader of this warband?" Pierre replied, "I am the eldest, but I cannot claim the title of leader." Many are unaware that barbarians operate within warbands and team dynamics, typically comprising shield bearers, archers, swordsmen, and axe wielders. Ross, having grasped this, noted their spirited enthusiasm and nodded in satisfaction. They were all first-tier barbarian practitioners, undeniably formidable. In the structure of an adventurer's guild, even as a noble, Ross would merely be able to form an adventuring party with them and become a comrade. Nobility is recognized only when the lord possesses considerable power. In the imperial capital and prosperous port cities, barons are as common as dogs, and viscounts abound. It is not uncommon for adventurers to hold noble titles as well. Ross did not engage in contests of strength or partake in juvenile displays such as arm wrestling. Instead, he continued to procure supplies in Iceheart Village, loading goods until the celebration commenced at 4 in the afternoon. The villagers sang and danced, indulging in fine wine. The gathering took place at the home of the village chief, Raymond, where barbarians, elders, and youth convened in a boisterous assembly. The air was filled with the delightful aroma of herbs, pine needles, and the sumptuous meat of enormous deer, all sizzling with juices over the flames. The tables overflowed with wine goblets. After all, In this barbarian village, Iceheart was remarkably affluent compared to other villages lacking practitioners. From the adjacent stable, the distant sounds of neighing horses and lively chatter, punctuated by hearty laughter, echoed from Chief Raymond's quarters. Naturally, Ross was treated as an esteemed guest, receiving frequent toasts. Whether it was due to his robust physique, reminiscent of a white dragon, he welcomed all with unreserved enthusiasm, indulging heartily in wheat drinks. Amidst the coarse banter of the barbarians, wild discussions about women were rife, reminiscent of the bleeps from a previous life, with expletives surfacing occasionally. This was not an act of feigned wildness, but rather genuine exuberance. Alcohol reveals the truth. As several barbarians became inebriated, they engaged in a brawl, much to Ross's astonishment. The elders of Iceheart Village appeared unfazed. A few exchanged punches without drawing weapons, playfully striking one another, and when executed with finesse, their efforts drew cheers from the onlookers. Ross felt a twinge of excitement, contemplating joining in on the fray. However, to outsiders, he remains the elegant baron of the territory, seamlessly blending into such an atmosphere, much to the astonishment of the surrounding elders and barbarians. Let us raise a toast to this new noble of the empire, the esteemed Baron Rose, who possesses the official documents of the imperial province of Reich. We welcome him for bringing prosperity to Iceheart Village through trade and for igniting hope for humanity's exploration and advancement in the north. To you, Baron. Cheers, my lord. Baron Rose lifted a massive horn cup and, in full view of the crowd, drank deeply, the resounding gulp unmistakably earning the approval and admiration of the barbarians. As wild individuals of the north, they are straightforward and unrefined. They appreciate what they find agreeable and disdain what they deem pretentious. Undoubtedly, Rose's demeanor and his hearty drinking won their favor and respect. It appears this baron is unlike other imperial nobles. After all, he is one who dares to venture into the north to carve out new territories. Though the odds of success may be slim, the courage to take that step is commendable. Rumors have circulated that the Empire will dispatch a contingent of soldiers to provide military assistance to the Rose territory. Is there any truth to this? If such military support exists, it would signify the Empire's endorsement of this baron, indicating substantial backing behind him. The elders in the village exchanged intelligence regarding Rose, their discussions muffled by the din of the gathering, and even if Rose were to overhear, it would matter little. The festivities in Iceheart Village are characteristically boisterous and candid. The barbarians' feasting serves as a unique social occasion, and Daggett, holding his cup, proactively toasted to Rose, declaring, "The brothers of the war band are my kin. I regard them as brothers. I believe that following you, they will have a bright future ahead." Rose smiled in agreement. "I believe so too." At the communal round table of the village chief's home, crude anecdotes sparked uproarious laughter, creating a scene far more lively than a tavern. Causing Rose's cheeks to flush slightly, Daggett raised his cup, suddenly signaling for silence, his booming voice declaring, "Next, we shall hold a boasting contest." Chapter 10. Inciting the Barbarians to Slay Dragons. Astonishing. Is Rose a dragon slayer? The nascent form of the dragon slayer warband. A sudden voice rang out from nearby. "I'll make you regret it." "Ha! When did this happen, and why was I unaware?" A female villager twisted the ear of the culprit, who immediately howled in distress. It seems that fear of women is universal. "In my prime, I slaughtered over 150 snow wolves in a month," shouted Jagu, one of Rose's 6 barbarian generals, raising his arm in a furious roar. The atmosphere grew increasingly frenzied and exuberant, and soon the boasting spread like a series of explosive devices, landing squarely upon Rose. "Lord Rose, it is your turn." Rose chuckled. "I am a dragon slayer. I have slain 2 white dragons and escaped from the clutches of a young dragon handler." In an instant, the entire barbarian tribe fell into a profound silence, only to erupt moments later into sharp cries. "The dragon slayer? What?" Daggett stared in astonishment at Ross, who raised his head high and surveyed his surroundings. The atmosphere momentarily grew somber, only to ignite once more with fervor. The boastful contest was merely that, boasting, a blend of truth and falsehood, where the veracity mattered little. The only requirement was to drink. Drink, drink, drink. Ross lifted his goblet and downed it in one swift motion, the revelry continuing long into the night. Daggett and the barbarians were formidable drinkers, as befit their profession. Their metabolism differed vastly from that of ordinary folk. 6 barbarians gathered around Ross, seemingly acknowledging him as their leader, even if they were reluctant to admit it. They could not deny his charisma. In terms of character, prowess, and valor, the Baron Ross before them was indeed a figure worthy of admiration. "Have you truly slain a white dragon?" Ross replied, "Absolutely." The white dragon had ravaged the northern realms for years, and 5 years prior. Iceheart Village had nearly been annihilated by its fury. Even so, the village had suffered greatly and took a long time to recover. Pierre pointed to a scar on his face, stating, "This is the mark left by the White Dragon's attack on our village." As houses crumbled and chaos ensued. Amidst the frost and the dragon's fiery breath, someone questioned, "If you have indeed slain a white dragon, how can you prove it?" Ross, slightly inebriated, chuckled. "Those who are bathed in dragon's blood are impervious to blades." "Is that truly so?" Ross extended his arm, offering his tempered greatsword. Nobles donning longswords at their waists symbolized strength and authority. Pierre took the sword and, with a tentative swing, struck. "Come on." Although Pierre was skeptical, the tempered greatsword met Ross's hand, leaving only a mark that resembled the clash of steel. Ross laughed. "Perhaps we should change the venue." He gestured to his neck. The crowd watched as Ross removed his leather armor, revealing a torso that, while not overly muscular, was nonetheless solid. His skin was pale, and in contrast to the broad figures of the northern barbarians, he appeared somewhat slender. Clang! The tempered greatsword struck the bone of Ross's shoulder, yet he remained unharmed. Again, Ross urged, "Have you not eaten?" Pierre's expression faltered. With a second strike, Ross remained unscathed, calmly donning his clothing once more. At that moment, a hint of mystery and legend enveloped him in the eyes of the surrounding barbarians, the aura of enigma amplifying significantly. "The Dragon Slayer?" Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. This was precisely what Ross desired. Doubt and skepticism that would eventually transform into rumors and legends, elevating his stature and renown, drawing curious adventurers to his domain, eager to join his ranks. Rather than merely showcasing his prowess, it was a strategic maneuver to enhance his reputation and prestige. Thus, he remained unfazed by the barbarian skepticism. Even the more one doubts, the more discussions arise, and thus the rumors become increasingly contentious. Dagite, with a face flushed from intoxication and shoulders as sturdy as a small mountain, suddenly became agitated and trembled as he asked, "Where's the white dragon?" Ross, exhibiting a calm demeanor akin to a tranquil lake, observed Dagite's eyes, which were suffused with suppressed hatred and drunkenness, and replied, 10 barbarian warriors. I shall lead you to Iceheart Village to slay the dragon." Dagite, gritting his teeth as he regarded Ross, retorted, "Our Iceheart Village has only 25 barbarian practitioners in total." Ross challenged him, 5 years ago, how many lives were lost when the white dragon attacked the village? 200. Countless buildings were destroyed. My grandfather and mother perished in this calamity. Suddenly, an inexplicable joy flickered in Ross's eyes. His purpose for remaining at the feast was to incite the barbarian warriors of Iceheart Village through the revelry and the allure of dragon slaying, thereby aiding him in vanquishing or slaying the youthful white dragon. Observing the blazing flames of vengeance igniting in Dagite's eyes, Ross sensed that his plan was exceeding expectations. As the flickering candlelight illuminated a map upon the wall, Ross pointed to a location along a riverside cliff, declaring, "Here lies a white dragon. We, with our 20 or so barbarian warriors, may be a bit excessive. 10 will accompany me in the dragon hunt. Once we succeed, we shall discuss the spoils." The inebriated crowd was unprepared for rational analysis. Ross's measured cadence stirred their emotions. Panu, Palau, Pierre, Rainier, and Gaku suddenly flushed with excitement. And Dagite found himself trembling uncontrollably. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. He could no longer suppress the fervent blood coursing through his veins, and the accelerated rhythm of his heart, as the alcohol dulled his rationality, plunging him and the surrounding barbarians into a fervent state of exhilaration. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. Roar. Slay the dragon. The 6 barbarian warriors encircled Ross, resembling a Maori war dance, beating their chests like drums, bellowing the words "Slay the dragon." The village chief and the elders of Iceheart Village were taken aback by the transformation of the barbarians. Chief Raymond rushed forward to intervene, but Dagite's eyes had already turned blood red. He fixed his gaze on Ross, whose slightly intoxicated eyes bore an earnest expression, and proclaimed, "If what you say is true, and you indeed accomplish the feat of slaying the dragon, the entire Iceheart Village shall willingly align with your leadership. Henceforth, we shall follow you. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon." The cacophony of frenzied battle cries and the thunderous beat of war drums resonated in every heart, igniting Ross's own blood and ambition in response to the fervor of the barbarians. Feeling the pulse of their wild enthusiasm and fierce desire for dragon slaying, Ross chuckled, "Dagite, tonight I shall let you experience the strength of that creature. Do not act impulsively." He cast a reassuring glance at the village chief, Raymond. Though aged, the elder must have once been valiant in his youth. Listening to Ross's temperate words, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. He had feared that Ross might incite the fervor of all the assembled barbarians, leading them back with a multitude of corpses and severed heads. Such an outcome would not be fierce and fiery, but rather blind folly. It now appeared that Baron Ross possessed not only fervor and solitary courage, but also the wisdom and calm to harness that fervor. This quality shone through him like the brilliance found only in great leaders, illuminating the moment with a divine radiance that made it difficult for the onlookers to avert their gaze. Dagget recognized that his thirst for vengeance had nearly clouded his judgment. "Shall we take a look tonight?" he inquired. Ross smiled coldly, like a blooming red rose, and remarked, "The sword and the rose are two extremes. Both symbolize beauty. The former bears its edge, while the latter has its thorns." The barbarians were not accustomed to such discourse, and Ross commanded, "Let us set forth now. I shall go too." The fervent emotions of the followers had been ignited by Ross, and their enthusiasm blazed like an unquenchable fire in their hearts. This was the very flame that Ross sought to stoke, an ambition that stirred their desires and aspirations, illustrating his mastery as a leader. "Do not rush. That which you yearn for will come to pass in due time. I do not make idle promises." The resounding thuds of fists against chests echoed throughout the gathering. Each barbarian's gaze towards Ross now aflame with fervor. The passionate spirit surged, reflecting absolute loyalty and elevated morale. Ross's incitement had begun to manifest its power, and soon countless armies, soldiers, and fervent warriors would charge forward for his ambitions, becoming nightmares for their enemies. That night, he mounted a black steed, while Dagget rode a broad warhorse, trailing behind Ross. Upon the cliff, this time, Ross did not rouse the young white dragon. When Dagget beheld the creature resting in the icy cavern, surrounded by the murmurs and chatter of the dog-headed creatures, he was struck by a singular emotion, astonishment. Ross licked his lips and smiled, saying, "Dagget, inform all the barbarian brethren that the war band can be reformed. From this day forth, you shall bear but one title. To die in battle is to become a legend. Those who survive shall be known as the Dragon Slayers." In the future, the formidable territory of Ross would rival the Dragon Slayer band of the legendary 300 Spartans, taking shape before their eyes. Invulnerable after bathing in dragon's blood, this band of barbarians would etch unparalleled feats of valor in the annals of Ross's domain, becoming a terrifying engine of slaughter that would instill dread in countless foes. People are often reluctant to mention or even touch upon that name, for the Dragon Slayer has become a nightmarish taboo. The realm of Ross is filled, from top to bottom, with the White Dragon, the Dragon Slayer, and a horde of frenzied barbarians. History records in the annals of the great catastrophe that Lord Ross de Bonial of the Ross territory, in the year 1052 of the Empire, led the barbarian warriors of Iceheart Village in a monumental endeavor to slay dragons, giving birth to the Dragon Slayer Legion, which instilled terror across the continent. The Dragon Slayer Legion, clad in steel armor, their chests adorned with scales of the white dragon, rendered their flesh impervious to blades and projectiles, boasting terrifying physical prowess. Armed with 3-foot-long greatswords and proficient in various weapons, they ranked among the most brutal and formidable of the 10 legions under Emperor Ross's command. In the Battle of Bonnet, 300 members of the Dragon Slayer Legion faced off against an enemy force of 350,000, holding their ground for over a month until the enemy retreated. This battle laid the foundation for Duke Ross's ascension to the throne. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued in the rear. In the aftermath, the Empire hailed Duke Wellington, known as the Conqueror of Conquerors, for his triumph, while the defeated foe took his own life, an event now referred to by historians as the Bloodied 39 Days. Chapter 11. Leading Barbarians to Slay Dragons. The White Dragon Weiss has relocated, yet for those possessing the small map, it is as if he never moved at all. At times, the omniscient perspective provides such distinct advantages. To Ross, Weiss's actions resembled a child cleverly hiding his toys behind his back, while claiming he was not playing at all. Dagget returned to rally the Barbarian Legion. The thought of effortlessly summoning reinforcements filled Ross with anticipation. His primary objective remained unchanged: to form a pact with a white dragon through the Dragon Pact with the White Dragon and truly become a Dragon Lord. However, the previous young white dragon had been slain, and Weiss was on the verge of being killed as he summoned his barbarian horde. Thanks to the small map, Ross was aware of other white dragons nearby, making the task of eliminating Weiss rather trivial. It felt akin to a marathon. Some run 5 kilometers, others 10. While Ross was the strongest contender running 50 kilometers. Certainly, he could contract a younger white dragon, but would Iceheart Village then submit to him? Unlikely. The barbarians needed to vent their fury and hatred, and what Ross needed to do was to guide them towards vengeance. channeling their emotions to serve his purpose. This represents the highest form of governance, subtle and profound as water flowing smoothly, nourishing without sound. From the perspective of the barbarians, Ross appeared remarkably understanding and benevolent towards them. Such empathy and support instilled in Dagget and the other barbarians a fervent desire for revenge, coupled with a sense of gratitude towards his lordship, Baron Ross. Ross's 6 subordinates, along with 4 of the mightiest barbarians from Iceheart Village, gathered at the periphery of the icy cavern, their movements agile as they suppressed their excitement and anticipation. Dagget had yet to be wholly convinced, and, leading Pierre, Rainier, and Gaku, turned to Ross and inquired, "My Lord Ross, I have gathered the men. What shall we do next?" Ross chuckled, stating that in the face of our adversities, it is imperative to comprehend that the white dragon belongs to a class of aerial creatures. The vast, icy expanse of the blue sky renders them agile and nimble. Hence we must refrain from releasing it. Should it sustain injury, it is likely to flee. We cannot underestimate the cunning and intelligence of the white dragon. Indeed, they possess a level of intellect that surpasses that of many humans. Dagget remarked that engaging in battle within its lair would be ill-advised, as the environment there is entirely under its control, resembling a labyrinthine ice cavern, offering no advantage to the barbarians. After much deliberation, Ross asserted that obedience to his command is essential. He proceeded to outline the strategy, stating that the plan comprises 3 steps. Whether we engage in combat within the white dragon's nest or are discovered by it, the circumstances remain distinct. First and foremost, we must not allow it to roam freely in the sky, as the lair provides such an opportunity. Secondly, we must execute a surprise attack before it becomes aware of our presence, which could yield exponentially favorable results. My previous success in slaying a second white dragon was predicated upon this principle. The reason Ross managed to kill the juvenile white dragon without obstruction was due to his surprise assault on the slumbering creature. The situation now faced by the barbarian warband is analogous. Should the ambush succeed, even the mightiest white dragon would sustain considerable injury, thus shifting the tide of battle in our favor. Dagget noted that while the white dragon is not particularly fearful of fire, flames can impose certain restrictions upon them. Hence, we have prepared incendiary canisters. These canisters are strategic resources employed by the Empire for city defense, containing a viscous oil that, once ignited, burns fiercely, emitting thick black smoke and toxic fumes. An experienced barbarian, nearing 40, contributed during the war preparations. The fish oil fuel previously sold to Iceheart Village is also contained within the canisters. Ross promptly embraced this suggestion, recognizing it as a commendable strategy. The white dragon indeed exhibits high resistance to extreme cold, yet it is notably vulnerable to incendiary damage. However, caution must be exercised to avoid harming our own. Tina smiled, assuring that he had prepared a considerable supply of fire-resistant potions. Ross nodded in approval. The collective effort brought a sense of ease. Although the barbarians may appear rough and uncouth, they prove to be more dependable than many mages in critical moments. Far more reliable than the adventurers who had abandoned him in the north. Ross articulated the second phase of the plan, to target the wings of the white dragon. He began sketching in the snow while 10 barbarians listened intently. Having slain 2 white dragons, Ross possessed an intimate understanding of their anatomical structure, akin to how Da Vinci comprehended human anatomy. The wings of the white dragon are laden with numerous fascia and radius bones, with articulated joints. In the initial stage of the ambush, it is crucial to assault its skeletal structure to prevent it from utilizing its flight capabilities to inflict harm upon the barbarian brethren. Do not be misled by Ross's seemingly nonchalant demeanor. Each barbarian is acutely aware that they are on the brink of a formidable and perilous struggle. After a deliberation, Ross gestured for the barbarians to follow him. Initially, the logistics officer, Tyner, harbored suspicions that Ross might intend to use the multitude of barbarians as mere fodder, a tactic often employed by the aristocracy on the battlefield. Whether in large-scale military confrontations or smaller-scale wilderness skirmishes, nobles have historically stood back, directing from a distance while others bled and suffered. The barbarians, who were always at the forefront, bore the brunt of the conflict, believing that injury was their due and survival a reward from the god of war. Over the years, they developed a disdain for the aloof aristocrats who treated lives with such disregard. However, when Ross declared at the pre-battle meeting that he would lure the enemy and bear the full brunt of the white dragon's wrath, this entrenched perception of nobility was irrevocably shattered. Other nobles may conform to the stereotype, but Baron Ross, in the eyes of the barbarians of Iceheart Village, was not a conventional aristocrat. In the final phase, we require a trap that measures 30 meters in length. When I bellow at you, It is imperative that you heed my command immediately, for it signifies that the white dragon has gone mad and is on the verge of fleeing. At that moment, this 30-meter trap will become its final resting place. This trap is the harbinger of doom that Ross has meticulously prepared for the white dragon. The goblinoids and subhuman minions were oblivious to the presence of humans, leading the barbarians into the lair of the great ice-cold torturer. A few goblins were engaged in raucous mating, while the stench of burning refuse and food masked a more acrid scent of burning fuel. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the dogs' noses remained extraordinarily keen. One of the wolfmen remarked, "There is a strange odor." Indeed, there was an unusual scent. Intruders. In an instant, the noxious fumes erupted into explosions, enveloping the chamber in thick, dark smoke. The icy cavern of the white dragon descended into chaos and terror. As the dense black smoke rolled in, staining all goblins, wolfmen, and lizard folk in a coal-like hue, several goblins inhaled an excess of toxic gas and collapsed. Convulsing at the bottom of the cauldron, 2 goblin sorcerers raised their staffs, poised to assist their revered master, the white dragon. Within the smoke-filled ice cavern, Ross, wielding a quenched noble sword, gazed at the severed right wing of the white dragon, a wry smile of amusement and a flush of excitement gracing his features. Insignificant ants. It is you. Previously, Ross had ventured here, and the white dragon Weiss harbored an immense animosity towards him. The dragon's horde and the incessant disturbances caused by adventurers were akin to the way humans despise mosquitoes. To Weiss, human adventurers were nothing more than incessant flies buzzing around, impossible to shoo away. He never anticipated that despite relocating his lair, this cursed individual would still manage to track him down. The right wing of Weiss drooped unnaturally, revealing a gaping wound nearly 4 meters long, with the tip of the wing shattered. The once pallid dragon body was charred black from the searing smoke and flames. Rend. In days gone by, Ross would have fled far from the swipe of the dragon's claw. Yet now, feeling as insignificant as an ant, he boldly met the oncoming claw with his tempered great sword. "Lord Ross, charge." 10 barbarians armed with axes and swords surged towards Weiss. "Damn maggots, insignificant humans. You all shall perish." Ross coldly intercepted the dragon's strike, commanding, "Divide into 2 groups, spread out to the sides." His primary intention was to lure the enemy, essentially, to act as a tank absorbing the wrath of the foe, raising his long sword to provoke Weiss directly at his dragon eye. When had such a minute creature ever dared to confront him so defiantly? In an instant, Weiss erupted in fury. Buzz. The terrifying aura of frightful presence radiated from Weiss like ripples in water, enveloping the surrounding area. All the barbarians felt an overwhelming dread, and the pupils of the barbarian Digite trembled, momentarily halting his movements. In the next moment, Weiss's right wing swept towards them. Dodge. Crystals of ice swirled as Digite crouched low, narrowly avoiding the strike, while the barbarian Rainier was not so fortunate, sent flying and rolling. Blood trickled from his temple. He wiped it away and shook his head, rejoining the fray. The massacre 5 years ago had forged a deep-seated enmity between the barbarians of Iceheart Village and Weiss. Ross's great sword lay across the ground like a frost-rimed crack. The dragon's wings swept before him with the force of a train colliding with a barrier, unleashing a cloud of crystalline mist that obscured his vision, leaving him blind to all but the small map before him. The wall-like wing struck him, forcibly pushing him back 15 meters, yet Ross emerged unscathed. Witnessing this valiant display, the morale of the barbarians surged. "Well done, Lord Ross." Ross sheathed his sword, a gash carved into the icy ground before him. "Is that all?" His words and actions provoked Weiss further, as the nearby barbarians continued their relentless assault on the dragon's wings. Roar. The white dragon Weiss, in a reckless display of determination, charged towards Ross. Driven by an unwavering resolve to eradicate evil, he was intent on eliminating this noble swordsman, who had dared to provoke him not once, but twice, and whose strength was formidable. In that moment, even Weiss felt an icy threat and murderous intent looming over him. The barbarian warriors around him were all elite fighters, skilled in combat, yet the most troublesome was the one named Ross, standing defiantly before him. Had he lost his mind? Gazing upon the colossal figure towering over him, resembling a collapsing building, Ross, who might have been overwhelmed in his previous life, now found amusement in the spectacle. "Frost Spirit," he commanded, and once again remained unscathed, while the barbarian leader, Gidget, played his part. With a furious strike, the massive axe cleaved into Weiss's wounded flank, hot dragon blood spraying onto Ross's face. The fervor and madness, along with the insatiable desire to slay dragons, consumed the very nerves of every barbarian present. Insects. Tiny insects. Weiss shrieked in agony, the sound echoing within Ross's ethereal state. As Ross's form returned to normal, like ripples on water, he grasped his noble, enchanted sword, and without hesitation launched a series of strikes at Weiss's neck. A roar of pain erupted from Weiss, reverberating throughout the icy cavern. Ross keenly observed the vulnerable area of Weiss's throat, brewing a terrifying storm. Cold breath. The realization struck Ross swiftly, and he commanded the surrounding barbarians, fall back. Chapter 12. Ascending to the rank of second-tier White Dragon Swordsman, the third dragon-slaying plan achieves great success. Boom. A massive repulsive ice ring radiated from the dragon's bleeding neck. Two barbarians were instantly frozen into solid ice, suffering from severe frostbite. A terrifying injury so severe that amputation would be futile. This was the breath of the White Dragon, a creature at the pinnacle of the food chain with dominion over ice. After charging for 5 to 6 seconds, the breath lasted for over 12 seconds, transforming the surroundings into a realm of frost and cold mist, emanating a lethal power akin to dry ice piled excessively within a room, exuding a dreadful magical aura. All the barbarians suffered from frostbite, with their leader Gidget's right arm severely injured, blood tearing through ice crystals, revealing flesh beneath. Insignificant insects, you shall all perish. Kill him, shouted Pierre, whose face was partially frozen and wounded. Ignoring the purple bruises and frostbite at his ears, he charged towards Weiss alongside the other barbarians. Gidget readied his bow, unleashing arrows amidst a clash of thick black smoke and white mist. Outside the icy cavern, the dog-headed men and subhuman servants added new variables to this legendary dragon hunt. Ross, maintaining his composure, directed, Panu, Palau, Pierre, clear out the riffraff. He sought to further incite the enmity of the White Dragon. Yet the distance between them had already stretched to 50 meters. The barbarians were, after all, not akin to him. Engaging in a scattered battle held no purpose. He realized that the White Dragon, Ross, might attempt to flee. He immediately commanded, all of you, gather around me. However, the two barbarians in front had already succumbed to their frenzy. The flail struck the White Dragon's right flank, intensifying its pain and fueling its wrath. Roaring, the colossal dragon's head descended like a hammer upon its own wounded side, disregarding its injury as it crushed the two barbarians, their forms mingling with dragon blood. Reduced to mere pulp, Gadget's eyes blazed crimson. Gain. Island. Memories of camaraderie, fighting side by side, sharing drinks, boasting, and laughing, flooded Gadget's mind, plunging him into a frenzied state. Yet, at that moment, Ross, as the commander of the battle group, bellowed with authority, Gadget, heed the command, rally to me. Even in the face of the White Dragon's onslaught, they had never witnessed Ross's roar of rage before. It reverberated like thunder, snapping Gadget and the other barbarians back to their senses, compelling them to draw near to his position. Boom. The White Dragon, Weiss, rampaged with wild abandon, colliding left and right. Even the nearby goblins and gnolls were not spared, crushed into a gruesome paste in its wake. Its final charge was not aimed at Ross and the remaining 8 barbarians. Instead, it surged towards the cave's entrance. It sought to flee. At that moment, the White Dragon Weiss was drenched in blood, its jaw wounded by Ross's enchanted sword, its body scorched by black smoke and the fire of siege bombs. With a shattered right wing, it realized it could no longer endure. Survival demanded escape. Weiss's madness epitomized its cunning and desperation, like the climax of a grand performance. To withdraw from battle necessitated plunging into the depths of conflict. Its craftiness, deviousness, and intellect were beyond human comprehension. Even the injury it inflicted upon itself to secure the demise of 2 barbarians was part of its scheme. Yet that accursed human noble named Ross, that monstrous figure, had rallied everyone to block the exit of the ice cavern. Weiss had no choice but to seek another location to breach the ice and escape, a small window. This was the entry point for goblins, gnolls, and other minions. Though not the main entrance of a dragon's lair, the ice here was relatively fragile. If it found itself cornered, it would resort to crashing through this small window to break free from the icy confines and evade danger. Most adventurers believed that dragons, with their immense size, were slow, but the truth was quite the opposite. Many dragons were renowned for their agility, and the White Dragon was no exception. Ross's voice reached Weiss's ears, the common tongue differing from the dragon tongue. This was bad. It was preparing to escape. The exclamation of Ross enveloped the White Dragon Weiss in his own cunning and sinister grandeur. How could the foolish humans comprehend the wisdom of the White Dragon? Yet, at the very moment when Weiss shattered the small window, the soft ice and snow suddenly gave way, unleashing a torrent of blazing oil and ignited canisters. Akin to a grand cremation. In that instant of losing both center and balance, the white dragon Weiss plummeted towards the vast pit ahead, a terrifying drop of 30 meters. No. Daggett stared in shock at the unfolding scene. Rainier, Tenna, and the other barbarians seemed to momentarily forget the agony brought on by the frigid cold, a pain that even their cold resistance potions could not alleviate, despite their adaptation to the relentless chill of the north. Yet now, as they witnessed the colossal dragon descend into Ross's cremation pit, that piercing pain and numbness were replaced by a profound shock emanating from the depths of their hearts. The white dragon was truly escaping from here. Panu, Palau, Pierre, Rainier, Alan, and Gaku, the 6 barbarian warriors pledging allegiance to Ross, gazed in astonishment as they beheld the white dragon plummet into the pit, engulfed by searing flames. Struggling amidst thick black smoke, their expressions had turned utterly blank and numb. My lord Ross. Ha! The white dragon has stepped into the trap. Ross's countenance bore an intoxicated expression of delight as he scrutinized the small map, contemplating the terrain and deliberating on which escape route the dragon might take if it were unable to fly. After much contemplation, he resolved to lead the barbarian warriors to block the exit, predicting that the dragon would likely opt for a narrow path. Late into the night, they excavated and cast most of the burning canisters into the pit. While iron spikes and blades might not slay the dragon, the flames certainly would. A roar erupted as flames soared in the pit. The white dragon Weiss thrashed in a frenzy, but the inferno consumed every inch of its flesh and skin. Dense black smoke invaded the dragon's nostrils and lungs as it wailed, exhaling frosty dragon breath in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames and smoke. Yet, the dragon's struggle, deprived of sight, proved to be in vain. The fat and flesh of the white dragon ignited alongside the raging fire. Countless goblins watched in terror at the spectacle. The great and brutal lord of icy cold has been turned into jerky. Run. Daggett stood at a distance, marveling at the magnificent scene. In this moment, neither Rainier nor Tenna, nor any of the other 6 barbarians questioned the wisdom and might of Baron Ross. The trap lay still, its efficacy only activated by a deliberate step upon it. Many barbarians had previously doubted Ross's strategy, believing it a waste of resources, speculating that the burning canisters would have been better used directly on the white dragon. Yet, he was entirely dismissed by Ross, who remained resolute in his convictions. In retrospect, this was not merely a correct judgment. It was almost divine, as if he were a god of war, deftly manipulating the psychological intricacies of the white dragon. The brilliance of Lord Ross is truly formidable. Rather than saying the white dragon was hunted by us, it is more accurate to state that it was Lord Ross who orchestrated its demise. It is terrifying. I cannot fathom who would dare oppose Lord Ross in the future. Loyalty is forged through authority, achievements, and fear. The barbarian warriors, drenched in dragon blood, found some relief from their frostbite injuries, yet this did not imply they were unscathed. At this moment, as clarity returned, the assembled felt the aches and wounds of their bodies. Bruises, sprains, and lacerations are an inevitable part of a barbarian's education. Yet frostbite presents a troublesome challenge. Ross approached the vast pit of the trap, where the white dragon Weiss had already perished. He did not immediately transform the dragon's carcass. This body would serve as a passport to dominate Iceheart Village. Whether it be the barbarian chief, Gadgite, or any other warrior, upon witnessing the white dragon's remains, they would acknowledge Ross's supremacy, bowing in submission and pledging their utmost loyalty. This was not merely a symbol of strength, but rather a credential of power. The adolescent white dragon was excessively heavy. Transforming, it could wait for a while. System: is partial regeneration and transformation possible? To convert the dragon's internal organs and most of its flesh. Congratulations, host, for performing major regeneration on the adolescent white dragon Weiss, receiving White Dragon Sword X1, White Dragon Bow X1, Frozen Dragon Jerky X45, Dragon Blood X230 gallons. Icefield Cavalry X1. Note: the host may forfeit the aforementioned regeneration to obtain a bottle of second-tier White Dragon Potion. I desire the White Dragon Potion. Ross resolutely relinquished the Dragon Sword, Dragon Bow, Jerky, and Dragon Blood, opting instead for the second-tier White Dragon Potion, which would enhance his personal strength and abilities. To choose otherwise would be folly. Weapons, whether swords or bows, jerky, and dragon blood, are all external. Enhancing oneself is the most effective investment. Congratulations, host, for acquiring second-tier White Dragon Potion. Second-tier White Dragon Potion. This potion aids the host in advancing the White Dragon Swordsman to the second tier, granting the ability of Dragon Breath. A silvery white potion was consumed entirely by Ross. All of these actions were, of course, concealed from the barbarians. As for the white dragon losing such a significant amount of blood and flesh, Ross could easily attribute it to excessive burning, resulting in carbonization. There are countless excuses at his disposal, depending on how one chooses to frame it. A searing sensation surged anew within Ross, bringing him closer to the form of a humanoid dragon. His dragon breath was not a mere physical exhalation, it was a magical ability. Thus, he acquired yet another skill that consumed mana. His abilities have seen a remarkable enhancement. And what piqued Ross's curiosity was the stark contrast between the capabilities of a second-tier swordsman and a first-tier swordsman. However, apart from feeling stronger and lighter in body, he found little external manifestation of this change. It even carried an air of inevitability. He chuckled as he gazed at the red dot on the minimap, symbolizing the white dragon. Having slain the dragon thrice already, his fourth encounter would not merely be another act of dragon slaying, but rather a covenant, whereby Ross would become a true dragon lord. As for whether the white dragon would harbor ill feelings towards him for slaying its kind, that seemed unlikely. The vast majority of dragons, especially the white dragon, are chaotic and malevolent beings, inherently disordered in their allegiances, often turning against their own kind. Thus, Ross's actions would not impede his contract with the white dragon, even if the dragon wished to resist. It would have to reckon with the power of his scrolls and system. Chapter 13. The tale of the Dragon Slayer spreads, and Iceheart Village submits. The final phase of the objective commences. Merchants along the route were suddenly privy to a rumor. Have you heard? A baron from the Empire has established a territory in the northern reaches, named Ross's domain. There are whispers that this lord has slain a white dragon. Is it true? A dragon slayer? Indeed, the news is authentic. Recently, reports of trading white dragon scales have circulated near Iceheart Village, shocking the entire Adventurers Guild. Numerous adventurers have already set out for Ross's domain, eager to uncover the truth. The tale of Baron Ross, the Dragon Slayer, has begun to circulate in the remote areas of the Northern Territories, becoming a topic of conversation among farmers and hunters alike. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of the white dragon, the villagers of Iceheart Village fell into a state of jubilation and astonishment. Many elders mourned the loss of their loved ones and friends, slain by the white dragon 5 years prior, now weeping in despair. The great Lord Ross. He has truly led the young barbarians to accomplish the feat of dragon slaying. These dragon claws, bones, head, and the scales and spines, these are indeed from the true white dragon, the genuine white dragon, brought down by Lord Ross. This is simply beyond belief. After a fervent exchange of astonishment and discussions, the villagers of Iceheart convened a council of elders. One after another, the elders conversed with Daggett about the entirety of the dragon-slaying process and experience. The more they learned, the more they perceived the might and terror of Baron Ross. You mean he faced the white dragon head-on? Daggett remarked. Lord Ross is a veritable dragon slayer. Even if he was not in the past, he certainly is now. An elder declared, for the sake of our territory's development, we must demonstrate our loyalty and submission to this Lord Ross. Indeed, the future of the Ross territory is boundless. As the lawfully appointed Lord of the Empire, he possesses the rights and responsibilities to govern Iceheart Village. According to Article 12, Clause 50 of Imperial Law, His Excellency Ross has the territorial claims over all villages and towns within 100 miles of his domain, and we cannot contravene the laws of the Empire. The numerous elders were astonished by Ross's triumph alongside the barbarians in slaying dragons and bringing back the corpse of the white dragon. Consequently, subsequent events unfolded naturally and seamlessly. From this day forth, Iceheart Village is willing to pledge monthly tributes to you, under the governance of the Ross territory. In the village, the chieftain Daggett knelt on one knee, and 25 barbarians collectively bowed before Ross, swearing their loyalty to him. However, the establishment of the Dragon Slayer Corps was of even greater importance to Ross. With a smile, Ross addressed Daggett, proclaiming him the leader of the Dragon Slayer Corps. The village chief, Raymond of Iceheart, who had once been a formidable barbarian, now raised a goblet of dragon blood, humbly kneeling before Ross. From this moment on, you shall be the sovereign of Iceheart Village. All villagers pledge their allegiance to you. Please partake of this dragon blood and accept our loyalty. You are great and immortal. Your exploits will be etched in the flesh and blood of every newborn in Iceheart Village. We beseech you to accept the loyalty of our barbarian settlement. We also express our gratitude for putting an end to the animosity spawned by the white dragon's attack. Thank you. Ross drank deeply. This act marked a significant transformation. In that moment, Ross became the de facto ruler of Iceheart Village, his commands surpassing even those of the village chief. Henceforth, All young people would be instructed to pledge their allegiance to His Excellency Baron Ross of the Ross territory. Ross, unbound by mundane ceremonies, had already slain 3 white dragons. The objective had reached its final stage, with only one last target remaining. Every barbarian's wounds were being treated, and vials of dragon blood were being consumed by these dragon-slaying warriors, significantly enhancing their physical prowess and rendering them nearly impervious to harm. Although Ross had absorbed much of the white dragon's flesh and blood, a substantial amount of dragon blood remained available for the Dragon Slayer core. 1 gallon of dragon blood is nearly 4 liters, and should Ross choose to convert the dragon blood into potions instead of utilizing resources, he could obtain over 230 gallons of dragon blood, highlighting the immense quantity available. Panu, Palau, Pierre, Rainier, Alan, and Gaku need no introduction. The bonds formed with Rainier, Tina, and Daggett have become as strong as brotherhood. Other barbarians, witnessing the exploits of dragon slaying, are filled with anticipation and desire for the development of Ross's territory, yearning for his recognition. With 4 fierce warriors by his side, Ross allowed the other barbarian fighters who had participated in the dragon-slaying battle to recuperate. After securing dominion over Iceheart Village, he prepared to return to the Rose territory with the resources gathered. In truth, during the festivities, he had already arranged for the supplies from Iceheart Village to be transported back to his realm. Seeds, slaves, 40 farmers, and a battalion of 25 dragon slayers had transformed Iceheart Village into his vassal. Ross gazed at his burgeoning domain with a sense of awe. Indeed, this was the fruit of unwavering dedication. The Dragon-S domain was his, yet he found little time to ponder the tax obligations from Iceheart Village. As he stepped back into the Rose territory, little Gria dashed into his arms, exclaiming, "My lord, I heard from the villagers of Iceheart that you have slain another colossal dragon. Is it true?" The villagers had already spread the word. The title of Dragon Slayer was gaining notoriety, becoming whispers and legends among the caravans heading to Iceheart and beyond. However, Ross remained unfazed by the rumors, for they were merely tales. His mind was preoccupied with the contract concerning the white dragon. "You seem to have grown stronger than before," Kant remarked, astonished. Ross, recognizing Kant's keen perception, began contemplating the optimal planting sites for snow cabbage. As customary, he prepared to go fishing in the afternoon, utilizing the system's regeneration feature to yield a substantial catch of fish oil, cooked fish, and 2 luminescent fish lamps. These fish lamps were somewhat rare, requiring specific fish species to produce. Ordinary fish lacking the glowing glands could not be transformed into these lamps. Ross felt a twinge of regret for not encountering any black bears, as he had missed the opportunity to acquire other types of special potions. His strength had always been bolstered by potions, specifically through the assimilation of the vital essences of his adversaries. The farmhouse was gradually taking shape, with the number of farmers increasing and consequently, the demand for food rising, leaving Gria, the secretary, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Ross had not initiated any modernizing procedures, such as paying wages to motivate the slaves. His management of the territory had been temporarily set aside as he pondered deeply, his presence during the day appearing somewhat solitary. "My lord, what are you thinking about?" Gria inquired. "Nothing much," he replied, as they walked together on the hard, snow-covered ground, discussing the cultivation of snow cabbage. As night fell, Ross resolutely set out for the final red dot on his map. The Dragon-S domain had become his obsession. Should he fail to tame the white dragon, he would be left profoundly disheartened. Chapter 14. The Contract with the White Dragon. The mysterious white dragon Frost. On a night adorned with roses, the chilling winds of the north howled fiercely. The barbarian warriors of the Dragon Slayer Brigade feasted heartily, their laughter and tales of dragon slaying echoing around the crackling bonfire. The fervor of their encounters with the mighty dragons lingered in the air. But where had Lord Ross gone? Odd, he had been present just moments ago. In the dead of night, Ross, having vanished without a trace, resolved to venture toward the perilous red dot on his map. As he stepped into the snow, he withdrew his right leg, his recent elevation to a second-tier White Dragon Swordsman endowing him with enhanced night vision, previously limited to 60 feet. He could now see over 100. The red dot on his minimap marked the dragon's location. No sooner had he entered the domain of the white dragon than a voice, cool and fluid as water, wafted into his ears. "Ross, who calls my name?" Suddenly, a terrifying slash struck towards him, a woman clad entirely in silver armor flickering like an apparition, reappearing beside a silver niche. Though Ross could not discern her features, an aura of extraordinary beauty and charm enveloped her. Responding swiftly to the eerie assault, Ross raised his enchanted greatsword. The clash of blades erupted, sparks illuminating the cave. "Impressive," the silver-haired dragoness remarked, her melodic voice resonating through the cavern. Having ascended to the rank of a second-tier White Dragon Swordsman, Ross's abilities had doubled, surpassing a value of 125. He had also mastered the breath of the dragon. With a swift motion, he unleashed his power, invoking the cold breath. A tempest of icy winds erupted behind him, coalescing into a terrifying silver dragon head, exhaling frigid fury. Upon closer inspection, the visage resembled the slain white dragon, Weiss. Ross had absorbed a significant portion of Weiss's essence, endowing him with strength unparalleled to his former self. "Oh, you possess some command of the dragon tongue." The silver-armored woman smiled, retreating several paces. Amidst the vast icy chasm adorned with niches and murals, her brown-gray eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Baron Ross, you are a most fascinating individual. Would you care to become my pet? From this day forth, you shall be with me, never depart. What say you?" Ross sensed that the silver-armored dragoness might be somewhat unhinged, her words lacking coherence. Moreover, he was perplexed as to how she recognized him, addressing him so familiarly as Ross. The silver-clad woman deflected his sword effortlessly, retreating swiftly before leaping onto a massive silver niche, smiling as she remarked, "No wonder you managed to slay that cunning and treacherous Weiss. However, if you wish to win the battle and earn my recognition, you still have much to prove. What is it that you lack?" The roar of the white dragon and its ethereal form had no effect on the armored lady before Ross, who was clad entirely in knightly attire. Ross was utterly unaware of the true nature of her being. Suddenly, she removed her silver metal helmet, revealing an astonishingly exquisite visage. With the helmet discarded, the clash of swords ceased, and she sheathed her long sword. Yet, Ross remained vigilant, perplexed by her intentions. "How dull it is to fight, truly. You are far too weak." "What? I am weak." At the instant the woman unveiled her face, her lustrous, dark hair, tinged with brown, cascaded down like a waterfall. Even in the frigid air, devoid of much light save for the moon's glow, her enchanting beauty shone through, exuding an exquisite elegance reminiscent of Artemis as she gracefully removed her helmet and armor. Ross was further captivated by her delicate skin and features, which suggested she was no older than 18 or 19. However, the age of dragons cannot be gauged merely by outward appearance. Thus, based on her youthful complexion, slender form, and the ethereal grace with which she regarded him, Ross could only surmise that she must be merely 18. "Am I beautiful?" she inquired, a self-absorbed beauty. Though her true form remained that of a white dragon, she did not respond to Ross's question but, tying back her hair, suddenly smiled at him, then, with elegant legs, began to remove her knightly greaves. "Will you assist me?" Her request was clear. She sought Ross's help in shedding her armor. The red dot on the mini-map had turned yellow and then green, indicating that this lady white dragon seemingly had no intention of continuing their skirmish. Moreover, her demeanor appeared to lack the furious cunning of Weiss, the white dragon, which rendered her somewhat endearing to Ross. He picked up a boot from the ground and sniffed it. The beautiful lady white dragon, with her white-brown eyes, smiled in surprise, her playful demeanor swaying her legs as if Ross's previous slaying of dragons had nothing to do with her. "What are you doing?" she asked, sniffing your iron boot. "It smells rather nice. You seem to be quite fastidious about cleanliness." The lady white dragon inquired, "My feet are right here. Would you like me to step on you?" Ross shook his head. "Perhaps not. My peculiarities are not as extreme as you might imagine." With a heart-shaped face and stunning beauty, her pink lips and flushed cheeks contrasted against her snowy skin, which bore a rosy hue rather than a ghastly pallor. Her exquisitely high nose imparted a sense of Western beauty, while her features were both striking and delicate, akin to a star's allure in a bygone life. "Will you remain seated in that niche?" The woman floated down gracefully, extending her hand towards Ross. "What for?" "As a gift. I permit you to take my hand and kneel to kiss the back of it." Ross took hold of her delicate, fair fingers, feeling that even the most exquisite piece of art in the world could not compare to the graceful contours of her hand. With its subtle dips at the joints and the alluring veins that faintly traced her wrist, the gentle curves stirred something within him. "Look at me," he said. Ross lifted his gaze, beholding the visage of the enchanting Valkyrie before him, and softly kissed the back of her hand. The woman did not reveal her name, deeming it unnecessary. Her striking beauty and the intensity of her large, captivating eyes fixated on Ross's actions and expressions as she spoke. "Come, bind yourself to me." In the throes of rousing the barbarians, he felt no such sensation. When he vanquished the white dragon hatchling and the youthful dragon Weiss, that feeling eluded him. Yet, in the presence of this woman, an inexplicable sense of fateful entanglement enveloped him, as if she were destined to belong to him, to accompany him through life. A strange dissonance clouded his thoughts, leading him to believe that she should indeed be his. The allure of her presence was enchanting, yet devoid of any magical aura. "I do not even know your name," he thought. The perfect and youthful woman smiled. "I am Fros." She gazed at Ross's face, her expression one of entranced admiration. "Your goddess." Atop the most formidable red mark of the white dragon, now transformed into a green mark, the golden dragon contract with the white dragon suddenly radiated a brilliant light, intertwining golden and white beams as if their fates were inexorably bound. Ross found himself unable to think, grappling to comprehend the sudden upheaval and its underlying logic. All he understood was that he had contracted with the enchanting white dragon before him. It seemed as though she had anticipated this moment, prepared for his arrival. In an instant, a spectral image of a white dragon materialized beside him. Simultaneously, another ethereal white dragon appeared beside the breathtaking young woman named Fros, their heads entwined. A beautiful arc formed at the corners of her lips. "From this day forth, we are bound together." "You must be insane," Ross exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the contract's power, which intertwined their souls in a profound connection. A sensation of being linked by blood and spirit surged between him and the woman named Fros, a bond that resonated deep within their souls. Yet, the strength of her essence felt boundless, like an endless abyss stretching from the heavens to the sun and moon, a feeling he could not grasp. Nor could he ascertain what had transpired from the beginning to this moment. The chain of logic seemed to have shattered, though the white dragon symbolized chaos and malevolence. The woman before him embodied gentleness, kindness, beauty, youth, and divinity. Ross, unable to resist, pressed his hand against her soft, fair skin, captivated by the whirl of her hair. Chapter 15. The hunt continues. A bountiful harvest, profits galore. Congratulations, host, on completing the contract ceremony and taking the most arduous first step on the path to becoming a dragon lord. Though the process of the contract was straightforward, the implications for the future development of the Rose territory are significant. The guiding task has concluded. Please continue to develop the Rose White Dragon territory to reach the village level. Village level, you say? Rose was wholly absorbed in the presence of the beautiful young white dragon, Frothas, and posed numerous inquiries, yet she offered no answers. "I won't tell you. Guess for yourself. Now that we are bound by the contract, I will follow you from this day forth." I don't know. Don't ask me. I have no idea." In that moment, Rose felt as if he were in a bar, entangled with a goddess, questioning why she chose to be with him, only to be met with her feigned ignorance, deliberately toying with his emotions. Yet, the biting cold of the northern winds and the oppressive darkness of the stars surrounded him. Regardless of the mysteries and concealed information, Rose remained the lord of the Rose territory. "When I return to the territory, I shall confine you and subject you to daily torment until you confess." Frothas regarded Rose thoughtfully, her bare feet treading upon the icy terrain, seemingly impervious to the chill of the mist. As Rose held Frothas's hand, he pondered how, despite achieving his goal as a dragon lord, this enchanting beauty before him was a white dragon. How would he project the title of dragon lord? "I am truly exasperated with you. I subdued the great dragon to ride it, to instill fear and terror as the formidable, ferocious, and destructive dragon lord of the north. And you? You are beautiful and appealing yet remain concealed. I am utterly at a loss for what to do next." Frothas smiled and replied, "Just consider me a decorative vase." On the road back to the Rose territory, devoid of the guiding lanterns, Rose encountered a group of fleeing goblins. Before he could draw near, they unleashed magic upon them. Indifferent to engaging in battle amidst the cold and darkness, Rose inhaled the icy winds of the north, each breath imbued with a profound chill. "You handle them, Frothas." "I refuse." Though she outwardly declined and appeared somewhat dissatisfied, she nonetheless advanced barefoot. With a silver, unidentifiable longsword, she swept through the ranks of goblins. Severing their heads like strands of thread, their lives extinguished upon the icy plains. How could her humanoid form possess such strength? Surely over 200. Rose marveled at the sight of the white dragon maiden in battle, increasingly astonished. The crux of the matter was that her true strength remained an enigma. Even Rose could not discern her hidden capabilities. Frothas remarked, "You ugly, foul creatures, from now on, I shall permit you to command me only twice a month. You have already used one of your chances today. Congratulations, host, on vanquishing 16 goblins and acquiring crude axes X4, rusty hose X6, bone inlaid armor X4, and bags of refuse X4. Congratulations, host, on defeating the goblin warlock leader and acquiring a magical crystal necklace. The magical crystal necklace, capable of storing first-tier magic, releasing it through mental guidance, with no wearing conditions required. Haha. Froja looked at Ross with confusion and asked, "Are you hungry? What use is there in slaying them?" Such narrow-mindedness, lacking comprehension. Humph. Ross paid no heed to Froja's inquiry. The Rose territory was in dire need of agricultural tools, and unexpectedly eliminating this horde of goblins yielded a trove of implements. Though they bore the marks of poor craftsmanship, they would prove invaluable as Ross's domain entered the agricultural phase. With these tools in hand, the efficiency of their efforts would surely be enhanced. Iceheart Village also had farming tools for sale, but with the blacksmith absent, purchasing them was not an option. The iron axe could be used for lumber, the hoe for tilling the soil, while the magical item held little intrinsic value, yet it could be exchanged for some gold coins. Ross contemplated the necessity of exploring new territories within his domain. The surrounding area was shrouded in too much war fog. Or perhaps it was merely the vastness of the northern lands that obscured his vision. "Well done. Continue," Ross encouraged. Froja responded, "I'm on strike." Along the way, Ross personally dispatched several gray wolves, distinguishable from the snow wolves encountered earlier, as many were solitary wanderers, evidently cast out from their packs. Arriving at the Kidney River, Ross shed his garments, preparing to hunt once more. Uncertain whether it was due to the prolonged delay or sheer exasperation, Froja lamented, "Is this how you hunt and fish? It's truly bothersome." "You find it bothersome? Then why not do it yourself?" Froja rolled her eyes dramatically. "Fine, I'll do it." In the next moment, countless cold-toothed pikes, massive white catfish, and northern mudfish leaped from the inland lake of Ross's territory as if summoned by a torrential downpour. The sight startled Ross immensely. The density of the fish swarming forth resembled a rainstorm. His mouth unknowingly formed an O shape. "What is this ability?" he stammered. "Dragon might. Don't you possess it as well? Can dragon might be used this way?" "What else?" "The basic dragon might induces mere tremors and fear with greater strength. It can cause foes to flee, and the most potent dragon might can even frighten creatures to death." Froja remarked, "You still lack control over your dragon might. How weak you are." Ross scoffed, "As long as you're strong, that suffices." He felt an overwhelming elation. How many fish were there? "System, convert this for me." Congratulations to the host for transforming the mirror fish, soul fish, Iceland white catfish, and northern mud loach, acquiring Frost Extract X15, Fishbone Armor X15, Defense Amulet X1, Rough Hoe X25, Gland Fish Lantern X12, Signpost X5, Axe, Hoe, Farming Tools, Gland Fish Lanterns, and even signposts. The expression on Ross's face grew flushed with excitement. Trembling, he gazed at Froth and said, "You are truly remarkable. But could you perhaps filter out the smaller fish next time? It would be preferable not to catch the fry as well." "Huh, such a request exists?" Froth was momentarily taken aback. Ross quickly added, "Let us do it again." Froth replied, "No, it's not happening again." Ross exclaimed, "Then I shall go fishing myself." "You are so bothersome." Reluctantly, a silver arc of light flickered at Froth's fingertips. Ross gasped, "What is this?" "The three-ring magic ice wall technique." A colossal ice wall erupted from the riverbed, its size unfathomable. No one knew the depths of the river, not even Ross, who had never swum deep enough to reach the bottom. The immense ice wall shattered through the 20-meter-thick ice layer, previously cracked by Ross's great sword. This time, the spectacle was even more astonishing. With a terrifying ice wall nearing 50 meters in height, continuously stirring up larger fish. Countless fish leapt and thrashed around, and Froth, glancing at Ross, coldly remarked, "Are you satisfied now?" Congratulations to the host for transforming the mirror fish, soul fish, Iceland white catfish, and northern mud loach, acquiring Rough Hoe X13, Gland Fish Lantern X6, Fish Oil Fuel Blocks X5, Frosted Algae X7. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Electric Eel Inferior Elemental Sphere X4. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Cooked Jellyfish X7. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Soul Fish Roe X24. In that moment, Ross was overwhelmed with joy as he suddenly realized something. Only third-tier magical professions could wield the three-ring magic. A white dragon? Logically. Shouldn't they be less adept at magic? Is her profession a warlock? A mage? A third-tier mage? Are you certain you are a white dragon? White dragons excel at magic. Froth huffed dismissively and turned her face away. "I want to tell you." Ross felt that with these two waves of magic, the gains should be calculated by the ton. With such abundant resources, it seemed Froth was indeed his lucky star. A lucky star is one that continuously drops equipment and valuable items, bringing immense fortune. Chapter 16. The Lumberyard, Farm, and Fishing House. Great development, mountain bandits. Let it be known that the great Baron Ross has contracted a white dragon. Let it be known that Baron Ross has single-handedly defeated a white dragon and successfully tamed it. Our lord, to whom Iceheart Village is affiliated, is a genuine white dragon lord, and from now on, the Rose Territory shall be renamed as the White Dragon Rose Territory. The merchants traversing the north felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment amidst the biting cold and the vast, white forests. They received news that was half truth and half fabrication, leaving them in a state of confusion. This information, like a tempest, began to spread from Iceheart Village and Ross Territory to the outskirts of the north. In a storm-laden region, amidst towering edifices and castles, numerous informants dedicated to gathering news from the north congregated. Many of these informants were human traders, who had come specifically to engage in commerce with the Dwarves of Silverhold. In previous years, Silverhold had generously traded firearms, ammunition, various weapons, and the exquisite dwarven brews. But this time, the merchants brought significant news regarding the northern territories. A human baron had established a domain in the north and had slain a white dragon, thus becoming a lord of dragons with the white dragon as his guardian. The white dwarf listened to this legendary tale with skepticism, questioning the authenticity of the information. Uncertain, yet some merchants had indeed procured authentic dragon scales, genuine scales from the white dragon, each the size of a palm and impervious to blades. Look, the dwarven scribe, Adela, gazed in astonishment at the dragon scale. Is this truly a scale from the white dragon? Indeed, came the reply. But slaying a dragon and being a dragon lord are two separate matters. How can it be confirmed that he has made a pact with the white dragon? The merchant shook his head. That is beyond our understanding. This is monumental news. Providing intelligence to the dwarves is mutually beneficial, as it has always been. Adela remarked. Go forth and claim your reward. This time, we shall bestow upon you 2 crossbows. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The human merchants departed in high spirits. While Adela pondered, a dragon lord is it? Soon, a bearded dwarf informant reported. The provincial scribe of the empire has indeed updated a message regarding the territory known as Ross, which is now marked on the empire's territorial map. A surge of curiosity ignited within Adela. The human empire's scribe acknowledges it? Yes, regardless of the veracity of the dragon slaying or the rumors of the dragon lord. It is indeed recognized as an enclave of the empire, which may pose considerable challenges for our dwarven dominion over the north. Adela declared, send forth scouts to continue the investigation. We shall not allow others to rest upon our bed. Nearby, the goblin tribes, dog-headed clans, and demi-human factions also learned of the dragon lord's tale, yet they remained in a state of skepticism and half-belief. However, the notion of humans from the empire establishing a territory in the north sparked countless questions among the creatures of the north. During this time, Ross devoted all his energy and time to the development of his domain. He spoke to Gria, the secretary of the territory, saying, for every kilometer of wasteland cultivated, we shall reward each individual with a silver coin, while also ensuring that everyone's meals are provided. Gria hesitated. What about the slaves? Do they receive the same? Ross inquired. Are we short on provisions? Glia nodded and replied, I can't shake the feeling that our lord treats these ordinary farmers and slaves a tad too kindly. The 40 farmers from Iceheart Village had arrived at Ross's domain. Nearly 100 individuals had commenced working the land. Despite the frigid weather, timber cabins were swiftly erected, and carts laden with wood were transported to the estate for construction. Nearby, Kent was directing other farmers in cultivating the northern planting area, where frost-resistant crops, such as snow cabbage and black quinoa, had been systematically sown in the fields. For sheds were brimming with supplies brought by Ross's regeneration, guarded by the steadfast Dragon Slayer Legion barbarians. Beside the lumberyard, more barbarians stood watch. Upon arriving in the cold, forested region of Ross's domain, he witnessed a towering beech tree leaning perilously, creaking as its branches snapped, sending up a flurry of snow. The forest's resources were not as scarce as one might imagine. Panu, his eyes alight, addressed Lord Ross, my lord. As Ross surveyed the territory, he inquired, what challenges have you encountered? Panu smiled, so far none. We previously dealt with a gray wolf that attacked the villagers. 4 hours ago, a slave was injured by a fallen tree, but I've urged him to rest. Including the slaves, the population of Ross's domain was nearing 100, resulting in an increased consumption of food. Fortunately, many sheds had been constructed, filled with provisions, alleviating any immediate risk of food shortages. Moreover, Iceheart Village was collecting taxes and had even dispatched 5 craftsmen to assist us. This was indeed the reason behind the rapid development of Ross's domain. Panu remarked, we discovered numerous herbs in the forest that can be used for healing. Would you like to take a look? Absolutely. Ross understood the significance of herbs for the territory. They were akin to rare delicacies in his past life, and the more, the better. The barbarians, having lived here for years, exhibited remarkable skills in identifying herbs, and Ross felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He was introduced to a herb resembling ginseng, bearing red berries. Panu explained, this red fruit is known locally as earth fruit, effective for bruises and cuts. The one beside it is called wasabi, known to cure hypothermia and severe colds, though it is quite spicy. Ross took a leaf that Palau had plucked and nodded. It is indeed very spicy. He encouraged them, saying, keep up the good work and report any issues promptly. The reputation of our territory is spreading. Have we encountered any thieves or outsiders surveying our land? Palau replied, quite a few actually. However, most are merely traders from Iceheart Village, here to conduct business. We have exchanged a fair amount of resources with them, though it may be difficult to discern whether they harbor ulterior motives or are simply curious. Ross nodded, for his territory had begun to exhibit a certain contentiousness, which would soon attract wandering souls to join their domain. He contemplated inscribing a slogan on a signpost. To arrive is to become one of the Rose people. Were the roads being cleared? Indeed. Efforts were underway to improve the rugged mountain paths. The towering mountains encircling Ross's territory rendered it a naturally defensible position, yet they also posed challenges, as the expansive landscape often left laborers lost while working outside. To mitigate this issue, Ross decided to hang signposts and luminescent fish lanterns nearby. For instance, the location where Palau stood was marked by Ross as a timber harvesting area, with directional symbols affixed, with the constant cool glow of the signposts and lanterns. Even nocturnal travels could evade the majority of disorientation. Ross was not one to indulge in pretentiousness. At noon, he shared a meal by the cauldron with 12 farmers from Iceheart Village and 8 slaves. The lunch consisted primarily of fish, complemented by a modest serving of black quinoa. Humans cannot forego carbohydrates. Their water source was boiled, albeit with some impurities, yet it was notably cleaner than many others, as it was sourced from the northern snowmelt. Continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave, he announced. Yes, my lord. The farmers held great respect and curiosity toward this mysterious figure, rumored to be the Dragon Lord's Baron. Upon interaction, they found him remarkably approachable, devoid of airs. He dined and resided among them, sitting on the ground rather than demanding the luxury of a carriage like other nobles. It was even said that Baron Ross did not possess a noble carriage, embodying the essence of a practical leader. Observing the transformation of his territory, it was impossible for Ross to feel devoid of accomplishment. He soon arrived at a nearby picking hut, where many of the farmers' wives were bending over to harvest ice thornberries from the northern forest. These berries bore resemblance to blueberries, raspberries, and blackberries found in the frigid Arctic regions of a past life. Seeing Ross, Jakku, one of the 2 youngest barbarians, broke into a wide grin. So, have you found a wife yet? He asked, though being under 20, he had not yet wed. Ross had placed him among the women farmers to observe their berry picking, yet Jakku felt somewhat awkward, as they often exchanged risque jokes and teased him. Ross chuckled. What do you have to fear, barbarian? Simply return the jest. Upon noticing the arrival of Baron Ross, the women erupted in joyous exclamations, my lord. Oh my, he is the most handsome and valiant baron. Have you eaten today, my lord? Allow us to present you with fresh northern berries. In contrast to the male farmers, Ross's visage and handsome stature undoubtedly attract the admiration and affection of the female denizens. After engaging in casual conversation, he glanced at the abundance of thorny berries nestled in the fish basket, nodding in acknowledgement. These berries serve as a vital source of vitamins for the inhabitants of the territory. Although they are quite tart and lack the exquisite varieties such as rabbit-eye blueberries or thin mist from his past life, they are nonetheless a generous gift from nature, a free resource. Can these berries be cultivated? Jakku inquired. I've heard it's possible, but one must wait until next year for any yield. And these berries are quite sensitive to temperature, thriving only in specific forested areas. Ross nodded, tossing a thorny blackberry into his mouth. Make sure to rid them of the thorns. Be cautious not to injure yourself. Understood. The entire Ross territory was abuzz with activity. Farmhouses had been erected, along with lumber mills, harvesting houses, and storage sheds. The final inspection naturally led him to observe the farmland in the northern region. Watching the farming tasks overseen by Kant in the expansive plains, he noticed the farmers wielding their hoes, scattering ice crystals. Despite the cold climate, they were sweating profusely, an image that inexplicably brought him a sense of psychological comfort. Previously, the women had been harvesting thorny berries, but now it was a matter of cultivation. The construction of houses represented a building endeavor, and in addition, it was necessary to send individuals to mine for iron ore, paving the way for future forging. The Ross territory had entered a phase of prosperity and agricultural busyness, enjoying the camaraderie between the lord and his subjects. At that moment, Pierre, the barbarian chief of the dragon-slaying brigade, approached Ross. "My lord, a letter has arrived." Ross was somewhat perplexed. His lover, the imperial messenger Audrey, had left not long ago, mentioning her journey to the count's domain. How could there be another missive from the empire so soon? Excitement surged within him as he read the succinct contents of the letter. To the esteemed Baron of the Rose territory, Lord Ross. The Empress is aware of your deeds in the north. The Empire shall bestow upon Ross territory the sum of 10,000 gold coins, along with 245 farmers, 31st tier Imperial infantry, 12 shield bearers, and 10 Imperial hunters, a total of 297 individuals in support, en route to your domain. May the will of Empress Anna be with you. Long live the Empire. Long live the Empire. Ross pounded his chest in exhilaration. Audrey had indeed accomplished a great feat. That night, Baron Ross took residence in a wooden house specially constructed for him. Although it lacked extravagant furnishings, the presence of a bed and windows was more than satisfactory. Very soon, we will have the glassmakers from Iceheart Village send over windows and other furnishings, all crafted by specialized artisans, to expedite the completion of your baronial hall, said Grelia. Ross smiled. No rush, come let me have a look. After a long day's toil, Grelia suddenly found herself alone with Lord Ross. She nervously wrapped her arms around herself, unaware that another woman of the White Dragon, with a gentle smile, chimed in from the nearby table. If you disseminate information in such a manner, I fear you may have already caught the attention of bandits. Ross chuckled. Bandits? How many? Froth remarked. It should be around 50. She pointed to a location on the hand-drawn map beside Ross. Although Ross possessed a small map, he had yet to discover any traces of bandits. Upon comparing it to the spot Froth indicated, he realized it was precisely an area shrouded in the fog of war atop a cliff. Oh, are there bandits here? Indeed, Froth replied. Ross immediately abandoned his flirtation with Glaia, stating, you should rest. He intended to investigate the area himself under the cover of night. While most lords relished issuing commands, the barbarians had toiled throughout the day and were required to keep watch. Ross, empathetic towards his subordinates, refrained from sending them on further errands. Moreover, navigating through the war fog on the map seemed more intuitive to him. He needed to maintain a comprehensive understanding of the territory's environment and surrounding conditions. Chapter 17. The Bounty Hunter, Targeted by Dwarves. Glaia announced, My lord, we are hastily establishing a trading post and market. Soon the residents of the territory will have opportunities to spend their earnings, and we will be able to engage in trade with Iceheart Village. However, we still require more black-covered carts, she added. Ross replied, you are in charge of that. The prosperity of the territory was intricately linked to commerce and trade. Indeed, the more flourishing the trade, the higher the prosperity of the territory. Ross was quite pleased with the actions of Glaia, his secretary, who possessed a noble foresight. Merely developing the territory was akin to building a ship in a bottle. To flourish in trade, welcome more outsiders, attract more refugees, and generate greater controversies to elevate reputation was the path to territorial prosperity. The flourishing era of the Great Tang, where nations converged, epitomized this truth. Currently, the resources produced in Ross's domain included timber, or, the mines had yet to be established, berries, herbs, and abundant fish resources. Once trade began to scale, Ross would soon revel in the joy of effortlessly earning gold from taxation. The self-styled bounty hunter Rodart was currently peering at a woman. A bandit subordinate announced, Lord Rodart. The intelligence from Ross's territory has arrived. They have fewer personnel than we do. The bandit's fundamental assessment of strength hinged on the number of individuals involved. Rodart, furious, retorted, who allowed you to interrupt me at this moment? The woman gasped, and as the enraged bandit sought to confront her, he could only leave begrudgingly, cursing the bandit leader under his breath. My lord, news has spread that Baron Ross has slain a white dragon and has become a dragon lord. Rodart stated, they have yet to discover our presence. There is no need for haste. At that moment, someone handed him a letter. For years, they had relied on dwarven support. Otherwise, they could not have lived so comfortably. Conflicts often arose with merchant caravans near Iceheart Village, as the bandits relied on plunder and would not spare passing traders. Oh, a lucrative opportunity has arisen. It is indeed a grand undertaking for our dwarven employer. Oh, another new task has emerged. Most of these bandits are refugees who have gathered together, recruited by Rodart as farmers. Although they are dressed warmly, their weapons are crude and rudimentary, with some bandits even wielding rusty pitchforks, resembling cavemen. This time, they aim to undertake a significant heist, hoping to acquire 2 firearms. Rodart pondered deeply. Firearms are ranged weapons that only dwarves can manufacture. Once he possesses such long-range firepower, his potential for expansion would be limitless. However, the individual named Ross must be approached with caution. Under the cover of night, as horses neighed, Rodart summoned 40 bandits to convene on the mountain, intending to descend and plunder the Rose territory. Coincidentally, they were positioned right atop the Rose territory itself. While Rodart conferred with a bandit known as Black Pearl on their plans for the raid, suddenly, a voice interjected. Are you planning to raid the Rose territory? I suggest starting with this lumberyard, then moving to seize the berries and fish stored in those sheds. There are thousands of fish caught within, along with ample timber and herbal resources. Following this weak point, you could breach the Lord's chamber. Their Lord Ross resides here. Rodart's expression froze as he turned his head to find a handsome man clad in leather armor casually resting his arm upon his shoulder. Who are you? Where did you come from? Ross chuckled. As fate would have it, I am Ross, the lord of the very territory you intend to plunder. Kill him. Kill him. While Ross lamented the lack of manpower in his domain, the bandits posed a threat to others, but to Ross, they were merely offering themselves up as free labor. Embracing the strategy of capturing the leader first, he pierced through the fog of war and indeed spotted nearly 100 red dots, certainly the bandits. The prospect of gaining over 100 new recruits for the Rose territory brought a broad smile to Ross's face, and he felt inclined to jest with the bandit leader Rodart. As a bandit chief, Rodart was a seasoned fighter. He drew a dagger, lunging fiercely at Ross, while Black Pearl, his second-in-command, brandished a short sword in a bid to strike him down. You, monster! The short sword was caught in a pair of strong hands, which twisted it into a pretzel shape. Black Pearl stood in shock, and before Rodart could react, Ross landed a punch on his nose. Blood gushed forth, a sharp sting bringing tears to his eyes. Just as he readied to retaliate, the dagger was pressed against his throat. Please, don't kill me, Rodart pleaded, resembling a clown with a red nose as he gazed at the handsome man who claimed to be Ross. Ross had taken the bandit leader hostage, grinning as he said, No need for such a commotion. Continue with your assault on the Rose territory. I just need a rehearsal. What? Meanwhile, Pierre, the barbarian on night watch, suddenly spotted a vast swarm of dark figures gathering above the forest. Enemy attack. The torch beside the bonfire was instantly ignited and hurled into the forest. If this were a woodland area on the plains, it would undoubtedly risk a forest fire. However, this was the north, where the torch ignited a few pine trees but could not ignite a sweeping blaze, hindered by snow and ice. Nevertheless, the flickering flames illuminated the bewildered faces of the bandits. This is bad, Chief. We've been discovered, Rodart exclaimed, glancing at Ross beside him. What are you staring at? Keep going, Ross urged. Keep attacking. Rodart commanded the bandits to launch their assault on Ross and his people. A dark mass of dozens of bandits charged downwards, only to find themselves trembling in fear within 10 minutes at the sight of 2 corpses and the ferocious barbarian warriors alongside Ross's citizens. We are no match for them, they cried out in despair. The 6 dragon slayers were more than enough to instill dread, their invulnerability alone sending shivers down their spines. Although other barbarians were recuperating, Ross had not summoned the likes of Gidget from Iceheart Village to bolster his defenses, but that did not imply that Ross's stronghold was defenseless. On the contrary, each barbarian took turns keeping watch at night to safeguard Ross's territory and provide early warnings. Tears streamed down Rodart's face, overwhelmed by the might of these barbarians. What was I thinking? I should never have offended the great Lord Ross, nor should I have dared to attack his domain. He lamented. Kill them. As a hunter, Jaka drew his bow and prepared to shoot, only to hear a familiar voice from among the bandit ranks. Everyone, stand down. Is that Lord Ross? He wondered. Ross continued, capture these bandits. The remaining old, weak, and infirm are up in the mountains. Pierre, send men to take charge of them. What? Ross smiled and said, As you can see, this is merely a drill. Rodart wailed, pulled to his knees, stripped of any dignity before Lord Ross, despite being a first-tier warrior who had been defeated in an instant. The bandits' territory was swiftly taken over by Pierre and his men, with over 40 old, weak, and women joining Ross's domain, significantly boosting its population. The remaining bandits were primarily refugees and farmers, and including Rodart, despite his weakness, they were a welcome addition. The population surged nearly by half. No wonder they relished plundering. The thrill of seizing people felt exhilarating, and as the defeated side, there was no pressure. Death was inconsequential since they were merely bandits. That night, over 100 individuals joined Ross's domain, making him feel that the establishment of a village was within reach. Iceheart Village boasted a population of less than 800, while Ross's domain had already surpassed 200. Later that night, Pierre interrogated the bandit leader Rodart and uncovered alarming news. "My lord," Pierre said with a grave expression, "we have received troubling intelligence. We are being targeted by the Dwarves of Silverhold." Ross inquired. "Silverhold? Dwarves? What is their situation?" Pierre's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable as he spoke. Silver Fortress is a crucial stronghold of the Dwarf Empire, renowned for its abundant production of ironware and firearms. With an army numbering in the thousands, Ross furrowed his brow, pondering the likelihood of their attack. What would be the outcome if they were to dispatch troops? Pierre replied, "We would stand no chance of retaliation." Ross inquired, "What about the reinforcements from the Empire?" Currently, it was known that the Empire's reinforcements consisted of 245 farmers, 30 first-tier Imperial infantrymen, 12 first-tier shield bearers, and 10 first-tier Imperial hunters. Pierre remarked, "I fear that would be insufficient, unless they were to send only a small contingent." Ross nodded. The entire Iceheart village boasted a mere 25 barbarian professionals, while the Empire's reinforcements numbered 52 first-tier soldiers. Relying on such strength to confront the Dwarves of Silver Fortress would indeed prove challenging. "Summon Rodart. We must provide the Dwarves with some false intelligence to buy us time. If we cannot defeat them, we can at least delay the conflict. Having seen that letter, perhaps we can deceive them into sending firearms. With Rodart's connections with the Dwarves, we might even procure additional resources." Rodart, clearly having endured considerable beatings from the barbarians, looked at Ross with a hint of fear. "Lord Ross, we have already been defeated. Is there anything else you wish to command?" Ross instructed, "I need you to write to the Dwarves at Silver Fortress, claiming that the raid on Ross's territory has been remarkably successful, and request that they expedite the supplies intended for the bandits." "What?" Rodart stared at the cunning noble lord before him and said, "But if we are discovered?" Ross sneered, "Do as I say." He handed Rodart a quill and parchment, and Rodart began to sorrowfully compose the deceptive letter to the Dwarves. Chapter 18. The Arrival of Imperial Reinforcements. Public Affairs and Private Matters. New friends. Regardless, Ross had to admit that, despite being the lord of a barony, he had never truly commanded a war. Last night's skirmish with the bandits could only be deemed a farce. He needed to train his troops. It was imperative to prepare, but this was contingent upon the arrival of the Imperial forces. The rose banner of Ross's domain was also in the process of being crafted. A noble must possess an aura of grandeur, and the banner was a crucial resource. It was entrusted to the artisans of Iceheart Village for creation, designed with a rose intertwined with a sword and shield motif. As for the uniforms and attire of the soldiers, they would have to temporarily adhere to the Imperial standards. He already had the Empire as his support. There was no need to custom-make a set, as that would be a matter for future ascension to the rank of Viscount or Count. Early in the morning, Ross rose, for the bandits were human, and he did not intend to assimilate them. The rebirth system targeted only biological entities and enemies he had slain. Internally, he grappled with a moral conflict, feeling that assimilating the deceased bandits was not quite right. Waiting is an anxiety-inducing yet hopeful process, especially when anticipating the arrival of the Empire's reinforcements. No lord is devoid of the yearning to lead troops into battle, to forge illustrious achievements, to expand their territories, and to plunder resources from other lands. Development is one facet, while commerce is another. However, what Ross truly anticipates and longs for in regard to the growth and trade of his domain is war. This desire is an intrinsic yearning, deeply embedded in his very marrow, and as the banners of the azure-red Griffin Empire flutter in the distance, Ross finally beholds the Imperial reinforcements. At the forefront stands a resolute man clad in silver armor, wielding a finely crafted steel sword, who declares, "I am Lieutenant Ananto's steel oath of the Imperial Cavalry, at your service, Baron Ross." The mere sight of this Imperial lieutenant evokes an aura of utmost seriousness and meticulousness. Behind him, 100 farmers and Imperial infantrymen march in perfect formation, their pace steady, unmistakably elite. "Welcome to the domain of Ross," Ross exclaims with genuine delight, though a flicker of concern crosses his mind regarding the possibility of these Imperial troops acclimating poorly to the northern climate or perhaps causing some insurrection. The stern Imperial soldiers also scrutinize the handsome Baron Ross before them. As they journey to the domain of Ross, they set up camp along the way, mingling with the farmers and the indigenous peoples of the north, garnering considerable information about their new lord, the Baron of Roses. A lean man, also clad in silver armor, respectfully addresses Ross. "Greetings, Baron Ross. I am Derek Pro, the quartermaster and adjutant of this support force." "Hello, let us converse further in the territory," Ross replies. Indeed, they all comprehend that their future loyalty will be pledged to the very Baron before them. Since they have yet to interact, both parties exhibit a degree of reserve. Cantor gazes in astonishment at the exterior of Ross's territory, as over 200 farmers, a throng of hundreds, have arrived, more than double the original population. Gloria is equally taken aback. Her duties as secretary are already quite demanding, and with the new bandit registration information, a restful night seems a distant hope. Pierre, as the leader of the Dragon Slayer Brigade's 6 members, feels an overwhelming surprise as well. It appears that Lord Ross indeed possesses Imperial connections, having summoned such a formidable contingent of fully armed Imperial elites. Just as Ananto's steel oath takes his seat, the lean quartermaster Derek proactively engages in conversation with Ross. Through their dialogue, it is revealed that these 2 Imperial officers hail from the domain of Count Ruger, dispatched by the direct edict of Her Majesty Empress Anna to oversee the transfer of authority in Ross's territory. From this point forward, they will serve as officers under his barony. According to the Imperial military regulations, Ross is obliged to pay Ananto's steel oath and Derek an annual sum of 50 gold coins and 35 gold coins respectively. The military expenses for the 52 first-tier practitioners from the Empire amount to 450 gold coins each year. War is but another manifestation of the monetary economy, consuming budgets and funds. Ross harbors no negative sentiments. Quite the contrary, these military expenditures are inscribed within the laws of the Imperial Army. Otherwise, would the elite armaments and impenetrable armor, the Imperial weapons and shields, the bows and arrows, materialize from thin air? It stands to reason. Ananto's steel oath, devoid of any mercenary impulse to demand gold immediately, inquired, "How do you wish to develop the Ross territory next?" Ross promptly unfurled a meticulously hand-drawn map. Observing the exquisite craftsmanship, with precision down to the centimeter and millimeter, the accuracy of Ross's military cartography, honed in a previous life, astonished both Ananto's steel oath and Derek seasoned military officers. Here, and here, he indicated, "I require your cooperation with the Imperial farmers to establish 4 forward outposts, each responsible for the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. We shall station Imperial soldiers year-round to survey the surroundings, proactively preventing ambushes and losses." The establishment of outposts is not superfluous. Even though he possesses a small map to mark targets, the outposts ensure the safety of merchant caravans, inspect goods, and facilitate taxation, thereby expanding the realm's effective control. After all, he cannot monitor the small map incessantly. With guards in place, the safety of the caravans is assured, compelling merchants and others entering Ross's domain to contribute taxes. Anantos replied gravely, "This poses no issue." Ross then inquired, "You do not carry heavy crossbows, do you?" The quartermaster, Derek shook his head, stating, "The Empire has not equipped these supplies. Should you require them, they can be procured from the Empire." "What is the price?" Ross asked. 500 gold pieces for each crossbow. Ross felt a wave of dizziness. Everything associated with the Empire, troops, soldiers, equipment, could be succinctly characterized as exorbitant. Yet, there is a rationale behind the cost. Witnessing those elite soldiers evokes an entirely different sentiment. One could even say they are armed to the teeth. Furthermore, I must cleanse the vicinity of goblins, gnolls, or any other threats from the north. In addition to garrisoning, I require at least 40 Imperial soldiers in the short term to scour the monster congregations. Ananto's steel oath responded solemnly, "This too is manageable." Ross continued, "Thirdly, are you familiar with the circumstances of other lords near the northern territories?" Anantos, the Imperial lieutenant, shook his head. "I regret, my Lord Baron. We are equally in the dark regarding the northern situation. Lastly, I wish to form a new regiment of 100 men as a defensive force for the territory, for which I entrust you with their training and drills." Derek affirmed, "We shall obey your command." Ananto's steel oath appeared satisfied. It seemed this noble named Ross was not merely a hedonistic dilettante. If the pretense of loyalty to the Empire merely serves as a facade for corruption and enrichment in the north, then although Ananto's steel oath may outwardly refrain from expressing disdain, he would undoubtedly harbor a sense of contempt towards this baron. Ross nodded and remarked, "Let us proceed with this arrangement for now. Since you are here, the Ross territory has acquired the initial capacity to launch raids and warfare against other lands and villages. Each baron's domain is vast. The standard fiefdom for an imperial baron spans over 100 kilometers, an astonishing expanse. The north, due to its sparse population and vast geography, presents an even larger overall map. The actual control over Ross territory should extend outward. However, to expand the area of control necessitates a greater number of troops and more formidable forces. Otherwise, excessive dispersion could lead to vulnerabilities and dangers. For outposts could significantly enhance the control over the territory, akin to the sentinels of the past, where the presence of a guard signifies whose domain lies ahead. This poses a challenge, for the north is not part of the Empire's inner territories, making it difficult to establish a synergistic effect with other barons or engage in trade and commerce with the nobility within the Empire. Derek Pro spoke up. You are a pioneer of the Empire and the sole solitary force in the north. I implore you to never question our loyalty to the Empire. We would not venture into the north without a resolute belief in our fate. A solitary force? Ross chuckled and inquired. Now that we have addressed the serious matters. From where do you both hail? Anantos replied, I am from the Reich territory. Derek Pro, a resident of the coastal city of Tudor, shared that after applying to the Imperial Naval Academy, he became a military supply officer. Intrigued by life in the coastal city of Tudor, Ross engaged Derek Pro in conversation. Listening to him recount the exorbitant rents, with even a modest townhouse costing 4 gold coins per month, often facing the threat of eviction by landlords. He and his sister struggled to make ends meet, working as waitstaff in restaurants and laborers in textile factories. Tudor, with its numerous nobles, hosted grand gatherings and celebrations each month, featuring renowned operas and performances by poets and theaters. I have come to the north with the hope of enabling my sister to complete her studies at the Imperial Tudor Academy and become a sailor, he expressed. As Derek Pro spoke of education, theater, housing struggles, and the relentless pursuit in the bustling city, alongside the elite social salons, balls, and the Industrial Revolution, Ross gazed at the frigid winds and snow of the north, suddenly feeling a pang of nostalgia for home. I trust in your loyalty and capabilities, and I hope for a pleasant coexistence in the future, Ross stated. Thank you for taking the time, esteemed Baron. Regardless of the territory's development, Ross had gained 2 professional military officers as friends. Chapter 19, The Wolf Pack Battle. The first 100-man team battle. In the dark of night, 100 newly trained soldiers of Ross territory gazed with trepidation at the figure of Anantos Steel Oath, the second lieutenant. 50 Imperial first-tier soldiers stood in neat formation alongside the barbarian warband, awaiting the inspection of Lord Ross. The biting winds and swirling snow swept across the barbarian's wolfskin armor and brushed against the Imperial steel plates. The ominous darkness of the sky and the howling gusts polished the armor, rendering it gleaming and cold. Prepare to march. The newly formed 100-man unit, primarily composed of the selected youth from Iceheart Village and the Count of Ruger's territory, had little experience of warfare. Yet they believed that the impending battle would swiftly mature them. For reasons unknown, merely gazing upon the elite first-tier infantry of the Empire. The 12 solemn shield-bearers wielding massive kite shields, alongside the 10 crossbowmen of the Empire, filled Ross with an overwhelming sense of ambition and invincibility. These were his soldiers. His cards to play. Onward. Forward. The morale of the barbarian dragon slayer warband, who had hunted the white dragon alongside Ross, soared high. In their hearts, they compared themselves to the Imperial regulars, and warriors like Panu, Palau, and Rainier felt no fear of defeat against this regiment of Imperial professional soldiers. Meanwhile, Anantos, observing the barbarian warband beside the Baron, nodded knowingly, aware that the combat prowess of these barbarians was formidable. The 100 new recruits underwent rigorous training under Ross, running, performing sit-ups, standing at attention and at ease. These exercises were a novelty for the Imperial soldiers, who eagerly joined in. Encumbered by heavy armor, their movements were somewhat sluggish. Yet they outpaced the new recruits, further delighting Ross in the capabilities of the Imperial professionals. Truly, they were elite. Upon a sound white horse, Ross surveyed the surrounding crimson markers by the lake and declared, "Advance according to the map and our prior strategy." He did not lead all the Imperial infantry away, leaving behind a contingent of first-tier soldiers and eagle-eyed Imperial hunters to maintain territorial security. With the foresight granted by his small map, he was not at risk of being ambushed while departing. Moreover, there were no formidable foes in the vicinity of his domain. However, nearby, the Red Rock Knoll settlement was bustling with a horde of gnolls ransacking a band of travelers. Ah, those wretched gnolls. What are they up to? Consuming humans. A gnoll sorcerer, shaking its foul-smelling staff, suddenly sensed that a trap had been triggered. Who has set off the great Red Rock Lord's trap? With a 60-foot infrared vision, they suddenly heard the sound of an orderly charge. Humans? Here? How can there be humans? Just as the northern human traveler was on the verge of enduring the cruel torment of the goblin, the swift, piercing sound of arrows sliced through the air. Before the traveler could comprehend the situation, the goblin sorcerer, poised to inflict pain, was abruptly struck down, a heavy arrow penetrating its skull. leaving its body convulsing and pinned to the ground. Imperial infantry. The traveler gazed in astonishment at the elite silver-armored soldiers emerging from the shadows. The solemn movements of the Imperial infantry were commanding. The shield-bearers led the front lines, while the Imperial hunters, armed with bows and crossbows, relentlessly shattered the fleeing goblins' morale. The goblins' anguished cries and the advancing troop painted a scene reminiscent of a savior in the traveler's eyes. Who are you? A valiant nobleman, mounted upon a white steed and clad in gleaming silver armor, without a helmet, his long dark hair cascading down his forehead, possessed narrow, cold peach blossom eyes. A bee baron? Is everything all right? Are you Baron Ross? The dragon slayer, Baron Ross. Ross regarded the two travelers and said, "This place is too perilous. Seek refuge in the Ross territory." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for saving me." The traveler hastily knelt and bowed, expressing profound gratitude for the rescue. The goblins, in disarray, fled chaotically, their ranks shattered. Ross, not immediately activating the regeneration system, intended to gather a sufficient number of corpses for a one-time transformation. "My lord, where do we head next?" Anantos, with green remnants and stains on his steel-clad arm, displayed combat prowess that greatly pleased Ross, nearly rivaling the strength of the famed Dagite. His reliability and meticulousness, alongside the Imperial soldier's loyalty and seriousness towards commands, afforded Ross a feeling he had never before experienced. He smiled at the small map. The newly formed 100-man unit had begun to taste blood, though their equipment was varied. Ross was confident that after this cleansing, they could transform into a fully equipped ragtag army, a certainty beyond doubt. At all times and in all places, soldiers must be tempered through the crucible of iron and blood, growing through the trials of war. Engaging in battle was merely one aspect. With each confrontation, this newly established 100-man legion would grow stronger and more dependable. Advance northward. By the command of Lord Ross, we march northward. With the small map in hand, Ross navigated along the valley perimeter of the Ross territory, sweeping away the surrounding war fog and adjusting the formation as direction. Soon, he noticed a cluster of red dots on the map engaged in combat. What is this? In the frigid expanse of the north, the land is perpetually rife with monsters and perilous creatures, be they goblins or werewolves, emerging in clusters. Though the current eradication efforts may seem effective, akin to a wildfire that cannot be quenched, new hordes will inevitably rise like resilient weeds in the spring. While this may be a source of vexation for others, for Ross, endowed with the regeneration system, it is indeed splendid news. Life marked by the red dot is swiftly perishing. A conventional commander, upon witnessing this scene, would likely wait for both sides to suffer mutual destruction before engaging. However, Ross, seeking to enhance the training and experience of his new recruits, promptly issued orders to advance to the battleground indicated by the red dot. The fog of war dissipated like mist before a breeze as Ross traversed the wooded area adjacent to a hidden lake in the north, arriving at a snowy cave and open plain where vast packs of wolves were attacking the goblins within. Years prior, scholars had examined the geography of the north and discovered its extensive underground territories, inhabited by swarms of rats, moss, and sinister goblins, cave-dwelling creatures. Each year, countless lords and villages are consumed by the subterranean denizens, while the terrifying nitrates transform corpses into even more fearsome monsters, assailing the northern wall and the untamed wilderness. Observing the relentless wolf packs overwhelming the goblins, with some being slain by the sharp ears of goblin warriors wielding flails, Ross signaled Ananto's steel oath to halt their advance. "My lord," Derek Pro remarked, "engaging now would be detrimental to us. Conceal yourselves and do not reveal our position," Ross commanded. Comprehending the directive, he began relaying orders for everyone to temporarily remain hidden. In the distance, a high ridge provided cover, where Ross's Imperial forces lay concealed behind the forested slope, watching the unfolding conflict with impunity. The green-skinned goblins emerged from their icy underground lairs, only to be beset by the wolf packs, which wreaked havoc on the battlefield in a chaotic frenzy. Ross observed the scale of the battle, estimating the number of combatants to exceed 500. Having previously played a game involving cavalry, he knew that such a number would already tax his graphics card to its limits, the ensuing chaos and snow obscuring visibility. If 500 were so tumultuous, what of a legion of 1,000? Countless wolf hunters, a new species, clashed with goblin warriors and mages. Ross's excitement grew as he contemplated the multitude of corpses that could be transformed into resources. The Rose territory seemed particularly suited for late-game endeavors. Especially with his regeneration system, opportunities to amass wealth were abundant. The cold-dwelling green goblins fell victim to the gray wolves' savage bites, retreating swiftly. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl rang out. A massive number of wolf hunters redirected their gaze, their crimson eyes glinting more fiercely than before. Blood and flesh stained the jaws of many, and as the formidable Wolf King's roar reverberated, the pack turned its attention toward Ross's position. Shield bearers, form ranks. Numerous new recruits of the Ross trembled in fear, their pupils quivering with terror. Although this was not their first encounter with bloodshed in battle, the sight of countless wolf hunters, their vicious crimson gaze fixed upon them, rendered it impossible for their hearts to remain unshaken. 31st Tier Imperial Infantry spread out, while 12 shield bearers formed a triangular formation, surrounded by the freshly trained troops. The hunters, equipped with bows, positioned themselves at the rear, poised to unleash their arrows. A thunderous roar erupted as the wolf pack charged forth, shaking the very earth as they descended upon the Ross forces from the forest. Their sights set on the Imperial formation. The terrifying aura of frightful presence surged before the white horse cavalry of Ross. Over a dozen wolves, charging in a staggered formation, suddenly succumbed to fear, whimpering and collapsing as they were overcome by dread. Panu, Palau, Pierre, and Rainier, the barbarian warriors, were the first to charge forth. Disregarding the response of the formation entirely, Derek Pro watched in astonishment as the wolf pack lost its will to fight, halting their advance in awe and terror. His throat constricted as two words echoed in his mind: Dragon Might. Chapter 20. The Great Battle Against 500 Wolves. A Bountiful Harvest and the Deal with the Goblins. Is it true that His Excellency Baron Ross is a dragon lord? Even upon witnessing the wolves come to a sudden stop before Ross, with many of them cowering on the ground, Anatho's steel oath showed no hesitation. Shoot. Fire quickly. I can't find my quiver. The newly trained soldiers were still in a state of panic, yet soon they found their rhythm in battle. They shouted, "Kill. If we die, we die. As long as we survive, we shall one day become powerful infantry knights." Observing the ferocity of the barbarians and the calm composure of the first-tier Imperial Shield soldiers engaging the enemy confirmed to the recruits that they were indeed fighting a favorable battle. They gradually quelled their excitement and trembling hearts, regaining their composure to join the fray. Ross stood at the forefront of the battle line, serving as the banner and symbol of the entire troop, epitomizing the pinnacle of the soldiers' morale. The White Wolves, having endured the daunting terror of dragon might, approached Ross only to be slain with the enchanted long swords as they whimpered in defeat. The distant roars of the Wolf King continued unabated. Unlike the cunningly retreating white and gray wolves, the wolf hunters were far more ferocious and ruthless, adhering to a tradition of relentless combat. Their pelts were thicker and more resilient, as all northern creatures bore heavy fur, providing them with exceptional cold resistance. The Wolf King, accompanied by a dozen elite hunters, charged towards Ross. Ross smiled and called out, "Anathos." "At your service," came the reply. "Show me your strength." The Imperial Lieutenant, receiving Ross's command, raised the Imperial greatsword high, thundering forward on his steed towards the Wolf King. Derek Pro took command in Anathos's stead, methodically directing the rhythm of the hunters' crossbows. The Imperial hunters came in two varieties. One wielded bows, while the other, like Ross's elite units, were equipped with crossbows of superior design. The crossbow's power was formidable, and the interval between reloads was prolonged. Each bolt soared through the air with a piercing sound, followed by the harrowing sight of the white wolf struggling as it was pinned to the snow. The once pristine white snow was stained crimson with the wolf's blood. Many of the newly enlisted soldiers at the forefront were injured, their bodies torn by the claws of the hunting wolves. Fortunately, Ross had equipped each new recruit in the front line with armor, preventing any fatalities. Even when a new soldier was knocked to the ground, the wolf that had pounced upon him was swiftly turned into a pincushion by swords and daggers, falling dead before the ranks of the army. After all, a beast is still a beast. A smile crept upon Ross's lips as he beheld the sight of Ananto's steel oath trampling upon the Wolf King's head, raising his longsword high. With the death of the Wolf King, the morale of the remaining hunting wolves inevitably shattered. Lacking a command structure, they became mercilessly slaughtered by Ross and his new troops. Not far off, many goblins watched in abject terror as the Imperial army under Ross engaged in battle. Is that the human dragon lord? Ross of the Rose territory. How could he command a troop of over 100 men, all equipped with armor and weapons? As Ross observed the demise of the Wolf King, Anantos's warhorse bore wounds from the Wolf King's bites, blood streaming from its legs. Yet, curiously, this purebred Imperial steed showed no signs of panic or fear, exhibiting an unwavering demeanor that starkly contrasted with horses that had never known the ravages of war. These warhorses were decidedly more composed, as if accustomed to the chaos of battle. Well done. Prepare to clear the battlefield, Ananto's steel oath commanded. Yes, sir. The corpses and the scent of blood would attract other creatures from the north to hunt. Many scavengers circled in the sky and around them. Ross paid little heed to these sporadic nuisances, leading his subordinates to clear the battlefield of the slain wolves and goblins. My lord, shall we also take the goblin bodies? All of them. Understood. Derek Pro obediently complied with Lord Ross's orders. The imperial wagons carried by the army soon filled with the carcasses of wolves and goblins. The spoils needed to be stripped, yet Ross had no interest in these. Upon returning to his territory, he would reap a bountiful harvest. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Derek Pro approached Ross and said, My lord, the goblins have sent someone to negotiate with us. Oh, in his previous life, there existed a diplomatic skill known as negotiation. But Ross was not versed in the goblin tongue. He only understood a smattering of dragon language and the common tongue of the empire. Curious about the goblins' request for negotiation, especially considering the rumors of a vast underground realm beneath the north, akin to how the majority of the former world was covered by oceans while humanity inhabited the surface. Oblivious to the depths below, he pondered the nature of the goblins who had been attacked by the wolves. It was said that beneath the north lay an immense and unfathomable world, with the surface denizens and the underworld represented by the goblins akin to an iceberg floating above water, concealing a far greater and deeper mass below. He was intrigued by the circumstances surrounding these goblins who had suffered the assault of the hunting wolves. In the distance, a timid goblin, characterized by its pointed long ears, adorned with a crimson scarf and clad in studded boots, appeared diminutive and frail. Yet, it brandished a spear taller than itself. Upon seeing Ross arrive on his white steed, the goblin immediately dropped its weapon and spoke in the common tongue. Esteemed dragon slayer, Baron, we, the humble denizens of the cold cave, have no intention of opposing your formidable army. It gulped nervously, clearly intimidated by Ross's imposing presence and his troops, fearing they might execute this messenger. Ross chuckled. There is no need for alarm. What is your name? You dare to address me in such a manner? Ross replied with a smile. Now, tell me what you and your goblin tribe wish to discuss with me. A mere display of goodwill would not suffice, nor would relentless pressure be effective. Thus, Ross opted for a strategy of initial amicability followed by coercion. Perhaps the victories of previous conflicts had already established a sense of dominance, creating a triple rhythm: first pressure, then goodwill, and finally, more pressure. This approach instilled a sense of fear in the goblin before him. Gathering courage, the goblin stammered, We wish to negotiate an exchange for the corpse of the Wolf King. Oh, Ross inquired, intrigued. What do you offer in return? The goblin quickly responded, Anything we possess. The matter is this. Our chieftain requires the Wolf King's body to ascend. It swiftly produced a parchment, as if having performed this transaction before. At that moment, Pierre interjected. Leaving Ross somewhat bewildered, My lord, I believe I recognize this fellow. You do? The goblin raised its head and glanced at the nearby barbarian, offering an awkwardly fawning smile. Ah, yes, it is the esteemed barbarian of Iceheart Village. This goblin frequently appeared surreptitiously at the Iceheart Village market, procuring supplies, food, wheat, ale, and other local delicacies. As you might know, Ross nodded and returned to the matter at hand. What was your name again? White. You may call me Young White. Your command of the common tongue is commendable. Thank you, he replied, eager to fill every pause in their conversation, humbling himself further. Ross examined the trade list before him, which primarily consisted of metallic components produced by goblins, lubricants, gears, moss food, and an assortment of weapons including hammers, axes, javelins, short swords, and spears. However, it was soon that he discovered an item of interest among the hastily scrawled notes in goblin script at the bottom of the list. What is this? Young White replied. This is an egg of a third-tier earth dragon, recently seized during our skirmishes with the subterranean gnomes. I assure you, it is still viable. However, nurturing a young earth dragon requires approximately 50 pounds. Oh, no, perhaps 30 pounds of frozen meat each day. They are carnivorous, as you know. Earth dragons have a preference for meat. Ross's focus was not on whether the earth dragon consumed meat, but rather on the comparison of the potent essence contained within the third-tier dragon egg and the strength of the Wolf King leader. The third-tier dragon egg held greater power, while the earth dragon, as a blind subterranean species, exhibited a more volatile and vigorous vitality. Oh, Ross immediately turned to the goblin, White, and said, Bring me 10 more pieces of armor, and we have a deal. After all, Ross was the one in control here. It would be remiss of him not to negotiate a bit, as the age-old dynamic of supply and demand was the crucial bargaining chip. The other party needed the corpse of the Wolf King, and thus they must bear the corresponding premium. This was already a third-tier item. The Earth Dragon Egg was merely a dragon egg after all, and my patience is finite. You should return and negotiate with your leader. Yes, yes. The Goblin Wight quickly darted back, soon returning with a forlorn expression. We accept your request, but we have one new condition. Ross inquired with curiosity, what condition? The Goblin Wight nervously replied, may we, along with you, the great dragon slayer, Baron Ross, ruler of the Rose territory and the formidable leader of the barbarian warband, conduct future transactions? Ross suddenly noticed that the light spot on the map representing the subterranean goblins had turned yellow. He realized that the mini-map was not infallible. He could not see the light spots at the bottom of the rivers in the underworld. These goblins could only be detected by the mini-map if they were exposed to a certain distance on the surface. He chuckled, certainly. You may come to the Rose territory to trade with us. If possible, we might even have the opportunity to become allies in the future. The Goblin Wight replied, very well, the deal is struck. I shall fetch the dragon egg. Ross responded, and bring the Wolf King's corpse as well. The barbarian Pierre was resolutely committed to executing any will or command of Lord Ross. He soon approached, carrying the Wolf King, while White cradled a dragon egg that was larger than half his body. This enormous dragon egg completely reshaped Ross's perception of what an egg could be. White awkwardly stated, an adult earth dragon can reach up to 15 meters, so their eggs are quite large as well. Excellent. Ross felt immense joy within. This had its advantages. The 10 sets of armor could be equipped to the new recruits. After the transaction was complete, he declared, retreat. Prepare to return to the Rose territory for rest. The reason for returning was not due to the soldier's fatigue, but rather because his cart had been filled to the brim with the spoils of war. Now, all that remained was to await their transformation and regeneration. How exciting! He wondered how many valuable items could be transformed this time. The haul from hunting wolves had yielded at least 300 corpses, all piled together in a limp heap, and there were also quite a few goblin corpses. Yet, Ross's greatest anticipation still lay with the third-tier dragon egg. The notion of hatching it and feeding it meat was a daunting task. Raising such a voracious beast would undoubtedly be troublesome. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he recalled that the creature he had contracted, Frost, was not the white dragon, was she? Did she not consume meat? Chapter 21, Rebirth and Transformation, A Great Harvest. The Flaws of Froth, the vegetarian white dragon. In the makeshift warehouse, all the spoils and remains piled high, awaiting Ross's discretion for their disposal. This autonomy was the privilege of a baron. He needed no directives from others, for he was the most powerful lord of the territory. Nobility and commonality are distinct. The denizens typically referred to themselves as common folk. System, convert 300 wolf corpses. And this dragon egg. Congratulations, host. You have completed the large-scale conversion of 300 wolf corpses, earning Magic Scrolls X7, Frost Breath, Wolf's Walk, Ice Walking, Night Vision. Wolf Leather Armor X45, Wolf Hand Swords X32, Wolf Bracers X55, Wolf Cavalry Mutation Potion X9. Alternatively, the 300 wolf corpses can be exchanged for Frost Giant Potion of Power. The system's capabilities lie in amalgamating all flesh and blood to regenerate new entities, essentially a form of transformation. The first option presented a complete set of wolf leather equipment, along with the wolf cavalry mutation potions and magic scrolls. The second option, however, promised a personal enhancement. Ross found himself in a quandary, ultimately opting for the first choice. His strength was already formidable. Further augmentation would not address the shortcomings of his potential. Previously, he would have undoubtedly selected the second option. The Frost Giant was reputed to be capable of devouring the White Dragon, being its sole nemesis in the Northern Realms. Should he consider option 2? He dismissed the thought. His power was already sufficient. Currently, the threat posed by the dwarves of Silver Fortress remained unresolved, and he needed to prioritize the development of his territory. Weighing the lesser of two evils, Ross ultimately chose to resist the temptation of the Frost Giant Potion after much contemplation. System, convert this Earth Dragon Egg. As if a translucent life swam within the egg's liquid veins, and the tiny purple Earth Dragon flickered in and out of view. In Ross's makeshift warehouse, a glandular fish lamp hung above, casting a penetrating glow that illuminated the dragon's movements within. Congratulations, host. You have converted a Tier 3 Earth Dragon Egg, earning Tier 3 Earth Dragon Potion of Vitality. Tier 3 Earth Dragon Potion of Vitality. As a large subterranean life form, the Earth Dragon possesses extraordinary vitality and physical strength, along with top-tier physical resistance. Those who consume this potion will acquire the Earth Dragon's robust life force and extended lifespan. Oh, a dark purple potion vial emerged from the conversion. Under the yellow glow of the glandular fish lamp, Ross tilted his head back and drank it in one swift motion. In an instant, he clutched his chest, feeling as though his heart might leap from his ribcage. All the potions surged like a tempest, piercing into his heart. He grasped his chest as his heartbeat accelerated furiously, as if set upon a race against time. A normal heartbeat is below 150 beats per minute, with 150 already considered an accelerated rate. However, at this moment, Ross felt as though his heart was racing beyond 300 beats, driven by the dark purple potion infused with terrifying vitality coursing through his chest. Time seemed to elapse unknowingly. Only after a while did Ross, with his complexion flushed crimson, regain his senses. His skin had become remarkably fairer, and all his injuries and fatigue vanished as if swept away. A formidable life force burgeoned within his heart, instilling in him a vivid sensation akin to transforming into a humanoid dragon. I feel rejuvenated. Why do I sense that I have become youthful? The White Dragon Elixir had bestowed upon Ross a profound transformation. However, the potency of strength does not equate to longevity. At this moment, Ross felt as though he had gained at least a century more to his life. Vitality was secondary. Had his lifespan truly expanded? He possessed a clear intuition that he had transitioned from adulthood to a juvenile state. Moreover, this was a distinctly lucid perception. It is indeed true that the stronger the vitality, the longer the lifespan. Let us test the regenerative capability. With great effort, Ross inflicted a cut upon his own arm. The tempered great sword, which would typically be ineffective, now, bolstered by his newfound strength, sent blood splattering against the walls. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. His injuries visibly began to mend, accompanied by a gnawing hunger emanating from his abdomen. This rapid recovery of vitality was an ability he had not possessed before. He pondered. The Earth Dragon was a colossal creature of the underground world, renowned for its vitality, defensive prowess, and regenerative abilities. To his astonishment, its lifespan was equally formidable. His system was not fabricated from thin air. Rather, it was directly correlated to the traits of a third-tier juvenile dragon. He had inherited certain abilities of the Earth Dragon, and Ross distinctly felt a significant transformation in his heart. His vitality, lifespan, and recovery speed had all undergone a remarkable change. He even sensed a subtle increase in his physical defenses. A fragment of the Earth Dragon's defensive capability had been bestowed upon him. What was even more exhilarating was the realization that his biting force had also intensified. System, continue the conversion of the goblin corpses. Congratulations, host, for completing the conversion of 84 goblin corpses. Rewards: Dirty Bag X7, Linen X31, Rough Leather X25, Rough Gunpowder Bag X15, Wool X10, Goblin Enchanted Dagger X1. Excellent. Linen can be utilized to craft bandages, military tents, clothing, flags, and packs for burdening horses. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Wool can be used for padding and carpets. However, the wool produced by goblins always feels somewhat peculiar. Ross chuckled, playing with the sharp, enchanted goblin dagger as he calmly exited the shed. He could now equip a full set of gear for approximately 50 wolf-hunting warriors. Given that the elite infantry of the Empire came equipped with their own armor, Ross planned to first prepare a set for each of the 6 barbarian members of the Dragon Slayers, with the remainder allocated to the newly trained troops. This is akin to trading a bird gun for a cannon. Armor has always been a rare commodity throughout the ages, and among the nobility, many have prohibited its circulation. Considering the 10 inferior suits of armor previously acquired by the goblins, it should suffice to equip everyone. As night fell, Glaia had already begun to warm the bed. Her delicate face bore a hint of rosy color, for a stunning beauty had taken her rightful place and playfully engaged with her. Ha ha ha, stop it, ha ha. Glaia laughed, rolling about on the luxurious wolf fur blanket while being tickled. The village of Iceheart had offered numerous treasures, yet without notifying Ross. They had already arranged them in the Lord's chamber. Besides the wolf fur blanket, there was an entire set of bedding, a deer head ornament, tiger fangs, and the wolf fang hunting trophies of the barbarians. Those who were unaware, upon entering Ross's room and gazing at the enormous deer head with its grand antlers, might be struck with fear, as if confronted by a raw and barbaric opulence. Frost, please stop tickling, Glaia exclaimed. Frost chuckled. What an adorable little girl. How about considering becoming my vassal? No. What does vassal even mean? Just then, Lord Ross burst into the brightly lit Lord's chamber, illuminated by fish oil candles. The Baroness' magnetic voice resonated. Glaia, gather the 9 new recruits who have performed well. Before he could finish his sentence, He was taken aback by the sight of the two beauties, one large and one small, frolicking on the splendid wolf fur. Quality pelts require grooming and cleaning. This particular wolf skin belonged to the Wolf King and was a special tribute from Iceheart Village. Not only was it intricately woven and polished, but it had also been treated with some unknown substance, giving it an exceptionally smooth appearance. Truly a luxury item at first glance. What are you two up to? Glaya, her face flushed, breathlessly reported, Lord Ross, she being naughty. Frost laughed. Why are you looking at me? I'm here to fight. Are you not training anymore? Ross fell silent, realizing Frost's words held truth. A third ring spell unleashed would easily decimate those wolf hunters, let alone a second ring spell combined with her draconic might. Suddenly, Ross recalled the tale of defeating the Wolf King and the subsequent trade with the goblin boy, White. He asked, aren't you a white dragon? Don't you eat meat? Frost scoffed. Consuming flesh is merely a primitive and inferior method of energy conversion. I do not partake. Ross was momentarily bewildered, questioning. The Earth Dragon needs to consume 30 to 50 pounds of frozen meat daily from a young age. Don't look at me. This is what White the Goblin said. You, a dragon of youth or higher, claim you do not eat meat? Frost gazed at Ross, her demeanor regal and aloof. I have come to your territory for comfort. You had best refrain from assigning me tasks in the future, understood? Ross found himself increasingly perplexed. Logically, white dragons, regardless of gender, are categorized as chaotic evil beings within the 9 alignment factions, typically exhibiting the same ferocity, cunning, and malicious traits as those like Weiss, harboring boundless malice towards adventurers. However, what about contracting this female white dragon? In her humanoid form, she remains unchanged. Ross has never witnessed her true dragon form. Adorned in a splendid set of silver armor, and possesses a striking Valkyrie appearance. Furthermore, she commands the might of a dragon, capable of startling thousands of frozen fish from the icy lake with a mere roar, while asserting that Ross is too weak. With nonchalant ease, she conjured a 3-ring ice barrier spell without any incantation, the walls soaring over 50 meters high. Ross eyed Frost with suspicion. After all, there are no free lunches in this world, nor are there unreasonable phenomena. Yet, this woman before him resembled a glitch in reality. Even when he employed the dragon contract with the White Dragon to connect their souls, he found it impossible to discern her strength or hidden cards. The increasing enigmas and mist surrounding Frost left Ross feeling that something was distinctly amiss. The most glaring peculiarity was her claim of not consuming meat. Typically, a young white dragon's appetite ranges from 200 to 400 pounds, possibly nearing half a ton. Was there truly a vegetarian white dragon? Low-tier energy conversion? Ross turned to Frost and suddenly inquired, what tier of being are you? Frost chuckled, what do you think? 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th tier? Frost suddenly leaned closer to Ross, inhaling his scent. Baron Ross, your vitality has grown stronger. I could just devour you. Ross fell silent, as the stunning woman leaned against his shoulder, her fragrance enveloping him, plunging his emotions into a state of confusion and turmoil. Glaya gazed in astonishment at their actions. What are you two doing? Chapter 22. The new 9 first-tier professionals, Wolf Cavalry acquired. After the wolf pounced on little Glaya, and then frolicked with Frost, playfully slapping her elegant form, a gasp arose from the onlookers. Ross then departed the dramatically transformed, luxurious Lord's Chamber, as the mining site was still not operational. The construction of stone materials and the Lord's Hall was still on schedule, and the outpost required both stone materials and quarry resources. Unfortunately, the frigid storms of the north made mineral and stone extraction exceedingly difficult. Thus, despite the opulent decor within, Ross was still residing in a modest wooden cabin. Patience was essential. Once the outpost was completed, there would be time to indulge in luxuries. His current objective and task were to test the Wolf Cavalry Mutation Potion X9, a type of elixir designed to alter soldiers' genes and abilities, a first encounter for him. The Dwarven Silver Fortress lay nearby, and he needed to unveil the fog of war and the mini-map surrounding it. Otherwise, he would remain restless. He decided to take it step by step, first distributing the potions and wolf-hunting weapons and armor. He clicked his teeth together, producing a metallic clashing sound. Were it not for his still small jaw muscles, Ross might have suspected that the Tier 3 Earth Dragon potion would transform him into a formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Earth Dragon resembles a T-Rex. Derek Pro's expression bore a hint of exhaustion, yet his spirit was fervently animated as he inquired, My lord, what is your command? The night had already descended, and the newly inducted farmer soldiers, having tasted blood for the first time, required a certain period of adjustment akin to a maiden on her wedding night. Ross asked, What of Anatho's steel oath? My lord is supervising the soldiers in their search for minerals, came the reply. Ross nodded. After all, Anatho's steel oath was a quintessential imperial soldier, meticulous, rigorous, and dutifully committed to his responsibilities. The imperial officers, however, could often embody a contrasting archetype, greedy, corpulent, and devoid of principles, always seeking to siphon off a portion of profit from every endeavor. Yet, Anatho's steel oath was a product of formal military training, much like Derek Pro, both having been nurtured in military academies, lacking noble lineage or profound connections. Ross was confident of this, not only due to Her Majesty Queen Anna's directives, but also from their conversations, which revealed that they were not particularly esteemed in the Ruger territory. If they were favored, how could they have been dispatched to the remote and frigid north, a desolate land where crops scarcely thrived? Indeed, those earnest officers, who eschewed social maneuvering and flattery, often faced ostracism, while the sycophants and bribers within the imperial elite flourished and ascended. Ross instructed, select 9 of the most exemplary recruits and distribute these Wolf Rider transformation potions and armaments. Yes, Derek Pro did not pry into the purpose behind Ross's selection of the 9 recruits. Soon, 9 freshly blooded soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder beside a partially constructed farmhouse under Ross's command. Wrapped in the biting wind and snow, Ross's striking figure, clad only in a light garment, presented a stark contrast against the swirling snowflakes. The recruits recalled Ross's fearless demeanor on the battlefield, and with heads held high, they felt it a profound honor to be reviewed by the esteemed Baron. Excellent. You are the 9 who performed best in the Wolf Rider campaign. As the lord of this territory, I shall reward you. 9 vials of the Wolf Rider transformation potion were ceremoniously arranged upon the wooden table before them. Ross began to call out names. Anatolia, my lord, came the response. This is your reward. Thank you, my lord. The potions varied in concentration. The first vial, the darkest in hue, contained the highest potency. One by one, the recruits, oblivious to the differences, consumed their potions without hesitation. Oh, Ross eagerly observed their reactions. As the first recipient of the Wolf Rider transformation potion, Anatolia's azure veins visibly throbbed against his skin. All the recruits collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and howling in torment. He noted that, despite being in the frigid northern realm, Anatolia and the other recruits had their veins protruding, their foreheads emanating white steam and sweat soaking their bodies. The agony and suffocating sensation felt akin to being submerged underwater, deprived of oxygen for their lungs. This substance, after all, was a mutation agent, indeed a genetic aberration. Ross contemplated this internally, yet his expression remained stern. Endure this phase. Once it passes, relief will follow. My lord, I can't go on. Hold on. Ross's roar echoed in their ears, yet it felt exceedingly distant, though he was but a breath away. Lord Ross's figure appeared to ripple and blur, much like water. Their vision began to distort. Anatolia's pupils were transitioning from human-like irises to an orange-yellow hue reminiscent of a wolf's gaze. Many of their arms and chests sprouted snowy, wolf-like fur, and their muscles swelled uncontrollably. Approximately 15 minutes later, the anguished cries abruptly ceased. Due to the wooden cabin's location being somewhat remote from the residential area of Ross's domain, it did not stir significant commotion. Instead, Palau, responsible for the night watch, approached with astonishment, inquiring, My lord, what is this? Ross replied with a smile, I concocted a bit of potion for them to try. After some analysis, Ross concluded that if he were to use mutagenic substances again, he should first prepare some herbal pain relievers, a detail he regrettably overlooked. Anatolia emerged as if pulled from rainwater, enveloped in a faint white mist. The heat from his skin caused sweat to crystallize into ice, which then evaporated into vapor. His physique had undergone a transformative change, exuding a more robust essence than that of a barbarian, possessing a wolf's sinewy back and slender waist. Their shoulders, arms, and triceps had grown immensely powerful, while the musculature of their backs had broadened, yet their waists remained remarkably slender. This conformed to the characteristics of wolf hunters and their kin. The wolf clan is known for its weak abdomen, with formidable claws and limbs. How do you feel? Ross inquired, squatting before Anatolia, gazing into his yellowed wolf-like eyes. My lord, I feel as though I have been reborn, Anatolia replied. Palau, standing nearby, caught Ross's attention, prompting him to say to the barbarian, engage him in a sparring match. Palau asked now. Ross affirmed, indeed. While unarmed combat may not entirely reflect the prowess of war, it certainly illustrates strength and speed. Observing Palau, a member of the dragon-blooded, impervious barbarian brigade, engage in battle with his subordinate, the wolf cavalry leader Anatolia, Ross felt a surge of excitement. Leaning casually against a grand beech tree, arms crossed and left hand stroking his chin, he beckoned, "Let it commence." In an instant, Anatoly vanished, lunging towards Palau. "Come at me." Palau raised his arms, aiming to seize Anatoly's limbs, a grappling technique where once the barbarian gains control of the joints, it could result in either a severed arm or wrist. However, Palau's strike fell short, and Anatoly delivered a powerful blow to Palau's shoulder, eliciting a muffled grunt. Ross observed the unfolding battle and was astonished to discover that after Anatoly transformed into the Wolf Knight, his agility surpassed that of Palau. Yet, his strength seemed somewhat lacking. As a barbarian of the dragon-slaying brigade, Palau possessed considerable combat experience, while Anatoly was merely a novice. Soon, a flaw was exploited, and Palau twisted Anatoly's right arm behind his back before forcefully pressing down. The barbarian restrained Anatoly on the ground, and seeing that continued fighting could result in a broken arm, Ross quickly intervened. "Enough." Anatoly cast a glance at Palau, clearly feeling somewhat unconvinced. Palau snorted derisively, seemingly dismissive. Yet he was taken aback by the newfound strength and agility that this individual had gained from the potion. What other secrets could the Lord possess that they were unaware of? The Dragon Slayer, the Dragon Lord, and now the sudden emergence of the Wolf Hunter potion. Palau distinctly sensed a familiar aura reminiscent of his previous encounters with the Wolf Hunters. Even the manner of attack was strikingly similar, making it evident that this was a special agent of the Wolf Hunter type. Ross inquired, "So, does this qualify as a first-tier profession?" Palau nodded. "Faster and stronger than many ordinary first-tier professionals." Ross laughed, pleased. With only 25 barbarians in Iceheart Village, he suddenly found himself with 9 werewolves under his command. The Wolf Knight transformation potion was indeed a treasure. He wondered if it had any side effects, but even if it did, it mattered little. The immediate situation was what concerned him most. Donning the Wolf Hunter armor, he declared, "From now on, you 9 will become my direct subordinates and form a Wolf Knight battalion." Given their limited combat skills and experience, and lack of teamwork, they could not yet be deemed a brigade. A proper brigade required complete logistical support and a tactical team formed by shield bearers, archers, and warriors to harness their collective capabilities, achieving an effect greater than the sum of its parts. "Understood, my lord." Ross continued, "From this day forth, Anatoly will be the leader of the other 8. Return now, rest well, and remember to keep this information confidential." "Yes," Ross added. "Palau, you are responsible for imparting combat experience and skills to them, elevating their combat proficiency as quickly as possible." "Understood," Palau replied. 4 of them are from Iceheart Village, while the other 5, including leader Anatoly, were previously farmers from the Empire. Ross shook his head. "Do not overly delve into these factions. Focus on your own duties." "Yes, my lord." "Heroes do not question their paths, and you too shall not. In the future, when I ascend to a higher nobility, perhaps you will also have the chance to become lords." "Yes." Ross began to rally spirits once more, for painting grand visions was a vital skill for any noble. Palau naturally felt a surge of anticipation. Regardless of whether those visions would come to fruition, the potential and capabilities demonstrated by Ross were undeniably worthy of following. Chapter 23. The Onslaught continues. Silver Fortress, Dwarven Response. Due to the gradually strengthening military might of the Ross territory, a 3-day continuous sweep yielded a substantial bounty of new renewable resources and supplies. The cost, of course, involved the lives of the gnolls, kobolds, and the frost goblins of the northern realms. Although the process encountered minor inconveniences, the outcome was exceedingly favorable. During this period, Ross made another visit to Iceheart Village, exchanging surplus armor, furs, linen, cold-resistant pelts extracted from the frost goblins, along with frost spears and frost crystals, for a considerable amount of gold coins. Ross's current reserve of gold has surpassed 1,400 coins. The Empire verbally pledged support of 10,000 gold coins. However, the funds have yet to materialize. Derek Pro claimed that the payment would require an additional 2 months, yet Ross perceived this as a likely pretext for potential withholding by Count Ruger. Nevertheless, this did not concern him much. The Empire has its own considerations and could not simply allow 52 Imperial soldiers to deliver a gift of 10,000 gold coins to him. In any case, Ross had never seen what 10,000 gold coins looked like, so it mattered little to him. During this time, he also procured a batch of slaves and farmers from Iceheart Village. Thanks to the regenerative system, his territory lacked for the scarce food and meat of the north, particularly fish. A single raid on Kidney Lake with Frost could yield an abundant harvest, and Ross experienced a delightful busyness, with his days filled with activity. The establishment of mining outposts for stone and iron has also entered a productive phase. Next, Goliath's plan involves the design of the walls for Ross's territory, with the intention of constructing a stone wall at the entrance, initially estimated to reach 7 meters. The craftsmen of Iceheart village were weary from their labors. Yet this was their duty. Observing the gradual construction of his territory, every farmer who participated in the work was treated to a grand feast by Ross. This so-called grand feast consisted of a lavish banquet, with ample fish and meat, wolf meat to their fill, and black quinoa bread in abundance, complemented by purchased wheat beer and homemade tart brambleberry juice, which brought genuine smiles to the faces of every villager in Ross's domain. Such feasts and banquets are the most effective means of uplifting the morale and goodwill of the populace. Lord Ross, of course, was the most revered and adored among them. Half intoxicated, Ross leaned against Frost's embrace, listening to the discussions of his subjects, and once again turned his attention to the small map. The routine raids during this time were hardly noteworthy. However, a response had finally arrived regarding the fictitious letter sent by Rodart to the dwarves of Silver Fortress. Coincidentally, his young lover, Audrey, had also written to him. Holding 2 letters in his hands, he pondered which to open first. "Bring the bandit leader Rodart to me," he commanded. "Yes, my Lord Ross," Anatoly replied respectfully. Recently, the bandit leader Rodarte has gradually acclimated to his existence as a mere laborer, despite his status as a first-tier practitioner. No longer engaged in combat, his days are consumed with leading his fellow brigands in toil or journeying to their work sites. Exhausted by the end of each day, he collapses in his wooden shack, akin to a weary stray dog. Strangely, Rodarte has come to appreciate this untroubled life, devoid of mental strain, with ample provisions. Many of the brigands harbor their own thoughts, subtly suggesting to Rodarte the notion of escape or even rebellion. However, one fateful night, 2 bandits, unable to suppress their instincts, attempted to flee while pilfering supplies from their makeshift shelter. Under the cover of darkness, they encountered a pair of orange-yellow and green eyes. Subsequently, their fate was sealed. The 2 bandits, guilty of theft and desertion, were apprehended by the night watchman Anatoly and a fellow wolf knight. Their status plummeted from that of farmers to slaves, with food provisions slashed by 1/3 and their labor hours extended to 14, transforming them into shackled workers. Yet, it was not merely the loss of freedom that instilled dread in them, but rather the terror of Anatoly and his ruthless new cadre of night watchmen from Rose territory. Cloaked in darkness and the howling winds of a snowstorm that muffled their movements, some bandits had previously escaped Rose territory, only to be recaptured by Iceheart village. Unaware of the ties between the village and Rose territory, this history fueled the ambitions of new bandits to flee. Yet with the arrival of Anatoly and his fearsome green-eyed companions, no successful escapes from Rose territory have occurred since. These formidable beings possess eyes akin to those of wolves, capable of discerning their prey in the pitch of night, while the bandits remain oblivious to their presence, engulfed in terror. In stark contrast to the usual barbaric patrols, which often brandish torches wrapped in oily rags for illumination, these night watchmen move effortlessly in the shadows. The last time a bandit sought refuge behind a bush, he turned to find a green wolf's eye fixed upon him, as if it intended to flay him alive. The emergence of the wolf cavalry has undoubtedly elevated the night patrol capabilities of Rose territory to an alarming degree. It is entirely reasonable for the bandits to feel fear before the unknown. However, what truly unsettled Rodarte and his second-in-command, the Black Pearl, was the precarious relationship between Silver Fortress and Rose territory. Should the Dwarven army discover their deceit, would they wage war against Rose territory? Trapped within its confines, would they find themselves captured by the Dwarves, destined for a similar gruesome fate? Dwarves are not human. They possess no inclination for sympathy. For years, Rodarte has led his band of brigands in heinous acts, with dwarves covertly supporting their depredations by providing aid and supplies. As an external agent of the dwarves, the impending reckoning from Silver Fortress looms over Rodarte like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him with dread. My lord, Rose territory stands no chance against the dwarves of Silver Fortress. They possess formidable firearms and artillery. The Ross territory may appear brutal, but in essence, it is merely a band of savages. As Rodart contemplated the words of his subordinate bandits, he was already brought before Ross. You have performed admirably. Your next objective and responsibility is to ensure that the Ross territory continues to suffer significant losses. The Empire's reinforcements have arrived in the Ross territory, and they are expanding. To support your efforts against the rapid development of the Ross territory, we are providing you with 10 dwarf flintlock firearms, along with 200 black powder cartridges, 20 rounds per person, armor, finely crafted dwarf weapons, and a supply of provisions. It is imperative to hinder the Empire's advancement in the Ross territory. Upon success, further rewards will be granted. Signed, Long-Bearded Adra. There is always an information disparity. The Dwarves of Silver Fortress clearly did not anticipate that Ross, possessing a small map, would preemptively eliminate this band of nearly 100 mountain bandits. Observing the supplies at the transaction site, Ross stroked his chin. Flintlock dwarf firearms. What splendid items. He immediately gestured for Pierre to approach. My lord, what are your commands? The barbarian warriors of the Dragon Slayer Brigade had recently become more invigorated than ever, as Anatoly's wolf cavalry took over the nighttime patrol duties without the need for torches. Thanks to their exceptional night vision, this not only enhanced the efficiency of night patrols, but also liberated the barbarians from their original watch duties, leaving them energetic and somewhat at a loss for tasks. Palau even ventured to the quarry to expend his boundless energy. Pierre, you are to accompany Rodart to receive the reinforcements from the Dwarves of Silver Fortress, Ross exclaimed, handing the letter to Pierre, who, upon reading it, could not help but smile broadly. Flintlock firearms. These items are a specialty of the Dwarves. Notably, such dwarf firearms enable ordinary individuals to wield capabilities akin to professionals. Boasting a lethality of around 150 meters and convenient loading, aside from their exorbitant cost, they possess few drawbacks. The Dwarves of Silver Fortress have been exceedingly generous. We must eventually repay them with a grand gift. Ross chuckled while stroking his beard. Though he had none, he admired the Dwarves. Our primary goal is to secure a trade agreement with the Dwarves, and our secondary objective is to see if we can capture the individual responsible for transporting the reinforcements. Understood, Pierre solemnly accepted the command. Meanwhile, Palau and the others suddenly displayed an excited demeanor. What? Another order? Splendid. Ha ha ha, let us go. No more mining. Upon hearing of a new mission, the barbarian brigade erupted with enthusiasm. On another front, Ross opened a letter from his beloved, Audrey, a noble lady who had also provided assistance to his empire, and his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 24. When it rains, a girl must marry. Captives from the Dwarves of Silver Fortress. My dear Baron Ross, I wonder how you have fared during these past few weeks. From my distant abode, I occasionally hear news of your exploits. Some say you have slain a dragon and even forged a pact with a white dragon within your domain. I wish you all the best. Please do not concern yourself with my circumstances. I currently reside on Portiny Street, living the life befitting a noble lady. My carriage transports me to daily soirees, balls, theaters, and salons, while the gutters in the alleys remain muddy. Life in the Ruger domain has been dreadfully dull without your presence, has it not? Since enduring the previous peril, I can no longer refer to Count Ruger J as my uncle. He has committed numerous acts that fill me with disdain, and my loathing for him grows with each passing day. Surely, you have not received the 10,000 imperial gold coins intended for your support? My uncle, Baron Ruger, is supposed to safeguard them, but in truth, this bearded man, whose stern appearance belies his treachery, has embezzled your funds entirely. Now, I live in a state of half embarrassment, half joy. Just a few nights ago, as I lit my oil lamp to compose my fourth letter, Count Ruger J sent his housekeeper, Puin, to deliver distressing news. Not only has he imprisoned me, forbidding me to meet with you again as an imperial messenger, a most sorrowful revelation, but he also intends to marry me off to the elderly Baron of Iron Oak. Due to a new trade agreement between the Ruger domain and him, he seeks to continue importing iron oak trees, invaluable as gold, and intends to sell his niece to an old-fashioned nobleman. I have made all necessary preparations. My seat, trunk, sword case, mudguards, and lanterns are ready. The beautiful view of the estate outside and the sight of the young white horse in the stable remind me of you in every detail. Handsome Baron Ross, please do not worry about me. I believe I possess the strength to overcome all troubles and obstacles. The path to love is always fraught with thorns. Yet I plan to escape from Count Ruger's domain in 3 days and find my way back into your valiant embrace. Yours lovingly, Audrey Alstide. Ross gazed at the letter sealed with wax, enveloped in silence. He had regarded Audrey merely as a means to an end. Yet he had not anticipated that this noble lady of the Empire harbored genuine feelings for him, even preparing to elope within her domain for his sake. The Empire had delivered several letters, but Audrey, as the messenger, had not appeared in Ross's sight again, having been imprisoned by her uncle, Count Ruger. To marry the Baron of Iron Oak? Though his title was modest, the iron oak trees possessed value akin to gold. In this era, it is quite commonplace for nobles to send their progeny into arranged marriages for the sake of profit and trade. However, it is rather outrageous that Count Ruger has seized his 10,000 imperial reinforcement gold coins, deceitfully claiming that they have already arrived. This I can comprehend. For what noble is devoid of avarice and lust? Yet, to utilize his own niece, Audrey, as a mere bargaining chip is rather inhumane, is it not? Nevertheless, according to Count Ruger's perspective, his interests reign supreme. As I perused the heartfelt letter from the noble lady, imbued with a yearning for freedom and romance, it would be a lie to assert that I felt no emotional stirrings. It was impossible to remain unmoved. Yet, what could I possibly do? Suddenly struck by a thought, I patted my head and glanced at Frost, who was observing my expression with the languor typical of a university student returned from vacation, spending his days either gaming or at the internet cafe. Frost, noticing the Baroness' contemplative demeanor as he held the wax-sealed letter, remarked with a smile, "Your little lover's prose is quite commendable. Her earnest words even express a willingness to elope with you. I wonder what exactly it is about you that captivates her." I gazed at the entrapped white dragon, ensnared by the dragon contract, and instructed, "Go to Ruger's territory and bring Audrey back for me. Did you not say I could only command you twice a month? The first was to fish, and my second command is to return her safely." A sense of irritation stirred within me. I had thought that the troubles with Silver Fortress and the dwarves were sufficient. Yet the internal strife within the Empire had presented me with this additional folly. Unexpectedly, Frost posed a question. If I were to be confined in the future, would you come to rescue me just as you would for your beloved Audrey? Of course, that is a certainty, I replied. Frost smiled gently. Remember the words you have spoken today, Baron Rose. I sensed an underlying meaning in her words, as if she were digging a pit for her own future. However, with Audrey's letter, the logistical support from the dwarves, and the matters concerning the development of my territory weighing heavily on my mind, I had no time to ponder the deeper implications of Frost's statement. I continued, the territory of Ruger should be situated not far beyond the northern borders, adjacent to a forest known as Melon. Beside Melon flows the Blister River. Please ensure you do not stray. Rest assured, she replied, and after I detailed the geographical locations, Frost vanished into the depths of the night within Rose territory. This was the north, after all, and there were no teleportation circles available. Regardless of my anxieties, I had no choice but to force myself to remain patient and await news of Frost and Audrey's escape plan. I did not have to wait long, for news from the dwarves at Silver Fortress soon arrived. Damn it, let us go? Are you not the subordinates of Rodat? A young dwarf with a brown beard struggled to wield his iron hammer, yet he was bound tightly. The specially designed fishing line proved to be exceedingly effective and smooth for binding. Another dwarf from the transport team cursed angrily, Rodart, you have betrayed the great Silver Fortress and all dwarves. A total of 6 dwarves had been captured by Pierre's barbarians and Rodart's bandits. Gazing at the ominous muzzles of dark flintlock firearms within a massive bundle, Pierre, grinning, squatted on the ground, counting his spoils. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12? How come there are 12 dwarven flintlock firearms? Rodart remarked. Perhaps 2 of them belong to the transport team? They might have taken a couple for themselves while delivering supplies. Or has the content of the letters been altered, and they embezzled? Pierre, still smiling, eyed the black powder projectiles, a batch of armor and weaponry, and even half a cartload of grain, all top-quality wheat. "We've struck gold, my lord," Pierre exclaimed. Indeed, this half-cart of wheat could sustain Roseling for a month or 2, all made of fine steel armor. It seems the dwarves invested significantly in supporting the bandits this time. Let us return with the captives. The barbarians and the scolded Rodart appeared weary of the reprimand. In a fit of annoyance, Rodart tore a piece of fabric and stuffed it into the mouth of the foul-mouthed dwarf captain of the transport team. Following the successful interception, the time for interrogation arrived. After Pierre had interrogated the 6 captured dwarfs, he promptly went to report to the Baron. Roseling, beside a fish oil lamp, attentively reviewed the information with Glaia. How long did they take to force them to draw, and can we be sure the information is accurate? His expression grew serious, as the revelations from the dwarves indicated that the Silver Fortress was even mightier than he had anticipated. Pierre replied, we interrogated them separately and then cross-referenced the information, so the details should be fairly accurate. Roseling murmured, the Silver Fortress possesses nearly 2,000 subhumans, with human slaves tirelessly mining or in the Great Silver Pit day and night. Their standing army comprises around 250, predominantly first-tier dwarf warriors, supported remotely by dwarven musketeers and hammer-wielding warriors, with the majority of the populace being white dwarves, bringing the total fortress population close to 5,000. In contrast, Roseling's forces totaled less than 200, barely a fifth of the opponent's overall military strength. Even accounting for the large number of slaves exchanged with Iceheart Village and itinerant merchants, his entire domain barely approached 500 inhabitants. Merely a tenth of the Silver Fortress's total, if not less. Pierre's expression mirrored seriousness as he stated, "Moreover, their castle walls exceed 10 meters in height. If we attack, our probability of victory is virtually nil." Rosling, however, displayed no signs of discouragement at the military comparison. On the contrary, he was invigorated. Observing the Baroness' reaction, both Pierre and Rodart felt a sense of surprise. Rodart pondered inwardly, did Baron Ross not fear the dwarves, who vastly outnumbered his forces tenfold? This was the Empire's enclave, the dwarves' territory in the frigid northern lands. Ross, indifferent to the thoughts of the mountain bandits, declared, "Pierre, keep a close watch on this group of dwarves. There are no prisons within my domain. Should even one of these 6 dwarves escape, you will be held accountable." The authority and tone of Baron Ross imparted a serious atmosphere. Ross mused, "Well, if it comes to that, I suppose I'll resort to guerrilla tactics. Tonight, I must first unveil the small map of Silver Fortress. I can no longer afford to remain idle." He intended to personally scout Silver Fortress under the cover of night to ascertain the situation within. As for the comparative military strength of Silver Fortress, it was merely a straightforward comparison. The Northern Realm possessed a significant advantage in its vast terrain. Those unshod fear not those in shoes. If they dared to invade Ross's territory, he would risk everything to plunder Silver Fortress entirely. "I am a lord of noble lineage, emerging from the Far East. What does it matter if they are numerous? I shall engage in guerrilla warfare with the small map. I shall not let you escape unscathed." The location of Silver Fortress remained shrouded in the fog of war on Ross's small map. His prior hesitation to strike was primarily due to the lack of crucial intelligence. Encircling and exploring was time-consuming and labor-intensive, yielding little reward. However, now that he had captured the 6 dwarves from the supply convoy, they had divulged the precise direction and location of Silver Fortress. Gazing at the extensive war fog over the northern Kidney Lake, Ross vanished into the night. Chapter 25. A treasure worth 100,000 gold coins? A new quest, the White Dragon Mount. A conspiracy of the White Dwarves. A massive ghoul, nearly 2.5 meters tall, collapsed onto the icy, crystalline snow. A man, following the sound of the wind, drew forth a powerful, quenched greatsword. Gazing at the fallen ghoul creature, Ross inhaled the scent of the ghoul's blood and shook his head. "It doesn't smell that foul." System, initiate regeneration transformation. Congratulations, host. Regeneration transformation of the 2nd-tier ghoul completed. You have obtained Giant Ghoul Elixir. Accelerates adrenaline recovery. Ross decisively consumed the Giant Ghoul Elixir, feeling little difference, except for a slight burning sensation in his kidneys, akin to a dance of water and fire. Adrenaline enhancement? What purpose does this serve? Ross soon discovered the utility of the adrenaline boost. As he concentrated, the swirling snowflakes and the world before him slowed to a crawl. A deceleration effect? Unbeknownst to him, Ross was now capable of swiftly dispatching 2nd-tier monsters. The war fog on the small map, like swirling snow, continuously shifted with Ross's advance, sweeping across cliffs and broken precipices, weaving forward to form a series of stacked arcs on the map. The mountainous path appears quite treacherous, with a steep gradient that seems daunting. I had perhaps overly fretted about the likelihood of Silver Fortress launching an assault upon us through this rugged terrain. The challenge is indeed formidable. Observing the slope, which approaches an incline of 75 degrees, an ascent insurmountable even for an ordinary human, Ross shook his head. Unless a battalion of dwarves, numbering in the thousands, were to slide down this icy slope like children on a slide, he could not fathom how they might traverse this route. The biting wind and snow obscured part of his view, and after nearly an hour of arduous trekking, during which he vanquished 3 snow wolves and 4 ice yaks to quench his thirst with their blood, Ross finally beheld a colossal wall and fortress standing resolutely against the tempest. Beneath the city walls and the snow line, groups of 10 black and gray-clad dwarf miners were laboriously transporting goods. The ferocity of the storm here was greater than that in Ross's own territory, accompanied by fierce gusts from above, making the wind he faced seem trivial in comparison. It nearly rendered his eyelids unable to open. He gazed at the ledge of the cliff, where countless dwarves were engaged in forging iron, the blazing glow of their fires emanating from within the rocky caves. The steep fortress was indeed teeming with dwarves, a sight that was overwhelmingly impressive. As the mists of war unfurled before him, Ross had no intention of acting rashly. In warfare, there exists but one principle: to know oneself and one's enemy, ensuring victory in countless battles. Just as Ross contemplated encircling Silver Fortress, to unveil all the fog of war and to monitor the movements of the dwarven army via his mini-map, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. What is this? The cold mist of night and frost obscured his vision, prompting Ross to utilize a night vision scroll to gain a clearer view of the distant sky. Within his sight, a white dragon soared towards the plateau of Silver Fortress, its powerful wings creating a tempest that sent dwarven blacksmiths scattering in panic. The massive wings of the dragon struck the ground, unleashing waves of cold mist and ice crystals. As the white dragon swiftly dove into the dwarven caverns of Silver Fortress, vanishing from view. Side quest initiated. Capture the new white dragon. As a dragon slayer, the host has already slain 3 white dragons, 2 whelps, and 1 young dragon. Upon discovering a new white dragon in the company of dwarves, what choice will the host make? Option 1. Slay the white dragon. Option 2. Obtain the Dragon Pact, White Dragon mount, by defeating the dragon and completing the pact. What is this? Ross, astonished by the shift in the system, reflected on his entanglements with the dragon race since his arrival. Initially, Ross's plan was to forge a pact with the white dragon to become a dragon lord, leveraging his identity as a dragon pact maker to ride the white dragon and establish his renown. However, due to the peculiarities surrounding Frost, his plans had veered entirely off course. Who could have anticipated that within the Dwarven Empire's Silver Fortress, there resided yet another white dragon? The white dragon has surprisingly allied with the dwarves? How did this interspecies collaboration come to fruition between a dragon and a race of dwarves? Is it not true that the white dragon is inherently cunning? What has led it to mingle with these pale dwarfs? Is it merely because both their names contain the word white that they consider themselves kin? This seems rather implausible. Nevertheless, this presents an extraordinary opportunity. Ross immediately recognized this fact. The absence of rewards in the first option is quite straightforward, should he choose to slay the young white dragon. The rebirth system would naturally convert it into profit. Thus, the reward for the first option is essentially the benefit derived from the rebirth system's transformation. The second option, however, offers an additional reward of a dragon pact with the white dragon mount. Ross's heart soared with delight. Although Froth was powerful, it was uncontrollable. If he could ride the white dragon through the streets, it would undeniably elevate the prestige of Ross's territory. After all, legends pale in comparison to reality. Transforming Froth into a dragon seemed more challenging than slaying her. Ross had yet to witness Froth's true form as a white dragon, making it nearly impossible to claim a genuine dragon as a mount. This had previously led Ross to believe that his plans as a dragon lord had utterly failed. Yet he never anticipated that beneath the dwarven Silver Fortress lay a glimmer of hope, leading him back onto the path of the dragon lord. What a thrill! He chose the secondary quest. This time, the system was unequivocal, presenting him with another contract for a weaker dragon pact with the white dragon mount. Ross couldn't contain his joy. However, challenges still loomed ahead. He needed to devise a way to enter the Silver Fortress and find an opportunity to defeat and tame the colossal dragon. First, he would circle around the Silver Fortress and open the mini-map. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle, a timeless truth that remains unshakable throughout the ages. Roar! The white dragon Veldra had just arrived at the interior of the Silver Fortress when several high-ranking pale dwarves came forth to greet him. Indeed, the white dragon Vis had been slain by humans. I ventured to his lair, where his goblins and gnolls informed me that his treasures were concealed elsewhere. Henceforth, I require your dwarven forces' cooperation to locate this treasure and deliver it to my dragoness lair, followed by assisting me in eliminating the Imperial Lord Ross, who slaughtered Vis. Master Smithkin of the Pale Dwarves responded, "We dwarves indeed bear the duty of driving the foolish Imperial humans from the north. But what benefit does this battle hold for us?" The white dragon Veldra replied, "The doom of the north is imminent. I shall transform more of you pale dwarves into dragon-blooded beings. Aid the Silver Fortress in guarding against the undead menace." Master Kent, the blacksmith, shook his head and remarked, "These were the terms we had previously agreed upon. You require our assistance, and we, in turn, need your cooperation to procure more formidable dragon-blooded dwarves. This is an ancient pact between the white dwarves and the white dragon. However, locating the treasure of the white dragon Vels and vanquishing the Rose Lord, who has slain your kin, are entirely separate matters." At that moment, a dwarven scout from Silver Fortress approached Kent, whispering a piece of troubling news. "Our transport team of 6 dwarves has vanished in the Rose territory, along with the supplies. Firearms and armored weapons seem to have been consumed by Rose's domain." "What?" Master Kent exclaimed in fury. "Those treacherous humans have eradicated our hired brigands?" Veldra appeared exceedingly agitated, flapping his wings in anger, proclaiming, "Regardless, we must swiftly deal with them. We can discuss other terms when the undead invade." Kent understood that the pressing matter at hand was to stifle the advancement of the Empire's Rose territory at its inception. I shall promptly confer with Lord Torek regarding the deployment of troops. However, are you certain you have pinpointed the location of the treasure of the White Dragon Vels? Veldra responded, I am quite certain. It shall be a vast fortune. From what I currently know, the White Dragon Vels amassed a complete set of sapphires. And these 7 sapphires together are worth at least 50,000 gold coins. Additionally, there are gold, silver, and copper coins, various inferior gemstones, assorted coins, and an array of small artworks. The total value of this treasure cannot be less than 100,000 gold coins, perhaps even more. I must find them. I must. And I shall find them. Kent was equally stirred by this revelation. 100,000 gold coins? How many troops could be recruited? How much food could be stockpiled to endure the winter of the undead? When shall we depart? The White Dragon Veldra roared. Naturally, the sooner the better. It must be as swift as possible. Rose had overlooked a crucial fact. Aside from juvenile white dragons, true adult dragons invariably seek to establish their own hordes and collections. The cunning and powerful White Dragon Vels, upon entering the ice cavern, could witness the countless corpses of fallen adventurers. Yet, where did his horde reside? Why? After the death of Vels, did the barbarians, the Iceheart village, and Rose himself fail to discover the dragon's treasure? Rose instinctively dismissed this question, assuming that Vels might not have the habit of collecting treasures. However, Veldra, as a fellow dragon, grasped the truth of the matter far better. Thus, in the darkness, Master Kent ascended the colossal iron gear lift, making his way towards the Lord's Hall of Silver Fortress. In stark contrast to the rose-clad wooden abode of Ross, the Lord's Hall of Silver Fortress is a genuine seat of power, not far from the expansive and opulent square table. A venerable dwarf with a white beard sits upon a throne, his 3 twisted whiskers adorned with metallic enchanted trinkets, exuding an aura of formidable strength. At this moment, the mighty lord is indulging in copious amounts of strong liquor. A deep, resonant voice echoes, "What is it, Kent?" Kent, surveying the surrounding guards and the dwarven butcher squad, replies without excessive reverence, "My Lord Torek, we must mobilize our forces immediately. Before the undead invasion, we must eradicate the Empire's thorn, the Rose Spike, from the northern territories. Furthermore, the White Dragon Veldra claims to have discovered the treasure of Weiss. Oh, 100,000 gold coins? Veldra will undoubtedly demand at least half. Impossible. We shall grant him no more than a third. Even if he is dissatisfied, it matters not, without our white dwarves. This white dragon will be rendered immobile in the north. Moreover, he is inherently adversarial to the Empire's dragon slayer, Ross. Until the Rose Spike from the northern realm is removed, Veldra will not dare to turn against us at Silver Fortress." Kent comprehends the intention of Lord Torek, the Hammer of Silver Fortress, and states, "So, we shall first seek the treasure of the White Dragon Weiss? Precisely. Then we shall wage war against Ross's domain, decisively eliminating these imperial brigands." Meanwhile, Ross, having cleared the fog of war surrounding the small map of Silver Fortress, gazes in bewilderment as a white dragon suddenly emerges from a cliffside cave in the mountains, soaring into the sky. What is this? Roar. Beneath the white dragon's feet, nearly 100 dwarven transporters create a long trail of tracks in the snow and icy plains of the cave. Ross had initially intended to return after surveying the small map for further deliberation, but unexpectedly, this young white dragon has taken the initiative. What could it be planning? Why does the dwarven convoy seem to be following this young white dragon? What could they be up to? Driven by intense curiosity, Ross, the Dragon Lord, follows the direction of his intended mount, the White Dragon Veldra. "My dear future draconic steed of the Rose Domain, where are you heading?" Chapter 26, Dragon Lord Acquired. Contract with White Dragon Veldra. Contracting the dragon roar. Not here. The roar of Veldra resonates from the icy cavern, sending a goblin staggering. Fainted by the dragon's might beside the cave's entrance, Veldra immediately turns its head, flapping its wings against the frost. As endless waves of cold mist envelop the plateau and cliffs, appearing exceedingly pale and desolate, the dwarves below follow the white dragon's lead. A single white dragon cannot transport all the treasures. However, the dwarven transport fleet of Silver Fortress has prepared numerous covered wagons and handcarts, filled with linen bags to carry the vast hoard of the dragon Weiss. Even if a single transport fails, they are ready to make multiple trips. Curious, Ross observed them as they searched for something. Soon, the white dragon Veldra ventured into another concealed ice cavern, illuminated by the shattered ice and the radiant blue glow of jewels. Found it. Ha! Veldra's booming laughter resonated throughout the cavern, and Ross stealthily followed from behind.
To his astonishment, Ross's original objective was to defeat the white dragon named Veldra and fulfill his ambition of acquiring a dragon mount, binding it to him as his steed. However, he never anticipated the unexpected twists that awaited him. Veldra had tracked them to the very lair where they had slain the white dragon wights, sniffing around for nearly 2 hours before burrowing into a cavern. After conversing with the red-eyed canines and gnolls surrounding the ice caves, Veldra unearthed an immense trove of azure treasure. My goodness! Ross stood in awe before a colossal mound of gold coins. 1,000 coins could never amass such a commanding presence, resembling a mountain of grain in a storied field, a veritable hill of gold and silver, alongside a plethora of exquisite artifacts. How many coins could this be? His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Sapphires. 7 exquisitely carved sapphires rested within Veldra's claws. Despite Veldra's imposing length of over 10 meters, he delicately caressed the sapphires as if they were the wrist of a lover, utterly captivated and entranced. Ross understood all too well the exorbitant value of such flawless gems, imbued with magical properties in this world. A perfect gem is sought after by the most eminent of sorcerers. Thus, these 7 impeccable sapphires must be worth countless gold coins. A complete set of sapphires. 7 in total? Good gracious. Suddenly, Ross was struck by a realization. The cunning and malevolent white dragon Weiss, self-proclaimed lord of the frigid and ruthless, had extensive experience with many northern adventurers. Could this be the treasure of the nefarious Weiss? Indeed, the sheer number of dragon lairs had caused him to overlook this possibility, nearly missing out on a fortune of unimaginable wealth. Each dragon's wealth is often gauged by its longevity. The longer it survives, the more opulent it becomes, and the more extravagant its hoard. Weiss's treasure alone must contain at least 20,000 coins, not even accounting for the value of those 7 sapphires. Veldra's wings fluttered amidst the pile of coins, the clinking sounds of gold cascading around him, filling Ross's vision with a golden hue. Mine, all mine, the greedy Veldra screeched, as assorted coins and trinkets tumbled around his white dragon form. In that moment, Ross felt as though Veldra was no longer a dragon, but rather a cat intoxicated by an excess of catnip, reveling in sheer delight amidst the golden bounty. Veldra was enraptured by the sensation of being surrounded by piles of gold coins, silver pieces, exquisite trinkets, and a myriad of gemstones. Completely oblivious to the nobleman clad in wolf-skin armor, wielding a tempered longsword, who approached him from behind, relaxed and unguarded. Ecstasy, ecstasy, ecstasy. Veldra reveled like a fat eel nestled among the coins, the dragon wings stirring up a cacophony of clinking gold, utterly forgetting the dwarves from Silver Fortress awaiting his return, and losing all sense of vigilance due to the allure of the treasure. A white cat, indulging in catnip, would exhibit little caution, much like Veldra, who remained unaware of the impending ambush before the clash of humans and dragonkind. The enormous white dragon lay languidly atop the jewels, unresponsive to the encroaching dragon slayer. With each step Ross took, the coins beneath his feet cascaded like a river, yet even this unmistakable sound did not rouse Veldra from his stupor. Suddenly, a whiff of human scent reached Veldra, a terrifying aroma, unmistakably that of a dragon slayer. Had he finally become aware? Alas, it was too late. The dragon slayer's tempered sword surged with a terrifying chill, akin to a dragon's breath, as Ross prepared his strike. With a force exceeding 1,000 pounds, the energy coalesced from his ankles to his waist, shoulders, elbows, and wrists, ready to unleash an icy breath. The attack aimed at the neck, a critical vulnerability. Roar! In the icy cavern, a tremor reverberated. Veldra, feeling the excruciating pain in his dragon head, struggled to take flight. His heavy-tempered sword, and the accumulated power of nearly 6 seconds of chilling dragon breath converging to pierce his neck with a thunderous impact. In that instant, as the lethal wound penetrated his neck, Veldra felt as if he had plummeted from paradise to hell, twisting his dragon body in desperation. The searing dragon blood, steaming and white with agony, poured forth from the grievous wound, rapidly draining his vitality. Dragon Slayer. Veldra, ignoring the treasure of his kin beneath him, sensed he had fallen into a trap laid by the Slayer, a misfortune striking amidst the allure of riches. He staggered toward the cave's periphery, blood and weakness distorting his flight. Do you wish to flee? But can you? Would it not be better to be obedient and compliant? As Ross's words echoed, the adrenaline from the giant ghoul's potion made every movement of the colossal dragon appear agonizingly slow before his eyes. The terrifying 13-meter-long white dragon, with the grievous sword wound at its neck, erupted with a thick and dark torrent of dragon blood. Ross was acutely aware that allowing the white dragon to escape was utterly unacceptable. Thus, his second strike was destined to land upon its dragon wing. The White Dragon Knight. Vieldra unleashed the frost spirit. A roar erupted as the sword-embellished dragon tumbled from the sky, crashing into a heap of gold coins and sending them flying in all directions. Dark Arts. The dragon's weakened maw suddenly expelled a torrent of draconic language and icy breath. Your body is too large, and regrettably, I possess dark vision as well. The Earth Dragon, a creature of the subterranean realm, paired with the terrifying sight of the White Dragon, enabled Ross's dark vision to transcend 200 feet, approximately 36 meters. At the moment the dark arts surged forth, the surrounding ripples absorbed every beam of light, enveloping the brilliance of the nearby sapphires and gold in an endless abyss of darkness. However, the Dragon Slayer Ross's third strike was, without surprise, executed with alacrity. You shall pay dearly. Having just commenced combat, the white dragon Vieldra found its vitality swiftly waning due to a grievous penetrating wound. Consequently, it was compelled to enter a state of frenzy, seeking a swift resolution in its clash with Ross. The longer the battle ensued, the greater the probability of its demise. Thus, the white dragon Vieldra unleashed its fury. Second circle magic, extreme ice ray. Boom, 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 boom. Ross's movements were swift, and his magical resistance formidable. The elemental damage from extreme ice was largely negated by his immunity. Nevertheless, if the white dragon Vieldra hoped to flee, it would have to create an opportunity for escape. Boom. Ross disregarded his injuries, engaging in brutal close combat with the colossal beast, even risking harm to draw closer to Vieldra's body, akin to a relentless parasite. The two engaged in a life-and-death struggle within the coldest, most terrifying, and desolate ice cavern. The cries of shattered wing bones echoed. Ross grunted in pain. And the mingling of icy mist, explosive ice, the bloodshed of battle, and the dragon's savage onslaught caused the entire ice cliff to tremble and threaten collapse. Even endurance can lead to your demise. It appears your strength surpasses that of this, indeed. Coughing, blood trickled from Ross's brow. After enduring countless transformations, few species remained capable of inflicting harm upon him, and yet the dragon was one of them. Rend. As a dragon slayer, he had evaded this close-quarters assault far too many times. With the passage of time, Vieldra's movements grew increasingly sluggish and feeble, its once ferocious gaze now weary and dulled. Is it nearly time? With a casual leap, Ross carved a half-arc through the darkness, observing the weakened Vieldra, which lay prostrate with a heavy jaw and eyes filled with exhaustion. As the dragon exhaled, releasing layers of spiraling white mist with each breath, Ross chuckled. Do you possess any other tricks? Gazing upon this formidable slayer immune to the frigid grasp of ice, Vieldra understood the fate that had befallen the white dragon Vis. In the silver fortress, Ross gazed with a smile at the colossal dragon, its neck bleeding profusely, pondering whether he should prolong its suffering a while longer. The dragon pact with the white dragon mount was not guaranteed to succeed. Instances like Froth's were exceedingly rare. He certainly did not wish for a failed pact, which might provoke the white dragon Vieldra into either self-destruction or resistance, leaving him bereft of a fifth white dragon. Thus, he quickly devised a plan. Kill me, and you shall claim victory. But who would have imagined that the dragon slayer would crouch before his massive dragon eye, picking up a sapphire? What a splendid sapphire it was. Kill me. Haha. The enormous eye of the white dragon Vieldra seethed with rage and humiliation, yet it proved futile. Alas, such exquisite sapphires, gold coins, and treasures were all set to slip from your grasp. Initially, I believed that upon defeating you, you would obediently comply, allowing me to bestow this treasure worth over 100,000 gold coins upon my most beloved and loyal pet. Regrettably, it appears you wish for death. Despair clouded the eyes of white dragon Vieldra. What are you doing? Ross, with a hint of confusion, replied, Are you prepared to die? Such a marvelous sapphire shall no longer belong to you henceforth. The dragons are the finest custodians of treasure. What a pity, what a pity. Vieldra stared in horror at Ross. The disparity in their sizes was stark, yet he felt as if Ross had seized his throat. Before your demise, I shall shatter these 7 perfect sapphires. Only then can all dragons comprehend the true essence of treating treasures with respect. No, do not shatter the sapphires. Oh, if I were to destroy the sapphires, what price would you be willing to pay? Vieldra had utterly lost the strength for words. I will do anything. His will to resist had been systematically dismantled by Ross, transitioning from defeat to torment. Ross waved the sapphire before Veldra's dying gaze, curiously. The nearly extinguished life force seemed to flicker back to life, As the dragons, I was captivated by the exquisite sapphires. With a flourish, Ross presented the scroll, Dragon Pact with the White Dragon mount, and insisted, "You shall sign it willingly. From now on, you will be my noble steed, the great dragon slayer Ross. Should you refuse, I shall immediately shatter these 7 sapphires before your very eyes, sending you to your death. I will sign. I will sign." Tears of remorse and madness streamed down White Dragon Veldra's face, enveloped in despair. Collaborating with the White Dwarfs to fulfill the ancient pact was still cooperation. Aligning with this dragon slayer was also a form of alliance. For the sake of the sapphires and his own survival, he was prepared to risk everything. Veldra could accept his defeat and death, or even the destruction of the sapphires, but he could not endure the thought of them being shattered before his demise. For that would mean his soul could never return to the embrace of the great dragon god. The enormous 13-meter-long white dragon, Veldra, forged a soul bond with the tall, leather-clad baron with peach blossom eyes. The voice of the system echoed, proclaiming, "Congratulations, host. You have contracted your mount, the white dragon Veldra. You may soar through the boundless skies of the north on your dragon and declare your magnificent identity as a dragon lord to all the world's foes. Henceforth, countless souls shall witness the grand deeds of the white dragon beneath your feet, and your legend shall echo throughout the north, enduring until the end of time." The weakened Veldra lay prostrated beside the sapphire. Ross spoke soothingly. "Now, tell me, what is your relationship with Silver Fortress? What schemes do those dwarves harbor against Ross territory?" The white dragon Veldra gazed despairingly at the dragon slayer before him. A white dragon, reduced to serving a dragon slayer, had completely sold his body and soul for the sapphire. "The sapphire, my sapphire. I give it to you truly. Regardless, the life force of a dragon is remarkably resilient, even after Ross pierced his neck and subjected him to torment. The sight of the perfect sapphire stabilized his life essence in an instant. Ross nodded, contemplating how this trove of sapphire would benefit his dragon mount Veldra. He was not stingy in rewarding his dragon steed, as this was part of their transaction and covenant. Next, he pondered how to transport the remaining 20,000 gold coins along with countless small artworks and silver coins back to Ross territory, as well as the situation surrounding Silver Fortress. "Can you mobilize that group of dwarven transporters outside?" "No," Ross proposed. "How about this? You deceive them into helping us transport the treasures to a designated location while I summon reinforcements from Ross territory. What do you say we first overwhelm this 100-man dwarven transport squad?" Veldra responded. Chapter 27. The dragon descends on Ross territory. Astonishing, this is impossible. Kill. Ross had often envisioned the most joyous scene, amidst the howling winds of the northern realm, standing atop a colossal dragon, sitting cross-legged upon its back, gazing down at the ever-changing clouds. The icy cliffs of the north loomed high, and as Ross felt the roaring winds and unstable currents on the dragon's back, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. The extreme cold had frozen the wounds on the dragon's wings and neck. Yet it did not rob Veldra of its ability to fly. On the contrary, the weight of a human was negligible compared to the dragon's 13-meter length. Veldra swallowed a black-hearted sapphire worth 50,000 gold coins. Ross had previously been clueless about identifying perfect sapphires until Veldra explained their value, enlightening him on the essence of a black-hearted sapphire. "By the way, where are your dragon treasures? Will you not bring them forth to aid the development of Ross territory?" At the towering heights of an icy cliff, the white dragon Veldra, bound by the dragon pact of the white dragon, seldom deigned to respond to Ross. He sensed that his future existence would be shrouded in darkness, destined to become a disgrace to his kind. Ross sneered, addressing the assembly of white dragons. "You deceitful creatures, as cunning as wild beasts, aligned with chaos and malevolence. Do you truly believe you can erect a monument of honor after being contracted? Or do you harbor discontent towards me, your dragon lord? Must I slay you to prove my point?" The dragon's eyes quivered slightly. On Veldra's back, Ross's hair danced wildly as he slowly rose to his feet. Through the gaps in the northern clouds, he could already glimpse the territory of Ross. After trekking for 2 hours and spending nearly 3 to 4 hours exploring the map of the Silver Fortress, he returned on the back of the colossal dragon in less than half an hour. He marveled at Veldra's astonishing speed while contemplating how to transfer the treasures of the white dragon wights to Ross's domain. Meanwhile, Anatho's Steel Oath was training new recruits on the icy plains of the Rose territory, where the Imperial infantry, shield bearers, and hunters stood in orderly ranks, poised for battle. Suddenly, alarms and bells from the outpost pierced the air. A dragon. What? The outpost had spotted a white dragon. It was flying towards the Rose territory. A dragon attack. Anatho's steel oath's demeanor turned grave as fear flickered in the eyes of countless new soldiers. A third of them hailed from Iceheart village, many of whom had endured the crisis of the White Dragon's massacre 5 years prior. Hearing the news of the dragon's assault, they trembled uncontrollably. The leader of the Dragon Slayer Brigade, Pierre, gazed in horror at the distance. Was this the companion of the White Dragon Weiss we had slain, seeking vengeance? Panu and Palau exchanged resolute expressions. Lord Ross has yet to return, and the Rose territory is leaderless. We must not allow the Dragonkin to assail Ross's lands, declared Panu. The Dragon Slayer Brigade will resist to the death. We shall confront the White Dragon, added Gaku. The secretary, Glaya, also received the alarming news. The entire Rose territory began evacuating farmers. All agricultural activities, construction, berry gathering, and mining ceased as they hastened to seek refuge in the forests, retreating deeper into the woods. Messages were dispatched to Iceheart village, calling for reinforcements. The wolf cavalryman Anatoly raised his gaze towards the distant white clouds, where a white speck was hurtling towards the Rose territory at an alarming speed. Evacuate the citizens immediately. This is dire. The horses in the stables are panicking. In the hastily constructed wooden stable, the warhorses' feed lay trampled and muddied, the water troughs splattered with snowmelt. Many horses were in a state of fright, evidently sensing the oppressive presence of the dragon and the faint aura of its might from afar. At the forefront of the Rose territory's outpost, an imperial hunter raised his head in astonishment. With vision akin to that of an eagle, he beheld an astonishing sight. Upon the back of the White Dragon soaring through the northern skies, a figure clad in leather armor stood resolutely. A black dot upon the White Dragon. Indeed, it was a person. What did you say? Exclaimed the imperial infantryman, gazing in disbelief at the hunter beside him. The hunter squinted, trembling as he spoke. It's absolutely true. There is someone standing atop the dragon's back. A dragon knight? As the White Dragon, akin to a cannonball, dove towards the Rose territory, it was met with a volley of arrows. While the seasoned warhorses remained unperturbed amidst the chaos of battling a second-tier wolf leader, the Imperial cavalry, confronted directly by the descending White Dragon, was seized by panic. With all his might, Ananto's steel oath gripped the reins, forcing control over the startled steeds. Yet, the solemn and restrained emotions instantaneously morphed into astonishment and shock. The cause for his bewilderment was singular. Upon the immense back of the White Dragon, he recognized a familiar figure. How could this be? Your Excellency, the Baron. An indescribable shockwave erupted within him, akin to a shell exploding at the center of a lake. Derek Pro looked up in amazement at the colossal dragon descending and the valiant Baron with flowing hair. At the entrance of the icy expanse of the Rose territory's outpost, Ross descended from the intact left wing of the dragon, step by step. All Imperial soldiers, 100 new recruits, and 52 first-tier infantrymen, along with shield bearers and the eagle-eyed hunters on watch, gazed in awe at the godlike dragon lord and the magnificent white dragon beneath him. This was a fearsome beast, stretching 13 meters in length, its scales a blend of gray-blue and pale gray interspersed with stark white. Spines resembling icicles jutted from its ankles and neck, while its knife-like right wing drooped to the ground, marred by wounds and frozen flesh. Most terrifying of all was the horrific, frozen sword wound that pierced its neck. The dragon's eyes, a shade of gray-black, seemed to flare with pain as Ross stepped upon its left wing, eliciting a pained roar. The majestic presence of such a creature rendered the Imperial soldiers paralyzed with terror, their combat spirit extinguished. My Lord Ross, a colossal dragon? How is this possible? As Ross descended from the back of the dragon Veldragon, he declared, the Silver Fortress intends to wage war against us. Ananto's steel oath forced himself to shift his focus from the terrifying 13-meter-long white dragon to Ross's face. Yet, the shock within him and the slight tremor in his arms betrayed his true emotions. As you can see, the Silver Fortress has allied with this white dragon. However, I have now forged a pact with it, and from this moment forth, it shall be my steed. A dragon as a mount. In succinct terms, Ross conveyed shocking news to Derek Pro. Derek, struggling to contain his astonishment, inquired, are you suggesting that the treasure of the White Dragon, Weiss, which you and the barbarian horde from Iceheart village previously vanquished, has been located, and now, more than 100 dwarven transporters are positioned beside the treasure, poised to consume that contingent? Ross affirmed, indeed, time is of the essence. I have already expended half an hour returning from the site of the White Dragon's treasure. The march will take at least 2 hours or more, so we must swiftly mobilize our forces to intercept those dwarf transporters. With 100 in their convoy, It was improbable for Ross and Weiss to eliminate them all, especially with the treasure of over 50,000 gold coins at stake, a matter of immense significance to anyone. Thus, Ross would not permit any misstep in the transportation of Weiss's treasure. Anatho's steel oath reacted with remarkable speed, mobilized the troops immediately. Inform Ross that Pierre and the rear guard must be apprised of the situation. Weiss is not here to assault Ross's territory. What? A white dragon? Lord Ross has subdued a white dragon, which is not here to attack us, but rather is Lord Ross's steed. Indeed, it is true. Go see for yourselves, and you shall understand. The words of the Imperial infantry left Pierre, who was prepared to fight for Ross's territory, in a state of utter astonishment. However, as they approached the forward outpost of Ross's domain and witnessed the terrifying, colossal creature with its weary head drooping, a collective gasp and chill ran down the spines of all the barbarians present. Pierre exclaimed, "A white dragon? Lord Ross has made a pact with a white dragon? Has he truly become a legitimate white dragon lord? Good heavens!" Anathos and the wolf cavalry, who had never displayed such intense emotional reactions while capturing mountain bandits or patrolling against wargs during the night, felt their hearts tremble at the sight of the fearsome white dragon exhaling mist. Gloria found it impossible to articulate her feelings at that moment. From a distance, she waved to Ross, and in the next instant, the immense white dragon bore the Baron aloft, spreading its wings in flight. Ross's cold, indifferent voice echoed, "Proceed immediately to the location of Weiss's treasure and converge." The Imperial infantry and troops of Ross's domain sprang into action. Among the dwarven transporters, a dwarf named Val, the captain of the Hammer Squad, pondered aloud, "Has the white dragon Veldra still not located Weiss's treasure? It has been 4 hours. Can Veldra, a giant dragon, not carry all the riches? Perhaps it could stash away some rare gemstones in advance, like the 7 sapphires it previously mentioned. Perhaps, as many dwarves, alongside their sled-dragging hounds, awaited near their caravans. Suddenly, the silhouette of the white dragon Veldra appeared above them. Had it been found? It had finally returned. Our wait has not been in vain. Suddenly, a dwarf marksman exclaimed in alarm, "Look above. What is it? Isn't the white dragon Veldra our ally? Above. What is up there?" The dwarf marksman and countless dwarves turned in shock towards the horizon. There was no issue with Veldra's descent. The concern lay with his back. His back. How could there be a human standing there? Ross squinted, feeling the frigid winds of extreme cold and speed whipping around him. His long hair danced in the rush of air, as if he were standing atop a Boeing 787 racing at 600 km/h. His dragon lineage rendered him unafraid of the heights and the biting cold. There was no need to sound the horns of war. Upon his arrival, the Empire's infantry, wolf riders, and the figures of barbarians surged forth from the shadows of the icy cliffs, charging towards the 100-strong dwarf transport convoy. An enemy attack. Boom. The white dragon plummeted into the midst of the dwarf convoy. 6 dwarves caught unawares, instantly crushed beneath the dragon's dive and assault, their forms reduced to mere pulp, exploding into a thin, sweet-scented mist of blood. Armor crumpled and deformed as Ross calmly approached the heart of the dwarf convoy, smiling as he remarked, "Let us not crush these carts." In that moment, Val's terror twisted his expression into a grotesque semblance. "Veldra, you have betrayed the ancient oath, forsaking us. The dwarves of Silver Fortress." Roaring. Under Ross's oppressive and humiliating presence, the white dragon Veldra, nearly slain, harbored a simmering rage, even with a grievous wound to his neck. The dragon's regenerative powers had already mended part of the injury. His massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a terrifying roar of dragon breath that swept across the battlefield, freezing vast swathes of dwarves into lifeless ice sculptures. At this moment, the man who would later be known as the Iron Curtain General, Ananto's steel oath, glanced at his aide, Derek Pro. Both men trembled with excitement. After years of studying military theory at the Empire's military academy, they had risen from ordinary soldiers on the battlefield, all in search of a noble lord worthy of their service. The powerful white dragon, the terrifying dragon slayer. Ross's imposing figure, seemingly suppressing hundreds of dwarves, was precisely the leader they had sought. Kill. In that instant, the eyes of Derek Pro, Ananto's steel oath, and all the soldiers of the Empire gleamed with fervor. Sooner or later, they would make the decayed and corrupt nobles of the Empire understand that the North was the most formidable military force of the Empire. Soon. Chapter 28. Mobilization. I shall not concede. The Battle of Silver Fortress begins. Where are Val and Veldra? Master Kane of Silver Fortress gazed in bewilderment at the vast cavern within the cliffside. Due to years of relentless mining, the mountains beneath Silver Fortress had been excavated, revealing countless underground passages and caverns. The stout dwarf blacksmith, Cain, found himself intrigued by the prospect of 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, Lord Torek, the dwarf chieftain, had decided to allocate merely 1/3 of the profits to the White Dragon, which implied that a single convoy operation could yield at least 70,000 gold coins in profit, a sum of utmost significance, both for the present and in anticipation of the impending invasion of the undead. The 7 blue sapphires, under his forging and enchanting expertise, would exhibit formidable power. As night fell, news of the White Dragon Veldra and the dwarf convoy transporting the dragon's treasures remained conspicuously absent from Silver Fortress. Master Cain and the dwarves promptly sensed that something was amiss. Scouts were immediately dispatched to investigate the situation. This operation was not merely a basic exploration. Had they not anticipated any danger or obstruction, the scouts' findings swiftly reached Silver Fortress. Master Cain felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. The White Dragon Veldra had encountered Baron Ross of the Northern Empire and had been bound by his contract. Whispers and rumors of the Rose Lord and Dragon Lord were circulating near Iceheart Village. The entire convoy and the treasures of the Dragon Veldra had vanished. Our 100-strong convoy, with 20 covered wagons, had been completely intercepted. What? You say what? An hour prior, an informant from Iceheart Village claimed to have seen Baron Ross returning with a substantial number of our dwarven wagons, seemingly laden with gold and silver treasures. Cain felt as if thunder had exploded in his mind. The Lord had already received the news. Silver Fortress would undoubtedly engage in a bitter feud with Ross. Eliminate them. Declare war. Immediately launch an assault on Ross's domain. Scouts had always been stationed around Iceheart Village in the vicinity of Ross's territory. Even deep within the moss-laden underworld, where dwarven informants and scouts provided intelligence at all times. Yet, Cain could not fathom why Veldra, the White Dragon, would violate the ancient oath with the dwarves. Shouldn't T. Ross be a dragon slayer? A dragon slayer? How could he possibly tame a colossal dragon? This was inconceivable. Cain promptly proceeded to Silver Fortress to discuss with the Lord the news of declaring war on Ross's domain. The situation had escalated to a point of no return, especially since Ross had contracted and seized the White Dragon of Silver Fortress. This had crossed the line, rendering any negotiation or reconciliation utterly impossible. The village chief of Iceheart, Raymond, was utterly numb from the overwhelming emotions that had consumed him. The giant gazed blankly into the distance, contemplating the revenge of the White Dragon, which he believed marked the pinnacle of the life of Baron Ross, the Lord of Roses. As the villagers of Iceheart beheld the figure of Baron Ross riding the White Dragon, they could only stand in stunned silence, their mouths agape like toddlers struggling to articulate their thoughts. The White Dragon was a formidable creature, its elongated form boasting a wingspan nearing 6 meters. As it crawled along the ground, the vibrations it created made it seem as though hundreds of cavalry were charging toward them from afar. Its breath was terrifying, capable of freezing even the flames of a burning bonfire. The villagers of Iceheart, including Chief Raymond, had never observed a living white dragon this closely. Neither the children nor the elders had ever experienced such a sight. Ross approached Dejite, first embracing him, then bumping shoulders. The Silver Fortress is preparing for war against us, he announced. What? Dejite responded in disbelief. Ross smiled and said, this is a significant test. The dwarven army of the Silver Fortress numbers over 1,000. Our Iceheart village and the territory of Ross lack fortifications to withstand the onslaught of the dwarves. With no walls or defenses, we can only engage them in battle with 1/10 of their numbers. Our wives, daughters, sons, and elderly parents will be exposed to the threat of their firearms and artillery. From this moment on, Iceheart must remain vigilant and prepare for this conflict. 20 wagons filled with gold and silver coins, assorted currencies, and small artworks stood ready. Ross did not conceal the profit of 60,000 gold coins. Instead, he allowed the elders of Iceheart to inspect this substantial sum. The existence of the territory gave this wealth significance. Without it, even vast riches would hold no meaning. Raymond stated, Iceheart must convene a council of elders, and you should participate. Ross shook his head. There is no time for meetings. All able-bodied men must be summoned to join this war. He was not merely issuing dire warnings. He had observed on the map that the Silver Fortress had begun mobilizing its troops. A multitude of red dots was gathering. Raymond inquired, what about the elderly, the weak, and the infirm? Ross replied with a smile, I will provide you with several refuge locations to lead all the elders and children of Iceheart to safety. Regardless of victory or defeat, they can evade the flames of war. Dejite pounded his chest solemnly, looking intently at Ross. Regardless of the circumstances, The Dragon Slayer Brigade will always heed your command. Ross responded, "It is my honor to command you 25. Dagite refrained from mentioning his ascendants due to slaying dragons. Knowing that Ross was likely already aware, he understood well that if they could not withstand this assault from the Silver Fortress, all would be lost. Even if they survived, the Northern Territories held more bizarre and extraordinary dangers awaiting them. Is your white dragon gravely injured? It is a fatal wound. You must persuade him to cooperate while we tend to his injuries. The Iceheart village possesses the finest mountain herbs." Ross cast a glance at the white dragon, Vildra, and remarked, "If he does not comply with your treatment, I shall slay him. You may do so as well, for he can indeed comprehend the common tongue." Vildra, agitated, twisted his claws, allowing several barbarians to clamber onto his neck to apply salves to his wounds, occasionally dislodging a barbarian in the process. Ross instructed, "Take all valuables that can be salvaged, as much as possible." The only regret he harbored was for Frost, who had already gone to aid his beloved, Audrey, in escaping from the Rugal territory. Otherwise, he would have had an additional advantage. Anantho's Steel Oath's demeanor appeared to have shifted. Previously, he conveyed a sense of meticulousness and seriousness that seemed to align with fealty to the Empire rather than to himself. Ross even sensed that he longed for the day he might be reassigned away from the Ross territory, departing the north. However, since witnessing Ross riding the colossal dragon to ambush the dwarf supply convoy, both Anantho's Steel Oath and Derek Pro, along with other Imperial infantry, shield bearers, and hunters, seemed to place their hopes in him, exhibiting an increased sense of reverence and loyalty. "Your Excellency, the Rose territory has successfully mobilized all 236 individuals. Behind Anantho's Steel Oath cavalry, 52 Imperial first-tier professional soldiers comprised 30 first-tier infantry, 12 shield bearers, and 10 Imperial hunters. Behind the Imperial formation stood 100 newly trained soldiers, led by Centurion Anatoly, accompanied by 8 wolf knights, without their mounts, who were the strongest among the new recruits, serving as the 10 captains of the new army. To the right of the new army was a fully equipped band of 25 barbarians from the Dragon Slayer Brigade, led by the fierce Gadget, wielding an array of weapons including battle axes, flails, war hammers, and bows. Among them were Panu, Palau, Pierre, Rainier, and Gaku. What surprised Ross was that Rodart was also among these 236 individuals, accompanied by 50 mountain bandits and a second-in-command known as Black Pearl, all wielding swords and clad in finely crafted armor made by dwarven artisans. Rodart stated, "We have thoroughly offended the dwarves of Silver Fortress, Baron Ross. Your subordinates are unaccustomed to firearms, but our bandit brethren frequently practice with such weaponry. 12 human marksmen are willing to serve you." The 12 flintlock marksmen surprisingly integrated into the bandit ranks, prompting Ross to chuckle at Rodart's audacity. "Very well, splendid." At that moment, a melodious and youthful voice chimed in. "I am also a professional. I am a crossbowman, and I wish to participate in the battle." Clad in leather armor and wielding a bow, the girl named Glaya stepped into the ranks, her movements somewhat awkward and anxious, yet not a single one of the 236 present mocked her nervousness. Thus, "You are not 236, but rather 237. As the Secretary of the Rose Territory, I wish to express that everything, from desolation to the current state, has been developed through our collective efforts. Anyone who seeks to destroy all that we have built in the Rose Territory shall be deemed our adversary. Whether others agree, I cannot say. Nonetheless, I, Gloria, as the inaugural Secretary of the Rose Territory, shall not acquiesce." Suddenly, a voice of fervor erupted from Iceheart Village, 238. "I too wish to join the battle." It was Cant, the first of Rose's followers and the 9th son of Raymond, the village chief of Iceheart. Despite his father's opposition, Cant boldly declared, "My lord, I also wish to fight." Trembling with fear, the chubby man stammered, I too will join the fray." One by one, the youth of Iceheart Village, Mule, Ice Spike, Kalu, Joya, joined the ranks behind Rose, like a wildfire spreading across the land. Rose remained silent. Yet within him brewed a profound and indescribable emotion. At this moment, an elderly elder of Iceheart Village chuckled, "Though I am but a frail old man, I possess some strength. I can serve as a scout, helping you identify herbs and scout the path." Elder Robble, I too am but an old soul, yet. Lord Rose, do you recall our revelries during the festival? Today, you have truly become a dragon lord." Elder Ferdinand suddenly became pensive, sighing. "My grandson Alan perished in the battle against the dragon. As a grandfather, I have pondered long and hard. I must do something for the children." Rose felt a tremor of emotion course through him. He gazed at an old woman who cursed, "Go ahead and join the battle. Once you are all dead, it will be easier for me to live as a widow." "Grandfather, Uncle, my child. One after another. Individuals broke away from the fleeing crowd to join the ranks behind Rose. The number of warriors surged from 236 to 315. Rose made no speech. There was no need to rally morale, for this was a fight to the death for the entire Rose territory and Iceheart village. Behind them stood family, friends, brothers, and parents. He turned his gaze towards the villagers who were about to retreat into the frigid forest, and then to the soldiers behind him, declaring, "In this battle, I, Ras Debonair, shall lead you to victory. This battle shall be won. Victory, victory, victory." In the year 1052 of the Empire, in May, the Rose territory, with its 315 soldiers, faced an army of dwarves from Silver Fortress, 4 times their number, in what would be known as the Battle of Silver Fortress. Chapter 29, Duchess Selena, the Emperor's sister, the High Priest Zeus. Due to Rose's scorched earth tactics, a multitude of green dots began transporting supplies, emptying the food stores from the shelters into the depths of the forest. Nevertheless, neither the forest by the Kidney Lake, the thorny raspberry bushes in the north, nor the deeper woodlands could hold Rose's gaze. He fixed his gaze upon the crimson dot in the north. A formidable force of 315 men had been divided by Ross into 4 factions: the Empire, the New Army, the Dragon Slayers, and the Mountain Bandits, each taking a distinct route toward the Silver Fortress, with the seasoned soldiers Anantos Steel Oath and his aide Derek Pro leading the Empire's troops. They commanded the largest contingent. Following them were Centurion Anatoly and 8 sergeants of the New Army. The Dragon Slayers traversed the mountainous terrain unburdened by additional troops, while the Mountain Bandits relied on their stronghold in the mountains, operating under the command of Rodat and Derek Pro. They adhered strictly to Ross's orders, awaiting his directives. All forces invaded the Para forest outside the Silver Fortress, preparing for an ambush. Ross commanded the 4 divisions to conceal themselves at the forest's edge. In his view, the essence of warfare lies not only in understanding oneself and the enemy, but also in how to exploit the adversary's vulnerabilities. Much like Napoleon's tactics of assault and blitzkrieg, one must seize the opponent by the throat to achieve one's objectives. Given their numerical disadvantage and the uncertainty regarding the enemy's awareness, numerous clandestine strategies could be employed. Gazing at the red blips on the minimap, Ross felt a twinge of regret. The frigid northern climate rendered it impossible to ignite a great fire. Had the dwarves set the forest ablaze upon their entry, victory would have been assured without a fight. The same 3 principles prevailed: terrain, troop morale, and timing. Ross issued the command for the entire army to invade the Para forest, launching a proactive assault from the western flank of the Rose territory to seize advantageous geographical positioning. Furthermore, the soldiers, fighting for their very existence, were imbued with high morale, granting Ross the advantage of troop spirit. The minimap allowed for constant surveillance of enemy movements, thus granting an element of foresight regarding the timing of the battle. Meanwhile, Master Kent of the Silver Fortress became aware of a portion of Ross's plans. The Empire's Rose territory had dispersed all its vassals and initiated a declaration of war against them. Kent scoffed, inquiring, "Where have their troops gone?" Uncertainty clouded the response. Our informants were venturing into the deep mountains, and no one knew the whereabouts of the Rose Baroness forces, who vanished at an alarming pace. Kent remarked with a smirk, "They are most likely preparing an ambush in the Para forest." Beside him stood a long-bearded dwarven officer clad in gleaming cold iron armor, who chuckled. In the face of overwhelming power, even the best strategies prove futile. The dwarven horde, 1,000 strong, surged through the mountain caverns, departing from the Silver Fortress. Hundreds of musketmen, hammer-wielding warriors, grenade-throwing dwarves, and even second-tier soldiers marched forth. Behind them, enormous crossbows and catapults left deep tracks in the snow, as they sought to flatten the Rose territory in retribution for the betrayal of the White Dragon and the transport convoy. Yet, just as the dwarven army mobilized, the shadow of the White Dragon, Veldra, appeared on the distant horizon. Kent and the dwarves of the Silver Fortress instantly recognized the mighty dragon, a wave of vigilance and suffocation washing over them. They were acutely aware that this was a warning from Lord Ross, as well as a challenge to them. Meanwhile, amidst the dimly lit campfire, the goblin known as White Boy suddenly received a letter delivered by the esteemed Baron Ross of the Rose territory, the elegant script within resembling intertwining vines. Esteemed goblins, the Rose territory now faces the imminent threat and invasion of the Silver Fortress dwarves. The time has come to test our friendship. A deposit of 20,000 gold coins has been dispatched near your lands by a black canopy wagon. Our forces have marched towards the Para forest to launch a decisive assault against the Silver Fortress dwarves. And you, my dear goblin allies, I hope to witness your sincerity in this war. The letter bore the signature of Baron Ross. White Boy, exhilarated, clutched the letter and shouted in goblin tongue. Lord Ross has declared war against the White Dwarves. He has sent us 20,000 gold coins. No mere request, but a command for us, the allies of the underworld, to provide support. Support? 20,000 gold coins? We could hire stone trolls, or the subterranean Corina spiders, black orcs, and river demons. It is time to showcase our friendship with the formidable dragon lord, Baron Ross. Simply conveying messages or appealing to emotions proved futile. Mere monetary incentives were ineffectual as well. However, the letter from Ross, coupled with the 20,000 gold coins, demonstrated profound sincerity, which was invaluable to the goblins. For centuries, the northern underground had harbored vast subterranean realms, and the goblins were adept at navigating the networks of underground tunnels leading to the surface. Thus, upon receiving Ross's plea for aid and the gold, the Black Cave clan of goblin allies sprang into action. Interestingly, even before Ross forged a pact with the White Dragon, the goblins had learned of his ascension to Dragon Lord through messages relayed by the dog-headed men and a faction of burrowing jackals, and while they were taken aback, they also resolved to lend their strength to Ross's cause. Within a luxuriously adorned carriage, the Duke's lady, sister to the immensely powerful Empress Anna, conversed with a priest clad in a long black robe and adorned with a golden crown under the flickering glow of oil lamps. Your Majesty, why have you allowed me to leave the imperial province this time? The Duke's lady inquired. I do not know, came the reply. Is there anything of interest in the northern realms? Lady Selena, possessing an exquisitely slender waist, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial star, examined the calfskin parchment handed to her by Priest Zeus. This is my handwriting, my sister's handwriting. It truly vexes me. The priest knelt respectfully at the feet of the Duke's lady and stated, reports indicate that Lord Ross of the Northern Realms is launching an assault on the dwarf empire of the Silver Fortress. An invasion? Indeed. Such is the information conveyed by the Empire's intelligence. Lady Selena inquired, do they possess the capability to defeat the dwarves? I am uncertain. Straightening herself from the luxurious cushion, Lady Selena declared, I have yet to arrive in the Northern Realms, and my sister will never permit Ross to suffer defeat. Priest Zeus, you must keep an eye on them. The High Priest did not question but rather declared, I shall dutifully obey your command, Lady Duchess. The Imperial Temple Guard stationed beside Selena showed no signs of retreat. That night, the figure of the 7th-tier divine priest of the Empire vanished from the side of Lady Duchess Selena. What intriguing affairs lie in the north? Lady Duchess Selena suddenly furrowed her brow in contemplation. Over the years, many powerful officials within the Empire had sought to exploit her influence and background for rebellion. Anna, her biological sister, remained in a state of profound contradiction regarding the succession rights of the Empire and her own fate, particularly due to her lack of offspring. Each time Selena chose to distance herself, it was, of course, to alleviate the psychological burdens of her sister, Empress Anna. However, this time, her journey to the north held no expectations. She was acutely aware that 90% of the Empire's nobility were greedy, corrupt leeches. Having interacted with both the grand nobles and the powerful elite since childhood, Selena understood the depths of decay within the imperial nobility. Yet, upon receiving news from Baron Ross of the North, she found herself unexpectedly fond of this outpost of the Empire's central province. She was well informed about the intelligence and developments ahead. Were 300 adversaries attacking a force several times their number? Had they plundered the treasures of the White Dragon? What an intriguing character indeed. Selena held no interest in the lives of commoners or nobles, nor in circuses, theaters, the intricate architecture of the Empire, the streets, monasteries, prisons, con artists, grand nobles, lords, criminals, or apothecaries. Everything seemed to have long since lost her interest. However, she was profoundly curious about Baron Ross, the White Dragon, the Dragon Lord, and the barons of the Northern Empire, eager to observe his every move. Chapter 30. Ambush in the Para Forest. Victory in the first round of war. A warning from the White Dragon. A well-informed king. For the sake of the kingdom's interests, he had once gouged out the eyes of several royal dukes. Certain princes too close to the throne had been cunningly suffocated between two mattresses, said to have succumbed to a stroke. Victor Hugo, the man who laughs. Ross was unaware of Lady Duchess Selena's journey to the north, and even if he were, it would not alter his strategic plans. In the boundless icy plains and the darkest of nights, the breath of men exhaled cold white mist. Ross's army did not raise banners nor ignite flames. Those 4 divisions lay hidden behind the high slopes of the Para Forest, akin to the most patient hunters, awaiting the arrival of their prey. Had the scouts discovered any intelligence? None. In the concave encirclement, the first batch of Dwarven scouts was ushered in, a manifestation of the legendary pocket formation, constituting a crucial segment of the Rossian encirclement. In the throes of war, once a force's flanks and rear are assailed, it descends into a state of diminished morale and siege. The strategy of overcoming the many with the few lies in dismantling the target while astutely leveraging the terrain to craft pocket traps, thereby consuming the enemy's forces through the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. Under the command of the formidable Gidget, the Dragon Slayer Brigade, comprising 25 fierce barbarians, stood poised like arrows drawn taut, ready to unleash their ferocity at the slightest disturbance. A gentle breeze caressed the foot of one Dwarven scout. What was that sound? Yet, the surrounding forest remained eerily silent. Snow hares frolicked through the underbrush, blissfully unaware of the impending conflict. The night, frigid and beset by relentless snow, obscured any trace of the approaching troops. The soldiers of the Rossian domain dared not breathe too deeply, fearful of alerting the enemy. Gidget, Palau, and Panu lay concealed behind the cold thorns, motionless, resembling a grim tableau of the dead, blanketed by snow. The forest posed no threat. The Dwarven scout nodded, signaling his companion to wield a torch and return with news. Upon receiving word that the Palau forest harbored no ambush, the White Dwarfs' forces resolved to advance. The rear of the pocket formation was manned by the forces of the Ananto's Steel Oath Empire. Grillia, armed with a crossbow, inquired, "My Lord Ross, shall we commence the attack?" Ross replied, "Patience. They are coming." In the darkness, countless torches ignited, illuminating the periphery of Palau Forest. The emergence of light signified the complete infiltration of the Dwarven vanguard into the meticulously arranged ambush of Ross. "Attack!" Ross's voice ignited a fervent pulse in the night. Gidget led the Dragon Slayer Brigade, suddenly hoisting their massive shields, grounded firmly as they charged towards the unsuspecting white Dwarven warriors under a flurry of snowflakes. Enemy attack. The roar of Redarte echoed from the right flank of the pocket formation. Fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, 12 flintlock barrels discharging a volley of black powder projectiles, sending the front line of Dwarven scouts tumbling to the ground in disarray. Anatoly uttered no words. The newly formed battalion of hundreds, alongside the imperial forces of Ananto's Steel, launched a resolute assault on the dwarves from the front of the pocket formation. Ross was no stranger to battle, yet this marked his first experience of war. The cacophony of clamor, the flickering torches igniting the pines, the crackling of burning oil, the clattering of war axes, and the grim sound of severed heads falling filled the air. He gripped his tempered greatsword tightly. The mighty dragon Veldra unleashed a chilling frost from above, instantly encasing a line of Dwarven bodies in ice. Damn the Empire! A Dwarven warrior, armed with a hammer, remained unaware that the seemingly leisurely figure ahead was the very heart of the Ross territory, the so-called Imperial Brigand. His massive, sharp battle axe and small round shield sought a semblance of calm amidst the shock of an ambush under the cloak of night. The only path to tranquility lay in vanquishing foes. To slay the enemy before him promised fleeting emotional solace. Should the adversary perish, he would endure. Conversely, his own demise would signify the enemy's continued presence on the battlefield, mercilessly slaughtering his brethren. The battle axe was deflected and flung from his grasp, causing the dwarf's pupils to quiver violently as blood streamed down his neck, saturating his long beard and chest. The flaming great sword withdrew from the dwarf's body, and he fell backward, collapsing to the ground. Ross suddenly laughed, a smile that harbored a multitude of meanings. Kill. Kill. Thus, the relationship between the encircled and the encirclers morphed into a brutal dance of ambush and ambushed, as the tightening net of foes, akin to a fisherman's snare, instilled profound despair in the dwarves caught off guard. Grya wiped the sweat from her brow, readied her crossbow, and loaded a bolt, her pale arms trembling and contorting. One by one, dwarves fell before her, pierced by her deadly projectiles. She fought to suppress her instinctive fear, convincing herself that the lives she extinguished were merely those of rabbits. She was hunting, not embroiled in war. Anatoly wielded a great sword of considerable weight, his strength rivaling that of the barbarian warband steeped in dragon's blood. At that moment, the murderous intent within the new recruits ignited. Victory for the Ross territory was assured. Kill. A centurion was struck down by the dwarven hammer warrior, just as the giant hammer was poised to claim its bloody prize. When the imperial great sword severed the dwarf's right arm, the hand that clutched the hammer fell away, and the hooves of Derek Pro's steed rose, splattering bloodied black mud. Long before the battle commenced, horses had been concealed in the forest's rear. Now, both Derek Pro and Ananto's Steel Oath were mounted, Kant's pupils constricted violently. It was his first experience of war, and under the onslaught of a dwarven warrior, he found himself rooted in place. Be cautious, my lord Ross. Ross did not turn back. Only the sounds of slaughter echoed from the shadows. Those who stood remained alive, while those who lay down were dead. The dragon's breath unfurled its wings in midair, exhaling a frosty mist. The voice of the dwarven commander rang out, "Raise your shields." As the white dragon's breath swept through, many dwarves, despite raising their round shields, were still encased in frost. The scouts of the Para forest, including Kent, had not been oblivious to the potential ambush lurking within. They anticipated such a scenario, yet they had not expected the Ross territory to advance with such swiftness. The Para forest, adjacent to the Silver territory, was an essential route for the dwarves to assault the Rose territory. There were many such vital pathways. Must they remain perpetually on guard against sudden assaults? Panting heavily, the long-bearded Adela had cast aside his armor, his demeanor utterly weary as he retreated to the rear of the dwarven army. In the distance, countless dwarves fled in disarray from the forest. The dark woods, despite the flickering campfires, could not deter a ravenous demon, which devoured the precious lives of the dwarves that ventured within. How many had perished? It was unknown. Which regiment do you belong to? I am a soldier of the 2nd Hammer Brigade from Silver Fortress. I have become separated from my unit. We were ambushed. We faced an onslaught from humans. The barbarians are impervious to our blades. Oh, the chaos wrought by the sudden attacks spread fear and despair among the fleeing dwarven soldiers. Dwarves, like any living beings endowed with emotions, felt fear. They were oblivious to the number of humans lurking in the forest, unaware of their strategic deployments, and perplexed as to why scouts had failed to detect the ambush. Kent gazed solemnly at the distant Para forest. The 300-strong vanguard had been overwhelmed. Where are the crossbowmen? They are concealed within the woods, using the trees as cover. Our catapults and crossbows would likely have no effect on them. How many trees do you wish to fell? Kent suppressed his overwhelming unease, staring into the monstrous Para forest, which seemed intent on feasting upon the unwary. I had forewarned you. What now? Shall we assault the forest? Who knows if there are traps within? The most terrifying aspect of battle is the unknown and the uncertainties it brings. Ross observed the soldiers, drenched in sweat and blood, preparing to withdraw and regroup. They dared not enter the Para forest. We must encamp and deliberate our next course of action. Anatho's steel oath was preoccupied, while his aide, Derek Pro, spoke with heightened excitement. This battle has yielded a resounding victory, having annihilated over 200 of the enemy. Ross inquired, "What of our casualties?" "The tally has yet to be determined." Ross replied, "We must retreat immediately. There is no need for a head-on clash, at least not at this moment." Understood. On the small map, Ross, who had consumed the dwarven vanguard, surveyed the tiny red dots symbolizing defeat and retreat, a smile gracing his lips. Avoid the woods. Do not cross the waters. If only I had a cavalry at my disposal, I could swiftly plunge into their ranks, executing a decisive strike and swiftly dividing the battlefield. Napoleon's fundamental strategy involved identifying the enemy's weakest points and launching a decisive cavalry assault to shatter their formation, thereby achieving a resounding victory. The pocket formation yields similar effects, encircling and intertwining to swiftly dismantle the morale of the dwarves, causing them to falter and disband. Withdraw. Lord Ross has issued a command. All must gather the spoils of war and prepare to retreat. Kent, unaware that he has missed an opportunity to confront Lord Ross directly, finds himself in a conundrum. Anyone who has encountered an ambush in the woods, resulting in the rout of a vanguard force of nearly 300 men, cannot recklessly advance without hesitation. Instead, they must pause to reflect upon the next course of action. During this time of uncertainty, Ross's forces successfully executed their withdrawal. In the face of countless dwarf corpses, Ross ultimately refrained from issuing a command for the system's regeneration. He harbored a certain spiritual fastidiousness regarding the bodies of humans. Unfortunately, upon the back of the dragon Veldra, Ross gazed towards the distant Silver Fortress. With 2,000 demi-humans and 5,000 human slaves, along with vast reserves of silver ore, it would indeed be a grievous oversight to leave this stronghold unconquered. 4 men perished and 12 were injured, predominantly farmers and new recruits. Despite Ross equipping them with full armor, such misfortunes were unavoidable. Since the Pact was formed, the white dragon Veldra seldom spoke to Ross, yet at this moment, he declared, "The Silver Fortress must be captured." "Why? Is it because of your treasures?" Veldra replied, "While treasures are certainly a consideration, the crux lies in understanding why the Silver Fortress seeks to eradicate your domain, Lord Ross. Beyond mere hatred, what deeper reasons might exist? What reasons? The undead. The tide of undead is approaching swiftly. Veldra continued. In the face of this invasion, you either face complete annihilation or you hold your ground, which could lead to an even greater calamity. For the Silver Fortress, your theft of the treasures belonging to the White Dragon Weiss signifies a loss of 50,000 gold coins in territorial revenue. They are more desperate for military funds than anyone else. Undead, you say? Ross surveyed the frigid northern lands and pondered why no lord from the Empire had ventured to establish territories here. If it were merely the cold, how could it be that he alone has become a lord in the northern territories? From where do the undead originate? Ross inquired. Veldra replied, the Abyssal Wall. Each year, it unleashes waves of undead upon all living beings in the north. No one knows the origins of the undead, just as no one comprehends the vastness of the subterranean world beneath the north. I previously reached an accord with the dwarfs, aiding them in transforming into dragon-blooded dwarfs. Be cautious when encountering those dragon-blooded butcher dwarfs. Ross regarded Veldra with curiosity and asked, why share all this with me now? Veldra responded, because I previously believed your defeat was inevitable. If defeat were certain, then what purpose would there be in wasting breath? Such a foolish notion. As Ross sat astride the dragon's back, feeling the biting cold wind, he contemplated how to utterly vanquish the dwarf army. In the realm of Mount and Blade, when a noble lord assembles an army exceeding 1,000 troops, it undoubtedly constitutes a formidable force. Although reality diverges from the game, Ross has never underestimated his adversaries. On the contrary, akin to a lion confronting a rabbit, winning this war remains an exceedingly arduous challenge, even with the enemy's intentions laid bare. If only he had a cavalry unit. Ross now perceives cavalry as a kind of mental affliction. Indeed, he commands 9 wolf knights. Yet the ordinary hunting wolves possess insufficient strength and resilience to serve as mounts. Perhaps a second-tier wolf king could suffice, but there exists only one such king within the entire pack. With Anatoly's 100-pound weight, coupled with the 100 pounds of armor, supplies, and rations, the burden exceeds 300 pounds, far beyond the capacity of any ordinary gray wolf. For the time being, he sets aside thoughts of cavalry, convinced that a bloody battle awaits him. What troubles him further is that the dwarves are not the most vexing issue. Achieving peaceful development in the north is exceedingly challenging. Are there even corpse demons? Amidst the dark forest, a man clad in a high-crowned black robe murmurs, have we triumphed? Indeed, as Her Majesty the Empress proclaimed, we are the pillars of our empire. Chapter 31, Bountiful Harvest. Premier Logistics Supply. High Priest Sus arrives. It has been proven that it is best to act decisively. Hesitation breeds gaps and mistakes. The news of the dwarf vanguard's heavy losses, ambushed by Lord Ross during the night, incited unparalleled fury in Hammer Tolek. 300 warriors of the Shattered Hammer and second-tier professionals were utterly routed, disbanded. That night, rumors circulated within the dwarven Silver Fortress. Heads rolled as Hammer Tolek executed a wave of dwarf officers responsible for the vanguard. Yet, no amount of gossip or news concerned Ross, who was presently regrouping. Experience is gained through battle, and soldiers can ascend in rank. The most formidable barbarians, having slain the most enemies, have become even stronger. Ross's new army of 100, alongside Anatoly and the Wolf Knights, has made significant advancements, breaking through to the second tier, while even the marauding mountain bandits, renowned for their plundering humor, have developed a newfound audacity. Prepare to set camp. Ross selected a location with relatively few red dots around, intending to lead his troops in establishing a camp. In truth, genuine guerrilla tactics are refreshingly simple. They merely involve retreating when the enemy advances and harassing them when they settle. The crux lies in harnessing the strategic mobility of Ross's soldiers. As long as they avoid encirclement, maintaining morale, supplies, and maneuverability, he would dare to confront not just 1,000 dwarves from Silver Fortress, but even 2,000 or 5,000, showcasing to the onlookers of Rose territory the might of his forces. The northern territories are vast, yet sparsely populated. Following the battle in the Para Forest, Ross has many important matters to attend to beyond merely acquiring armor and weapons. Maintaining morale is akin to sustaining supplies. Without provisions, soldiers who suffer from hunger cannot possibly engage effectively in battle. Historically, the downfall of the Grand Virtue was largely attributed to the lack of supplies under the command of General Winter. In the later stages, the soldiers resorted to consuming tree bark and drinking alcohol, reaching a state of utter disarray due to the dire circumstances of their provisions. However, despite General Winter's formidable reputation, he did not annihilate every village and tribe in the northern territories. Ananto's Steelvow declared, "My Lord Ross, we have discovered a dwarven settlement nearby. In truth, Ross had already gleaned the situation from his miniature map, much like Rosewood and Iceheart Village. Any kin unable to reside unconditionally within the fortress ultimately formed scattered villages akin to dandelion seeds drifting in the wind. We shall plunder them and slaughter their cattle for sustenance. Understood. To show mercy to the dwarves is to be cruel to oneself. The plundering met with little resistance. And within the radius of Silver Fortress, they chose to camp in the dwarven village at night to prevent farmers and miners from disseminating information, utilizing the nearby forest as a barrier against pursuing dwarven scouts. They had not returned to Rosewood, but remained in proximity to Silver Fortress. A dwarven scout discerned the hoofprints beneath him. Even though the heavy snowfall could obscure tracks, the march of nearly 300 men could not pass without leaving traces. They must be nearby. The villagers of Mine Rain Village did not volunteer intelligence to our scouts, indicating that there was something amiss within the village. The actions of the dwarven scouts appeared quite professional, but just as they believed they had gathered intelligence on the Imperial forces and prepared to report back to the rear, rustling sounds from the forest startled them. Who goes there? In the next moment, 2 dwarven scouts found their mouths covered and were swiftly subdued by Rainier and Palau. How can you be certain there are dwarven scouts here? How should I know? Just do your job. Before the 2 scouts could approach Ross's camp, they had already been detected on Ross's miniature map, marked by a red before being captured. The dwarven villagers watched in despair as their cattle and sheep were slaughtered. Their winter stores of frozen meat and fish consumed by humans, longing for the Lord of Silver Fortress to come to their aid. Yet, all they received were waves of captured scouts, helplessly witnessing humans tear into beef and gulp down ale. A young dwarf, bound to a pillar, shouted, "Release me, treacherous humans. The Lord of Silver Fortress will surely come to deal with you." Cantor, sipping on barley wine, scoffed, "A bunch of ignorant dwarfs. How could they possibly comprehend the greatness of Lord Ross?" Ice Spike chuckled, "When White Dragon returns, these dwarves will surely soil their trousers." The reason White Dragon was not permitted to enter the village was due to its size, making concealment impractical. Meanwhile, as the soldiers of Rosewood prepared their dinner, White Dragon Veldra expressed to Ross that he too was feeling hungry. Adjacent to the Para forest depicted on the miniature map lies an expanse of terrifying, perpetual frozen Black Sea. Ross discerns that this is indeed the Black Sea and not the Black River due to the gradient on the map, transitioning from deep black to a lighter blue, signifying the astonishing depth of the waters here. However, the frigid embrace of the north has encased the icy sea in a blanket of snow and ice, creating an illusion of being upon a vast ice field. In truth, the ice fields surrounding the Silver Fortress are not genuine expanses of ice, but rather an ancient, desolate, and dark abyss of a deep sea. Without the guidance of the miniature map, Ross would never have surmised that the north harbors an ocean, a notion that starkly contradicts all intuition and reason. Perched upon the dragon's back, Ross feels the fierce winds lash against him like a whip and inquires, "Do you often hunt and feed here?" He is aware that Veldra, the White Dragon, once belonged to the lineage of the Silver Fortress and possesses a deeper understanding of this environment than he does. Indeed, Veldra replies, "From this point, if one were to dig into the ground, they would uncover lakes. Breaking through the ice layer of the lakes and walking a distance would reveal an endless ocean. This ocean is so vast it instills a sense of anxiety within me. In my youth as a hatchling, I naively attempted to swim across this ocean, nearly succumbing to its depths." Such peril? Ross asks. High-tier marine creatures possess their own territories and palaces. Should one intrude upon their domain, even with our current might, the outcome would not bode well. Moreover, the depths harbor many fishmen and nagas, Veldra warns. Ross increasingly perceives the depths of the North's waters as formidable. It is no wonder that other lords of the Empire have failed to establish dominions here. Who would dare to claim territory over this vast ocean, risking becoming prey to the intelligent beings that dwell beneath? Much like pigeons and ducks awaiting their fate, you should hasten to feed. The ocean of the north conceals an underworld and subterranean cities. I shall inevitably rule here in time. Do not forget to capture other prey as well." "Understood," Veldra responds. Plunging into the icy layer with a thunderous impact, the immense dragon body shatters nearly 10 meters of thick ice, unleashing a torrent of frigid seawater that splashes outward. Schools of dragon fish, ice-scaled blue fish, and extreme ice sea bream find themselves under the shadow of the formidable white dragon, their fate sealed as they are subdued by its presence, soon to transform into a delectable feast. Roar! Ross observes Veldra moving like a shadow beneath the ice layer, unfurling its dragon wings. 150 meters away, vast schools of fish are ensnared by a dazzling ice pillar, frozen against the surface of the ice field. Water cascades from the dragon's maw, dripping rhythmically onto the ice plain and solidifying into sharp icicles. The white dragon exhaled a frigid mist from its throat, its entire form having been washed in seawater, adorned with numerous barnacles and marine algae. Veldra, with its dragon teeth, gnawed on food, squeezing the tender skin and belly of the migrating salmon. Ross observed for a while and discovered that Veldra's appetite exceeded at least 600 pounds, possibly even more, making it a true carnivorous behemoth. The consumption of one dragon equated to that of a 300-man army. He had long since understood the eating habits of the white dragon, knowing that they favored freezing their food and consuming it like popsicles. The sound of crunching ice and the explosive scenes of seawater beneath the ice would render any ordinary person who witnessed it utterly faint. Soon, Veldra began to heed Ross's wishes and commenced hunting. System, convert these fish. Congratulations, host. Regenerated dragon-finned fish, ice-scaled blue fish, blue-scaled shrimp, winter crabs X582. Obtained, fried cod meat X42, light fish scale armor X15, fish oil X124, cooked blue-scaled shrimp meat X58, crab shell shields X13, fish bone arrows X69. Ross noted that the species in these deep waters differed significantly from those in the Kidney Lake. Not only were there deep-sea fish, shrimp, and crabs, but many other species as well. It is worth noting that crabs and shrimp were rarely, if ever, seen within Kidney Lake. The fish bone arrows were a welcome discovery, especially as he had recently expended a batch of crossbow bolts. With these supplies, the ranged units could unleash their firepower advantage. Without sufficient arrows, the Imperial hunters, Glaya, and the marksmen would be forced to cease fire, relegated from their noble and protected status as ranged troops to mere fodder for close combat. This was a significant distinction. Congratulations, host. Regenerated blue-scaled shrimp, winter crabs, lobsters, slender barnacles, winter pufferfish X432. Obtained, cooked blue-scaled shrimp meat X84, sticky fish oil X42, underwater breathing potions X8, cooked lobsters X12. Ross recognized that the species in these deep waters were markedly different from those in Kidney Lake. The ocean, in terms of biodiversity and resources, undoubtedly surpassed the lake. The sticky fish oil could be mixed with black powder to create explosives, while the underwater breathing potions would prove invaluable in critical moments, allowing them to amass sufficient quantities for maritime operations. In the face of the forest, one should not enter. When encountering a river, one must not cross. The aspiration to arm oneself for an aquatic passage is, after all, a formidable challenge. Should the future see an abundance of underwater breathing apparatuses, I could indeed transform my soldiers into mermen, allowing them to circumvent this icy sea and launch a surprise assault on the rear of the other northern lords. Observing the white dragon Veldra recovering from a state of hunger, Ross, who had transformed a vast array of resources through the system, found himself feeling somewhat famished as well. He seized a cooked lobster, savoring each bite, and reflecting on Ross's formidable logistics and the capabilities of the system. He pondered how Silver Fortress could possibly contend with him given this logistical support. As night fell, bringing with it a substantial supply of resources to enhance the army's logistics, Ross unexpectedly witnessed an uninvited guest arriving at Ross's domain. This man in black attire arrives in the village without uttering a word, noted Daggett, feeling exceedingly perplexed. He also observed the peculiar and unusual behavior of the Empire's ensign Ananto's Steel Oath, along with other Imperial soldiers such as Derek Pro. The usually loyal and meticulous Ananto's Steel Oath, surprisingly, did not obstruct the stranger. Every Imperial soldier present displayed a look of horror and silence upon encountering this individual. Just as the crowd stood in confusion, Ananto's Steel Oath leaned close to Ross's ear and whispered something. The Imperial priest? Witnessing Ross's return, the Imperial priest Seuss was taken aback, as Ananto's Steel Oath, who should have been loyal to the Empire and to him, had chosen to report to Ross first. The primary duty of an Imperial ensign is to be loyal to the Empire, not to any particular lord. Yet, it appeared that Ananto's Steel Oath, along with his aides and other Imperial soldiers, seemed more inclined to pledge their loyalty to the present Baron Ross. Greetings, Ross approached, gazing at the pale-skinned, high-eared Imperial priest before him, his mind swirling with thoughts. The role of the Empire's priest has traditionally been to oversee the military and serve the royal court, akin to the eunuchs of ancient times, who were attendants close to the emperor and favored courtiers of the empress wielding command over military affairs. While I am embroiled in battle with the dwarves, I hope the Empire does not send a treacherous sycophant to unsettle my resolve, lest I seek retribution in due course. The matter of Rugel's embezzlement of 10,000 gold coins and resources remains unresolved, and with his lover Audrey yet to return, Ross regarded any high-ranking imperial official with profound distrust. Chapter 32. The paratroopers descend. A sudden assault on Silver Fortress. The coward Anton has no cowardice. Priest Zeus inquired extensively about the intelligence concerning the Rose territory, such as the whereabouts of the denizens hiding in the mountains, the logistics to be employed, whether the Baron had taken a wife and sired children, the specific details of defeating the White Dwarf vanguard, the manner in which the dragon was contracted, and the reasons for waging war against Silver Fortress. Initially, Ross was somewhat patient in dealing with the priest's scrutiny, but soon grew increasingly impatient. The individual in question exhibited a tendency to be excessively meticulous. He decisively stated, "The specifics regarding the Rose territory will be elucidated by Lieutenant Derek Pro." The high priest appeared entirely devoid of impatience, showing no sign of being disdained by Ross. He merely sat in the room with a serene smile. Unlike Ross and the White Dragon, the Imperial soldiers could not endure prolonged wakefulness without respite. The majority required rest and sleep after the ravages of war. The following day, a rare layer of icy rain drifted through the northern realms, enveloped in a cold mist. Ross suddenly gazed at the map, noting the vast expanse of green dots. His expression a mixture of surprise and perplexity. What is this? He pondered, a realization dawning upon him. The goblin reinforcements had indeed arrived. The 2,000 gold coins gifted to the goblins were merely a strategic ploy on Ross's part. He had contemplated various scenarios, considering the possibility that the goblins might greedily hoard the gold and remain silent, or perhaps accept the coins and make a nominal display of support. However, upon observing the formidable red dots on the map, it was impossible for him not to feel astonishment. Good heavens, how formidable! He was uncertain whether they had tracked his movements or if the disappearance of so many scouts from the dwarven ranks was a consequence of their own folly. The dwarves were certainly not naive. Losing such a number of scouts meant they were now acutely aware of Ross's concealed position in Mine Rain Village. "Sir, the dwarven forces are advancing toward us," exclaimed Daggett. In the distance, the vast expanse of ice opened into a desolate area near Iceheart Village, where a multitude of green dots began to converge. Ross, staring at the map, fell into deep contemplation. How many had come? It seemed that Grelia had caught a cold the previous night, her face flushed with an unusual hue as she struggled to maintain her composure. Ross exchanged a glance with Daggett, signaling him to attend to the young lady. "Everyone, relay my command to retreat toward the Rose territory," he ordered. "By the Lord's decree, we shall withdraw toward the Rose territory." Through his spiritual perception, Ross called upon the White Dragon to descend. In the distance, the elder white dwarf Wolfkin bore a solemn expression as he proclaimed, "They are in the village ahead. All troops prepare for an assault." Despite Ross's remarkable victory against the dwarves in the Para forest the previous day, which had resulted in nearly 300 enemy casualties, he remained reluctant to engage them directly. Ananto's steel oath promptly began to mobilize the troops, orchestrating a methodical retreat. "Some of the equipment can be left behind," he remarked, turning to Ross and inquiring, "My lord, shall we eliminate all the scouts?" Ross grappled with the conflict between his humanity and a sense of mercy. He felt a pang of guilt at the thought of ordering the immediate execution of the white dwarfs. Yet, if they were spared, these scouts would inevitably become adversaries, transforming into new red dots on the map. "We shall injure them, leaving a number of wounded dwarves behind, and then we will withdraw." "Understood." A series of anguished cries echoed throughout Minu village as the colossal figure of White Dragon Wildera descended from the heavens. "Prepare to retreat," commanded Ross. He gestured for Ananto's steel oath to approach and instructed, "In a moment, everyone shall divide into the 4 previously designated groups and flee without hesitation. Run as far as you can. Should one contingent of dwarves be annihilated, the second retreating group will lure the new dwarven forces towards us." The Empire's high priest, typically indifferent to the mundane affairs of daily life, found himself unexpectedly amused by Ross's actions in his territory at this moment. Ananto's steel oath respectfully urged, "My lord, please mount your steed." The black-robed priest of the Empire mounted a warhorse from the Rose territory, and without a flick of the reins, the horse turned to follow the main forces ahead. He appeared neither awkward nor overly practiced, exuding an air of sublime superiority. The Empire's soldiers regarded the figure of the black-robed man with a tumult of emotions, even feeling a twinge of fear. High priests of the Empire usually only appeared during major battles and inspections, often being favored courtiers or close attendants. The black robe symbolized authority and law. The soldiers were baffled as to why a priest of the Empire would appear in the northern territories. Such high-ranking figures were generally expected to be found only within the domains of counts or higher. With only 52 regular soldiers, The Empire's forces were primarily composed of irregular troops. It was rare to see even one priest, let alone in the presence of 500 or 5,000 regular troops. Derek Pro was equally anxious, fearing that any misstep from the Empire's High Priest could bring immense negative repercussions for Baron Ross. He cared little for his own fate, but was determined not to jeopardize Ross's future. Thus he remained exceedingly cautious, bowing and scraping throughout. He deliberately kept the barbarians at a distance from the High Priest, for the more noble the aristocrat or self-proclaimed High Priest, the more disdain they held for the common folk, and the northern barbarians were the epitome of such commonality. Old White Rock Wolfgang had assumed command of Silver Fortress, while Hammer Tolek was tasked with leading the troops stationed there, ensuring that no other enemies could exploit vulnerabilities. His forces numbered nearly 800, predominantly comprising first-tier Dwarven warriors and Hammer warriors, with 150 first-tier gunmen equipped with some crossbows and catapults. The weight of the Dwarven artillery was excessively daunting, rendering it ill-suited for pursuit in the wilderness. Even in the face of war against Ross's domain, the movement speed of the catapults seemed exceedingly sluggish. The larger the army, the more complex the organization. My lord, the Rose territory has evacuated all its inhabitants, who are now hiding deep in the mountains and forests. Our troops are engaged in guerrilla and ambush tactics, yet they no longer possess their territory. How do we defeat them? Old White Rock Wolfgang found himself in an exceedingly troublesome predicament. The Ross territory had fragmented its populace, scattering them into the depths of the mountains. Even if they were to invade the Ross domain, a territory barely 2 months old, what could possibly be plundered or destroyed? Were they to simply massacre villages? Faced with this band of exiled troops, Old White Rock Wolfgang's countenance grew increasingly strained. My lord, their forces have dispersed. The troops of Ross had astonishingly divided into 4 separate units, fanning out in various directions. Strangely, those incredibly robust barbarians had reversed their course, fleeing towards the defenses of Silver Fortress. What are they doing? Sir, we do not know. Suddenly, they spotted the dwarves scaling the distant back of the traitorous white dragon, Vildera, who had forsaken the ancient pact with the white dwarves. That very dragon charged towards Silver Fortress. Old White Rock Wolfgang declared, pay them no mind. With our lord stationed at Silver Fortress, they pose no threat. Convey my orders. Split into 4 squads, and continue the pursuit of those accursed imperial humans. Yes, a significant number of dwarves were divided, as Old White Rock Wolfgang seemed resolute in his intent to annihilate all Ross forces. Meanwhile, high above in the skies, Ross smiled at the barbarians beside him and inquired, are you feeling anxious? Dagite swore, what the hell is there to be anxious about? This isn't a curse directed at Ross, merely a reflection of poor manners. Panu, Palau, Pierre, Tenna, and Andre turned pale. It was their first time riding on the back of a dragon. Among them, a barbarian named Ace reacted most dramatically, exclaiming, I feel like I'm going to die. I have acrophobia. I've never been able to look at anything more than 5 meters high since I was a child. I think I'm going to be sick. Ross replied, you may vomit, but don't do it on Vildera's back. When we arrive at Silver Fortress, you can regurgitate some gastric acid bombs on them. Haha. Ross's jest alleviated the barbarians' terror of their inaugural dragon ride. Rainier mused, I never imagined I would be a man who has ridden a dragon. Palau scoffed, riding a dragon is nothing, slaying one is the true skill. If we fall from this height, we would undoubtedly become mere pulp. Better to dive and roll sideways, than deliver a furious strike. Embrace the arms of the ice and snow god. Haha. Such humor served to dissipate the tension and solemnity that loomed over the impending fierce battle. The dragon slayers only engaged in uphill battles. When Ross signaled for their retreat, he asked if they were willing to accompany him to assault Silver Fortress. Dagite and numerous members of the battle group answered in unison without hesitation, we fear death not, for we seek to confront it boldly. Anything that can be done to harm the dwarves, we are eager to undertake. My father has been driven into the mountains by them. They must be exterminated. Ross gazed at the diminutive map, which was divided into 4 segments, each occupied by dwarves, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If it were a consolidated force of 800 soldiers, the goblin, white boy, along with his reinforcements, might find them formidable, even if they could overcome them. It would undoubtedly result in a fierce battle. However, with 800 men split into 4 factions, each contingent would consist of a maximum of 200. The art of war emphasizes the strategy of defeating enemies one by one. They were in for significant trouble. Dagite, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, what trouble? My lord, what is our objective this time? Is it to lure out the lord of Silver Fortress, the Hammer, Tolek, who is hiding in the back? Ross replied with a chuckle. It would be ideal if we could draw him out. If not, it matters little. We are paratroopers, special forces. Our mission lies in the enemy's rear. There are no cowards at Antonov Airport. What do you mean? My lord, I do not wish to perish. I have yet to take a wife. Ha ha ha. Jacob burst into laughter, evidently speaking in jest. The white dragon, Veldra, observed this band of lunatics, paying no heed to their coarse banter. As the massive dragon wings beat down, he was abruptly reminded of the solitary scene where Ross had previously executed a contract in the dragon's treasure cave. His emotions inexplicably quivering. Truly, they were a band of madmen. On the walls of Silver Fortress, a hammer-wielding warrior of the dwarves looked up in horror at the sky and suddenly shouted, "Enemies! Enemy attack!" Cold breath. The white dragon's breath arrogantly sprayed over the enormous dwarven cannon atop the walls, followed by the heavy, hammer-like wings, along with the dragon slayers and Ross. Crashing onto the fortress walls, paratroopers are inherently surrounded. If the dragon slayers are the special forces of this world, then Ross is the leader of this elite unit. On one hand, he had arranged for reinforcements of goblins and dwarves, ready to divide the remaining forces of Silver Fortress into 4 portions. On the other hand, he sought to test his personal strength to determine whether a fierce tiger could withstand a pack of wolves, or if he could single-handedly seize Silver Fortress. The simplest tactic in the world is to have no tactic at all. Just act, and it will be done. Chapter 33, The Great Battle, Climax. The Hero's Curtain Call. On the brink of entering the castle era, at this moment, the green-skinned, pointed-eared goblin, white boy, sat atop an enormous river troll, its body riddled with grotesque growths and sores. This third-tier subterranean creature seemed ill-suited to the sunlight above, emitting a low, resonant roar of anger. Not far away, stone trolls and over 300 subterranean troops, comprising both ranged and melee elite units, included ferocious black orcs, Karina giant spiders, barbarian orcs, and 16 small trolls. The goblins were currently wielding totem poles, chanting in their native tongue. Guga, the newly formed 100-man army of Rose Ridge, under the leadership of Anatoly, suddenly fell into a state of panic. The goblin, white boy, exclaimed while riding the river troll, "Allies, these are our allies." Oh no, old White Rock. Wolfgang suddenly wore a terrified expression. What is that? The subterranean army. Retreat. Immediate retreat. The young warrior gazed at the distant sight of the dwarves relentlessly pursuing the army of Anatoly, shouting in the common tongue of the underworld, "The dwarves are our enemies." The river troll surged forward in a frenzy, propelled by the thunderous beat of orc war drums echoing from behind. Countless orc archers, under the cover of goblin priests and totemic mages, launched an assault against the dwarf forces led by Old White Rock Wolfgang. It was not that Old White Rock Wolfgang wished to retreat. Rather, they were perilously close to engaging the fleeing traders of Rose's land, and at such a short distance. Turning back was no longer an option. War was not a matter of mere flight. Unless one possessed Ross's small map, a vast web of spiders descended upon them. And Old White Rock Wolfgang suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Quick, call for reinforcements. Tell them to halt the pursuit. The massive spider's mandibles unleashed a torrent of silk, piercing through the chests of 2 dwarven warriors with a hissing sound. The troll raised its foot, capable of crushing a dwarf with ease. In the blink of an eye, the dwarf forces began to suffer devastating losses. Retreat, retreat. The cries of the demoralized dwarves echoed, filled with panic and anguish as they fled. Old White Rock Wolfgang stared vacantly at the colossal shadow above him, as a foul, yellow pus sprayed from the troll's maw. He looked up in despair, enveloped by darkness. In his final moments, he uttered, "This is Ross's scheme. We have fallen into his trap. Ha ha. Kill." The arm of Big Jit hung with the corpse of a dwarf, wielding his dual axes in a relentless offensive. While Rainier's great sword had become dulled from the fray, the battlefield was teeming with dwarves. Every red dot of the enemy converging upon the walls of the Silver Fortress and the Lord's Hall. Iron Hammer Tolek rested his chin upon his hand, observing the distant sight of Ross and his band of savage marauders, a lone force driven by madness. He stroked his beard and inquired, "Who grants them the audacity to believe that with merely 26 men and a white dragon, they can dare to assault the Silver Fortress?" Master Ken had returned from the front lines, reporting, "The vanguard has annihilated nearly 300 foes and subsequently led Old White Rock Wolfgang's forces to pursue their own 4 units. Theoretically, most of the Silver Fortress's military strength has indeed been dispatched. He led the White Dragon in an assault, naturally taking advantage of the situation. Do they not understand the concept of reserves? Perhaps they do, or perhaps they do not." Iron Hammer Tolek gazed at the encircled yet fiercely determined band of marauders, a group of reckless desperados. As a lord of the north, to utter such words was an extreme acknowledgement of their courage. It seemed that death was the only means of advance. To slay a dwarven warrior was to make a step forward for the Dragon Slayer Brigade. With each fallen dwarf on the crowded walls, another would take their place, a tactic of human waves. Yet Ross and the marauding band showed no signs of retreating. In a brief span, the quiver of the Dragon Slayers was entirely depleted. Though bathed in the blood of dragons, these formidable warriors were not invulnerable. Their endurance, vitality, and defenses were finite. Just as dragon scales could be pierced by Ross's tempered greatsword, so too could the mighty dragons succumb to death. If even the great dragons could perish, how could those who had been anointed by their blood expect to remain immortal? With muscles taut and eyes ablaze, Daggett roared, "Bash!" The two great axes became mere phantoms of recklessness, crashing forth as two streaks of cold light. The trio of dwarf warriors ahead had yet to comprehend the impending doom when a gaping wound appeared across their chests. Rainier, with a single arm flailing in a frenzy, pressed his shoulder, now bereft of an arm, against that of another warrior. Any dwarf daring to assail his right side would face a most ferocious counterattack from the united might of their band. From a lofty vantage point, the rampaging dragon slayers resembled a high-speed meat grinder. Beneath the walls and stone stairs, countless dwarven corpses lay strewn about, victims of the brutal slaughter. The Lord's Hall was steeped in iron and blood, having witnessed the ascent of countless steps and the demise of hundreds of dwarves. Suddenly, Pierre's abdomen was pierced by a long-handled heavy axe. He grunted, pivoting to deliver a swift counterstrike. Warcry. The thunderous roar and stomping of feet disrupted the rhythm of the dwarven onslaught. Ross did not cease his swordplay even as his barbarian comrades fell one after another. The slow-motion spectacle of giant ghouls brew materialized before him, revealing amidst the ranks of ordinary reserve dwarven soldiers, a bare-chested dwarf adorned with a horned helm, swinging an axe in his direction. Oh, has he finally reached his limit? The ancient pact with the white dragon Vieldra had once revealed that his dragon blood would aid the dwarven silver fortress in creating a legion of dragon-blooded dwarves to counter the ghoul invasion. Yet, that very contingent had never surfaced to fulfill the agreement I had previously made with the white dwarves. Beware the dragon-blooded butcher dwarves, they warned. With great resolve, Pierre endured his injuries as wave after wave of arrows assailed him. He wrenched the heavy axe from his abdomen, and Rainier bellowed beside him, "There are elites." Pierre's deranged expression and ashen eyes starkly contrasted with his words. The dragon slayers were indeed slaying the elite. Frenzied barbarians. Blood continued to flow from Pierre's wound, his insides writhing, yet he tore the head from the dragon-blooded dwarf. The more grievous the wounds, the swifter his motions became, and the greater his lethality. Oh, is there still fighting spirit? The Lord of Silver Fortress, Hammer Tolek, had been watching as the barbarian horde neared the Lord's Hall, prompting him to dispatch the dragon-blooded dwarven butchers to meet the enemy. Yet he could never have anticipated the barbarian horde would become this frenzied, their combat prowess seemingly on the rise. Although Ross may not seem to play a significant role, he is, in truth, the ultimate safeguard for everyone. Before any fatal injuries can occur, he swiftly activates the giant ghoul potion, preventing the Dragon Slayer Brigade from suffering casualties amidst such terrifying intensity of combat. Simultaneously, he must maintain communication with the white dragon Veldra, carefully observing the mini-map, requiring both calmness and composure. Cold breath. Ross felt the draining of his mental energy as the three-headed dwarven dragonblood butcher was instantly encased in ice. With a single stroke, he pierced through the hearts of all three, his ethereal arm seamlessly gliding past the blade and offensive strikes, shielding the nearby Daggett from a lethal blow from behind. With a grunt, Ross acknowledged the formidable vitality and regenerative capabilities of the Earth Dragon, affirming his position as the strongest shield of the Barbarian Brigade. In the Lord's Hall, Master Kent gazed at the imposing figure of Hammer Tolek, who sat regally upon the throne at the end of the long table, propped on his chin. Observing the unexpected intrusion of a band of barbarians into the Lord's Hall, he felt no alarm. Instead, he downed the strong liquor in his horned cup and chuckled. It has been a long time since anyone has made me feel this way. Behind him stood 30 dragonblood dwarven butchers, all bare-chested in the frigid north, a testament to their bodies having been infused with dragon blood, granting them impenetrable defenses akin to those of the Dragon Slayer barbarians. However, with the exhaustion from Ross's solo assault on Silver Fortress, their stamina was considerably depleted. In stark contrast, Lord Hammer Tolek and his dragonblood dwarves were in peak condition, waiting to strike. Kill. At this moment, Ross surveyed the grand horn in the Lord's Hall, along with the Silver Fortress Lord, Hammer Tolek, and tentatively proposed. How about we settle this with a duel? Daggett interjected, "My lord, allow me." Hammer Tolek erupted in laughter before his expression turned icy, waving his hand with authority. "Eliminate them." Ross shook his head. Such a lack of honor for a lord. Not only did the 30 dragonblood dwarves in the hall prepare to attack, but arrows from behind also surged toward Ross and his companions. Since that is the case, do not blame me for taking this seriously. His identity as the Dragon Lord had always been paramount, and being the White Dragon Swordsman represented merely a fraction of his might. His true terror lay in this moment as a Dragon Knight and Dragon Lord, with a profound connection and a soul pact. The White Dragon Veldra surged down from the highest point like a cannonball toward the Lord's Hall. Boom! The roof of the Lord's Hall collapsed instantly, countless stone walls cascading down. Ross commanded, "Everyone, get the hell out of my way." To his left, the Rose Lord Rosdabaniel. To his right, the White Dragon Veldra. Multi-attack. Freezing burst. The immense spiritual power of Ross was entirely infused into the White Dragon Veldra through the soul contract. Meanwhile, on the other side, Froth gazed in bewilderment at the distance. Oh, the third contract. This question had been contemplated long ago. If the blood flowing within the White Dragon Swordsman is dragon blood, with immunity to ice and mastery over the breath of dragons, do his abilities correlate and share with the contracted White Dragon? Ross's answer at this moment was an unequivocal yes. Veldra felt an unprecedented surge of magical energy. The hammer-wielder Torek stared in horror at the terrifying freezing tempest gathering before him. Freezing burst. A third-tier spell. Caution. Protect the Lord. In an instant. Centered around the White Dragon Veldra, the air within a radius of nearly 150 feet rapidly froze. All the trophies and paintings in the Lord's Hall crystallized into pure white frost. The biting cold swiftly immobilizing the dragon blood dwarves who had been stripped bare by the heat of dragon blood. Those dwarves surrounding Veldra transformed into chilling ice sculptures, adorned with icicles hanging from their jaws. What is this? Panu also struggled to move his face. This was under the condition that the magic did not actively target them. Otherwise, they would surely all become ice pops. Master Kent roared, "Kill them." As the forging master of Silver Fortress, he had crafted many enchanted items that countered cold magic, including the sets worn by both himself and hammer-wielder Torek. Torek nodded at Kent and said, "Let us unite. Kill." The two dwarves, clad in enchanted weaponry, charged towards Ross and the White Dragon Veldra amidst the raging icy tempest. Their grimscale armor and enchanted bearded accessories shimmering with magical light. It had been said that there was nothing of value in Silver Fortress because the most precious items were worn by these two. Roar. The enchanted immunity to dragon's might. At the moment the massive battle axe struck Veldra's dragon wing, it astonishingly phased into a ghostly blue ethereal form. Ross declared, "Frost Spirit." Veldra responded with a fierce pounce. With the right dragon wing's assault, Ross slowly charged his enchanted great sword, utilizing his draconic-like physique and strength to execute a spinning slash followed by a reverse strike. Good. Torek's enchanted hammer parried two of Ross's strikes, and Kent swiftly lunged toward Ross as the White Dragon's pounce approached. The two quickly deflected Ross's strike, exchanged glances, and fell back. As a result, Ross's body, subjected to the indiscriminate assault of the dragon, instantaneously transformed into an ethereal form. Half of his body resembling a ghostly blue curtain, penetrating through Veldra's claws and wings, floating majestically upon the formidable and somewhat regal back of the White Dragon. "Do you think we would turn against each other?" In an instant, Ross and the White Dragon Veldra spoke simultaneously. "Impossible." Ross raised his great sword, and to his astonishment, Veldra mirrored the action, lifting his colossal right arm in unison. A terrifying radiance of white magic coalesced between the forged blade and Veldra's claw, entering a state of accumulation. Three-ring magic. Third tier. Master Kent's expression darkened considerably in the next moment. A yellow gemstone in his hand glowed ominously before shattering into countless fragments. Three-ring magic. Thunderstorm. Three-ring magic. Absolute ice beam. The surging waves of magical energy nearly blinded the nearby Dagite and the battle group. They had to retreat. Do not delay Lord Ross's battle. When did he ascend to the third tier? How should I know? Then, in the next moment, Kent exclaimed in horror. Not one, but two. Ross's pupils shimmered with the unique white radiance of the dragon. The audacious beams erupted from both his form and that of Veldra. The enchanted shield of Hammer Tolek was raised high, yet his entire body was still afflicted by frostbite, his arm a silver hue. Upon closer inspection, the arm gripping the shield had swollen to a purplish-black hue. Two-ring magic, Great Ice Sphere. The same two spells were chanted. Dragon tongue magic and dragonkin magic were entirely different concepts from ordinary magic. Kent had initially thought this would be yet another combined magical assault, but Ross defied reason, abandoning the ice sphere incantation to deliver a powerful downward slash towards the two. Cunning. For leaders, 2 lords, 1 white dragon, and an enchanted dwarf master. The chaotic clash nearly reduced the silver fortress to ruins amidst the snowstorm. Ross landed lightly, jumping back effortlessly. The windows of the Lord's castle shattered. The frigid wind howled incessantly, penetrating his leather armor's sleeves. If the second-tier White Dragon Swordsman had a power level of 125-200, now that he had ascended to the 3rd tier, his level surely exceeded 400, unlocking the abilities of Frostblade, Aura, and Resonance with the White Dragon's soul. He mockingly gazed at the purplish-black swelling on Hammer Tolek's left arm. Not only him, but Kent was also increasingly fatigued. After all, he was a blacksmith, not a frontline combat class, and enduring this long was commendable. Can't hold on. Are you lacking stamina? Shall I concoct 2 potions of bear strength for you both? Constantly surrounded in a desperate fight, Antonov felt no sense of exhaustion. Rather, he moved with increasing agility, handling the situation with ease. Master Kent and Hammer Tolek could hardly comprehend how one could possess such terrifying endurance, had he not participated in the battle on the wall. All the barbarians had fallen, and yet he questioned whether they were fatigued. Enchanted weapons and Grimm's sharp-scaled armor were undoubtedly powerful, yet exceedingly heavy. Neither Tolek nor his armor weighed less than 200 pounds, especially that heavy hammer, which made Ross feel fatigued just by observing. Exhaustion brought forth sluggish movements, while the bitter cold inflicted frostbite, culminating in an hour-long protracted battle. Veldra, your soul shall undoubtedly be cursed by the dwarven ancestors. The white dragon, Veldra. And Ross uttered in unison, apologies, he is now an inseparable part of me. Provocations and all manner of tactics to incite a rift between the white dragon and Ross had been exhausted. Master Kent remarked with a chuckle, if my estimations are accurate, the dwarven army of Silver Fortress should have breached the territories of the Rose Domain by now. Your kin, family, and children must be wailing in despair within those lands. Soon, the captives shall return. Ross shook his head, countering. On the contrary, your dwarven forces are likely to have been entirely annihilated. Master Kent erupted in laughter, though it soon turned into a cough. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Ross suggested, you may continue to stall for time, allowing scouts to converse with you both. The Baron of the Rose Domain and the White Dragon Lord seemed disinclined to pursue further conflict, allowing Kent to recuperate while a multitude of white dwarfs encircled them, forming a standoff with the barbarian warband, as more dwarfs gathered around Kent and the Hammer Lord Torek. In the distance loomed the vast expanse of the cliffside Lord's Hall, its structure and walls reduced to ruin by the battle, prompting a sense of unease in Kent. Ross calmly spread his hands, surveying the wintry splendor of Silver Fortress. You and your companions might as well relish the magnificent scenery of Silver Fortress, for soon you shall no longer have the privilege to behold it. What did you say? Hammer Lord Torek suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. Having suppressed his injuries until this moment, he could endure no longer. My lord, the loyal white dwarf guards trembled as they gazed upon the figure of Hammer Lord Torek. Meanwhile, Ross leisurely sat beside the ruins not far off, stretching his limbs as the resplendent golden sunlight of the north bathed his shoulders and tousled dark hair. Since time immemorial, the discourse of victory and defeat has been a constant. My forces have arrived. What of yours? He tilted his head, a faint, almost absent-minded smile gracing his lips, his elongated, almond-shaped eyes and noble nose lending him an air of majesty, unsure whether he addressed Kent or Hammer Lord Torek. Beneath Silver Fortress, a dwarven scout, trembling, knelt before Hammer Lord Torek in a snow sled, delivering urgent news. Hammer Lord Torek stared in horror at Ross's silhouette. No, this cannot be. Kent, perplexed, inquired, what has transpired? The forces of Old White Rock Wolfgang at Silver Fortress were annihilated at Ross's domain. Master Kent, incredulous, gazed at the scout, his eyes bleeding with rage. What did you say? My lord, we encountered trolls and goblins. Ross has colluded with the subterranean goblins. Their river trolls and black orcs, as well as the Carina spiders, are all elite monsters from the depths. For battalions, utterly annihilated. In the distant white Silver Fortress, a slender line of banners fluttered in the wind, the Imperial and the Roseblade flags, heralding the arrival of cavalry and Imperial soldiers. Kent's skepticism and dread had wholly transformed into numbness and despair. The Hammer Torek cast a glance at Kent, who, with closed eyes, had entirely lost the capacity to respond to the world around him. There is nothing abnormal in admitting defeat. Ross, you have triumphed, Torek declared, observing Ross, whose once pristine golden adornments and unkempt white curls now starkly contrasted with his former grandeur. The reality of their defeat had unmistakably manifested. All dwarves of the White Silver Fortress submit unconditionally to Baron Ross. The hammer Torek caressed a short-barreled firearm, with his back turned to Ross. The next moment was punctuated by the sharp crack of a gunshot. The blood splattered against the wall as the robust figure of the Hammer Lord plummeted toward the abyss beneath the White Silver Fortress. Alas, Kent fainted, leaving only Ross's sigh echoing within the castle hall. The will of the White Dragon Veldra had always been wavering. After all, the dwarves were once his colleagues and comrades. With Torek's self-inflicted demise, Ross would usher in a new era for the fortress. The dark-clad Imperial priest gazed at the Imperial flag rising above the distant fortress and remarked, "What a remarkable Baron Ross." Countless Imperial soldiers, witnessing the banner of swords and roses fluttering above the White Silver Fortress, erupted in jubilant cheers. Victory! Victory! We have triumphed. Chapter 1. We have triumphed. The takeover of the White Silver Fortress. Ananto's steel oath stared in shock at the white flag unfurling above the fortress. What does the white flag signify? Surrender. He and his aide, Derek Pro, had prepared for an arduous battle, bracing themselves for significant casualties, ready to assault the fortress and face the bombardment of the dwarven fortress's formidable iron cannons. Yet, as they beheld the banner of roses and swords of Ross's domain fluttering over the White Silver Fortress, alongside the countless corpses strewn across the battlements and the Lord's Hall resembling a wasteland, as they watched Baron Ross approach leisurely, flanked by the White Dragon and the elite of the barbarian warband, engaged in healing, he found his throat parched and words eluding him. Dagite greeted Ananto's steel oath with a smile. We, 25, followed the Baron and seized the White Silver Fortress. Even the severely wounded brothers of the barbarian warband were filled with exuberance. The reason for their exhilaration was singular. They, along with the White Dragon, had parachuted into the White Silver Fortress and, despite being besieged, had slain nearly 1,000 enemies and captured the fortress. Although they had not participated in the final Lord's battle, they had the honor of following Lord Ross and achieving such a legendary feat. Panu, Palau, Pierre, Louis, Rainier, Tina, and all the barbarian warriors of the Dragon Slayers Brigade felt a fierce fire ignite within their hearts, a sense of honor enveloping them as they reached the pinnacle of their lives. This was the life experience they would boast about even in their twilight years. Honor, honor. Dagite gazed upon the formidable high walls, where within the fortress, some of the dwarves still resisted, yet the majority had raised the white flag in surrender. The illustrious history of the Dragon Slayers Brigade was poised to be further embellished. Anato's steel oath fell silent for a moment and remarked, "Well done. Where is the Lord?" "Over there." Even as a lieutenant of the Empire, Anato's steel oath had to concede the might of the Dragon Slayers Brigade. Yet, the critical question remained. What was it about Baron Ross that emboldened him to launch a decapitating raid on the Silver Fortress with merely 25 members of the Dragon Slayers Brigade? Without the White Dragon, he would have been unable to breach the military stronghold, left only to gaze in vain at the walls of the Silver Fortress. The strength of the Dragon Lord once again shattered Anato's steel oath's understanding. However, even the White Dragon alone could not achieve such a feat. The Dragon Slayers Brigade, as a special forces unit, had inflicted a catastrophic toll on the dwarves of the Silver Fortress, with at least 1,000 dwarf corpses littering the ramparts. The Empire's soldiers faced difficulties merely in transporting these bodies. What kind of blood-soaked battles had they emerged from? How many perilous moments had they endured? How much fervor had they displayed? Observing the barbarians, each seemed to emerge from a euphoric crescendo, expressions of utmost satisfaction gracing their faces. Even as they received treatment from the Empire's medics, bandaging their wounds and crying out in pain, Anato's steel oath sensed that each of their spirits and souls had transcended. This was the epitome of honor. It was also the wildest gratification bestowed upon them by Baron Ross. 25 had stormed the Silver Fortress. They had obliterated the resistance of the enemy lord and captured this grand military stronghold. Anato's steel oath, known for his prudence, meticulousness, loyalty, and diligence, now looked upon Dagite and the many severely wounded warriors, their bodies riddled with arrows, resembling porcupines, and within him blossomed a sentiment of admiration and envy. At that moment, Ross was conversing with the newly arrived deputy, Derek Pro, discussing the myriad matters concerning the reclamation of the Silver Fortress. Though it appeared he had succeeded in the conquest, the ensuing tasks were overwhelming. Dwarves, after all, were not humans, Those who complied could remain as laborers. Those who did not would face their fate. Ross understood well the implications of the white dragon, Veldra, even if he did not desire to impose harsh treatment upon the dwarves. With the change of ownership at the Silver Fortress and the impending arrival of the undead, he could not afford to employ a soft approach to gradually win over the dwarves. The simplest decree was that those who obeyed would live, while those who defied would die. The defiant dwarves were swiftly executed or captured by the Empire's soldiers, and within the Silver Fortress lay dungeons, expansive mountainous spaces, and caves, all filled with cages. The dwarves, due to years of relentless mineral extraction, had hollowed out a significant portion of the entire mountain behind them. Ross once again felt the burdens of insufficient manpower. Managing the dwarves was one matter. Dealing with the over 2,000 catfolk, orcs, black orcs, goblins, kobolds, and human slaves in the mine was an entirely different challenge that caused him considerable distress. At this moment, these orcs, black orcs, goblins, kobolds, and humans gazed upwards in bewilderment at the imperial army of humanity outside the mine. They were perplexed by the flag changes atop the castle. A human slave, puzzled, remarked, "Strange. What is this flag? How did humans come to occupy the dwarven castle?" At the edge of the mine, an imperial soldier called out loudly to those below, "Silver Fortress has been taken over by the Lord of the Rose, the Dragon Slayer, Baron Ross. From this day forth, Silver Fortress will be governed by humanity." The human slaves were stunned, clutching their heads in disbelief. What? Humans have conquered Silver Fortress? Impossible. What about the dwarven armies? The crossbows and the catapults? The walls of Silver Fortress are nearly 15 meters tall. How could humans have seized it? This is unreal. Initially, the human slaves could scarcely believe it, thinking it was merely a loyalty test devised by the dwarven lord, Hammer Torek, for their benefit. Many of those who had grown accustomed to the harsh conditions of the mines were reluctant to leave their comfort zone, exhibiting signs of Stockholm Syndrome, as the revelation of human dominance over Silver Fortress elicited cold laughter and disdain from them. However, their disbelief quickly transformed when they observed the Rose's domain bustling with countless humans above the dwarven castle's mine, witnessing the capture of numerous dwarven overseers, including the once proud miner, Hualis, restrained and taken away by the soldiers of the human empire. The human slaves, along with various subhuman slaves, were jolted into realization that as Hualis, the overseer, they have all been captured, one after another. The dwarven overseers who had once wielded the whip over them were now apprehended. The sight of these once arrogant figures being subdued left the human slaves staring in disbelief at the distant Silver Fortress. Had it truly fallen to human hands? Was there not a single human lord in the north? The soot-covered human miners, until now, could scarcely accept the transformation unfolding before their eyes. "My Lord Ross," exclaimed Grelia with palpable excitement, "there are over 300 human slaves among the miners. They represent our future foundational populace. However, many have long endured the oppression of iron chains and shackles, and numerous individuals bear physical disabilities that hinder their movement. They also seem to harbor a fear of light, their psyches appearing quite distorted." Ross, momentarily preoccupied with the immediate situation, replied, "And what of the others? There remain over 1,700 slaves, and the current plan is to have them continue mining for minerals." Ross inquired, "Continue mining? Are there still substantial deposits at the Silver Fortress?" The small map lacks exploration capabilities, relying solely on the naked eye for terrain reconnaissance. If it were equipped with such features, it would be rather extravagant. It is said that this mine has been in operation for decades without showing signs of depletion. Ross chuckled, for the mineral veins represent a guarantee of military strength for a territory. Despite possessing a regeneration system, it would be impossible for Ross to feign indifference or dissatisfaction upon taking control of the vast Silver Fortress mine. While he could forego crafting armor, smelting metal ores, or blacksmithing, he could not do without resources. The dwarves' furnaces and craftsmen had surrendered, and Derek Pro was currently reorganizing them. "My lord, our manpower is severely lacking. You must recruit more managerial talent. The entire Silver Fortress is in need of personnel. Imperial soldiers have already been repurposed as messengers." In the second chapter, Iceheart Village harbors senior management talent, such as the mayor, Miss Audrey's Adventures. The quality of Imperial soldiers is undeniably superior to that of ordinary folk. There is no issue with relaying messages. However, when it comes to managing a vast mine and overseeing the operations of thousands, one must raise a question mark. Lacking experience and administrative acumen would only breed corruption and nepotism, leading to further chaos. Ross anticipated a deluge of letters piling up on his desk, heralding the onset of bureaucratic burdens. Wasn't the promise of another world supposed to involve secretaries bustling about with affairs, rather than him tending to the busy secretaries? Gria remarked. Moreover, the Lord's Hall has been completely destroyed. She shot Ross a reproachful glance, though her expression bore more playfulness than blame. Ross chuckled, recognizing that the girl had learned to wield a gaze akin to that of Frost, indicating she might be in need of discipline later that evening. She continued, with the Lord's Hall gone, it must be rebuilt. Additionally, the White Dwarves cannot participate in management. My preliminary plan is to enlist the elders from Iceheart Village to assist with the internal affairs of the Silver Fortress. Oh, are they not the elders of the village? Can they effectively manage the Silver Fortress? Gria replied, many of the elders at the Silver Fortress are criminals and nobles who fled from human settlements. The proportion of nobles is quite substantial. Oh, this information is indeed novel. Now that the Silver Fortress has been seized and Ross's territory expanded, it is imperative to swiftly bring back the hidden green points from the depths of the mountains and forests. This is a necessary task. Have you dispatched someone to notify them? Already done, Gria, acting as the secretary, stated. What shall we do about the White Goblin Lord and their forces? Ross smiled and declared, from now on, we shall be allies. Let us send them an additional 10,000 gold coins. He was not a miser. Though he felt a slight pang at the thought, these coins were not his own, but had been confiscated from the treasures of the White Dragon Weiss. Given the success of this battle, it was only right to share the spoils with allies. Otherwise, who would come to one's aid in the future? In this battle, the formidable army of gnomes exerted tremendous effort, completely annihilating the dwarven forces of Silver Fortress. Your strategy is indeed commendable. Ross shook his head and remarked, food, fish, meat, and 10,000 gold coins to be sent in a black canopy carriage. I currently lack the time to meet with them. I shall compose a letter shortly. You may dispatch someone to deliver it to young White. Under normal circumstances, if a grand noble of the empire were to seize a castle, they would initiate the process of granting titles. For instance, if Ross were to capture Silver Fortress and subsequently entrust it to his subordinate, the capable Gidget, Gidget could ascend to the rank of baron, thereby becoming a vassal and courtier under Ross's domain, wielding significant influence. This is the operational norm of the empire in this world. However, Ross himself is in dire straits, and Silver Fortress will undoubtedly be bestowed upon him. In the future, when governance becomes cumbersome, he can entirely delegate authority to a trustworthy individual to assume the role of lord. Potential candidates for vassalage include Anantos Steel Oath and Derek Pro, both of whom would serve well, even if they were to have courtiers and vassal lords under their command. Having just taken control of Silver Fortress, Ross is already acutely aware of the complexities and challenges involved in managing a castle. Meanwhile, the villagers of Iceheart Village, hiding within the forest, along with the commoners of Thornbush and the surrounding woods, were astonished as they read the letter. What? Silver Fortress has been captured. A resounding victory. Is this true? Lord Ross has triumphed. But wasn't the army of the White Dwarves more than 10 times our size? Tenfold is an exaggeration. In reality, it was only 4 times. Among the elders of Iceheart Village, Ross penned a personal letter. Upon learning that his son, Kant, was still alive, the village chief, Raymond Iceheart, could hardly conceal his joy as his face lit up with laughter. Good. Robble the Bonial, once a noble, had previously served as a municipal officer in the empire, but was forced to flee to the north after incurring the wrath of a captain of the guard. The municipal officer is akin to a mayor, much like Jean Valjean from Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. Ross was momentarily taken aback upon receiving a response. Were the elders of Iceheart Village truly all of such high caliber? Was it genuine? Even the mayor had arrived? He hoped they would not soon unveil a cardinal, as that would be utterly absurd. Nevertheless, upon receiving the correspondence, Ross breathed a sigh of relief. The prospect of recruiting capable individuals to manage Silver Fortress was daunting. For if this were Rug in the Empire or any inland province, he would have various means to rent, recruit, or negotiate with other nobles. Perhaps even resorting to the black market to procure skilled individuals. Yet this was the north. Where could he possibly find anyone here? Ross pondered, perplexed. It struck him as odd that the white dragon, Veldra, seemed to have vanished. My lord, there has been a tremor within Silver Fortress. A tremor? He gazed at the green light that symbolized Veldra, situated within the mountain of Silver Fortress. Ah, never mind. At this moment, the majestic white dragon Veldra reclines within his lair, unabashedly reveling in the sight of gold enveloping his form, reminiscent of a white cat needing milk. Countless coins cascade around him as he exposes his belly, gleefully frolicking among the treasures. Ah, the ecstasy. This bounty surpasses even that of the white dragon Weiss. Filling an expansive chamber with a veritable ocean of gold, no less than 50,000 coins, glimmering with the luster of platinum, quartz, obsidian, diamonds, and other precious ores that the silver fortress can mine. Among them are the pale violet hues of quartz, amethyst, a plethora of warm yellows, blacks, and whites of jade, an assortment of intricate trinkets, and a melange of silver and gold coins. Furthermore, he caresses a complete set of sapphires as if they were his beloved, their total worth exceeding 200,000 gold coins. Engrossed in indulging in catnip, Veldra yearns for a restful slumber. Though his time with Ross has rendered him unable to sleep for decades, or even centuries at a stretch, he has grown accustomed to the interruptions from the dwarves. He longs for a moment of peace before the impending invasion of the undead. Just then, the master blacksmithkin awakens. As an old acquaintance, he is called upon to persuade this individual to surrender. Otherwise, Veldra threatens to seize all the treasures within his lair. With Ross's ascension to the 3rd tier, he has acquired the ability of dragon soul resonance, enabling his words to emerge from Veldra's own mouth, almost akin to soliloquy. What? Ken had fallen into a coma upon hearing of the Silver Fortress's defeat in battle and has only just regained consciousness. Ross requires this master blacksmith to continue contributing to the Rose Legion's efforts. It can be asserted that securing Kent will preserve 90% of the Silver Fortress's value. As aside from the mining operations, the fortress's second largest source of economy lies in forging and smithing, with Master Kent overseeing the furnaces and ironworks, serving as the leader of all dwarven craftsmen. More significantly, he possesses the capability to forge enchanted weapons. Ross's tempered greatsword has served him faithfully for an extended time, remaining steadfast and reliable. However, he has long desired to enhance its strength through enchantment. Thus, Master Kent is of paramount importance to him, even more so than the other dwarven artisans of the Silver Fortress. There is, however, a matter Ross has yet to address: the regeneration of dwarven corpses through his revival system. A man of principle knows when to act and when to refrain. This is not merely a stance for the present, but a commitment he will uphold in the future, never to desecrate the remains of humanity. I am on my way. With that, White Dragon Veldra concludes his frolic and indulgence in catnip, soaring towards the entrance of his lair. Unlike Weiss, this entrance boasts an intricate magical array of a sophistication that is utterly remarkable. Outsiders find it hard to fathom that a creature as formidable and fearsome as a dragon possesses such a contrasting side. Yet from the dragon's perspective, Veldra is merely a youthful member of his kind. Oh my, it is the Empire's slave-capturing team. Audrey, adorned with a striking black feather atop her head, sits elegantly in the carriage, resembling a beautiful hairpin. The butler, along with the male and female servants, bore expressions of distress. Miss Audrey, dinner is prepared, and I believe we must engage in negotiations with those slave catchers, remarked Horace, the butler, adding, we have no choice but to negotiate, for this is the only suitable camping spot nearby. Ahead lies the north, where the temperatures are dropping, and we are surrounded by mud and marshes. Currently, they found themselves adjacent to a vast forest, beside which lay the infamous Cannibal Swamp, rumored to be inhabited by numerous swamp monsters and a haven for adventurers. Each year, tales of adventurers finding wealth or mysteriously disappearing within the Cannibal Swamp emerged, rendering this dry area the only viable location for camping. If they wished to rest, they would have to do so alongside the slave catchers. Where has Sister Frost gone? Nowhere in particular, just wandering about, Frost replied leisurely, stretching and yawning as she rode her horse, her demeanor suggesting a hint of drowsiness. Meanwhile, the slave catchers observed two extraordinarily beautiful noble ladies in the distance with astonishment. What lovely maidens, one exclaimed. The captain of the slave catchers, a gaunt man with a pair of long sideburns, his appearance noble, yet his gaze cunning as a rat, suddenly brightened. I heard that Baron Ruger had issued a bounty within his territory. His niece, Audrey Alstide, eloped. Could it be her? The glint of greed sparked in his eyes. If we capture her and return her to the Ruger estate, the reward will be substantial. At least not less than 500 gold coins. In that moment, avaricious glances swept over Frost and Audrey Alstide. Audrey, quill in hand, contemplated a letter to Ross, asking, Horace, do you think they will discover us? Horace replied, we cannot be certain. I will go negotiate with them. As they were fleeing, Audrey's greatest ally lacked any martial prowess. Although she was a first-tier practitioner, her combat capabilities were rather modest. It was thanks to the assistance of Horace and the head maid that she had managed to execute her escape plan, even absconding with a carriage laden with supplies and food. Some of the dismissed maids and male servants from Baron Ruger had been reconnected by Audrey, forming the current retinue of the noble caravan. Horace conversed with the captain of the slave catchers, who, with a respectful smile, displayed a cautious reverence for the nobility, suggesting that all was well. Horace was preparing to return to cook. However, as night fell, with the moon hanging low, crows and magpies cawed, and the leaves of the forest shimmered in silver under the moonlight, a group of a dozen thugs from the slave catchers, shrouded by the cloak of darkness, began to approach Audrey's noble caravan. Chapter 3, Steel-Handed to Badford, The Fall of Silver Castle? What am I mine? In the stillness of the night, Audrey screamed in terror as she beheld the butler and maids collapsing one after another. The carriage had been pierced by the thugs of the slave-capturing squad, and the silver ornaments within rattled chaotically. Through the gaping hole, the moonlight illuminated the scene outside, where she glimpsed several young captives huddled within the iron confines of the slave cart, their expressions filled with fear and utter helplessness. The butler, Horace, had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos when he was struck by a whip, the sound of fabric tearing echoing through the air as his flesh was laid bare. The captain of the slave-capturing squad, a man known as Iron Rat Winslow, smirked and addressed her. The esteemed Miss Audrey, is it? Pray, allow me to assure you that I harbor no ill will. My presence here is merely to collect a modest bounty for Count Ruger. You, Audrey Alstide, once an imperial messenger, now found herself fleeing from an unwanted marriage in the Ruger territory. Typically, nobles looked down upon the slave traders, who thrived on the misfortunes of their kind. They were the very embodiment of depravity and servility. Yet, as she listened to Iron Rat Winslow invoke the name of her uncle, Count Ruger, her once proud demeanor faltered. Dear Miss Audrey, how could we, the lowly commoners of the Empire, dare to lay a hand on you? I implore you to cooperate willingly, to bind your own hands, and in return, I shall guarantee your personal safety along the way. He dared not threaten her, for whether Audrey fled or remained, she was still a noble, the niece of Count Ruger, and the future bride of the Baron of Iron Oak Fortress. However, with her flight, the circumstances had shifted, and the bounty placed upon her head only deepened Winslow's greed. Florence, save me, Audrey cried out, desperation lacing her voice. Winslow turned cautiously, inquiring, May I ask, young lady, are you also of noble descent? Surely, a noblewoman's acquaintance must also be noble. Given Miss Audrey's stature, I would not dare disrespect you. The air around Florence, however, conveyed a sense of helplessness as she responded. I cannot help. I am powerless in this situation. Laughter erupted from the captors, their throats dry as they gazed upon the exquisite beauty of both women, Audrey and Florence. One dark, one fair, whose stunning appearances left them utterly entranced. Audrey, overwhelmed with despair, had never anticipated being captured by a band of slave traders just as she neared the northern territories. Although she was a first-tier practitioner, she knew she was no match for those capable of capturing slaves. Winslow, satisfied with the compliance of the two women, commanded, Let us depart. We shall not set up camp tonight, but head straight back to Ruger territory. My lord, no camp? What about these slaves? The 7 or 8 young captives? Their faces marked by fear and exhaustion, quivered at the thought of further lashes. Winslow responded dismissively, A bit of jostling is of no consequence. As long as they do not perish, they will still fetch a price in the market. In the quiet of night, Audrey's noble carriage was captured, along with her butlers and maids. A peculiar scene unfolded, leaving Audrey in a state of bewilderment. Having previously served as a messenger for the Empire, she was well acquainted with the routes to the northern territories and the Ruger domain. Through the shadowy forest, she gazed in astonishment at the direction in which Iron Rat Winslow and the slave-catching crew were headed. That direction was not towards Ruger, but rather northward. Iron Rat Winslow pondered aloud. Strange, why does it feel increasingly cold? Beside him, a burly slave driver, clad in dark attire and wielding a whip, expressed regret. Do you feel cold? I distinctly feel quite warm. We are nearly at Ruger. Quicken our pace. Audrey was perplexed. The butler and the captured maid shared her confusion. What was happening? Why were Winslow and the slave-catching crew advancing toward the northern territories instead of their intended destination, Ruger, to claim a reward for returning the young lady? Suddenly, hope flickered within Audrey as she attempted to escape Winslow's gaze. Miss, do not move, he cautioned. She endeavored to free her hands from their bindings. After all, no one truly dared to restrain a noble lady. The knots used were merely slip knots, designed to allow for circulation. Miss, you seem quite cooperative, Winslow chuckled. Rest assured, your most loyal friend, Iron Rat Winslow, will ensure your safe return to the Empire's Ruger. Audrey was utterly shocked. Cooperative? She had just freed her hands. In the next moment, she found herself able to move freely, yet Winslow continued to speak to the very spot she had just occupied, as if enchanted or controlled. Miss Audrey, he addressed her, and she stared in disbelief, exclaiming, They are all being controlled, propped leisurely against the carriage. The moonlight gracing her profile with an air of magnificence and nobility. Froth smiled and remarked, "Controlled by whom?" Far in the distance, the towering wall of despair loomed, its icy expanse stretching seemingly without end. The origins of this formidable structure had long been lost to time. Suddenly, iron gates and tunnels clanged shut, and in the distance, a terrifying horde of undead surged forth like an unceasing tide, their countless dark forms rushing towards the wall of despair. Tall, gaunt figures with pallid skin and ice-blue eyes stood sentinel upon the ramparts. They seemed to embody centuries of grievances, long since numbed to the sight before them. The corpses of the deceased in the northern territories had been roused by some strange force, rising from their graves to become ghouls, and began to seep uncontrollably into the entirety of the north, breaching the boundaries set by the wall of despair. In the steel forge of the northern dwarves, Steelhand Dabad paced restlessly, his mind troubled. The trade caravan from Silver Fortress, along with the new shipment of minerals, has yet to arrive. Are they unaware that the ghouls will soon descend upon the north during the polar night? The polar night signifies an utter darkness, devoid of the distinction between day and night. Even in the frigid north, once the ghouls invade, the entire region will succumb to this eternal night, only to restore the normal cycle of day and night after surviving this catastrophe. In truth, no one comprehends the environmental and geographical changes in the north, nor the underlying reasons for them. Steelhand Dabardver, the lord of the Dwarven Empire and actual ruler of the castles Steel Furnace and Grey Hammer, is seething with rage at the failure of the White Dwarves to deliver their promised goods to Steel Furnace. They have not arrived. Upon our next encounter, I shall certainly confront the bearded hammer-wielding Torek. At that moment, a scout arrived at the castle hall, respectfully reporting, "My lord, unfortunate news has come. The Dwarven Empire is in a state of fury, convening a clan meeting to discuss this matter." What grave matter? At this moment, Steelhand Dabardver is solely preoccupied with the invasion of the ghouls and the breach of contract regarding the mineral trade from Silver Fortress. Without these minerals, their cannons, weapons, and armor production will come to a halt. Their mining capacity pales in comparison to that of Silver Fortress, which boasts a colossal mine supplying the mineral needs of the surrounding dwarven lords. The leader of the White Dwarves, Hammer Torek, has been defeated by the human lord of the White Dragon, Baron Rose, in concert with the subterranean goblins, resulting in the complete annihilation of the 1,200 dwarven army. What? Steelhand Dabardver was nearly thrown against the wall by the shock of this sudden news. What did you say? Repeat that. The scout responded, "Silver Fortress has fallen, overwhelmed by the forces of the earthly empire led by Baron Rose. The 1,200 dwarven troops were vanquished by the combined might of the goblins and the human empire, resulting in total destruction. Furthermore, it is rumored that Rose, riding a white dragon, led a surprise attack and captured Silver Fortress with 25 dwarves. This is impossible." His first reaction was not shock, but rather concern for his trade goods. "What about our money, our minerals, the ores that Silver Fortress promised to transport for us to withstand the ghoul invasion? Iron, copper, gold, and silver? What of the transport caravan we loaned to them?" The scout trembled as he replied, "They are all gone, my lord, all gone. Silver Fortress now flies the banner of the human empire. That lord named Rose is extraordinarily formidable. Not only has he defeated Hammer Torek, but it is said that the human empire is preparing to commence a second wave of military aid to the north. Cursed be it, cursed be it. The human empire can provide military support to the dwarven Lord Rose in the north because they do not face the threat of the ghoul invasion. Yet, we dwarves are utterly incapable of engaging that detestable human Lord Rose, for the ghouls are upon us. They could only watch, helplessly observing as the human lord consumed the largest mining resource near the dwarves and boldly planted his banner upon the dwarven fortress, flaunting his power. I must slay Ross. My lord, the ore supplies are unreachable. All the dwarves have either been captured or imprisoned, with a small number of white dwarves managing to escape, claiming they seek refuge with us. My mine, my precious mine." Lord Dabadver of Steelforge was nearly fainting with rage, while on the other side, the Empire was about to learn of Ross's actions in the north. Chapter 4. Convincing Kent. The White Boy and the Goblins' Dark Cave Trade Alliance. A grand transaction. Oh. Defeated the Dwarven Lord, Ironhammer Torek, riding a white dragon, leading a barbarian horde to raid Silverhold. The Empire's most sophisticated intelligence department promptly reported Ross's achievements in the north to the Empress within the palace. Many high nobles, previously unaware of Baron Ross of the North, were now captivated by the astounding news of the battle at Silverhold. The tale of the White Dragon Lord leading 25 men, mounted on a white dragon to execute a decapitation operation against the dwarven fortress, swiftly appeared in the provincial newspapers of the empire. Numerous bards from the nearby province of Rake composed poems celebrating Ross's victories, while accordion players in taverns, noble castle salons, and literary gatherings transformed the name of the White Dragon Lord into a popular topic of discussion. The Dragon Lord? Not merely the White Dragon Lord, but also a loyal servant of the empire. Never before in history had anyone expanded the empire's territories in the north. What gave him the audacity to believe he could? He certainly could, for he had forged a pact with the most powerful and terrifying white dragon in the entire continent. The north? Wasn't it a realm of bizarre and perilous extremes? A place seemingly inhabited by ghouls and plagued by eternal night, where the frozen earth bore no life. A frigid land even the western nomads shunned. A loyal imperial guard respectfully regarded the mailbox of Empress Anna before him. As the mailbox opened, a piece of lambskin parchment emerged, bearing a grand green wax seal from the Empress and the Imperial Chancellery. Such wax seals typically signify the Empress's verbal orders. Reviewed and signed by the Imperial Chancellery, then dispatched to the Empire's postal service for delivery to various corners of the provinces, akin to a royal edict. While the true royal edicts are far more solemn, this letter nonetheless held significant legal weight. The Imperial Guard marked the bottom right corner of the letter, sending it from Middenland Province to the Nordland region of Norland. The guard's demeanor was grave. The corner bore an F, a symbol commonly used by the Empress to denote commendations, understood by seasoned guards and postmen as an indication of the Empress's response to the information. Evidently, the Empress expresses a sense of satisfaction and commendation towards Baron Ross, the Lord of the White Dragon, as reflected in the correspondence received. Numerous guards and couriers dedicate their lives to their posts, embodying the essence of unwavering duty, akin to a vital mechanism sustaining the royal operations. Each of Her Majesty's actions is interpreted with unique insight by these devoted individuals. Lord Ross of the White Dragon holds a significant place in the imperial heart, and one wonders what accolades he might receive. Unbeknownst to Ross, imperial rewards are on the horizon. Even if he were aware, it would not diminish his current exhilaration. The arrival of the undead remains uncertain, yet following the refresh of the minimap, the resources of Silver Fortress have proven remarkably abundant, with all red dots having been replenished. Previously confined to the environment of his domain, Ross could only develop and hunt in the Kidney Lake and the surrounding forests. However, after the conquest of Silver Fortress, a vast expanse of territory has opened up, including the Dark Sea, the hunting grounds of the White Dragon Veldra, and a plethora of war fogs on the minimap, along with an increase in red dots. The proliferation of red dots signifies greater potential gains, providing more locations for military training. The sole predicament lies in the dwarves and humans struggling to acclimatize. Ross soon experienced this discomfort firsthand, as he was to meet Master Kent. Moreover, Veldra had already established rapport with Kent, which pertained to whether he could acquire the enchantment for the fire-forged great sword. Thus, Ross prepared a bundle of letters and documents, intending to seek out Kent. To his surprise, the old fellow refused to see him. Surely, he had not forgotten the previous command issued by Lord Hammertolek for the unconditional surrender of the entire Silver Fortress. Silence reigned in the room of Master Kent, and within this frigid Silver Fortress, there were many houses, his being purely wooden. Ross mused that the old fellow seemed to know how to indulge himself. He remarked, "In any case, there is no escape for you. The undead are poised to invade the entirety of the north, as Veldra has foretold. Should you wish to perish or feel utterly weary of existence, you may attempt betrayal and resistance." Kent's voice erupted from behind the door. "The Dwarven Empire will not spare you." Ross chuckled. "The mud clings to you, does it not? Once the undead invasion passes, do you truly believe the dwarves will accept you back into their fold? Moreover, you have lost Silver Fortress, and your good comrade, Lord Hammertolek, is dead. I too have friends, lovers, kin, and allies among the dwarves of Silver Fortress. Will you simply watch as they all become slaves?" Ross continued to press his advantage. Furthermore, has the craftsmanship of the white dwarves' blacksmiths truly been lost? If you refuse to cooperate, what of the more than 200 dwarven artisans of Silver Fortress? What will you eat and drink in the future? Shall they all labor as slaves in my mines? Kent retorted angrily, "Your provocations are futile. You will not persuade the dwarven craftsmen to forge weapons for humans, only to have those very weapons used against more dwarves." Ross chuckled, stubborn as ever. "I shall grant you 3 days to deliberate. Should you refuse, I will slay them all. This is the tempered greatsword, and within 3 days, I expect to see new enchantments within it. I strongly advise against invoking the races of dwarves and humans as your defense. If dragons can forge alliances with you, why can't you do the same with humans? Are you more arrogant than dragons? I have made contracts with dragons. Can I not accommodate dwarves? Dwarven traitors? Before you ponder the distinctions between traitors and loyalists, you must first consider one fundamental premise. Will I permit you to live? You currently wear a head upon your belt. Should I choose, the Silver Fortress could be awash with heads rolling at any moment. Moreover, I have triumphed in a fair confrontation through my valor and cunning. The death of Hammer Tolek was swift and honorable. Do you not deem this matter honorable? Would you dare to attempt a surprise attack on the Silver Fortress? Kent, several times, yearned to speak from behind the wooden cabin, his expression betraying an urge to open the door. Yet he ultimately placed his trembling hand on the doorknob and shut his mouth. Indeed, 25 barbarians came and beheaded them. The Silver Fortress suffered thousands in casualties without any treachery involved. What compounded his humiliation was that, in terms of honor and glory, the Baron Ross before him seemed far more upright. They engaged in ambushes and assaults, yet Ross demanded a one-on-one duel, a request they had no intention of acquiescing to. In the end, he and Hammer Tolek had been defeated, yet Ross granted them the last semblance of dignity. Hammer Tolek's suicide was a resolution in itself. But what was he to do? What of me? What of me? Master Kent hung his head low. Caught in the conflict of surrendering or becoming a traitor to the dwarves, forging weapons for humanity. He found himself ensnared in a profound contradiction, yet Ross spoke the truth. He was the one who had triumphed over the Silver Fortress and had offered the dwarves a chance for allegiance. But he remained human. Humans are humans, and dwarves are dwarves. Kent, in a fit of despair, slammed his head against the wall. Had Ross been a dwarf lord, he would have knelt and surrendered without hesitation. But why must he be human? Master, what shall I do? If the forge is not enchanted within 3 days, he will indeed kill. Kent trembled as he spoke. No matter what, we must survive first. We shall take one step at a time. The undead invasion is imminent. Even if we must feign compliance, we must endure this period before reassessing. Indeed, the young dwarven apprentice held Ross's tempered greatsword, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. It was this very sword that had slaughtered thousands of dwarves and shattered all hope for the Silver Fortress. Yet now, they were tasked with enchanting this very greatsword. Let us prioritize survival. Kent gazed upon the nearly 2-meter-long tempered greatsword, and in that instant, he felt as though he had aged many years. The wisdom of the elderly lies in their understanding that patience yields results. Ross is acutely aware that while his words hold significance, their practical utility is limited. The essence of the matter is straightforward. If one is willing to cooperate, then cooperation ensues. If not, the relationship severs. The reality is that even if Kent were to capitulate, would he genuinely believe that the dwarves would steadfastly support him in critical moments? That notion is utterly absurd. This is a matter of racial tension, and who is Ross to resolve such conflicts? He has already slain over 1,000 dwarves, leaving countless relatives bereaved. Hatred can be suppressed, yet not indefinitely. It is bound to erupt eventually. Nevertheless, Ross's intention is clear. For now, a temporary collaboration is in order, with further discussions to follow. At least for the time being, his territory requires the craftsmanship of these dwarves. Whether dwarves or humans, there are always those with unyielding pride alongside traitors and cowards. Ross does not believe that all 200 dwarven artisans are devoid of weakness, even amidst great losses. There will undoubtedly be a faction of dwarves willing to serve him, for fear of death is a universal sentiment, coupled with the pressure of coercion and allure. Ross is indeed busy managing internal affairs. In the afternoon, the elders from Iceheart Village arrived at Silver Fortress, and Ross contemplated renaming his stronghold, perhaps to Rose Fortress, White Dragon Fortress, or simply Ross Fortress. However, these are mere trifles. He was on his way to meet Iceheart Village's chieftain, Iceheart Raymond. For anyone bearing a title is invariably formidable. Just then, Derek Pro remarked, "My Lord Baron, a goblin envoy has arrived outside Silver Fortress, requesting an audience with you." Observing Derek Pro's hesitation, Ross felt a twinge of confusion. A goblin envoy? Aren't they situated near the wolf pack plains of Old Ross's territory? We are uncertain. It seems they have excavated underground and have entered the caverns of Silver Fortress, Derek Pro replied. Goodness, right beneath our feet. Ross exclaimed. Indeed, right beneath us. Derek Pro confirmed. Just prior, 2 Imperial soldiers had expressed their bewilderment at how the slaves had escaped, only to discover it was the goblin envoy they had encountered before. Ross instructed, quickly, bring them to me. This unexpected turn of events epitomizes the notion that sometimes unintentional actions lead to fruitful outcomes. Previously, Ross had not regarded the goblins with much seriousness, considering that even second-tier wolf hunters could easily intimidate them. Little did he know he had underestimated their capabilities. This ally might prove to be quite resourceful, not to mention the fact that he genuinely needed such a companion. Even the formidable Sun Wukong required the guidance of the Earth God. Oh, great sage, trouble has arisen. Tang Sung has been captured by the Bull Demon King. This was akin to the Earth God delivering urgent news. Young White, observing his surroundings with a hint of caution, remarked, "My Lord Ross." In a wooden chamber within the subterranean caverns of Silver Fortress, Ross smiled and said, "Mr. White, it has been quite some time since we last met." The green-skinned youth trembled, saying, "I am unworthy of your esteemed address." With a serious demeanor, Ross sat across the wooden table and inquired, "What brings you to seek my audience?" "The gifts I promised you will take some time to arrive. Rest assured, I shall not neglect my allies. In this upcoming campaign at Silver Fortress, you too shall partake in the spoils." The young man, trembling, stammered, "My lord, your generosity is overwhelming. We of the Black Cave tribe are profoundly grateful. 10,000 gold coins, along with this abundant food, we have all witnessed it." Although Ross appeared unperturbed, a jolt of concern coursed through him. How could they possibly know? "Speak, what brings you here in person?" The young man replied, "It is as such. Due to the dwarves' long-standing dominance in silver, many goblins from our tribe have been captured and forced into slavery in the mines. Is there any possibility?" "Not a problem." Ross interjected, momentarily taken aback. Was he suggesting the liberation of goblin slaves? That was merely a matter of his word. Nonetheless, a semblance of formality was necessary. Ross responded, "However, let us keep matters distinct. The price is negotiable, indeed." Ross shook his head. "Given that I can provide you with 20,000 gold coins to aid the Black Cave tribe in recruiting soldiers, along with an additional 10,000 gold coins for military expenses and food, do you truly believe I am short of funds?" "Of course, you are not lacking in gold," the young man replied. Ross chuckled. "What about the dragon egg?" Yes, we have it," the young man quickly asserted, presenting the list of supplies. Ross smiled, pleased with his understanding. However, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he remarked, "The invasion of the ghouls is imminent. We shall require your military assistance." He regarded the young man with a peculiar look and continued, "Your ability to appear unannounced in others' territories is truly remarkable. Silver Fortress is currently abundant in ores, iron goods, armor, and weapons. It is not only Silver Fortress," Ross noted. The armors and weapons exchanged via the regeneration system remained piled in the shed of Old Rose territory, awaiting a lucrative sale. He had previously wondered whom Iceheart Village had traded with. Transactions with the Northern Empire were possible. However, with the ghouls about to arrive, forming a trade caravan seemed somewhat irrational, not to mention the exorbitant shipping costs, too cumbersome. Without a doubt, the goblins of the Black Cave tribe and the young man represented an excellent trading opportunity. The young man, visibly anxious, swallowed hard and inquired, "What do you mean?" "Trade," Ross declared. "The prosperity of any territory is inextricably linked to commerce and trade. Following our initial collaboration, since you wish for me to release these goblin laborers from the mines, it follows that we shall trade the ores extracted and the weapons forged by the dwarves. I shall bolster your population, while you require weapons in exchange for gold. Likewise, we shall seek the unique products of the underground world. Moreover, I possess a brewery and a wealth of surface food." The young man responded, "Our unique product is the slaves of the underground world, and we can assist you in hiring mercenaries from the depths to combat the ghoul invasion. Simultaneously, we excel in the art of explosives and possess a profound mastery of engineering. Should you require any explosives, we can largely provide the items listed in your inventory, including the luminous moss. This exotic goods category resembles the antiques of a bygone era, showcasing wares unseen and unheard of in the surface world, thus fetching a premium among the nobility. Additionally, there are scrolls, slaves, strategic weaponry such as siege engines and chariots, and explosives. The allure of mercenaries and slaves, along with strategic armaments, captivates him, while their needs encompass 4 primary categories: armor, food, timber, and weaponry. Where there is demand, negotiations become feasible, and the young White remains quite forthright. Ross recognizes that a significant business discussion is about to unfold, allowing him to remain composed. If this deal materializes, the Silver Fortress may soon achieve self-sufficiency in armor and brewed beverages, enriching the lives of the human vassals and expanding territorial boundaries. In truth, not all lords have the opportunity to engage in trade with subterranean tribes, the most troublesome barriers. Aside from language, where the young White excels in the common tongue, are the issues of trust. Trust is the most precious commodity in this world. Without it, All trade and exchanges become untenable. I require the carcass of a 4th-tier abyssal serpent, with the slaughter to be completed within 3 hours, Ross stated. The young wight replied, My lord Ross, that is certainly feasible, though it may take some time. Very well. The mere thought of utilizing the system to regenerate 4th-tier creatures and enhance his power fills Ross with genuine anticipation. The young wight, nervous and apprehensive, stammered, From now on, we are partners, right, my lord Ross? With a smile, Ross extended his hand, affirming, Indeed, we are the most steadfast allies and partners. Unbeknownst to him, this single declaration would eventually unleash monumental tides of consequence. It was not merely his rise through the subterranean realm, the Black Cave tribe, under the influence of the Northern Alliance, would emerge as the mightiest goblin clan in the underground world. In the year 1052 of the Empire, on the 6th of June in the 582nd year of the Underworld's history, the Black Cave Goblin tribe formalized a trade agreement with Baron Ross of the Rose Territory, establishing an alliance known as the Black Cave Silver Pact, laying a solid foundation for the tribe's future ascendance in the subterranean realm. Chapter 5. The Enchantment of Hest Steel Pattern 6. Abyssal Serpent Potion Crafting Technique. A bountiful harvest. The underground world lacks trees, and, due to the absence of sunlight, cannot procure the commonly found timber of the surface. Loads of timber are being transported to the designated trading location set by the Black Cave Goblin tribe. In the distant mines, goblin slaves watch with bewilderment as overseers gather hundreds of their goblin companions, then remove their dust masks and, in their rudimentary goblin dialect, declare, The Black Cave tribe has redeemed you. From this day forth, you are free. One by one, the nostrils of the cold-dusted goblins were flared, their faces smeared with soot as they absorbed the news, their expressions a blend of confusion and shock. Not far from the mine, the blacksmith's furnace belched forth blinding tongues of flame, reaching temperatures nearing 2,000 degrees. Here, the stout craftsmen and their apprentices wiped the sweat from their brows with their elbows as droplets fell to the ground. They were instantly vaporized by the glowing iron ingots into wisps of mist, disappearing with a sizzle. Deep within the multitude of furnaces, the heat intensified, warping the very air around the robust dwarven artisans. It was as if waves of scorching heat radiated outward from the depths of the forge, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to endure more than 5 minutes without succumbing to exhaustion and dehydration. Yet, amidst this sweltering environment, countless dwarven blacksmiths persevered, laboriously hammering the iron ingots into shape. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of hammers echoed. The brawny dwarven blacksmiths, with arms thicker than many thighs, relentlessly pounded one ingot after another. The glowing metal was plunged into quenching liquid, the sound reminiscent of meat sizzling on a grill or the crackle of a branding iron. The brutality of ancient punishments, such as the cannon torture, stemmed largely from the agonizing sound akin to that of meat being seared. In the depths of the furnace, the surrounding environment was utterly distorted by the heat, making it hard to fathom that anyone could work in such conditions. Yet, the silhouettes of numerous dwarven craftsmen persisted within. Master Kent's bare form flickered in the heart of the twisted flames, a crimson sword having been forged to an extraordinary translucence. He casually grasped a handful of mithril powder, akin to shimmering silver flakes, scattering it to dissolve and embellish the surface of the quenching greatsword's blade and tip. The properties of mithril remarkably enhanced the effects of enchantment. However, those who witnessed this scene would realize that the blacksmith was not merely enchanting the greatsword but was, in a critically significant manner, recasting it. With a hiss, the quenching liquid extinguished the sword's red glow and heat, emitting a plume of white smoke. The now blackened blade, rapidly cooled by the liquid, was struck fiercely by the dwarven master blacksmith Ken upon the anvil. After hundreds of blows, each differing slightly in force and angle, Master Kent's precise control ensured that the mithril, combined with chromium and manganese metals, and the dragon scale powder were all incorporated into the blade. The strength and resilience of the greatsword were increasing geometrically. The transformation of wrought iron into steel was precisely what Kent was accomplishing. Dragon scale steel was born. The apprentice blacksmith gazed in astonishment at the steel patterns of the great sword, now infused with dragon scales. The extraordinary visual of mithril and dragon scale steel merging exuded an exquisite and breathtaking beauty, captivating the apprentice's awe and attention. The apprentice's reaction did not disrupt Master Kent's actions. He continued his work without pause. The art of forging demands a seamless execution, and his next endeavor was not to enhance the blade, but to enchant it. The intricate and meticulous steps revealed a stark contrast between Kent's focused demeanor in his work and his usual self. His unwavering concentration allowed him to control any subtle responses from the iron, as he immersed his consciousness into the blade, listening intently to the whispers within. Within the quenched dragon-scaled steel sword, faint echoes of dragon roars began to resonate, akin to a dragon opening its maw in anticipation of a feast. Under Kent's craftsmanship, a semblance of vitality emerged from the sword, at the moment when the roars reached their zenith. And the exterior of the blade remained stable while its interior was in a tumultuous state of fusion. Kent tore through a series of meticulously prepared enchantment scrolls. In an instant, arcane energies illuminated the internal pathways of the blade crafted from mithril, like a river penetrating the tightly sealed interior of the sword. The magic flowed into the parched channels, initially igniting a single pathway, followed by branching off into a second, third, and fourth, an endless array of magical conduits. Under Kent's precise enchantment, the longsword radiated a splendid violet luminescence. The previously searing and distorted space was now awash in a purple glow. Yet, the process of enchantment is inherently complex. The pathways within the blade were not yet stable, and the quenched dragon steel sword was unexpectedly plunged back into a molten state for an even more formidable reforging. Could it truly be reforged once more? The heavy hammer struck the blade, compressing the patterns inward and shaping them into a twisted, irregular swastika. However, to the astonishment of the apprentices, the enchanted patterns remained intact, instead being driven deeper into the very core of the sword, an essential enchantment. Such power! Truly, he is a master. Kent was not merely a craftsman, nor an ordinary blacksmith. Dwarves, in their essence, are the most skilled in forging and crafting across the entire continent. Two types of weapons, upon revealing their origins, evoke immense admiration in the hearts of men: the weapons of elves and the finely crafted arms of dwarves. In the Empire's auction houses, a weapon bearing the Dwarven Forge's seal typically commands a price 3 to 5 times that of a human blacksmith's creation. However, Kent was no ordinary Dwarven blacksmith. He was a master. His mastery in forging and enchanting transcended the distractions of the outside world. Enchantments layered upon each other, the second, third, and even fourth layers. The fervent, vigorous strikes of his hammer, whether in strength or timing, left the surrounding apprentices in awe. Amidst the fiery dance of the blazing tongues of flame, the extreme heat of the forge, Kent's precision and intensity, combined with unique materials such as mithril and dragon scales, ignited extraordinary reactions during the quenching process. Hess Steel Pattern Enchantment, 6th Layer. The Hess Steel Pattern is a legendary enchantment technique, renowned for its ability to enhance the speed of its wielder. The 6th layer signifies the Hess Enchantment Level 6, which bestows an impressive augmentation of agility and speed, exceeding 18.3 for each layer. Many apprentices ponder whether it is truly necessary to invest such effort in crafting enchanted weapons for the human lord, Ross. Yet, a master is indeed a master. As a former adversary, he possesses profound insight into the resilience and condition of Ross's tempered great sword, the enchanted warhammer in his grasp, the Lord of Silver Fortress. And even he himself have all succumbed to the might of this great sword. Feeling the call of the tempered great sword, he resolved to imbue it with a new soul. In truth, the goblin, White, did not keep Ross waiting long. Soon, a pitch-black covered cart, drawn by a massive gray orc, arrived deep within the subterranean chambers of Silver Fortress. Here, numerous concealed rooms lay hidden, and the formidable body of a 4th-tier abyssal serpent seemed to emanate the aura and chill of its former life. Weighing approximately 8 tons, the cart sagged under its burden, the perfect corpse, its scales shaped like shields, and spanning nearly 14 meters, bore no visible wounds. The serpent's eyes were now closed, and Ross had no time to admire this powerful 4th-tier creature, nor to ponder its origins. His palm brushed against the cold scales, feeling the frigid response. System, grant me rebirth. Congratulations, host. You have revived the 4th-tier abyssal serpent, acquiring Abyssal Serpent Alchemical Formula. Abyssal Serpent Alchemical Formula. In addition to enhancing physical strength, the host gains a constant 4th-tier spell slot. Side effect, due to the overwhelming power of the Abyssal Serpent in life, this alchemical process induces a period of hallucinations for the user. In an instant, the massive corpse of the Abyssal Serpent, nearly 45 feet long and weighing around 8 tons, vanished from Ross's sight, replaced by his tightly shut eyes and the visage of illusion manifesting before him. Chapter 6. Hallucinations. Lord Ross is unwell. Selena's keen observation. Audrey has arrived. On the steps of Silver Fortress, Ross's vision became murky and disordered, as if submerged in a lake. He felt tendrils of aquatic plants sprouting around him, mushrooms emerging upon the steps of Silver Fortress, and flowers blossoming, while illusions danced before his eyes. In this hallucinatory state, a familiar woman appeared before him. Frost, a beautiful figure, wept and collapsed into his embrace. Ross gazed at the flora blossoming on her shoulders, as winter worms sprouted forth from his arms, while several leaping blue sprites danced around him, speaking in an unintelligible tongue. Ross, how I long for you. The woman's features blurred, and she suddenly soared towards the distant tower and windmill. The north, once a realm of frigid desolation, now brimmed with flowers amidst the rocky cliffs, transforming the icy landscape into a serene emerald meadow. Oh, the woman's gaze became indistinct, her form disappearing, only to reappear within 100 meters of Ross. Ross, come quickly. Wait for me, Frost. What is happening? Audrey anxiously clutched Ross's neck, the formidable lord of the Silver Fortress, a man rumored to be unparalleled in strength. Now lay upon her lap, eyes closed, deeply asleep in a concealed chamber within the fortress. We were uncertain. Lord Ross had been inspecting trade with the goblins when he suddenly fainted. The guards swiftly recognized the situation and brought him here, where numerous healers had arrived, including Mr. Raymond from Iceheart Village, yet none had found a satisfactory solution. Audrey inquired, do the others know? The Imperial soldier replied, no. Audrey commanded, seal all information and orders. Let Anathos steal oath temporarily assume Lord Ross's duties. He is ill, but I will not permit anyone to learn of his sickness. Understood. At that moment, Gloria rushed over. Astonished by the news of the mighty dragon lord's illness, an incredible revelation. However, upon witnessing Ross lying on the bed, a wave of heartache and emotion surged within her, leaving her bewildered. Miss Secretary, Lord Ross. He has been in a deep slumber for nearly an hour. What transpired? Was there an attack on the Lord? Or was he poisoned? Regardless of whether it was an assault or poisoning, such news would be catastrophic for the entire Silver Territory. If Lord Ross had been attacked or poisoned, a thorough investigation across the region would be imperative, especially concerning the dwarfs, who must surely be implicated. Investigate. Every individual who had contact with Lord Ross must be thoroughly examined. Yes, Audrey gently caressed Ross's face, her emotions in turmoil. She had endured immense hardship to escape the Rug territory, only to be pursued by her uncle, Count Rug. Just as she was nearing the north, she encountered a slave-capturing squad. Were it not for Frost's assistance, she might never have reached the north. And now, having just learned of Ross's heroic deeds, she was prepared to reunite with her beloved, the valiant Baron Ross, to share her longing, only to find him stricken with illness. Audrey wept, cradling Ross's face and kissing his forehead. She knelt in prayer to the Holy Spirit, beseeching divine protection for his recovery. At that moment, a guard delivered a letter. Lady Audrey, a commendation from the Empire has arrived. Upon realizing that Audrey was the beloved of the Baron, they expressed great respect for this future lady of the barony. Bring it forth. As she opened the letter, tears streamed down her delicate features, sorrow overwhelming her, droplets splattering onto the parchment. Ross, Ross. She held Ross's forehead, inhaling his fragrant essence with every breath. His breathing remained steady, yet he lay unresponsive. Awaken, Ross. The Empress's letter of commendation has arrived, encompassing 400 troops of the Empire, ranging from the 1st to the 3rd tier. The Empress has graciously bestowed upon you 50,000 gold coins, along with 1,500 farmers mobilized from the Empire's territories and war machinery, as well as the Empire's accolades. Ross, please awaken. She could not comprehend why the world had subjected her to such torment. Ross was of immeasurable worth, adorned with countless gems, accompanied by the ebony dragonblood warhorse that merely served as the steed for this grand carriage. The coachman's hat brim, amidst the tempest and icy plains, bore a demeanor of sharpness and intensity. The Empress's guards, masquerading as ordinary servants, concealed formidable muscles beneath their voluminous garments, embodying unwavering loyalty to the Empire. Silverhold has arrived, announced Selena. Is Ross not here to greet me? I am quite intrigued by this hero. The soldiers of the Empire at Silverhold gazed in astonishment at the opulent black-covered carriage, its wheels trampling through the snowstorm. The guards riding alongside, astride their dark steeds, emanated an oppressive aura unique to the Imperial royalty. Anathos Steel Oath and Derek Pro, accompanied by the esteemed Imperial cleric, approached the city walls. They beheld the cleric gracefully kneeling. All the soldiers of the Empire, in a sea of black, knelt at the periphery of Silverhold's castle. Derek Pro was awestruck by the breathtaking beauty of the Imperial Duchess. I pay my respects to Duchess Selena. What? Countless Imperial soldiers prostrated themselves, beads of cold sweat appearing on their foreheads. How could such a noble figure emerge from the northern territories? Ross had been expanding his domain in the north as a baron, signifying absolute control over the surrounding area of more than 100 kilometers. And the authority of a viscount vastly surpassed that of a baron. A count, a marquis, an elector, a duke. The intricate rituals and ceremonies unfolded as they observed the enchanting woman in black, supported by the kneeling guards, descending with grace. Where is His Excellency? The most loyal lord of the White Dragon, the pioneer Ross? No one responded. To be precise, no one dared to answer. A duke represents the pinnacle of existence within the empire, second only to royal power. Her visit, by all accounts, should have been the greatest honor for Ross's domain. Yet Anatho's steel oath was beset by a profound headache, for it seemed that Baron Ross was either ill or feigning illness. He dared not speculate further. Sus whispered something into Duchess Selena's ear. A duke is akin to a goddess in the earthly realm. She is the younger sister of the present monarch. Upon hearing the news, Duchess Selena merely nodded. Is it possible that someone as formidable as His Excellency Ross could fall ill? Seuss remarked. It is not a matter of disrespect. It is quite possible that your grace, Baron Ross, has fallen victim to assassination attempts and attacks from white dwarfs and other northern forces. You are well aware that such acts of poisoning are commonplace within the court. Regrettably, it seems that your grace lacks experience in dealing with such matters. We ought to summon a physician. Indeed, I am grateful for your kindness, Duchess Selena. What? A duchess? Audrey listened in astonishment as news of Selena's arrival in the north reached her ears. Not only she, but the entire Silver Fortress was under strict orders to keep the information contained. Yet, beneath the snow and wind, the whispers could not be silenced. The reactions of the imperial soldiers and the appearance of the clerics led countless farmers and commoners of Silver Fortress to speculate, believing that the arrival of a royal member signified the empire's recognition of Baron Ross's importance. Duchess Selena was currently recuperating and had specifically dispatched court physicians to assess Baron Ross's condition. An elderly man clad in black entered the room, observed for a while, and then stated, "His physical condition is not gravely concerning. He appears to have been poisoned. He is expected to awaken in approximately 2 hours." Audrey gasped. What? Poisoned? Who would dare to poison his lordship? We must conduct a thorough investigation of all the attendants. Meanwhile, Ross gazed at the myriad stars cascading from above. His feet planted on a great star, feeling a disorienting sway that clouded his mind. Frost, where have you gone? A woman nearby fell into his embrace, and he felt an overwhelming warmth akin to maternal love. The river also flowed backward from the sky in his hallucinatory realm. Frost cradled his face, enfolding him within her embrace. Amidst the great star and the distant plains, Ross sensed the intensifying nature of his hallucinatory experience. Absorbing a 4th-tier potion is certainly no trivial matter. As for my 4th-tier spell slots, which spell should I stabilize? The formidable nature of the abyssal serpent was indisputable. In terms of sheer size, it was on par with the white dragon, Veldra. The Black Cave Goblin tribe could have easily chosen a less powerful abyssal serpent to fulfill their demands, yet they demonstrated their utmost sincerity. Ross was a man of memory, capable of recalling both gratitude and grievances. He would undoubtedly seek vengeance for any wrongs done to him. The goblins' genuine camaraderie evoked a sense of kinship among allies. The advantage lay in the serpent's strength, which bore witness to the goblins' friendship. However, its overwhelming power was also a disadvantage, as its size was nearly equivalent to that of a white dragon. This illusion was likely to persist for some time, and he felt utterly dazed. He watched the great star and the world spin chaotically, akin to riding a roller coaster, making him feel as though he might vomit. The subsequent transformative potions would only grow in potency, and the side effects would likely multiply as well. In reality, Audrey suddenly sensed the furrowed brow of Ross. He retched violently, and at that moment, Selena happened to walk in. Even as a duchess, she would not take everyone at their word. Upon witnessing Ross surrounded by a torrent of filth, she merely cast a glance from the doorway before departing with a sense of satisfaction. "Who is that?" Selena inquired. "Miss Audrey Alstide, the niece of Count Rugger, rumored to be the mistress of Baron Ross." "A mistress?" "Indeed. It is she who has managed the Empress's correspondence and messages, having previously served as a messenger for the northern territories of the Empire. The first military aid to Ross was secured through her appeal to the Empress, overcoming considerable opposition. The courtiers could not discern Selena's expression, and thus remained oblivious to the contemplation brewing within her. In truth, Selena was pondering the seemingly fortuitous rise of Baron Ross. She had concluded that Ross had deliberately enticed the noble maiden to secure the Empire's support and reinforcement. Numerous courtiers had employed various means to curry favor with Her Majesty the Empress, and Audrey's exquisite beauty, along with her noble lineage, had captured the attention of many. Yet, none dared contravene her will, which made Selena acutely sensitive to the machinations of such manipulative women. She quickly perceived the exploitative dynamic between Ross and Audrey. The royal family's intentions were enigmatic and treacherous, akin to navigating a den of tigers. Selena strode towards the distant building, her irritation palpable. "I abhor these dwarven architectural conventions," she remarked. "Rest assured, the rooms will soon be reconstructed to your specifications," Sui replied. The imperial royalty would seek refuge in cooler climates or establish their own palaces elsewhere. Any flaw in detail would provoke their disdain. Chapter 7. Great Gains. 2,000 troops from the Empire. The legendary weapon, the forged greatsword, completed. When Ross regained consciousness, the sky had turned dim. However, unexpectedly, he sensed an imminent danger approaching. This threat emanated not from afar, but from the outside world. Oddly, after utilizing the Abyssal Serpent Potion, the unlocked hallucinatory experience heightened his sixth sense and perception of crisis. To be precise, the system's regeneration was not without origin, nor was it a tree without roots. On the contrary, the fourth-tier Abyssal Serpent was an immensely powerful creature in the subterranean realm, distinct from ordinary fourth-tier beings. The fourth-tier Abyssal Serpent, revered by the Goblin Whitey, was not an ordinary monster, but a formidable elite and leader-level entity. As for the sense of danger, could it be considered an ability gained from the potion's hallucinatory effects? Ever since the onset of night, he had felt a premonition of awakening. Yet Ross remained uncertain whether this sense of danger was a persistent state or merely a fleeting remnant following the hallucinatory episode. Sometimes, one resembles a person afflicted by a cold, recovering only to succumb again. Indeed, the fourth-tier spell slot, the Abyssal Serpent, a creature of the fourth tier, is not merely a denizen of the depths. It is also amphibious, thriving both on land and in water, which seemingly enhances its adaptability. Ross inhaled the scents that filled the air. Although serpents possess poor vision, their olfactory and thermal senses are remarkably acute. While he had not fully acquired such abilities, he had certainly awakened an uncanny intuition, enabling him to perceive the faint traces of life behind walls, an awareness that, although subtle, transcended the ordinary human sixth sense. Truly, it is the mark of a fourth-tier creature. This is no mere illusion. His sixth sense and perceptual abilities have indeed been significantly amplified. Combat often hinges on a myriad of honed skills and instinct, and the heightened sense of urgency allows him to react more swiftly and anticipate his opponent's movements with greater precision, an undeniable boon. The enhancement of any power is interconnected. Thus, with Ross's augmented crisis perception comes a corresponding increase in mental acuity. The hallucinatory experiences he underwent catalyzed a profound mental transformation. Consequently, the illusions improved his mental prowess, which in turn enhanced his sixth sense. Could this lead to the acquisition of a fourth-tier spell slot? This analysis may seem intricate, yet it is fundamentally cohesive. While his numerical enhancement may be less than 100, the escalation in combat efficacy is staggering. If a fourth-tier spell could amplify the resonance of the third-tier White Dragon Soul, its potency would be beyond imagination. A fourth-tier spell multiplied by 2. Ross pondered, uncertain of how Kent fared with the enchantment of his reforged greatsword. Upon opening his eyes, he soon noticed a remarkably familiar woman peacefully slumbering beside him. Her gentle breaths accompanied by an imperial letter. An imperial missive? Good heavens! As Ross caught a glimpse of the letter's corner, he initially intended to admire the beauty and grace of his beloved, Audrey, as she slept. After enduring countless battles in the north, Ross found himself yearning for feminine companionship. The dwarven women did not meet his aesthetic standards, being too diminutive for his taste. However, the noble figure of Audrey, an aristocratic lady, undeniably aligned with Ross's preferences. Yet, the contents of the imperial letter swiftly redirected his focus and attention. A commendation from Her Majesty the Empress? The Empire shall dispatch 400 imperial troops from Nordland, led by a centurion commanding a battalion of 125 infantry, 80 hunters, 35 heavy cavalry, 30 Montfort Imperial bow cavalry, along with 130 adventurer mercenaries, 500 farmers, for ballistae, and 3 imperial catapults, to reinforce the northern stronghold of Silver Fortress. Additionally, a sum of 50,000 gold coins is allocated for the military expenses of this force, as decreed by the Empress and jointly signed by the office of the Imperial Chancellor. Baron Ross is requested to respond in writing to the Imperial Judiciary upon receipt of this commendation. Letterhead: Imperial Chief Justice Judge Carroll's green seal, Imperial Postal Office's yellow seal. Marked as Class F. My goodness. Ross stared at the Imperial reinforcement letter, utterly astounded. 400 Imperial troops, 270 elite soldiers, along with 130 mercenaries, and 1,500 farmers, not to mention 50,000 gold coins and 7 siege engines. Ross comprehended that such a considerable expenditure clearly indicated the Empress's unwavering determination to solidify her position in the north. Of course, this was also due to his military achievements in the conquest of Silver Fortress. Yet even with this understanding of the Empire's response and intentions, the magnitude of this military support left him profoundly shocked. Moreover, there was even a centurion among them. Surely this centurion could not outrank my title? Military matters aside, Ross was now the Lord of the North. Even if the centurion arriving with reinforcements held the title of Viscount, he would still have to address Ross as my lord. For the territory of Ross and Silver Fortress was indeed his domain. There was also a second letter. Ross noticed that beneath the wax-sealed letter, there lay a small envelope. The first was the Empire's letter of reinforcements, while the second, smaller note bore a more intimate form. The second letter was quite diminutive, addressed to Baron Ross personally. Who could be writing to me? Upon opening the envelope, he found only a single line. Take good care of my sister. The handwriting was cursive, indicating that the writer was in haste, even rushing to conclude the letter, with a symbol marking the end and signed A. Take good care of your sister? Who is your sister? How peculiar. Nonetheless, a letter that accompanied correspondence from the Chief Justice must belong to some influential figure within the Empire. Ross casually placed the small note in the book compartment of his study before turning to admire Audrey's charming visage. Audrey's petite nose breathed evenly, her long hair cascading like a waterfall beside the table, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Perhaps the arduous journey had left her fatigued, for she seemed to be sleeping soundly. Even as Ross had awakened, she remained undisturbed. Alas, I feel for you. Ross lifted her gently, intending to move Audrey to the bed for a restful sleep. Although first-tier professionals possess formidable strength, it does not mean they are immune to catching a cold. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps he had held her too tightly, for Audrey suddenly opened her eyes, her dazed gaze landing upon Ross's face. Ross, you're awake, she exclaimed. Ross mused that this was a statement he ought to have made instead. However, it mattered little who spoke first. Audrey abruptly embraced him, bursting into tears. Wah! I just had a dream where Uncle Ruger was going to sell me and marry me off to an old baron of Iron Oak Castle. I refused. They had the servants deny me food and let the children in their castle call me an old witch. Such a nightmare. Wah, I miss you. Ross felt a surge of emotions as he held Audrey close, chuckling softly. I miss you too. Have you seen the Imperial missive? Ross, you are about to become a favored individual by the Empress. Audrey remarked. It is evident that the Empress has resolutely decided to extend substantial assistance to the north, aiding you in establishing a firm foothold. An estimated military support of nearly 2,000 troops is decreed by the Empress, and they would not dare defy such an order. Ross released Audrey, yet she continued to embrace his waist, causing him to feel a flush of warmth. The intimacy of the position felt somewhat wicked. Audrey exclaimed suddenly. It's nothing, all quite normal. She looked at him reproachfully and continued. The Imperial forces are drawing troops from Nordland, resulting in a decrease in the elite ranks of the Empire. I fear many of the noble families from Nordland will soon express their discontent. The Empire's elite cavalry. The Montfort Imperial Horse Archers. These are indeed the creme de la creme among Nordland's forces. Furthermore, they are all armored cavalry, and the expenses for the steeds and armor alone are considerable. Suddenly, Ross felt an intensified sense of peril from the outside world and inquired, when will they arrive? Gathering troops and farmers, coupled with the supply and logistics for the 2,000 men, as well as crossbows and large engineering equipment, should reasonably take about a month. Moreover, the transfer orders are quite cumbersome. You know how vast and redundant the Empire's bureaucratic system is, even with the Empress's command. The transmission of documents from the first-level official to the 8th-level official is a protracted process. So, does this imply that the Empire's formidable reinforcements will not arrive in time to confront the Ghoul invasion? It seems my hopes may have been in vain, though anticipation remains high. By the way, where is Fros? Ugh, do not mention other women in my presence. Yet, I must admit, I am grateful you sent her to assist my escape. Otherwise, I might not have reached the north at all. Audrey's words flowed abundantly, as if there were countless thoughts yearning to be shared with Ross. He listened quietly as she recounted her clever maneuvers to win over the head maid and escape from Ruger, the near misses of discovery, the heart-pounding tension, including her encounter with the slave-capturing squad, which was ultimately enchanted by Fros, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness, filled with concern and anxiety. Thankfully, Everything had culminated in a splendid outcome thus far. Oh, the Duchess Selena has also arrived in Ross's territory. You must prepare yourself to pay your respects to her. She is the younger sister of the current empress and holds a prominent position within the court in the central province of Middenland. As a member of the royal family, your first impression on her is of utmost importance. Ross remained unaware that his first impression had already been tarnished, as Selena's initial encounter with him was marked by witnessing his hallucinations and subsequent vomiting. However, the news of the Empress's commendation for military aid and the arrival of Duchess Selena in the north caused a momentary jolt in Ross's expression. Wait, the previous correspondence. Take good care of my sister? An edict from the Empress? Good heavens, was that previous letter penned by the Empress herself? Ross hurriedly opened the compartment of his book and searched for a while before finally locating the letter. What is this? Audrey exclaimed, watching Ross's frantic movements. Her gaze fixed on the letter. The Empress's handwriting, she declared in astonishment. Is it? Audrey continued. The news has published the Empress's script alongside the administrative announcements of the imperial provinces. This indeed is the Empress's own handwriting. What difference does it have from ancient decrees? Take care of your sister? Ross pondered. But Audrey, I still do not understand why the Empress would send Duchess Selena to the north. Previously, Ross had assumed that the Empress's dispatch of imperial reinforcements was merely to support the north, hoping that he, the only baron in the north, could stabilize the situation in this imperial enclave. Now it seemed there was another layer of meaning, the protection of Duchess Selena. Audrey remarked, I too am uncertain. Who can truly fathom the Empress's intentions? Since ancient times, the most formidable skill of favored courtiers and sycophants has been to discern the thoughts of their sovereign. The higher the proficiency in this skill, the more power they wield. Although Ross resided in the north, according to the structure of the empire and the human world, he was also a subject of the Empress. His title as Baron stemmed from the Empire's dominion. While Ross and Audrey were engrossed in discussing matters beyond the Empire, Derek Pro suddenly knocked on the door and attempted to enter. Ahem, Ross quickly moved aside for Audrey. Derek Pro appeared quite embarrassed, but managed to suppress his discomfort, stating, My Lord Ross, there is news from Master Kent. Your enchanted greatsword has been completed. He insists that you personally come to see it. Audrey lowered her head. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could strangle Ross. Very well. I shall go at once. Derek Pro hastily retreated. Encountering the romantic entanglement of two superiors was certainly not a pleasant experience for a subordinate. Ross felt a twinge of curiosity, sensing that Audrey and Derek Pro seemed to know each other. Audrey explained, Derek Pro and Ananto's Steel Oath were personally promoted by me in the Rugal territory. They were once my close attendants. She added, somewhat vexed, otherwise, who would offer work to a man who was then destitute, choosing to come to the north? Do you think the soldiers of the Empire are easily approached? Ordinary civilians refer to soldiers as my lord. For officers, it is even more significant. They must be addressed as Great Lord or Your Excellency. Previously, when Ross was not fully awake, Audrey had naturally issued commands to thoroughly investigate the possibility of an assassination attempt on Ross, whose orders were executed, who considered her to possess commanding authority. Now, the truth was finally revealed. It turns out you have always been aiding me. You have made me lose my authority in front of my subordinates. Ross laughed heartily. Come, accompany me to see my greatsword. I shall not go. I am quite tired. Indeed, after so many days of toil, it is time for a well-deserved rest. Ross gently kissed Audrey, who had traversed numerous trials under the guidance of Ruger. Although the noble lady possessed her own sense of propriety and a tendency to exaggerate her plight, even resorting to tactics that might attract attention and indulgence, Ross understood the formidable challenge of eloping against the wishes of her uncle, Count Ruger. The tales of chivalry, filled with heroes and heroines, may seem captivating in novels. Yet in reality, the vast majority of couples cannot withstand such threats, especially if he had not sent Frost to assist her. As it stood, she was likely imprisoned by Baron Ruger. In this era, attempting to elope with the private soldiers, all under the command of earls, proved to be far more challenging than one could imagine, often leading to a resigned acceptance of fate. This was precisely why Audrey believed her love story with Ross to be legendary. He had come to her rescue. Had he not dispatched Frost to guide her to the north, she would have been forced into marriage with that Baron of Iron Oak Fortress. Everything seemed preordained. She gazed wearily into Ross's eyes and softly kissed his cheek. Next time, take me for a ride on the back of a white dragon, my dragon knight, she said. Ross smiled in response, certainly. Derek Pro stood nearby, as if the previous awkwardness had never occurred. The imperial officer, displaying a measure of decorum, spoke with seriousness. My Lord Ross, there has been a tremendous upheaval at the Dwarven Forge. Many dwarves have been injured. Your tempered greatsword has caused damage to at least 24 dwarven forges, with 4 craftsmen dead and over 20 casualties. Oh, Kent would not have done this intentionally. Would he? Derek Pro shook his head. Not at all. You will see for yourself if you go there. After a brief pause, he continued, excitement creeping into his voice. He has forged a legendary weapon, born in the domain of Ross. My subordinates believe that, in comparison to such a legendary artifact, these losses are negligible. This perspective stemmed from the fact that those who perished were dwarves. As a human, Derek Pro's stance would undoubtedly have shifted had it been humans or his own men who suffered. Ross was taken aback. A legendary weapon? What is happening recently? First, the Goblins delivered the corpse of a 4th-tier abyssal serpent. Then, Audrey's beloved returns. The Imperial Commendation Letter, along with high-level military aid and a personal letter from the Empress. Yet here I am, still processing that Kent has remarkably forged a legendary weapon and injured a multitude of dwarves? An immense curiosity welled within him. Let us go and see. Yes. Chapter 8, Climax. The artifact White Dragon Tempered Dragon Scale Greatsword, or Shidu, as Ross arrived before the dwarven forge housing the tempered greatsword. Observing the blade alongside the apprentices tending to their wounds, he realized that today's revelations were indeed explosive. The injuries sustained by Master Kent appeared grievously severe, and what struck Ross as even more exaggerated was the sight of a colossal heap of ruins, engulfed in flames, where all manner of steel and iron, surrounded by iron, ore, and rare minerals, lay amassed within the metallic debris. A great sword, seemingly emanating a ghostly blue and violet luminescence, was firmly embedded in the graveyard of scrap steel, discarded blades, and broken armor, as if proclaiming to all present, behold, here. Every piece of armor and weapon holds no value. Only I possess the right to exist in this desolation. Do not bear arms. It seemed to declare, like a magnet. The enchanted blade, radiating a violet glow, but in truth a white quenched sword once wielded by Ross, drew forth the Imperial melee swords worn by Derek Pro and the 2 Imperial soldiers beside him, before crashing down upon the iron clumps and transforming them into 3 twisted shards of scrap metal. By the gods! Ross gaped at the spectacle, turning to Master Kent. Bewilderment etched across his face. What is happening? In a weak voice, Kent replied, I previously endeavored to imbue it with life, which resulted in the nearby 20 or so dwarven forges erupting in flames. All weapons and minerals in the vicinity were absorbed by this legendary weapon. The current dilemma is that no one can tame it. Except for me? Ross inquired. Indeed, only you, Kent affirmed. This White Dragon Quenched Dragon Scale Greatsword has transcended into a legendary weapon, distinct from mere exquisite arms or so-called supreme weapons. Each legendary weapon is unique. They may lack life, yet they are undeniably singular, irreplaceable. Ross did not perceive any notions of a weapon's bloodline connection or the tales of artifacts choosing their masters. Nor did he feel akin to Thor's hammer being stolen, necessitating the crafting of gloves to wield its power. Even with his acquisition of the bottom-dwelling serpent's alchemical art, which bestowed upon him enhanced mental prowess and a 6th sense, granting him the capacity to sustain a constant 4th-level spell slot, he remained devoid of such feelings. If he were to draw a parallel, it seemed reminiscent of the legendary sword in the stone. Whoever could draw the sword from its pedestal would be the rightful king of Camelot. Yet, if this blade were indeed the sword in the stone, Ross would not need to await his ascension to kingship, for he would already be betrayed and beheaded by the Imperial soldiers as a rebel and a traitor. It even forbids others from approaching, Kent added. Oh, is that so? Ross approached, and nothing transpired. He merely stepped before his old companion and reached to draw the sword. In the next moment, a multitude of steel and iron clumps converged in his grasp. With both hands, he lifted a metal furnace, shaped like an umbrella, and weighing nearly 1,000 kilograms, from the dwarven forge. It is extraordinarily heavy, akin to a mass of iron. Could you refrain from absorbing such steel and weaponry, my friend? In the next moment, it seemed as if I could hear the words of Ross, the master. The blade of the White Dragon Forged Dragon Scale Greatsword began to tremble in Ross's grip. It appeared to possess a life of its own, writhing towards the earth beneath. Its blade undulated like a colon performing peristalsis, expanding and contracting rhythmically, moving with the rapidity akin to that of an arthropod. Ross found it unfathomable that a great sword could be described with terms like alive and writhing. Yet, given Kent's explanation and the legendary heritage of the White Dragon Forged Dragon Scale Greatsword, it did not seem overly perplexing to use such descriptors. Kent, what is it doing? Kent exclaimed in astonishment. It is performing for you. Performing what? Ross inquired. Performing how to consume this massive weight of metal. In the next moment, Ross stood in stunned silence as he witnessed steel, scrap metal, and what could vaguely be discerned as armor, rushing towards the writhing blade of the White Dragon Forged Dragon Scale Greatsword like a train speeding past. With a thunderous roar, they were drawn into the depths of the sword's blade. Within its core, it seemed as if there existed an insatiable void, devouring the heavy metal. Weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Is the system present? Do we have the stats and description for this great sword? I am utterly bewildered. Had anyone previously told Ross that Kent had crafted an enchanted weapon capable of consuming other metals, armors, and weapons, he would have never believed it. Yet now, as he observed the White Dragon Forged Dragon Scale Greatsword consuming thousands of kilograms of metal alongside the image of Master Kent's dwarven forge, he felt utterly confounded. 300 pounds, 400 pounds, over 500 kilograms of metal, discarded swords, and the half-finished weapons forged by the dwarves were all gradually consumed by the White Dragon Forged Dragon Scale Greatsword. Upon reaching 600 kilograms, the great sword emitted a lustrous sheen of fullness. Ross, almost instinctively, inquired, "What is happening? Are you satiated?" As the White Dragon Forged Dragon Scale Greatsword rested in his hand, the next moment, the steel began to transform into a liquid state, flowing like the symbiote from the film Venom, creeping along Ross's wrist and elbow, spreading like vines. Indeed, it was a legendary weapon. It could absorb other metals and steel to arm the wielder. What caliber of legendary greatsword was this? Derek Pro looked on in astonishment as Ross's right arm became entirely enveloped in liquid metal, only halting at the junction of his shoulder and neck. Ross had not yet made any move, his arm being drawn forward. He stumbled 2 steps ahead. A line of text was inscribed by the White Dragon Forged Dragon Scale Greatsword beneath Ross's feet. "She do. What?" Master Kent's trembling arms were alight with excitement as he abruptly rose to his feet, his complexion a curious blend of frail crimson and an eerie ecstasy. In that moment, he exuded the aura of someone who had reached the pinnacle of existence, utterly lost in the throes of joy. His gaze fixated on the colossal sword before him, his voice imbued with an unusual tremor as he restrained his quivering hands and proclaimed, "No, it is not merely a sword. It has the capacity to transform into any form it desires. It appears that it is dissatisfied with the name White Dragon Tempered Scale Sword, and thus, it has chosen a name of its own liking. It shall be called She-Do. She-Do." He expressed his discontent with the previous name, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Henceforth, it is She-Do. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha." Coughing violently, the dwarf Smith Kent, blood spilling from his lips, continued to rave. At that moment, he seemed to have completely lost his sanity. Suddenly, as if laughter had drained him of strength, he bowed his head, bending his body low, pressing his face against the ground, and began to weep silently. Through his sobs, he lamented, "Oh, to forge a legendary weapon imbued with life, my life has found purpose." Ross stared in astonishment at the inscription of She-Do on the ground. "What does this mean? Are you implying it possesses life? It is no longer merely a sword?" He could sense the immense magical energy contained within the blade, a force that also seemed to devour metals. This weapon appeared to exist in 2 states, one of hunger and the other of saturation. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring the quasi-artifact grade weapon She-Do. She-Do, crafted by Master Kent with all his blood, life, and aspirations, utilizing countless resources, it embodies the states of hunger and saturation. The hunger state can consume and absorb all other weapon metals, while the saturation state allows for transformation of the host. Base state, White Dragon Tempered Scale Sword. Saturation state, capable of arbitrary transformation, including armor form, which is part of the transformation, allowing the host full control. Enchantments, Sharpness level 6, Haste level 6, Resilience level 3, Recoil level 1, totaling 16 levels of enchantments. 16 levels of enchantments. 16? If this were in a dungeon, wouldn't it be invincible? Who could possibly acquire a weapon with such a level? Merely crafting the base would be exhausting. Goodness. Moreover, what a legendary weapon. This is clearly a quasi-artifact. Kent, you must have accumulated an extraordinary amount of fortune across generations to bestow upon me such an immense surprise. She-Do, in its essence, is a mythical creature within the Babylonian mythological framework, forming part of the guardian system of temple architecture alongside Lamassu. It serves as a sacred entity imbued with divine functions in the Assyrian Babylonian culture. As Ross reveled in the formidable power of the enchanted sword She-Do, a commotion ensued, disturbing a colossal being. A massive dragon head emerged from the distant wall. "What is this?" The white dragon Veldra inquired with curiosity. while Kent and the surrounding dwarven apprentices gazed in astonishment at the ever-shifting form of the great white dragon sword. A legendary weapon? It can transform into armor? This weapon even bestowed upon itself a name. The dwarven craftsman exhibited a complex reaction to the great sword. On one hand, Shidu had inflicted harm upon over 20 dwarves, obliterating forge after forge, including Master Kent's most cherished iron furnace, which now lay in ruins. This calamity signified that Kent would be deprived of his forging capabilities for a considerable time. Furthermore, this furnace was the strongest within the Silver Fortress, and its destruction was a grievous loss. Countless semi-finished products and metals had also been devoured by Shidu, resulting in devastating losses for the artisans of Silver Fortress. A total of 20 dwarven craftsmen had been gravely injured or killed, leaving the remaining artisans in a state of disquiet, fearing further indiscriminate slaughter by the weapon. Admiring the divine blade in his hand, Ross turned to the white dragon Veldra and said, "Come here, let me test the strength of Shidu." Veldra's dragon head retreated into the cavern, tauntingly exclaiming, "You fool! Who would be so reckless as to let you test such a trick on me? Before you wielded a legendary weapon, you could pierce my neck and inflict a fatal wound. Now that you possess one, you think I would allow you to practice on me? Surely you underestimate my intelligence. I shall take my leave." The cunning white dragon Veldra promptly chose to flee. Ross surveyed his surroundings, noticing Derek Pro and the Imperial soldiers hastily waving their hands. "My lord, we cannot. We have lost our weapons." Master Kent, on the other hand, laughed silently, his voice rendered hoarse, with only faint breaths escaping him. In truth, at the moment of the furnace explosion, he had anticipated a disastrous failure in the forging process, only to be surprised that it heralded success. Nevertheless, even so, Master Kent had sustained severe injuries, and with the destruction of his most precious high-temperature furnace, he would be unable to resume work for several months, if not a year or two. One must not exploit the weak, Ross mused, feeling somewhat helpless. Who could comprehend the itch of wielding a divine weapon, yet finding no one to test it? Shidu, my old comrade, transform into a cavalry lance for me to behold. In the next instant, the blade of Shidu seemed to twist like a vortex of steel, extending forward into a magnificent lance measuring 6 meters in length, its surface radiating a deep, obsidian sheen. By the heavens, splendid! Ross had long contemplated his role as a dragon lord, if he were to engage in battle alongside the white dragon. Wielding a mere 2-meter sword against the 13-meter-long Veldra would surely be an exercise in futility. Originally, his plan was to first have Kent enchant and temper the great sword that had accompanied him for so long, and then command him to forge a specially crafted Dragon Knight lance. Naturally, the requirements for such a lance would be that it must be as long as possible. He need not worry about his own strength being insufficient to wield a lance of such considerable length and weight. After all, the average person's wrist could hardly withstand a lance exceeding 5 meters. Even a 7 or 8-meter lance might feel unwieldy. Yet who could resist the exhilarating sensation of charging into battle as a dragon knight from the back of a colossal dragon? It was akin to the most glorious moment of his life, akin to the instant he first mounted the dragon's back. In Ross's eyes, Master Kent was not wounded at all. Rather, akin to the barbarian leading his airborne assault on Silver Fortress, he had already achieved the pinnacle of a blacksmith's existence, reveling in the heights of satisfaction and fulfillment, his life complete and without regret. To forge a weapon like Shidu was the utmost desire and highest aspiration of all blacksmiths. According to the theory of needs by Macalus, Master Kent, much like the barbarian, had reached the 5th level of self-actualization. This profound fulfillment was distinctly different from Ross's more rudimentary pleasures. In other words, he had transcended to a state of sublime contentment, akin to the enlightenment of the morning, with the acceptance of mortality in the evening. Shidu, I sense that a 6-meter lance is still too short. Extend it further. Veldra, come forth at once. This time, Shidu consumed an immense quantity of steel in its reformation, even depleting its sustenance significantly. Now, wielding a terrifyingly massive lance nearing 10 meters in length, Ross felt the formidable Shidu Dragon Knight lance in his grasp, its length nearly piercing through the entrance of the diminutive blacksmith's forge. Ecstatic. In this moment, Ross felt akin to Shun Tung of another life, swinging his arm and shouting with fervor. The subsequent task was even simpler. He intended to comprehensively test the strength of Shidu and enhance the synergy with the white dragon, Veldra. He already possessed the ability of soul resonance with the white dragon, and it became evident that the emergence of this weapon signified far more than merely a legendary, quasi-divine instrument. It heralded a complete transformation of Ross's foundational combat logic for the foreseeable future. It is akin to granting him a unique weapon for his promotion to Dragon Knight directly from a mere infantry lord. From this moment forth, Ross could proudly identify himself as the White Dragon Knight, wielding a lance measuring 10 to 30 meters in length. How utterly magnificent! At this instant, Ross was overwhelmed with an unparalleled sense of elation. Chapter 9, A Sense of Crisis. The slaying of the Fourth Order Colossal Abyssal Crab. The incursion of the Corpse Ghosts. The battle group sustains heavy injuries. Not all the barbarians in the Dragon Slayer battle group were injured. Sensing an intensifying urgency, Ross, empowered by the mental fortitude bestowed by the Fourth Order Abyssal Serpent, resolved to pursue his second objective. He needed to locate a Fourth Order magic scroll to establish a permanent spell slot for a Fourth Order spell. Abyssal Serpent Alchemical Technique. In addition to enhancing physical strength, the host may obtain a permanent Fourth Order spell slot. Once he secured this permanent magic, his strength would further amplify. As the saying goes, a fine steed deserves a fine saddle. Lu Bu is suited for the Fong Tianhua halberd, and similarly, Ross had attained the status of wielding the divine sword Shidu. He was utterly enamored with this legendary blade, feeling an earnest fascination and realizing just how overwhelmingly powerful it was. The simplest test for a weapon involves using it to strike oneself. The White Dragon, Widera, was reluctant to partake in this trial, leaving Ross to cautiously graze his own skin with Shidu. He initially believed he needed to exert greater force, assuming his defenses would withstand it. However, to his astonishment, even a gentle stroke effortlessly breached his resilient dragon hide and formidable earth dragon level defenses, leaving a gaping, bloodied wound. With a level 6 enchantment of sharpness, Shidu achieved a remarkable degree of lethality beyond its foundational sharpness. This weapon was astonishingly sharp. It is worth noting that the previously tempered great sword required brute force to merely inflict a minor cut on his arm. Yet now, with merely a light swipe, this weapon could deliver significant harm. If imbued with toxins, the effects would be even more terrifying. Moreover, due to its hunger state, which allows it to devour the blacksmith's forge and countless metals, Shidu possesses formidable dominance over the vast majority of mundane armors. Once on the battlefield, it could reap foes in successive waves. This weapon's strength was almost ludicrous. How could one not wield it? With a single stroke, Shidu, bolstered by its level 6 sharpness, could slice through walls and cliff faces as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Meanwhile, the enchantment of He's at level 6 signifies an enhancement of Ross's agility speed by nearly 1/5. Crafted from the scales of a white dragon, the artifact, Shidu, not only possesses 2 level 6 enchantments, He's and sharpness, but also boasts a level 3 toughness enchantment and a level 1 final enchantment of Reich, the latter of which provides the wielder with a rare augmentation in magical recovery. The culmination of 16 levels of enchantment, as the pinnacle achievement of Kent's life, is nothing short of terrifying. How did he accomplish this extraordinary feat of 16 layers of enchantment? For, ordinarily, enchanting a weapon to 2 or 3 layers is already the limit for most ordinary weapons, and the vast majority of artisans lack the mastery of such a craft, let alone the creation of a near artifact. While Ross remained engrossed in the admiration of the artifact Shidu, the barbarian warriors of the battle group, poised for a small-scale sortie, were already prepared to mobilize. The brothers Panu and Palau displayed no signs of their previous injuries, as the restorative abilities of their profession were remarkably potent. Except for those severely injured warriors still recuperating, 7 barbarians had gathered around Ross. "My lord, you have summoned us. What tasks lie ahead?" Palau inquired with bright eyes. For since their successful raid on the Silver Fortress, they had developed a fervent admiration for Ross. With a smile, Ross replied, "It is nothing of great significance. Merely a preparation to sweep through the surrounding monsters. We are willing to serve you, my lord." At that moment, the barbarian Tenna expressed his confusion. "Lord Ross, your sword seems to have diminished in size considerably." Ross chuckled. "It was reforged." "Ah, is this not the previous greatsword of tempering?" "It indeed bears a resemblance, yet appears much smaller and more delicate," Tenna remarked. Ross chuckled to himself, thinking how they would be astonished in the future. Due to the severe injuries sustained by the formidable leader, he could not make an appearance. However, Lewis, Ace, Kanu, and other companions of the leader quickly approached Ross. At that moment, the white dragon Veldra, summoned through a sole command, arrived atop the walls of the Silver Fortress, eliciting gasps of awe from countless citizens and soldiers of the Empire. Unbeknownst to Ross, his actions had already attracted the attention of Duchess Selena, who wondered why he had not sought an audience with her immediately after regaining consciousness. Selena felt a sudden irritation towards Ross, unsure if it stemmed from his apparent neglect of her, but her mood was decidedly poor. The northern territory was not by the sea. It was laden with snow and bitterly cold. Once one ventured outside, returning indoors would leave muddy trails, and although servants tended to the cleaning, it still discomfort an imperial royalty accustomed to the warmth of 4 seasons. Both extreme cold and heat were unfriendly to her. The former necessitated heavy clothing for winter, while the latter required relief from the heat. Beneath Selena's exquisite figure and beauty lay an unspoken desire to ride a dragon and escape the confines of the Silver Fortress, yearning for a breezy adventure, far from the bothersome courtiers. However, she soon found herself chuckling at her own thoughts, raising her glass of red wine and gazing at her exquisite reflection in the mirror. She began to envision the moment when the White Dragon Lord would come to meet her, carefully accompanied, earnestly contemplating her intentions. Countless young and accomplished nobles, viscounts, and earls of the empire had knelt beneath her skirts. What reason would the White Dragon Lord Ross have to act otherwise? After all, when the status, power, and influence of royal lineage could yield tangible benefits, who would not choose to kneel and kiss her delicate foot? Once more atop the back of the White Dragon, she felt the intense rush of mist and clouds sweeping past her. These clouds were damp and translucent, resembling humid vapor, freezing her face, eyebrows, and even the coarse hair on the brutish arms of the barbarians. Palau exclaimed, "Damn it! Even the joints of the armor are frozen." Soon, the colossal dragon began its dive. Despite having experienced the plunge from the Silver Fortress, the barbarians clung tightly to the spines of the white dragon Veldra, their tension palpable. At that moment, Ross observed the towering ridges near the Silver Fortress. This ridge was not the icy cliffs of the White Dragon's treasure, but rather the edge of a new battlefield shrouded in mist, teeming with monsters. "You shall scour the area and retrieve the bodies. We will reconvene in due time." "Yes, my Lord Ross." The Dragon Slayer Brigade loyally obeyed any command from Ross, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. They willingly ventured into the dark waters of the Black Sea beside the Silver Fortress, carving through the icy depths to swim to the opposite shore. The decision to airdrop the barbarians instead of leading a grand army to sweep through the area was twofold. On one hand, Ross sought to maintain the stability of his 4th-tier spell slot and did not require a full-scale assault. On the other hand, his keen intuition and sixth sense alerted him that the northern territories had grown increasingly perilous. Puzzled, Ross stood atop the island-like back of Veldra, casting a curious glance at his surroundings. "What is it?" Veldra inquired. Ross replied, "Do you not sense that the sky tonight seems rather unusual? It is excessively dark, though I cannot quite place whether it is due to moisture, humidity, or the freshness of the air. In any case, there is an odd scent, as if some unfamiliar element has infiltrated the atmosphere." The White Dragon Veldra responded, "It is the scent of the corpse spirits." Ross remarked, "Yet, I have not seen any new corpse spirits." The war fog surrounding the entire vicinity of the Silver Fortress remained substantial. He had spent considerable time circling it earlier, and now only the war fog near the Palau Forest and the Black Sea had been dispelled. The probability of the barbarians scavenging the caves for 4th-tier scrolls was low, so Ross seized the final opportunity to venture out and test his luck. Dispatching troops was not a feasible option. The recruitment of new soldiers and Redarte's forces were currently engaged in distributing dwarven firearms and reorganizing the human artillery units, preparing for a large-scale defense of the city. Due to the personnel shortages at Silver Fortress, the management of Ananto's Steel Oath, Derek Pro, and others has become exceedingly complex, leaving little time for them to lead their armies into battle. Ross, who is also responsible for overseeing the internal affairs of Silver Fortress, ought to focus on consolidating vested interests. His current involvement seems more akin to a brief diversion from pressing duties. There are numerous matters requiring his attention: responding to the Empress, meeting with Grand Duchess Selena, discussing strategies with Audrey regarding Count Ruger, managing the list of transactions with the Goblins, and addressing the issues of undead and city defenses. Oh, Veldra is heading north. A massive red dot swiftly traverses the vicinity of the Black Sea on the mini-map, capturing Ross's attention. What could this be? A colossal marine creature? In the dark of the polar night, where light is scarce, Ross's silhouette is faintly illuminated by the moonlight. In the distance, a gigantic being, partially concealed in the Black Sea, emerges, drawing his focus with an intense sixth sense. "Veldra, charge forth," he commands. With a roar, the white dragon plunges downwards, tearing through the air with ferocity. The average person would likely suffer from ear-ringing in such a steep dive, yet Ross remains composed, wielding the artifact Shidu, as if rooted to the spot, bracing himself against the violent inertia atop Veldra's back amidst the cacophony of ripping air and thunderous sound. With a resounding crash, The white dragon collides with the back of the colossal crab. The creature, entirely black and oozing slime, reflects a sickly hue under the starlit night. With its pincers resembling octopus tentacles and a pair of formidable tusks jutting from its maw, suddenly unleashes a furious roar towards the heavens. Boom! The dive of the white dragon has reached its apex. The creature's lantern-like eyes and the small crabs scuttling away beneath the cracking ice reveal the true nature of the beast before Ross. Indeed, it is a crustacean. Resembling a crab, its two green eyes, each a meter long, evoke a striking resemblance to Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob SquarePants. Clang! Veldra, akin to a whale crashing onto a deck, thunders down upon the massive crab's back. With a roar infused with draconic might, the dragon's claws shatter the crab's shell. A foul, rancid stench erupts into the air, and before Ross even lands, he witnesses two decaying orcs, seemingly parasitic, charging toward him. Shidu, Dragon Knight Lance form. He raises the nearly 6-meter-long lance high, akin to the legendary figure of Chi Tian de Sheng, and thrusts it forcefully downwards into the monstrous crab. Roar! Having already been ravaged by Veldra's dive, the crab's parasitic orc hosts burst forth, spewing a torrent of yellow pus around the lance Shidu. As if an eruption of infection had been unleashed. Did we disturb a nest of filth? The stench is truly unbearable. With such an abundance of entrails and chunks of flesh, one must wonder if the consumed matter could be properly digested. The large crab-like creatures possess their digestive organs beneath their shells, filtering food and breathing. This particular behemoth, approaching the 4th tier, or perhaps fully embodying it, harbors within its antennae a gruesome collection of corpses and the remnants of orc flesh. Once ruptured by an attack, it would erupt like a foul cesspool, creating a nauseating spectacle, with viscous slime splattering all over Ross. Is this not a sheer pollutant to the ocean? Today, he must diligently cleanse the ocean of such contaminants, embracing his role as a noble-level cleaner. Whoosh! For orc warriors, infested by the crab monstrosity, hurled hand axes at Ross. Their sharp glints, before even nearing him, were devoured whole by the ravenous form of Shidu, leaving only 4 wooden axe handles behind. The swiftness of his movements had indeed been augmented, at least by 20-fold. Is this the effect of a level 6 Hest enchantment? Truly formidable. In an instant, the orc corpses that had just faced the assault of the White Dragon Knight and the Dragon Lance lost their targets. Frost Sword Aura. Ross appeared like a wraith behind the 4 3rd-tier orc corpses. The icy breath, along with Shidu's Frost Sword Aura, instantly encased them in ice, breaking them into shards of frozen flesh. Roar! Veldra, the white dragon, found its wings ensnared by the claws of the deep-sea crab. A shattered layer of ice obscured Ross from view, as he was spun around by the creature's might, seemingly intent on dragging them into the depths for its own advantage. The minimap reflected half submerged in seawater, depicting a scenario of half ocean floor and half northern terrain. The living behemoth could not be regenerated by the system, leaving Ross partially submerged. A copious amount of frost mingled with Veldra's icy breath, freezing the joint of the crab's right claw. Ross understood precisely what needed to be done. With a strike from Shidu, he targeted the weak joint of the giant crab's claw. The interior of the claw erupted, spewing forth corrupted yellow pus, covering him entirely. The seawater made evasion nearly impossible, and Ross felt his stomach churn violently, threatening to expel its contents. How repulsive! Thankfully, he had not eaten the previous day, otherwise his stomach would surely have rebelled. At this moment, he was thoroughly drenched in seawater. Bang! 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 Veldra struggled against the waves, its claws grasping the enormous deep-sea crab, attempting to lift off into the air. The crab's mandibles, resembling 6 massive pincers, suddenly spoke with human words. Damn it, northern humans. The seawater swirled like an abyss as countless fish sensed the struggle of these titanic beings and fled in terror. Ross suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of danger and immediately used his soul connection to signal Veldra to cease dragging the abyssal crab. The blade of Shidu is indeed extraordinarily sharp, yet Ross has discerned a significant issue. The ordinary hunger state of Shidu is ill-suited for confronting colossal creatures. In the case of a giant crab such as this one, while in its normal state, one might as well allow the creature to strike. After all, I possess ample flesh and a formidable physique. For a human like Ross, facing such gargantuan beings without resorting to magic or devastating dragon breath, or even ultimate abilities, feels akin to mere acupuncture, inflicting minimal harm. Moreover, the abyssal giant crab's vast body makes it exceedingly challenging to land a blow upon its head or its succulent flesh. Not to mention the difficulty in gauging height and spatial positioning during combat. unless Shidu transforms into a dragon lance exceeding 10 meters in length. One must enter a saturation state. Just as Ross is contemplating unleashing the full saturation state of Shidu to deliver a significant blow to the abyssal giant crab. Its back and body suddenly erupt in an explosion. Goodness! Ross immediately reacts, exclaiming, "Veldra, take cover." With a thunderous roar, Veldra unleashes a dragon's cry. Perched upon the dragon's spine, Ross transforms Shidu's saturation into an enormous oval shield, deflecting the explosion of yellow ichor. Veldra's dragon wings beat fiercely, causing the water's surface to ripple like the blades of a helicopter rotor, creating waves and gusts of air. Boom! The crab's back explodes entirely, scattering countless third-tier orc corpses and flesh, with yellow ichor erupting from the seabed, polluting hundreds of meters of ocean, turning the seawater a murky brown. The scene is strewn with orc corpses, leaving the surface of the sea in utter disarray. Ross, catching a whiff of the foul odor emanating from Shidu, cautiously approaches the immense ice pit. I hope this regeneration doesn't yield something revolting. I can't shake the feeling that consuming such a thing would weigh heavily on my psyche. His goal is the 4th-tier spell scroll, intended for acquiring a 4th-tier constant enchantment slot. However, this coveted item is not guaranteed. It is dependent on fortune. System, initiate regeneration. Congratulations, host. Regenerated a 4th-tier Abyssal Colossus Crab. Acquired, Abyssal Crab Mutation Potions X16, Abyssal Crystals X5, Spell Scrolls X3, 3rd-tier Control Undead, 4th-tier Self-Destruction Spell, 2nd-tier Decay Explosion. Abyssal Crab Spawn X742. What the devil? No, you exploded my scrolls, but a self-destruction spell. What on earth am I supposed to do with that? Ross's face turned an unhealthy shade of green. However, due to his perspective of looking from back to front, Ross quickly noticed a piece of excellent news. Another mutation potion had appeared. A 3rd-tier unit mutation potion? Previously, the Wolf Pack had produced 9 mutated Wolf Knight potions. And now, the 4th-tier Colossal Ocean Crab had yielded 16 bottles of Abyss Crab mutation potions. Surely, this substance cannot be lethal? Ross held a skeptical view. He could not recklessly place his soldiers in peril. During the prior process of supporting the mutated genes of Anatoly, many Centurions nearly faltered after a harrowing 15 minutes. The hunt for monsters resulted in excessive dispersion of corpses, rendering the acquisition of a singular enhancement potion impossible. Indeed, with the crabs being so thoroughly processed, how could they remain unscattered? Nevertheless, the rewards were undeniably substantial. Self-detonation technique of the 4th tier. Goodness. As for the remaining Abyss Crab Larvae X742 and Abyss Crystals, the former could likely be used to breed such creatures, while the latter served as high-grade forging materials. Ross increasingly felt overwhelmed. Beyond the breeding techniques, he needed to ponder the application of the 16 Abyss Crab mutation potions. He was not the type to regard human life as trivial. Each soldier represented a life, embodying the families and friends behind them. If the Abyss Crab mutation potions posed a risk of causing his subordinates deaths, with greater detriment than advantage, Ross would not employ them. The downside was clear. Should the genetic mutation fail after consumption, the potion would be wasted, and a life would be lost, an irreplaceable loss. What, then, should be done? The more potent the potion, the greater the side effects. Ross had learned this lesson firsthand. After contemplating for a moment, a sudden epiphany struck him. The 4th-tier self-detonation scroll could be traded with the Goblin Black Cave tribe. Exchanging 4th tier for 4th tier should be feasible, although the constant spell slot would not apply. The trading value remained high. As for the Abyss Crab mutation potions, further discussion was warranted. Just as Ross prepared to depart, numerous red dots appeared in the vicinity where combat had recently occurred. Ghouls. The eternal night seemed to illuminate the northern realm's surface. Perhaps due to the shattering of ice, or perhaps the intensity of battle had attracted creatures from beneath the ice. In Ross's view, countless red dots were frantically emerging from the depths of the sea towards the icy plains. Ghouls, at least 100 of them, roared. They have emerged, Veldra exclaimed. From his tone, Ross sensed an undercurrent of tension and suppression. These creatures? They hail from the sea? Veldra replied. Ghouls are ubiquitous in the northern realm. Any corpse has the potential to transform into a new ghoul. The bottom of the sea is filled with endless corpses. We must retreat immediately. Understood. Although Ross yearned to vanquish this horde of ghouls, it was not the moment for bravado. When there are profits to be had, one must know when to withdraw. Greed can lead to significant problems. He needed to promptly regroup with Palau and the others. As expected, on the small map, Ross observed with alarm that Palau and his companions were surrounded by red dots. Good heavens! Undead fiends. They were all undead fiends. Inside the cave of the half-orc settlement, Palau, Tina, and others found themselves under siege. The barbarians indeed grew bolder with each battle, yet when faced with these towering, gaunt creatures, their skin as pale as milk and their eyes burning with an icy, deep blue intensity, they swiftly fell into dire straits. Third-tier beings. Roar. Lewis's chest was instantly pierced by one of the undead fiends. Oh, bash. The heavy strike, unable to breach the resilient skin of a third-tier creature, whose strength rivaled that of Kent, plunged this group of first- and second-tier barbarians into tremendous peril. At that moment, Palau trembled and uttered, "Lewis." Blood gushed from the iron armor, which was indented nearly 20 centimeters. His sternum collapsed, his back arched, and it seemed he was on the brink of death. The Dragon Slayer Brigade comprised merely 25 individuals, all elite warriors brought forth by Ross from Iceheart Village. Now, with Digite recuperating and lacking the commanding presence of their leader, Ross, a sudden casualty seemed all too predictable. Lord Ross will arrive soon. We will find you the best healer. Hold on. Palau's right arm was shattered. Veins bulged on his forehead. An opening appeared, and he was struck in the right rib by the undead fiend, collapsing beside Panu. Roar. The White Dragon. Lord Ross has arrived. All the orcs and half-orcs in the cave lay dead, and the breath of the White Dragon surged towards the undead fiends from 100 meters away. The dragon's wings drew near the cave's cliff, as comrades supported each other, swiftly lifting the wounded onto the dragon's back. My lord, Lewis is fading fast. Palau is gravely injured. Ross lowered his gaze, witnessing the horrifying injury on the barbarian's chest, where ribs had pierced through his abdomen like barbs. He struggled to breathe, blood surging from his mouth. In a moment of despair and impending death, he mumbled incoherently, "Lord Ross, I'm sorry. Do you really think you need to apologize to me?" Ross's eyes were bloodshot. He uttered no more words. Nor did he intend to comfort the barbarians. None of you are allowed to die. Lacking leadership, one could not comprehend the emotions of life and death on the battlefield. The barbarian brigade was the first to follow Ross and remained his most loyal subordinates. Ross shook the vial of the abyssal giant crab mutation potion, uncapped it, and mixed it with his own blood and saliva, pouring it forcefully down Lewis's throat. Palau lay gravely injured and unconscious. A gaping hole carved into his right side by the corpse demon, his skin taking on a sickly green hue, unmistakably indicative of poisoning. This particular breed of monster bore toxins of decay and corruption, which, once infiltrated into the human body, would rot the blood and diminish one's vitality. Gush! Black ichor mingled with the collapsed chest cavity as the abyssal crab mutation elixir surged within. Lewis's chest convulsed violently, his fingernails and hair growing at an alarming rate, the nails extending beyond 15 centimeters in mere moments. Ross replicated the process, pouring the abyssal crab mutation elixir into the mouth of the unconscious and near-death Palau. Suddenly, Palau's eyes flew open, his state resembling an unconscious shock, his pupils connected to a milky, white membrane as his arms began to thrash violently in the air. Their muscles squirmed and expanded like worms. The potency of the abyssal crab mutation elixir, a third or even fourth-tier substance, rapidly twisted the flesh and genetics of the two barbarians, forcibly yanking Lewis and Palau back from the brink of death. They had to cling to hope against hope. The abyssal crab mutation elixir must hold on. Chapter 10. The Invasion of the Corpse Demons. The dwarven humans seek refuge. A great battle approaches, the imbalance of forces. On the small map, as the white dragon Veldra took to the skies, countless red dots of corpse demons shattered the dragon's breath just released, letting out a furious roar towards the heavens. The scenery before them blurred past, yet Ross remained focused on the fates of Lewis and Palau, the two members of the Dragon Slayer Brigade. Oh, Palau's forehead throbbed with bulging veins, which had turned an eerie shade of purple-black. Even the veins in his temples and pupils grotesquely transformed into a shade of violet. Kill me. Restrain him. Ross signaled to his companions, Tina and Gaku, to each hold Palau's shoulders firmly, securing him in place on the dragoness back. Barbarians are notoriously unafraid of pain. Even in death, they show no fear, embodying the essence of true toughness. Yet, at this moment, Palau seemed to yearn for death, a testament to the agony wrought by the genetic mutations of the abyssal crab mutation elixir. Perhaps it was due to the wounds inflicted by the corpse demon that the elixir and the demon's potent toxins fought fiercely within him. Flickers of light purple and green flashing in his eyes. Oh, Ross forced himself to block out the horrific screams, while on the other side, Lewis's situation was equally dire. His skin sprouted the distinctive mottling of decay, nails and hair growing wildly, soon obscuring his temples, then his nostrils. Astonishingly, in less than 5 minutes, his hair had already covered his jawline. Master, his strength is increasing. We cannot hold him any longer. As Palau thrashed with increasing ferocity, Tina and Gaku found themselves unable to restrain his body, leaving Ross with no choice but to take action himself. On the small map, a breathtaking scene unfolded before Ross's eyes. An expanse of crimson light dots blanketed the surroundings of the white silver castle, the Black Sea, and the Para forest. Everywhere illuminated by the scarlet glow, a harbinger of the undead. Para scoffed, his veins bulging as he grasped a barbaric dagger, typically employed for feasting and slicing venison, intent on taking his own life. Shidu, restrain him. In an instant, a torrent of metallic liquid enveloped Para's limbs, pinning him firmly against the spines of the white dragon's back. Ross's gaze shifted to Lewis, enveloped in a heavy silence. Unlike Para, he made no attempt to struggle. His collapsed chest had mended, and his form appeared intact. Yet the telltale signs of decay, the growth of nails and hair typical of the deceased, compelled Ross to suppress his mounting fury and discomfort as he pushed aside the long strands obscuring Lewis's face. A growl erupted from Lewis, seemingly triggered by Ross's movement, as he lunged towards Ross's arm, attempting to bite him. Lewis, have you lost your mind? Tanner called out his name, but in the next moment, he watched as Lord Ross forcefully pinned him against the dragon's back with a resounding thud. Previously, Ross had revived a second-tier ghoul, acquiring the slow-motion ability of the giant ghoul elixir. However, despite the minor difference in nomenclature, ghouls and zombies were entirely distinct entities. Ghouls are creatures that consume corpses, while zombies, shrouded in mystery, arise from the remains of the dead, possessing the insatiable urge to devour all living beings, rendering them the arch-nemesis of all life. After a period of struggle, Lewis gradually regained his composure. My lord, what about Lewis? Tanner inquired. Ross replied, the good news is he has not perished. The bad news is his body has begun to decay, and he may have transformed into a monster or, rather, a zombie. Upon hearing that Lewis had become a monster, the morale of the barbarians plummeted. Kill me. In my misery, echoed Para's anguished cries from atop the dragon's back. I implore you, Lord Ross. Hold on, you coward. Tanner rebuked vehemently. After nearly 5 minutes of relentless struggle, the effects of the abyssal giant crab mutation elixir finally stabilized. As the profusion of purple veins receded from Para's surface, Ross observed his gradually returning form and asked, how do you feel? The essence of the abyssal giant crab mutation elixir lay in the word mutation. The agony of genetic alteration is unfathomably terrifying, akin to madness. Lewis, now a living corpse, required confinement, but the silver lining was that Para had survived. Ross retracted the saturation of Shidu, restoring the sword to its normal state, resembling the scales of the white dragon. Tanner asked, Para, how does your body feel? It feels as though I have just emerged from a dreadful nightmare. However, now he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness coursing through his entire being. His arms, though no longer as robust as before, bore the marks of battle. A gaping hole marred the right side beneath his armpit, and as he moved, it was evident to Ross that Palau had ascended to the 3rd tier of his profession, likely boasting attributes exceeding 350, akin to Kent's own prowess. You must continue to observe, report any adverse conditions without delay. Indeed, he felt as though he had been dredged from a pool of sweat. Despite the frigid climate of the northern realms, his armor was completely drenched, clinging uncomfortably to him. At this moment, Ross finally managed to lighten the mood within the Dragon Slayer Brigade. Casually producing a vial of abyssal crab mutation potion, he inquired, I still possess this mutation elixir. Who wishes to experience the sensation of genetic transformation? Come on, do you truly believe I would shy away? Ace retorted. Ross turned his gaze to him, and the barbarian scratched his head, admitting, all right, I am not that brave. What about the rest of you? At that moment, to Ross's astonishment, Panu, who had remained silent until now, boldly seized the potion, uncapped it, and before anyone could react, swallowed the purple abyssal liquid in one swift motion. Ross was taken aback, but upon realizing it was Panu, he felt a sense of relief. As brothers, witnessing Palau on the brink of death naturally compelled him to seek greater power. However, the abyssal crab mutation potion was not to be trifled with. The potency of a 3rd-tier potion and the potential side effects of genetic alteration rendered the risks uncertain even to Ross. Palau, keep an eye on him. Indeed, Palau's expression shifted to one of complex emotions before he exclaimed, could you not wait a moment? Who knows if this potion carries any side effects? Yet, at that moment, Panu was rendered speechless, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, or he were bound to a gallows. His neck turned a purplish red, his eyes wide with terror. As he drew a dagger in a frenzy to harm himself, Palau swiftly restrained his arm, pinning him firmly against the dragon's back. Ah! Ross shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the distant silver fortress, his demeanor turning grave. The number of undead was overwhelming, approaching 10,000. What does it mean to have 10,000 first-tier creatures besieging a city? He finally comprehended why Kent and the Hammer Torex sought an alliance with the White Dragon and aspired to acquire Weiss's treasures. This calamity was undeniably a natural disaster. The undead were not merely first-tier. Flee! Monsters! The dwarven village near the Silver Fortress was in a frenzy, rushing towards the citadel along a seemingly endless road. Countless dwarves drawing near. Despite seeing the rose banner of the human empire, many villagers felt helpless as the relentless tide of undead consumed their homes, rendering them homeless refugees. Houses lay in ruins, loved ones slain. Their only recourse was to flee to Silver Fortress, beseeching the protection of Baron Rose and Lord Ross, the White Dragon. This was the harsh reality of their geographical constraints. Distant waters could not quench immediate fires. Without human aid, they were left to await their demise. Kent's movements remained feeble. After the explosion of Shidu, he felt a peculiar sense of completion, believing his heart, once steadfast, should not waver again. Yet, upon witnessing countless fellow dwarves in exile, besieged by the horrors of the corpse demons, he was compelled to guide and confine them within the sanctuary of Silver Fortress. The merchant caravans of humanity hastily sought refuge within the cavernous depths of Silver Fortress, panic-stricken. Iron Rat Winslow trembled beside the reins, having tumbled twice, his face smeared with dirt and bruises. The corpse demons were a terror, ravaging the entire north. My aunt was dismembered by these fiends during her journey. They possessed not a shred of human compassion. These demons devoured all living beings. If it breathed, it was doomed. Spare me. Winslow had initially sought to capture Audrey and return to rugged territory. Yet, when he regained his senses, he found himself within the northern confines of Silver Fortress. Ignored by all, his slaves vanished without a trace. He had intended to lead his reunited subordinates back to rugged territory. But who could have foreseen the onset of the polar night, where daylight was a distant memory, and the night brought forth the assault of the corpse demons? Thus, he was once again forced to turn back alongside the refugee merchants to seek shelter in Silver Fortress. Fate seemed to revel in tormenting the wretched. Is there any food? Great Lord Ross, grant us a morsel of sustenance. Food. Dear officer, I plead for food. I implore you. The elite Imperial soldiers guarded the iron gates of Silver Fortress. Once these gates were sealed, the defenses of the fortress and the mountains would be impregnable. Dwarves may lack many things, but they never lack the skill to forge and create. Derek Pro furrowed his brow as he surveyed the refugees, declaring, "Soon, Lord Ross will distribute relief porridge. Each person shall receive a piece of dried fish. Do not despair." At that moment, an Imperial soldier whispered in Derek Pro's ear, "What of the dwarves?" Derek Pro found himself engulfed in doubt. Those who are not of our kind may harbor ill intentions, he mused. Yet, in the context of the corpse demon invasion, were not all these ordinary dwarven citizens victims in their own right? Then, a messenger soldier announced, "Lord Ross decrees that all dwarves shall receive aid according to the same standards." Derek Pro sighed in relief, albeit with a tinge of resignation. The Lord has stated that all are human, and dwarves, too, are human. Many dwarven villagers, curled up in their bodies, bore expressions of profound complexity upon hearing these words. On one hand, Ross and the Imperial humans had vanquished the original rulers of Silver Fortress, the Ironhammer Torek. Yet, in the present moment, as the undead surged forth, it was none other than Baron Ross, the Rose, who issued the command to aid them. How could their emotions not be tangled? Foe, adversary, ally? In that instant, the distinction had become utterly blurred. It could only be said that the intricacies of reality had always been this convoluted. Ross's assistance to the dwarves was not driven by ulterior motives. It stemmed solely from the support of the regeneration system and the resources of the Black Sea, resulting in an abundance of food. Were his supplies to dwindle or run out, he would certainly not extend aid to the dwarves. How could one assist others while on the brink of starvation? This bears no difference to the Buddhist notion of sacrificing oneself to feed an eagle. However, since he possessed the means, with an excess of provisions and a promising future, ready to be transformed by the system, Ross did not hesitate. To outsiders, he appeared magnanimous. Yet, in truth, he was merely a pragmatist who made a choice aligned with his own humanity. He was neither noble nor ignoble, simply an ordinary individual navigating the complexities of existence. Kent, utterly exhausted, entered Ross's office, a wooden cabin serving as a substitute for the Lord's Hall. "Thank you for your mercy towards the dwarves," he expressed. Ross smiled and replied, "If you had not enchanted and reforged the Shidu for me, do you think I would have ordered aid for the dwarven civilians?" Kent lowered his head and said, "Regardless, we all owe you a debt of gratitude for your benevolence." Ross regarded the somewhat elevated state of the master blacksmith before him and inquired, "What was your prior plan? How did Silver Fortress withstand the incursions of the undead in years past?" Kent explained, "It was merely a matter of stockpiling provisions and utilizing troops to defend the city." "Defend the city?" Ross queried, perplexed. Kent affirmed, "Yes, the undead can sense the presence of all living beings and will converge upon the areas with the greatest life force, thus creating a siege condition. With all due respect, you should immediately summon the goblin army and mercenaries into the castle. Has your white dragon not informed you of the dangers and horrors of the undead invasion? Our forces are simply too few." Ross now felt a wave of unease. The Empire's second wave of military aid would not arrive for more than half a month. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. This was not a reliable source of strength. Once, Silver Fortress had a garrison of over 1,200 troops, which could even reinforce the defense. Yet now, the number of troops at Ross's disposal was less than 500. The difficulty of the situation had escalated. Combat has never been about sheer numbers. Rather, it hinges on comparison. If you possess only 100 men against 10 undead, Ross could resolve the issue with merely 20. However, the current predicament lay in the multitude of red dots on the small map. There were at least 10,000 undead, and he had barely over 500 soldiers. How could this battle be fought? Chapter 11. Patrolling the Walls. A stifling atmosphere. The ominous signs of an approaching storm. The Great Transformation. In the stillness of the night, atop the walls of Silver Fortress, a chilling frost and icy mist cascaded upon the faces of all present. Ross, draped in a magnificent white fox cloak, was accompanied by a cadre of individuals. Audrey, Glaya, Anantos Steel Oath, Derek Pro, the mountain bandit chief Rodard, and Pearl, along with Daggett, Anatoly, and Raymond, the village chief of Iceheart Village. The esteemed elders Aladagina, Robel de Boniel, and Ferdinand Alland, along with the venerable Master Kent of the Dwarves, traversed the ramparts as they conducted a thorough inspection of the fortifications. An elder dwarf named Auric gazed into the distance, where the relentless wind and snow stretched endlessly, and remarked, "My Lord Ross, the darkness deepens, and the undead may assault the city at any moment. Our reserve of dwarves has gathered nearly 350 strong, prepared to defend the southern walls." The howling winds rendered Ross's hearing exceptionally acute. Yet the distant dwarven reserves were oblivious to their conversation. The swirling snowflakes blanketed the walls in a layer of white, and if the snow were not cleared today, it would freeze overnight, creating treacherous conditions that could lead to accidents among the defenders. Even the dwarves' iron cannons would succumb to freezing, rendering them inoperable. Maintenance was imperative. Many were busy, hauling boxes of black powder to the parapets. Some dwarves sat, others stood, some indulged in earthy smoke, while a few gathered around a campfire within the fortress walls, sharing ribald jokes and drinking heartily. The flickering flames illuminated the rotating tower, and upon seeing the elder dwarves approach, the new recruits of the reserve promptly stood at attention, adopting a serious demeanor to welcome their lord. The firelight cast elongated shadows upon the faces of the long-bearded dwarves, obscuring their thoughts and expressions. Allow me to introduce the firearms instructor of the Dwarven Reserves, Hytarden, who is also the officer in charge of this segment of the wall. This is Lord Baron Ross. Greetings, Ross addressed the assembly, observing the dwarves as they scrutinized the true ruler of Silver Fortress, the Baron of the Rose Lands, the Dragon Lord. Even those reluctant to acknowledge Ross's fearsome reputation were aware of the terror he inspired during the Battle of Silver Fortress, despite not having participated in the conflict. The firearms instructor, Hytarden, remained silent, resembling a dark stone amidst the storm. Ross continued, "If I am not mistaken, this marks the first collaboration between humans and dwarves. Our shared objective is to withstand the impending invasion of the undead. Any thoughts of rebellion or dissent should be set aside. There is no place for sentiment on the battlefield, only discipline. To defy the military code of the Rose Lands is to invite death. This is a simple and stark reality." The dwarves remained silent, and as Ross approached, he discerned the faces illuminated by the dim firelight, etched with expressions of hatred and repression. Do you wish to kill me? The number of dwarfs behind you exceeds 700, surpassing humanity's numbers by a factor of 5 or 6. If you do not resist the invasion of the undead, Silver Fortress will fall, and I shall return to the Empire riding upon the White Dragon. And what of you? Your relatives, friends, brothers, sisters, parents, teachers, and students shall all meet their demise amidst this blizzard. Ross curled his lip, gazing down at the dwarf whose shoulder he had touched, observing the quiver that coursed through the latter. I can ride a dragon, can you? He demanded. The dwarf scout, filled with hatred, lowered his gaze. Ross's eyes, sharp as a wolf's, swept over the dwarfs gathered around the bonfire beside the tower's spiral staircase. The cramped space was filled with the crackling of pine needles igniting in the fire, and none dared to meet his gaze under the weight of pressure. Ross chuckled. Prepare your defenses. Whoever falters shall meet their end. Their family and kin shall perish as well. This is my assertion, and you are free to harbor hatred towards me. That is of no consequence. After all, none among you can match my prowess. He cast a glance at the swirling snow in the distance. His hands clasped behind his back, as the voices of the nobles from Silver Fortress and the esteemed dwarfs, alongside Oric's furious roar, reached his ears. They conversed in a dialect unfamiliar to humans. This section of the fortifications was under the charge of Imperial soldiers. Anatho's steel oath stood respectfully beside Ross, while the leading Imperial officer, a second-tier soldier, bowed his head in reverence upon seeing Ross, his eyes brimming with admiration. It was the presence of the Empire's guards that provided Ross with comfort. The hostile glares and malice from the dwarfs had stifled his emotions. Refusing to let such feelings linger, he launched a decisive and indiscriminate attack on all dwarfs, compelling them to suppress the hatred simmering within. Anatho's steel oath proclaimed, "This area comprises a total of 120 individuals, a mixed unit of Rodart's human musketeers and archers, alongside some hunters who have joined the defense of the city. Naturally, the core defensive zone remains under the oversight of the Empire's hunters." Rodart, the bandit leader, watched this scene with a grin. Had anyone once told him that one day bandits would ascend the walls alongside a baron or a castle's actual overseer to inspect the soldiers, he would have laughed it off as mere fantasy. Yet now, he found himself a small leader in his own right. Though the bandits were cunning by nature, they had all been refugees, now incorporated into Anatho's steel oath's defense. Some remained stationed at the wall's spiral staircase, tasked with operating the firing holes. Ross nodded and instructed, "Let it be arranged thus." Typically, Ross intended to deliver a motivational speech, but upon noticing several Imperial soldiers cooking, he approached and inquired, "What is this?" The wolf-like gaze of Anathos began to glimmer with a hint of danger. These new recruits were all his subordinates. "My Lord Baron, esteemed chief, this is a nest of bird eggs that my mother brought to me. As I pondered over the evening with little to occupy my time, having completed my patrol, I decided to share this with my comrades." He scratched his head. Bingshin Raymond hesitated to speak, while Ross reassured the old chief with a smile, asking, "May I take one?" The new soldier, scratching his head and grinning foolishly, replied, "Of course. It would be my honor. If my mother knew you had eaten the eggs I cooked, she would undoubtedly feel proud." Ross bit into the bird egg, noting the lack of saltiness, and patted the young soldier on the shoulder, saying, "Just make sure to come back alive." "Yes," the young recruit exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion and a sense of glory. Ross's patrol significantly boosted the morale of the humans. Many took pride in having seen Lord Baron Ross. The elders behind him observed the situation at the city defenses, sensing Lord Ross's unwavering confidence. A bold young recruit asked, "My lord, where is your dragon?" Ross replied, "You will see it when we engage the corpse demons." As they prepared to descend from the city wall, Kent leaned close to Ross, speaking softly, aware that the wind and snow would swallow his words, preventing them from reaching others. Yet, he discerned the worry concealed in Ross's heart. Too few troops. Ross contemplated the situation, realizing he was not a replication machine capable of conjuring soldiers at will, akin to pressing a mouse or keyboard to summon a multitude. He remarked, "Thus, we must enlist a contingent of dwarves and human farmers to cooperate in battle. They need not confront the corpse demons directly, at least when rolling fire oil and stones. They can contribute." Kent understood the vast disparity in strength between first-tier warriors and ordinary farmers, knowing that placing farmers atop the city walls would inevitably lead to chaos. Lacking military discipline, they would be startled and likely commit foolish acts, utterly disobeying commands, trembling in fear. Audrey had been following Ross silently, but her gaze upon him conveyed an unspoken admiration. He possessed a certain charisma, especially during the moment he savored the bird eggs. Gloria inquired, "My lord, will there be many corpse demons?" Ross sighed inwardly, yet maintained an outwardly serene smile, replying, "Perhaps." As Audrey noticed that the significant figures had departed, she linked her arm with Ross's. Gloria observed this scene, her lips moving silently, yet no words escaped. "Let us proceed to meet the esteemed Duchess Serena. I shall assist you with the formalities. You haven't forgotten what I taught you, have you? Ross felt a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of Geralt's first entrance into the palace in The Witcher 3, with bathing and dressing. Witnessing others change his garments and wash him, meeting the imperial steward, all amid various demands. He wondered what it would be like to visit the Empress's palace one day. Regardless, it was imperative to remove armor and weapons when meeting royalty. Since no one besides Ross could wield the artifact known as she do, he felt no concern regarding the safekeeping of his weapon. Ross returned to bathe and change into a luxurious velvet attire befitting his noble status, preparing to meet her grace, the Duchess Audrey. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to remind her of the current troubles and crises that loomed ahead. It was best if she refrained from meddling or attempting to usurp control in any manner. In name, this Duchess Serena, as a member of the royal family, had the authority to command Ross. Such dual conflicts and contradictions between local power brokers and foreign royalty were common in the tales of knights. Moreover, the presence of the eunuch, the imperial priest Zeus, was a matter of concern. It was preferable for him to remain discreet. Anyone daring to act recklessly at this juncture would face Ross's wrath, as the situation had become critically tense. His emotions were fraying under the strain, amplified by the encroaching polar night and the myriad of red dots on the small map. Whoever dared to cross him at this moment would be courting death. That night, Ross had arranged a meeting with young White and the Black Cave tribe, aiming to finalize the dealings and mercenary matters. He was disinclined to relinquish his fate to allies from the underworld, feeling uneasy about placing all his stakes on the support and stability of the Black Cave tribe. Yet, under pressure, he distributed 13 doses of Abyssal Crab Mutation Potion to the Dragon Slayers and Daggett, uncertain of whether lives would be lost that evening. He was acutely aware that without sufficient strength and trump cards, there was only one path in the north, a perilous one. The Empire's reluctance to intervene in the north was not due to disinterest, but rather a recognition of the deep complexities involved. Suddenly, Ross pondered a troubling question. Did Empress Anna truly remain unaware that her own sister would face ghoul attacks upon her arrival in the north? A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that the Empress intended to eliminate Duchess Serena through his hand? This was not an impossibility, and if true, the Empress's intentions were indeed inscrutable. Yet, her previous letter had implored him to take care of her sister. Was there a deeper meaning hidden within? The matters of royalty were increasingly enigmatic and foreboding, placing Ross in a profoundly troublesome predicament. As night fell, the combat prowess of the Dragon Slayers was undergoing a transformative change. Daggett let out a groan, his head painfully colliding with the iron wall. That night, countless barbarians experienced metamorphosis and despair, their cries echoing in the darkness. Pierre, you must hold on. Your severed arm is a mark of honor. But it is by no means the end. Pierre, amidst the assault on the Silver Fortress under the codename Anton the Coward, had lost his right arm to a barrage from white dwarf attackers. Now, gazing at the Abyssal Crab Mutation Potion, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, he felt a surge of excitement mingled with suppressed fervor. For Lord Ross. For Lord Ross. The presence of third-tier Dragon Slayer barbarians began to rise one after another within the prison. At this moment, the white dragon Vieldra was not rolling about in his lair. His intellect was equally formidable. He stood outside the vast cliffs of the Silver Fortress, observing the minuscule figures before him. He exhaled a frigid mist. The blood of dragons splattering forth, as one after another, the dwarves were transformed into dragon-blooded butchers through ancient oaths. The undead being, Frost, observed this scene and inquired, "Is this truly worthwhile?" The white dragon, Vieldra, trembled, and at that moment, spoke in unison with Ross. "I am being compelled." Ha ha ha. Frost laughed until her belly ached. "You amuse me, truly. While laughter is welcome, might you refrain from such volume? It leaves one utterly speechless. At a crucial moment, you must lend your assistance." Frost replied, "That depends on my mood." Before long, 50 dragon-blooded dwarven butchers materialized in the dragon's nest at Silver Fortress. Frost surveyed the surroundings thoughtfully, sensing the fluctuations of third-tier barbarians, reflecting on the worthiness of her chosen one. "Indeed, you are quite the catch, Ross." Veldra's countenance turned pale as he forcibly created 50 dragon-blooded giants, feeling his strength waning. A roar of dissatisfaction erupted within Veldra's mind, yet it was futile, for regardless of the circumstances, Ross was the true dragon lord and his master, a steadfast bond defined by the Dragon Pact. Meanwhile, Selena watched as Ross entered the parlor, a glimmer of light piercing through the darkness of the perpetual night and candlelight. Chapter 12. The first audience with the Duchess, Selena, sister of the Empress. Selena harbored immense curiosity about Ross, the Dragon Lord, for he was undertaking an endeavor that no imperial lord dared to pursue. Many lords of the empire were not disinclined to expand their territories in the north. Rather, they lacked the requisite capability. To be able and to be daring are two distinct matters. In Selena's eyes, the former symbolizes the coexistence of strength and courage, while the latter denotes folly. Just as the line fillers and cannon fodder go unrecognized, a lord like Ross truly deserves attention. Audrey Alstide began, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Duchess Selena." Ross knelt on one knee, kissing the back of her hand. When he lifted his gaze, he beheld a rose accentuating her visage, the opulent gilded porcelain. The golden base of the candelabra with multiple branches, and the somewhat modest room adorned with an expensive goose-down blanket. The relentless winds and snow of the north raged outside, while the dining table bore a tablecloth replete with intricate floral patterns. And a mirror of unique shape hung upon the wall. All these sights aligned with his perception of the Duchess, yet amidst them, the most exquisite was her very self. Ross refrained from describing her waist, the luminous highlight of her fair complexion illuminated by the candlelight through the sheer black veil, her delicate neck, and the subtly raised proud line of her jaw. Yet, the absolute nobility and overwhelming beauty she possessed struck his spirit with a force akin to dragon majesty. "Good evening, Duchess Selena." "Greetings, Lord Ross." Serena chuckled, observing Ross's initial reaction. Amidst the opulent gatherings of the empire, she had encountered countless dignitaries. Their exchanges of pleasantries no longer eliciting disdain, yet she had grown adept at navigating such interactions. "The night has long since fallen. Shall we spend a moment in private?" "I harbor quite the curiosity regarding Baron Rose," she inquired. Audrey signaled Ross to be cautious as they departed from the lavishly adorned abode, guided by a cloaked servant. Out of the corner of his eye, Ross noticed an enormous bath nestled within a circular archway and remarked, "In this cold, I find the conditions rather humble. I feel I have failed to meet Her Majesty's trust." "Let us dispense with the formalities," Serena replied, watching as Ross knelt before her, hesitating in contemplation. Suddenly he queried, "Your Grace, are you not concerned about the circumstances outside?" Serena responded, "Military matters are yours to handle. Governance of your territory pertains to your domestic affairs. The greatest virtue of royalty is to refrain from meddling in the internal matters of subordinates, to remain as detached as possible. I have come to the north merely for leisure. Do not allow this to cause you undue anxiety." Ross felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing that the Duchess did not wish to interfere with domestic governance or military strategy. "You should rise. Please take a seat," he urged. Many courtiers, when meeting him, appeared overly formal. When offered a seat, they would insist on standing. Clinging to the rigid customs of the empire as a testament to their loyalty, this was a common trait among the old nobility. Any deviation from such behavior would reveal the true character of the noble before Serena. Ross casually settled onto the luxurious handcrafted down sofa, caressing the smooth, polished grain of the wood, reminiscent of youthful skin, adorned with imperial carvings. "Would you care for a drink?" he asked. The cloaked servant's eyelid twitched at Ross's audacious demeanor. While Serena remained unfazed, one might wonder if he truly considered the Duke's residence as his own chamber. "I am not in the mood for tea at the moment," he replied. "Then accompany me for a stroll," she suggested. "Very well." The interior of the house was replete with treasures, indicating that the Duchess had brought along quite a collection. Outside, many craftsmen were diligently at work, their movements silent and graceful. Her arm naturally rested on her abdomen, exuding an aura of purity and sanctity. "Have you dined this evening?" she inquired. "Not yet. Is it akin to your sentiment towards tea that you find yourself lacking appetite?" "Alas," Serena smiled, "I have faith in your capabilities. It is difficult to envision the order and rules of this world amidst chaos if a lord does not trust his subordinates." She continued, "In the tumultuous seas, I have faced assaults from sea monsters and pirates, yet the Empire's navy, along with its ministers, nobles, and courtiers, managed these crises admirably. You should do the same." "Baron Ross." Ross discerned a hint of complex emotion in her tone. "Have you ever ventured into the chaotic sea? It is said to be perilous." The chaotic sea lies to the north of the empire, and although it may not possess the same level of terror as the dangers of the north, it is fraught with human calamities, piracy, and warfare. The constant strife among hundreds of small nations is quite commonplace. Here, merchant caravans, during the day, are known as merchant ships, but by night, they transform into vessels of piracy. Selena remarked, "The Empress once bestowed upon me a domain within the chaotic sea. You see, having spent an extended period within the confines of the imperial court, surrounded by the same circle of individuals, the sights one encounters quickly lose their luster and become increasingly mundane. However, traveling to new regions, encountering diverse cultures, invariably ignites a fresh vitality within one. Much like this journey to the north is rather dull. Selena chuckled, yet for me, it remains a novelty. The cold here is truly biting. Far chillier than the winters of the central provinces of the empire. Are you not to say something? As they strolled through the courtyard, the windows underwent a transformation in style. The imperial family adheres to a specific set of rules for constructing their palaces, accompanied by skilled artisans. Ross's concerns were confined to provisions and resources, for the arrangement of this palace alone consumed a significant amount of gold coins, and some laborers and personnel also fell under the responsibility of Lord Ross. Shall I recite a poem? I am all ears. On second thought, perhaps not. The imperial court is filled with countless scholars, ministers, and, of course, poets. I would rather spare myself the embarrassment before you. I am most curious about your poetry. Ross said, Evening harmony. The silver vase roses exude their fragrance. Each flower fades away like incense. Observing the surprise in the eyes of the Empress's sister, the Duchess, Ross seized the opportunity presented by the serene atmosphere to inquire about a question that had long lingered in his heart. What would you do if Silver Fortress were to fall? Selena replied with composure. Do you not have the white dragon? Cannot you take me away? And the ministers? She continued, a woman of my standing. Should I be slain or captured by the enemy, would instigate considerable turmoil, leading to the demise of many. Thus, I cannot perish. A duchess's death would result in a torrent of consequences in the central provinces of the empire. Her discontent would undoubtedly invoke the empress's ire, and the empress's wrath often culminates in execution. Essentially, they are no different from the royal families of ancient times, possessing the arbitrary power to dispose of their subordinates, ministers, and even the lives of servants. It is not uncommon for ministers to be imprisoned for over a decade, or even executed for a single poem or a statement that displeased the royals. Once a member of the royal family meets their end, the ensuing waves and aftershocks are akin to a whale fall. Thus, the phrase I cannot perish bore an unquantifiable weight of emotion, the depth of which Ross could not fathom. He merely found himself admiring the wisdom of the Duchess before him. You seem lost in thought. I apologize, Your Grace. Serena gently shook her head and remarked, Let us conclude our conversation for today. You need not regard me as a burden. Ross replied, This is a gift for you. Thank you. Serena said as she accepted a abyss crystal, a gem-like crystal radiating a hue reminiscent of amethyst. She added, Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to consult with Priest Sus. He may assist you in resolving certain matters pertaining to the territory. Farewell. As Serena gazed at Ross, a sudden smile graced her face. Farewell. Chapter 13. The Battle of the Undead. The Dragon Knights charge, and a terrifying conflict erupts. The silver-bottled roses exude their fragrant essence, while the crimson petals sway gently upon frail branches. The Grand Duchess Serena mulled over these lines from Baudelaire's poetry, her expression contemplative. Poetry, perhaps? Audrey anxiously awaited outside the palace, where craftsmen were still laying down new tiles and stones, embodying an exquisite aesthetic. Ross too yearned to reside in such a courtly room, even harboring some fanciful notions as he observed the roses and cold climate plants, bustling with the activity of imperial artisans. His thoughts drifted. He could not articulate the impression Serena left upon him, yet it was decidedly different from his prior imaginings. Audrey inquired, How did it go? Did you manage to avoid incurring the Grand Duchess's displeasure? Such is the nature of the imperial power structure. Ross had yet to encounter even a count, let alone a marquis, much less the esteemed duke and the remarkably high-ranking Lady Serena. She places complete trust in my abilities, he mused, finding the sensation rather peculiar. Perhaps it was due to the sixth sense bestowed by the benthic serpent's alchemical technique, for Ross sensed an extraordinary instinct emanating from the Grand Duchess, as if a more profound and formidable power lay hidden beside her. This sixth sense kept him perpetually wary. It was virtually inconceivable for members of the imperial family to be without high-ranking professionals in their midst, yet the exact tier of her power eluded him. Audrey listened to Ross's account, her anxiety easing as she said, when dealing with royalty, one must adhere to a singular approach. It is better to do nothing at all than to err, for any misstep could lead to trouble. Indeed, Ross concurred. Suddenly, Audrey laughed, glancing at the nearby cold climate roses. Do you see these roses? Don't they resemble our territory's banner? They are truly beautiful. Ross chuckled. Shall I secretly pluck one for you? I would love that. On the brightly lit second floor of the palace, Serena, with her graceful arms crossed, observed the scene of Ross departing. Turning, Ross caught sight of the Grand Duchess, her figure adorned with black satin sleeves, and nodded in her direction. Serena smiled softly, her silhouette vanishing into the shadows of the second floor, leaving her intentions a mystery. Audrey's playful antics and charming demeanor seemed to dilute the impending dread of the impending corpse demons. That night, Ross once again met with the goblin youth. The 4th-tier scrolls he required, Greater Invisibility and Ice Storm, lay before him on Ross's wooden desk. After enduring the lingering tension and oppressive aura emanating from Selena, he was reminded that he was the true master of the entire Ross territory. Yet, the anxiety and tautness of his instincts, coupled with the cautious recitation of poetry, left Ross feeling quite discontented. He was still too weak. The royal lineage was immensely powerful. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Even if the entire castle were to fall, she might remain unscathed. The goblin, White, interjected, "My lord, we have seen your correspondence. Do you still possess a substantial amount of gold within your domain?" Ross snapped back to reality and replied, "Gold? Oh yes, there is indeed quite a bit left." The Silver Fortress was not currently in want of funds. Even if he were to expend all his gold at once, Ross could still devise ways to extract residual value from the dwarves. As noted in Capital, the greatest growth of productivity stems from division of labor. The capitalist's utmost exploitation of ordinary folk lies in siphoning off their surplus value, that is, the time beyond the 8-hour workday. In Ross's previous life, whether in logistics, food delivery, or courier services, overtime was a common expectation, a means for capitalists to extract surplus value. Many long-haul truck drivers, after a grueling day, find themselves devoid of energy for anything other than a desire for a refreshing cola and fried chicken, mindlessly staring at the television. This exhaustion stems from the complete draining of their time and energy, rendering their surplus value non-existent. Each day of existence necessitates sustenance, expenditures, procreation, and labor. Within the empire, such dynamics possess even greater legitimacy and authority. Whether through imperial tax laws or Ross's absolute dominion as a lord over his vassals, there exists no safeguard for the ordinary dwarves and laborers. The more surplus value he extracts from the dwarves, the wealthier he becomes. Dwarves do not share the majority of profits from forging iron goods. Ross reaps as much resource as the Silver Fortress produces, a chilling realization indeed. Unaware of Ross's contemplations, the goblin youth continued. To employ the mercenary forces of the Spider Queen requires a significant amount of gold. If you are willing to pay 40,000 gold coins, I can solemnly vow in the name of the Black Cave tribe to furnish you with an army exceeding 600 troops. It's not that we could not provide more. Rather, we need to participate in the command and coordination. An excessive number of troops would overwhelm the Black Cave clan, leading to a breakdown of the command structure. What about the Black Orcs? Ross inquired further. White replied, 2 leaders of colossal subterranean creatures, river trolls, the colossal Corella spider, alongside the diminutive giant trolls, and our skilled goblin archers, orc archers, goblin infantry, and fervent goblins, stand ever ready to engage in battle. Your Silver Fortress bears great significance for the trade development of our goblins. We shall not allow you to fight alone in perilous times. A smile graced Ross's face as he raised his glass of red wine, exclaiming, "To our friendship." He noted that the goblin had ascended in rank, his speech now more coherent and composed than before. Such elevation brings about a transformation in dignity. Within the Black Cave tribe, this envoy's voice now carries considerable weight, imbued with a hint of authority in his discourse. "Thank you, esteemed Lord Ross. You shall witness our troops joining the fray." Ross, resting his chin upon his hand, pondered deeply. The dim candlelight illuminated the brow of the Baron, and after a brief moment of silence, he regained his focus. The value of the Ice Storm spell, especially for one like Ross, who possessed the breath of the White Dragon and whose spells grew in potency with each tier, became apparent. An advanced invisibility spell could decisively alter the tides of battle. Unable to enchant a 4th-tier self-detonation spell, Ross opted to allocate the constant spell slot of the Abyssal Serpent Brewing technique to Greater Invisibility. Congratulations, host. Constant 4th-tier spell slot, Greater Invisibility. Greater Invisibility allows the host to attain prolonged invisibility, which dissipates only upon attack or casting a spell, and is significantly less prone to flaws than ordinary invisibility. With a duration far surpassing that of the mundane variant, Ross tested the spell, and in an instant, his form vanished from the mirror. He could even turn the pages of a book. The great sword of Shidu pierced through the candlelight on the right side, the thrust executed with remarkable precision. Yet his invisibility remained intact, merely rippling slightly before restoring its state. Indeed, it was formidable. A common 1st-tier or even 2nd-tier invisibility spell could never achieve such seamlessness. They would either blur like a furnace at their back or appear as a large mosaic to keen-eyed observers. Yet, Shidu's physical assault did not dispel the invisibility. It merely induced a ripple of sword shadows. This constant 4th-tier spell slot is truly invaluable, and its permanence equates to possessing an infinite number of greater invisibility scrolls. The sole inconvenience lies in the magical energy expenditure required for casting. The White Dragon Swordsman of Ross, though not particularly adept in magical prowess, would experience a substantial enhancement in power upon merging with the White Dragon. The Shidu enchantment at level 1 further augments his mana recovery rate. With the Frost Spirit form of my White Dragon Swordsman, it would be splendid to acquire additional potions related to mana regeneration. Humanity's insatiable greed is ever apparent. Having attained one desire, they yearn for more. The 4th circle spell slot has achieved a constant state, yet Ross's ephemeral form has dispensed with mana supply. Unlike the Frost Spirit's physical immunity, which consumes mana at a rate of 4 per second, the current consumption in stealth mode hovers around 3 per second, allowing Ross to maintain this state for approximately 33 seconds, while the Frost Spirit can operate for about 25 seconds. The mana remains woefully insufficient. Even with the reduction in consumption from 5 to 4, it is still inadequate. Ross finds himself envious of the Grand Sorcerers. "Master, enter," Dagite announced, his pupils shimmering with a dark violet hue. They have arrived. Who they are, Ross, equipped with a small map, is well aware. Dagite's demeanor is exceedingly grave, and Ross discerns that he has successfully undergone the transformation from the Abyssal Crab Mutation Potion. Let us proceed. Assemble the Dragon Slayer Brigade. A new battle is about to commence. Yes, the absolute darkness brought forth by the polar night seems to envelop the north in a profound desolation and solitude. If the divine crafted the north, it is likely that from the very beginning, there was no intention for it to be a habitat for any human or creature. Hence the emergence of such undead fiends as adversaries to the living. The corpses of moose, brown bears, and hunting wolves have all succumbed, transforming into part of the undead army. Inside the towers and walls of Silver Fortress, the dwarven soldiers previously surveyed by Ross, under the rare visibility afforded by the night and snowstorm, gaze upon the throngs of icy undead gathering below the castle. Fish oil, rolling stones. Archers, prepare to fire. Ross never imagined he would witness a scene reminiscent of the Battle of 5 Armies from the Lord of the Rings. The expressions of all the dwarves upon the battlements are vacant. Undead. It is the undead. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, Imperial soldiers raise their shields atop the walls, as the howling cold wind illuminates their faces with eerie blue eyes. Slay them. Beneath the icy veil, the catapults crash into the dense ranks of undead below the Silver Fortress walls, sending their remains flying to the sides, yet failing to diminish the terrifying overall numbers. The pervading black military formation conveys a chilling sense of pressure and coldness. The wind and snowflakes rest upon the shoulders of the undead, as if awaiting something. Roar. Commander. Peering through the small map, Ross glimpses in the distance, obscured by the snowstorm, a formidable armored undead leader commanding the gathering of the army. Kent's demeanor was exceedingly grave, at least over 3,000. The left wing, right wing, and central army began their slow and somber advance. A scene starkly different from what Ross had anticipated. The undead approached the city in an orderly manner. Roar. The White Dragon, Veldra, along with the thundering of catapults and the boisterous cannons of the dwarves, ignited the first act of this war. Ross understood all too well that this was not a siege by monsters, nor an invasion. This was a war. The Deer Rock was positioned outside the city gate. Feeling the tremors and the biting cold wind, Ross mounted the back of the great dragon. The Shidu greatsword seemed to writhe with a thirst for blood. Just as the White Dragon soared from the castle, a dense volley of black arrows surged forth from the ranks of the undead. The enemy's rain of arrows came crashing down, raised shields. Anantos, the Steel Oath, immediately issued commands. The 15-meter-high wall fell within the shooting range of the undead army, and a flurry of arrows whistled through the air, piercing several imperial shields. Most produced a dull thud upon impact. The cacophony of collisions, cries, the muffled groans of the wounded, the unique shrieks of the undead, and the howling wind and snow filled the air incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. The creaking sounds of the catapults, accompanied by the first and second waves of arrows, caused dwarven sentinels atop the battlements to fall victim to arrows. The brutality of war afforded no respite. The first wave of undead had already advanced to within 50 meters of the city. The third volley of arrows and the cannon fire from the Silver Fortress erupted in retaliation. A wave of undead crashed against the rocky barrier, needing neither siege ladders nor any siege equipment, swiftly scaling the 15-meter wall. A terrified dwarven hunter exclaimed, "Why do my arrows fail to harm them? Quickly, hurl the boulders." Three dwarves pushing a massive boulder suddenly heard the whistling of arrows slicing through the air, and in the next moment, their bodies were propelled to the ground by the force of the enormous arrows. Countless arrows rained down upon the battlements, their fletchings trembling like phantoms. Ross surveyed his surroundings, witnessing the most densely packed and oval-shaped legion of undead on the right flank. The white dragon, Veldra, roared. The terrifying dragon's roar and its overwhelming presence swept across the distance. Ross stood upon the dragon's back, amidst the fierce winds and a sky darkened like storm clouds, adorned only by the faint glow of distant stars. With the Shidu sword pointed towards the right flank, he commanded, "Charge." "It is Lord Ross." The white dragon. Given the limited numbers of dwarven and human soldiers, and the fact that the undead were not human, Napoleon's shock tactics had become ineffective. They could only defend passively, making every possible resistance. Those pine oils, the entirety of the fish oils regenerated by Ross's system, mixed with batches of explosives purchased through goblin trade, and boulders, swiftly formed a cascade of shattered ice upon the walls. The first-tier ghouls are relatively manageable, yet the second and third-tier ghouls, in both strength and speed, far exceed the imagination of ordinary soldiers. Ananto's steel oath had just slain a second-tier ghoul when a shadow suddenly loomed over him from the city wall, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. The ghoul opened its putrid, decaying maw and unleashed a terrifying roar towards him. "My lord, be cautious." Ananto's steel oath remained unperturbed as Palau's figure swiftly leapt in front of him, wielding his battle blade to cleave down the third-tier ghoul. The sound of clashing metal echoed as arrows rained down upon the white dragon, most of which were deflected. However, a few arrows pierced the gaps in its scales, embedding themselves in Veldra's flesh, provoking a furious roar from the white dragon. Ross casually tilted his head, evading a powerful piercing arrow. His extraordinary dynamic vision and minimap granting him a godlike perspective over the entire battlefield. It became evident that the ghoul's strategy and assault were directed at the right wing of the city wall, rather than the central ranks where he initially stood. A multitude of ghoul forces congregated on the right flank, resembling a mass of fish and shrimp ensnared by a net, leaping in chaotic disarray. "No, it's impossible." A dwarf stared blankly as his sword struck against the ghoul's body, his head drooping, yet his arms continued to swing, ultimately resulting in the dwarf's demise. The sound of rushing wind and turbulence caused Ross's long hair to dance wildly. His peach blossom eyes fixated on the ghoul army below. "Dive." The Shidu had amassed sufficient metal, and/or even before the battle commenced, transforming into the Shidu Dragon Rider Lance. Countless dwarves on the western side of the right-wing wall gazed in astonishment at the fearsome white dragon lord, clad in resplendent silver armor. A darkly gleaming metallic flow was rapidly extending from his arm. 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters, eventually reaching the terrifying length of 12 meters. The Shidu Dragon Rider Lance thundered down in conjunction with the white dragon's dive through the arrow storm, crashing into the heart of the ghoul's right-wing army. Ross's hair stood on end as the 12-meter lance and the dragon's maw simultaneously illuminated with a brilliant icy glow. The white dragon swordsman's frost blade aura, the artifact, Shidu, had already transformed into a fearsome 12-meter-long Dragon Rider-esque lance, and now, with the surge of magical energy from Ross's arm, a chilling aura and sword energy surged along the Shidu lance, amplifying its lethality and icy brilliance by an additional 3 meters. The 6-second charge of the cold breath. The dragon's breath gathering momentum, combined with Ross's high-speed dive, and the overwhelming pressure of the fully charged Shidu, alongside the chaotic flow of magical energy from the frost blade aura, boom. The dwarves atop the castle were left in shock as they beheld a horrific pit of death, claiming the lives of over 100 from the ghoul's right-wing legion. Countless corpses of the undead surged forth, propelled by a chilling breath that coiled like a ring, unleashing a terrifying C-shaped frost zone that encased the wretched beings in a crystalline embrace. The unabated intensity of the frigid air, colder than the wisps of dry ice, accompanied by the frost blade aura, decimated nearly 100 of the undead with a single, swift charge of the lance. "How formidable! Lord Ross, we possess a dragon. Slay them." The morale of the humans soared as they witnessed the gallant charge of Ross, the Dragon Knight, yet the undead army remained devoid of any spirit. They were merely a chilling embodiment of death, intent on devouring the living. Had Ross faced a living force, this terrifying onslaught would have crushed their morale. While the spirits of his allies soared, the undead remained unperturbed, methodically regrouping in the crater left by Ross's charge, replenishing their ranks, and continuing their relentless assault on all that lived. Amidst the howling cold winds, Visibility was severely limited. Ross harbored no immediate intentions of resurrecting these fallen undead. His willpower merely needed to endure for a day, after which he would grow even stronger. Once this wave was weathered, he would initiate the resurrection of the undead. I shall observe whether your strength surpasses mine, or if my hidden cards are more numerous. The third-tier powerhouse of the Dragon Slayer Legion, desolate, had yet to engage. While undead climbed the city walls, only to be cast down, shattering upon impact. Not far off, Kent nodded at Ross, leading Vildra in preparation for their return. 50 dragonblood butchers were strategically positioned, ready to reinforce any threatened area. The essence of city defense lay in unwavering vigilance. Defending meant that Ross would not allow any weakness or gaps at any stage of the city's fortifications, dynamically filling any breaches that might arise. Deep within the mountains, a multitude of goblins gathered, bolstering their forces in anticipation. The collision of these two potent energies was destined for a relentless conflict, one that would persist until one side met complete defeat, thereby allowing the other to claim ultimate victory. Chapter 14, Another Decapitation. Invisibility. The Fate Weaver behind the undead. The origins of the undead. The action of the stone throwers on the city walls, creaking as they loaded their ammunition, hurled massive boulders like meteors upon the formations beyond the Silver Fortress. Yet, a significant number of undead had infiltrated beneath the walls, compelling the trebuchets to adjust their angles to 45, 60, and 70 degrees to launch their projectiles. Fragments of flesh and remnants of the undead splattered against the walls, creating a gruesome shower of blood and gore. Roar. Anatoly's face was besmirched by the fetid spittle of the undead as a great sword pierced his chest. He kicked the creature off the wall. Raising his gaze, he beheld the white dragon soaring back. My lord. Their main assault remains focused on the dwarven position to the west, and Black Iron Dane is calling for our aid. A newly appointed sergeant named Kelly, visibly tense, addressed Anatoly. He stated, I will personally go to their aid. You must hold this position. Exercise extreme caution if you encounter any second-tier or higher ghouls. Understood. My lord Anatoly. On the western wall of the Silver Fortress, the dwarf Black Iron Dane observed a fallen comrade, his pallid face drained of blood. Leaning against the battlement, there was no time to attend to him. In the distance, the white dragon Vildra breathed fire. Yet what puzzled Black Iron Dane was the absence of Baron Ross, who had just caused such a commotion. My lord Dane, the Empire's reinforcements have arrived. We must secure the western section of the city wall. Anatoly disregarded the dwarf's reaction and, upon arrival, hurled massive stones at the densely packed ghouls below, resembling black specks and climbing ivy. These creatures exhibited remarkable resilience and could traverse even icy terrain. Their strength was formidable. Once engaged, soldiers faced either death or severe injury. An increasing number of ghouls began to scale the 15-meter-high walls of the Silver Fortress. Anatoly keenly felt the pressure on this section of the fortifications, which seemed greater than in his own sector, perhaps due to the higher cliffs that rendered the walls appear much lower. Roar. In midair, the white dragon Vildra soared above the Silver Fortress walls, its fiery breath freezing ghouls clustered within the legions. A sudden pang of regret washed over Anatoly as he noticed a ghoul, which should have been climbing the walls, momentarily freeze in its actions while engaged in combat. Seizing this opportunity, Anatoly decisively swung his great sword, sending the ghoul's head rolling away like a ball through the snow-laden air. He glanced toward the distant ground outside the fortress and was astonished to see a significant portion of the ghoul army retreating. What could this mean? Black Iron Dane also sensed a sudden reduction in the pressure on the western wall of the Silver Fortress, a direction that should have been the main thrust of the attack. He was utterly perplexed. Retreating ghouls. How could this be? Anatho's steel oath deflected a ghoul's assault, witnessing several soldiers douse a ghoul poised to ascend the walls with oil. Yet he was puzzled as all the ghouls on the battlements seemed to receive some command, abruptly halting their movements and even retreating. Kill. A mixed batch rookie severed a ghoul's head with a single strike. The situation atop the Silver Fortress was not only perceived by Anatho's steel oath and the western defense segment. The entire ghoul army's offensive had suddenly come to a standstill. The cavalry's Shidu lances and the dragon's fiery breath inflicted heavy casualties upon the ghouls, significantly boosting the morale of the human and dwarf defenders, yet it lacked any substantial strategic significance. Ishart Raymond gazed in confusion at the spot where Ross had inexplicably vanished. Something feels amiss. Lord Ross, by all accounts, would not resort to such an act of frustration. While his formidable strike has indeed slain hundreds of the undead, it serves little purpose against the overall army. Elder Robble also stood atop the city wall, his expression laden with confusion. As the city defense forces braved the onslaught of the undead, they were simultaneously tasked with mobilizing the populace to transport supplies and provisions, managing the orders, and overseeing the operations of the 1,500 slaves laboring in the grand mines. All while coordinating logistics and trade communications with the Goblin army. Quite the busy endeavor. War has always been a matter where a single thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Lord Ross's expedition implies that the internal affairs and management of the castle must be attended to by personnel. Though the sight of Lord Ross, mounted on a white dragon, slaying hundreds of the undead was indeed gallant and appeared effortlessly elegant, what was its strategic significance? Was it merely to bolster the morale of those defending the city? Neither Elder Robble nor the former municipal officials, the noble Elder Aladegan and Ferdinand, perceived Lord Ross as one of mere bravado. Lord Ross had not returned. Upon receiving the scout's report, Aladegan gazed at the vanishing figure on the white dragon, suddenly witnessing all the undead come to a standstill. Astonished as he looked into the distance. What was that? Raymond also shifted his gaze from the distant city walls to the farthest point where the undead army was most densely gathered. Lord Ross. This cannot be. Certainly. Ross was not so naive as to engage in a series of martial displays before the imperial soldiers of Silver Fortress, and the dwarves merely to vent his wrath and showcase his might, only to hastily return to the city walls and conclude this raid. Greater invisibility consumed his magical energy with each passing moment, as a newly constant fourth-tier spell. Ross understood that to navigate the first hurdle, the foremost task was to strike at the head. The prior plan to assault Ironhammer Torek at Silver Fortress was indeed aimed at decapitation. Napoleon's decisive attack on the vulnerable points also revolved around striking the head. His strategic objective was remarkably straightforward. The undead were organized and had amassed their forces in a coordinated manner, steadily converging upon Silver Fortress. Behind this movement, there must be a significant undead commander orchestrating the maneuvers. He swiftly pinpointed a vast red dot on the minimap. Subsequently, he urged his white dragon into a charge towards the densest concentration of the undead. While Ross appeared to retreat, he had actually plunged into the throng of the left-wing undead forces. Chaos was beginning to erupt within the army. One by one, the undead were congregating around the losses inflicted by the white dragon, filling the voids left behind. However, they remained oblivious to a white dragon swordsman, cloaked in the fourth-tier spell of greater invisibility, stealthily maneuvering past the amassed formation of the left-wing undead, rapidly advancing towards the great red dot that marked the undead commander at the rear. Foolish mortals. The Lich commander says looked on with a calm demeanor as the white dragon vanished into the sky, becoming a mere speck. A sense of unease stirred within him. The strength of humanity was formidable, their fortress towering, and in the past, they had assailed the Silver Fortress, yet their endeavors invariably culminated in failure. A somber voice erupted from his throat, as Commander says issued commands to the legion of undead in a language only they could comprehend, resonating close to subsonic waves. Advance. The spell of greater invisibility artfully deceived all, and before Commander Says could react, a razor-sharp greatsword suddenly gleamed ominously, slicing down from behind him. The 6th-level enchanted blade, Shidu, delivered a devastating strike, a stealthy and lethal ambush, strategically poised for absolute advantage, aimed at the Lich commander with fatal intent. In that instant, Commander Says met his demise. His body cleaved into two, a mirror-like reflection severed by Shidu, with liquids and gases violently erupting from within, splattering across the pristine snow. Intestines and marrow spilling onto the ground. The spell of greater invisibility was shattered. Rose appeared amidst the encircled undead army, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld the scene. Indeed, capturing the leader first proves most effective. You sought to gather your forces for a direct confrontation, did you not? Allow me to eliminate you first. Rose anticipated that with the demise of this Lich commander, the overall command strength of the army would diminish by at least a third, if not half. The distinction between organized and disorganized monstrosities was stark. Organized hordes of undead were termed armies, whereas the disorganized throng were mere monsters. In an instant, the spell of greater invisibility was revealed within the snow. As the Lich commander fell, all the undead turned their hatred and gaze upon Rose. This was the fundamental reason for the abrupt cessation of the ordinary undead's movements. Their leader and intellect had been severed, leaving the remaining limbs unbalanced, twitching like patients in distress. The prior orders to assault the castle faltered, interrupted by Rose, leading to a momentary stagnation and bewilderment. The plan was achieved. Prepare to retreat. After all, greater invisibility was a 4th-tier spell, requiring a certain cooldown period after 2 uses. Thus, he chose to withdraw, drawn back by his own actions. Due to the demise of the undead commander, the army of the undead was thrown into a state of disarray. A faction sought to pursue Lord Ross, who was retreating, while another faction, rendered directionless and bewildered, continued their assault on the living atop the city walls. Lord Ross, Elder Aladegan observed the approaching third of the undead legion retreating in chaos, leading to a tumultuous scene. While the undead themselves did not experience turmoil, their formation was instantly disrupted. Ferdinand remarked, "The undead commander has been beheaded." "Another beheading?" Elder Robble responded, "It appears their command structure has completely collapsed." The defenders on the walls were also acutely aware of this peculiar sight, as catapults and cannons fired in rapid succession. The once precarious and potentially dire situation of the western city defenses was now met with astonishment by the dwarf instructor, Hytaden, as he beheld the suddenly weakened undead forces. "What is this?" "The undead army is in a state of chaos. Their intensity in the siege has diminished. The pressure is easing. Who has done this?" At that moment, a voice from an imperial messenger echoed from an unknown source. "Lord Ross has slain the commander of the undead army." "What? Lord Ross?" A beheaded undead recounted the event in the cold tongue of the undead. Balthazar, the fifth-tier undead leader from Silver Fortress, gazed calmly into the distance, contemplating the necessity of taking command of this contingent. The endless night granted them little time. They must swiftly plunder the living behind the abyssal Great Wall to secure greater advantage for their master of the night. As a mysterious force on the periphery of the northern barbarian's abyssal Great Wall, the undead possessed intellect. However, a barrier existed between them and the common tongue of humanity and external beings, and for years they had been barred from crossing the abyssal Great Wall. With only a handful of undead able to revive through the power of the endless night in the territory guarded by the northern barbarians, they had anticipated this to be a prime opportunity. Little did they know that humanity had established a foothold in the north, solidifying their presence, and even allied with the dwarves to stand against them. Beyond the fortresses and territories of the settlements in the north, the vast wasteland held nothing. Balthazar declared, "We must swiftly take command of Sazes' forces and then invade the underworld." A roar erupted from them, a sound not belonging to humanity, as an endless horde of undead surged forth like a black mist, enveloping more deathly species, converging again towards Silver Fortress. The Weaver of Fate was once more intertwining the destiny of the north. The white dragon goddess Freya had already placed her bet. Ross is a favorite of the white dragon goddess, Freya. His weapon, Shidu, along with his dragon mount and territory, radiated a potent essence of the white dragon. Chapter 15, Imperial Reinforcements Arrive. Centurion Siglind. Ross welcomes the ally Greenpoint. The severed corpse of the ghoul proved to be exceedingly valuable to Ross, particularly when the adversary in question was a fourth-tier commander. In such a context, the significance of this cadaver was magnified. "I could hardly bring myself to utilize the regeneration system on the dwarves. Would I be any more reluctant to do so for you? After all, you are essentially corpses yourselves." For Ross, whose strength was nearing 700, grappling with the weighty body of the ghoul was hardly a challenge. System. Regenerate this fourth-tier ghoul commander's corpse. Congratulations, host, you have regenerated the fourth-tier ghoul commander, receiving medium undead biological potion, cold command. I require an introduction. Why does this seem somewhat amiss? Could it be that it shares side effects akin to the bottom-dwelling serpent's alchemical formula? Medium undead biological potion, cold command acquires certain characteristics of medium undead, immunity to toxins, sleep, paralysis, intimidation, disease, significantly enhances the host's mental fortitude, and improves overall capabilities. Gazing at the ethereal blue potion beneath him, which encapsulated all the corporeal might of the ghoul commander, it emitted a luminous blue glow. Another potion of mental prowess. Perhaps, with no side effects, its efficacy should be commendable. At this moment, Ross had evaded the pursuit of the ghoul army, standing upon a precipice. It would be ideal to regenerate several hundred or even 1,000 ghoul corpses. Undoubtedly, this would yield a new batch of mutated ghoul potions, thus forming a new contingent. Coupled with the Imperial forces, it would be utterly exhilarating. Upon consuming the potion, he felt a chill enveloping his body. His very breath emanated an extreme cold. However, due to the influence of the white dragon, earth dragon, bottom-dwelling serpent, and others, Ross's frostiness had approached a state of immunity. For others, such cold might be fatal, instantly freezing their vital organs. Yet, for Ross, it felt rather refreshing and pleasurable. Indeed, the colder it is, the more comfortable I feel. This is the hallmark of the White Dragon Swordsman. Wait, shouldn't I now be a Dragon Knight? Ross sensed his attributes surging dramatically. It felt as if a formidable medium creature's essence was burgeoning within him. Resilience, willpower, and mental acuity had all increased significantly. The aftereffects of the potion were manifesting. Like one intoxicated, he felt a tingling pain in his mind. This blue potion, after all, belonged to the commander of the Ghoul Legion. Capable of commanding nearly 3,000 ghouls, his mental prowess must be exceptionally formidable, or he could not lead such a vast army. His mental and magical powers had risen by at least 50, and the growth continued. An epic enhancement. An unequivocal epic enhancement. Immersed in a near-meditative state, Ross called upon the white dragon Veldra to come for him. Alas, this command potion does not grant me the ability to command ghouls. If I could inherit this commander's capacity to lead the ghouls, I would be invincible. Resistance is also on the rise. Ross feels the cold transforming into his resilience and fortitude. He soon senses the benefits of his so-called immortality, immunity to toxins, sleep, paralysis, intimidation, and disease. Sleep, though, remains a necessity. It is a well-known fact that undead beings do not require rest, yet due to biological traits, I undoubtedly require a certain amount of sleep, albeit significantly reduced. This signifies an epic enhancement of both mental acuity and resilience. Henceforth, the likelihood of my falling ill has drastically diminished. The outbreaks caused by other lords' burning corpses will no longer affect me. My immunity to diseases and the comprehensive bolstering of resistance to toxins are now firmly established, akin to a foundational enhancement of resilience. Due to the similarity in the cold nature of the potion, Ross did not take long to assimilate the blue vial's contents. Gazing at the glass bottle in his hand, the distant howl of the white dragon Veldra reached his ears. His current stats have surpassed 900. This new regeneration potion has elevated his stats by nearly 200 points. He is not far from ascending to the 4th tier. Strictly speaking, his values are significantly higher than those of an ordinary 4th tier individual. However, Ross remains at the 3rd tier, his strength and stats overwhelming most typical 4th tier creatures. His arsenal of abilities continues to expand, and no one dismisses the quantity of one's strengths. What a sense of accomplishment. The white dragon Veldra stirred up countless snowflakes as Ross skillfully approached its wing and then stepped onto its back, observing the dissolution of the Silver Fortress's undead army. He felt an unsettling notion that matters might not conclude as swiftly as he had anticipated. Preparations must continue. The polar night is far from over. Suddenly, Ross's gaze was drawn to the distant mists of war, where more undead began to converge towards the Silver Fortress. What is this? The imperial machinery of Nordland operates with an eerie swiftness, not daring to delay in executing the Empress's decree. All procedures are expedited. Seemingly aware of the changes occurring in the northern territories, this army, along with supplies, and the farmer troops are swiftly being organized. At this moment, they have reached the northern border. Captain Sigrid, is it imperative for us to engage in the battle in the north at this juncture? The polar night has already descended, and the losses and consumption of torches alone constitute a significant expenditure of resources. Moreover, the soldiers' morale is generally low, and the forced march has left everyone weary. The officer, Leonidas, urged the commander not to continue the rapid advance. In their current state, encountering the northern monsters amidst the polar night poses a grave risk, should they be attacked. The losses would be catastrophic. Sigrin, a red-haired general adorned in golden armor, possessed a left arm of radiant gold and a right arm gleaming with imperial silver. Her commanding presence and half-masked visage revealed only her stern jawline. Leonidas listened as she proclaimed, "It is precisely because Lord Roast de Bonnier of the Northern Territories is fighting for the Empire that we must resolutely fulfill our duty to support him. The Empress's edict has been issued. We cannot allow the Imperial soldiers in the north to feel despondent." Indeed, the deputy remarked, Leonidas wished to counsel his superior. Yet, as the commander of the army, her orders were absolute. She continued, "Ahead lies the north. I shall lead the Imperial Vanguard Cavalry, the Montfort Empire's archers, and 50 adventurous mercenaries to advance to Lord Rose's territory for preliminary support, serving as scouts to pave the way for our rear. Lady Sigrin, are you planning to split our forces?" she was asked. The night of the polar darkness has arrived, and the undead will soon follow. The pace of the 1,000-strong peasant army with their crossbows and siege engines is far too slow. If they are discovered by the undead, regardless, we must hasten to support Lord Rose. Any losses must be borne by the Empire. Your Excellency, please reconsider. Leonidas bowed his head. However, Sigrin paid no heed to her deputy's concern and immediately mobilized half of the cavalry, charging into the vast, dark night of the north. Madwoman, Sigrin was a staunch loyalist of the Empire, always prioritizing military objectives above all else, showing little regard for life. To accompany her on this venture was sheer misfortune. She abandoned us to support that northern Lord Rose. The north was said to have plunged into polar darkness, swarming with the undead, and nearby merchant caravans had already retreated. The imperial dispatch had been issued. She intended to sacrifice our lives to feed the undead, leading us to our demise. The undead outbreak in the polar night, without torches, rendered it impossible to discern our surroundings. This woman would lead us to our doom. Yet, on the other hand, the Empress's edict brooked no refusal. Witnessing the morale of the disheartened Leonidas crumble, he had no choice but to steel himself and reorganize the troops. Fortunately, they were all elite forces of the Empire, loyal to Sigrin's military commands. This was the Empress's decree. Even in death, for the sake of our loyalty to the Empire, we must execute our orders. Execute. Long live the Empire. What is happening? That night, while Rose was on a date with Audrey, he noticed on the small map the sudden appearance of numerous allied units swiftly moving through red dots. What in the world is this? Rose stared at the small map, dumbfounded. When he realized that the green dots seemed to be lagging behind and dwindling in number, he could no longer remain seated. What is wrong, Rose? Audrey seemed puzzled as to why he suddenly halted. I must leave. The Imperial reinforcements have arrived. What? Audrey looked at Rose with surprise. Reinforcements? Wasn't it supposed to take another month? No scouts or reports confirmed the arrival of Imperial reinforcements. Audrey, perplexed, gazed at Ross as he began to don his armor. Yet, as a woman, even with reluctance, she understood that this was a time of war. Attack. Before them lay an endless tide of undead, obstructing their path. Sigurline remained unresponsive, her expression devoid of emotion, while 4 of her cavalry had already fallen. Like a blade cleaving the sea, her demeanor grew increasingly indifferent in the face of such despair. Charge! Charge! The flickering flames of torches illuminated the 100 riders, forming a triangular formation behind Sigurline, their mobility and threat tearing through the horde of undead before them. Her arms and the golden armor on her wrists were stained black with vile blood. Yet, whether second tier or third tier, the undead posed no match for the formidable Sigurline. Red Spine. A sweeping arc of crimson light surged forth, nearly obliterating all the undead ahead, thus paving a rapid path for the cavalry behind. Suddenly, a brilliant red glow emanated from Sigurline's left arm. This time, the target of her assault was not the ground but the sky. Red Spine, my lord. An Imperial armored cavalryman, galloping at full speed, cast a puzzled glance at Sigurline's actions. The torches and red light illuminated the dim sky above. A left-handed warrior? Is this the legendary centurion of the Empire? Remarkable. Ross, perched atop the back of the white dragon, observed as a massive beam of red light descended upon him without a word. Roar. The dragon's icy breath clashed against the vast expanse of crimson light. The white dragon. A colossal beast? Humanity? The Imperial cavalryman stared in awe at the sight of the white dragon's wings beating against the heavens. Soon after, a voice, cool and tinged with a semblance of amusement, echoed, I am Baron Ross of the Northern Rose of the Empire. It seems you are in quite a predicament. My lord, Lord Ross. This contingent of Imperial cavalry had come to aid Ross, yet his primary concern remained with the centurion, the female general of the Empire. The wild winds and swirling snow of the north were disturbed by the charge of Sigurline and her cavalry, the gusts parting to reveal a flurry of white snow, mingling with the fallen corpses of the undead and their foul blood. The glow of the torches painted the entire northern realm as a scene of assault. The tremors and roars brought by the iron hooves and heavy cavalry further enhanced this aesthetic. Sigurline implored, please assist us in breaking through. It is only right, Ross replied, somewhat moved. Not everyone possesses such noble character and integrity, especially in learning of the northern realm's plight amidst the cataclysm of eternal night and the threat of the undead. Yet still hastening to provide support. Where are your reinforcements? Due to the fog of war, Ross could see no one else. Surely, it cannot be just the 2 of you, can it? Sigurline remarked, they are behind us, most likely waiting until the polar night ends before launching their march. The other cavalrymen were astonished. Is it true? Would that officer defy orders? Ross chuckled. From here on, I shall lead the way. An endless throng of undead, wholly drawn to the light of the torches, the breath of the living horses, and the very essence of humanity, surged toward them like a tsunami. Ross's forthcoming task was to cleave this tide of corpses in twain. Wildera, roar, with the legendary weapon in hand. The saturated characteristics of the lance instantly transformed it into its second form. In the astonished expressions of Sigurline and the Empire's Tier 3 armored cavalry, countless undead exploded outward in both directions. Dragon Knight. The concept of a Dragon Knight and that of a lord riding a dragon are two distinct entities. At this moment, Ross wielded a colossal lance nearly 13 meters in length, and the fearsome white dragon Vildra paid no heed to the multitude of undead before them. The sheer size and resilience of this magnificent beast crushed and hurled the corpses aside with unparalleled force. The icy breath of the frost dragon's lance carved through the air, leaving behind a vast expanse of undead remains. The iron hooves of the warhorses trampled upon the bodies of the fallen, a tempest of wind and chaos mingling with blood, painting a vivid tableau of carnage amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boom! Another vast swarm of undead fell before them. Any undead daring to approach the white dragon and its rider were swept away into bloody fragments by the lance. Such power! Is this truly our new lord? Such exaggerated prowess! Sigline's eyes reflected a glimmer of emotion. This Lord Ross seemed to surpass her previous impressions of him. Chapter 16. The Wild Flowers of the North. The terror of Balthazar. To Sigline, the unfolding scene had become less significant. The dull sounds of clashing and piercing resonated ahead, drawing her in deeply. The torches burning in the dark northern realm, the thunderous hooves galloping, and the deafening charge of cavalry paled in comparison to the might of Ross leading the charge of the white dragon. Torches and thorny brambles illuminated the night, revealing the formidable and terrifying presence of the white dragon lord ahead. Blood and chunks of undead flesh splattered about, torn asunder by Lord Ross, only to be trampled into finer bits by the hooves of the cavalry behind him, transforming the ground into a gruesome paste, frozen upon the snow-covered earth, rendering the entire frozen expanse a scene of devastation. The black carcasses of the undead sank beneath the surface. Even the fish beneath the icy river seemed to sense this disturbance, restlessly swimming about beneath the ice. Perhaps the force of the white dragon's charge was simply too overwhelming. Numerous layers of ice upon the ground shattered, allowing schools of fish to surge forth through the fissures, fervently devouring the flesh of the decaying corpses. In the most brutal and merciless moments of existence, this passage of time was endured by both monsters and humans alike. Whether they be diminutive humans or otherwise, all must ultimately partake in the cyclical nature of the North. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of corpses and the swiftness of their demise, even the charge of the armored cavalry led by Sigrelind transpired with remarkable rapidity. The humans failed to notice that a portion of the bodies had not integrated into the ecological cycle of the abyssal sea, instead vanishing into oblivion. Congratulations, host. Reborn corpses yield 12 pieces of ghoul armor, 5 vengeful blades, 52 ghoul arrows, 2 magical scrolls, 15 hardened bone plates. Ross tirelessly transformed the corpses of the ghouls under the cloak of night, soon finding the back of the white dragon burdened beyond capacity. It was imperative to conduct such transformations post-battle or consolidate the bodies for processing. Otherwise, the spoils would soon become unmanageable. Fortunately, Ross merely endeavored to experiment. The thunderous clatter of the Imperial cavalry's iron hooves resonated like an earthquake. It was regrettable to see so many corpses, if only there were space for equipment. The situation, as depicted on the mini-map, appeared rather grim. To carve a path through the ghoul army under the shroud of polar night proved a daunting task. Compounding the predicament, Shadu's satiation was dwindling. Once the steel he consumed was exhausted, Ross would lose the ability to operate his lance. Observing the increasingly dense clusters of red dots in the distance, he called out to Sigrelind. Hearing Ross's voice, Sigrelind raised her gaze towards the white dragon. It was now time to unleash dragon fire and magic. I cannot assist you indefinitely, so be wary of the ice beneath your feet and the ocean. Should the ice fracture, the heavy armor of the cavalry will become a burden, dragging you into the depths. Below lies an expansive sea. Above the smooth surface of the ice, an endless expanse of ghouls looms. These ghouls and the ocean seem separated by the ice, forming two distinctly opposed realms. Yet, should the ice break, the submerged aquatic world will launch an assault upon the frosty terrestrial realm. Perhaps, for the aquatic creatures, the sea is their haven, while the icy plains on land constitute their ground. As anticipated, the ice nearby began to crack in vast sections. The Imperial cavalry commenced their dance upon the frostbitten surface under Sigrelind's command and Ross's fervent shouts, as dozens of meters of ice split apart, the frigid seawater splashing between iron hoofs. Lord Ross had already done enough. The next steps relied upon us. In truth, Ross was not a mere caretaker. The armored cavalry of the Empire is certainly not akin to infants requiring sustenance and diaper changes, especially when faced with the imminent exhaustion of the Shidu sword's power. Sigrelind led her cavalry to fervently tear through the tide and defenses of the corpses, akin to a terrifying meat grinder surging against an endless wave of the undead. Launching a desperate offensive. In the night, Audrey resembled a steadfast stone, waiting for Ross's return while oblivious to his departure. Open the door. It is Lord Ross. The roar of the white dragon's emblem roused several weary new soldiers, among them Anatoly, who, despite the late hour and the disarray of the undead army, felt an overwhelming fatigue from the ongoing defense atop the walls. Upon gazing towards the distant white dragon, where a multitude of imperial cavalry converged into formation before the silver fortress, his expression was one of profound astonishment. The dwarven defenders, startled by the sudden dragon's roar and the clamoring cries, were awakened from their slumber, as was the duke's daughter. The city defense forces promptly received word. Reinforcements from the Empire had arrived with cavalry. Regrettably, Elder Robble, draped in a heavy cloak, appeared weary. Yet his eyes gleamed with a remarkable brightness. While these Imperial cavalry may not hold significant meaning for others, for the strategically astute Lord Ross, this contingent of 100 horsemen was invaluable. Even without their mounts, they would greatly enhance the Empire's defensive capabilities. Moreover, he recognized a familiar general among them, a centurion. Open the door. Open the door. The heavy hinges, chains, and iron bars were remnants of the dwarven rule, now under the control of the Silver Fortress's defenders. Sigerland led the Empire's vanguard heavy cavalry, Montford's archers, and mercenary horsemen, their hooves echoing with a lively cadence as they advanced. Beneath the city gates, Audrey turned to Ross. I worried for you. Ross beamed at the arrival of Sigerland and the Imperial cavalry, their formidable presence instilling great satisfaction within him. The next step was to await further developments. The Imperial guards escorted the horses of Sigerland's iron cavalry into the stables. The white dragon, Veldra, remarked, I have a foreboding feeling that true trouble is on the horizon. Oh, Veldra continued, the casualty count at Silver Fortress is alarmingly low. This is quite unusual. The notion of casualties being too few seemed absurd at first glance, yet Ross discerned the underlying implication. I shall not grow complacent, nor shall I let my guard down due to a momentary victory. On the contrary, my greatest concern lies with the additional forces behind Sigerland. In the profound darkness of the night, Ross gazed into the distance. His sixth sense could also perceive the impending danger. Every anomaly signified that a far more terrifying peril and trouble lurked in the shadows. The current decrease in the city's defensive intensity symbolized an imminent, more formidable threat. Audrey awaited him, rushing into his embrace, inhaling the scent of decay that clung to him, feeling the coldness of his armor. Although Ross yearned to return to the comforting embrace of serenity, the reality was starkly different. I must conduct reconnaissance around Silver Fortress. At that moment, Daggett approached, exuding an aura of third-tier abyssal energy. Observing the gruesome remnants of Ross's body, he remarked, the Goblin army is gradually arriving at the battlefield. Very well. Keep a close watch on them and ensure no disturbances occur. Above the white dragon, Ross had no time to tidy up. Mounted upon the dragon's back, he began patrolling into the distance, the formidable defenses of Silver Fortress beneath his feet. The immense stronghold and vast expanse of earth and sea prompting reflections on the possible next moves of the undead. The biting cold winds and the red dots on the small map seemed to whisper of a new peril emerging. After flying for nearly an hour, it once took the white dragon Veldra merely half an hour to traverse from the current Silver Fortress to the valley of Old Rose territory. Now, at a distance equivalent to a 10-hour walk, the army of the undead appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force towards a frigid lake. Ross gazed incredulously at the sight before him, a frozen lake teeming with abyssal colossus crabs he had previously slain, as well as countless undead. It seemed as though the corpses had infiltrated his very being, with massive crabs now burdened by a multitude of undead, surging from the depths of the sea towards the periphery of the icy lake. Balthazar, the dread lord of the undead, shrouded in ice with his face obscured, suddenly turned his gaze skyward towards the distant white dragon, raising his longsword towards the direction of Silver Fortress. Ross sensed that a high-level invisibility tactic would be futile. The reason was alarmingly clear. This foe's power was exceedingly formidable. Fifth tier, like the rumble of the earth and the giants themselves, an unending horde of colossal creatures, amalgamated with the black-armored elite of the undead, began to converge on Silver Fortress over the span of 10 hours. Ross wished they would target another castle. The vicinity of Silver Fortress contained more than just one stronghold. However, the vast and sparsely populated north left his lips feeling parched. It was a captivating scene. Come forth. This was a battle where it would be either your demise or mine. Chapter 17. The Formidable Terror Army. A New Harvest. The mutation of the corpse ghost, Ross commanded over 10 phantom brachyura, accompanied by a legion of nearly 10,000 corpse ghosts, under the command of a 5th-tier officer. Despite possessing the colossal white dragon Veldra, and being the lord of the white dragon territory, I pondered whether I could triumph against such a vast army. Back at the Rose Territory's Silver Fortress, Ross found himself enveloped in a profound silence. His aide, Derek Pro, reported, "My lord, the support from that goblin, White, and the Black Cave tribe has arrived at the depths of Silver Fortress." The likes of Gidget and others were also briefing Ross on the circumstances, as he had a military meeting to attend shortly. "Let us go take a look." Yes, they observed the calm and resolute demeanor of Lord Ross, unaware that he too was grappling with inner hesitation and repression. In the depths of Silver Fortress, Sigline was listening to something under the introduction of Anatho's Steel Oath. At this moment, upon seeing Ross's arrival, the crowd turned their gaze toward the distant low slope, where an ever-increasing number of fearsome underground troops gathered. Both dwarves and the garrison forces that had taken over the internal caves of Silver Fortress wore expressions of sheer terror and unease. Underground creatures, trolls, a river troll, agitated as if swatting flies, slapped a small spider on its face, and then proceeded to chew it, emitting guttural sounds. This act provoked the ire of the nearby Carina giant spider, which hissed at him. A goblin totem mage hastily cast a dark spell, thwarting the outburst of the Carina spider, as a multitude of tiny spiders began to appear in the depths of Silver Fortress. Though seemingly innocuous, the Imperial soldiers could not quell their discomfort. "My lord Ross, our Black Cave tribe has gathered an army of 600. Ross was further astonished by the presence of 3 large river trolls and 3 goblin catapults. These machines, with a lower angle and reduced constraints for the sky, were far more suitable for the underground battlefield than ordinary trebuchets. Splendid. How do they command? What do they consume? Will there be any conflict with the Imperial forces?" White remarked. "The leading troops consist primarily of our 2nd-tier goblin mages and shamans. They represent our goblin night raid forces. The goblin population is 230, along with 140 black orc warriors, 20 stone quig beasts, 9 Carina giant spiders, and 25 small trolls, accompanied by over 170 orc archers. Additionally, we have 200 ordinary goblin slaves as support and logistics, and from here on, we entrust you, Lord Ross, with the command of the city's defense." Excellent. Ross had previously instructed Raymond to reserve a section of the city defenses. Now, the arrival of these 600 mercenaries was fortuitous. They wouldn't damage the walls, would they? Derek Pro, with a hint of skepticism, inquired. Fortunately, the goblins and the underground mercenaries were oblivious to the human tongue. Young White hastily clarified, "Of course not. Please trust their chattering." It turned out to be the river giant releasing an enormous flatulent outburst, filling the air with a noxious, heated mist that instantly altered the ambience. Ross, with a somewhat peculiar expression, remarked, "Very well, from now on, you shall be the head of the 1st Auxiliary Legion of Rose Ridge." Young White, astride the river troll, was thoroughly engulfed in the foulness. "Yes, my lord." Derek Pro, still harboring concerns, expressed, "My lord, are these goblins truly reliable?" Ross responded, "If there are issues, there is little we can do. At least they are better than nothing. Position them next to the dwarves in the western city defense. If trouble arises, we shall place the blame squarely on the dwarves." Derek Pro mused, how cunning Ross truly was. Indeed, the dwarves were adjacent to the western city defense. If affected, they would be the first to bear the brunt, allowing the Imperial soldiers to merely observe the spectacle. Ross had his own selfish motives in this matter. But which lord does not protect their own? To protect one's own? Is that not the essence of lordship? Derek Pro stated, "Currently, our city defense forces comprise 320 dwarves, having suffered a loss of 30 previously, 500 Imperial troops, along with an additional 100 cavalry under the command of the newly arrived Sir Siglind, and 600 goblins, bringing our total to 1,500 personnel. If we include the farmers, the number swells even further." Ross nodded, distributing the resources from the previous rebirth system to Derek Pro. The corpses of the undead littered the landscape, and he had previously regenerated a fresh batch of resources at the base of the city walls. Yet, this was merely a fraction. The bulk remained secured in the warehouse, awaiting his next round of transformation. Arm every soldier capable of wielding a weapon. The great battle is soon to commence. "Yes, my lord." Derek Pro's loyalty was beyond reproach, executing Ross's commands with unwavering fidelity. However, the more pressing concern for Ross remained the 5th-tier undead leader. The power disparity was still too significant. He lacked the strength to behead it. The 4th-tier invisibility spell had limited efficacy against 5th-tier beings, and the risks were too great. If surrounded by tens of thousands of undead, the death of the White Dragon Veldra could plunge the entire campaign into an absolute quagmire. The White Dragon Veldra, too, was vulnerable. Dragons could be wounded. Despite Ross's outward display of unparalleled majesty, as a dragon lord, he was not invincible. Even the near artifact Shedu had its limitations and weaknesses. The dragon lance could not be sustained indefinitely, let alone the white dragon. A predicament indeed. Ross furrowed his brow, preparing to convene the Council of Elders. Though referred to as a meeting, it essentially revolved around the intricacies of internal governance and resource consolidation, aimed at achieving superior operational efficacy, particularly concerning the Goblin army. While some advocated for vigilance against them, Ross held a differing stance, having witnessed their loyalty through prior collaborations. If betrayal had been their intent, they would have acted upon it long ago. This was not merely a matter of trusting those who are dependable and doubting those who are not. It was a continuation of trust. As night fell, Ross arrived at the site where the corpses of the ghouls had accumulated, resembling a small mountain of cadavers amidst a sea of blood. Positioned near the cliffs of Silver Fortress, the chilling atmosphere had caused many of the ghoul bodies to freeze, their undead nature intensifying the eerie stench that permeated the air. Undeterred by the foul odor, Ross murmured as he picked up a vial of potion, saying, "I hope you do not disappoint me. Congratulations, host." Successfully transformed 973 ghoul corpses, obtaining 115 ghoul mutation potions, 840 bone arrows, 43 cold resistance potions, and 185 corpse oil. Ross's gaze was immediately captivated by the mention of the 115 ghoul mutation potions. Such treasures were precisely what he sought. The overall strength of his military formation was insufficient, and these potions would significantly enhance the quality of his troops. However, a new dilemma soon arose. Whom should he administer them to? Given the heightened risks associated with simultaneous use, the 50 dragonblood dwarves were certainly not viable candidates. Ghoul Mutation Potion, a brew refined from the essence of ghoul flesh and blood, containing remnants of the combat skills and abilities from their previous lives. This revelation startled Ross as he glanced at the information beside the system's minimap. He had initially intended for the potions to replace his existing soldiers, but now he realized that they could be administered to Imperial soldiers. After all, untrained civilians, having never participated in battle, could not be thrust onto the battlefield. Granting them immense power would be akin to handing a child a sword. Lacking discipline, training, and organization, they were ill-suited for such enhancements. However, this newfound information sparked hope for the addition of 115 elite troops. Not only 115, but he could also transform more ghoul corpses. The Ghoul Mutation Potion contained vestiges of their former combat prowess and memories. Without delay, he commanded Audrey, who had just arrived to seek him out, to summon 115 civilians from within the castle. An hour later, in the frigid depths of a pit, Ross allowed the anguished cries of the civilians to echo around him. As the cacophony of despair subsided, under the astonished gazes of the Dragon Slayer Brigade, including Dajite and Palau, a formidable assembly of 115 elite second-tier troops emerged within the concealed caverns of Silver Fortress. I must now venture forth to hunt down more ghouls. The larger the number of troops, the better. Ross selected a third-tier leader and inquired, "What is your name?" The leader, filled with trepidation, gazed at Ross. Sensing within him the essence of a medium-sized undead creature's necromancer lineage and the oppressive power of the undead. Suddenly, Ross was struck with astonishment. It appeared he wielded considerable dominion and authority over them. Was it due to my consumption of the fourth-tier necromancer that I acquired the ability of medium undead creature potion, cold command? Why do they seem so afraid of me? The perception of the mind cannot deceive. These transformed undead troops exhibited unwavering loyalty. The third-tier necromancer leader spoke, "My lord, I am called Hargon." "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be the commander of this troop." To avoid the confusion of names between the new and old forces, Ross renamed this newly mutated farmer undead troop to the Toon Legion, for the Empire's lingua franca, Toon, bears a phonetic resemblance to undead, thus preventing any ambiguity when referring to them. Go and acquire armor, weapons, and bows. Prepare for battle. "Yes, my lord." Ross attempted to exert mental control over an undead creature. Suddenly, one of them lifted its head in a daze, only to swiftly regain its composure. A peculiar smile crept across Ross's lips. He realized something remarkable. The medium undead creature potion, cold command, could indeed command troops, but he could not direct the external undead. Rather, he could command the Toon Legion that had utilized the undead mutation brewing. This army must continue to grow. As night fell, Ross did not grant the White Dragon Veldra a moment's respite. Kent returned with the fully charged Shidu, and it became evident that, given the time, he could exponentially expand his forces and their potency. The mere thought of the future battles, envisioning his Toon Legion of undead charging into enemy lines, brought a smile to his face. Prepared to depart. With the Shidu in hand, the white dragon Veldra roared in fury and continued the fight. Unbeknownst to Ross, another surprise awaited him. In the distance, the Imperial reinforcements led by Leonidas did not, as the Centurion Siglind had anticipated, resist orders and delay their reinforcements until the northern night. On the contrary, Leonidas raised his long sword and shouted, "We are loyal to the Empire and shall hasten to the northern Rose territory. All troops advance." No, madness. This is the command of Lord Siglind. Chapter 18. The Chosen One. Will you truly prevail, my Empress sister? Due to the presence of the leader of the undead army and the forces of the Abyssal Crab. Situated an hour away at the speed of the White Dragon, Ross seized the opportunity to strike, thereby reducing the space for the undead surrounding Silver Fortress. Hargun, let me witness your strength. With the fortress's defenses now open, the barbarian warriors of the Dragon Slayer Legion, led by Hargun and under Ross's command, commenced a sweeping assault outward. Master, we wish to partake in the battle, Sigerline declared. Ross inquired, after such a long trek, do you still possess the strength to fight? Derek Pro looked at Sigerline, the Centurion of the Empire, in astonishment, thinking to himself how formidable she truly was. Certainly. The Empire's elite cavalry unit of 35 and 30 mounted archers from the Montfort Empire joined the plan to scour the vicinity of Silver Fortress. Ross marked the tasks on the map for everyone, instructing the logistical and transportation units to transport all corpses to the previous burial pit for incineration, preventing the remains of the undead from being repurposed for ulterior motives. As the Lord, Ross commanded numerous individuals who were eager to obey his orders. The grand sweep commenced anew. Even so, Ross felt the temperature drop slightly, the polar night enveloping the land in a darkness akin to ink. The fats of these undead could indeed be transformed into a torch system, generating bottles of resources. At this moment, beneath the walls of Silver Fortress, myriad flickering torch lights, symbols of human activity, extended outward in a sweeping motion. It was uncertain how many undead mutation elixirs would be harvested this time. Previously, Ross had been uncertain about the connection between the undead mutation elixir and the medium undead potion, cold, command. But now he was confident that he could remotely command Hargun and the Toon undead legion beneath him. The white dragon Veldra flapped its 6-meter-long white wings, marred by numerous injuries. Although healed, the scars remained. Veldra remarked, the newcomer from the Empire, Sigerline. Oh, what about him? Ross inquired. Veldra continued. I detected the scent of a red dragon on him. Are you certain? Ross asked. Though it is not very pronounced, Veldra replied. Each individual harbors their own secrets. Ross held a measure of respect for this unwavering centurion of the Empire, despite the fact that her loyalty lay with the Empire and the Empress, rather than himself. However, Ross believed that as the war progressed, he would eventually transform Sigerline into a figure akin to Ananto's steel oath. As for the cavalry, they too were currently loyal to the Empire, or rather, to the Empress. Yet, the Toon Legion created by the undead mutation elixir was different. They were solely loyal to me. In the early stages of his consciousness, Ross had already begun to ponder a pressing issue. If reinforcements from the Empire could be dispatched from Nordland to support him, would there come a day when orders would be issued to withdraw troops from the Rose territory to other locations? While the likelihood of such an occurrence seemed minimal at present, it was by no means impossible. At this juncture, the allegiance of the Empire's soldiers would hinge on their loyalty to the Empire or to their White Dragon Lord. The northern expanse was vast, shrouded in the mists of war, and the castles and territories were exceedingly dispersed. Unbeknownst to him, another force of reinforcements had already commenced its march. He had begun to expand the Toon Legion, which would serve as an additional blade in his arsenal. Throughout the annals of human history, no one had ever succeeded in controlling the undead forces, except for him. Steelhand de Badford gazed upon the legions of the undead amassed beneath the walls of Steel Furnace Fortress. His expression twisted in fury. Warriors of the Hammer, advance. Reclaim our position, commanded the leader. The 600-strong Hammer warriors clashed with the undead scaling the walls, vying for dominion over the fortifications. However, the tide of battle turned against them, had they swiftly contained the undead's ascent and reacted promptly. The small-scale incursions of the undead would have been no match for the onslaught of the dwarves. Yet, as it stood, nearly 80 towering, emaciated, pallid undead had already secured a foothold atop the walls, weapons clashing in a frenzy. An increasing number of undead surged forth, akin to a spreading stain of blood, threatening to engulf steel furnace in a dire crisis. From the heights of the tower, musketeers and artillery unleashed a barrage towards the north. Although the breach had diminished, the redirection of heavy firepower resulted in other sections of the defenses witnessing the undead's incursion upon the walls. "Hold the line. Stand firm," echoed the desperate cries. The tremors of crossbow bolts and steel cannonballs, accompanied by the thunderous report of black powder musketry, reverberated around steel furnace, claiming the lives of more and more grey dwarves. In a moment of desperation, Steelhand de Badfur resolved to personally lead the charge alongside the other dwarf officers. The onslaught of the long night was not confined merely to the rose territory of Ross. Far to the north, countless dwarven fortresses were ensnared in the throes of attack. The white dwarves, grey dwarves, and Ongray dwarves all retreated under the threat of the undead. In the more northern region of the Piranha Swamp, within the Marsh City, vast numbers of fishmen residing in semi-terrestrial settlements and underwater cities faced invasions and assaults from aquatic undead. Fishing vessels were capsized, the frigid grip of the long night, though not freezing the fishermen's port, still inflicted tremendous losses upon them. Lord Piranha Raz declared, "We must seek aid at once, whether from goblins, dwarves, or humans. It matters not. Otherwise, the heritage and coastal towns bequeathed by our ancestors shall be utterly annihilated." In the north, devoid of humans, a diverse population has emerged, comprising numerous gnomes, goblins, dwarves, and merfolk. At this moment, upon hearing the words of the Lord of Swamp City, vast numbers of aquatic beings have begun to flee, leaving behind only the bitter despair of terrestrial creatures. Adjacent to the anti-Harlan woods, legions of corpses are mercilessly slaughtering the forest's inhabitants. Beyond the map of anti-Harlan woods, within the mist-laden fog valley, icy winds have sealed distant cliffs and caverns, and the frost-wreathed mist folk residing here are now facing the relentless threat of the undead. No one wishes to establish a dominion in the north. The earthly empire refuses. Deterred by the periodic harvest of living beings by the undead and the inhospitable cold that renders crops unviable. Yet, these are merely age-old discussions. Deep within the earth, a drow elf with darkened skin gazes at the fleeing caravan in profound silence. How many have perished? One ought to ask, who else remains alive? The drow are the subterranean counterparts of elves, fierce and endowed with the abilities of night vision and blind sight. They worship the goddess of death and excel in assassination and ambush. At this moment, their tribe has been decimated by the undead. The underworld is in turmoil. Although not all undead can traverse the depths, their presence can still be detected amidst the shadows and moss. Meanwhile, a group of small gnomes in the refugee caravan curiously inquires, "Sister Nick, where are we headed?" The subterranean gnome child gazes longingly at the food in her hands. "You've already eaten 3 pieces. Another gnome remarks. "Little Hobby still wants some," he replies. A drow dark elf, her face concealed by a scarf, interjects, "All right, sister. Just give it to him. Humph. Sooner or later, he'll be spoiled. Be cautious. There seems to be danger ahead. Water." Many wounded members of the fleeing caravan have succumbed to the undead's venom, their vitality rapidly waning. "We must hasten away from this dim tunnel," one urges. "If we proceed further, we may breach the surface." Whose territory is this? It appears to be the dwarf Silverhold. Silverhold. Indeed. Silverhold is the realm of the Silver Dwarves, and that lord is known for his volatile temperament, seemingly harboring disdain for subterranean beings. Duchess Selena has penned a letter. The Empire has shown no inclination to establish territory in the north. Lord Aristide de Bonnier is indeed a figure of remarkable talent. On the night I penned this letter, Lord Ross led an expedition beyond the castle to cleanse the undead invasion. High Priest Seuss claims that the lords of other territories are embroiled in troubles. Yet Silverhold has suffered no losses. It seems greater dangers and troubles may lie ahead for him. Truly, is this not a captivating spectacle? Sister. The letter addressed to the Empress is sealed with a wax stamp. In recent years, due to the covetous gaze upon imperial authority and the legal standing, Duchess Selena has maintained an exceptionally high reputation within the Empire, attracting numerous courtiers from central provinces who aspire to align themselves with her for greater power. However, Selena has never harbored intentions of contesting the throne against the Empress. From the moment she was permitted to journey to the north, she comprehended the Empress's plans. Who is, in fact, her biological sister? Would Ross de Benil enter into matrimony? Should she be wed to a baron, the threat to the imperial throne would undoubtedly dissipate. Conversely, if she were to wield her ducal influence in the north, it could very likely precipitate the rise of Ros, which may also lead to Ros's demise and defeat. Her fate would be irrevocably intertwined with that of Baron Ross de Benil, thus alleviating Empress Anna's concerns. Yet, the absence of an heir remains the gravest predicament. Without an heir, the electors would inevitably engage in fierce conflicts over the imperial throne, resulting in the fragmentation of the empire. Selena preferred to avoid such thoughts, gazing at the frost and snow of the north, softly murmuring the verses of Rosa's chant. The silver vase rose exhales its fragrance. Red petals sway gently on a frail branch. Indeed, this red petal must lean upon the fragile branch of the north. But will you truly prevail, Anna? In that moment, she uttered the Empress's name without the customary honorific. Unbeknownst to you, Rose is the chosen of the White Dragon God. Chapter 19. The Crimson Thorn Curse of Sigerland. The slaughter of adult red dragons? 2,400 corpses of corpse demons. The cold wind continued to howl nearby. As the polar night and the flames of torches blazed in the Para forest, the bodies of corpse demons were heaped onto the wagons, and Sigerland's cascade of red hair fluttered delicately. The blackened blood and corpses upon the silver armor seemed to affirm the prowess of this imperial centurion. The forest, cavalry, centurions, and corpses of demons fused into a tableau amidst the night's torchlight. Even with Rose's night vision, as he beheld Sigerland's slender, tall figure and watched her remove her mask to wipe the dark blood from her face, he still perceived her as an exceptionally beautiful woman. Audrey, too, was a striking beauty. Yet, Sigerland and she were not of the same ilk. The broad connections of her shoulder armor bore black holes and seams. Having just ridden the white dragon through the tempest of polar darkness, Rose, illuminated by the torchlight, observed a multitude of vanguard heavy cavalry respectfully place their arms across their chests and bow their proud heads. In days past, these imperial heavy cavalrymen were the nightmares of enemies. Yet in their support of Silver Fortress, the formidable strength of Rose's White Dragon Knights had garnered their respect and acknowledgement. Not to mention the Empress's decree, as well as Rose's courage and strength in single-handedly assisting them after vanquishing the dwarf army at Silver Fortress. The Imperial Vanguard heavy cavalry respected the strong and despised the weak. The Imperial Iron Army, tasked with safeguarding the vulnerable, when they bend their backs and advance amidst the neighing of war horses and dismount to salute their lord, the corpses of their adversaries, the ghouls, have long since transformed into torches. Row after row of glimmering bodies. Lord Ross, there is no need for formalities. Transport the bodies onto the covered wagons. The wind and snow obscured the curtains of the wagons, and Siegland respectfully addressed Ross. Lord Ross, there are no targets remaining nearby. The area has been thoroughly cleansed. Indeed. Wait, Ross interjected. We have reinforced from the northern reaches of the Empire to Silverhold, yet we have not had the opportunity for a private conversation. You being the commander of the Imperial reinforcements. Siegland, her lips of vibrant crimson illuminated by the torches, smiled slightly and replied, I am a descendant of the Cold Iron clan from the Norland province of the Empire. I enlisted at the age of 16, suppressed the Earl of York's rebellion at 23, and was promoted to the rank of centurion. Curious, Ross inquired about her golden left arm and armor. With a calm tone, Siegland explained, This is the red spine. It is a manifestation of my power that has altered my left hand and neck. As Ross observed her lift the shoulder portion of her armor, he indeed discovered a large expanse of crimson thorns on her neck. The blood of the ghouls still fresh and viscous. Neither seemed concerned about the potential for contagion or disease. Her golden armor bore the imperial circular insignia, marred with numerous uneven cracks, indicative of countless battles. Is that why your hair is the same color? Ross asked. Siegland confirmed, precisely. She stated calmly. I do not have many years left to live. As a soldier of the Empire, it is my mission and duty to shed my last drop of blood for it. The red spine represents a unique power of the red dragon, a curse that enhances the strength of those afflicted, granting them capabilities surpassing those of dragon slaves and servants, yet shortening their lifespan to no more than 5 years. In other words, Siegland, cursed by the red spine, has little time remaining. Perhaps this is why the Empire dispatched her to the northern fief of roses. As the saying goes, policies from above meet countermeasures below. The commendation letter from Her Majesty the Empress and the reinforcements indeed left the governors of the Norland province unable to refuse. However, the bureaucrats would naturally seek to ease the burden for their superiors and devise alternative strategies. This alternative involved sending a centurion general doomed to die to support Lord Ross, thereby neither enhancing Ross's future military potential nor failing to comply with the Empress's directives, simultaneously demonstrating loyalty to Her Majesty. Moreover, the notion that the fertile waters should not flow to outsiders stands true. Ross, a mere baron of the north, despite receiving accolades from the Empress, bears no significant ties to the Nordland territory. It is thus implausible for Nordland to entrust its most formidable general to a small baron in such a frigid realm. This is both unrealistic and starkly realistic. Hence, the healers and physicians of the Empire possess no means to cure the curse of the red spine. Sigerline shook her head, calmly gazing at Ross, uttering but 2 words, no. At that moment, the voice of Vieldra from the Dragon Pact, White Dragon, echoed, slay a red dragon. And her condition may yet be salvaged. Is there an undertone of schadenfreude in your words? Young red dragons are not particularly elusive, are they? He possesses a small map. To slaughter a young dragon to save this imperial general does not seem a daunting task for him. Vieldra remarked with a hint of glee. The red spine curse can only be wielded by an adult red dragon, with a magic circle of 6 rings. Akin to the 6th tier ice magic of absolute 0, with a permanent effect. What purpose does slaying a young dragon serve? Ross remained silent, and Vieldra, somewhat disappointed, stated, are we going or not? Hasn't this area already been cleared? Do not forget to load my treasures. Vieldra, too, required treasures for his endeavors. Ross, barely able to safeguard himself, had no intention of neglecting the needs of his mount. His modest treasury and pantry had swelled by nearly 20,000 gold coins, prompting Vieldra's rare verbosity. After all, not every subterranean laborer is willing to contribute unconditionally. Ample gold would incentivize a dragon to exercise its initiative. Otherwise, conversing with Ross about the origins of the red spine? Dream on. It was a clear case of being present yet detached, unresponsive to inquiries. The Empire indeed had no justification to slay a red dragon for the sake of a mere centurion. However, perhaps I could. Ross stated calmly. Sigerline cast a surprised glance at Ross. A faint smile graced her lips, as the corruption on her right side, marred by the curse of an adult red dragon, seemed to stir slightly. The golden armor on her left arm bore layers of sealing runes, indicating she did not take Lord Ross's words to heart. Thank you, Lord Ross. He, who could barely ride a young white dragon, found it nearly insurmountable to defeat an adult red dragon, let alone slay one. As a professional soldier of the Empire, Sigerline had encountered countless empty promises from noblemen seeking a fleeting night of passion, only to casually offer hollow assurances afterward. Thus, Ross's words did not stir her heart, but rather evoked a slight amusement, diminishing her regard for him. Little did she know, the future slaying of the adult red dragon would ultimately be Ross's means of saving her life. She would pledge her loyalty to this powerful and trustworthy man, becoming one of his many lovers in the years to come. In the stillness of the night, the Dwarves of Silver Fortress and the logistics personnel of the transport team stood in astonishment as corpses of ghouls were being cleared away, lying amidst the ruins of the hills before them. Another cart has arrived? Enough with the trivialities. Baron White Dragon has commanded us to gather the bodies and incinerate them. Does this not seem redundant? I, too, cannot fathom why Lord Ross would squander manpower in such a manner. However, soon they beheld the approach of the White Dragon in the distance, and silence fell upon them. The soldiers of the Empire expressed no grievances, ready to unconditionally execute Lord Ross's orders, yet the members of the transport team did not exhibit such rigor. This illustrates the disparity in discipline and organization. Upon the back of the White Dragon, Ross surveyed the mountain of over 200 ghoul corpses. Although this was merely a rough estimate, the morale among many Imperial soldiers soared high. Some soldiers even entertained the notion that with the ghouls cleared away, this long night might be endured with tranquility. No one corrected this erroneous belief, nor would Ross. Yet the presence of over 200 corpses was an undeniable achievement. As the long night had yet to conclude, Ross had no intention of rewarding his soldiers just yet. Furthermore, as he was still merely a baron within the Empire, he lacked the authority to bestow lands or titles upon his subordinates. However, the Emperor had risen to power not only through inheritance, but also through the conquest of territories. It was precisely because Ross found himself at the lower echelons of imperial rank that he was filled with yearning and anticipation for the future. Lord Ross, all 200 corpses have been gathered and disposed of here. A transport captain, with utmost respect, addressed Ross, who replied, You may depart. Yes. As the soldiers of the transport team vanished into the winding paths beyond sight, the guard stationed at the farthest point would not permit their return. Ross felt an audacious sense of foreboding. Should he be able to assemble an undead legion of over 500 ton, coupled with the command of medium undead creature potion cold, he would undoubtedly possess the confidence to secure victory in this battle. In any era, warfare is a contest of resources and strength. System convert. Chapter 17. The Collapse of Steel Furnace. A pitiful plight. Greater troubles. 8,000 dwarves in despair. Each individual possesses their unique life story. Ross did not contemplate the Empire's general, Sigline, nor did he dwell upon the past experiences of these subordinate Iron Cavalry. At this moment, with the sound of the system echoing, in the hidden valley of Silver Fortress, the stacked remains of 400 ghouls suddenly vanished, having been transformed by Ross's system. Congratulations to the host for the transformation and regeneration of 485 corpses of ghastly creatures, resulting in the acquisition of 272 potions of ghastly mutation, 392 ghastly blades, 143 antidotes for corpse poison, 55 inferior gemstones, 52 soul crystals, 3 enchantment scrolls, 152 ancient cloths, and 842 skeletal arrows. The second option is dismissed without a glance. Enhancing the strength of the Legion remains paramount. Engaging with it would only invite unnecessary complications. Thus, Ross chose to disregard the Frost Giant potion from before, feeling a twinge of regret, yet acknowledging that life offers no remedy for regret. The antidotes obtained from this harvest can counteract corpse poison, which lingers after being struck by a ghastly creature. One must either endure the pain or succumb to death. This poison is particularly voracious in consuming vitality, though it holds little threat for me and the soldiers of the Toon Legion. However, what purpose do the soul crystals serve? Soul crystals. These are crystallizations of souls that brew after the demise of a ghastly creature, useful in special circumstances, such as transactions with abyssal demons or fiendish beings. For now, they bear little utility for me. Are swords, weapons, and armor yet another bounty? The quantity is rather excessive, sufficient to equip over 500 soldiers. This set of armor could be reserved for future trades with the Goblin Black Cave tribe or utilized to arm the forthcoming transformed soldiers. Finally, Ross beheld the pivotal, ghastly mutation potion in his hand, over 200 vials alongside a mountain of armor, defensive gear, and weapons. A vast reservoir of resources at his feet. The 272 potions in addition to the previous 115 yield a total of 387. The next step is to expand the ranks of the Toon Legion. Ross swiftly employed the command of Medium Undead Potion, Cold, Control to instruct Chief Hargan to lead the Toon Legion to this location. The 272 civilians from Silver Fortress have also arrived. Most of these civilians are members of the logistics team, responsible for transporting goods and supplies, with a portion dedicated to cooking. At this moment, they clamored. "Who are you? Why have you summoned us here? It is so cold and dark, we can see nothing." Lord Ross. Due to the combat techniques embedded within the ghastly mutation potion, there exists a formidable ability to transform ordinary individuals, devoid of battle experience, into organized and disciplined soldiers. Coupled with Ross's Medium Undead Potion, Cold, Control for suppression and mental domination, although their combat strength may be ranked at the second tier, their true operational capability in large-scale warfare is exceedingly formidable, rendering them an entity that Ross can direct at will. Ghastly Mutation Potion, a concoction refined from the blood and flesh essence of ghastly creatures, imbued with remnants of their combat skills and abilities from their former lives. You are all required to cooperate in consuming this potion. From this moment forth, everyone's identity will undergo a transformation, completely severing ties with their previous roles to become members of the Toon Legion, a clandestine faction, and my loyal guard. This is of utmost importance. Confidentiality is imperative. What? The potion? I have heard of it before. It appears that Lord Anatoly Kelly, in following our esteemed leader, received an unexpected boon and became a formidable force. Does His Excellency Ross perceive me as a prodigy in consuming this elixir? How splendid! I have long grown weary of serving these imperial soldiers. Soon, the joy of these commoners morphed into widespread agony, their states of distress overwhelming. An hour later, within Silver Fortress, 272 newly initiated soldiers of the Toon Legion joined the previous 115, totaling 387 second-tier warriors, standing before Ross. Their bodies were shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie aura of the undead. Strangely, having inherited remnants of the genetic mutation potion, each individual experienced a degree of psychological alteration. Apart from their fear of Ross, these soldiers exhibited no trepidation towards earthly matters, lacking even the concept of morale. Their emotions appeared cold and detached, as if they had become entirely different beings. All were engaged in transporting arrows, armor, weapons, and supplies into the grand reserve of Silver Fortress. Indeed, clad in the complete set of the undead armor, the Toon Legion, now numbering 387, had evolved into an exceptionally powerful military entity, verging on the classification of an army. Although the figures were somewhat below Ross's earlier estimations, The palpable intensity and the adaptability to this commanding aura invigorated and thrilled him. Excellent, just as it should be. The presence of the undead mutation potion does not imply that I will no longer need to train new troops in the future. However, the urgency of recruitment and the predicament of lacking reserve personnel have, at this moment, been alleviated significantly. This is the crux of the matter. At this juncture, Ross finally felt a sense of relief. He was filled with renewed vigor as the multitude of red dots on the minimap signaled the impending culmination of the final battle. Even in the sanctuary of night, Audrey sensed a change in Ross. In times of joy, one's spirit is lifted. By the candlelight, beside the round table, Audrey curiously gazed into his eyes, her breath brushing against his lips, sending a ticklish sensation through him. Ross, why do you seem somewhat different? Audrey inquired, her delicate hand clasping his, the smoothness of her touch a rare sensation for Ross after a prolonged period of bloodshed. Ross reciprocated her grasp, smiling as he posed the question, in what way do I seem different? It is difficult to articulate, yet there is an undeniable sense of joy. Has something delightful transpired today? Audrey sighed softly and inquired. Nothing much, he replied, his unsteady steps reminiscent of a grand and exquisite waltz. Together, he and Audrey danced upon the luxurious goose-down carpet of the opulent gray wolfskin room, engaging in a dance known as the Imperial Waltz. Of course, it was Audrey who led him through this choreography, and in the midst of their twirl, he inadvertently stepped upon her delicate foot, eliciting a series of playful reproaches. Lord Ross, if you continue like this, you shall suffer at the Imperial Ball, shall you not? You must enhance your learning. Very well, Miss Audrey. Ross responded with feigned respect, harboring mischievous intentions. You are the most incorrigible of companions I have ever known. Without excessively investing time and energy into Audrey, Ross utilized the remaining moments to explore the small map, observing from afar the group of gray dwarves who were gazing at the white dragon soaring above the sky. They were already wailing and pleading for salvation. Help! No! Get away! Why is this happening? The harrowing scenes unfolding within compelled Ross to draw a sharp breath. In his vision, the undead appeared as a dense swarm of black dots, akin to ants crawling over ice cream. They were not outside the walls, for if they were, it would signify that the castle still held a glimmer of hope. Yet, the undead were scaling the inner walls, plummeting wildly, and mercilessly slaughtering within the castle's confines, stirring in Ross a tumult of emotions. Was this the fate that awaited the vanquished? The women, soldiers, and defenders among the gray dwarves cried out in despair. Their forces encircled by the undead, rendered solitary, with death merely a matter of time. Countless undead swarmed the castle's inner walls. From the towering fortifications, defeated gray dwarves leaped from the immense bell tower and lofty spires, opting for suicide. No, do not kill me. A female dwarf was seized, and in the next moment, blood splattered forth. The countless civilians within the dwarf castle succumbed to psychological collapse, kneeling as the undead pressed their heads down. 1, 2, 3. An innumerable array of cruel images converged, akin to a chaotic stew, stirring profound tremors in the hearts of all who beheld such a scene. The steel-handed Debadfer, disheveled and in utter disarray, surveyed the crumbling castle, witnessing the slaughter of the white dwarves, their guards, and the enslaved miners. My lord Debadfer, we must retreat at once. The white dragon, Ross, the despair of defeat was punctuated by Debadfer's maniacal laughter. In the depths of despair, one's reactions are often paradoxical. Debadfer gasped, coughing and laughing. Even the humans of the Empire come to mock me? Your Ross territory shall meet the same fate. You shall not withstand it. You have vanquished Silver Fortress. Yet you shall inevitably face defeat beneath the tide of the undead. Ross, remember this. The fate of Steel Furnace Fortress today shall be your own tomorrow. As Ross gazed at the fleeing figure of Steel Hand Debadfer in the distance, he calmly remarked, if the cost of failure and the subsequent fate are to be like this, then no one shall bring about my downfall, neither the dwarves nor the undead. White Dragon Vieldra interjected, Ross, the situation appears to be growing increasingly complex. The undead forces from Steel Furnace Fortress are likely to become our next challenge. It can be said that this fellow Debadfer has left us with a considerable mess to manage. Furrowing his brow, Ross inquired, will the undead not retreat on their own? Vieldra replied, retreat on their own? Do you think the Wall of Despair exists for no reason? Do you believe the North is referred to as the Land of Despair for nothing? Then let us eradicate them all. Ross clenched his teeth. Currently, the only enemy in the North was indeed the undead. The defeat of Steel Furnace Fortress equated to leaving him with an enormous predicament. These dwarves were, in essence, his allies against the invasion of the undead in the North, with their northern allies now fallen. It was only a matter of time before he faced the Dwarven Empire and other factions lurking within the fog of war to the north. These dwarves are utterly useless, Elixir stated. I even suspect that had it not been for your emergence, the entire north might have succumbed to desolation given the ferocity of this undead invasion. Previously, even the Hammer Tolek, relying solely on my strength, would have struggled to hold our ground. How many dwarves does Steel Furnace Fortress house? Elixir replied, Speak. There are 2,000 guards, with the total population exceeding 8,000. Ha ha ha, 8,000. Ross was momentarily infuriated by Elixir's response, forcing himself to regain his composure. He took a deep breath, attempting to distance himself from the grim scene unfolding at Steel Furnace Fortress. Despite Steelhand de Badfur's mockery, his own eyes were already stained with blood, tears mingled with his anguish. Thus, Ross refrained from retaliating with words. In his view, Steelhand de Badfur was simply a wretched soul, consumed by despair, seeking to vent his frustrations in a futile attempt to reclaim a semblance of dignity by dragging others into his shared misery. Now, anger served no purpose. It would only cloud his judgment. He compelled himself to remain calm. Meanwhile, another pressing question arose in his mind. Would the situation in the north persist indefinitely? This time it was the undead. What would the next threat be? Chapter 20. The Great Battle of the Undead Army at Silver Fortress. The strategic advantage of resources. Steelhand de Badfur possessed 2 fortresses. Upon his retreat to Greyhammer Fortress, the eyes of its soldiers were filled with exhaustion and numbness. Have there been heavy casualties? De Badfur inquired. My lord, what brings you here? In the Steel Fortress, a subordinate dwarf wished to convey that the stronghold had fallen to the ghouls. However, Steelhand de Badfur was acutely aware that he must conceal this dire tidings. He interrupted his subordinate, inquiring about the situation in Rosehold regarding Ross. His voice was stifled, as though he had just emerged from a parched desert, forcing himself to regain composure. Thorin Ironhammer, a grey dwarf from Greyhammer Hold, stated, The Rock Eagle has just delivered news. Upon hearing the name Rock Eagle, de Badfur's voice trembled. You all know? Indeed, we are all aware. Steel Fortress has been destroyed, and you managed to escape. Thorin's words cast a heavy silence over the assembly of grey dwarfs. Thorin continued, Rest assured, I have no intentions of usurping your position. De Badfur, feeling a sense of relief, replied, That is good. Yet Thorin, trembling with fear, added, However, had this been before the tide of ghouls, I would have certainly acted to seize power, for you have violated the promises made before the war, failing to share the fate of your people. You are unworthy of being a lord. De Badfur fell silent, his countenance darkening ominously. Thorin trembled, but now Greyhammer Hold is on the brink of collapse. I cannot squander our military strength on usurpation or suppressing dissenters, for there remain loyalists to you within the hold. His tone turned fearful as he spoke. Just now, the Rock Eagle received news from Rosehold. They not only withstood the onslaught of 3,000 ghouls, but Lord Ross also beheaded the enemy's ghoul leader and has even commenced a new campaign against the surrounding territories. What did you say? De Badfur listened with suspicion to Thorin's words. Thanks to their valor, they attracted the majority of the ghouls' attention, sparing Greyhammer Hold from collapse. De Badfur suddenly recalled his earlier provocations towards Ross. His tone became calm. He had expected Ross to share a sense of despair, yet he had never anticipated such a stark contrast between them. How could Ross withstand the assault? A figure who had been at odds with the Ironhammer Torlek of Silverhold. Yet he managed to withstand the ghoul invasion and even launched a counteroffensive? The Rock Eagle was a companion of the dwarves, capable of enduring high winds and turbulence at great altitudes, with vision extending beyond 5 kilometers and flying at heights nearing 1,000 meters. The fortress housed many talented individuals, among them the Hawk Trainers. Yet he could scarcely fathom how a lord of the human empire could withstand a ghoul invasion. What was Steel Fortress in comparison? In that moment, bolstered by Ross's lingering might, what was Greyhammer Hold but a feeble remnant? Ha ha. De Badfur laughed until tears streamed down his face. At that moment, his trembling aide inquired, Have we sought aid from the Helhigh province of the Dwarven Empire? The request for assistance has been dispatched, yet the message has vanished into silence. The Empire cannot spare additional forces to aid us. He lamented. Moreover, distant waters cannot quench near thirst. De Badfur hung low against the city walls, reluctant to allow the soldiers to witness his disheveled state. Yet, he found the very act of breathing had lost its vitality. How absurd. Congratulations, host. Transformed and resurrected 924 corpses of the undead, acquiring 124 mutated undead elixirs, 15 inferior undead lanterns, blue light, 59 undead light leather armors, and 42 ancient fabrics. Another batch of undead transformation had occurred. Ross was already well versed in the process. With 531 individuals now, he sensed an overwhelming strain on his mental faculties. As the scale of the Toon Legion approached a critical mass, absolute control and elite forces held greater significance than mere numbers. In the final moments, his emotions settled into tranquility. Every soldier of the Rose territory could see Lord Ross strolling near the city walls, sipping frozen tea, while the laborers in the great mine, alongside the farmers from Iceheart Village in the original Rose territory, frantically transported timber, boulders, and goblin explosives. The city defenses were piled high with enormous stacks of supplies. The dwarven blacksmiths were astonished to discover that their blades and weapons adorned many soldiers. These are not the weapons we forged. Where did Lord Ross acquire such arms? When they beheld Hargun leading countless troops atop the city walls, new soldiers from Iceheart Village recognized their friends. Sig, is that you? Haystack, how have you transformed into this? Plumpball, you've slimmed down. In the final moments, Ross had permitted Hargun's Toon Legion to return for a brief reunion with their families. A mother of a weaver gazed tremulously at her child clad in cold, stern black armor, undead armor, and wielding a pitch-black blade, her emotions in disarray. Little sir, are you going to the battlefield? A soldier named Ed sighed. You're still as chatty as ever. Brother, farewell. Until we meet again. Though the mutated undead elixirs had altered their states and bestowed combat skills, it did not erase the greatest of human emotions, spouses. Children, these soldiers of the Toon Legion were not mere constructs. They were once civilians in the city, needing protection from the Imperial Guards and Lord Ross. Now, the time had come for them to safeguard their loved ones and other innocents. I shall hold the walls until the final day. Lord Ross has endowed me with a new mission and strength. I shall fight for his will. Amidst this atmosphere, an old man, pipe in mouth, gazed wearily at the scene, his thoughts unknown. The cooks and imperial subjects within the castle wished to offer their apple pies, only to find the recipients had vanished. In such a setting, amidst the biting winds and the obscuring white mist of the polar night, in the distant horizon, where torches flicker, through the shrouded heavens obscured by dark clouds and the twinkling brilliance of stars, the people beheld the far reaches of Silver Fortress. An ominous, densely packed army of the undead loomed ahead, a true legion, silently and despairingly unleashing an overwhelming aura of dread and suffocation upon the world. This palpable force and sensation belonged not to the living. It was even more terrifying than during the initial siege. The army of corpses halted beneath the fortress's defenses, their ranks spreading out like blocks of tofu towards the distant, icy white mist. A multitude of warriors assembled. How could this be possible? They possessed over 20 formations. How many souls did that encompass? Before Ross could utter a word, Anatho's steel oath bellowed. All shield-bearers, prepare for defense. Boar, the fear of the slithering, raised his sword high and coldly commanded, fire. Without warning, a deluge of nearly 2,000 arrows from the dense ranks of undead archers descended from the sky, raining down with a whistling fury. The clash of shields against arrows, the muffled groans of the wounded, and the thunderous sounds of warhammers filled the air. Ross's pupils constricted sharply, for beyond the parallel lines of archers, he discerned cavalry among the undead ranks. A roar echoed as the white dragon, Veldra, summoned a vast expanse of ice crystals to intercept the falling projectiles. To the west of the goblin defenses, a stone-throwing catapult launched 3 massive boulders. The river trolls, rugged and tough-skinned, felt the impact of the arrow's distance and lethality, transforming them into furious creatures akin to prickly hedgehogs. With a furious growl, one troll tore away its own flesh spikes and began to gnaw on the arrows. Counterattack. A battalion of 170 orc archers, alongside goblin totem mages and priests, ignited their magical brilliance and launched their own assault. The catapults of Silver Fortress and the thunderous blasts of dwarven cannons erupted in the distance, shattering the orderly ranks of the undead and sending dark splatters across the battlefield. Each splatter represented a lifeless body of the undead. As the chilling wind howled, Ross refrained from mounting his white dragon for an attack, overwhelmed by the density and terrifying numbers of the enemy formations. In the far distance, the undead leader, Boar, moved his jaw in silence, and a heavy voice resonated towards the horizon. Tark. A resounding, horn-like call echoed. The left flank of the undead army surged towards the defenses of Silver Fortress. This scene bore no semblance of strategy or surprise attack. Observing the injured being carried away from the ramparts, Ross's expression grew solemn as he began to chant his incantation. After 2 rounds of potion transformations, his magical energy surged. Freezing burst, X2, Dragon's Breath. A 240-foot radius of frost magic erupted explosively beneath the walls, 500 meters away. The tide of corpses, akin to the Black Sea, was stained with a frost-bitten hue, clearly signifying a loss of nearly 300 souls. Yet, the formation of the army exuded the impression of merely sustaining a minor wound, akin to an ant bite. As the undead horde approached the city walls, Ross turned to his companion, Daggett, and inquired, "Are you prepared for battle?" Daggett, licking his lips, replied with a smile, "We have long been ready to exact our vengeance. Lewis was turned into a living corpse by them, and now they shall all perish." Splendid. The morale of the barbarians remained relentlessly high. Among the 24-strong unit, one had been lost to the plague of undeath. Their gazes were fixed intently on the distant figures laboriously transporting boulders, preparing to hurl spears and stone axes from the sidelines, yielding remarkably devastating results. On the walls of Silver Fortress, crossbowmen fell one after another due to the exchange of fire, only to be quickly replaced. The musketeers aimed their firearms at the densely packed dwarves below, unleashing smoke and black powder projectiles. Down below, the undead army, disregarding their casualties, surged towards the city walls. However, due to the towering 15-meter wall, their charge appeared sluggish. Though in reality, it was anything but slow. Ross furrowed his brow at the sight of the overwhelming black mass advancing. "Lord Sigerland, we cannot allow them to approach the walls so easily. Their commander's strategy is straightforward, to spread their forces thin and leverage their numerical superiority to storm the walls. Once they seize a small area and tear open a breach, they can unrestrainedly exploit it to expand their advantage. Should we remain passive like Steel Furnace Fortress? Any breach in our defenses could spell catastrophic doom for Silver Fortress. Not to mention, there are 10 colossal abyssal crabs lurking in their rear. My lord, I require your cavalry to charge outside the walls and disrupt their assault rhythm." Understood. Were it a typical Imperial commander facing an enemy 100-fold greater, the thought of charging would be daunting. Perhaps even the courage to descend from the walls would be absent. The undead horde numbers over 10,000, while the cavalry stands at a mere 100, an overwhelming disparity. And without reinforcements, they might soon find themselves isolated and vulnerable. Yet, Sigerland had long since cast aside concerns for life and death. The caliber of a leader is reflected in the valor of their soldiers. And the morale of the Empire's elite cavalry was equally unwavering. Professional soldiers fear not death. Master Kent stood solemnly upon the city walls, his gaze fixated on the scene before him. The most terrifying aspect of the undead and the ordinary army alike lay in their utter lack of morale. While a conventional force might raise a white flag and surrender after suffering 2/3 casualties, the undead seemed impervious to such sentiments. This was precisely the source of the Northern Lords' dread and anxiety. They were tireless. In contrast, any living creature defending the Empire and the dwarven fortifications would inevitably succumb to fatigue. "Master Kent, the Imperial cavalry has charged." What? Suddenly, the iron gates at the base of Silver Fortress swung open, revealing Siglein's golden left arm and her colossal Imperial longsword, launching a desperate assault upon the advancing horde of undead. "Charge! Onward!" Kent was astounded by the unfolding spectacle. The cavalry, numbering in the hundreds, executed a sweeping arc reminiscent of a knife slicing through butter, plunging fiercely into the flank of the undead army, sending a cascade of corpses flying. Siglein's longsword cleaved through the rotting flesh of the undead, while the iron hooves of the warhorses trampled upon the snow-covered remains, maneuvering with agility to penetrate and disrupt the enemy ranks. They pierced through the weak points of the undead formation like a sharp awl. Kent marveled. How dare they? More and more undead were provoked, surrounding Siglein's elite Imperial cavalry, undoubtedly delaying their assault on the walls. Due to the risk of friendly fire, archers refrained from targeting Siglein's forces. Should the enemy commander have ordered such an attack, the greatest casualties would not have befallen the rapidly moving cavalry, but rather their own undead ranks. Yet, no matter how much time was bought, an engagement was inevitable. An ever-increasing number of undead drew closer to the base of the walls. "My lord, we must retreat." Siglein pulled on the reins, and the cavalry swiftly withdrew towards the iron gates of Silver Fortress. Boom! At that moment, a surge of magical energy erupted beneath their feet. Beware! The faces of the Imperial heavy cavalry turned ashen, their steeds collapsing under the influence of the high-level undead magic, Cloudkill. The gates of Silver Fortress swung open, and the ailing cavalrymen were immediately prepared to receive medical aid. In that instant, with the cavalry no longer harassing them, the undead army finally reached the foot of the walls. Boulders, oil, logs. A smirk curled upon Ross's lips. Let us see whose resources are greater. He had long accumulated a substantial stockpile of oil and defensive apparatus, which had once seemed merely a reserve within the rebirth system. Now, these oils exchanged for goblin black powder and explosives, when hurled by a farmer or soldier beneath the city walls, could easily claim the life of a single undead. This battle should represent the pinnacle of value for all resources amassed from the inception of the Rose territory to the pact with the White Dragon. Balthazar gazed into the distance, where vast quantities of explosives and oil blazed, their flames defying the icy cold, inflicting even greater devastation. The density and unique properties of these oils ensured that even in frigid conditions, they would not extinguish swiftly. A torrent of rolling stones and logs cascaded down, and astonishingly, many barbarians were currently pouring barrels of oil over the walls. These barrels contained the fish catches that Ross had once hunted in the Black Sea alongside the White Dragon, Veldra. While arrows still needed to be launched, the barrels required merely to be cast down and ignited to produce devastating effects. Numerous firelit rockets were shot towards the areas doused in oil, resulting in the undead on the walls being engulfed in flames, turning them into living torches. The flames illuminated the polar night and cast a glow upon Ross's visage. Audrey stood atop the walls, astounded by the vast reserves of resources. How could there be so much? She had heard tales at the salon of the fierce battles fought over the walls. Yet the sheer scale of the oil barrels and the black powder for defense left her utterly astonished. Long live Lord Ross. Ha ha ha, let us incinerate this rabble. It was only natural for the soldiers, being human, to feel a surge of excitement or despondency based on the current state of battle. At this moment, witnessing the formidable stockpile at Silver Fortress, everyone burst into laughter. Balthazar, too, observed the thousands of undead unable to scale the walls, their charred bodies piling up at the base, and remarked, Tark, Fizz, Bink, 3 4th-tier undead masquerading as ordinary ones, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the defenses. The humans before me resemble the barbarians in the Despair Wall of the North, their resistance far surpassing Balthazar's expectations. The tide of undead from Steel Furnace had also been summoned. His tone was peculiar, with distinctive pauses. In the distance, a legion of undead originally intent on assaulting Greyhammer Fortress had diverted, with only a fraction opting to attack there, while more gathered towards Silver Fortress. Balthazar harbored a strange premonition. If the undead of the Polar Night failed to seize Silver Fortress in this campaign, this human lord of the White Dragon would become the greatest adversary of the Fate Weavers in the north, beyond the Despair Wall. Sensing the pressure on the defenses lessening, Ross mounted the spine of the White Dragon, the Dragon Slayer battle group. All the barbarians fixed their gaze upon Ross's face, ready to launch their assault. Ross was acutely aware of the pressure exerted by the ghastly undead and the 8,000 ghouls of Steel Fortress. If he could not expand his victories and further radicalize his offensive strategy, the ensuing pressure would only intensify. As for losses, they were left to fate. He hoped the Empire's vanguard cavalry would survive. He had already mentally prepared for the possibility of their total annihilation. Madness. Kent was taken aback as he watched Ross lead the barbarian war band into the battlefield. Previously, Silver Fortress had been breached by them. Now, witnessing the onslaught of the Dragon Slayer warband once more, all the dwarves were engulfed in confusion and dread. Chapter 18, Terror. Defeat. A colossal creature breached the city walls. Retreat to the inner city and engage in street combat. The instant they clashed, the foul stench of the undead assailed their senses, followed by splattered blood. Due to the sparse trees surrounding Silver Fortress, the distant mountains shrouded in mist and the darkness of the polar night ignited a fervor within every barbarian's veins. Kill. Shidu, saturated. The White Dragon Veldra and Ross transformed into a terrifying explosion of icy mist. The chilling air was a result of the Frost Sword aura and Shidu's metallic consumption. As ghouls approached Veldra, their weapons were devoured by Shidu's insatiable hunger for metal, and the same fate befell their armor, enhanced by the level 6 terrifying sharpness enchantment. No ghoul could withstand such a dreadful assault. Beware of the spellcasters. A multitude of toxic mists and decaying orbs of magic drifted forth from the distant ghoul horde. They were not limited to siege weapons. There were also shield-bearing ghouls, archers, and mage units. A withering spell struck Daggett, instantly staining his countenance with a shade of purple. Yet, the vitality bestowed by dragon blood and the transformation of the abyssal colossus crab rendered him immune to this round of magic, only slightly slowing his movements. My lord. Ross had just completed 2 rounds of assault, slaying nearly 300 ghouls and creating a breach in the city defenses. However, in the distance, he furrowed his brow at the abyssal colossus crab, resembling a massive transport vehicle, surrounded by a foul and familiar black-yellow pus, with countless ghouls maintaining their shields around it. Ross raised his She-Do dragon lance and proclaimed, "Aim for the enemy's colossal creature." His voice carried a hint of magical resonance and mental force, echoing clearly to both the awaiting Thune Legion and the defenders atop the city walls. Lord Ross has given the order. Prepare the catapults to attack the large creature. They gazed upon the maw of the abyssal colossus crab, its body infested with the grotesque remains of the undead. In the midst of darkness, the formidable creature roared, exhaling a frigid mist, as they leaped down to crush a multitude of the undead beneath its massive bulk, surpassing 10 meters in length. It commenced its lateral assault towards the base of Silver Fortress. Stop them. The chilling snowflakes, combined with the searing heat and the toll of exertion, caused a thick shroud of steam and mist to rise around the beleaguered barbarians. Damn those undead, shouted Daggett. Ross realized that a strategy and change were urgently required. Boom, 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 boom. The catapult of hatred, the dwarven heavy iron cannon, along with the ballistae and crossbows, could only stagger the abyssal colossus crab. Strangely, red dots indicating casualties began to appear on the walls of Silver Fortress. How could there be red dots on the walls? Ross turned to look, and to his horror, undead had breached the flames of burning oil, their heads ablaze, advancing upon the ramparts. Block them. Anatoly engaged in fierce combat with the powerful undead leader, barely escaping decapitation with his first strike. Kent's enchanted weapon began to shimmer with light. The corpses of the undead entwined with the defending forces in a gruesome melee. A deafening roar erupted. The soldiers were suddenly gripped by the terrifying magic of the undead's piercing shriek, affecting their morale. Ross shook his head, slowly rising on the back of the dragon. Hargun. The ethereal force surged violently through the intangible space. On the battlements of Silver Fortress, the black-armored Thune Legion swiftly mobilized to thwart the advancing horde of undead. Blood and viscera rained down from the fortress walls. As the grotesque tumors and colossal fourth-tier crabs collided with the walls, their impacts resonating with the explosive crack of ice and snow, pushing the tension and fear of all present to a fever pitch. An Imperial soldier was doused in the yellow ichor of the crab, collapsing to the ground amidst the hissing steam and the crackling of corrosive liquid, struggling briefly before succumbing against the battlements. The dwarven forces were rapidly diminishing. Mysterious whispers accompanied the explosive magic of the three-ring corpses, creating vast craters in the defensive walls. We are doomed. We shall be defeated. A dwarf stared in terror as the undead swung a massive blade towards him. In the next instant, his head was sent flying, his gaze frozen in fear and the haunting image of death as it tumbled down from the walls like a ball. The oppressive atmosphere of dread and despair weighed heavily upon the spirits of the defending troops, tormenting their very nerves. Yet, in this moment, no one paid heed to the surrounding chaos. Clarity of the broader situation was lost, as the tumult of battle left every soldier surrounded by foes. The cadaverous fiends surged forth, each vanquished only to be replaced by another. With each slain, more emerged to assail the battlements. Defend our stronghold. Redarte, consumed by frenzy, wielded his firearm with fervor, dual-wielding a fallen brigand's musket as he fired relentlessly, the cold sweat cascading down his neck, soaking into his chest and abdomen, rendering his armor a clammy shroud. A roar escaped his lips as the ghastly blade of a corpse loomed menacingly before him, but in the nick of time, a soldier from the Thune Legion cleaved the creature in twain. Silver Fortress bled, the undead diminished. For 4 grueling hours, the battle raged, extracting every ounce of their strength and every drop of their lifeblood. With a thunderous crack, the white dragon Vieldra felled a massive abyssal colossus crab, only for the 4th-tier self-detonation spell to erupt beneath the walls of Silver Fortress. The white dragon wailed as he beheld the corrosive yellow ichor to his left. A massive crater marred the battlements. More abyssal colossus crabs began to batter against the dwarven walls, their carcasses raining down like droplets. The viscous liquid that splattered upon the ground was neither snow nor oil, but blood, black, congealed human blood, mingling to emit a foul stench. Ross's visage was smeared with a sticky substance, his vision nearly obscured, the relentless combat rendering him a sodden mess. Yet, he had no time to ponder such trivialities. As a commander, he ought to oversee the broader picture, but what was there to observe amidst such chaos? Everywhere, crimson dots and disorder reigned. Sigerlined, with a blade entwined in crimson thorns, struck down the formidable abyssal colossus crab. Yet even more titanic beasts assailed the walls of Silver Fortress. An explosion rent the base of the wall, creating a gaping chasm. Suddenly, amidst Ross's desperate struggle, as the blood and ichor of an abyssal crab erupted under the onslaught of the Thune Legion, A glimmering sheen appeared at the base of the fortress walls, a reflection of the starlit night upon the slick surface of blood and viscera. A breach had emerged. They were about to invade. Ros, with unwavering resolve, commanded the Tun Legion to seal the gap, yet the horde of cadaverous fiends was overwhelming. A terrifying tide of darkness surging through the opening, flooding into the very heart of Silver Fortress. The guards by the iron gates were instantaneously engulfed, their anguished cries muffled beneath the overwhelming onslaught. They were a deluge, a rolling mass of black steel. With a thunderous crash, the white dragon Vieldra collided with the breach, annihilating a multitude of the ghastly soldiers, reducing them to a gruesome pulp beneath his might. Cold breath. The ethereal shadow of dragon breath manifested behind Ross, instantly crystallizing the surrounding walls into layers of frost. The dragon's breath transformed the conical area ahead into a desolate wasteland of ice and snow, rendering the undead corpses frozen and lifeless, which were subsequently obliterated into splintered chunks of frozen flesh by the ferocious gale of dragon breath. Eliminate them. These colossal beasts are breaching the walls. Another explosion erupted amidst the corpses, setting off a chain reaction. Ross was violently jolted backward, crashing onto the ramparts before he could even cast Frost Spirit. It had been a long time since he had felt the sting of injury. The decay and undead magic inflicted unparalleled psychological devastation upon the soldiers. For 4 relentless hours, the gruesome clash of flesh and bone had continued, and Ross was oblivious to the number of defenders who had perished, yet every moment saw the green markers dwindling and the red ones vanishing. The flickering light of the torches in the polar night illuminated Ross as he leaned against the wall, slowly rising to his feet. The white dragon, Vieldra, was besieged, its wings drooping. The undead soldiers of the Tun Legion obstructed the breach in the fortifications below, and the intensity of the battle had inexorably escalated since the moment it commenced. He shook his muddled head and picked up the Shidu from the ground. His arms had become a mosaic of white bone from the chain explosions of the corpses. The flesh, influenced by the dragon's bloodline and the rhythmic beating of his heart, began to regenerate swiftly. However, in the next instant, thud, my lord, a ghastly leader of the undead leaped, plunging a blade into Ross's abdomen. This 4th-tier undead commander commanded an army of 3,000, and the sight of its long knife and face, reminiscent of a dark lord, spewing a chilling, mocking mist was enough to instill dread. Humans are nothing. But in the next moment, Ross's Shidu sword erupted like a thorny rose in full bloom, devouring the undead leader's weapon and obliterating its form into a vast, gaping void. Its teeth, mouth, and the flesh around its neck were all reduced to a gruesome pulp. Congratulations, host, you have defeated a 4th-tier undead leader and acquired medium undead potion, cold power. The resistance to this potion and the enhancement of its effects were no longer as severe as the first encounter. Yet the splattered yellow liquid still made it arduous for him to rise. Frost Spirit. As he beheld Vieldra on the verge of being assaulted by the abyssal crab, the injured parts of his body transformed into a ghostly blue essence. Sigerlined rushed over, my lord. Ross smiled and replied, I am unscathed. The arduous flight battered by dragon wings retreated deeper into the castle, as the relentless horde of undead, driven back by the colossal abyssal crab, surged through the breached walls of Silver Fortress. Ross's magical energy had been depleted in the fierce battle. The exhaustion of his mana mirrored the fatigue of his spirit, leaving him with a throbbing headache and dizziness, an undeniable testament to human limitations. The fatigue induced by the elixir of immortality waned, compelling him to resist the exhaustion of his body. Yet, the strain on his mind would only find solace after the conflict subsided. A massive river troll plummeted from above the walls, crushing a cluster of undead beneath its weight, bones and flesh bursting forth like a grotesque display. Through the shattered openings of the walls, Ross's gaze had grown chillingly indifferent. I must prevail. The Dragon Slayer Brigade of Dagite was also hastily retreating. 4 of our leaders have perished. What a calamity. Balthazar, riding atop an enormous abyssal crab, entered through the breach in the iron gate, the potent aura of a 5th-tier creature. The eerie sight of the undead army clashing with the defenders compelled him to unleash a withering spell. An imperial cavalryman found himself bereft of his steed, as if his very soul had been drained, instantly transforming into a desiccated husk. Crush them. His lips moved, uttering words muffled by chaos. An endless tide of undead flooded through the gaping breach of the city gate, infiltrating the very depths of Silver Fortress. Retreat. Fall back into the alleys and hold the line. The loss of the city gate signified an impending descent into a far more brutal urban combat phase. Blood trickled down Ross's forehead, yet a strange smile crept across his face. Are they already dwindling in number? Through the crimson dots on his mini-map, he discerned that this batch of undead was indeed lessening. However, even with their diminished ranks, they still outnumbered the forces of Silver Fortress by 3 to 4 times. Roar! My lord, retreat swiftly. The boy White and the goblin army had emerged from within the fortress once more. We have hired another contingent. But due to the limited number of goblins, we can only allow them to act freely. Ross replied with a smile, well done. Fall back within the castle. Fight to the bitter end. From the depths of the underworld, savage black orcs, the colossal Corina spiders, and brutish trolls surged forth like a relentless river of mercenaries, charging toward the undead army without any semblance of order or command. In an instant, a troll was torn apart by Balthazar's ferocity. The undead cavalry began to draw near. No one noticed where Ross had vanished to after his abrupt departure. Greater invisibility enveloped him as he gazed down at the vast expanse of nearly 7,000 corpses nestled beneath the city walls. With a chilling tone, he commanded, System, resurrect this army of undead and all the remains of the abyssal colossus crabs. This was his ultimate trump card. Chapter 21. The defeat of Barl's crawling terror. The Weaver of Fate and the cult of the Corpse Mother. Despair. Suddenly, Barl's crawling terror experienced a disquieting sensation. On the face marred by ice, abyssal crab ichor, and blood, an astonishing intuition emerged. Boom. In the distance, amidst the pitch blackness of the polar night, thunder roared, and flashes of blue lightning seemed to originate from some external force. Subsequently, a deluge of black rain poured down upon the perimeter of the Silver Fortress. The abyssal crabs writhed beneath him, hastily ascending from the caverns of the cliffs towards the Silver Fortress above. Barl's crawling terror was also in motion. Through the brilliance of the lightning, he turned back to witness a harrowing scene. Countless undead appeared to be washed away by the torrential rain, struck by thunder. Those who should have breached the fortress walls were seemingly thwarted by some mysterious force, wailing in agony as they collapsed, their darkened blood coalescing into a river, giving rise to a terrifying afterimage in the distance. The bodies of 7,000 undead and the abyssal crabs slain by the white dragon, Siglind, were eclipsed by the horror and intensity of the scene before him. At some point, the undead leader, Bink, had knelt at the feet of the man before him. With handsome, peach blossom eyes, clad in blackened leather armor soaked in the blood of the undead, and wielding an eerily luminous sword, whiter than bone, he had become the most terrifying nightmare for all the undead. Bink roared forward, but in the next moment, his power nearing 800 was pierced by a single stroke from Baron Ross, the Rose Lord. The blinding white light reduced hundreds of undead on the fractured outskirts of the Silver Fortress to a cascade of black blood rain. Bink struggled, grasping at his neck. Who exactly are you? A bizarre scene unfolded as the words uttered by the undead leader echoed from the lips of the human lord before him. I am your ancestor. Boom. Thunder erupted, and countless corpses were swept away, vanishing beneath the Silver Fortress. No one atop the walls noticed that the once densely packed bodies of the undead had entirely disappeared, replaced by a vast river of flesh and blood flowing into Ross's being. Having absorbed the frenzied power of 7,000 undead and the abyssal crabs, along with the strength of the undead leader, Ross now wielded an inhumanly terrifying might. Countless corpses lay at his feet, a testament to the dread that Barrowworm felt in the wake of his horrific slaughter, wrought with the aid of advanced invisibility spells around the castle's perimeter. Now Ross, wielding the formidable Shidu, felt an overwhelming surge of power as he slowly advanced toward the heart of Silver Fortress. As the undead approached, they erupted uncontrollably, their bodies grotesquely mutating, sprouting bizarre tumors that expanded, transforming into vast chunks of flesh, before shattering into a rain of exploding corpses and darkened droplets. Ross inhaled the frigid air outside Silver Fortress and cast a smile toward the distant polar night. Milady, the Silver Fortress has fallen. The butler Horace urgently informed Audrey of the latest developments in the battle. Where's Ross? Where has he gone? Ignoring their frantic packing, Audrey hastened outside, where an increasing number of corpses began descending from the inner city walls. Ananthos, his shoulder pierced by an arrow, leaned precariously to one side, striving to lead the remnants of their forces in a desperate stand. It was a lost cause. Silver Fortress was defeated. Young White observed the subterranean creatures, fixated on the terrifying undead leader riding a massive crab, whose skin resembled dried and cured meat. Though not imposing in build, he exuded an oppressive aura of despair. The dark arts and necromancy had claimed the lives of the new wave of goblin reinforcements. The colossal river troll, towering over 7 meters, lay lifeless, its head missing. only its knees trembling in reflex. The spiderlings voraciously feasted on the bloodied mire surrounding them, while goblin heads were strewn about in retreat. A goblin shaman rushed over, insisting, "We must leave." Young White trembled. It's too late. The black-armored corpses, with their dark skin and limbs, had overtaken the subterranean realms of Silver Fortress. What hope remained for the surviving troops against the deathly summons that consumed all living beings in the north? Lady Selena, without doubt, recognized that Ross had met his defeat. High Priest Zeus, his gaze cold and distant, observed the ghastly scene of the undead invasion against the backdrop of the polar night. "I shall escort you from here. From now on, relinquish any illusions of hope regarding the North and its so-called heroes." Selena clasped her hands at her abdomen, pondering. If you had intervened, might the outcome have differed? Perhaps there could have been a change, yet defeat would still have been inevitable. The spells of the Seven Rings could not have halted the successful incursion of the undead legions into Silver Fortress, especially since Ross never sought my assistance nor reached out for aid. What of the White Dragon? Uncertain, perhaps it tends to its hoard. The dragonkind are notoriously greedy. Yet lifeless treasures and gold ultimately amount to mere illusions. In the dim light of the seven-branched candlestick, the Duchess of the Empire let out a soft sigh. Why must every conclusion unfold in such a manner? I am sorry. There is no need for apologies, for this matter does not concern you. Village Chief, flee quickly. The city defenses have been compromised from within. Raymond disregarded their words, stating, "All the villagers of Iceheart Village are here, and so too are the dragon slayers. We have no path of retreat left." A farmer lamented, "My Lord Ross has betrayed us. He has vanished into thin air. He possesses the White Dragon. He must have fled upon its back." Silence. The wings of the White Dragon are injured. It has retreated into the caverns of Silver Fortress. But where has Lord Ross gone? Why is he absent? Suddenly, Daggett struck the villager, rendering him unconscious. Regardless, without Lord Ross's command, the Dragon Slayers and Silver Fortress would hold their ground until the very last moment. Behind Silver Fortress loomed the Great Mountains. Escape was utterly impossible unless one possessed an Imperial airship or a flying mount. The wings of the White Dragon had been pierced by those dreadful abyssal creatures. I sense our strength derives from those beings. A woman from Iceheart Village held Daggett*s arm with sorrow. She was his wife. "You must return alive." The invasion of the undead had breached the inner city, and civilians began to suffer casualties. Just as Kent feared that Silver Fortress would repeat its tragic fate, countless undead, held at bay by the valiant dwarven warriors, suddenly turned their forms towards the heart of Silver Fortress. Within the depths of Silver Fortress, the extensive coal and ore tunnels, carved out over years of mining, formed vast hollows within the mountain. At that moment, the undead Lord Ball, the crawling terror, commanded the abyssal colossus crab with swift, stomping strides, only to find no trace of an enemy. The next instant, the heads of several undead cavalry around him were severed in a blur. Blood flowed like a river, seemingly manipulated by an unseen force. He scanned his surroundings, detecting no unusual creatures, yet, guided by the Lord's instinct and mental acuity, he sensed the enemy was right before him, in the very air he breathed. The clang of metal echoed as swords clashed, and in the next moment, Ball's sword shattered. The sound of devoured steel and crumbling iron ringing in his ears. Roar. Five-ring magic. A chain explosion of corpses. Yet, the explosive magic of the bodies seemed to lose its arcane support as the figure of Baron Ross materialized before him. Undead corpses floated, transforming into a torrent of blood, forming a crimson barrier around him. Ball, the crawling terror, bellowed, "The Weaver of Fate will not spare you." Ross replied with a grin. "He must first find me and breach the wall of despair before that can come to pass." The abyssal colossus crab extended its limbs towards Ross. Yet before any movement could be discerned, Ross had already vanished from the point of attack. Subsequently, the river of blood, birthed from the corpse of the undead, surged forth towards the abyssal crab and the dread of Ball, the crawling fear. The yellow and green luminescence of the abyssal colossus crab's self-detonation mingled with the agony of Ball, submerged in the sanguine torrent, resonating within the cavern of Silver Fortress. This fifth-tier undead leader, a monster of lordly caliber, thus succumbed within the blood river of Ross's arm. Ball, the crawling fear, gazed in despair at the emanating aura of the Mother of Corpses. He recalled the harrowing siege, during which he had paid a tremendous price to breach the city walls, allowing the self-destruction of the abyssal crab to facilitate the invasion of Silver Fortress. At that moment, he ought to have stood atop the fortress walls, basking in glory alongside the eternal night and the radiance of the great Weaver of Fate, staining all living beings with blood and death, watching countless creatures transform into corpses. into the undead. Yet, an unforeseen occurrence marred this tableau. You have absorbed the power of the Weaver of Fate. You are a devotee of the Mother of Corpses. What filled Ball with despair was the question. Why would the powers of the Mother of Corpses and the Weaver of Fate conspire to bring about his demise? Had he been forsaken by the great Weaver of Fate? In that final moment of uncertainty, the terrifying black river of blood, accompanied by the great sword radiating with divine brilliance, consumed all that he was. Chapter 22. The Blood River of the Weaver of Fate. This world is truly beautiful. Ball, the crawling fear, had perished, leaving Master Kent perplexed. With the fall of the undead leader, the remaining ghouls were equally bewildered. Their instinctual wisdom and the remnants of their martial prowess from life informed them that they had already secured Silver Fortress. Yet why had their leader fallen silently? In the midst of the ghouls' confusion, the humans seized the opportunity. Anantos, the Steel Oath, severed the head of an unsuspecting ghoul, who could not fathom why death had claimed him so inexplicably. Master Kent, upon the walls, observed the fallen and vanished corpses of the ghouls below, equally engulfed in mystery. He could not comprehend why the reinforcements of the ghoul army had suddenly ceased. Hargan, the third-tier leader of the Thune Legion upon the walls, sensed a powerful psychic field of the undead enveloping the skies around Silver Fortress, only to abruptly vanish. Yet, what puzzled him further was the unprecedented surge of strength emanating from Ross. What could have caused such widespread death among the ghouls? There were no answers, no resolutions. Audrey gazed in astonishment at the humans, who had seemingly fallen into despair, with even the goblins now providing full support to the Silver Fortress. He was taken aback by Ross's absence from the scene and felt a deep-seated fear of possibly losing his beloved. Duchess Selena, with her breathtaking elegance, stared into the distance, exhibiting an air of unshakable confidence even in the face of the crumbling Silver Fortress. Yet, at this moment, a flicker of inexplicable doubt and surprise crossed her countenance. The white dragon, Veldra, had believed he was on the brink of death, awaiting the inevitable in a pile of treasure. But a connection of the soul revealed a divine power to him. God. It was the essence of the deity worshipped by the undead. What had Ross done? As Ross's steed, Veldra possessed a deeper understanding of Ross's mystery and singularity than others. Establishing a dominion in the north could only attest to his extraordinary management skills. However, recalling how Ross had defeated him in his weakened state, grievously injuring his throat, then binding him as a steed to assault the Silver Fortress and confront the tens of thousands of the undead, each of these actions was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that you intervened? Yet, the air resonated with no response regarding Fros, as if she had long vanished from the Rose domain, perhaps wandering the outside world or traversing the celestial realms. Wherever this goddess had gone was beyond the comprehension and restraint of the white dragon. In any case, when it came to Ross, everything seemed normal. Veldra looked at the treasures with joy. His previous reluctance had now transformed into disappointment. As the emotion of bidding farewell to these riches washed over him, he abruptly felt a surge of pain throughout his body, the wound in his right wing piercing through. The injuries on his chest and tail now surged forth with agony, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. It hurts terribly. While gold might heal the afflictions of the mind, it was utterly useless against the wounds of the flesh. Damn it, these humans have triumphed again. Can't they take me to the human empire to enjoy a life of luxury? I have heard that the north is desperately poor while the central provinces of the empire are overflowing with wealth. At worst, I could simply change masters. The sudden shift in the battle between the walls and the ground left Raymond, the village chief of Iceheart Village, utterly perplexed. Oh, now he was an advisor to the Silver Fortress. Perhaps in the future, Raymond would become the mayor or a governing official under Ross's domain, but given his age, as a former leader of the barbarians, he was already too old. With age comes the loss of vigor and spirit. The body becomes susceptible to illness and fatigue. Yet wisdom flourishes. Who could disagree with such a notion? A trembling barbarian knelt before Raymond, saying, Lord Ross has defeated the undead leader and is currently sweeping away the remaining undead forces with his troops. We have triumphed once more. He reiterated the word victory with renewed conviction. Upon hearing this, Raymond's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Yet, even as he struggled to accept it, witnessing the disorganized retreat of the undead compelled him to acknowledge that reality spoke louder than words. The Elder Council of Aladgana, along with the venerable dwarves, observed the expression of High Priest Susu suddenly freeze and solidify. Subsequently, a prophetic spell, akin to rippling water, was conjured upon his fingertips. Yet the multitude of prophetic narratives ultimately culminated in a failure of deduction. Miss Selena, may I request your patience for a moment? The threat posed by the undead invasion remains perilous, he stated. Selena chuckled softly. It appears my life in the north has not come to an abrupt end after all. Should Ross perish, his only recourse would be to activate a teleportation array to escape this desolate expanse. However, she felt a sense of fortune, even joy, intertwined with a complex emotional tapestry, at the realization that Ross had indeed triumphed. How had he achieved victory? What had transpired? Wasn't a street battle about to ensue? The city defenses lay in ruins. Could one individual truly reverse the tide? Did heroes genuinely exist in this world? At that moment, Selena's curiosity regarding Ross undeniably ascended to an entirely new echelon. The disorganized horde of undead, stripped of their leader and their fourth-tier lieutenant, was swiftly vanquished beneath the might of formidable warriors. Hagon, whose rat-like visage was concealed behind a mask, observed Ross with reverence and knelt, saying, "My lord, we have emerged victorious. The next step is to devise a plan for the battlefield's restoration." Ross refrained from inquiring about the overall casualties suffered by Silver Fortress, nor did he seek to ascertain the number of fallen from the Toon Legion, at least 200 lives lost, many of whom had once been denizens of his former Iceheart village and Ross's domain. Even in victory, it was impossible to feel devoid of sorrow and anguish. The cost had been devastatingly high. Yet, gazing upon the smiles of each soldier, illuminated by the relief of surviving catastrophe, Ross felt a whirlwind of emotions. Despite having obtained a fragment of divine power, it was merely a fraction. At that moment, he turned his attention to the system. During the 4 arduous hours of battle, as the city defenses teetered on the brink of collapse, he activated a high-level invisibility spell, resulting in the regeneration of a staggering 142 undead for abyssal crustaceans, and 2 undead lieutenants. The power he garnered was formidable. When he finally confronted the Balrog of Fear, he had already ascended to the rank of a 5th-tier White Dragon Swordsman. Even with his physical strength and magical energy thoroughly depleted, he retained the capability to engage in combat. The terror and strangeness he exhibited stemmed from the following announcement. "Congratulations, host. You have regenerated 142 undead for abyssal crustaceans, and 2 undead lieutenants, thus acquiring the Blood River of the Fate Weaver." The Blood River of the Fate Weaver, a concoction that integrates the entirety of the power of 144 undead and 4 4th-tier abyssal behemoths. The consumer will initially grasp the power of the Fate Weaver, embodying a portion of special marks and imprints within. They will gain control over the Blood River and wield dominion over a segment of the undead's fates. This represented an ability akin to a governing principle, and concurrently, he now possessed a visceral river of flesh embodying the collective strength of 144 undead. This force, once unleashed, will invade the entire realm of London, akin to the vampire King Akato of the Song of Hell, who harbors over 3 million corpses. Ross, however, did not indulge in the awe of this arcane power, nor did he revel in the exhilaration of becoming a 5th-tier professional. He sensed an ominous premonition. A strong 6th sense warned him that he had offended the king of the undead, the Weaver of Fates. With the arrival of the Eternal Night, I shall become the primary target for all the undead in the Northern Territories, as I have usurped a fragment of their matron deity's power, the Weaver of Fates. Nevertheless, Ross believed that as long as the outcome was favorable, the process was often inconsequential. At last, Silver Fortress had held its ground. Derek Pro. He was poised to report the situation, yet he observed Ross lying quietly on the ground of the inner city of Silver Fortress, gazing up at the darkness of the eternal night and the surrounding torches. The soldiers encircled Ross, their expressions filled with reverence and fervor. "Allow me a moment to rest. I am utterly fatigued, Derek Pro." The divine sword of Shadu stood guard at Ross's side, as if protecting its master. Derek Pro, with dry lips and hesitance, knelt before Ross in salute, then swiftly exited the inner sanctum of Silver Fortress. As he gazed at the distant stars in the night sky, observing the movements of the troops, Ross murmured, "This world is truly beautiful." Chapter 23, Destiny. The forces of Leonidas arrive. The eternal night persisted, shrouded in endless darkness. Yet the undead had vanished, and the spirits of all were ignited with fervor. "We have triumphed. We have finally emerged victorious once more." But why? Despite achieving victory, did a profound sorrow envelop their hearts? The old farmer, pipe in mouth, reunited with his child, yet upon hearing of a loved one's demise, could not restrain his tears. The Toon Legion had suffered a loss of 200 men, with the Dwarven reserves down to less than 50. Ross's Imperial forces, once 500 strong, had lost the majority of their armored cavalry, and the firearms units, alongside the new recruits and Imperial troops, now stood at fewer than 150. The entire Goblin Legion was annihilated, and the once arrogant river trolls and Karina spiders had long been consumed by the undead army, leaving no trace of life. More and more individuals rose, gazing into the distance. Their emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. For the families who had lost loved ones, they would have preferred that this victory had never come, that this invasion had never occurred. The expression of Gadget was one of profound heaviness. The Dragon Slayer Brigade had lost 4 members. Soon, they beheld the figure of Lord Ross. The Baron spoke calmly. We have triumphed, yet we have also failed. Our victory lies in overcoming the invasion of the undead and rescuing Silver Fortress from peril. Our failure resides in the fact that many of your friends and cherished ones may have vanished forever. They will not return. Once familiar names have now become mere echoes, existing solely in the recesses of the heart. Ross displayed no emotion, perhaps even a hint of resoluteness. Yet, this is an inevitable path for any territory. The post-war compensations will be duly arranged. I have never been stingy in rewarding the sacrifices of heroes. Each of them is commendable. Excessive sorrow is unadvisable. The burden of the living is heavier than that of the deceased. You must continue to live in their stead, honoring their memory and never forgetting them. From the ashes and despair of death, reignite the hope for life. If a spell existed to resurrect the departed, they would surely not wish to see you weeping. Many bowed their heads in grief, whether from the Empire, the Rose Territory, Iceheart Village, or among the Dwarves. They rose, acknowledging that His Excellency Ross was correct. They are the living. The living must bear the responsibilities of the dead and continue to carry forth their legacy. The far north snow had excavated numerous deep pits. A soldier approached Ross and said, "My lord, there are refugees from below who have emerged to seek our aid." Ross nodded and replied, "Let them wait for me in the reception hall." "Yes." Young Hobby, puzzled, inquired, "Sister, why do they react this way? Shouldn't we be celebrating our victory over the undead army?" Vanya observed the somber atmosphere enveloping the territory, feeling a sense of confusion. The Drow elves from below are cunning. They have never held such mourning ceremonies for the deceased, nor could they ever feel sorrow for the passage of life. He watched as more and more people approached the bodies and the ice pits, suddenly developing a fondness for the humans of Silver Fortress and those on the ground. Without a benevolent lord, how could such collective actions be undertaken? Without his tacit approval, how could humans allow their emotions to spread? At the very least, he truly fulfilled his duty of compensation. Young Hobby could not comprehend this scene. As a lowly gnome, he had long been deprived of sunlight and had never ventured to the depths below. It was precisely due to his lack of experience that he felt curious. His Excellency Ross requests your presence in the reception hall. Ah, the Dark Elf sisters, Neil, along with the members seeking refuge from the undead below, were all intrigued. What manner of person is this Lord of the Surface, the one capable of vanquishing the army of the undead? Leonidas led his 2,000 imperial troops, gazing around at the scattered undead with a puzzled expression. It was starkly different from the bloodbath he had envisioned during the undead's eternal night. They indeed faced considerable challenges and experienced sporadic battles with the undead. However, the total number of enemies never exceeded 100, nor had they encountered the presence of third-tier undead, which left them all perplexed. His command comprised 125 Imperial infantrymen and 80 Imperial hunters, yet after entering the eternal night, their condition was inexplicably good, even somewhat comfortable. It seems these undead creatures are not as terrifying as one might have imagined. Yet, one should not let their guard down. An old veteran from the Imperial infantry disdainfully scoffed. Having witnessed more battles than the officer had meals, he was, of course, unperturbed by life and death, even somewhat jaded. The seasoned soldier remarked, "I wonder if there are any women nearby." Within the camp of perpetual night, the remnants of a campfire quickly turned to ashes. Crackling torches burned in the darkness, escorting the supplies and gold sent by the Empire. Leonidas gazed quizzically at the distant war horses. Suddenly, the soldiers behind him wore expressions of astonishment. The Imperial cavalryman, upon removing his mask, revealed a familiar visage. "Lord Ross sent me to retrieve you." "Retrieve us? Just you alone?" Leonidas looked anxiously into the blackness of the blizzard, where the night represented the unknown, inevitably stirring a sense of deep-seated unease and fear. The cavalryman chuckled. "There was no need to send more men for your retrieval." Leonidas, in shock, stared at the Imperial cavalryman and inquired, "Dak, do you mean to say the Rose Domain has triumphed?" The knight named Dak replied, "Not only have we triumphed, but we also defeated the army of over 10,000 undead that besieged the city." I know it sounds unbelievable, but the reality is indeed surreal. Leonidas remained silent, and he was not alone in his silence. The other Imperial soldiers, overhearing their dialogue, were enveloped in a peculiar mix of confusion, doubt, and skepticism. They were, after all, the elite of the empire, and despite their reluctance to believe, their astonishment compelled them to witness the Rose domain for themselves. The distance between the North and Silver Fortress was not vast. When the 2,000-strong main force arrived at Silver Fortress, they beheld the blood-soaked remnants and the figures resembling ants atop the city walls. Leonidas' aide lifted his gaze to the rose blade banner, fluttering in the wind and illuminated by the flickering light of the perpetual night. Feeling a surge of panic and bewilderment, the farmers of the empire gazed in shock at the shattered walls, the signs of battle, and the arrows embedded in the fortifications. Every trace attested to the terrifying intensity of the previous conflict. The scattered hoofprints, the endless trails of the undead army, seemed to silently testify, instilling in Leonidas a sense of awe and reverence. Is this the Rose domain? He murmured to himself in hushed contemplation. What he had once doubted about the North now caused his heart to race and pulse with fervor. Chapter 22. The Empress's Letter. News of the Empire spreads, a storm. The Rug domain appears friendly. The perpetual night gradually subsided in its own manner. Observing the tall, elegant dark elf with long ears in the parlor, Ross smiled and said, "So, you have experienced a flight for your lives, haven't you?" Neil responded, "Indeed, my lord. We wish to join your domain and seek your protection." The narrative she shared was remarkably lucid, detailing the invasion of the underworld by the ghouls. Their tribes and clans faced devastation, and she led a substantial number of people to escape to the surface. This was not a difficult concept to grasp. Ross smiled and remarked, although for the Rose territory, accepting elves and subterranean gnomes may perplex the human populace. The bright-eyed drow elf gazed at him with anticipation. "Yet, I shall provisionally acquiesce," Ross continued. "However, this is merely a temporary agreement. Do not engage in actions that could jeopardize the territory, for the repercussions could be dire." The drow elf, Neil, looked at Ross with a hint of surprise. "Do you require my service, my lord?" she inquired. Ross, wearing a peculiar expression, replied, "Not at the moment, thank you." "Not at the moment," she echoed, implying that there may be a future need. Neil laughed. For as long as she could secure the protection of this formidable baron, she was willing to pay any price. Moreover, following a powerful baron of the Rose territory was certainly preferable to being captured by a slaver band and taken to some province of the empire, only to be sold for profit. The imperial infantry numbered 125, with 80 hunters, 80 hired cavalry adventurers, and a total of 500 farmers from the Nordland province, supplemented by 4 ballistae and 3 trebuchets, as well as a considerable amount of gold and supplies, which helped to replenish the battle losses of the Rose territory. Leonidas approached General Sigerlind, kneeling before the esteemed commander with a hint of a smile, stating, "I have fulfilled my duty. The logistics team has been successfully dispatched to the Rose territory without incident." Long ago, at least before the war against the ghouls began, this general had harbored doubts about her subordinate. However, upon seeing Leonidas again, with the backdrop of the unending polar night and the arrival of the imperial reinforcements, she remarked, "Well done." Leonidas replied, "I would not dare defy your orders. Imagine a terrifying apocalyptic vision consuming all in its path, yet a vessel known as Noah emerges, offering sanctuary to countless individuals, allowing them to escape the deluge and calamity." In the city of the Beastmen, the lizard folk city of Tu, Duke Ictum was bewildered by an unsettling feeling. The missive in his hand struck him like a thunderbolt. The humans of the earthly empire had firmly established themselves in the north, and had even survived the initial invasion of the ghouls, vanquishing an army composed of tens of thousands. This was unequivocally bad news, particularly for the lizard folk city of Tu, as it was perceived as a rather terrifying development. In their consciousness, humans were malevolent. Their very presence signified conflict and conquest against other lords. The news of humanity's triumph over the ghouls, at the very least, suggested 2 alarming implications. First, the Rose territory of the human empire was more formidable and fearsome than the ghouls. Secondly, they have encroached upon our territory, posing a potential threat to the existence of Lizard City. The pressing question is whether they are aware of our presence. Do they know, or are they oblivious? Regardless, we must prepare for the menace they represent. The merchants and information networks of the demi-human factions have already received news of Lord Ross's victory over the undead army. The news has undoubtedly reached the iron-handed de Badfer and the dwarves of Greyhammer Fortress. Yet, despite their knowledge, the dwarves of Thorin Anvil and Greyhammer Fortress gaze upon the undead with a palpable sense of trouble. I have a foreboding feeling that we at Greyhammer Fortress shall soon face the onslaught of the esteemed Baron Ross of the Rose Duchy. What shall we do then? Should we surrender outright, confessing our inability to withstand even the undead, let alone their forces? The dwarven factions, the nearby swamp city, and the anti-Hylene region, all are drowning in this turmoil. In the subterranean realms, the drow elven tribes, along with myriad factions, find themselves floundering in a sea of despair. Some, with limited swimming skills, are overtaken by the crocodiles lurking behind them, helplessly watching as these predators open their gaping maws to consume them. Steel Furnace Fortress is but a drowning dwarf, while the undead serve as the crocodiles, the fishmen of Swamp City and the tribes at the docks, as well as the fleeing drow in the goblin lands, are all drowning in this deluge, this invasion of the undead. Yet, I cannot fathom why this plight ensnares everyone. Why are you safe ashore? Everyone is undergoing a trial. What merit allowed you to be admitted early? Increasingly, more messages are dispatched to the Empire's location. At the post office in Nordland Province, pigeons flap their wings, nodding like pecking birds as they approach the officials in the distance, who deftly remove the letters from the red bands on their legs. An Imperial intelligence officer, with a grave expression, immediately transcribes the news into flowing ink, delivering the correspondence to the high-ranking officials of Nordland, to a succession of nobles. After an indeterminate time, the letter, along with countless Imperial officials, breached the threshold of Governor Rogini's office in Nordland Province. Urgent news. The Polar Night of the North has ended. Baron Ross of the Rose Duchy has vanquished the undead army, and Silver Fortress is currently in a state of consolidation. In the letter, he indicates his intention to assume control over 2 additional dwarven fortresses, Steel Furnace and Greyhammer, far away in the central province of the Empire. Her Majesty Queen Anna had planned to venture into the hunting grounds tonight, already adorned in her elegant black dragonhide hunting attire. However, the sudden arrival of correspondence regarding the northern province halted her movements through the woods and interrupted her pursuit of the distant elk. She gazed at Selena, Lord Ross, and the Grand Chancellor of the Nordland Province, Logany, as they presented 3 letters through magic. Empress Anna suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, His Lordship Baron Ross did not disappoint her, yet he also evoked a sense of disillusionment. The monarch's duty encompasses the administration of rewards and punishments. Thus, Silver Fort's decision to vanquish the army of the undead was indeed judicious, resolving the conflict and soon to gain control over 3 castles, warranting a commendation. Ordinary lords seldom earn the Empress's accolades. Defeating numerous foes holds little significance for them. However, there exists but one lord in the north. Just as Ross alone braved the winter waters amidst the tide of the undead invasion, he stands to receive accolades unattainable by other imperial courtiers and lords, allowing him to embed himself in the imperial heart, ensuring his deeds are promptly recognized by Her Majesty. Yet, the pressing question remains: how will this Baron of the Rose maintain his foothold in the north after the undead threat has been quelled? The army of the undead has indeed been dealt with, yet how might the Rose territory not become a target for scorn? Faced with new trials, he expressed heartfelt loyalty to the Empire in his letter, yet Anna discerned a new phrase within its lines: entreaty. The Empire may grant you rewards or impose punishments, but such gifts must be willingly given. One cannot demand them. Rarely, Empress Anna refrained from issuing a direct commendation. Instead, she merely responded casually, bestowing the title of Viscount upon Baron Ross of the Rose territory before resuming her hunt in the forest. As her biological sister, Selena felt a stir of emotion from the words of the letter, yet the more her feelings were stirred, the more the Empress felt compelled to be ruthless. The vast empire manages 11 provinces in the mortal realm, 6 in the south, 5 in the north, and potentially the 12th province of Nordland. She was indifferent to the deeds of Baron Ross of the Rose territory. Her chief concern lay in his loyalty to her. Increasingly, news circulated among the central province of the empire and across its vast territories. His Lordship Viscount Ross of the North has triumphed over the Dark Knight undead. Truly a legendary figure. The White Dragon Lord, with 2,000 guards, has vanquished an army of 10,000 undead. In the Empire's restaurants, theaters, and salons frequented by poets and scholars, amidst countless balls, Ross and the North once again became subjects of frequent discussion among the Empire's elite and notable figures. In such a setting, within the confines of the Rug territory in Nordland Province, the Baron of Iron Oak, still in his 60s, gazed helplessly at Count Ruger J. He remarked, "The trade agreement concerning the Iron Oak is not solely my responsibility. It is primarily managed by my subordinates. As you are well aware, I have grown increasingly aged." Count Ruger J., with his rotund figure resting on his chin, smiled amidst the luxurious carpet and brilliant lights. "It matters not, my old friend. The departure of Audrey, in practical terms, has indeed become an act of rebellion and elopement. The Viscount of Rosewood has taken my niece, along with numerous troops from the Empire loyal to the Steel Oath of Anathos. As her uncle, I feel a profound sorrow. However, the troubles in Rosewood have now been resolved. Perhaps the Iron Oak trade initially contravened my niece's wishes, and as her uncle, I find this truly distressing. The Baron of Iron Oak sighed. In truth, trade is not beyond negotiation. Oh, the Baron continued, I have heard that in the Northern Silver Fortress, there are many rare steels and metals, along with finely crafted dwarven equipment. Recently, there has been conflict with other lords in the territory, and we need to expand the scale of our caravan's protection, thus requiring a new batch of weapons. If Your Excellency, Count Ruger, could take the lead and assist in contacting the formidable Viscount Ross of Rosewood, we could maintain our trade as it has been and continue its execution. Excellent. Historically, it has always been the case that after falling from power, one is subjected to countless kicks from the Blackfeet, while during times of prosperity, the hostility of surrounding enemies often vanishes entirely, even transforming former adversaries into superficial friends. Yet, is this truly the situation? Chapter 23, The Grand Plan, Nolan Province's Prosperity Scheme. Population issues. The red dots on the small map are now illuminating. Ross gazed at the undead on the map, a smile unexpectedly curling at the corners of his mouth, not out of intent, but because the scene was simply too amusing. Haha. Audrey looked at Ross, puzzled by his demeanor during dinner. Although it was currently the polar night, the army of the undead had departed. At this moment, delicately arranged beside the exquisite porcelain dish were the silver cutlery brought by Audrey. Ross, however, preferred chopsticks, but he could manage with cutlery, adhering to the principle of adapting to local customs. Beside the cutlery were 2 bottles of fine red wine. Many merchants of the empire engaged in trade, providing quality beverages. Coupled with smoked fish and bread, along with jam, it constituted a satisfactory dinner. Of course, there was also a bowl of black quinoa porridge. Ross casually took a bite of the pickled cod. Thanks to the regeneration of many food items, coupled with the frigid climate of the north, much of the food, once frozen, was remarkably resistant to decay. Is it possible that the ice cellar outside is overflowing with food? We should distribute it to the other subjects. Enjoying it alone is rather meaningless. Wouldn't it be more delightful to share the experience with everyone? Audrey, seated opposite Ross, inquired, You still haven't answered my question. What were you laughing at just now? Ross chuckled. I was amused by that group of grey dwarfs. What has happened to the grey dwarfs? Ross inquired. Steelan de Bardv, previously stationed at Steelforge, was defeated, and now numerous corpses are assaulting their Greyhammer fortress. Although the fortress has not fallen nor been vanquished, even if victorious, there will be scant survivors. My point is that once the long night concludes, or once we recover, both Steelforge and Greyhammer will soon become our territories. What? Audrey exclaimed, utterly astonished. 2 castles, and nearly for free? The most crucial aspect for a lord remains land and territory, even in the north. Despite its vastness and sparse population, acquiring control over 2 additional castles, do you not think I should be elated? Yet, a hint of concern crossed Audrey's face. But our numbers? Ross, too, tempered his mirth, taking a sip of wine. He deftly cut the marinated cod with his knife and fork, speared a piece of lobster meat with his fork, allowing the delicate white strands to be adorned with the Empire's special spices. Therefore, Audrey, I require a new decree from the Empress and also need to procure more populace from Nordland. Population, 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 population. Ross reiterated the word population 6 times, nearly causing Audrey to choke. She coughed twice, quickly reaching for her exquisite silk handkerchief to dab at her nose. Indeed, the matter of population was quite vexing. But Ross, are you truly certain we can take over Steelforge and Greyhammer without fail? Absolutely, assuredly, and undeniably, Ross declared. His fork and knife had divided the smoked fish into 3 portions as he continued. This piece represents Silverhold, and this one is Steelforge, which has already been cleansed by the corpses. Lady Audrey, do you know how much wealth resides within a castle? How much unused food remains? And how many defensive mechanisms are still intact? Audrey asked, Are you certain about this rapid expansion? I am indeed, Ross affirmed. But expanding at such a pace now, could it not lead to unforeseen dangers? Had it been earlier, there would certainly have been perils. However, now, Ross wields the medium undead potion, Cold Command, and corpse mutation brewing, and has even become part of the lineage of Fate Weavers. Mastering the Fate Weaver brewing Blood River, provided there is a sufficient population base, Ross can massively expand the Toon Legion and gain combat power almost instantaneously. My most pressing dilemma. Do you know what it is? What? Audrey, an attentive listener who never dampened the mood, raised her knife and fork elegantly, focusing intently on her lord. who was sharing a moment with her. Ross replied, "My gravest challenge lies in the fact that I am a human lord, and the indigenous people of the north are scarce. Not every region is blessed with the native savages of Iceheart Village. Recruiting new subordinates and gathering human subjects in the north will be exceedingly arduous. Indeed, more challenging than scaling the heavens, with corpses roaming about. And with the onset of the long night, humans lack gathering places in the north, and there are no defenses or noble territories. How will those commoners survive?" Audrey elegantly nibbled on half a snow cabbage, her movements graceful and enchanting. "So what is to be done?" Ross remarked, "Initially, I believe that my title as the White Dragon Lord would attract a multitude of refugees to the Rose territory to partake in its development. However, Torek, the Hammer of Silver Fortress, launched an assault on my domain in pursuit of the treasures of the White Dragon, forcing me into a hasty conflict. Fortunately, the previous skirmishes with the Goblin Black Caves had proven advantageous, allowing me to defeat the vanguard of Silver Fortress and set an ambush in the Para Forest, thereby annihilating nearly 300 of their forces. But what followed? Upon capturing Silver Fortress, I discovered it was teeming with dwarves. Dwarves, dwarves, dwarves. Where have the human refugees and those from the Empire vanished? Are they unaware of the White Dragon Lord's name? Why have they not chosen to seek refuge with me? Currently, the influx of human refugees near Silver Fortress has barely reached 30 souls. Our population is woefully insufficient. Audrey, we are in dire need of more inhabitants." Audrey pondered. "So what then?" Ross continued. "Thus, due to the scarcity of humans, there are not enough refugees inclined to pledge their allegiance to the White Dragon Lord. If we were to assess the situation by its deficits, once I see Steel Furnace and Greyhammer forts, over 70% of my followers and troops will consist of dwarves. The vicinity of these two fortresses is also dominated by dwarves. I loathe dwarves. Why can't the human population in the north increase?" Observing Ross's despondent demeanor, Audrey gently inquired, "So, you require the population support from the Nordland province?" "Indeed," Ross exclaimed, stroking his chin adorned with a greenish beard. He earnestly addressed Audrey. "I must launch a propaganda campaign throughout the entire Nordland province." "A propaganda campaign? What do you mean?" Audrey gasped, her eyes widening at Ross, sensing an unsettling brightness in his gaze that hinted at grand intentions and ambitions. Ross trembled as he declared, "Audrey, you must assist me. We need to pay a visit to your uncle, Count Ruger, and I need you to initiate a comprehensive propaganda effort for the Northern Territories. I aim to create a buzz, to let them know that the North is rich with gold, dragon treasures, and a silver fortress where the esteemed Baron of Roses can provide refuge for all adventurers and human refugees. Every commoner, adventurer, and individual in the Nordland province should be encouraged to travel to the north. They should come to settle here. They should come to behold the wonders of Silver Fortress." Audrey, taken aback by Ross's fervent enthusiasm, contemplated the possibilities. In the past, such fervor before the polar night would have seemed ludicrous. Yet, the reality was that Silver Fortress and Ross had successfully dealt with the undead invasion. Every situation raises a question: what next? Having resolved the undead invasion, Ross naturally aimed to expand his territory, extend his domain, enhance his reputation and strength, bolster his army, accumulate wealth, amass sufficient gold, and ultimately attain even greater power. However, the pressing issue lies in the fact that within the northern Silver Fortress and its vicinity, there are presently no humans. At least, Ross has not encountered any human settlements. This predicament is quite troublesome, as those humans, upon hearing of the ghoul invasion, have all fled back to the province of Nordland. This is utterly intolerable, particularly when the strongholds of Steel Furnace and Greyhammer have already extended their alluring embrace toward Ross, merely a step away from becoming their esteemed guest. At this juncture, the two enchanting fortresses remarked, "Your numbers are too few. Do come again next time." How could Ross possibly accept such a dismissal? How could he bear to see these two castles fall back into the hands of the Dwarven Empire? Moreover, concerning the population dilemma in the north, Ross perceives a direct solution: to promote the north. He aims to transform all imperial subjects of the province of Nordland into his own citizens of the north. Even if they do not become his subjects, he desires them to visit the north. Once they arrive for tourism, they shall find it hard to depart. Merchants, travelers, and exiled citizens, as well as talented individuals who feel stifled in the domains of other nobles, are all sought after by Ross. He intends to issue a call for talent. He wishes to emulate Chow Chow, to broadcast the name of the Rose Territory, to proclaim the title of the White Dragon Lord, and to draw the entire population of Nordland to his Rose Territory. He wishes to attract them with fervor, to draw them in relentlessly, as he harbors no fondness for the dwarves. They are not only unlike him, but also pose the greatest threat to Ross's vision for the future of the North. What is your plan? Audrey inquired. Ross replied, I intend to establish an information and propaganda agency funded with 30,000 gold coins, disseminating news about the North throughout the province of Nordland. Anyone willing to relocate to the North shall receive relocation funds, and those who choose to stay will receive even more. Concurrently, the second step involves acquiring sufficient slaves from the province of Nordland to fill the population void in the North. However, purchasing and pillaging are not sustainable solutions. You must help me spread the renown of the White Dragon Lord and Dragon Lord, so that more talents will be inclined to serve me. Audrey nodded. I understand the gist of it. Leave this matter to me, Ross. Ross added, also, write to your uncle. We must cultivate a close relationship with Lord Ruger. For he is your uncle. I intend to duel the Baron of Iron Oak, defeat him, and then transfer all the Iron Oaks from Iron Oak to the Rose territory. Audrey's cheeks flushed. Ross, you are simply mad. Am I? He retorted. Do you not find such madness endearing? Not just fondness. I love it. I have fallen for your kind of madness. Indeed, use my resources to their fullest, even the Uncle Ruger. You ought to exhaust every resource within the province of Nordland. And with the resolution of the Ghoul Tide, you have effectively become the de facto Lord of the North. No one doubts your power. The Empire's intelligence will echo throughout every province. Soon, all will know that the human empire has successfully expanded into the North, paving the way for a tranquil existence in the future. Audrey, I cherish you. Ross, I hold you dear as well. At this moment, the next phase of the Rose Territory's grand design has fully taken shape, a plan that Ross has dubbed the Nordland Provincial Grand Campaign. A new tale is set to unfold. Chapter 24, Building Momentum. The celebration in Nordland Province and the welcome for His Excellency, the Dragon Knight Ross. Ross, under the veil of night, sought an audience with the esteemed Duchess Serena, addressing the pressing issue of population. Esteemed Duchess, as I seek to annex the fortresses of Steel Furnace and Greyhammer to expand my domain, I find myself constrained by a lack of populace. I hope you might relay this to the Empress. The Duchess regarded Ross thoughtfully, a smile gracing her lips. This matter is beyond my authority. In truth, the central provinces of the Empire should already be aware of your situation. As they took a leisurely stroll, Duchess Serena inquired, Do you have any other verses? A tender heart, it despises the vast and dark void. From the luminous past, let us gather all vestiges. Ross, uncertain of her intent, recited a few lines at random before bowing and taking his leave, merely preparing for potential outcomes and sharing his thoughts with the Duchess. Ultimately, success or failure would hinge upon his own efforts. Once Ross departed, Serena fell into deep contemplation. Summon High Priest Seuss to my presence. The cloaked attendant vanished without a trace. That night, Ross ventured into the inner sanctum of Silver Fortress to prepare for his impending takeover of the three fortresses. He paid a visit to the white dragon Veldra, who roared, Begone from my horde. Ross replied, Silver Fortress is not lacking in riches. Are you unaware? The Empire's Leonidas has just delivered 50,000 gold coins. Veldra, with caution, asked, Are you certain? Ross inquired, Is your injury nearly healed? What do you intend to do? I plan to journey to Nordland Province, Ross declared. When? Now. Listening to Ross's resolute tone, Veldra retorted angrily, I am exceedingly weary and require rest. Ross, of course, could not allow the dragon to slumber for decades or even centuries. He asserted, You must acclimate to the human schedule. Cold breath. The white dragon unleashed a roar as its jaws opened wide, resembling a petite palace capable of engulfing anyone within. It expelled a frosty breath towards Ross in the cavern, encasing him in ice. Although it inflicted no harm, it conveyed the dragon's dissatisfaction with Ross's arrangements. Ross replied, Dissatisfaction is futile. This endeavor pertains to the development of my territory. Once our domain swallows Steel Furnace Castle and Greyhammer Fortress, the abundance of gold in your treasury will only increase. Do you not desire more gold? Do you not wish for a more opulent treasury? The colossal head of Veldra emerged from the magical array. Ross feigned a strike with Shidu towards the dragon's neck, startling it momentarily. In the depths of darkness, amidst an endless blizzard and frost, the visage of a handsome man was illuminated. His peach blossom eyes slowly opened, gazing with curiosity at the vast expanse where white snow met black earth. I detest these places. The temperature is discomforting. Having just departed from the north, Ross was greeted by a wave of warmth, hinting at the imminent arrival of summer. The war fog on the mini-map had also lifted significantly, perhaps due to his escape from the polar night. Ross perceived that the light in the imperial province of Norland had brightened considerably. The immense wings of the dragon swept across the lands of Norland. soaring over city walls and startling the guards of the fortifications. The townsfolk of Long River in Norland gazed up in astonishment at the figure soaring through the sky, a white dragon. Upon its back stood a figure, him, Baron Ross of Rose Territory. The rumors were indeed true. The Empire had established its domain in the north. Where was he headed? Riding a white dragon to the imperial province of Norland was simply magnificent. Ross was reluctant to admit that he felt akin to a Ferrari racing through the most bustling streets of the Empire. Encountering a group of thrill-seeking youths who gawked at the Lamborghini's blazing exhaust, only to be overtaken, their expressions filled with awe and envy. At that moment, mounted on Veldra, he truly felt such exhilaration, a sense of ostentation. It was reminiscent of a past life, cruising on a fully equipped Harley motorcycle, roaring down Wukong Road in the magical city, eliciting gasps from numerous young women from the land of cherry blossoms in South Korea. The White Dragon, Marion Fortress's chief of the Imperial Defense Forces, gazed in disbelief as he spotted the dragon in the distance. His astonishment grew as he discerned the figure atop the dragon's back, a man wielding an enormous dragon spear nearly 13 meters long, a formidable man. Is that Baron Ross of the North? He pondered. Meanwhile, outside a tavern under the night sky, a few inebriated nobles marveled at the white dragon soaring above the castle, exclaiming, Baron Ross? Recently, the affairs of the North have garnered the attention of the Empress, prompting our Nordland province to dispatch a contingent of nearly 2,000 soldiers in support. To our astonishment, it appears he is indeed a dragon knight, a dragon lord. The rumors hold true. This is indeed monumental news. Scholars, minstrels, the vassals within the castle, nobles, and the city guards all witnessed the majestic sight of the white dragon soaring overhead. Due to the presence of the human rider, they refrained from attacking, their eyes filled with envy and yearning. If I were to join the Rose Lord of the North, would I have the chance to forge a pact with a white dragon? Oh, the longing. Such an insatiable desire. Ross's objective is undoubtedly the Ruger territory. Yet his ostentatious display of riding the white dragon serves to elevate his prestige and assert his presence, as well as to indulge in a bit of showmanship. Indeed, he is deliberately flaunting his status. Who does not relish such moments? Only through personal experience can one truly grasp the exhilaration, the rush of the wind against one's face. The white dragon, Veldra, anxiously inquired, Are you certain they will not shoot at me? Ross smirked. If you were a red dragon, they would, but as a white dragon, they will not. Do not shoot. The city guards were taken aback by the sight of the white dragon sweeping through the skies. They believed that the events of the first day had concluded. However, the following days unfolded similarly. On the second and third days, the noble Ross of the Silver Fortress in the north returned. I was just dozing off. Please do not disturb me. The province of Nordland was abuzz with excitement. Countless young noble women shouted Ross's name. The next day, Ross, atop the white dragon, showered roses upon the residents of Nordland who had gathered to witness the spectacle from the high walls. Lord Ross, might you descend and address us? Marion Fortress, known as the Fortress of Women, has historically been governed by female leaders. Ross, riding the white dragon, alighted upon the vast balcony of this grand fortress. Veldra, the white dragon, seemed not quite accustomed to being lauded by such diminutive human beings, and when praised to the point of delight, he let out a sneeze that released a chilling mist. Indeed, he is a colossal dragon, his scales shimmering like precious gems. With a smile, Ross proclaimed, Due to the decisive victory against the nightmarish wraiths in the Rose territory of the Empire's north, the entire Silver Fortress is in celebration of this triumph. To share the joy of victory with the Empire, with my ever-friendly Nordland province, and with the esteemed ladies of Marion Fortress, I am hosting a 3-day celebratory parade. Heavenly. Lord Ross is simply too handsome. Lady Allen of Marienburg gazed at Ross with eyes aglow, as if she were a heroine captivated by his tale of leading a valiant force of 1,200 against an army of 10,000 undead. My Lord Ross, please, grant me but a glance. Is it true that your mighty dragon poses no threat? I yearn to inquire how one might wed you. Upon the arrival of Governor Rogini at the provincial hub, he overheard the hushed whispers of imperial officials within the mansion, discussing the latest exploits. The white dragon has returned to patrol. He truly is a hero of the Empire. As he entered the residence, an elderly man clad in black remarked, This Ross fellow has been making waves in the Nordland province, nearing a level of fame that is becoming household knowledge. My youngest son cries ceaselessly to venture to the north. Governor Rogini furrowed his brow, contemplating. He seeks to entice the populace of Nordland to the northern territories. The crux of the matter lies in whether he truly possesses the prowess he claims. Can 1,000 truly vanquish an army of 10,000 undead? Have the 3 dwarven fortresses really surrendered? How much of this is authentic, and how much is mere embellishment? At the very least, the title of Dragon Knight and Dragon Lord is already steeped in legend. Is he formidable? Indeed, exceedingly so. Let us observe further, Governor Rogini continued, and remain vigilant of his actions. Regardless, Ross's endeavors in the north have undoubtedly brought glory to the empire. He remains a favored figure beside the empress, with Duchess Selena at his side. With such allegiances, it is challenging to pass judgment. At the Montford Military Academy, correspondence evaluating his military campaign circulated, detailing the entirety of the battles where he seemingly single-handedly determined the outcome of the war. What did you say? I previously mentioned that he is indeed powerful, truly powerful. Governor Rogini frowned, scrutinizing a letter penned by numerous officers from the imperial front lines in the north. The walls of Silver Fortress have been breached, and he alone turned the tide? How can that be? What rank of power can a baron wield to possess such fearsome martial prowess? Undead are no mere actors in a theatrical performance. His achievements are indisputable. The provincial center of Nordland could not be too close to the border, for proximity to conflict would eliminate any buffer. Thus, to meet Ross was not merely a matter of desire. The north is vast, as is the territory of the empire in the south, both expansive in their own right. Chapter 1. A battle of wits with the cunning Count Ruger. Prepare for war. In the port city of Tsongsan in Nordland, countless individuals emerged from their homes, from the naval governor's office, from fishing villages along the coast, and from the banks of the empire. The White Dragon. Is it the esteemed Lord Ross, the recently celebrated White Dragon Lord? Gentlemen gazed upward, as countless roses were scattered from the back of the White Dragon, transforming into a gentle rain of petals cascading from the heavens. The Rose Dragon Knight, Ross. The inhabitants of the ancient and robust port of Tsongsan have awakened. Few are those who are not drawn to spectacle. Near the towering, time-worn city walls, the city guards were commanded to refrain from intervening, allowing him to act freely. As countless souls welcomed and eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Rose White Dragon Knight, yearning for a breath of fresh change in their lives, the denizens of the Ruger territory, not far from Tsongsan port, erupted in cheers. To other realms, Ross of Silver Fortress is merely a dragon knight, a source of entertainment, while the ladies admire his striking visage, eloquent discourse, and romantic flair. Yet, for the people of Ruger, Ross resembles a son-in-law stepping out from their own home. It is noteworthy that the first military aid from the empire originated from Ruger. Naturally, the citizens of those territories feel a unique kinship towards Ross of Silver Fortress. Lord Ross. It is indeed Lord Ross who has arrived in Ruger. Count J of Ruger, observing the imperial band performing atop the castle, smiled broadly as he approached Ross, with hundreds of maidens standing nearby. Welcome to Ruger, my dear son-in-law. Noblemen and courtiers from countless earldoms gazed upon Ross as he dismounted from the great dragon, smiles adorning their faces. They recalled how he had once withheld 1,000 gold coins from them, yet now greeted him with open arms, their demeanor welcoming. Count J of Ruger, clad in silver armor and ornate noble attire, appeared corpulent, yet was taut with anticipation, accompanied by those curly-haired nobles. Ross could not help but feel the intricate dynamics of this world, yet now was not the time for reflection. Since Count Ruger wished to play his part, it was only fitting to oblige him. Indeed, beneath the seemingly idyllic facade lay the performances of a middle-aged man and a youth. Ross harbored a singular objective, regardless of his thoughts or the actions unfolding outside. The crux of his purpose during this time in the Empire was clear. He required the Empire's populace. Count J of Ruger entered the Grand Hall, smiling as he led Ross into the chamber adorned with golden irises. The hall sides were embellished with stone-carved murals, and the immense beams and pillars shimmered like the opulence of Versailles from a bygone era. Colored glass windows radiated a religious aura. As Count J introduced his collection, murals alongside gleaming forbidden armors, he casually remarked, "Ah, dear Ross, I nearly forgot to mention, speaking of armor, does Silver Fortress not boast countless dwarves? The weapons and armaments produced there are reputed for their quality, are they not?" Ross replied with a smile, "The quality is acceptable, though it is merely a notch above the Empire's standard weaponry in terms of swords and blades." Count Ruger J halted his steps, gesturing to the left as the two entered the reception room. Beside a grand velvet sofa lay a multitude of documents and affairs. After signaling for the butler and other courtiers to depart, he smiled and inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit this time? I had anticipated that Audrey would choose to follow a true hero. You are well aware that her calm departure from the Ruger territory was a test set for her. Otherwise, given our strength in Ruger, how could we possibly fail to retrieve a mere viscountess?" Ross chuckled. "Indeed, it is as you say." He paused for a moment, accepting a cup of tea that Count Ruger J personally offered him, and continued, I must formally apologize for Audrey's elopement. Ultimately, I require the support of Ruger. Silver Fort is in dire straits, perhaps I should say exceedingly difficult circumstances. Count Ruger, I must lament, contrary to the public image I've portrayed. The army of Silver Fort has suffered catastrophic losses, and the casualties among the populace are grievous. Without new reinforcements and support, our position in the north will become untenable. As Audrey's uncle, I naturally regard you as family. I implore you to assist Silver Fort. In revealing his vulnerabilities, Ross had various motives. Yet he did not expect Count Ruger J to undergo a significant transformation. However, he hoped to reclaim the 10,000 gold coins that had been swallowed by the imperial aid. Sighing, Count Ruger J gazed blankly at Ross, recognizing the shamelessness that mirrored his own youth and the impressive acting skill that accompanied it. Contemplating these matters, he focused intently on Ross, asking, what can you bring to Ruger? Trade, caravans, commerce, dwarven weaponry, and the rare minerals of Silver Fort. It appears that your Ruger territory is beset by numerous monsters. I have heard tales of the hesitant forest connecting to the underworld, where calamities and invasions by subterranean creatures occur annually. Do you not desire a formidable external army as an ally? Such a force, should Ruger be attacked, would respond to the defense of both Silver Fort and the north, capable of vanquishing the undead. I have also been informed of your tenuous relationship with a prominent figure from the Empire's Fear Bay, Ross remarked, having been diligent during this time, uncovering many small maps, particularly around the vicinity of Ruger. From a simplistic perspective, the war fog surrounding Ruger appeared blue on the system's display. As a Count's territory expands, so too does the area adjoining other lands. One who lacks foresight will inevitably find themselves in peril. The Ruger region not only faced annual invasions from the armies of the subterranean creatures of the hesitant forest, but also contended with strained relations due to coastal areas with the Empire's Fear Bay. And the maritime trade was stagnant. Beneath lay a series of narrow passes, and to Ross's astonishment, the small map revealed an extensive array of red dots representing armies beneath Ruger. These red dots represent either the rebels or the exiled forces of a decaying empire, or perhaps an army from a non-imperial faction that, while currently adhering to the empire, harbors rebellious sentiments. The truth remains elusive. Yet it is evident that the Ruger territory is a perilous battleground, fraught with danger from all sides. This seemingly formidable imperial count must surely face his own challenges. Count Ruger J narrowed his eyes, fixating on Ross's visage. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply and smiled, inquiring, is all of this information provided by Audrey? Indeed. Ross replied, much of it is based on my own conjectures. Audrey, having grown up in a realm of beauty and blossoms, cannot possibly grasp the geopolitical warfare and the struggles for dominion among the lords of the empire. It is a misconception to think that the lords of Nordland exist in harmony. In reality, the empire serves merely as the apex of legal authority, while each lord beneath it is a vassal, a sovereign in their own right. How could such vassals coexist peacefully? Conflict amongst them is the fundamental state of affairs. Ross chose not to elaborate further. Count Ruger J chuckled. It seems my daughter has matured significantly of late. Sipping his tea, Ross recognized that he had laid his cards on the table. He had no justification to decline cooperation and support. Count Ruger J continued. A war is imminent between the Ruger territory and Viscount Tylus. Their 3 legions have long coveted the fertile lands of Ruger. The mountain passes are rife with bandits who come to extort taxes, behaving like brigands. How many are they? Ross pondered, realizing these might be the very red dots beneath the mountain pass of Ruger. Not many, perhaps just over 3,000, he replied, falling into silence. The population of his Rose territory had yet to exceed 3,000 souls, yet a viscount within the empire could muster such a force? What are your terms? Count Ruger replied, I shall grant you 15 days to assemble 1,000 troops to vanquish Viscount Tylus's army. Ross shook his head, declining, with all due respect. I fear that may be beyond my capabilities. The Count's demeanor darkened, but Ross interjected with a smile, at this juncture. I believe my assistance would be better directed towards the forces of Viscount Tylus. Count Ruger J regarded Ross, his expression softening as a smile returned. Dear son-in-law Ross, I am Audrey's uncle. Shouldn't our relationship be akin to that of friends and family? Indeed, that is how it ought to be. When seeking favors, one must embody the demeanor of a supplicant. Ross gazed at Count Ruger J, having discerned his opponent's vulnerabilities, while the latter exhibited no weaknesses of his own. The emotional leverage that Ruger could wield held no sway over Ross. He remarked, my relationship with Miss Audrey is merely one of utilitarian nature. Do not mistake me for a foolish and romantic knight pursuing love. Ruger J smiled and replied, 100,000 gold coins. The rebellion instigated by Viscount Tyrus is common knowledge. I have already reported this to Her Majesty the Empress, though she is yet to issue new directives. He made no mention of the individuals involved. Ross chuckled, declaring, I demand all the routed soldiers and captives. Ruger J laughed heartily. Of course, that can be arranged. After all, the military expenses will be at your expense. 3,000 farmers? That's excessive, Ross countered. Ruger J produced a military map inscribed with the figure of 1,000 soldiers, to which Ross shook his head. 2,500, he proposed, as tensions escalated, with impatience mounting on both sides. Ruger J recognized that the White Dragon Lord before him was no naive newcomer, nor was he easily swayed by empty promises. When Ruger J extended an empty check for 100,000 gold coins, Ross's message was clear. You must first repay the 10,000 gold coins you owe me and provide a deposit of 40,000 gold coins before we can proceed with any collaboration. Otherwise, I find it difficult to trust the authenticity of your offer. Ruger J unabashedly retorted, Very well, I can offer only 30,000 gold coins. Not sufficient, Ross replied, noting the beads of sweat beginning to form on Ruger J's plump visage. For 3 full hours, the two engaged in negotiations, ultimately reaching a profound collaboration. As the servant observed Count Ruger exiting the chamber, the two had become arm in arm, exuding an air of camaraderie. Ruger affectionately referred to Ross as his dear son-in-law, while the young White Dragon Lord reciprocated by addressing Ruger as my uncle. Laughter echoed from within Ruger's domain. At the Imperial Mountain Pass, 3 battalions loyal to Viscount Tyrus positioned themselves amidst the forest below the pass, comprising 300 infantry, 200 spearmen, and those clad in red and blue leather armor wielding axes and halberds. The elite forces consisted of 2nd-tier battle attendants and the formidable Bastilov fully armored guards. Most of the Imperial hunters lay concealed in the depths of the forest, their movements obscured. Their scouts soon relayed crucial intelligence. My Lord Viscount Tyrus. Reports indicate that Ruger's territory has dispatched 1,000 troops, preparing for battle. Indeed. Chapter 24. Captives 1400. Ross, having spent too much time in high-stakes situations, suddenly found himself ill at ease in a lower-tier scenario. At this moment, twilight descended, a shroud of white, mist-like clouds obscured the forest's visibility, while the frigid climate imbued the atmosphere with an unmistakable chill. Perhaps it was due to a recent light rain. The earth and grass were somewhat damp, and the verdant blades within the forest were adorned with dewdrops. Ross surveyed the surrounding soldiers of the rugged territory, his gaze landing on the commander known as the Relentless Lancaf, to whom he nodded. All elite cavalry of the Empire, prepare to charge alongside me. The vast expanse of the battlefield, despite possessing a slight incline, posed minimal hindrance to the warhorses. The steeds of the Empire exhaled clouds of vapor. Although this was not the north, the chill in the air rendered their breaths labored. The White Dragon concealed itself behind the trees, its back arching slowly. Just as Viscount Tyrus's 3,000-strong legion sensed something amiss, Ross, leading the elite Imperial Vanguard heavy cavalry of Rug, the Imperial Royal Knights, and the Half-Line Blood Knights, along with the Montford Bow Cavalry, transformed into a surging black tide, their iron hooves trampling the moist earth and grass. They launched an assault against the enemy. Crossbowmen readied their weapons. At the first sight of the ominous rain of arrows, the enemy's archers and reconnaissance units had already detected their presence. Charge! Charge! The White Dragon soared into the sky, and Ross leaped onto the wing of the flying dragon. With a small map in hand, he observed the 300 cavalrymen below, knowing that the outcome of this battle was devoid of any suspense. Boom! The 300 Imperial Iron Cavalry, led by Ross, executed a vast arc, crashing into the dense formation of axe and spear infantry like a dagger. Do not veer right. The spearmen are there. The spearmen counter cavalry charges and would impede their speed, thus necessitating a detour. With the small map, every command from Ross tightened the emotions of the opposing centurion, Kurt Hapanjan. Damn it, stop him. Imperial hunters, fire. Sir. Firing now may cause friendly fire. It must be done. They must be halted. Kurt Hapanjan roared in fury. Yet he could not prevent Ross from spreading terror across the battlefield. Dragon. A giant dragon. The enemy possesses a dragon. Viscount Tyrus glared angrily as he witnessed his troops being scattered, and as a central force within his legion, he immediately commanded his fully armored Lion Knights to charge at Ross's cavalry. But the dynamics of the battlefield shifted in an instant. Frightful presence. The moment the dragon's might erupted, the steeds of the Empire's Lionheart Knights were all struck with fear. Sheeta Dragon Rider Lance form. Boom. The Fourth Order Ross has already surpassed 1,000. After devouring 7,000 corpses, Ross has ascended to the rank of a fifth-order powerhouse. More alarmingly, he harbors a portion of the godly blood of the corpses within him, wielding the terrifying power of the Fate Weaver's blood river. Countless turbulent air currents and frigid breaths seem to be absorbed into the depths of the Shadulong Lance. Kurt Helborg, the captain of the Empire, gazed in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Boom! The white dragon swoops down. The dragon lance erupted like a high-level spell, instantly toppling nearly 50 cavalrymen and surrounding soldiers. The dreadful dragon's might terrified the horses and soldiers alike, causing many to surrender on the spot and flee from the battlefield. Dragon, stabilize the situation. Our numbers are fewer. Ross smiled. Continue the charge to the right flank. With 300 cavalrymen, employing his adept Napoleon tactics, he could easily outmaneuver the opposing forces, especially since the troops under Viscount Tylus appeared to lack both organization and morale. Unbeknownst to Ross, he had become accustomed to high-stakes battles in the northern front. He slaughtered dwarves as if they were mere dogs. The enemies, the corpses, had no morale to speak of and were impervious to the dragon's intimidation. Suddenly, returning to a low-tier battle, witnessing these soldiers scatter in fear from the dragon's might and retreat, even fleeing as cowards, he found himself somewhat disoriented. Was this retreat truly necessary? Was it simply the appearance of a young white dragon? Was it not merely the eruption of a dragon's might? Was it not just a maneuver involving 300 elite Imperial cavalrymen executing a Napoleon-style infiltration? The first phalanx collapsed, swiftly followed by the second. The morale of a military force determines the speed of its disintegration, unlike the corpses, whose morale and stamina remain constant. Ross observed a breathless farmer, his movements faltering due to exhaustion, being impaled 3 meters into the air by an Imperial vanguard cavalry lance, only to die like a ragged cloth upon the battlefield. This represented lives lost. He understood all too well that not every Imperial soldier was in such a state, but at least in ordinary combat. No one could replicate the sense of oppression and terror brought by the army of corpses. Undying and relentless, devoid of morale, they would not falter, capable of scaling city walls with bare hands. In contrast to the grand battles with magic and colossal beings, Ross felt a breath of freedom. Perhaps this was the essence of true warfare. Kill. Viscount Tylus trembled. Continue the fight. Let me see who dares to become a coward. My lord. Captain Kurt Helborg's forces have begun to collapse in a domino effect. We must retreat. Viscount Tylus's eyes burned red. Retreat with what? Who will cover our withdrawal? We must retreat. Another centurion, witnessing the elite Imperial cavalry darting like eels under the command of the White Dragon Lord, was struck by the terrifying might of the dragon. The sheer power emanating from the dragon was awe-inspiring, a testament to the supremacy of apex creatures. As our cavalry approached, their steeds became uncontrollable. We must retreat. The noble courtiers at my side urged in succession. Viscount Tylus, clad in resplendent red and blue Imperial Lionheart armor, exclaimed in frustration, "Retreat." The ominous sound of the retreat drum reverberated through the air, and instantly, Ross watched as his troops hastily withdrew. The 4th Spear Legion, provide cover. It is futile, my lord. Their cavalry possesses unmatched mobility, and not to mention, the White Dragon. On the other side, Ross observed with discontent as his 3,000 troops prepared to retreat. These men represented his future soldiers and populace. The agreement with Count Ruger J. stipulated that all captives would join the Silver Fortress and become subjects of Ross. Though they may be somewhat lacking, once integrated into the Toon Legion, they would undoubtedly grow stronger, even if not transformed. Remaining under the training and guidance of the Imperial Centurion Sigline would enhance their organization and morale. The organization and morale were alarmingly low, leading to disarray. Now, at the mere mention of retreat, they all fled. The White Dragon Veldra inquired, "What shall we do now?" Ross smirked, "What shall we do? Capture that Viscount Tylus. We must see him alive or dead." The White Dragon Lord Ross. He is too powerful. The dragon's might shattered the will of the guards. And as Viscount Tylus retreated on his white steed beneath the azure sky, the morale of the royal guard crumbled. A terrifying shadow swept across the ground. And the next moment, he turned to behold the fearsome sight of the 14-meter-long white dragon swooping down. No, the dragoness assault left the guards so demoralized that they could not even mount a defense. Its claws sent Tylus and his steeds flying 3 meters away. In the following moment, the dragon landed, emanating a chilling mist, and Ross leapt down from its back. "Viscount Tylus, do you intend to trouble my dear uncle, Count Ruger? In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong, only interests." Ross. Previously, Tylus had been unable to discern Ross's features amidst the heavens. But now he gazed upon the tall baron with peach blossom eyes, leisurely approaching him, treading upon patches of grass, with the white dragon looming behind, far outnumbered by the guards. Yet none dared to impede his advance. Come with me back to Ruger territory. Count Ruger J. was deep in thought, while the black-clad steward ushered 2 guards into his study. My lord, we have achieved a resounding victory. The battle casualties did not even exceed 50, and now, the captured Viscount Tillies has been brought to the hall, awaiting your judgment. Count Ruger J. was astounded by the news. So soon? His Excellency Ross remarked that the enemy's morale and organization were severely lacking, inferior even to the individual battle groups under his command. Count Ruger J.'s corpulent visage quivered as he inquired, how many have they captured? Almost 1,500, came the reply. The remainder fled, and the number of captives surpasses that of our troops. Outside the Lord's Hall stood Viscount Tillies, who had previously opposed him and even led forces to threaten Count Ruger J. at the Peak Pass. His hair was disheveled, and his neck bore ghastly abrasions. He hung his head low, his wrists bound behind his back. My dear uncle, are you satisfied with this outcome? Ross inquired with a slight smile. Count Ruger, oblivious to his satisfaction, was aware that this wave of captives numbered around 1,400, all future subjects of Silver Fortress. He was indeed quite pleased. However, this contentment was not genuine, as greater satisfaction awaited him. One should always showcase their worth and strength. Ha! Without a moment's hesitation, Count Ruger J. approached with laughter, clapping Ross on the shoulder, exclaiming, truly worthy of being my esteemed son-in-law. Uncle, shall we? Chapter 3. The Conquest of 2 Fortresses. Steel-handed to Bardfur. It has been a while, has it not? Truly, a lord emerging from the north is of an entirely different caliber. Their combat prowess is astonishing. The soldiers of the Nolandi province of the Empire had never savored such a triumphant victory. They remained unaware that those who emerged alive from the north were ferociously terrifying. Had they comprehended the nature and caliber of the opponents Ross faced, they would never have dared to challenge him. The Empire soldiers can be broadly categorized into 2 types: the corrupt, whose depravity sinks to unimaginable lows, and the elite professionals like Sigelind, whose prowess is suffocatingly formidable. Much like the opposite poles of a magnet, where there is a positive, there exists a negative. Countless incompetent and corrupt individuals occupy high positions within the Empire, while diligent lords like Ross, who strive to expand the Empire's territories, hold little status, merely a baron at present. Ability does not equate to status. Those with immense strength may languish in obscurity, even facing exclusion by petty individuals, harboring grand ambitions without a means to realize them. In contrast, those adept at flattery or who inherit titles from their forebears often find themselves in elevated positions. Such is the reality of the Empire. Count Ruger commanded a force of 4,000, which included 1,400 captives from Peak Pass, along with a 300-strong transport unit from Ruger, accompanied by well-organized merchant convoy guards. The Imperial cavalry served as escorts for the merchant convoy, preparing to proceed to Silver Fortress for trade. The remaining 2,300 consisted mainly of farmers and the populace of Ruger. The majority of these individuals hail from the defeated domain of Viscount Tillis. The process of apprehending them lasted 2 days, and upon hearing the impending journey to the north, an eerie flush of excitement and mirth appeared on the faces of numerous farmers. At last, we are liberated from the parasitic grip of Viscount Tillis, who has relentlessly imposed taxes and colluded with the clergy to exploit and oppress us. We have long suffered enough. Lord Ross possesses an undeniable charm. Despite enduring the hardships of travel and separation from home, a farmer gazing upon him felt an unexpected surge of morale, far surpassing their spirits before being captured. A carpenter named Bayan, with a gaping smile revealing missing teeth and yellowed remains, scoffed, "The north is no place of comfort. There, the biting cold can swiftly breach the gates of death. In the province of Norland, at least life endures, albeit poorly, without the need for winter garments. Upon reaching the north, you shall face the frigid temperatures, numb limbs, and most of this lot will perish from the cold." What? Perish from the cold? Is it truly that frigid? Colder than winter? Bayan's spirits dimmed. Suddenly, an imperial herald arrived with news. Lord Ross is preparing to distribute leather garments. Each person shall receive one. Upon entering the north, all must don leather coats and gloves. What? Leather garments? The warmth of fur and leather is unparalleled. Winter will survive due to the insulation provided by leather. The crowd was astounded to learn that Lord Ross intended to issue such protective clothing, their astonishment palpable. Derek Pro knelt respectfully before Ross. "Rise," said Ross. Derek Pro gazed upon the grand army with immense joy, having endured the battles at Silver Fortress and against the undead. The imperial officer before him had transcended his former title, becoming Ross's personal subordinate. If Ross so desired, he could dispense with the 50 golden coins intended for military expenses as a jest, for Ross was already preparing to allocate property to them. Sir, the leather garments have arrived. You have astonishingly brought back so many farmers and soldiers. The flow of information from the north was limited, and Ross pondered ways to enhance communication efficiency between the north and other regions. Merely possessing a small map was insufficient. Derek Pro was evidently unaware of the events unfolding within the Empire. Ross stated, "These 400 individuals are soldiers of the Empire, albeit their combat prowess has diminished slightly. They are significantly inferior to you. Behind them are the merchants of Ruger, numbering 300, while the remaining 300 comprise farmers and slaves. With more individuals expected to join the north." Derek Pro hesitated, then inquired, "Sir, when shall we see Steel Furnace and Greyhammer Fortress?" Ross replied, "Have we not yet taken control? Lord Anantos of the Steel Oath declared that our forces are insufficient, and there remain numerous remnants of the corpse demons at Greyhammer Fortress. We must await your return for further deliberation." Anantos is indeed steadfastly loyal, yet his disposition is markedly conservative. Both his character and tactics lack any semblance of aggression. However, this is not a foolish conservatism, but rather an approach characterized by absolute stability. Ross inquired, "What of Sigline? She has requested to mobilize troops. Yet she too must wait for your return." "Very well," he responded, "we shall deploy tonight. These imperial soldiers require reorganization. The farmers' population can be transformed into a substantial contingent for the Thun legions." Although Ross has incinerated over 7,000 corpse demons and obtained the elixir of the Fate Weaver's Blood River, he has nonetheless acquired over 200 vials of the subsequently spawned corpse demon mutagen. Hagon swiftly led his troops to deliver supplies and provisions. The issue of population has been partially addressed, yet for the 3 fortresses, 2,000 defenders are undoubtedly insufficient. As night fell, he returned to Silver Fortress with 5,000 troops, instantly igniting a fervor throughout the stronghold. Raymond exclaimed in astonishment, "So many?" Ross replied, "To avoid prolonged uncertainties, we shall launch a surprise assault on Greyhammer Fortress tonight." He gazed at the blue-shrouded regions on the mini-map and contemplated that further conflict with the Dwarven Empire seems utterly inevitable. Whether it be Steelhand de Badford or Kent and their kin, have there been any disturbances among the dwarves in the territory of late? Raymond responded, "It is quite troublesome. Many dwarves are fleeing under the cover of darkness, and some even intend to set fire to our armory. The dwarven blacksmiths have heard of the increased orders from the depths, and our trade with the Nordland province is being compromised as they cut corners. The white boy of the underworld tribe is currently campaigning for the chieftaincy, and Sigline has already led her forces to support him." "Oh," Ross mused, realizing that the delay in conquering Steelforge was due to the white boy's bid for leadership. "This is indeed favorable. Should White become the goblin leader, it would bode well for us." Setting aside the affairs of the underworld, he dispatched commands to gather all the barbarians, including Daggett, for an immediate assault on the 2 fortresses. His ranks and population have been replenished, and the renown of the White Dragon Lord is burgeoning in the Nordland province, attracting an increasing number of individuals to the northern lands. Count Rugger's merchant convoy has also arrived. Raymond remarked, "Those dwarven blacksmiths, now aware that the invasion of the corpse demons has concluded, have begun to skimp on their work. How shall we address this matter?" Ross furrowed his brow. He gazed at the corpse demon mutagen X212 in his hand and suddenly broke into a smile, for he possessed the elixir of the Fate Weaver's Blood River, which grants him a portion of the power and bloodline of the god of the corpse demons, enabling him to command the Thun legions with unparalleled authority. As the war with the Dwarven Empire looms and subsequent conflicts appear inevitable, it has become imperative for him to ruthlessly convert the most exceptional and invaluable dwarven blacksmiths of Silver Fortress into members of the Toon Legion, regardless of their race. Once they join the Toon Legion, they will be subjected to Ross's absolute mental control, signifying unwavering loyalty of thought. This is a non-negotiable condition. Just as the army of the undead can remotely command thousands of troops to their demise, so too shall it be here. I have a plan to summon Hargon and gather these 200 dwarven blacksmiths. Understood. Additionally, Kent must be summoned as well. At this moment, Ross must make a choice. If he does not assimilate this batch of dwarves, Silver Fortress will lose the manufacturing advantage provided by the dwarven artisans, and the trade with Rug Fortress cannot be fulfilled. Failing to establish trade relations with Rug Fortress would lead to complications. It is unfeasible to perpetually act as mercenaries. The maintenance of any relationship requires mutual interests to forge bonds. Dwarven weapons are the quintessential specialty of Silver Fortress. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, this group of dwarven blacksmiths must remain loyal to their own. The Lord's Hall has nearly completed its renovations, due to extraordinary powers. The construction speed in this world is astonishing. Kent gazed at Ross in confusion, uncertain about the purpose of his sudden summons of all the dwarven artisans. Before them, a long table, spacious and imposing, was laden with countless bottles of the dark concoction known as undead mutation brew. Ross, seated in the deer-hide chair once occupied by the hammer-wielding Torek, smiled and proclaimed, "This is my gift to you. Everyone must drink it. Once consumed, you shall harness formidable power." Kent, bewildered, inquired, "What is this?" Ross replied, "You shall understand once you drink it." Many dwarven blacksmiths contemplated resistance, yet they comprehended the unwavering authority of Baron Ross. Furthermore, the looming threat of the Dragon Slayer Brigade's barbarian warriors, who had become fiercer and more powerful than before, instilled fear in them. They dreaded provoking these savages, as they had already been vanquished by them in the past. The sounds of agony and despair filled the air as the dwarven artisans' arms bled dark crimson, the blood surging through their veins, transforming them into unwavering members of the Toon Legion, loyal to Ross. Hargun, perplexed, asked, "My lord?" Ross responded, "They shall become the permanent artisans of Silver Fortress and members of the Toon Legion. However, this legion will now transform into a guild of artisans, eternally loyal to me." Hargun respectfully nodded. "Praise you, great sovereign." A bizarre scene unfolded as those dwarves, once disloyal to Silver Fortress and even harboring resentment towards Ross, now joined Hargun in exclaiming, "Praise you, great sovereign." Kent struggled the longest, for he was the strongest. Yet soon, the shadows on his face transformed. "Praise you, great sovereign." An uncontrollable tear streamed down his cheek. He knew that from this moment forth, they would become the enemies of all dwarves, fighting against their own kin. This battle was destined to commence from the ruins of Greyhammer Fortress tonight. Greyhammer Fortress. Steelhand de Badfur leaned wearily against the edge of the city wall. He had survived. Huh. The dry echoes of laughter reached the ears of the surrounding dwarves. Countless casualties, over 8,000 corpses of the undead, relentlessly assaulted them. Though they did not comprehend why the undead continued their onslaught, the harsh reality remained. Nightfall. Many dwarves stared despondently at the dilapidated Greyhammer Fortress. As they were all grey dwarves, the fortress naturally bore the name of their race. At this moment, Thorin Iron Anvil trembled. "The losses are too great. Our forces are nearly decimated. If Rose of the Rosebloom domain were to launch a surprise attack now, we would stand no chance." Steelhand de Badfur trembled. "What can we do then? Do we possess dragons to grant us wings and enable us to flee?" Suddenly, as if fate were intent on tormenting the unfortunate, Steelhand de Badfur gazed in horror towards the distance. Countless torches ignited amidst the northern winds and snow. Humans. It was over. In that moment, Steelhand de Badfur knelt upon the ground, his gaze fixated on the mountains of undead corpses, enveloped in utter fear and despair. "No. Why? How did they know? Ha, they always knew, ha. It is finished. Everything is finished." Rose gazed with a smile at Greyhammer Fortress, having sent the White Dragon to rest. At that moment, he rode a white steed, leisurely leading the Toon Legion, Ananto's Steel Oath, Rodart, and the Barbarian Dragon Slayer Legion, along with Dagit, Palau, Panu, and others, appearing at the gates of Greyhammer Fortress in an unhurried manner. Had they arrived just in time? The undead were entirely ensnared by my fate, drawn towards Greyhammer Fortress. He faced the gentle breeze, his magical voice resonating through the icy expanse, and said with a smile, "Steelhand de Badfur, long time no see." Chapter 4. The Radiance Upon the Fortress. Capture Steel Furnace Fortress, Greyhammer Fortress, and begin fortifying and cultivating. I surrender. Steelhand de Badfur trembled as he raised both hands, gazing into the distance at the advancing human army. He suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. It seemed that since the rise of the Rosebloom domain, his path had been irrevocably severed. Rose looked upon the crumbling city walls, feeling somewhat troubled. Even though the undead army had been lured by him, Steelhand de Badfur still faced enemies, including formidable undead leaders of the 4th tier and above. This was an undeniable fact. In this vast, icy expanse of the northern domain, beneath the formidable walls of the fortress known as Greyhammer Keep, countless openings awaited a new lord to address and fill them. A castle signifies not merely the territorial expansion of the Rose of Ross, but also embodies responsibility, heralds new wars, and signifies conflicts with the dwarven court, as well as struggles against the natural environment. Outside the fortress, Ross smiled faintly. However, in an instant, he witnessed the head of the dwarven lord, Steelhand de Badfer, erupting in a spray of crimson. A slender line of blood appeared at the right temple. As Thorin Ironforge discharged a silver-inlaid double-barreled pistol, slaying the lord of Greyhammer Keep. In that moment, he raised his diminutive arms, brandishing a shield stained with the blood of the slain, and proclaimed, "Only the dwarves who die in battle shall remain. There are no dwarves who surrender. We shall never yield." The fervent and impassioned cries, imbued with the spirit of desperate resistance, erupted from Thorin's hoarse voice, igniting the last flicker of defiance in the hearts of the 200 dwarves within Greyhammer Keep. Witnessing this poignant and tragic scene, Ross merely stated, "Eliminate them." The Toon Legion and the Imperial Cavalry charged towards Greyhammer Keep, where the gates had already been breached by the undead army. Ross remained motionless. The wind from the galloping steeds tousled his long hair as he surveyed the somewhat heroic tableau, shaking his head at what he perceived as mere futile resistance. Half an hour later, the Imperial forces trampled over the bodies of the fallen dwarves as they entered Greyhammer Keep. Ross gazed into the inner city, where countless corpses lay strewn across the interior walls. As was customary, he instructed Hagon to collect all the bodies. Over 4,000 dwarven warriors had perished, alongside innumerable undead. He surveyed the mountain of dwarven remains and remarked, "Find a deep pit to bury them." The women, elderly dwarves, and the young men within Greyhammer Keep had nearly all been killed or wounded. Ross harbored no desire to wage war against them. Yet from the perspective of the North and the Empire, war is cruel. Humans and dwarves coexist on this northern land. If Ross wished to avoid defeat and the fate of becoming a captive filled with hatred and despair, he could only strive to emerge victorious and maintain that posture of triumph. There was no room for sympathy, no resonance, only the dichotomy of victory and defeat. Even to feel pity for the enemy was to harbor animosity towards oneself. With Greyhammer Keep under his control, there was no further need to regard Steelforge Keep. For all resistance had dissipated, there were no longer any signs of life there. Ross commanded, "Summon all valuable dwarven craftsmen and talents. Interrogate them first. Ascertain who possesses worth and who does not, and then bring them here. Especially the dwarven artisans. Renowned alongside the elves, the dwarven artisans are an exceedingly scarce resource. Whether in the northern realms or the 6 southern provinces of the Empire, as well as the numerous provinces of the north and indeed throughout this world. With the vast mining pit of Silver Fortress and its bountiful mineral resources, Ross is poised to establish a robust system of dwarven craftsmen. In the future, an influx of wealth will naturally follow, and I shall become the sole supplier of exquisite dwarven weaponry for the entire North and even the Empire. Within the Empire, there may be some nobles who can find dwarves, yet achieving the organized, systematic, and large-scale state that I currently possess at Silver Fortress is nearly impossible for them. Thus, the transformation of dwarven craftsmen through the use of corpse demons and alchemical processes stands as the most crucial endeavor for the development of my territory. Before long, after a combination of coercion and persuasion, nearly 150 dwarven artisans and architects gathered before Ross, awaiting his command. Standing upon the castle walls, Ross surveyed the immense pile of corpses, all destined to become resources for the rebirth system, thanks to the efforts of the Toon Legion. System commenced the transformation. Gazing at the towering mountain of nearly 8,000 corpse demons, Ross felt a slight tremor in his arm, a manifestation of his emotions. Memories of the fierce battles during the siege of Silver Fortress flooded back to him. The pressing urgency against the 5th-tier corpse demon leader, Ball, and the palpable fear that had lodged in his throat. Yet, the 7,000 corpses he had painstakingly fought for paled in comparison to the mountain of corpses amassed before him. Had it not been for the invasion of corpse demons, Steel Furnace Fortress and Greyhammer Fortress would never have so easily fallen into his hands. Even dwarves would have posed a formidable challenge. The circumstances have forged a hero. One could only lament the dwarves' unfortunate timing. As countless corpse demons vanished, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have transformed 8,000 corpse demons, gaining 428 corpse demon chainswords, 421 corpse demon leather armors, 975 corpse demon alchemical potions, 543 antidotes, corpse toxin, 82 scrolls." Ross opted not for the alternative reward, but chose the first option. Recognizing the urgent necessity to convert dwarven artisans to serve him and the pressing need to bolster the strength of his territory. With the acquisition of 2 new castles, Ross's most immediate requirement is still population. The Empire's propaganda aims to increase population. The campaign in Norland requires more inhabitants. and the trade with Ruger territory is also centered around population growth. In the profound depths of the polar night, at the moment when the Rose-led troops seized control of Steel Furnace Fortress, the anguished cries of 150 dwarves echoed within Greyhammer Fortress, soon followed by the arrival of Imperial farmers under Rose's command. That night, Hargan beheld the newly transformed 825 undead soldiers of the Toon Legion, who reverently knelt before Rose, proclaiming, "We are the will of your excellency, Rose. We are the will of your excellency, Rose." The 150 dwarves had been transformed into semi-undead beings by the corpse demon mutagenic brew, joining forces with 213 dwarven artisans from Silver Fortress and collectively forming a guild of craftsmen under Rose's banner. Led by Kent, they were poised to bring revolutionary changes to the trade and revenue of Silver Fortress. Once, the dwarves of Silver Fortress may have harbored ulterior motives, perhaps seeking to shirk their duties or nurturing a grudge against Rose, the human lord of the Empire, choosing to deliberately lower the quality of their forging. However, with the exceptional properties of the undead who could work tirelessly around the clock, nearly immune to fatigue, alongside the exquisite weapons of the dwarves, production was set to soar. The only regret Rose felt was that, despite their transformation into undead, they had lost the artisan spirit. It left him wondering whether Kent could still forge artifacts, as there was an unsettling feeling that lingered in his mind. Logically, as a third-tier blacksmith, how could Kent craft such artifacts? Nevertheless, witnessing the expansion of the Toon Legion from 300 to 1125 members filled him with an indescribable sense of exhilaration and fulfillment. Not to mention, they all knelt before him, referring to him as the absolute executor of their will. He reveled in the intoxicating thrill of wielding power in a world of ice and snow. The dark formation of the Toon Legion had grown, and in the night, each pair of eyes resembled a flickering ghostly flame. Together, they formed a vast ocean of spectral fire amidst the polar night. They did not stand in neat rows, but encircled rows, as if listening intently to the address of a monumental figure. To outsiders, these ghostly flames symbolized terror. Yet, in Rose's eyes, they appeared as fireflies in the night, remarkably beautiful and pure. Rose smiled and said, "Hargan, Thor and Anvil, you two shall next oversee the Toon Legion, preparing for the impending invasion and battles against the Dwarven Empire, and make the necessary defensive preparations for Silver Fortress and Steel Furnace Fortress." Greyhammer Fortress, sheltered by Steel Furnace Fortress, required no fortification, a critical point indeed. Consequently, the only defenses Rose needed to focus on were to prevent an enemy flanking maneuver on Silver Fortress or a direct assault on Steel Furnace Fortress, thus necessitating two leaders to command the Toon Legion for enhanced defensive capabilities. "Yes, Your Excellency," Thorin Anvil trembled as he looked at Rose. But the overwhelming loyalty of the undead soon crushed his spirit. The subordinate of the fourth tier is still rather insufficient. That night, Ross ascended the walls of Steel Furnace Fortress, a stronghold even larger in scale than the White Dwarf's Silver Fortress, particularly impressive in terms of its defensive apparatus. Almost 20 artillery pieces and 5 catapults, along with dwarven crossbows, were astonishingly vulnerable to the onslaught of ghouls. Strolling through the swirling snow, Ananto's Steel Oath approached Ross respectfully and remarked, "My lord, Steel Furnace has encountered no resistance. It is already a ghost town." Ross nodded and replied, "Next, we shall relocate the populace. For the time being, you shall serve as the governor of this city." "What?" Ananto's Steel Oath gazed at Ross in astonishment. Ross chuckled. "What? Do you not wish to take on this role? Should I entrust it to Derek Pro?" "Not at all." Ananto's Steel Oath forced himself to suppress his excitement. Who would not desire to serve under a superior who appreciates their worth? He envisioned the disheartening scenes in Ruger territory, starkly contrasting with the present moment. He gazed fervently at Ross, vowing that even if it meant betraying the Empire, he would never betray Lord Ross. From Ross's perspective, there were myriad reasons for selecting Ananto's Steel Oath. Primarily, his focus was directed towards Silver Fortress, which was strategically closer to the Empire, making it more suitable for development as a rear base. Along with the previously established Iceheart Village and the initial area designated for the Rose territory, Ross envisioned the establishment of a human city and settlement in this region. However, he currently lacked the capacity and population to realize such grand plans. He also did not possess enough craftsmen. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the valley could not evolve into a city and serve as a fortified rear for Ross's domain. Abundant in resources, with the Kidney Lake, the surrounding forests, and berry thickets, even the permafrost, unsuitable for cultivation, could serve as a retreat and pathway for defense. Moreover, Ananto's Steel Oath's temperament was stable and meticulous, making him well suited for defense and fortification. The only drawback was that his personal strength was somewhat lacking. Ananto's steel oath fell silent. Ross inquired, "How do your Empire's soldiers advance and enhance their strength?" "Through diligent training, of course. I will strive to advance to the 3rd tier as swiftly as possible to fulfill the Lord's instructions," Ananto's steel oath replied. Ross nodded. A commander need not possess overwhelming martial prowess, as wisdom and prestige were of greater importance. He refrained from entrusting Greyhammer Fortress to Siglynd, for doing so would effectively surrender the stronghold to the Empire. Although Siglynd was nominally a centurion under his command, her true loyalty lay with the Empress rather than himself. "Ananto's steel oath, at your service. Go summon Gria." With Raymond in Iceheart territory, her responsibilities have been significantly alleviated. From this moment forth, Gria shall oversee Greyhammer Fortress. Understood. Although Ananto's steel oath did not find it particularly fitting for a young girl to assume the role of castle leader, it was evident that Ross would never entrust the leadership of the fortress to Rodat, given his inherent characteristics as a mountain bandit, which rendered him an unsuitable choice. Hargan, as the leader of the Toon Legion, had lost his humanity and transformed into an undead being, operating in a rigid and mechanical manner, clearly unfit for effective governance. Thus, Gloria, the first secretary of the Rose Territory, emerged as the most suitable candidate. "What? Me? The acting governor of Greyhammer Fortress?" Gloria exclaimed in astonishment. She had been warming Ross's bed, eagerly awaiting his return, only to find herself unexpectedly thrust into the role of the fortress's de facto ruler. An Imperial soldier remarked, "Lord Ross is quite nostalgic, and besides, your current position as Secretary of the Rose Territory remains unchanged. With Miss Audrey having departed, who will manage Lord Ross's documents? Who will warm his bed?" Gloria's cheeks flushed as she spoke of warming the bed, and the soldier discerned her affection for Lord Ross. Yet, in the entire Rose Territory, which woman did not harbor feelings for him? "That, I cannot say." "Ah. Lord Ross commands you to immediately proceed to Greyhammer Fortress to accept your appointment and commence the development of the surrounding territory, including agricultural cultivation, population management, the planting of black quinoa and snow cabbage, as well as the arrangement of farmers' residences. You are responsible for all these tasks. Currently, Greyhammer Fortress houses over 4,000 dwarf slaves and 150 dwarf artisans, and Lord Ross has stated that you will oversee and regulate these as well. The preliminary plan is to relocate 2,000 Imperial farmers to Greyhammer Fortress." "What about Steel Furnace Fortress?" Gloria inquired. "Steel Furnace Fortress lies in front of Greyhammer Fortress, while you belong to the rear. This castle is overseen by Lord Ananto's steel oath. Furthermore, Lord Ross has left you with only 100 soldiers. The majority of the remaining forces must be dispatched to Steel Furnace Fortress to prepare for the impending military invasion of the Dwarven Empire following the Long Night." After the Long Night, the Dwarves lost 3 fortresses: the White Dwarf Silver Fortress, the Grey Dwarf Steel Furnace Fortress, and Greyhammer Fortress, all key locations in the north. If we were to empathize and envision the Dwarves as the human empire, would the Emperor spare Ross? Chapter 5. Promotion to Viscount. The expansion of Ross's territory. The Dwarves prepare to invade the Empress's correspondence. Fields, dwellings, mines, forest cabins, carriage after carriage of resources were drawn into Ross's domain and subsequently transformed into assets. As Ross surveyed the situation, a letter from Audrey also arrived, revealing that with Silver Fortress having decisively defeated the undead army, it had unequivocally proven its capacity to establish a foothold in the north. Consequently, Rug Territory's attitude towards Silver Fortress had naturally shifted. In her letter, Audrey wrote, "Ross, I require some subordinates and manpower to assist you in undertaking operations within the Nolan province of the Empire and to establish a new intelligence network." That evening, Ross dispatched numerous soldiers from the Toon army, suddenly recalling an important figure. Neil was perplexed. However, after a period of discourse, he grasped Ross's intentions. Without any pretense, Ross candidly stated, "I require someone to covertly enhance the influence of the Norland province. This is a matter of utmost significance. Would you be willing to undertake this task for me? The Drow Elves are renowned as exceptional assassins, and they excel in intelligence gathering." Neil immediately nodded in agreement. Besides her, the fleeing party included several sisters from the underworld, such as Vanya, Fyron, and Little Hobby, and they had finally received their first mission. In the office, Glaya expressed her concerns. "My lord, do you believe they are capable?" Ross replied, "Whether they are capable or not, they must be put to the test. Moreover, the invasion of the undead into the underworld proves their survival has already been filtered through the trials of trouble and disaster. Regardless of success or failure, they are undoubtedly keen and I indeed require someone to establish a network of intelligence and connections in the Norland province. Glaia remarked, compared to us. You have indeed contemplated this matter thoroughly. Ross chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Glaia's cheeks flushed as she questioned. Does this mean that Greyhammer Fortress will no longer bear combat responsibilities in the future? Ross nodded. Look at the map. Greyhammer Fortress lies behind the Silver and Steel Forge bastions. Unless those two fortresses fall, you may focus on developing the rear without concern. My appointment of you is precisely for this reason. I understand, my lord. A knock sounded from outside the door, and Ross commanded, Enter, my lord. An increasing number of northern merchant caravans and refugees have been joining us. In this short period, over 60 refugees from the Norland province have been accepted. They include criminals, peasants fleeing from oppressive lords, and many nobles seeking asylum. Ross smiled and inquired, when will the slaves arrive? He had invested heavily in the Norland province, commissioning Count Ruger J to purchase a batch of slaves, approximately 500 individuals, at a price of 80 silver coins per slave, totaling 12,000 gold coins. Furthermore, Ross anticipated importing from the Ruger domain warhorses, population, textiles, books, ink, and glass. He had a keen interest in these commodities. The North is impoverished, primarily exporting resources such as finely crafted dwarven weapons and armor, mixed with Ross's regenerative resources. Additionally, they export furs, wines, ores, and other local specialties. Dwarven brewing is also exceptional. Ross had recently acquired a brewery in Greyhammer Fortress. Among the 150 dwarves transformed into the Toon Legion, there were skilled brewers. Rare ores are essential resources for the Empire. Many mages rely on mithril and gemstones. The crafting of scrolls necessitates furs. Ross turned to Glaia and asked, How are the merchant caravans from the Ruger domain faring? They are currently selecting goods. The caravan from Ruger looked in astonishment at Anatoly, exclaiming, Is there truly so much? Little did he know of the dwarven forges at Silver Fortress. Had he seen them, his amazement would have deepened at the multitude of blacksmiths serving the Lord of Ross. Anatoly chuckled. Moreover, these resources are continually produced. You may easily fill your carts and transport vehicles. These are all weapons and armor. Not only that, but the territory of Ross also possesses minerals and furs. Splendid. I can already envision the eagerness of the lords of Ruger for this supply. A merchant named Norsen from Ruger immediately signaled his subordinates to cease their idleness and swiftly transport the goods. He remarked, These are the textiles, books, and more that we bring. Books are a vital resource. The North cannot afford to be entirely illiterate in the future, a situation that the Lord of Ross would absolutely not permit. The origin of these books lies solely within the Empire. Most of the circulating literary masterpieces, poetry, literary works, critiques, philosophical writings, and dictionaries of general language are absent in the North, making cultural penetration equally crucial. In addition to books, Ross requires numerous luxury items from the Ruger territory. Although timber is plentiful, a day will come when mutual exchanges are necessary. The more prosperous the trade atmosphere, the more profit the Rose territory will earn. Norsen was particularly exhilarated, sensing immense wealth on the horizon. These first-tier dwarven weapons sell for merely 5 gold coins each. Upon returning, they could easily be marketed as the work of a dwarven master, fetching a substantial premium. 10, 20, or even 30 gold coins is not beyond the realm of possibility. A spark of excitement flickered in Norsen's eyes. Indeed, Ross was aware that the current prices for dwarven weapons were somewhat low. Normally, if these finely crafted dwarven weapons were sold in the province of Norland, they would command a significant premium. However, for now, the priority was merely to engage in trade. As news spread regarding the production of dwarven weapons in the North and the Ross territory, prices between them would inevitably rise. Otherwise, why would Ross supply only Ruger? Presently, accepting a slight loss was of little concern to Ross. Of course, if funds were scarce, this perspective would shift. Anatoly stated, The first round of trade amounts to 40,000 gold coins. Additionally, we require sufficient population. Calculated at the official imperial rate, we are willing to pay 1 to 2 gold coins for each farmer. This information has also been communicated to other merchants nearby. It is the command of Lord Ross that anyone bringing living individuals can exchange them for money. This is what we refer to as bringing in new people. Let them entice their relatives and friends to the North. Each individual is worth 1 to 2 gold coins. For exceptional talents, Ross is willing to offer even more. Norsen's eyes sparkled and shifted with newfound ambition. This business could certainly thrive. He knew many noblemen and wealthy merchants, all possessing ample manpower. Selling those wretched, despicable farmers to the North, 500 individuals would yield 500 gold coins. Very well, I shall inquire for you. Norsen did not provide any guarantees. Yet Anatoly could distinctly sense his burgeoning interest. After all, the age-old adage holds true. People perish for wealth as birds do for sustenance. It is only natural that individuals would engage in transporting population to the north if there were profit to be had. As Ross would phrase it, there is no rush. Let the bullets fly a while longer. In the province of Norland, the conversation turned towards the north, where it was rumored that adventurers were flocking in droves. Although the White Dragon Lord had triumphed over the undead, the north remained perilously treacherous. Do you truly believe the Dwarven Empire would spare the Rose territory? Conflict is inevitable. Regardless, the north is currently undergoing significant development. Venturing there now promises lucrative returns. I have recently taken a young concubine. If I do not seek gold in the north, where else shall I go? You must understand, the north is now the 12th province of the empire. Moreover, this esteemed baron is on the cusp of being elevated to the rank of viscount. An increasing number of refugees, spurred on by Ross's fervent promotion, have developed a profound admiration for the White Dragon Lord, particularly given the news of riders soaring upon the White Dragon. Within a mere 5 days, the population of the north under Ross's domain surged by nearly 500 individuals. Traveling merchants were astounded to discover that the Rose territory not only offered dwarven spirits, but also an abundance of armor and weaponry. Many merchants expressed trepidation at purchasing such items, for it is illogical for any noble to permit the sale of steel weapons, especially those of knightly lineage. For a suit of knightly armor is akin to their very lifeblood, a companion for a lifetime. Yet, to their astonishment, these armors and forbidden weapons were overwhelming in Silver Fortress, found in abundance everywhere. The merchants were in a frenzy. How much for this suit of knightly armor? A set of second-tier armor, meticulously crafted by a dwarven master, was nearly unparalleled in strength, custom-tailored for human physiques, and priced at a mere 400 gold coins. I shall buy it. The merchants of the empire stifled their excitement. Beyond these matters, Ross was also in the process of training a new army, entrusting this endeavor entirely to the 4th-tier centurion, Siglynd. As Ross stood in the heart of the castle, observing the 400 troops, he declared, "These 400 men are entrusted to you, along with an additional 600 farmers. We must swiftly cultivate their combat readiness. I have marked on the map all locations suitable for military training." What surprised Ross was that less than 2 weeks had passed since the undead invasion. Yet the surrounding red dots had proliferated like mushrooms after rain, most returning from the depths of the earth or the Black Sea, re-emerging onto land. Some creatures had even tunneled, and as the undead departed, life surged forth anew like wildfire. "Yes, my lord," Siglynd replied, her expression resolute and earnest. Ross contemplated whether the newly formed army of 2,000 would suffice. He desired to convert additional mutation serums and utilize the regeneration system to forge more formidable soldiers. However, he was currently overwhelmed with responsibilities. Not only was he engaged in trade with the Ruger territory, but the situation in the Norland region, particularly the integration of civilians into the northern territories, had nearly strained the bureaucratic system of the Rose territory to its breaking point. Grillia was equally occupied, tending to agricultural duties, distributing resources, and planning accordingly. In addition to the new army's training and trade caravans, Ross received promising news regarding his second trade route. "Your Excellency, White has ascended to the chieftaincy of the Black Cave tribe. Our transactions can resume." "Excellent. Let Kent liaise with them personally," Ross instructed. Beyond the northern borders, a throng of torchbearers clad in furs approached. Iron Rat Winslow, upon learning of Ross's need for population, swiftly leveraged his connections in Norland to import a substantial number of slaves, disguised as commoners of the empire, destined for the northern territories. After successfully delivering 200 initially and savoring the rewards, he decisively brought over more than 500 this time. The populations of Silver Fortress and the Rose territory began to swell rapidly, with outposts and watchtowers erected throughout the domain. Signposts and fish lanterns illuminated the pathways leading to the 3 castles of the Rose territory. Far away in the Dwarven Empire, the Helhai province had just begun to recover from the losses inflicted by the undead invasion, with various dwarven factions, whether they be the White Dwarves or the Grey Dwarves, suffering significant setbacks. "My Lord Rat, the Steel Furnace and Greyhammer Fort have fallen. They are now under the control of the Human Empire's Baron Ross," declared a leader of the Copper Furnace Dwarven tribe with a calm demeanor. "There is no soil for humans to thrive in the north. We must drive these humans out." A throng of dwarven warriors, as dense as the tides, surged forth from the dark mists of Ross's map, heading towards the north. War was on the horizon once again. In the 3rd week of this developmental phase, the Rose territory received a letter from Her Majesty, Queen Anna. My lord, a missive from the central province has arrived. The herald exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. Ross, too, felt a surge of anticipation. The previous 2 military aids had been substantial. He wondered if this time would bring similar support. However, upon opening the letter and breaking the wax seal, Ross's heart sank. There was no military assistance. This felt uncharacteristic of the Queen. Had their previous correspondence backfired? He quickly pondered the source of the issue. Yet, the title of Viscount? In a single night, Ross, now in possession of 3 formidable castles, was elevated to the rank of Viscount. And the Rose territory officially expanded to become a viscountcy overseeing more than 200 kilometers of land. Viscount. Good news. His lordship Ross has been elevated to the rank of Viscount. My goodness, does this mean he can bestow titles upon his subordinates? Chapter 25, Satisfied Ross. The Dawn of Battle. A reminder from Duchess Selena. Silver Fortress, once a desolate place, has transformed into a bustling marketplace that captured Ross's attention. On this day, as he rose from slumber, he noticed Frost standing beside him. With a hint of exasperation, he inquired, "Where have you been gallivanting all this time?" Frost replied, "I've been cleaning up your mess." "What nonsense is this? Aren't you also a white dragon?" "I've been pondering how to garner the Empress's support." "It seems the matter ultimately rests with Duchess Selena." Frost chuckled. "That is indeed a wise choice, but the question remains, why would she assist you?" Ross tentatively suggested. "Perhaps because I am handsome?" Frost laughed softly. "I need to sleep now. This time, my slumber may last decades, or even centuries. I shall leave you something. If you require it, you may come find me with this. The forging of Shadu consumed a considerable amount of my strength, and from here on, you must largely rely on yourself." Ross gazed at Frost in bewilderment. "Shadu? Without my power infused, how could a mere 3rd-tier dwarf forge a magical artifact? And with a 16th-tier enchantment? Do you think you are dreaming? Expecting a pie to fall from the sky?" Frost retorted with irritation. "Ah," Ross exclaimed. "You remain idle while dwarves invade. Do you know when they will arrive at Steel Furnace?" "I do not." Frost yawned before departing. "So enigmatic, who exactly are you?" Ross pondered, watching her retreating figure. Silver Fortress has undergone numerous changes lately, the most significant being the increase in shops. Many merchants from the Empire flock here, drawn not solely to trade with Lord Ross, but also to engage with the subjects of his domain. Military funds and wages have been dispersed by Ross, facilitating purchases within the shops. Imperial pastries. Step right up, behold fine jewelry crafted by the artisans of Norland. Ladies, come take a look. Freshly made imperial clay pot soup. Small vendors began to emerge, and the aroma of commerce filled the air in the Rose territory. Such a scene would have been unimaginable in the past, signifying the emergence of a free market and trade, allowing currency to circulate, a concept explored in Das Kapital, where the market is likened to an invisible hand. At this moment, Silver Fortress had entered a phase of budding prosperity. As Ross strolled through the stalls, he approached a vendor and requested, "1 bowl of clay pot soup, please." "Certainly. That will be 15 copper coins." After rummaging through his pockets, Ross discovered only silver coins and said, "Here, keep the change." "Ah, thank you, your lordship." "My goodness, it's his lordship Ross." The Imperial Street vendor was momentarily at a loss, rendered speechless by excitement. "Hush," as Ross surveyed his surroundings. He swiftly suppressed the magical energies in the vicinity, obstructing the transmission of sound. The extraordinary possess a myriad of abilities, and for Ross, compressing sound media and air was a trivial task. Yes, I shall do it right away." The dark-haired vendor of the Empire hastily approached a clay pot, only to be met with the scolding of a woman behind him. "Why is this taking so long? What are you doing? Is it the city guards causing trouble again? Or has someone stirred up a ruckus?" The man replied, "No, nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. I will personally attend to this clay pot." "Personally attend to it? What about the other customers?" "I can't worry about them now. Cut more meat." "But meat is expensive." "I said to cut more. So just do it without further ado." Observing the man's rare show of assertiveness, the woman's expression turned to one of astonishment. Ross, concealed within the crowd, diminished his presence through mental fluctuations, making it instinctively difficult for others to focus on him. After savoring a bowl of warm clay pot soup from Silver Fortress, Ross wandered through the marketplace, observing the merchants occupying their rented spaces, peddling their wares. A small street had flourished into prosperity, prompting him to nod in approval as he inquired, "How much for this bone necklace?" 5 silver coins. "I'll take it." He indulged in food and drink, perusing the stalls of the imperial traders, and then asked a soldier about the current rental spaces. The soldier impatiently replied, "All filled up, all rented out. That area over there is for free trading. Lord Ross has issued an order for free trade. allowing everyone to present their goods for open exchange. However, there are still quite a few fools getting swindled. It's quite exhausting. Aren't the scammers dealt with? Ross inquired. There are too many. It's indeed difficult to resolve. Ross nodded. Where there is order, there must be chaos. The emergence of scammers in the market is, paradoxically, a positive sign. The absence of deceit would be the real concern. As long as the issues are managed within acceptable limits, all is well. As night descended upon Silver Fortress, countless lights flickered to life. With a population exceeding 5,000, the castle was aglow with candles, including the restrooms Ross had previously planned. And the fines for public urination had brought about a newfound order. Counting the lights of each household, he smiled. Beside him stood a woman clad in opulent garments, wrapped in a white fox fur coat, gazing at Ross with a beaming smile. It is truly remarkable, she remarked, that in just over a fortnight, Silver Fortress has developed to this extent. When I last visited, the Rose territory was far less prosperous. Ross replied with a smile. Perhaps this is only temporary? Duke Selena remarked. The resources of Silver Fortress are far from exhausted. It is indeed a prime time for development. Your governance and management of the entire castle are exemplary, worthy of being a textbook reference, truly remarkable. Many of the stipulations could serve as a model for the empire. The white fox fur draped around Duke Selena danced gently in the breeze, her profile strikingly beautiful. Ross interjected, the pressing issue now is the insufficient number of schools. What is your perspective on this? You might seek to attract more talent to the empire until Silver Fortress is filled to capacity. However, I must caution you that you have already drawn the attention of many nobles from the Norland province. While you need not worry about internal conflicts within the empire, especially in the north, an influx of people can lead to a mix of the virtuous and the nefarious. Such a blend inevitably results in chaos, uncontrollable events, and perhaps even conspiracies. Conspiracy, a term foreign to Ross within the realm of court survival. He inquired, have you encountered many conspiracies? Duke Selena smiled. Perhaps it is more accurate to say that I grew up amidst an environment rife with intrigue, where webs are spun everywhere, and everyone plays the role of a spider. I am unsure if this metaphor holds, but it is indeed the reality of the imperial court, where each spider seeks its own sustenance, weaving its web of conspiracy, waiting for its prey to ensnare itself. Ross, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by this? Selena continued, before the invasion of the Dwarven army, you should travel to the central province to present your report and meet the Empress in person. This will be quite an intriguing journey. Do you have a candidate for a deputy for Silver Fortress and Steel Furnace? Or, to put it differently, an heir? Present a report? Selena replied. My sister still harbors doubts about your loyalty. If you go, the Empire may continue to support the development of the Northern Territories. After all, presenting a report is akin to an audience with the Empress. Everyone will view you as one of her direct line. Her Majesty has no obligation to continually support you. Rather, it is you who requires her assistance. Ross pondered this. Indeed, from the Empress's perspective, he had already established a foothold in the north, but had not proactively expressed his loyalty. What might the consequences be? General Sigline would be an excellent choice. And the speed of the White Dragon is unparalleled. Selena cautioned, the speed of the White Dragon is one thing. The pace at which conspiracies are born is unmatched by any creature. Are you suggesting that someone wishes to imprison me, to keep me within the court? Selena shook her head. Until everything is verified, it remains mere speculation. Ross immediately sensed the situation growing complicated and troublesome. His desire was solely to secure a stable development along the borders. If he were to seek an audience with the Empress, her court would undoubtedly not be a monolith. Would the opposing factions concoct conspiracies against him, perhaps even leaving him ensnared in the central province? Chapter 7. The Development Chronicles of Rose Territory. The Sleepless Nights of Rug's Inferior Dwarves. Father, you have changed. Ross, of course, did not heed Selena's advice and went directly to report to the Empire. Due to the recent rapid development of his territory, even though the invasion of the undead had been resolved, Ross remained ever vigilant. He even met with the young wight again during the night. In the shadowy depths of the underground tunnel, Ross remarked, there are more corpses of the undead. A contingent of dark elves and Sverfneblin have entered the Rose territory. I have already dispatched them to the Empire. But the underworld undoubtedly still harbors many remnants of the undead. White looked at Ross with curiosity and asked, my lord, may I inquire why you urgently require the corpses of the undead? Ross pondered, should I reveal that I need them for the rebirth system to regenerate, to command a more formidable Toon Legion, or to transform more dwarven and other talented individuals into my subordinates? He would certainly not voice such thoughts and instead casually replied, this matter is unrelated to the underworld. I will send the Toon Legion to assist you in maintaining absolute dominion over the Black Cavern Goblin tribe, provided there are sufficient undead corpses. The drow elf Nier and the little hobbits had previously conveyed vital information about the underworld to Ross, much like hobbits spreading word across the world, granting him crucial intelligence. White responded, "My lord, I shall do my utmost to comply with your wishes." In the past 2 instances, White had supplied Ross with abyssal serpents and dragon eggs. Any exchange of power could be regarded as a trade. And this occasion was no different. Thus, Ross inquired, in the short term, there will be a greater supply of dwarven weapons, armor, and protective gear sent underground. How is your goblin population expanding? White replied, the underworld is the realm of goblins, and naturally also that of the Sverfneblin. Their clandestine conversation was not meant for outsiders. Ross also procured a significant number of slaves from young White, intended for mining in Silver Fortress, as well as for agriculture and logging in the northern regions. Ever since Kent was corrupted by undead mutant potion, he had delegated many responsibilities, including how to develop the territory and utilize the underground slaves. The dwarves had long possessed experience in this regard, far surpassing Ross's tentative exploration in the Rose territory. After meeting with young White, Ross intended to visit the stables. The northern region, due to its extreme cold, did not yield many horses, and he lacked the Empire's most specialized pastures and stud farms. Therefore, to develop cavalry in the Rose territory, the most crucial step was to import military horses from the Ruger territory. Within the stables, many horses shivered, exhaling misty breaths, their manes frozen in frost. The losses were significant. Some of the war horses transported from the north were ill-suited for the cold. Only those that could adapt to the frigid northern climate were suitable for transport and riding. The quality of this batch of horses was subpar, indeed far inferior to the steeds of the Empire's elite iron cavalry. Listening to the words of the stable manager, Ross remarked, "Inform Count Ruger to replace the horse breeds. No subpar varieties should be sent to the north. Henceforth, for every horse lost, a significant portion of their resources and goods shall be seized, and there shall be no room for negotiation." Count Ruger remained the same as Ross had known him, despite previous successful transactions. This batch of war horses from Ruger's domain harbored many frail and sickly specimens. On the surface, Count Ruger insisted these were the finest imperial steeds. Yet which of the Empire's horses in the north was not in prime condition? The leader of the caravan from Ruger's domain, Norsen, was exuberantly gazing at the cart filled with dwarven weapons and equipment when suddenly, the forces from Rose territory halted him. "Lord Derek Pro, have we not already inspected the goods? We have settled our accounts. Why are we not permitted to leave Silver Fortress?" The frost and mist, along with the darkness of the polar night, enveloped the imposing walls of Silver Fortress, where numerous arrows from ghoul archers were still affixed. During this time, the logistics team and farmers, using dwarven pulley systems, began to collect arrows for reutilization, fortifying the defenses of Silver Fortress. Derek Pro scoffed, "The goods you traded are problematic. And do not think I am unaware. Among the farmers you sent, many are criminals from Ruger's domain. My subordinates have previously interrogated these vagrants, and they all possess criminal histories, released from your prisons." The caravan leader, Norsen, shifted his gaze nervously, stammering, "This is unjust. I know nothing of this. Seize 3 carts of supplies. Return all the inferior war horses. Silver Fortress does not currently lack for horse meat. 1/5 of this transaction is deemed void. Lord Ross has granted you another opportunity, but should there be a next time, should you engage in deceitful practices, you should be well aware of your fate." Derek Pro made a gesture across his throat, instantly sending a chill of sweat down Norsen's spine. Indeed, even in Rose territory, Norsen dared not voice his anger. Derek Pro continued, "These warhorses did not present significant issues upon arrival. Perhaps some magic or sorcery was employed, but now that the effects have worn off, their true nature has been revealed. Keep a close watch on them to prevent any further trickery." "Yes, my lord." In comparison to the development of Rose territory, Count Ruger's pettiness and various schemes were merely a minor interlude. Ross approached the dwarven forge where Shedder had previously been crafted. Observing Master Kent and the 200 dwarven artisans transformed into half-ghouls, nodding in satisfaction. An imperial steward, upon seeing Ross, quickly bowed respectfully, "My lord, what troubles you, causing such agitation?" Production has increased nearly 3-fold. They were previously slacking. Ross chuckled, for he had once been an adversary of Silver Fortress. It was a favor granted in light of the ghoul invasion to forge weapons for them. Now, this was the true production capacity of Silver Fortress. Moreover, we find ourselves in a predicament due to a shortage of slaves. Given the immense volume of forging required, Each dwarf artisan is capable of crafting nearly 1 weapon per hour, which translates to 24 weapons over a continuous 24-hour period. There may, of course, be occasional errors or failures in furnace temperature control, resulting in discrepancies in the quality of the forged items or even outright failures. Nevertheless, the daily output of 200 dwarf artisans remains consistently above 1,200 weapons, primarily focusing on armaments. The crafting of armor and similar items is far more intricate and troublesome. As for enchantments, Ross shook his head, stating that we should not dwell on that for now. He inquired about the current labor shortage in the Silver Fortress mine. Sif, the overseer of the craftsmen, pondered and replied that the issue was not a lack of workers, but rather a deficiency in the minerals required. As long as the slaves can extract sufficient minerals to meet the forging needs of the dwarf artisans, it would suffice. Regarding a standard imperial longsword, it requires approximately 3 kilograms of steel, though depending on the craftsmanship, it could demand as much as 4 kilograms. For the sake of calculations, let us consider 4 kilograms. Crafting 1,000 weapons daily would necessitate 4,000 kilograms of steel. What is the current output of the mine? It is barely under 2,000 kilograms. The encouraging news, however, is that we will not only extract steel but also other rare metals such as mithril, quartz, platinum, obsidian, and diamonds. Ross could discern that Sif was hesitant to divulge more. He continued, your Shidu longsword requires 600 pounds of steel for a single charge. Ross nearly overlooked the fact that to transcend the original 2-meter limit of his Shidu, an immense quantity of steel would be required. These materials, once utilized, do not simply vanish. Instead, they coalesce into an exquisite core, enhancing the growth and condition of the artifact. This is a rather daunting prospect. All things adhere to the principle of energy conservation. Even Ross's regeneration system cannot conjure materials out of thin air, but instead facilitates a transformation of resources and substances. The steel consumed by the Shidu, aside from the considerable losses, is largely absorbed by the artifact itself. This is an alarming reality, placing an additional burden on the Silver Fortress. Thus, how many slaves would be necessary? Ross inquired. Surely, we cannot rely on importing metals? Sif responded, my Lord Ross. The north is vast and sparsely populated. Previously, Kent had mentioned that there are numerous open-pit mineral deposits in the Silver Fortress and even in the Para Forest. However, these sites necessitate military protection, the establishment of mining operations, and the smelting of iron into wrought iron, all of which require the creation of temporary bases. Ross nodded and replied, I am currently in the process of acquiring more slaves from the Black Cavern Goblin clan. The first phase aims to expand the slave population to over 5,000. As for the mining beyond the north, Sif interjected, my Lord Ross. The tide of the undead has now receded. Ross remarked, you should discuss this matter with Anantos Steel. In the shrouded darkness, the dwarves of Rose Ridge trembled as they gazed upon their former friends and companions. Glenn, you have betrayed Silver Fortress. How could you work for Ross of Rose Ridge? The dwarf craftsman named Glenn curled his lips into a faint smile, declaring, my Lord Ross is the most worthy of our loyalty. The summer insect cannot speak of ice. From this day forth, no one in our household is permitted to speak ill of his lordship Ross. Father, you have changed. Have you forgotten? Silver Fortress once belonged to us dwarves, yet now those towering humans have encroached upon our castle, occupying it with no sense of shame or morality. They are invaders. Silence. Glenn's fury erupted as he struck his child across the face, asserting, you are mistaken. The young dwarf stubbornly lowered his head, insisting, Ross is the invader. Say it. You are wrong. I was wrong. Glenn lay upon his bed, caressing the silver ring upon his finger, stating, his lordship Ross has provided us with the finest conditions. We shall forever remain loyal to the great Lord Ross. He had undergone a transformation both physically and mentally through the corpse demon mutation elixir. Apart from his absolute loyalty to Ross, no other being possessed the same fate Weaver Blood River as Ross, thus rendering any possibility of allegiance to the Tun Legion unattainable. Even if a true god were to descend, or the leader of the corpse demons appeared, they would be unable to command the Tun Legion, a significant distinction. On that very night, countless dwarf craftsmen spent an insomniac night as they discerned that the very pillars of their households had seemingly altered entirely. They found themselves disinterested in the vengeful endeavors of the dwarves, secretly conspiring against it, even deeming it unnecessary. Some were content with the status quo, while others fervently praised his lordship Ross. Yet their sole commonality was their tendencies and allegiance, which had wholly shifted towards Rose Ridge, becoming unwavering loyal subjects of the Imperial Lord Ross. Chapter 26. Conspiracy and Assassination. Sixth Ring spelled dissolution. Ross's response. The corpse demons of the underground world were brought to the surface and subsequently transformed by Ross. He was already well-versed in such matters. System, initiate transformation. Congratulations, host. Transformed and resurrected 485 corpse demon bodies, obtaining corpse demon mutation elixir X152, corpse demon leather armor X298, acquiring soul crystals X34, acquiring bone arrows X782. The success of the transformation did not merely signify one circumstance, but heralded Ross's impending ability to control beings of other races, perhaps dwarves, perhaps dark elves, perhaps goblins. In any case, it is far better to prepare for the future than to react hastily. Upon examining the small map, Ross gazed at the crimson dots upon its surface, and suddenly chuckled, shaking his head. The Grand Duchess Selena had previously cautioned him to be wary of the imperial web of conspiracies and had urged him to present himself at the imperial court. It was indeed a captivating subject. However, Ross chose not to heed her advice, for he possessed the small map and the system. Within the icy northern realm depicted on the map, an increasing number of luminous points symbolizing dwarves congregated. A dwarf known as Nitrostone observed Black Iron Dane and spoke in a voice as thunderous as a storm. Will this assassination succeed? A conspiracy, by its very nature, is shrouded in secrecy. Black Iron Dane, once a firearms instructor for Ross's dwarven troops, now led over 100 dwarven marksmen, along with 10 dragon-blooded butchers transformed by the White Dragon, as they approached the castle of Silver Fortress. The lights had dimmed, and the wooden structure was cloaked in darkness. Black Iron Dane remarked, Lord Rat of the Hellsea Province has conveyed their orders to us. If we successfully eliminate Ross, the leader of Rose Territory, then Silver Fortress, Grey Hammer, and Steel Furnace shall return to the embrace of the Dwarven Empire. But can this conspiracy truly succeed? I am certain that even if it fails, someone must undertake the task. The secondary plan involved ensnaring the prominent figures within Silver Fortress, such as that wretched Rodney and the other elders, who had aided Ross in establishing his dominion. Aside from them, there were numerous other targets. Though the reasons behind the artisans and Kent's reluctance to partake in the endeavor remained unclear, it was evident that they had succumbed to Ross's corruption. Kent, too, was damned. A dragon-blooded dwarf, suppressing his fury, directed his words toward the distance. In the night, this band of dwarves was unaware that their crimson dots had attracted the attention of a lord who wielded dominion over the fate of the undead and the 7,000 rivers of blood. The night's wind and snow swirled, as if all were engulfed in slumber. Occasionally, weary sentinels of the Empire glanced about, only to fade into the darkness. Ross intended to replace these sentinels with soldiers from the Toon Legion, for the undead possessed far superior endurance compared to the Imperial Guards. It was precisely due to their fatigue that the dwarven conspirators, led by Black Iron Dane, drew near to Ross's chamber, their backs pressed together. This is it. Once we eliminate him, the White Dragon Veldra shall be liberated, and the forces of Hellsea Province will invade Steel Furnace, driving humanity from the north once more. The wooden door creaked open as one of the dwarves tore through a soundproof scroll. Ross, shrouded in the night, observed the scene, reflecting on the professionalism displayed. They had even prepared soundproof scrolls. Even beyond the soundproof scrolls, their plans were meticulously crafted, akin to an adventurous party preparing to slay a dragon, necessitating countless divisions of labor and preparations. At this moment, his hand caressed the hilt of Shadu's great sword, observing as a dozen dwarves streamed into the room. In the next instant, they swung down towards the bedding where Ross lay sleeping. Death. A certain ecstatic emotion flickered in the eyes of the dragonblood dwarves and the Black Iron Dane. However, when the short axe struck the cotton and bedding, it produced no response of bones or flesh. He was already bracing for a counterattack from this dragon lord and the ensuing battle. Yet within the room, aside from the inflated pillows and neatly arranged blankets, there was no trace of anyone's presence. He was not here. Where could he be? Black Iron Dane suddenly felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In an instant, torches illuminated the area surrounding Ross's chamber. And beside the torches were pairs of eyes, green as ghostly flames. They did not speak, yet they seemed to move outside the windows, beyond the doors, and even above their heads. Black Iron Dane trembled, realizing, they have been discovered. How could this be? Who leaked the information? No one would betray us. Unless there is a traitor among us. It wasn't me. It couldn't possibly be me. We must fight our way out. Black Iron Dane was drenched in sweat. The nature of conspiracy is such that it must remain in the shadows. A conspiracy exposed to the light of day is merely a foolish endeavor akin to throwing stones at an egg. Ross stood a short distance away, arms crossed, and calmly stated, "Capture them alive." He was genuinely curious about the connection between them and the Dwarven Empire. Since there was a connection, that would simplify matters. He could, as before, devise a plan to mimic the strategy used against the bandits of Rodard, making preparations in advance and simultaneously disseminating false information, a tactic he had employed previously. However, since the opportunity had arisen, he was not averse to employing the same strategy once again. Roar. The soundproof scroll absorbed all noise. This plot of rebellion and assassination stirred not a single ripple. Ross strolled leisurely to Hagon's side. Who orchestrated your actions? Black Iron Dane gazed up at Ross's face with hatred, recalling the time of the corpse demon invasion when he and his subordinates had to suppress their emotions of resentment. At that moment, Ross had witnessed their reactions while patrolling the city walls and had forcibly quelled their hatred. Now, it seemed that the continuity of past hatred had transformed into the present act of murder, appearing entirely rational. Yet to Ross, behind any semblance of reason, there must be a deeper justification. This justification was what gave him the certainty that his plans would succeed. After experiencing the battle against the corpse demons, he should be quite certain of his combat prowess, which was not something an ordinary person could contend with. What, then, is their grand scheme? In other words, on what grounds do they believe they can successfully assassinate him? Ross exhibits neither carelessness nor imprudence. Quite the opposite, as he strides forward. He ceases to advance further when within 10 meters of Black Iron Dane. A profound sense of urgency and torment envelopes Black Iron Dane. Just a little closer. Why not draw nearer still? Ross, with a hint of amusement, muses, "Do you wish to approach me further?" He takes a step back, then another. In the next moment, Black Iron Dane roars, "Die? Disintegrate." The tempest of a 6th-tier spell, coupled with the perilous 6th sense bestowed upon Ross by the venomous serpent elixir, instills in him a persistent awareness of the imminent danger lurking near Black Iron Dane. Witnessing the shattering of the 6th-tier spell scroll, his expression betrays a flicker of surprise. 6th tier? Magic? My lord. Countless soldiers of the Toon Legion immediately position themselves before Ross. Yet the emerald glow of the half-undead beings in the night does not overpower the green ray before them. Black Iron Dane's preparations are thorough, possessing the potential for a lethal strike. The disintegration spell can sever the life force of all beings and ignore any armor or defenses, inflicting 10d6 40 force damage. Should the target's life force fall below this threshold, they are reduced to dust. Nothing remains. This spell requires a 6th-tier sorcerer to cast and must be executed within a distance of 50 feet, meaning Black Iron Dane must approach Ross within approximately 17 meters. However, the closer he gets, the less time Ross has to react. For this assassination, Black Iron Dane has endured humiliation, sidestepping the destruction of Silver Fortress and evading the onslaught of the undead. In countless moments where death loomed, he has persevered, embodying the resilience of a subject of the Dwarven Empire. Upon witnessing the instant the green ray of the spell scroll erupts, Black Iron Dane's expression teeters on the brink of madness, his voice rising in a fervent shout. Suppression, endurance, the subjugation by humans. Bearing witness to countless Dwarven subjects oppressed by Ross, observing Kent and over 200 Dwarven artisans become Ross's devoted followers, and the consecutive falls of Steel Furnace Fortress and Greyhammer Fortress into Ross's grasp. These images of despair and the numbed gazes of the Dwarven populace ignite a blaze of hatred within the depths of Black Iron Dane, the firearms instructor of Silver Fortress. Die, Ross. The Dwarven assassins also bear witness to this scene, their expressions brimming with anticipation and elation for the sake of vanquishing Ross. They are willing to do anything. If this endeavor succeeds, they shall be heralded as heroes among the dwarves. But will the outcome truly unfold as such? In the shroud of night, Ross murmurs calmly, "Frost Spirit." 3 soldiers of the Thun Legion were instantaneously disintegrated by the 6-ringed magic ray, transforming into 3 clouds of ash. One soldier, merely grazed by the green beam, saw his left arm reduced to nothingness. Just as the emerald beam was about to strike Ross, it pierced through his neck, ascending through the nape before soaring into the sky, where it erupted into a magnificent firework display, bursting naturally at an altitude of 17 meters. The emotions of Black Iron Dane shifted from exhilaration and joy to confusion and despair. Ross remarked with a smile, "In truth, I could have endured that attack. For I have perused the imperial tomes provided by Audrey, which detail that the disintegration spell requires a life force greater than that of the target to be lethal. You cannot possibly believe that after forming a pact with the White Dragon, I would be instantly vanquished by such a fatal spell?" His smile widened. The immense vitality bestowed by the Earth Dragon, the shared life force from the White Dragon Pact, and the river of blood formed by 7,000 undead, Until the life force of these undead is entirely consumed, any attempt to slay him is fundamentally a mere illusion. Hagon inquired, "My lord, what shall we do?" Ross replied, "No need for imprisonment or interrogation." He produced a vial of undead mutation potion and added with a grin, "Let him drink this." For such diehard loyalists of the Dwarven Empire, allowing them to witness and feel firsthand their betrayal is the most effective punishment. Long ago, Black Iron Dane had begun to diminish his presence, rarely appearing in Ross's sight, nearly allowing himself to be forgotten. Now, bound and helpless, the potion was forcefully poured down his throat. Ross seated himself in a chair within the hall, hands clasped. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from Black Iron Dane's lips, soon transforming into a trembling voice laced with despair. "Great Master," Ross commanded, "speak of the Dwarven Empire's schemes and your connections." Black Iron Dane commenced recounting the letters exchanged with the Dwarven Empire and the subsequent plans laid out by them. Chapter 9. Reinforcements. This vital limb must be reattached. The Empire's plan to seek an audience, heading towards the central province. Ross did not perceive Black Iron Dane's intention to murder him as an act of hatred or error. On the contrary, he intended to appoint Black Iron Dane to command 1/3 of the Thun Legion, thereby establishing 3 leaders for the Legion: Hagon, Thorin Iron Anvil, and the self-caught Black Iron Dane. Has Raging River Fortress already dispatched an army to commence the bandit purge? The term bandit eradication holds a particularly intriguing chill for Ross. Whether it be marauders or any form of brigands, they are to be surrounded by formidable forces, be it the Empire or the Dwarven Empire, both seeking to annihilate enemies and foes. Yet, even in the face of new pressures and troubles, Ross chose to employ his previous tactics once more. He chuckled and said, "Go send a message to the Dwarven Empire using your rock eagles, informing them that the assassination plan has failed and request additional support. You must claim that you have infiltrated and corrupted a guard beside Ross. This victory will soon belong entirely to the Dwarven Empire." Black Iron Dane looked at Ross in terror and despair. This man was far more dangerous than anyone had imagined. If only there were 7th-tier spell scrolls, it would be even better. Black Iron Dane trembled. "It's exceedingly difficult. 6th-tier scrolls are already the limit." Ross replied with a smile, "6th tier will suffice. Once you receive the scroll, deliver it into my hands. In your letter to the Dwarven Empire's leader, Rad Shatterhammer, inform him not to rush, delay the offensive for now, as Ross's domain requires time to develop. Your conspiracy cannot enter a state of war just yet, for that would lead to its unraveling." Rad Shatterhammer, the chieftain of the stronghold of Raging Tide, was similarly a key figure of the Dwarven Empire, poised to erupt into full-scale war with Ross. A powerful lord from the province of Helheim. This fellow, like the generals from the 6 southern provinces of the mortal realm, was certainly no pushover. The enemies who had fallen beneath his hammer were far more numerous than one might imagine. At that moment, Ross heard a dragonblood dwarf shouting from nearby, "You cannot defeat Lord Rad Shatterhammer. The iron army of the dwarves will undoubtedly prevail." Ross nonchalantly waved his hand, and in the next instant, the dragonblood dwarf's throat erupted with blood. Ross shook his head. Had it not been for the potential conflict with corpse demon alchemy, I would have truly considered transforming you all with the dragon blood of White Dragon Veldra, not to incite your rebellion against me. If you truly wish to resist, then be prepared to face death. Under the cover of night, Ross summoned many individuals. With a singular theme at hand, the Rose domain was about to face war once more. Sigrid respectfully inquired, "My lord, should we take the initiative?" Her words captured the attention of Daggett and others. The Dragon Slayer Brigade had recently felt an unsettling sense of crisis. The sudden emergence of Hargun from the Thun Legion, along with those black-armored troops, seemed to indicate a plan to replace them. When it came to loyalty, no one surpassed the barbarian's allegiance to Ross. However, Ross smiled and replied, "There is no need to take the initiative. Instead, focus on preparing our city defenses. This battle may prove to be more troublesome than facing the corpse demons." The Dwarven Empire had undoubtedly withstood the invasion of the corpse demon army. Thus, they were certainly stronger than the demons. Yet, Ross did not immediately choose to counterattack. He did not even mount his White Dragon Veldra to scout the area for intelligence. The reason for this was simple. In Black Iron Dane's correspondence to the Dwarven Empire, he had informed them that Silver Fortress and Steel Furnace had not adequately prepared for war. If this information gap were properly exploited, it could lead to a significant downfall for them. Heinrich Dane remarked in his correspondence that the organizational structure and morale of the Rose territory had significantly declined following the incursion of the undead, rendering them incapable of sustaining a war. The only substantial threat remained Lord Ross of the Rose, thus necessitating a period for the conspiracy to ferment. Eliminating Ross would decisively neutralize the remaining military shields, effectively averting the loss of dwarf soldiers. Ross was acutely aware that the Rose territory required time to develop. The more buffer space and time afforded to them, the stronger their military would become. Kurt Helborg, observing the formidable and even terrifying northern army formations before him, fell silent as he assimilated into the ranks of the Rose territory. Upon learning that Lord Ross had evaded assassination by a six-circle spell the previous night, the Imperial officer's heart began to ignite with a sense of submission as he personally faced the onslaught of the White Dragon, leading the cavalry of Ruger to scatter their foes. Lord Ross, he acknowledged. Ross, recognizing the surrendering Imperial general as a rare cavalry leader, had long desired a substantial cavalry force, akin to the tactics of Napoleon. Is the training plan ready? He inquired. We shall depart shortly, Ross replied with a smile. Excellent. Assemble the newly formed troops. These 2,000 soldiers shall no longer serve Viscount Tylus of the Empire, but will instead become a new force for the North. Yes, my lord. Ross addressed his subordinate, stating, wealth, riches, power, lands, and all that the future holds. I shall provide you with all that you desire, provided you can contribute significant strength and value to the Rose territory. As he continued onward, he realized that during this interval, utilized by Heinrich Dane to delay the onslaught of the Dwarven Imperial Army, he must prepare and strategize further. His next plan involved employing undead mutation elixirs X-151 to sow numerous seeds throughout the central provinces of the Empire and even in Norland. These seeds, much like bullets, may not soar swiftly or far at present, yet with time, they would ultimately blossom into countless seeds akin to sunflowers. The Rose territory resembled a colossal, functioning machine, tirelessly transporting goods, with countless laborers coming and going. Following previous discussions, the outdoor iron mining initiative began to unfold alongside military operations. While the newly formed 2,000-strong army saw Anatoly promoted to the rank of Triad Centurion, an Anthos-steel oath was fortifying Steel Furnace Castle, as an increasing throng ascended and descended the battlements. Meanwhile, at Greyhammer Castle, numerous farmlands were cultivated, with farmers and imperial citizens engaged in labor, their actions appearing both busy and gratifying. The commercial progress of Silver Fortress flourishes, with a multitude of transactions occurring daily. The demand for dwarven forged armors and weapons far exceeds supply, and due to the scarcity of mineral resources, many locals have joined the ranks of miners in hopes of exchanging their labor for resources and gold. Every territory, every castle, operates as a war machine. When this machine begins to function, it roars like a thunderous engine, one that will never cease once it has started. Audrey has returned to the Ruger territory to assist Ross in managing external affairs. This noble socialite will host soirees and salons, promoting the splendor of the North to all the elite and nobility, thereby aiding Ross in securing additional trade orders and transactions, essentially fulfilling the role of a diplomat outside the territory. Gloria has managed the affairs of Greyhammer Fortress with remarkable efficiency, though occasional oversights do occur. Nonetheless, the word busy has become her constant companion. The White Dragon, Vieldra, emerged from the vast magical array cavern of Silver Fortress, invigorated after indulging in catnip from the treasury. These ancient magical arrays trace back to the time of the ancient covenant with the White Dwarfs. However, the old era has passed, and a new age has dawned. This is the era of the Rose territory. Countless individuals mining in the subterranean tunnels gazed in awe at the majestic dragon wings of Vieldra as they flapped powerfully. Some wondered aloud, Lord Vieldra, have you grown significantly? Grown? It is peculiar, for the lifespan of dragons is exceptionally long, taking centuries to mature. As a contracted being, the strength of the White Dragon, Vieldra, continues to rise, closely linked to Ross's own ascension in power. Initially, it was thought that the relationship between the dragon and the Dragon Lord Ross was not mutually beneficial. However, Vieldra was taken aback by Ross's rapid advancement in strength. Lady Selena, is this your first time riding a great dragon? Selena, adorned in an elegant satin velvet gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, was embellished with platinum and silver accessories. Seemingly every precious jewel in existence was meant to accentuate her beauty. The cloaked court attendant cautioned, please be careful. Are you certain you do not require the company of High Priest Zeus? Selena replied, Lord Ross will ensure my safety. Vieldra, roar, commanded Ross. The colossal white dragon landed upon the snowy cliffs of Silver Fortress, its movements appearing rather abrupt, veiled by the snowstorm. Selena said nothing but gently reached out to stroke the back of Vieldra, running her fingers along the bony protrusions of its wings. Truly, it is a magnificent beast. Vieldra seemed somewhat irked by the description of itself as a beast, Was it not a fitting characterization? Ross then extended his hand, gentlemanly assisting the esteemed Duchess of the Empire onto the dragon's wing. With the ascent of the White Dragon, they soared into the skies. The inhabitants of Silver Fortress gradually transformed into mere black dots akin to ants. The higher one ascended, the more tumultuous the winds became, their howling intensifying with every gust. Duchess Selena harbored no complaints as she observed Ross conjuring freezing magic before her, crystallizing ice to shield against the tempest. A faint smile graced her lips as she remarked, "Indeed, surveying the northern realm from such heights reveals a unique splendor." She was not one to fear heights. Ross had learned through their previous discourse that this duchess had ridden the royal griffins since childhood, seemingly at ease. The howling winds and chaotic currents stirred her garments. Yet Ross refrained from gazing at the allure of her neckline or the elegant length of her legs beneath her skirt. In any era, a man in the company of the most exquisite woman invariably feels a profound sense of pride and happiness. The intoxicating sensation was even more profound when she wielded such power and was of imperial lineage, drawing Ross deeper into its grasp. "What precisely did you mean by the conspiracy you mentioned earlier?" Ross inquired. Selena, not feigning profundity, gazed into the distance and replied, "It does not refer to anything specific, but rather resembles a web. Once one enters the central provinces of the empire, possessing some degree of authority and power, such as your current title of Viscount, one naturally steps into this web." "And what lies within this web?" Ross asked. Selena smiled. Many spiders. "Do they consume their own kind?" He probed. "They feast upon their own kind," she affirmed. Taking a deep breath, Selena savored the clarity and chill within her chest and remarked, "From a young age, I have been accustomed to witnessing murder and strife. A guard, once kneeling in respectful allegiance, may find himself poisoned and lifeless before my eyes the very next day. Poison lurks in the broth, and magical surveillance scrolls hide within the garments exchanged. The emperor once issued a chaotic decree, slaughtering half the court's maids and attendants. Those who traversed the night, evidently powerless, were compelled to perish in place of certain royals who twisted truth into falsehoods. My sister and I endured great hardship within the palace, relying solely on each other. Only through darkness can one achieve light, and it is precisely our upbringing in such an environment that has sharpened our perception of conspiracy. Should you reach the imperial palace, exercise utmost caution." Ross nodded in agreement. Certain truths can only be felt through personal experience. The White Dragon descended swiftly, returning to Silver Fortress. As was her custom, Selena requested that Ross compose a few verses, and it was evident that her spirits were considerably lifted. Before the elegant White Dragon returned him to the palace, he simply uttered one sentence to Ross: "Return alive, emerging from the web of conspiracy, esteemed Viscount Ross. Perhaps upon your return, you shall encounter even greater surprises and unexpected rewards." The army of dwarves had been effectively delayed by Ross, with Black Iron Dane assisting him in buying time. There would be no issues until the moment of revelation. The White Dragon, Veldra, inquired with curiosity, "Where to next?" Ross smiled and replied, "Do you not know?" By long Widera remarked, "I have recently been sleeping amidst piles of treasure. You would do well not to mention your plans for distant travels, as I have yet to rest sufficiently." Ross curled his lip and replied, "I am bound for the Empire, to the central province, where I shall personally present myself to Her Majesty the Empress. I intend to offer her my loyalty and my heart." "Why?" By long Widera gasped. "Because the Empire has ceased its military assistance to Silver Fortress and the Northern Territories. A limb of Lord Huang has been severed, and I must ensure that this particular leg, especially the most substantial one, is reattached. Only then can the future development of Rose territory rise robust and strong. The most sincere course of action would be to report to the Imperial Province. However, I shall go alone, and you shall accompany me." By long Widera's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "I do not wish to visit the palace. What if I am imprisoned? How could I ever return? I might never come back." Ross responded, "Risk and reward are eternally equivalent. Nothing is gained without cost. This time, I need to regain the Empress's trust, and you represent one of the risks involved. If you perish, then so be it. We must leave it to fate." By long Widera roared, "Ross, I despise you." Ross chuckled, "Once you are gone, I shall seek another white dragon to contract. Fros is my goddess, and she knows where to find other white dragons." He smiled, shrugging. "The chosen one? I haven't perceived much benefit from that." Chapter 27. The Imperial Central Province. My inaugural participation in the nobility salon of the Empire. The provinces of the Empire are expansive and vast, necessitating traversal through countless castles and cities. In the north alone, there are 5 provinces: serving as strategic depths for the royal lineage. Ross previously traversed the Norland province upon Dragonback, yet he had not fully penetrated the entirety of the province, his influence merely lingering at the periphery of Norland, crossing the boundless snows of the north and the silvery expanse. Gazing upon the familiar blossoms of Norland province and the verdant forests, Ross journeyed through the familiar landscapes of Cautious Forest, Fear Bay, and Peak Pass until he arrived at Rug territory. Without pausing, he continued through the heart of Norland province, Avalar City. Amidst soaring heights and the swift movement of the White Dragon, Ross casually sliced a piece of jerky at midday. Such predation by the dragon in the wilderness was not uncommon. Congratulations on your quality. You have slain a gray bear and received Gray Bear Pelt X1, Fangsword X1, Braised Bear Paw X1. Though he had not consumed stamina potions, Ross's 2 systems, regeneration and a minimap, greatly assisted him. Otherwise, it would have been utterly impossible for an ordinary person to sustain prolonged, uninterrupted flight. Ross's flight was intermittent, yet the minimap's guidance ensured he would not stray. Steering clear of the southern provinces of the Empire, the northern territories and the provinces of Norland lay to the north. The dominion of the earthly empire spans both north and south, encompassing an immense territory that borders on the terrifying. Traversing the province of Norland, Ross encounters countless fortifications. He beholds majestic mountains, serene lakes, and gentle streams meandering delicately in the wind, sipping the morning dew and braving the evening frost. He crosses rivers and valleys, even observing numerous mineral veins. Countless imperial farmers toiled diligently in their fields, free from the northern realm's long nights and tempests, revealing endless golden expanses of wheat, alongside sweet potatoes, corn, and other crops. As a lord hailing from the frigid north, how could Ross not envy the fertility of the Empire's lands? Indeed, he feels an overwhelming sense of envy. The resources of the forests offer ample opportunities for hunting precious materials, and while the northern woods are vast, the trees there are notoriously difficult to fell, although cultivation is possible. The arduousness of farming in the north pales in comparison to the ease of tilling the Empire's fertile black soil. The mere act of breaking ground in permafrost could exhaust a farmer who can only till a mere 2 acres daily. Ah, the sea of flowers. Gazing beyond the valley, Ross observes dense woods entwined, with grass that has never been tamed growing wildly and unrestrained. In the distance, it naturally forms a breathtaking sea of orange blossoms, distinct from the lavender fields. As he tumbles down the slope from the heights of White Dragon, he experiences a rare moment of tranquility. At that moment, a wandering knight on a white steed, burdened with 2 enormous packs, approaches Ross. You are the esteemed Count Ross of White Dragon, he proclaims. Ross, yawning and reclining on the plain, understands the necessity of balancing labor with rest, especially since his steed, Veldra, has ventured into the forest for a hunt. He knows he must allow his mount to feast before resuming their journey. Such is not a waste of time. Are you listening? The wandering knight demands. Surely a commoner should first pay respects to a noble? With indignation, the knight exclaims, It appears that you, my lord Ross, are but an ordinary man. Ignoring the knight's provocation, Ross replies, Come, lie down for a moment. Are you not weary? The wandering knight, taken aback, gazes at the baron sprawled comfortably upon the grassy slope, surprised to find him so unlike the formidable and imposing figure rumored. He approaches Ross, but the white horse, sensing a certain majestic essence, refuses to move further, regardless of how tightly the knight grips the reins. There exists a human essence, a distinct aura of equine nature, and the white dragon possesses its own unique presence. Ross inquires, What is the name of the city nearby? Orange City, the knight replies. Oh, the wandering knight continues. Will you accept my challenge? Ross retorts, You are simply too weak. The wandering knight remarked, We only compare swordsmanship. Ross laughed, There is no comparison. You do not even possess a dragon. I am a dragon knight, while you are but an ordinary knight, rendering any comparison futile. Ross then inquired, Could you tell me about the situation nearby? The wandering knight, feeling helpless and dejected, replied, You have now entered the province of Hoster. Below lies a basin shrouded by mountains, with the city of Orange at its periphery. How far must I travel to reach the central province? Very far, came the reply. How far is very far? You must pass through numerous checkpoints, starting with the one outside Orange City, then traverse a forest, cross a large lake, and surmount the mountainous fortifications of its city. Only then will you have traversed Middenland and crossed into the Hoster province, before finally reaching the central province. I am not very familiar with Hoster province either, as I have only recently embarked on my journey. How do you know about me? Ross closed his eyes. The wandering knight continued, There are many rumors circulating, A white dragon has been sighted soaring over the Imperial territory, prompting numerous knights to seek challenges along the way. Ross nodded. Realizing that the commotion he had created would have undoubtedly reached the ears of the Imperial high-ups on the very first day, he entered Nordland, leading to swift dissemination of information that would capture the attention of others. Ordinary folk would assess situations based on the information available, for humans are creatures of intelligence. None possess omniscience, yet with swift communication, they can grasp what is happening. Have you truly established the 12th province of the Empire in the north? It cannot be deemed a province yet. There are currently only 3 castles. The wandering knight asked, "May I join your territory?" "Of course," Ross responded. His interest piqued by this agreeable topic, extolling the virtues of the north, describing it as a land of abundance where furs were plentiful and agricultural issues, along with the challenges of winter, were resolved, painting it as a veritable paradise. In reality, however, the north is vast and sparsely populated, with barren lands, difficult to cultivate, often shrouded in darkness during the day, buffeted by blizzards, making travel perilous without torches, and the roads thick with ice and snow. The reality starkly contrasted with his description. It was simply cold. There were frequent tales of drunken farmers who succumbed to the elements after falling asleep outside, only to be found frozen the next day. "I pledge my loyalty to you, esteemed Lord Ross." At that moment, a white dragon swooped down from the valley, roaring through the air. The wandering knight gazed in awe at the immense creature, its eyes surveying all with disdain. He watched as his white steed knelt, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, feeling as though he were walking the streets of the Imperial province, fearful of being inadvertently harmed by the majestic lion tethered nearby. Yet this white dragon was not restrained. Who could say what it might do? "Do not worry. It does not bite." "Roar." The dragon Veldra bellowed at its master. "You are the one who is a dog. Farewell, my lord." The wandering knight named Rupo respectfully performed the noble etiquette of the Midern province, which caught Ross's attention. He observed that the customs and cultural nuances of the Empire's provinces varied significantly. The attire of the common folk, as well as the distinctions between different territories and provinces, were striking. For instance, the manner of speech in the Midern province was marked by a peculiar intonation resembling an oi sound, starkly contrasting with the dialogues he had encountered among nobles and commoners in the Norland province, making it immediately apparent that they hailed from different regions. "Let us proceed," he said, continuing on their journey. They traversed a narrow pass and crossed a vast lake, its surface shimmering like a cerulean mirror. The air was invigorating, with forests and cliffs stretching into the distance. Ross was suddenly enveloped in a sense of wonder, as if he were a traveler enchanted by the breathtaking landscapes. Perhaps it was the prolonged confinement in the north that made the grandeur of the Empire's scenery feel almost extravagant, especially under the governance of the corrupt Count Rug. Little did he realize that this too was a manifestation of ambition. Casting his gaze upon the seemingly endless throngs of people cooking by the brook and drawing water, he noted the distant windmill turning gracefully. The vivid scenes unfolded before him. Fishermen casting their lines into the flowing river, boats gliding across the water, and woodcutters laboring in the mountainous forests. He felt increasingly captivated by this journey. Mountains, mountains, and more mountains. An imposing geographical barrier concealed a vast, boundless plain beyond. From the small map, he discerned that the central province of the Empire was, in fact, a powerful expanse hidden behind the mountains. This plain was remarkably flat and prosperous, teeming with countless horses grazing, an idyllic natural pasture. Interspersed within the plain were numerous forests, and in the distance, Ron spotted an immense trade port, where grand ships appeared and disappeared in the harbor city. To his astonishment, the entire provincial expanse of the Empire seemed to be coastal. He did not wish to squander any more time. This journey had already spanned 2 full days and nights. The White Dragon's speed had allowed them to cover the distance at 12 times the usual pace, while under normal circumstances, Ross's equestrian speed would have required at least a month. This was the stark difference between having a flying mount and traveling by train or horse. Although trains were efficient, navigating mountains in this world posed significant challenges, accounting for ascents, descents, river crossings, and narrow passes. The journey could easily extend to 2 months. Upon reaching the prosperous city of Oromundi, Ross felt an unusual calm wash over him. The formidable city walls, a testament to the Empire's strength, revealed a sight rare to behold, at least unheard of in the north: griffins. Even more astonishing was the fact that these majestic creatures seemed utterly unfazed by the presence of dragons. Ross refrained from expressing his feelings of being a country bumpkin entering a city. Yet, standing outside the city gates, beneath the towering walls, amidst the boundless plain, rivers, and ports, he indeed felt a sense of that very sentiment. Such vibrancy, such bustling activity. A throng of farmers and townsfolk formed an elongated queue as they entered the city. The lofty pride inherent in the grand metropolis, alongside its innate prosperity and preeminence, rendered Ross's scalp tingling as he gazed upon the towering watchtower, which eclipsed even the walls of his own silver fortress. If this were to lead to war, would it not rival the legendary Battle of the Five Armies? The Imperial Griffin Knights paid their respects to Ross, inquiring, "Are you the Viscount Ross of the Rose Territory?" "Indeed," he replied. They cast a glance at the white dragon behind him, Veldra, whose temperament was exceedingly volatile. He sensed that these griffins regarded him with contempt and harbored intentions of hostility, provoking within him a fierce desire to crush them. "Your white dragon must comply with our regulations. You will bear full responsibility for any consequences arising from its presence," they cautioned. Ross subtly urged Veldra to be more accommodating. "You would do well not to provoke me." Veldra snarled menacingly at the Imperial Central Guards, whose formidable prowess as the Empress's elite was well known. After navigating through a labyrinth of formalities, Ross finally gained entry into the city. He remained unenchanted by the Empire's ostentation. Despite the throngs of people and the allure of novelty, he was informed by an Imperial envoy that he was to stay at the inn, as the Empress was presently occupied and he would need to await a specific appointment. In contrast to the harmonious and flourishing Tang dynasty of his previous life, the central provinces of the Empire appeared to Ross as a veritable paradise for merchants and aristocrats, filled with auction houses, various arenas, and grand theaters, all bustling with life. Noblemen, riding in opulent black carriages, swiftly maneuvered their steeds through the streets, while every citizen seemed engrossed in newspapers, reflecting the city's rapid pace. Steam-powered machines belched smoke, hinting at the multitude of factories operating diligently along the coast, and the distant port resembled a vibrant marketplace, complete with numerous public schools and even night classes. Numerous elegantly attired noble women flitted in and out of salons and soirees, while the postal service and information hubs buzzed with activity. On his first day residing at the imperial residence, the inn, Ross encountered a nobleman eager to extend an invitation for a visit. Naturally, Ross accepted. As he walked along the cobblestone streets, surrounded by artfully arranged flower beds and pools, he marveled at the koi swimming within, adjacent to the imposing imperial bank. The massive columns stood as a testament to the empire's grandeur, with merchants bustling to and fro, and rickshaw pullers transporting aristocrats to their desired destinations. Many officers from the barracks, clad in civilian attire, hurried out, yet Ross could still discern their military bearing. Beside a shop named St. Peter's, he encountered Viscount Bernard, a neighbor who had also journeyed from his own territory to seek an audience with the Empress. This evening's salon was aptly titled the Audience Symposium. "I have been waiting for nearly 3 months. My subjects are on the brink of starvation," he lamented. "If I do not behold Her Majesty the Queen or the esteemed dignitaries of the Empire soon, I shall perish in disgrace." The Viscount Nanshi trembled as he clenched his large tobacco pipe, while 2 attendants and a lady adorned in an intricately designed gown emerged from the salon's smoking room. They were holding large newspapers, and due to the densely populated nature of the Empire, property prices soared. Upon ascending the staircase, Ross observed 3 enchanting young noble women engaged in delightful conversation. Their expressions brightened upon noticing Ross, and they curtsied before departing side by side, seemingly whispering praises of his good looks and charm. Ross merely nodded in acknowledgement, when the Viscount Bernard, who had introduced him, remarked, "Here lies the gathering place for our beleaguered imperial nobility, languishing in this inn." However, it appears that the Bernard Grand Theatre is set to unveil a new play titled The Robbers, purportedly a masterwork by Schiller. Yet, this foreign master seems to suffer from some ailment, as he appears somewhat deranged during each reading session. Many nobles now find themselves amused by his misfortunes. To be brief, our meeting spot is here on the 2nd floor, featuring a smoking room, a communication chamber, and a rather inadequate room furnished with sofas. Alas, everything in the Empire is exorbitant. Do you realize the rental cost for such a meeting room, shared with others, amounts to a staggering 800 gold coins per month? Yes, a full 800 gold coins. The citizens of Central Oro City are driven mad by their desire for wealth. Were it not for the generous Count Henry, we would scarcely have a place to enjoy afternoon tea or convene with fellow nobles. It is truly lamentable. How pitiful indeed. Through conversation, Ross learned that this Count Henry was the organizer of the audience seminar. He felt somewhat helpless, as he had already been there for a day, yet remained just another inconspicuous member of this vast assembly of nobles. It was only upon arriving in the Empire and experiencing its prosperity and social atmosphere that he understood the phrase "barons are as numerous as dogs," and viscounts abound. The last time he encountered an impostor posing as a noble, he scoffed. The fellow did not even know who Schiller was, and his demeanor reeked of vulgarity and rustic ugliness. Lord Ross, your achievements are well known. You shall surely be granted an audience with Her Majesty in due time, they said. Ross thought to himself, how fortunate he was that Audrey had trained him for a while, or he might have been ridiculed as a mere country bumpkin. He entered the narrow yet opulent room, which bore the marks of age yet thrived with a faint scent of smoke. Viscounts and barons such as Bide, Laza, and Desolate were already seated in the salon. As Viscount Bernard entered, he captured the attention of the gathered nobles. Ladies and gentlemen, behold the distinguished gentleman I have brought for you. Although weary, Ross did not appear disheveled, for the inn provided hot water, and an envoy had assisted him in changing attire, endowing him with a bright, clean gaze and an alluring demeanor. Is that not the legendary baron from the north, Lord Ross? Indeed, he is truly a sight to behold. The crowd erupted into applause as Viscount Bernard gestured for Ross to sit beside a middle-aged man adorned with a hat and sporting a mane of light red curls. Please, take a seat. Count Henry, intrigued, gazed at the young Viscount Ross and began to deliver a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Majesty the Empress has recently issued new orders. We are on the brink of war with the nations beyond the southern seas. Does this not signify new opportunities for our soldiers to demonstrate their valor? The atmosphere was lively, filled with animated chatter, the pungent scent of smoke mingling with the distinctive accents of the nobles from various provinces, each possessing their own dialect and language. Disputes arose, while Ross smiled, occasionally nodding and responding, as if he were the croupier at a grand social salon, where everyone eagerly sought to engage with him individually. Count Henry was merely an introduction. The essence of the salon lay in the ensuing exchanges among the guests. Topics shifted from left to right, revolving around the imperial navy, merchant fleets, and trade, capturing the attention of intermediaries, while others delved into entirely unrelated discussions, women, brothels, and salacious rumors. Gossip flowed freely, allowing anyone to interject a comment, all in a leisurely manner. Ross lit a cigarette, and the small table grew increasingly crowded, with friends occasionally rising, some departing for the restroom, while others lingered outside, embracing women. This is the esteemed head of the Imperial New Life newspaper. Long time no see, Madame Melina. And this is the Empire's bard and painter, Mr. Ribbert. Good day, Your Excellency Ross. The imperial nobles were witty and refined, their logical reasoning impeccable, often erupting into hearty laughter, their words brimming with cleverness. Yet, amidst their exchanges, Ross perceived a certain bondage and a hidden despair, an emptiness lurking beneath the veneer of opulence. Each individual yearned to showcase their intellect and charm, aspiring to greatness, yet in truth, they were mere objects of the Empress's neglect, pitiful creatures laden with grievances. The tumultuous, smoke-filled salon eventually drew to a close that afternoon. Ross, having imbibed a copious amount of spirit mixed with sugary water, gathered a wealth of intelligence regarding the imperial companies. As someone rolled a cigarette, a flush of color, yet void of substance, marked their departure down the stairs. When Ross stepped outside, he encountered 3 noble ladies from the theater once more. Good day, Your Excellency Ross. He nodded, intending to take his leave. Suddenly, a noble maiden named Felina chimed in with a smile. My father asked me to give this to you. Ross looked at the theater tickets in his hand, one for Schiller's Robbers and another for The Conjurer. Thank you. I shall attend when time permits. You are most welcome. Chapter 28. Class. The Empress's Conspiracy. Shock and Terror. The imperial class structure is a profoundly intricate subject. For nobles of such estates, daily expenditures are a labyrinth of complications. To maintain appearances, the coachman must depart by carriage, while those who choose to walk are ridiculed by nearby barons. However, Ross sensed a slight discomfort among them, feigning nonchalance and even bestowing a gratuity of 2 silver coins upon the coachman. How are you feeling today? Inquired the Viscount Bernard, a smile gracing his lips. I imagine opportunities for such salons are scarce in the north. Having indulged in a bit too much drink, he was interrupted by a footman who announced, Your Excellency, Count Henry has summoned a carriage for you. Please wait a moment. Thank you, Ross replied. The Viscount gazed enviously at Ross, remarking, the other salon guests do not enjoy such privileges. Suddenly, Ross recalled a particular conversation. He had not forgotten the words of Duchess Selina, who had described the empire as a web fraught with conspiracies. Not far off, Count Henry, sporting a prominent mustache, nodded in acknowledgement before departing. You may return now. Farewell, Your Excellency. As Ross settled into the carriage, he drew back the curtain and observed the bustling streets of the empire, filled with swiftly moving carriages and pedestrians. Many bore expressions of numbness and fatigue. Numerous young apprentices clad in vests hurried towards various tanneries and shops. Beyond 2nd Avenue lay the Imperial Lodge. 2 Imperial guards, poised with sharp swords, stood at the entrance, their demeanor as cold and still as statues. "Your Excellency, we have arrived." Upon entering the lodge, Ross gazed at his large bedroom, his brow furrowing. The discussions at the salon had already transpired, and with the Empress refusing to grant him an audience, all his endeavors, even those that garnered him renown at the salon, seemed to lack significance. Without an audience, there would be no audience. Ross could not possibly reach out across the distance to Her Majesty Empress Anna, imploring, just a glance, come see me. Yet, the passage of time filled Ross with anxiety, as he remained uncertain of the situation in the north. Even with a small map at his disposal, its range was limited. What if he delayed too long and returned to find Steel Furnace City in ruins? Moreover, as a newcomer to the Grand City, Ross had never anticipated the Empire's prosperity to such an extent. It was teeming with people and laborers, while the salon of the lodge and theaters were perpetually full. Conspiracies, perhaps? Ross smiled as he accepted the lunch presented by the lodge attendant. No charges were incurred. He had heard that the first 15 days were complimentary, but thereafter, a fee would be required for each day of stay, covering meals and lodging, practical and pressing matters indeed. "Welcome back, my lord," a footman respectfully bowed his head. He appeared to be a foreigner. Ross, having encountered numerous citizens of the Empire, easily discerned that this footman was not one of them. "Is there anything you require?" the footman inquired. Ross asked, "Do you know where Viscount Bernard has gone?" These footmen and servants were far more knowledgeable about local affairs than Ross, the newcomer, making him eager to engage them in conversation. The Viscount Bernard typically spends his afternoons teaching the violin at the residence of a certain noble, naturally for the sake of earning a living. After all, everyone must make their way in the world, mustn't they? Ross casually tossed a silver coin, which the doorman graciously accepted, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful as he smiled and engaged in conversation with Ross for a time. As evening approached, Ross once again inquired, albeit mechanically, with the official responsible for correspondence, who had no letters for him, regarding the Empress's intentions to grant him an audience. Receiving no reply, and with nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to use his ticket for the conjurer to attend a play at the Grand Theater. Had it not been for the North, perhaps life in the imperial capital would be a splendid choice, a bustling, vibrant place where every inch is precious, embodying the cultural essence befitting a capital city, replete with fervent intellectual discourse. Yet, alas, I am a lord of the North, accustomed to being in command. It is somewhat disheartening for Ross to find himself amidst so many peers. In his usual routine, a mere gesture would summon warm water, and upon awakening, a towel would be at hand. Should he desire, a maid would be ready to assist him with his attire. Now, however, he felt like an isolated soul, distanced from Audrey, from Glaya, and the coldness of the North. Suddenly, he found himself feeling quite out of sorts. Then Felina appeared before him. "My lord, are you headed to the theater?" As Ross observed the daylight fading into the afternoon, the fiery hues of the sunset painted the sky, and he beheld Felina's exquisite visage, her cheeks a blush reminiscent of rouge, her complexion pale and fair, dressed in a voluminous noble gown, seemingly prepared for a performance. Her face adorned with a touch of pink, she said, "Allow me to accompany you." "Very well," Ross replied, inexplicably taking Felina's hand. She appeared somewhat anxious and uneasy at first, yet soon relaxed, filling the air with laughter and cheer in his presence. The conjurer elicited gasps of astonishment within the theater. "So that is how it is. This alien is truly despicable, enlisting so many to play along in his charade, only to turn the tables at the last moment. Are there really spirits?" As night fell, the streets were teeming with carriages. The second main street of the Empire buzzed with life, illuminated by the magical lights that dispelled the darkness. Ross dined on smoked fish and lamb chops, paired with red wine, while seated across from the enchanting Felina, the second daughter of Count Henry. She inquired, "Where are you off to tonight?" "Naturally, I am with you. Your eloquence is so refined, and your beauty so striking," he replied, noticing her cheeks flush, a result of the wine, perhaps, as she leaned against him, gazing up at his neck. In the secrecy and intimacy of the late hours, their conversation took on an artistic flair. Ross observed the weary fishermen hauling washed oak barrels at the harbor and the revelers within the taverns, with faint music and the songs of minstrels drifting through the air. "Shall we venture to a tavern?" he suggested. Felina responded, "Not tonight. It will soon be midnight. Time truly flies. It passes far too quickly. Do you have a home?" Felina shook her head and said, "I live with my sisters. Ever since we came of age." Our father has ceased to care for us. Aside from working as an actress in the theater, I have taken on numerous odd jobs, such as serving as a translator for the Imperial Common Language and helping in restaurants. Surviving in this precious land of the Empire is truly arduous, and I have been unable to save any money over the years. Have you ever had a man in your life? Yes, of course, but they were fleeting encounters. They could not adapt to life in the capital of the Empire. How unbearable it is to awaken each day to the incessant clamor of gold coins, and nothing but gold coins. Ross suddenly smiled, his sixth sense alerting him to an impending risk. It is precisely in such intoxicating moments of spring, when one feels a sense of triumph, that the most deceptive moments arise, a time when the dynamics between men and women are on the brink of transcending another barrier, rendering one most vulnerable to complacency. Why not come to my residence? All right. That night, Ross observed the young doorman he had seen earlier, who was bowing his head, seemingly suppressing tears. Upon noticing Ross's gaze, he hurriedly explained, Sir, I am fine. Please do not inform the steward of this. Your eyes are swollen and bruised. Tomorrow they will be less puffy. I will apply makeup to conceal all traces of this. His distress was palpable. Clearly, he did not wish to lose his job. At such a tender age, he was already standing there. Ross nodded, having no intention of revealing the matter. Felina and Ross entered the steward's room by the window, leading to an extraordinarily joyous and sacred moment, untouched by any interruption, illuminated by the resplendent moonlight. Strange. Ross felt the crisis from his sixth sense dissipate. Time passed, and eventually, he donned a long nightgown and approached the window, gazing at the bustling streets outside the residence. The sense of impending danger lingered. What kind of conspiracy was this? If it were a beauty trap, what kind of beauty trap was it? The following day, after confirming their relationship, Felina insisted on Ross's companionship every day. Ross found her clinginess somewhat irksome, yet her youthful beauty captivated his attention, her golden hair, graceful figure, and lively demeanor. However, men often share a common flaw. Once they possess something, they tend to undervalue it. It was perhaps this very sentiment that instilled fear in Felina, prompting her to become even more affectionate towards Ross. While he retreated further, You do not like me, do you? You merely wish to amuse yourself with me? Ross shook his head. That is not the case. No, it is not. I can sense your enthusiasm waning, your feelings for me fading. You do not like me. The image of a beautiful young woman pleading for a man's affection emerged in the depths of the night. Ross furrowed his brow and replied, It is not like that. You have grown to dislike me, haven't you? You feel weary of a noble lady who must perform daily while struggling to survive in the Empire. You believe I am unworthy of you, do you not? That is not true. That night, Felina met her demise in the desolate outskirts of the Empire. Who was responsible for her death? What led to her untimely end? Could the quarrel from the previous night have shattered her mental state? Ross suddenly felt as though everything, since his entry into the Empire, had been akin to climbing a web of conspiracy labeled as prosperity. That evening, he gazed upon Felina's lifeless body. Behind the facade of prosperity lay numerous conspiracies. Who, after confirming the nature of their relationship, orchestrated her murder? Who was observing him? Ross did not discern the red dots on the map. The mini-map seemed to serve no purpose amidst these conspiracies. That night, he received a summons from Her Majesty. Empress Anna. However, his character bore a blemish. Felina's death cast an exceedingly heavy shadow over Ross's psyche. Shadows often accompany death. Amidst the intricate web of conspiracies, the Empire's daytime splendor, a world resplendent and coveted by countless souls, concealed a multitude of treachery and murderous intent that surged through the streets with reckless abandon. Bypassing the palace guards, shedding his weaponry and armor, Ross was a man who valued his life greatly. Even within the Empire, he donned inner armor. Though endowed with remarkable vitality, he remained cautious and prudent. Upon his arrival at the opulent ancient palace, he beheld the colorful marble reflecting light and images like mirrors, with dark-clad attendants flanking either side. In a secluded chamber, before the Empress, a pot of steaming tea was being prepared. A face, strikingly similar to Selina's, yet exuding a greater sense of tranquility, coldness, and composure, appeared before Ross. Her presence radiated wisdom, devoid of any royal arrogance or pretentiousness. Within the entire chamber, she alone busied herself with the steaming tea. Sit, she commanded. The straightforwardness of her words bore a weight even more oppressive than facing an army of undead. Your Majesty, Ross replied, choosing not to take a seat. Instead, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head far from the Empress, shadows enveloping his figure. He was impeccably attired. The sound of his silver armor clinking echoed in the chilling silence of the grand hall. Empress Anna spoke. Selena has taught you much. And you are aware that I have little tolerance for those who overstep. Ross mused that Selena had never conveyed such sentiments to him. Anna continued. I am well aware of your intentions. You may leave. Leave? To part ways so soon after their first meeting? Yet, observing the frigid hall and the imperial guards poised to escort him away, Ross understood that before a sovereign of such power and status, he had no room for negotiation. Nonetheless, he knew he must strive for more. The royal family of the Dwarven Empire is poised to launch a full-scale war against the Rose territory in the north. Currently, the north is lacking in manpower and soldiers. I have no intention of defying your majesty's will. Rather, I shall take my leave at this moment. Soon, you will learn of the north's defeat. A barely perceptible, yet chilling smile graced the lips of Empress Anna. She calmly sipped from her gold-rimmed teacup and remarked, Treat Serena as you did Felina, and then eliminate her. Lord Ross's pupils dilated in shock. He remained frozen for a long moment, while the Empress continued her tea. My Lord Ross, it is time for you to depart, a cloaked priest of the Empire whispered discreetly in his ear. As he absorbed the Empress's icy words and reflected upon his prior experiences, the meaning of her intentions became clear. Marry the Grand Duchess Serena, consummate the union, and then, on a fateful day, slay her just as Count Henry's daughter Felina was slain in the inn. The Empress needed to eliminate her sister, to rid herself of this royal relative and the interference of bloodline in her governance. Military aid could be secured, but only if Ross united with Serena. A conspiracy. The so-called danger did not point towards me, but rather towards that Grand Duchess. A sister killing her own sibling. First, a brother-in-law is arranged, only for him to murder his sister. Was this the Empress's scheme? Perhaps Serena was already aware of this plot, even if he left the palace. He could not escape the terrifying web that loomed over his life. What was he to do? Recollections of those nights spent chatting in the snowy darkness flooded his mind, plunging Ross into a profound psychological dilemma. Chapter 29. The Tale of the Doorkeeper. A necessary step for courtiers is to comprehend their sovereign. In truth, the pressure and oppression that Empress Anna exerted upon Ross far surpassed his expectations. The capital city of Oro was also far more splendid than he had imagined. That evening, upon returning to the inn, he gazed in confusion at the memory of the missing doorkeeper and inquired, Excuse me, what happened to the doorkeeper from yesterday? You mean Jeff? He was dismissed for fighting with other doorkeepers in the dormitory. Ross thought to himself. Well, he suddenly recalled Felina, remembering their fleeting moments together. Although their time was brief, the Empress Anna's machinations ignited a surge of anger within him. Yet, reality was as such. The Empress's actions had planted a seed of rebellion deep within his heart. In the future, whether through conspiracy or open scheming, whether in the north or the central provinces, Ross would no longer trust the words of these so-called great nobles and court aristocrats. Compared to them or anyone beyond their circle, he realized that he could only truly trust himself. An increasing number of individuals have returned to the inn, emerging from the palace. Observing the guards at the city gates, Ross found himself contemplating the future and imagining what it would be like should he ever enter the royal palace. He had never encountered those court officials, nor had he made the acquaintance of the prominent figures in the empire's capital. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his ability to fantasize and make decisions about the future. Indeed, such decisions within the confines of his mind could very well represent a pivotal transformation. He chose not to hastily mount his steed and depart on the White Dragon, intending instead to spend a night within the empire. The small map revealed no imminent dangers or troubles. Thus Ross felt no urgent need to rush to Ruger territory to meet with Audrey and Count Ruger. His foremost desire was to contemplate the feasibility of the palace intrigues. The Empress sought to eliminate Selena, much like he had eliminated his new girlfriend, Felina. The similarity in the names of these two women was striking. In the depths of the night, Ross returned to his room at the inn. Throughout the midnight hours, he heard the raucous sounds of inebriated nobles. Many had been reveling outside for quite some time, only returning to the Imperial Inn in the early hours to find rest. Below, the carriages and stables were devoid of any whinnying, yet the drunken shouts were sufficient to rouse several from their slumber. Baron Bernard, in a state of inebriation, stumbled into Ross's room without knocking, mistakenly believing it to be his own. This intrusion was purely coincidental, as Ross had intended to step outside. The Baron, reeking of alcohol, slurred, "Ross, where are you off to?" Ross replied, "I wish to visit the grave of a woman. Or perhaps to seek the remnants of feelings I left behind in the capital, for in many years to come, or in a distant future, I shall never again experience the same sentiments associated with life in the capital." Baron Bernard trembled as he spoke. "I overheard the inn staff discussing it. They said, 'Ha ha, that Her Majesty the Empress has summoned you. Woe is me. Why does she not summon us, her loyal old servants? Does she not realize how arduous and challenging it is for us to maintain a dignified existence at the heart of the empire? Does the Empress not wish to offer us solace? My spirit is in such turmoil. The lack of the Empress's audience is a grave inconvenience. I feel as though I might perish. He gazed at Ross, his expression rife with envy and jealousy. Ross remained silent, recognizing that if his audience with Anna could incite jealousy, such feelings held little significance for him. He would prefer to forego it entirely, especially when faced with the prospect of an innocent woman being stripped of her youthful years and vibrant beauty by the machinations of intrigue. Such a narrative was one he fervently wished to avoid. Yet thoughts and reality inhabit two distinct realms, and Ross was acutely aware that his musings were neither responsible nor mature. Baron Bernard, in tears, implored, "What did the Empress say upon meeting you? Can you share it with me? Is your northern realm truly as formidable as the tales suggest? Have you indeed acquired 3 castles? What of your white dragon? Are the words you spoke at the salon authentic?" Ross did not respond, but merely remarked, "Viscount Bernard, you are intoxicated. I am not inebriated. I am more lucid now than at any other time. It is others who are drunk. The entire world is inebriated, and I alone remain clear-headed." Ross paid him no mind and walked away, for he had little patience for those who lament their lives. After all, no one's existence is flawless, not even his own. Given that we all share this imperfection, what right do we have to demand sympathy and attention for our own lives? To Ross, many matters were merely sources of unnecessary vexation. Yet, this night was an exception, for he found himself unable to sleep. For one of his stature, insomnia was a rather tedious affair. He could have easily embraced an unending state of existence due to the elixir of immortality, but he refrained. He sensed that something was amiss, or rather, that certain matters remained unexamined, not fully resolved. This feeling was akin to a film abruptly halting just before its climax. It mirrored the untimely and perplexing death of the woman named Felina. After his audience with the Empress, Ross found himself before Felina's gravestone, gazing upon the resting place of the youthful noblewoman who had departed too soon, yet he felt no trace of spirit or body. This absence rendered him incapable of invoking his blood river ability to bring her into his realm. Surrounding the gravestone were indeed many souls, but as the sovereign of souls and a weaver of fate, Ross did not perceive the essence of Felina's fading spirit amidst the graves and the overgrown weeds beyond. Souls possess weight. They require the passage of time to exist. The dissolution of a soul and the fading of the spirit are two distinct concepts within this world. He felt no indication of her soul's departure, suggesting that Felina might still be alive. However, as Ross pondered the earth before him, unable to bid farewell to his beloved, he acknowledged his own wayward heart. Yet, unexpectedly, a trembling boy lay supine in the nearby forest, clad in a suit resembling that of a child. Such doormen were a common sight in the grand taverns and restaurants of the empire. This was the same doorman Ross had encountered at the imperial residence. His eyes were still darkened, and he leaned against a tree by the river, seemingly on the brink of death. The presence of wilderness within the city was a chilling notion, indicating that the expanse of the imperial capital had grown beyond ordinary comprehension. "How did you find yourself here?" The doorman trembled as he wept, saying, "I was resting during the night when they began gambling. When the steward arrived, I was awakened by the noise, and they falsely accused me of orchestrating everything. The steward, already irate, struck me. Unable to contain my anger, I confronted them, but those doormen, 3 years my senior, retaliated and beat me further. I wished to report this to Lady Raylin at the inn, but she is resting today. The guests reported my situation to the inn, which led to my dismissal." "And then?" Ross inquired, "What brings you here?" "I do not know," came the reply, as a sense of fate compelled Ross to take an immediate interest in the trembling doorman before him. The mysterious hand of destiny guided Ross, preventing him from returning to Rosewood after his audience with the Empress. Instead, he discovered the truth of Felina's feigned death. Subsequently, he felt the threads of his own fate being tugged, and the arrangements of Empress Anna left him astounded, leading him once more to this doorman he had encountered at the Imperial Inn. "What is your name?" Ross asked. "Sir, I am called Grief. However, the steward refers to me as Geoffrey. Both names belong to me. The former is my name from the past. The recruitment process at the Imperial Inn is arduous, and many work under false names to conceal their foreign origins." "Where are you from?" "Overseas, from Nagaris." Ross furrowed his brow, recalling a name, Nagaris. Chapter 30. The Ruin of the Empire's Future. Avalon, Nagaris. Ross had long suspected that the doorman's plight might be entangled in a conspiracy. Yet, upon hearing the name Nagaris, he could distinctly sense a profound fear dwelling within the boy. "You say you hail from Nagaris?" "Yes. And what lies beside Nagaris? The doorman Geoffrey, seated beneath the trees, trembled as he replied, "It is the Isle of Blessings. Those born there are guarded by the lake's fairies from cradle to grave. And we have always maintained deep ties with the Empire's navy. I vividly recall the day when the Imperial Navy's grand ships arrived at our port. Countless warships emerged from the endless gray mist, sailing toward the harbor. But," Ross knitted his brows and inquired, "but what?" "The entire fleet of the Empire was annihilated," Geoffrey lamented. "Countless ghost ships, hidden in the abyss, attacked them, pulling them into the depths of the swirling sea. And then?" Ross was not fond of listening to stories. Perhaps deep down, he believed stories required patience. However, the doorman was unlike others. His tale might offer significant insight into Ross's understanding of the future, so he remained silent, awaiting the continuation of his narrative. The doorman, Geoffrey, recounted, after the emergence of the great vortex in the deep sea, the Imperial fleet was utterly annihilated. The soldiers of the Empire on land were mercilessly slaughtered by the invaders. We are oblivious to the true nature of these beings, only knowing that they hail from the depths of the ocean. They refer to themselves as the Deep Dwellers. Some of these Deep Dwellers possess countenances strikingly similar to that of humans. However, those who have encountered them can discern that they are entirely unlike us. That very night, the city of Nagaris fell. There was a tone of despair and a numbing fear in Geoffrey's voice, as if, upon shaking off the numbness, a dread emerged. Through his gaze, Ross seemed to glimpse an inexorable intent of destruction. "Has your city fallen? What of the Empire? The Imperial Navy is decimated, and the soldiers stationed in our lakeside cities have naturally succumbed as well." Ross suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you familiar with Avalon?" "Indeed, I am well aware. Avalon, a significant island in the legend of King Arthur, is a sacred site in Celtic mythology. Geoffrey of Monmouth, in his work Vita Merlini, referred to Avalon as the Isle of Apples." As Ross listened to the doorman's narrative, it was difficult not to suspect that this matter was entwined with the legends of old. "I escaped from that island. I know not the fate of the other 9 cities, but judging by the reaction from the imperial capital, they seem indifferent to the obliteration of their navy. I fled here only to find myself without work. Initially, I resorted to begging, and later became a doorman at the imperial residence. It all feels like a cruel twist of fate. I once believed that surviving was a stroke of luck, yet I never anticipated that existence would also entail suffering. Those doormen do not rest at night. Rather, they engage in card games and gambling. They smoke, bicker, and curse, appearing genteel on the surface while committing misdeeds behind closed doors." He began to weep uncontrollably, clearly revealing the extent of his knowledge. Ross gasped. The Imperial Navy had been obliterated at Avalon and Nagaris. If Geoffrey were indeed a cog in this conspiracy, what message was he attempting to convey? Was the capital of the Empire in jeopardy? Was the very heart of the central province now under siege? If so, as a port city, why did the Empress not inform the other military aristocrats? Why had no orders been issued to the Navy? Any formidable empire, when confronted with an assault, must enact emergency protocols. It is inconceivable for there to be no whispers of unrest. Yet the most perplexing aspect of this situation was that, despite the large-scale annihilation of the Imperial Navy at the distant islands of Nagaris, the Empire exhibited no response. Geoffrey turned to Ross and asked, "My lord, could you offer me a position?" "Certainly, provided you are unafraid of the harsh northern cold." Jeff stated, "I fear nothing. My homeland has been ravaged, and even the fairies have perished. It is said within the Celtic mythology that 9 fairies dwell in the lake, each guarding their own realm, ultimately safeguarding the sacred Avalon and the body of King Arthur. Morono, Mazo, Glyton, and Grydenar, these are their names. Legend has it that Avalon is shrouded in swamps and mists, accessible only by small boats. The island is protected by elves, untouched by the passage of time, where nothing ages." Suddenly, Jeff spoke timidly. "There are rumors that this heralds the Empire's destruction." "What?" Jeff glanced around, whispering like a mouse. "They say the Empire will fall at the hands of a queen, and Anna is the omen of the earthly Empire's disintegration. However, I merely overheard a few lords at the mansion discussing this. Such words could lead to execution. Yet, I did hear them say so, and indeed, we have similar tales in my homeland." "Your homeland? Nagaris?" "Yes, since my earliest memories. It has been said that Empress Anna would bring about the Empire's demise. Yet, my homeland lies in ruins, and Empress Anna still lives." "Lord Ross, please do not speak of this. It could cost lives." Had Ross lived long in the imperial capital, he might have discerned the Empire's rise and fall through subtle signs. Yet, the current Empire, commanding the formidable 11 provinces, hardly appeared to be in decline. On the contrary, the lords under Empress Anna are increasingly powerful. and the armies of the cities are ever more formidable. Thus, it follows that the empire's destruction could not possibly stem from internal causes. The so-called internal causes, bureaucratic corruption and the disobedience of vassals, are contradicted by the evident respect, even fear, that the vassals exhibit towards Empress Anna. If this is not an internal cause, then the demise of such a robust empire must be attributed to external factors. But who could possibly bring down such a mighty empire? Now, with a theoretical shell that seems unbreakable, a mere crack appears, reminiscent of a whole egg, which is difficult to crush. Yet, what if a fissure emerges on that egg? A vivid image flashed in Ross's mind, an egg cracked and crushed by external force. Let us go. He sensed that Jeff might be a remnant left by Anna, intended to convey something significant to him. Felina is not dead. This was both good and bad news, for if she had perished, it would mean the erasure of Ross's lover's vulnerability, transforming weakness into blemish, embarrassing indeed. Yet, should someone in the future exploit Felina to entangle him emotionally, how should he respond? Ross inhaled the cold air before the grave. Let us go. The initial aspect, or rather the condition, of departing from the Empire is to locate the White Dragon Veldra, who possesses a contract-based perception with the opposing party. Should Veldra encounter any issues, Ross would receive an early warning. In Chapter 31, titled The Empress's Favorite, military aid is secured. A new round of Imperial military support is underway amid soaring military expenses. In the shadows, will the Empress believe in that prophecy? Do you think people truly trust in fate, convinced that everything in their lives is preordained? If one does not believe in destiny, then what compels the Empress to place her faith in such a prophecy? Yet, what if the prophecy originates from the divine? I am uncertain, but I am confident that Empress Anna will not remain passive. In the profound darkness, there lies an endless maelstrom of the deep sea, around which vessels must navigate cautiously. This formidable underwater vortex, from a distance, appears as though it were a black hole, signifying the collapse of the world. It is well known that within this realm exists a terrifying underworld. At this moment, countless ghost ships are in motion around these great whirlpools, with abyssal colossus crabs crawling through the deep sea's vortex, accompanied by more abyssal creatures. These dark entities and spectral vessels traverse the waters nearby. A man, whose face resembles that of an octopus, adorned with numerous tentacles as if he were a soul-sucking monster, stands upon a ghost ship and calmly proclaims, "The Empire is on the brink of annihilation. We are the executors of divine will." The great deity of the deep sea has proclaimed the Empire's fate. Ulthos Feudo, the captain of the ghost ship, gazes serenely into the distance. To the right of this vast maelstrom lies the homeland from which Jeff fled, Nagaris. Once a magnificent city blessed by the lake's fairy, it now stands shrouded in a despairing abyss of dark clouds and ink-like mists. A gaunt knight clad in black armor, devoid of eyes yet filled with burning soul flames of a ghostly blue, declares, "Anna is also backed by deities. She will not allow us to consume the world." Ulthos Feudo responds, "Yet, the outcome of fate is preordained. The Empire is destined for destruction, just as the entire continent will ultimately be eroded and engulfed by the deep sea's whirlpool. The world requires renewal." In the distance, the abyssal colossus crabs continue their relentless crawl, and an increasing number of ghost ships gather. Upon closer inspection, many of these nearly 1,000 ghost vessels bear the tattered banners of the Empire. The interior of the great vortex resembles a profound black hole. Apart from the deep sea whirlpool, nothing else is visible. The waters have turned black, cities will also become dark, and the entire island of Avalon is resisting valiantly. Ulthos Feudo inhaled deeply the air of the deep sea. It is a lamentable loss for such a beautiful world to be tainted by the abyss. The gaunt knight remarked indifferently, "What is even more regrettable is the failure of the Northern Plan. That Ross is indeed a peculiar anomaly. There are even rumors that the authority of the Weaver of Fate may have been usurped. The White Dragon Goddess has already made her move, after all. The Northern Realm is not your desolate domain of the undead. If the ferocious deities perish, what shall become of the Empire, no matter how formidable it may be? What can the Dwarven Empire or the Elven Empire do in such a scenario?" Ross remained unaware that the undead had also infiltrated Nagaris. Had he known, he would not have departed in such haste and recklessness. Yet, the grand tide of fate remains ever so relentless, and he is still but a diminutive viscount. Small, yet not insignificant. He felt small because this journey opened his eyes to the vastness and terrors of the Empire's realm and to the presence of that formidable empress. To say he was not insignificant stemmed from a desire to avoid self-deprecation. No one relishes a lord who wallows in despair, and certainly, Ross did not wish to be that way. The White Dragon Veldra dove into the river below. while countless citizens of the Empire gazed in astonishment at the distant trading port. "Ah!" Geoffrey screamed. Ross grasped him by the collar as if he were a mere chick, his feet dangling in midair. To shield the noble boy from the biting cold, Ross clutched his garment tightly, preventing him from plummeting to his demise. Geoffrey's mouth was filled with the howling wind, making it difficult to breathe. Upon landing, he gasped and coughed heavily. "My lord, cough. How much longer until we reach the northern realm?" There was an underlying tone of anticipation in Geoffrey's voice. Ross inquired, "Why do you wish to go to the northern realm?" Geoffrey trembled as he replied, "Nagaris has been destroyed, and the capital of the Empire is nearby. Naturally, I wish to distance myself from Nagaris and those abyssal deep dwellers as far as possible. Isn't the northern realm at the ends of the earth?" Ross remarked. "Have you ever heard the notion that the world may be round?" "My lord, what notion?" Ross continued. "You might perceive that greater distance equates to greater proximity. In fact, if you are currently on the left side of Nagaris, it is entirely possible we could reach the northern realm, and should we continue northward, we may find ourselves on the right side of Nagaris. From another perspective, if space is distorted and irregular, could it be that beneath the northern realm lies Nagaris?" "You are mad." Ross shook his head. That night, they returned to the domain of Rug. Audrey, in tears, threw herself into his embrace. "How has this week been for you?" In the noble's woodshed, Audrey recounted her experiences during that time. Despite Count Rug-Jay's cunning and treachery, he remained her uncle. Now, with 3 fortresses and the value of trade in dwarven weapons established in the northern realm, Audrey had a formidable support system and background. When many referred to her as Lady Rose, she felt an inner thrill and joy. Yet, fate was destined to take a different turn. "I missed you so much," Ross whispered as he kissed her. Out of mutual trust, he recounted his experiences in the capital of the Empire. Audrey looked at him in shock, asking, "Will the Empire be destroyed?" Ross remarked, "I am uncertain. Perhaps there are more conspiracies waiting for me. However, as long as Her Majesty, Queen Anna, is unwilling, all other plots must inevitably come to a halt. You intend to marry Selena, do you not?" Audrey gazed at Ross with tear-filled eyes, her sorrow evident. "Forgive me, but I am powerless. Ross, you brute." Yet, despite her anguish, she clung to him, unwilling to part ways, though her fingers bore the marks of her distress, pale from the pressure she exerted. In the territory of Ruger-Jay, many referred to her as Lady Rose. Yet upon learning of the Queen's intentions, she could not accept that the man she cherished most would become the Duke's son-in-law. The harsh reality diverged drastically from her desires. This situation would not bend to her will. Thus, her demeanor towards Ross that night was marked by fervent madness and fury, consumed by jealousy. Ross recognized this as a form of release and could only acquiesce, even bowing his head to kiss the exquisite arch of her foot. "Ross, you are a scoundrel. At least tonight, you may do anything you wish to me." With a sigh, Ross surrendered to her torment. This was not merely a physical chastisement or injury. It was a mental one. For instance, he was compelled to become her plaything, as emotions yearned for release. Everything demanded expression, and some matters needed not be bottled up. In the following 2 days, Ross did not return to the Rose domain. He awaited a letter. Audrey, too, awaited correspondence. At last, the letter arrived. The Imperial post officer knelt respectfully before them, reciting the contents of the missive. The words were utterly astounding, eliciting a widening of Audrey's mouth in disbelief. The letter from Her Majesty the Queen commended the Empire, announcing that Nordland would dispatch 150 soldiers from the Imperial Nordland Marine Corps, 350 from the Elder Spear Guard, 120 from the Karen Castle Greatsword Legion, 425 Imperial Swordsmen, 500 Imperial Hunters, including 400 Imperial Crossbowmen, 85 Half-Griffin Hybrid Knights, detached from the Midland Province, 65 Cavalry from the Reek Imperial Guard, directly assigned from the Central Province, 50 from the Morgon Empire Royal Cavalry, recruited by the Clerical Monastery, and 50 from the Bull Knights, gathered from the Hasten Fortress. Additionally, 20,000 farmers, mortars, and 15 steam tanks, as well as 15 Imperial catapults, would be mobilized, alongside a reward of 350,000 gold coins. The logistical support would be provided by Nordland, arriving at the Northern Rose domain within a month. Furthermore, the Empire's Major General, Hermann Steelback, would oversee this military aid operation. The letter was signed by Karl, the Grand Chancellor of the Empire, Casson, the Chancellor, and Robert, the Director of the Imperial Post Office, marked as Class A. 3 Imperial seals in green, red, and yellow adorned the letter. It felt light in Ross's hand, yet his fingers trembled. This was not mere frivolity or language. It was a document imbued with the weight of Imperial law. Audrey blinked, momentarily rendered speechless. "My dear, After a prolonged silence, they both regained their composure. Not only Ross, but even the imperial postal clerks had never witnessed such an extravagant display of military assistance. The emphasis lay not in the sheer numbers, but in the attitude conveyed by the Empress towards her favored subjects and the North. Once the Empress's personal military aid reached the provinces of the Empire, it would be inconceivable for anyone to doubt Ross's standing in her favor. This was unequivocally the treatment reserved for a favored subject. Beyond the intensity of the military support, the significance and value it represented were almost beyond monetary quantification. It symbolized the intimate bond between the Rose territory and the Empress. After a lengthy silence, Ross finally diverted his gaze from the letter and inquired, "Hermann Steelback? Who is this individual?" Ross could afford to remain oblivious to these matters. The Empire boasted a rich history and culture, unlike the newly established territories of the North. The Empress's military aid was not merely a restoration of the severed ties that Ross had endured, but a display of unprecedented strength. A total of 195 Imperial soldiers, all elite troops. Ross's expression oscillated between excitement and trepidation. Audrey cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. The North may not sustain such forces." Ross's expression shifted dramatically. The maintenance of armor, skilled craftsmen, and their military expenses would likely be exorbitant. How much? Audrey calculated and mentioned that the Empress seemed inclined to leverage her influence to alleviate imperial military expenditures, albeit slightly. This intention was evident as, long ago, the Empire had collaborated with major knightly orders, which were essentially elite mercenaries of the Empire. The Morgan Empire's royal cavalry, recruited by the clerical monastery, and the Bull Knights. With an annual cost of 40,000 gold coins for the former and 30,000 for the latter, were significant. What? 100 men costing 70,000 gold coins? More expensive than my white dragon? Ross distinctly recalled that the total value of the white dragon Weiss's treasure was merely 110,000 gold coins. Although he had never lacked gold coins in Silver Fortress, the staggering price still sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, the more formidable the troops and support, the higher the price. Even if there was a rationale behind the expense, the fact that 50 men cost more than a giant dragon left Ross both shocked and disheartened. Audrey elucidated, "The number of knights is fixed. Thus, for every soldier lost in battle, they must replenish their ranks in the North. This accounts for the high cost. Yet there is a rationale behind it. You may assign them any task, for they will be replenished regardless of total loss." What does this mean? Is this how the Imperial Knights operate? Audrey remarked. However, we must not appear too overt. Even if this is a matter of life and death, the Knight Order will still conduct an investigation. They possess prophetic spells, and losing credibility would be quite troublesome. Ross nodded in understanding, implying that they should simply ensure the Imperial Knights do not overstep their bounds during their actions. As for Hermann Steelspine, I do not know him well. Yet rumors within the Empire suggest he was once a close guard to Empress Anna. Within the military ranks, his reputation is rather obscure, and he seems to lack any particularly remarkable achievements. How old is he? 29. Ross felt a shiver run down his spine. A 29-year-old major general. Wasn't he merely gilding his status in the North? He had anticipated the arrival of an extraordinary general, yet the commanders under his command were, to say the least, inferior even in comparison to many leaders from the Ruger County. After all, they started from a lowly position. Ananto Steel Oath was merely a lieutenant in the Empire before. He had been hoping for a great commander, if not someone as formidable as Sigerline the Crimson Thorn. At least someone who was not too weak. Never mind, he thought. It would be unwise to judge solely by appearances. He would wait and see. Ross then inquired of Audrey. "So, what is the approximate total military expenditure?" "About 250,000 a year," she replied. Ross had already anticipated that such elite support from the Empire would come at a steep price. Even setting aside the cavalry, the expenditure on professional soldiers alone would be enough to instill fear in any ordinary lord. But who was Ross? What was the purpose of his Silver Fortress? Now with 2 trade routes established, one with Ruger County and another with the Goblin Black Cavern forces, if he could continue to collaborate with other nobles in the Norland province for trade in dwarven forged weaponry, his wealth would surely multiply. After all, those dwarves had now transformed into semi-undead beings, with their endurance and fatigue resistance increased by at least 2/3. They were akin to perpetual motion machines, continuously generating wealth for themselves. One could say Ross was the greatest entrepreneur, the mastermind behind the factory of the undead. After a moment of reflection, Ross stated, "The current issue is that Rose County lacks maritime transport. We need a port. Without a port, there are no gold coins. And without gold coins, there can be no greater prosperity. A port, I need a port. He envisioned the Black Sea of Rose County and felt an overwhelming desire to expand its territory. He believed that the vast north must contain a port. The existence of an ice-free harbor was not mere rumor, but a reality. Should he gain control of a port, the ensuing wealth might rival that of nations. At that point, he could easily unite the underground world with the empire, transporting goods to other trade ports throughout the empire, engaging in unrestricted maritime trade. Just then, Audrey suddenly asked, "Ross, when will you leave? Tonight? Could you stay with me for one more night? I beg you." Faced with this woman who had devoted herself tirelessly and unconditionally, Ross found himself utterly unable to refuse her earnest plea. Meanwhile, Jeff trembled as he beheld the wealth and myriad pleasures of the Ruger estate, feeling as though he had plummeted from the depths of hell back to the heights of paradise. He was regarded as Ross's attendant and was receiving extraordinary treatment. One of the head maids gazed at him pensively. "Mr. Jeff, I presume this is your first time here?" Chapter 14. The Feeling of Home. Return. Audrey's fury. If one were to ask a graceful and exquisite noble lady to instruct Ross on how to pursue another woman, he would deem it an unrealistic request. Yet, that very evening, Audrey indeed did just that. Selena, the Grand Duchess, had undoubtedly encountered many men, from the most illustrious male nobility of the empire to the most lavishly appointed boxes at the Empire's grand theaters. Relishing the most exquisite and expensive delicacies the empire had to offer, Audrey emerged from her chamber, her gaze fixed upon Ross's eyes, her pale arms resting gently on his shoulders as she said, "If a woman has seen everything, what could she possibly have not seen? She has not seen me. Ross, please, be serious for a moment. Thank you." Ross smiled, captivated by Audrey's charming visage and her playful demeanor, finding it particularly amusing. Though her words reeked of self-praise, he mused that a man of his caliber was indeed rare in the empire. Audrey, taken aback by Ross's audacity and lamenting his ignorance, scrutinized his face and inquired, "My lord, do you recall the impression you left on me the first time we met?" "What impression?" he asked. "During our initial encounter, when you were attacked by a gray wolf and a hero saved the damsel, your heart must have raced, pondering how such an exceptional man could exist, correct?" "Incorrect," Audrey replied, lightly tapping his nose. Perhaps due to Selena's influence, she harbored a sense of resentment towards Ross, stating, "My first impression of you, aside from gratitude, was one of crude simplicity." "Crude simplicity?" Ross echoed. "Indeed. Did you envision yourself as particularly handsome? In the frigid north, how could I have found you appealing back then?" "That differs from your reaction at the time," Ross countered. Audrey refrained from elaborating, saying, "Indeed, I was deceived by you then. Who could have anticipated such a conclusion? Had I known, I would never have chosen to be with you." Ross scoffed. "Are you suggesting that Baron Iron Oak is superior to me? Oh, are you feeling a twinge of jealousy?" He drew her closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Of course," Audrey replied, gazing intently at his face, then gently pushing away from his embrace. "It's far too warm, perhaps due to the coldness of the north which has afforded you unexpected fortune. In truth, the Grand Duchess Selena possesses far greater discernment. A man of your impoverished origins would be regarded by her as one might regard an ant. Do not speak of earls. Even marquises, dukes, generals, and courtiers in proximity to the empress, those wielding real power across the 11 provinces of the empire, she has been raised in the court, familiar with countless individuals and experiences. As a mere baron from a remote corner of the north, how could you possibly capture the attention of a duchess? Do you truly believe this is a tale spun within the empire?" Ross raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "While your argument holds some merit, the fact remains that Her Majesty, Queen Anna, has personally issued a decree sending a mandate of military support to the province. Believing wholeheartedly that I can win the heart of the Duchess, why do you doubt my capabilities?" Audrey let out a derisive laugh. "You should leave." Ross chuckled in disbelief. "Who was it that insisted I stay tonight to keep her company?" Women are notoriously capricious. One moment they may jest amicably, yet the next, they can turn on a dime. Ross had never questioned Miss Audrey's beauty, yet he had sacrificed a day of his dominion for her, and leaving without reason seemed unjust. In that moment, Ross's obstinacy incited Audrey's ire, forcing her to relent. As night fell, the wind howled outside, akin to a wailing specter, while crows perched atop the treetops, silhouetted against the vast, cold moon that loomed large. Their chattering filled the air with an air of mystery. The moonlight, filtered through the shadows of the trees, danced upon the river's surface and the eaves of the rugged territory. Ross was neither a romantic savant nor a reckless libertine. On the contrary, ever since mastering the art of fate's weaving, he had no desire for an unexpected progeny, although Audrey had not voiced it. Ross understood well that the birth of a child would radically alter the current circumstances of the Rose territory and his own emotional landscape. Should Audrey become a mother? What would become of the Queen's schemes? How would Ross maintain his autonomy? Should he embrace familial duties, or choose to be a lord indifferent to them? Thus, that night, much like the serene moonlight spilling upon the pond, nothing transpired. The woman lingered in melancholy, seemingly eager to confront Ross about his departure. Yet he found himself unable to explain the necessity of his exit, as it pertained to deeper and more complicated matters. If one were to ask, the answer was simply that he must leave. Before his departure, Miss Audrey Alstide shared numerous anecdotes about courting the nobility of the empire. However, her lack of experience in pursuing noble women meant her insights were drawn from being pursued herself. While she had never dined with swine, she certainly had witnessed them racing down the road daily, thus accumulating a wealth of knowledge. I shall impart to you these courtesies. The unspoken understanding between imperial men and noble women. Not as a guide to win the affections of Duchess Serena. My generosity does not extend that far, but simply to ensure you do not appear naive or make errors in her presence. Ross took her delicate, snowy white hand, bestowing a kiss upon the back as a parting gesture before he departed the woods of Rug territory. Audrey held her kissed hand, her gaze filled with profound sorrow, as if mourning a tragic separation. Do not weep. We shall meet again when I return to the north, Ross reassured her. Yet his words only deepened the expression of despair and anger on the face of the noble lady before him. Depart, and may you never return. I loathe you, Ross. The white dragon Vildura turned its wings, exhaling a frigid mist from its nostrils. Returning to the north was its most fervent desire. For the warmth of the empire felt suffocating to Vildura, despite the treasures of the vault. While warmth is beneficial for humanity, the white dragon found it necessary to conjure ice blocks even within the imperial capital, altering the environment with its ice magic. The weather in Rugal was even more oppressive than elsewhere. Upon the towering walls of Silver Fortress, farmers labored diligently, glancing up at the immense white dragon soaring above. Its formidable form scattering clouds and fog. They hastily fled in panic, sensing the dragon's descent. Ross descended from the joints of the dragon's wings, pondering the intrigues of Nagaris, Avalon, or the schemes of Queen Anna, and the grandeur of the imperial capital, Oris. Nothing compared to the comfort of his own abode. Ultimately, the Rose territory was most soothing, whether in the air, ambience, or other elements, fostering a sense of pleasure and relaxation. He had indeed witnessed the splendor of Oris and met Queen Anna, as well as marveling at the vastness of the empire's lands. Yet, such a state of ease and tranquility was unattainable elsewhere. At some point, Ross realized that he had come to regard the Rose territory as home. The essence of home and the sensations of the outside world are eternally distinct. Chapter 32. Rebirth, Harvest, 335 Wolf Cavalry Transformation Potion, Who to Consult in Times of Uncertainty. The Rose territory was developing in an orderly manner, while the White Dragon ventured into the Black Sea to fish. Ross had just returned, enveloped by a flurry of pressing matters. A piece of good news was that the sweeping army had opened several new mining sites in the wilderness. The north was blanketed in dense snow, yet the number of enslaved workers mining outside the city had risen to nearly 2,000, and the output of outdoor resources was steadily increasing, gradually achieving self-sufficiency. Black Iron Dane addressed him. My lord, he had been transformed into a member of the Toon Legion, now kneeling before Ross, gravely discussing the situation of the Angrund dwarven clan. Although their correspondence had delayed them, Black Iron Dane's demeanor revealed a palpable pessimism. They should be arriving at Steel Furnace Fortress soon. Ross nodded, inquiring, so they no longer trust you? Black Iron Dane affirmed. I suspect there is a spy among the dwarves in Silver Fortress. They have learned of your departure, or rather, your absence this past week, and thus have expressed doubts regarding your injuries. Black Iron Dane handed over a 6-ring spell scroll, eliciting a sense of regret from Ross. If only I had a fixed 6-ring spell slot. Indeed, rebirth is a necessity. Currently, he possesses only one fixed spell slot of the 4th circle, derived from the bottom-dwelling serpent alchemical art. The established spell is Greater Invisibility. However, upon gazing at the 6th circle spell scroll in his hand, Ross was taken aback. The Sunbeam spell of the 6th circle? The Dwarven Empire truly seeks to assassinate me, sparing no expense with 2 6th circle spells. A typical lord, let alone being caught off guard by a 6th circle spell, could easily meet his demise from a mere 4th circle enchantment. Yet the Dwarven Empire has evidently invested heavily to eliminate Ross, this formidable threat. Ross glanced at the small map of Steel Furnace Fortress, intending first to visit Greyhammer Fortress to assess the development of his territory. Presently, in the vicinity of Silver Fortress, aside from the extraction of surface minerals. The only significant keywords under the leadership of Chief Raymond of Iceheart Village, alongside the constraints imposed by Kent and Blackiron Dane, are simply trade. More precisely, it pertains to smithing. Only through the continuous forging of dwarven crafted weapons can they maintain the geographical and resource advantages of Silver Fortress, ensuring a steady influx of gold into Ross's treasury and paving the way for Silver Fortress to become a formidable stronghold. The vast mines, the distant Kidney Lake, and the forest resources at the old site, particularly timber and berries, especially timber, which is abundantly found in the north but scarce in the subterranean world, are all vital. The last matter Ross attended to in Silver Fortress, apart from an audience with Selena, was the rebirth of Thorin Iron Anvil. This former leader of Greyhammer Fortress, a grey dwarf who had assassinated Steelhand de Badefer, has now become a leader within Ross's Toon Legion. My lord, the situation surrounding Silver Fortress has been largely cleared, he reported. And the bodies? Ross inquired. They are piled not far from here. And, due to the absolute loyalty characteristic of the Toon Legion, Thorin Iron Anvil continued. We have discovered a human settlement residing in the half-buried realm. Oh, Ross's expression reflected astonishment. There are indeed humans in the north, besides the barbarians. He had not anticipated the existence of half-buried folk. Are you certain they are human? Absolutely. The settlement comprises approximately 400 individuals, and their language is the common tongue. Many appear to be refugees who have survived here for many years. Ross did not feel overly perplexed or surprised. After all, the small map is not infallible. It merely reveals what exists on the surface, and upon entering the subterranean depths, the map becomes shrouded in the fog of war. In other words, the small map has its limitations. While he could see surface-dwelling humans amidst the war fog, he had never expected the proximity of Silver Fortress to harbor a human settlement of half-buried dwellers. This, undoubtedly, is splendid news. Would they be willing to join the North? Thorlin the Anvil shook his head and remarked, they exhibit considerable resistance. By your command, we have refrained from employing any force against them. Thus this matter awaits your personal decision. Ross nodded in acknowledgement and replied, well done. However, the immediate priority is not to inspect those settlements. At this juncture, my greatest anticipation lies in the arrival of the Empress's military aid, which serves as a crucial support. Should the aid fail to arrive amidst the impending full-scale war with the Dwarven Empire, Major General Hermann Steelback will be unable to lead his troops. The war could take a dramatic turn. Conversely, if Imperial reinforcements arrive swiftly, before the Dwarven Empire's formidable forces pose a threat, I shall possess ample confidence and audacity to contest the northern territories against them. A substantial advantage is essential for maintaining a steadfast mindset. Without adequate resources, I feel perpetually cautious, as if I am walking on eggshells. This is a stark reality. The development of territory is fraught with challenges. Every inch is precious, laden with thorns, and rife with conflicts and dangers. Warfare looms large, and it is not merely the Rose territory that emerged from bloodshed and strife. Even the surrounding Red Dot settlements are embroiled in constant disputes, necessitating their cleansing by Ross. How much more so for the Lords of the North? The previous invasion by the undead has not yet solidified our foothold. Only by vanquishing the Dwarven army can we truly plant our flag in the north. Otherwise, the threat from the northern dwarves will persist, perpetuating a sense of oppression and danger. There is a saying, it is not the thief we fear, but the thief's lingering intent. The feeling of being targeted by the Dwarven Empire, with the possibility of sudden attack, is genuinely unsettling, causing Ross and the soldiers of Silver Fortress, Greyhammer Fortress, and even Steel Furnace Fortress to remain perpetually on edge. No one knows when the Dwarven army might strike. Even with Dane Blackiron's support, we can only delay the inevitable. We cannot entirely eradicate the threat posed by the Dwarven forces. Ross contemplated the battles at Silver Fortress, reflecting on how he had taken Steel Furnace and Greyhammer without bloodshed, yet he felt an undercurrent of luck and relief, despite the immense effort exerted. Although the undead nearly breached the city, leading to urban warfare and impending collapse, and despite the pervasive crises and the looming shadow of the Empress, the Rose territory has indeed made preliminary arrangements for the resources of the three fortresses. Silver Fortress is designated for trade with the Goblins, the Ruger territory, and the Imperial Mercantile Guild, serving as a trade hub. Greyhammer Fortress, nestled amid the Triangle, is shielded from external assaults and serves as an excellent agricultural stronghold. The slave population in the extensive mines of Silver Fortress has surpassed 5,000, tirelessly extracting endless minerals, while 213 dwarven craftsmen produce an unceasing array of weapons. Operating with a factory-like efficiency, Meanwhile, the management of the Black Sea and the Council of Rodney alleviates much of Ross's burden. Thorlin the Anvil respectfully guided Ross to a ridge. Before Ross lay a multitude of corpses, wargs, gnolls, wolf hunters, bear goblins, slimes, and green goblins, estimated by their thickness to number around 3/400. System, regenerate. Congratulations, host. You have regenerated 3/400 wild monster corpses, obtaining Warg Cavalry Mutation Potion, X 335. Slime Ointment X 124, Bear Goblin Staff X 14, Wolf Pelts X 852, Cold Resistance Potion X 321, Bone Arrows X 1252. Alternatively, Transformation Option 2, Fear of the Horned Demon Potion. Ross found himself in a quandary. What on earth is the Fear of the Horned Demon Potion? Finally, it has emerged. The Warg Cavalry Mutation Potion X 335 could potentially create 335 Centurions, perhaps even 100. This was the mutation potion previously crafted by Anatoly, and Ross had always been fixated on the Warg Knights. However, currently, the Warg Cavalry could only serve as infantry, yet who could predict what transformations might occur next? Suddenly, Ross felt a surge of anticipation. Which option should he choose? He recalled the impending war with the Dwarven Empire. Yet, he also believed his personal strength was indeed sufficient. The dilemma lay in the fact that Warg Cavalry could not ride wolf hunters, a vexing predicament. This sweep had inadvertently posed a challenge for him. Chapter 33. The Great War Approaches. Ross's army of 10,000 from the Rose Territory, the trump card of his legion. He gazed at the six-ring spell scroll in his hand, the Sunbeam spell, its parchment exuding a fine texture. Being made of sheepskin, it naturally evoked thoughts of the fear of the horned demon potion before him. System, never mind the introduction. To withstand the Dwarven army, Ross ultimately chose option 1. With ample resources, it would prove more effective for war, as the Rose Territory was, after all, his home. Ross shook his head, acknowledging that he could indeed opt to abandon the Northern Territory, relinquishing his role as chief and leader to mingle within the Empire, akin to that wandering knight, Baron Bernard, whom he had encountered in the Imperial capital. He wondered where that knight had found himself now. The doorman, Geoffrey, had already arranged for rest at Silver Fortress. The names of Felina and others sent Ross's thoughts adrift. When he regained his focus, he realized he had already selected option 1. There was no turning back. As a lord, he was compelled to make decisions, and with his newfound abilities after acquiring the Blood River, it seemed he was not lacking in potion-making prowess. Though the potion derived from the 3/500 combined entities was forsaken, energy conservation principles dictated that one cannot simply conjure whatever one desires. Next time, he promised himself, he would prioritize personal enhancement. Before him lay 335 crystal-clear vials of genetic mutation potions. This was Ross's trump card. The last military aid comprised 125 soldiers from the Imperial Infantry Regiment, 80 from the Imperial Hunters, 35 from the Imperial Vanguard Heavy Cavalry, 30 from the Montfort Imperial Horse Archers, and 130 adventurous mercenary cavalry. Tragically, 2/3 of the cavalry was lost in battle, leaving only 150 of the initial 400. He promptly signaled the Toon Legion to summon the new recruits, as a new army of 2,000 had been established, with some still stationed within Silver Fortress. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of despair echoing around Silver Fortress. The emerald and azure eyes of the Toon Legion quickly noticed the surrounding pupils transforming into hues of green and yellow, the unmistakable eyes of the Wolf Riders. Wolf Cavalry Mutation Potion, X 335. This resulted in the creation of 324 Wolf Cavalry. Ross inquired, what is the current status of Lewis? Anatoly gazed in awe at the divine spectacle of the new army transforming into Wolf Cavalry of the same lineage and quality, the resources morphing like deities, and turned to Ross with reverence. Master, the barbarian Lewis remains confined in the iron cage. Would you like to see him? Ross shook his head. Lewis had been on the brink of death after an attack by a corpse demon and had been forcibly revived with the abyssal giant crab mutation potion. However, his body had undergone troubling changes. His nails and hair were growing uncontrollably, resembling a zombie. The sight of the 10 deceased recruits stirred his emotions. Ross sighed. Each shall receive a compensation of 50 gold coins. Tonight, it will be delivered to their families. Understood, Anatoly bowed respectfully. Despite the significant beastly nature within the Wolf Cavalry, Anatoly's unwavering loyalty as the earliest centurion to follow Ross was without question. He had initially replaced the barbarian warband to keep watch over Silver Fortress. Thanks to the night vision provided by the Wolf Eyes, these 2,000 new recruits had not only undergone rigorous training, but had now transformed into 324 second-tier wolf cavalry, significantly enhancing the quality of the new army, resulting in an additional 300 centurions. He continued, "Anatoly, how many recruits do we currently have?" Anatoly replied respectfully, "There are a total of 500 individuals." Initially, the new army in the Old Rose territory consisted of only 100, with you as the centurion. The other wolf riders served as centurions, forming a complete unit. The professional imperial soldiers include a Nantos steel oath, and 52 from Derek Pro, brought by Audrey. Reflecting on his humble beginnings, having risen from a ragtag army of over 310 to command 3 formidable castles, and now leading a self-trained legion of 500. Ross couldn't help but smile. As the Lord, he was acutely aware of the military strength within his territory. Currently, besides the 500 new recruits, which included 334 wolf riders, he had previously executed a sweeping mission outside the Silver Territory, under the command of the formidable Sigrin. The forces currently consist of approximately 150 individuals, comprising infantry, long-range hunters, and the elite armored cavalry known as the Vanguard, along with the Montfort Empire's mounted archers and adventurous mercenary cavalry. Similar to Ross's band of 31 barbarians from the Dragon Slayer Brigade, this contingent represents a small yet elite force. Additionally, with the previously organized 1-for-100 captives by Kurt Helborg and Viscount Tills, the 2nd Legion has expanded to 2,000 troops, functioning as a newly established legion. Due to the Empire's military framework, this fresh batch of soldiers is currently undergoing training and undertaking eradication missions against Steel Furnace Fort under the influence of Anathos Steel Oath and Derek Pro. Moreover, at the core of the military is the formidable Ton Legion, which comprises 125 half-dead soldiers and serves as Ron's most potent direct force. The Ton Legion is commanded by 3 leaders, the first of whom is Hargon, nicknamed Leper Hargon by the soldiers within the territory. His visage, reminiscent of a rat and bearing certain characteristics of the undead, evokes the image of a leprous individual. Whether he can evolve into the leprous King Baudouin IV, who once ruled the sacred lands of the Western Roman Empire, remains uncertain. The other 2 significant leaders are Tauren Iron Anvil and Black Iron Dane, with Dane being particularly crucial as he oversees the training of the White and Grey Dwarves. His allegiance to our side effectively grants control over a regiment of 300 foreign dwarf musketeers. Previously considered reserves, this musketeer regiment has gained combat readiness following the Undead War, demonstrating the profound transformations that war inflicts upon humanity. The second ace in the Foreign Legion's hand is the hidden military strength of the Goblins from the Black Cavern tribe, the circumstances of which in the subterranean world remain largely unknown. Due to Ross's preoccupations with the Empress's intrigues, military aid matters, and the pressing need to manage a plethora of domestic affairs, he has scarcely paid attention to the exploration of the underworld. This neglect has inadvertently allowed a portion of the Ton Legion to assist the young White in solidifying his position as the chieftain of the Black Cavern tribe, transitioning from a diplomat to a chieftain while also mastering the common tongue. This auxiliary force, comprised of low-ranking goblin troops, is rapidly gaining strength, primarily due to trade with Silver Fortress, which has equipped them well and filled their coffers, enabling swift territorial expansion underground. It is anticipated that the upcoming mobilization could amass over 2,000 troops. This information was gleaned after Ross communicated with White, and upon his return, he promptly addressed a multitude of documents. Thus, the total military strength of the Foreign Legion, encompassing goblins and dwarf regiments, is estimated to exceed 300, comprising 300 dwarf musketeers firmly under Dane's control, while the remaining 2,000 are mercenaries and dwarves from the Black Cavern tribe, including river trolls and goblins. One cannot help but ponder whether it is possible to recruit creatures of the 4th tier or higher this time. The thought of the coaster giant spiders, trolls, lesser trolls, and orcs brings a smile to Ross's face as he reflects on the astonishing prospect of commanding an army nearing 10,000 strong. The army numbers in the thousands remain absent. The imperial military aid amounts to a mere 100 soldiers. Should they arrive, the total troop strength would precisely reach 10,000. This situation also entails considerations of logistics, resources, and military expenditure, particularly the latter, which constitutes a significant financial burden. While the Ton Legion and others exhibit unwavering loyalty, a symbolic compensation is still warranted. The current composition of the Rose Territories army is as follows: an increase of 324 centurions. Roth decisively issued an order. Anatoly, the master, Roth, stated, The 1st Battalion of the new army now boasts 334 centurions. Thus, I command that the legion's numbers be expanded to 340. Each centurion shall command 10 new recruits. This structure shall remain unchanged and steadfast. Understood, my lord, came the response. Presently, the overall strength of the army at Silver Fortress exceeds 5,000. The Rodat Artillery Regiment is regrettably under strength. Roth did not ponder their fate. Including the Goblin reinforcements and 300 foreign dwarves, the total military force would approximate 8,000, an exceedingly formidable number. In his absence of 1 week, the new army had already tasted battle. Should Imperial military assistance arrive, the troop numbers at Silver Fortress, Greyhammer Fortress, and Steelhammer Fortress would swell to a staggering 12,000, heralding a true battle of 10,000. Even an incursion by the undead legions could be suppressed at this scale. The Tun Legion remains the core of my combat strength, having evolved from the undead army. Even 10 undead may not possess a vial of the undead mutation serum. Theoretically, they are far superior to the undead, excelling in both strength and intelligence. Unlike ordinary undead who lack cognitive faculties, Anatoly wasted no time, leading 324 wolf riders who first pledged their fealty to Roth. Subsequently, the soldiers of the Tun Legion commenced the classification and collection of resources destined for the treasury of Silver Fortress. Equipment, weapons, and armor are all convertible to currency. Shadu. O Shadu. Roth gazed upon the first form of the White Dragon, forged dragon scale greatsword. In Roth's eyes, the White Dragon and dragon-blooded dwarven butchers no longer resembled a military force. The next step would be to have the White Dragon Veldra transform human dragon-blooded soldiers. Lord, you should proceed to recruit that semi-underground human tribe, suggested Thorin Iron Anvil with respect. Although Roth had a rough idea, he still inquired, what is our population? I refer specifically to the human populace. Approximately 20,000, thanks in no small part to your recent propaganda in the Nordland province. Moreover, many slave-catching teams and merchant caravans have chosen to conduct slave trade at our Silver Fortress, where the number of slaves has already surpassed 500. The books and schools you commanded to be purchased are now in the planning stages. These slaves will require time to grow and seek freedom from bondage. And many among them are criminals, primarily sourced from the Rug territory. Their merchants have sold us numerous offenders, resulting in a recent surge of thefts, robberies, and murders in the Rose territory, which is currently under active suppression. Ross furrowed his brow and declared, public security must be upheld, should any losses occur. The penalty shall be death. Understood. Rapid development, characterized by bold strides, inevitably reveals numerous shortcomings, one of which is the issue of public order. However, with the Wolf Riders and the Toon Legion currently maintaining peace, the Rose territory faces only minor concerns. Beneath the sun, shadows inevitably linger, a reality that cannot be avoided by anyone. The population remains insufficient. Even a single Silver Fortress can accommodate tens of thousands, yet the territory's maximum capacity of 200,000 currently houses merely 20,000 humans, alongside a significant number of slaves from other races and approximately 10,000 dwarves. The total population of the Rose territory is currently around 40,000, with an excessive number of foreign dwarves. Should action be taken? Ross pondered. As the dwarf army was on the verge of an assault, within his domain, he was surrounded by traitors. Black Iron Dane was providing intelligence to the enemy. Except for those dwarves transformed by the Toon Legion, the ordinary dwarves harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ross's rule, yet were paralyzed by fear. Nevertheless, they remained useful. Patience was required, for the time was not yet ripe. Ross contemplated seizing an opportunity to expel the entire dwarf population to serve as laborers, akin to the Dalits and Brahmins. In the future, dwarves in the Rose territory would occupy the lowest echelon of Dalits, with only the most gifted and capable individuals being transformed by Ross. Next on his agenda was visiting Serena and inspecting Steel Furnace Fortress. He felt confident in his oratory skills. If all else failed, deception would suffice. The priority was to rally the 400 individuals to Silver Fortress first. Good news, there were humans in the north. Bad news, they were all trapped in the Peach Blossom Spring. Black Iron Dane had betrayed them. The scrolls had been fed to the dogs. Ross returned to Silver Fortress with great fanfare and had summoned over 500 subterranean humans from the outside. According to the predictions of the Rock Eagle, Ross's army was nearing 10,000 strong, a rather troublesome figure. In the depths of night, the dwarf army began its meticulous mobilization. Devoid of anger or suppressed emotions, not a sound escaping their ranks. In the forest, the only noise came from the clanking of armor as they marched. A testament to the elite nature of this dwarf army. Dark formations of various regiments moved through the woods, their sheer numbers obscuring visibility. The rock eagle of Silver Fortress soared swiftly, gathering intelligence, yet the commander of the dwarf army, Vengeance Brindle, dismissed the report. "My lord, we have spotted the enemy's rock eagle. Pay it no mind, continue the march." Understood. The Angrun dwarf clan advanced through the night, an overwhelming force of long-bearded warriors, dwarf hammer killers, and iron cannon gunners, along with even more elite, fully armored dwarves converging forward. The canvas of the wagons flapped in the night breeze. In the Rose territory, Lord Ross boldly provoked the Dwarven Empire, marking the inevitable onset of a full-scale war between the northern humans and the dwarves. Unbeknownst to others, a trace of corruption glimmered in the eyes of the Dwarven commander and leader. Chapter 34, The Roaring Gears. Confrontation with Selena. The Royal Dilemma. Your Grace, the Rock Eagle has detected signs of a nocturnal march by the Dwarven army, estimated to exceed 5,000. Lord Ross had not fully grasped the fog of war enveloping Steel Furnace Fortress. Last night, in the Peach Blossom Spring, he had expended great effort to persuade and successfully led away a population of 1,400. Despite a sleepless night, Ross did not feel the fatigue he had anticipated as he gazed at the slightly gray dawn. His heart wavered, contemplating the Empress's schemes. Yet, the necessary actions must ultimately be taken. Thus, he sought an audience with the Duchess Selena. In a rather unconventional move, one that might even sever the original military aid. Lord Ross, in moments of perceived helplessness, reasoned that it might be wiser to appear foolish than to overthink. Upon entering the Duchess Selena's court, he observed the cloaked emissaries and the high-hatted high priest of Sus, patiently awaiting alongside Geoffrey. The Duchess was engaged in her breakfast. "Please, follow me," the emissary remarked, devoid of arrogance, for it was clear that at present, the Rose territory was their host, and all matters required consultation with its steward, particularly this powerful lord. The title of powerful lord implied that all authority rested solely within him. Currently, Lord Ross was undoubtedly the central figure of the Rose territory. Even the court attendants dared not exhibit any haughty demeanor in his presence. "You arrived quite early. Have you had breakfast?" Upon seeing Selena's visage once more, Ross inexplicably recalled Empress Anna, his emotions and thoughts becoming intricate. "How fares your journey to the imperial capital, my lord?" She appeared in good spirits, her hair somewhat tousled, exuding a sense of languor and relaxation that inadvertently eased Ross's tension. "Is there anyone nearby who might be eavesdropping?" "Why do you ask?" "I possess crucial information to relay to you, and it is best if everything remains confidential," Ross replied. Selena smiled. "You may speak your mind freely. There is no need for concern regarding such matters." "Very well." Ross gestured for Geoffrey to recount the events that transpired in the Empire, focusing predominantly on Avalon and the 9 cities on the Empire's right flank, as well as the annihilation of the Nuggers and the Imperial fleet. He attentively observed Selena's reactions. The young Duchess once traversed the tumultuous seas abroad, and it is from her experiences that Ross seeks to glean insights into the potential future tribulations of the Empire. Yet, his conjectures falter as Miss Selena remains unresponsive. After all, rumors are but whispers. When Sister Anna ascended the throne, similar tales circulated. Yet many years have elapsed, and she remains steadfastly in power. "Do you not fear the Empire's demise?" Selena inquired with a smile. "Have you come here merely to recount a superfluous rumor?" Ross replied, "Certainly not." He laid his cards on the table without hesitation. There are moments when he feels utterly inadequate in attempting to deceive the royalty. He has no doubt that Selena anticipated this exchange. Otherwise, she would not have alluded to webs of intrigue before his departure from the Rose domain. As they are both astute individuals, any veiled attempts would only render him foolish. Conversely, revealing the truth alleviated the burden on Ross's heart. "Her Majesty the Empress wishes for us to unite in matrimony, only to conspire against you," he divulged, recounting in detail the Empire's tribulations with Felina and the incidents at the official residence, leaving nothing concealed. This time, Selena listened intently. When she heard of Anna's directive for Ross to eliminate her, she exhibited no trace of negativity. Indeed, she smiled. "Do you believe Her Majesty is unaware that you have shared this information with me?" Selena remarked, "After all, my connection with you is far more profound than that with Anna, who remains confined to the palace. What grounds does she have to assume her influence over you surpasses mine?" Selena added, "Yet, every probing carries an element of sincerity. I comprehend her intentions well. Much like a childhood companion whose essence remains familiar despite the passage of time, allowing one to anticipate her reactions and movements. Ross felt as though he were engaged in a game of 3 kingdoms, where the cards are laid bare. He stated, "You have aided me greatly on my journey to the Empire. The military aid letters have already been dispatched." He handed Selena the correspondence from Empress Anna. Selena set down her gilded spoon and the broth, suddenly addressing Ross. "Do you mind being with me?" Ross was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Selena's thoughts, as well as those of Empress Anna, finding himself ensnared in a perplexing situation akin to being enveloped in fog of war on a map. "Shall we consider a coup?" he suggested, bowing his head and kneeling before Selena. "I dare not, my liege," Selena remarked. "My sister possesses numerous strategies. Although the orders have been issued, they conspicuously fail to specify the timing of military assistance. Perhaps she is awaiting the moment to provide aid in times of dire need. Based on my understanding of her, the reason for mobilizing troops from so many surrounding locations indicates that assistance will not arrive swiftly." With a smile, Selena continued, "Therefore, the affairs concerning the Dwarven army must rely on your own strength to resolve. Do not place excessive hope in the Empress. She will not miss any opportunity to test human nature. Even if she anticipates a grim outcome, she does not require confirmation of humanity's ugliness or kindness. She merely seeks an excuse." "An excuse?" Selena softly crossed her beautiful legs. Had Ross not encountered the Empress before, he might have appreciated such an elegant display. Yet, having met her, he inexplicably recalled the reactions of the 2 pairs of sisters. Gazing at the scene before him, his expression shifted. Selena sighed. "She understands everything. She is fully aware. It is precisely for this reason that I detest her. I even believe it is better to keep my distance." Ross, however, was perplexed. Family matters are notoriously challenging to adjudicate, and the complexities of royal affairs are even more entangled. He simply knew he had laid his cards on the table. And regarding the matter between the 2 of them, it would be best if he were not caught in a dilemma. Selena inquired, "If one day I were to ask you to wage war against the Empire and become a rebel, would you be willing?" "I do not know," Ross replied. "The royal family is comprised entirely of officials, all of whom are noble." Ross was no exception. The law dictates such, and Audrey had imparted much knowledge to him. Lacking common sense would invite disdain. Ross had indeed put considerable effort into understanding titles. Selena smiled. "Let us refrain from discussing these complex matters. True strength attracts countless admirers. Even she must assist you." Recently, High Priest Zeus has received a prophecy concerning a port located just beyond the ridge of the Rose territory, where the paths are intricate, and the surrounding mountains are vast. However, curiously, this area does not seem to have frozen. "A port?" Ross exclaimed, lifting his head in surprise, his gaze instinctively drifting over the exquisite length of Selena's legs. He composed himself. "Is it situated above the Rose territory?" Selena replied, "You require a port. Trade will become significantly simpler. The Empire needs a trade route leading to the north, which necessitates ships. However, to my knowledge, your territory lacks shipbuilders and shipyards." Chapter 35. Legendary General Hermann Steelback, the 29-year-old Major General of the Empire. High Priest Zeus stood in the darkness, murmuring calmly. He has indeed chosen to confront Selena the Duchess. The chilling voice from the magical array echoed in the night. "Then the military assistance will not arrive." Zeus sighed. "Would this not be somewhat unfair for the Rose territory? This is a decision that the Empress made long ago." The High Priest Zeus silently gazed into the distance, where the advancing army of dwarves was approaching, as well as the residence of Duchess Selena. He calmly made one last appeal, wishing to confirm his expectations regarding the choices of Grand Judge Karl. Ross is a loyal servant of the Empire. The development of the Northern Territories is fraught with difficulties. The aged voice of Grand Judge Karl echoed through the magical array. Loyalty comes in many forms. The first duty of the Empire's core is to ensure loyalty to the Empress, not to Duchess Selena or to oneself. I regret to inform you." The communication was abruptly severed. Zeus, staring at the golden crown before him, fell into a daze. When the undead had invaded, he had remained passive. Now, as the dwarven army approached, would he merely stand by and watch as their iron hooves trampled the Rose territory? Every priest revered the gods of humanity, who govern the fate of mortals. They often received divine oracles. In the absence of such guidance, priests would employ prophetic spells to maintain the Empire's prosperity and prevent disasters like droughts and floods from ravaging the land. Prophecy was a requisite study for every priest in the court, especially for one as esteemed as Zeus. Naturally, he had foreseen the future of the Rose territory, and the outcome was grim. Without the Empress's military support, the Rose territory might well collapse. Yet, what did that unexpected glimmer signify? The Empire's military was preparing. More specifically, the garrison of Steel Furnace Fortress was getting ready. Many individuals transporting corpses were perplexed as to why they were bringing the wolves and beasts hunted from afar into the fortress. There was a lingering suspicion that someone was masquerading as legitimate game, possibly using wolf meat to disguise inferior products as wild beef from the north or dried salted meats to sell to the merchant caravans of Norland province. Previously, a merchant had attempted such deceit and was met with a severe punishment from the governor, Ananto's steel oath, who had mercilessly lashed him 30 times. Yet, the situation had not improved significantly. Human nature is inherently cunning. There is no business without deceit. Many farmers of the empire lamented the difficulties in transporting the corpses, unaware that not far away, the typically disciplined and upright Ananto's steel oath was kneeling before a man, asking, "My lord, has the second new army returned? Where are the corpses? They are being transported. For a week now, we have been engaged in this task. How did your journey to the imperial capital fare?" Ananto's steel oath stood, smiling as he inquired. Ross suddenly sensed a dangerous premonition, yet it vanished as swiftly as it had come. The empire was about to provide military support. Indeed, that severed limb had been reattached. Calming his inner turmoil, he smiled faintly and remarked, "Who else but we can claim to be the sole lords of the north within the empire and the entire human realm?" Ananto's steel oath felt the radiance of glory enveloping him. Ross gazed at the beams of light reflecting off the armor that was pierced by sunlight. Not only Ananto's steel oath, but the soldiers of the entire steel fortress looked upon him with admiration and reverence, as if the very locus of these beams was where he stood. What of Derek Pro? He was preoccupied. "I am not as adept in matters of internal affairs as he is. Although the steel fortress does not engage in trade and commerce like the silver fortress, many merchants, despite their reservations about the fortress's safety, still came to conduct transactions and transport goods." Ross nodded as Ananto's steel oath explained the changes that had occurred in the steel fortress over the past week since Ross's journey to the imperial capital. Firstly, there had been modifications to some of the shooting apertures, which, due to the dwarf stature, were exceedingly low for humans. During the siege of the silver fortress, there had even been instances of human soldiers bending or crouching to shoot. Next, he addressed the fortification status. In terms of resource reserves, items such as oil, goblin black powder, boulders, and logs had been gradually stockpiled. Ananto's steel oath remarked that yesterday, the Rock Eagles had detected the advance of the dwarven army, and the garrison of the steel fortress was still insufficient. He stated earnestly and solemnly, "You should be aware that the garrison of the steel fortress was significantly larger in the past, and even if Greyhammer Fortress does not require fortification, our forces of over 5,000 are split, leaving less than 3,000 for the defensive armies of the Silver Fortress and Grey Furnace." Ross replied, "This battle is destined to be arduous. What of Daggett and the others?" "Uncertain. Perhaps they are in training?" Kurt Helborg soon arrived at the steel fortress upon learning that Ron had reached it. As an officer responsible for the capture of the 400 Imperial soldiers, he held considerable authority over the native troops. Now a centurion, he was dispersing the Imperial forces, training and leading the new recruits to adapt to the battlefield. Contrary to his expectations, he had imagined the north to be resource-poor and barren. However, the reality revealed that the entire Rose territory was remarkably affluent, even more so than the lands of Viscount Tylus near the mountain pass, and it was even selling dwarven weaponry. It is well understood that, according to logic, dwarven weaponry must first satisfy their own needs before being exported. What does this signify? It indicates that the weapons, armor, equipment, and resource reserves of the Rose territory have entirely met the needs of its own army, only then engaging in export trade. Otherwise, faced with threats, to sell off their weapons would be sheer folly. The Lord of the Rose territory is certainly not a squanderer. On the contrary, he is affluent and prosperous. Upon his recent arrival, the military funds had already been credited. The soldiers under his command gazed at the influx of gold coins, their armor splendidly crafted, each armed with finely forged dwarven weapons. Additionally, they adorned themselves with high-grade armor. Even the surrendered troops could not help but admire the governance of the Rose Lord, Ross, from where had such an abundance of equipment and gold emerged. Ross inspected the surrendered remnants of Viscount Tylus. The organization and morale had markedly improved since the time of conflict. If at that moment, Ross had charged upon them astride his white dragon, their organization and morale had scarcely exceeded 50, fleeing in terror at the dragon's fearsome roar. Now those metrics had risen to at least 65. Yet, this was still insufficient. Training must continue. Although morale was commendable, the formation still exhibited certain flaws. Kurt Hapanjan felt a flush of embarrassment. "Yes, my lord." Ross surveyed the soldiers of the Tuin Legion in the distance as they arrived at Steel Furnace Fortress. The fledgling troops, stationed at the lower echelons, also noted the black-clad soldiers bearing black banners, a wave of fear washing over them. It was common knowledge that the Rose Viscount, Lord Ross's personal guard, had arrived. Hargun, standing respectfully beside Ross, reported, "My lord, 800 of the Tuin Legion have arrived, while the remaining 315 await your command at Silver Fortress and Greyhammer Fortress." Ross maintained absolute control over the Tuin Legion, a manifestation of psychological dominance and unwavering loyalty. He did not respond to Hargun. On a nearby map, a vast expanse of horrifying crimson dots emerged in the farthest reaches of the war fog, and in proximity to these red points, a cluster of green dots began to illuminate. "Where is Lord Sigelined of the Red Thorns?" inquired Ananto's steel oath. Ross replied calmly, "Before the enemy." The wings of the white dragon, Veldra, unfurled, casting a terrifying shadow that reflected a crystalline brilliance under the harsh sunlight. The vanguard of the 5,000-strong Dwarven Empire had already appeared on the farthest side of the map. The hum of bloodlust resonated from Shedu. The artifact trembled. Ananto's steel oath and his companions felt the sharp glimmer of the Viscount's blade, their emotions similarly heightened. In a manor within the province of Norland in the Empire, a young man with light blonde hair smiled as he embraced his younger brother and sister. "Nosa, I will return soon." His brother, Demir, seemed lost in thought as he returned the embrace. "Has the Empire been invaded again?" The young man with light blonde hair smiled. "I do not know." Their mother gazed sorrowfully at her children. "My little Damien." "Mother, I will be back soon." At that moment, a serious-looking soldier, broad-shouldered and clad in imperial garb, approached him. The young man gestured for him to remain silent. The soldier, clearly perceived as the young man's superior in the eyes of his family, expressionless, stepped back. Damien smiled and said, "With Lord Hermann Steelback among us, we shall remain unscathed." "Who exactly is this Major Hermann Steelback?" Damien replied, "Mother, he is akin to me." The Imperial Griffin suddenly descended upon this tranquil village, casting a chill and an aura of impending doom over the serene landscape. In the distance, the golden fields of wheat and rice swayed gently in the wind, undulating like waves. A Griffin knight addressed him, "Your Excellency, here is the Empress's decree and correspondence for you." Damien, or rather Major Hermann Steelback, calmly responded, "When one is in the field, military orders must be adhered to. Let us set this letter aside for now." The officer bowed his head, showing great respect for this young man, who appeared scarcely military in demeanor. Little did they know that on the northern front of the Empire, in the area known as the Barris Inferno Line, a young officer named Damien led the 9th Legion against overwhelming odds. Not only did he breach the defenses of the Elven army and the chaotic demons, but he also vanquished a legendary Elven blue dragon, compelling all High Elf forces within a 200-kilometer radius to retreat and ensuring the safety of their Elven king. That year, the young Imperial officer named Damien Roslin was bestowed the name Hermann Steelback by the Empress herself, propelling him to great heights. "Your Excellency, the Empress seems to wish for you not to assist the North just yet. Embellishments are never as valuable as timely aid," he remarked with a smile. "The one heading to the north is not Hermann Steelback, but Damien Roslin." The two knights of the Imperial Griffin Order were rendered speechless. Chapter 36, a must-read climax. The God of War stance. Surrounded from all sides. The annihilation of the Dwarven army. Beyond Steel Furnace Fortress, to the north lay endless mountains. Rose had yet to find time to heed the Duke Selena's concerns regarding the port. Yet the desire for the port paled in comparison to the urgency of vanquishing the adversary. For the moment, the red dot on the mini-map of the northern system appeared. Rose's thoughts shifted from territorial development to conquering his foes. If he could triumph over the Dwarven Empire's Rose territory this time, a trade port could be established. Rose's thoughts drifted. Veldra's dragon wings soared above Steel Furnace Fortress. Daggett stood beside Rose, inquiring, "I have signaled the garrison at Silver Fortress as per your orders." Defending the city was merely one aspect of the situation. Strategically, the first harassment attack by the Red Thorn's Siglind was poised to take effect. A cruel smile crept upon Rose's lips. Daggett, somewhat perplexed, asked, "My lord, did you send Siglind to scout the enemy's movements? Why must the Toon Legion also leave the city?" At this moment, under the command of Ross, the Toon Legion, led by the leprous Hargun and the blacksmith Dane, mobilized their respective forces of 400 troops each, totaling 800 men, forming two lines. He vividly recalled the micromanagement tactics employed by the principal in the past, which had rendered the entire Huangpu faction rather inept. However, Ross was different. Armed with a mini-map and a strategic depth for the Dwarven offensive, his micromanagement skills were unparalleled. From the very outset, Ross had no intention of engaging this contingent of dwarven vanguards in a conventional siege. To merely defend the city without leveraging the geographical advantages and to fragment the enemy forces strategically would be sheer folly. Great Giant. Ross observed the barbarian warriors of the Dragon Slayer Legion, their bodies emanating a deep abyssal aura, and remarked, "You shall proceed to the front lines to harass the enemy. I command you to eliminate all small-scale scouts and detachments from a ridge located 45 kilometers to the north, and to create a breach. The paramount objective is not to inflict extensive casualties, but to harass while ensuring your own survival. A soldier from the Toon Legion will accompany you at all times to relay my orders." Yes, although Great Giant, Palau, Rainier, Tyner, Kanu, and the other barbarians felt a tinge of disappointment that Ross was not personally leading the Dragon Slayer Legion to glory, they understood that as direct members of the Legion, they were bound to obey his commands. The Dwarven advance party boasted over 5,000 troops, equipped with mortars and heavy firepower, so they needed to exercise utmost caution. Understood. Engage minimally. The key is to maintain our combat effectiveness. Ross had unwavering faith that the barbarian warriors of the Legion would flawlessly achieve their objectives, as their coordination and camaraderie were undoubtedly among the finest in the world. The news of the Rose-led army's movements soon reached the eyes of the Dwarven commander, Vengeance Brindel. War had never been a trivial matter. It was not in the past, nor was it now. The Night Legion of Humanity had vacated the castle, and numerous Dwarven spies had reported frequent openings of their city gates, clearly indicating an intent to gather intelligence or to launch a surprise attack on their vanguard forces. Vengeance Brindel dispatched additional scouts to extend reconnaissance to a 15-kilometer radius in front of their troops. Understood. A formidable formation of Dwarven warriors clad in silver and leather armor, with long beards, consisting of 2,000 hammer-wielding warriors and nearly 200 from the Butcher Legion, along with siege engineers maneuvering the Grey Ridge cannons, was steadily advancing. Massive trebuchets, as well as cloud carts and engineering apparatus, rolled ominously in the rear. In the frigid cold of the northern lands, their breaths billowed in steaming clouds above their beards, creating a spectacular military spectacle across the vast expanse of the Grasos Plain. Behind the array of 500 musketeers and dwarven crossbowmen, the musketeers, under the command of Vengeance Brindel, were clearing a path for the scouts. Vengeance Brindel cast his gaze towards the distant position where 3 dwarven fortresses loomed, pondering the price that must be paid. The entire Angry Clan's dwarven army formed 3 lines, resembling a U-shaped formation, providing cover for the musketeers and all surrounding soldiers as they advanced steadily towards Silver Fortress. Yet, for reasons unknown, Vengeance Brindel was gripped by an ominous intuition and a sense of impending crisis. What was amiss? Suddenly, the sound of human cavalry echoed from the ridge. What was that? An enemy assault. In the distance of the Edville forest lay a frozen stream. In the north, the river's waters bore no distinction between turbulent and placid, for they had all succumbed to the grip of ice and snow. In this frigid forest, the First Legion, led by Leonidas, along with Anatoly and the Wolf Cavalry, had arrived here ahead of schedule under Ross's orders. Are you certain we should initiate an attack on them? It is merely a feint. It is the command of Lord Ross. The newly formed Second Army of Kurt Hapanjan appeared to the south of the Dwarven forces, the Dragon Slayer's Great Git. The Bandit Musketeer Legion expanded by Rodart, 300 Dwarven foreign soldiers, and the Toon Legion of 400 soldiers led by Dane Blackiron, along with Hargan's 400-strong undead Toon forces, had successively emerged around the Dwarven army's commander, Vengeance Brindel. First, eliminate all their scouts. Ross calmly observed the dense green dots of squads on the Grasso Plain, not even mounting his white dragon to join the fray. A cruel smile curved his lips. The knife was ready. And now it was time to decide how to slice the cake. Lady Selena looked perplexedly at High Priest Zeus. Have they taken the initiative? Yes. Anatoly's troops have mobilized 2/3 and are en route to the Grasso Plain, merely 8 kilometers from the Dwarven army's position. Selena inquired, what is Ross planning? High Priest Zeus replied, he aims to devour this Dwarven army. Is that feasible? Zeus remarked, uncertain, but within the prophetic magic, they have formed a surrounding net. My lord. Scouts 8 kilometers to the south request assistance. All northern scouts have vanished within the Edville forest. Vengeance Brindel increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Where are the Rock Eagles? Their whereabouts were unknown. At that moment, he saw the northern line suddenly engulfed in a flurry of snow. Imperial Cavalry. The vanguard equipped Iron Riders, alongside the Montfort Empire's mounted archers, galloped swiftly towards the northern flank of the 5,000-strong Dwarven army. spurred on by the audacity of the adventurers in the Red Thorn Sigil. An enemy assault. Fire. However, these cavalry maintained their high mobility, merely stretching a slender line across the snowy expanse. The fewer than 20 Montfort archers drew their bows, and their meager casualties failed to inflict any tangible loss upon the dwarven horde. The shield-bearing dwarven legion held firm against the arrows of the mounted archers, the sound of their shield wall resonating with a deep, rhythmic clatter. Their speed was too great for any effective interception. The dwarven army possessed a distinct disadvantage. All its members were infantry. While their formations were disciplined and orderly, they were utterly helpless against the high mobility of the cavalry. Moreover, these imperial riders deliberately maintained a distance within shooting range, rendering even the 400-meter range of their crossbows ineffective against the enemy's steeds. The dwarven centurion, Stonefist Money, bellowed in fury, "Slay them!" Yet, the vengeful catapult only managed to inflict casualties on 2 imperial riders. The change in the catapult's direction caused a slight shift in their formation. Not quite chaos, but sufficient to create a gap in the otherwise orderly ranks of the dwarven forces. A lieutenant named Heim sneered, "Lord Brindell, these foolish humans from Rose territory merely seek to divert our attention, intending to provoke us and unsettle our morale. In my view, this cavalry poses no threat to our dwarven army. Even if they were to breach our lines and assault the rear forces of Grinshile, what would it matter? They would be courting their own demise." Yet, vengeful Brindell sensed something amiss. What of our scouts in other positions? Have they all perished? Lieutenant Heim's expression faltered. Indeed, all scouts sent out to the surrounding 10 kilometers had vanished. What of the Rock Eagles? Without scouts or local dwarven informants, they were effectively blind. What troubled them most was not the harassment and provocation of this cavalry, but the inexplicable disappearance of all their scouts heading towards Rose territory. This loss of intelligence regarding their front was a source of great unease. Vengeful Brindell appeared to sense impending danger, declaring, "Halt the march. I suspect there may be a trap. Immediately establish a defensive formation near the heights of the Grasso Plain. Our forces must not enter the Edvil Forest." The yellow-bearded dwarf, Lieutenant Heim, questioned, "My lord, as far as I know, the total strength of Rose territory does not exceed 5,000. We are all elite clansmen. Why the need for such caution?" The seasoned vengeful Brindell had caught the scent of an impending ambush, stating, "What if the enemy mobilizes en masse? It is inconceivable. The defenders possess an unequivocal advantage in a siege, often achieving a casualty ratio of 3-1 or even 5-1. Why would they abandon their fortifications to engage in open-field combat with a higher casualty rate against us?" Revenge coursed through Brindell, his hair a mix of dark strands with hints of silver and gray. Even as his aide expressed doubts, it did not sway his decision. Thus, a formidable army of 5,000 commenced their formation upon the Grasso Plain. Numerous supply units of dwarves began digging trenches and constructing defensive fortifications. A commendable response. They are indeed preparing their defenses, Rose chuckled. One aspect of the enemy's calculations was indeed correct. All forces of the Rose territory were currently deployed in the field. The first new army of Anatolia, comprising 2,000 troops including 334 wolf riders, along with the cavalry of the Red Thorn Sigilend, was divided into 2 lines: the Toon Legion, the Dragon Slayer Brigade of Daggett, the second new army of Kurt Hapanjan, the Mountain Bandit Legion, and the Foreign Legion of Dwarves, positioned in 8 distinct formations, ready to initiate an assault. The spiritual force of the Fate Weaver, Boiling Blood River, had woven a web within the realm of the mind. Time could not be afforded for them to further establish their formations. Rose smiled. He directed the messenger of the Toon Legion within the spiritual realm, issuing the command, "Attack! Attack!" The word from Lord Rose commanded an advance. On the miniature map, 8 green points of light surged forth like sharp blades, piercing through the defenses of the dwarven army along the Grasso Plain and the Edvil Forest. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Stonefist Muni stood in shock, gazing in all directions, bewildered by the sudden emergence of the vast Rose territory forces. The cavalry from the north charged like a dagger into their rear. The dwarves swiftly adjusted their formations, muskets primed for their first volley, but the cavalry, seemingly anticipating the assault, veered to the right, evading the explosive chaos of the vengeful catapults. Rose's mental network began to orchestrate the micro-operations of this war, hence he did not manifest on the battlefield at that moment. Near the Edvil Forest, Anatolia, having engulfed all the dwarf vanguard scouts, wielded his long sword while mounted, the banner of the Rose territory fluttering above the ranks of the new army. Attack! Attack! The front line of shield-bearing Imperial infantry unleashed a torrent of arrows, transforming into a black rain that fell upon the dwarven positions. Raise your shields. Though the 334 wolf riders lacked war wolves, Silver Fortress had traded for a considerable number of warhorses with rugged territory. Aside from the 200 centurions tasked with commanding this 2,000 strong human army, the remaining 134 charged alongside Anatolia, launching a surprise assault on the right flank of the dwarves. Charge! The resonant sound of the horn echoed, while the war drums pounded deep within the soldiers' hearts, all instinctively sensing an overwhelming and oppressive atmosphere of war. The acrid stench of gunpowder, cannon fire, blood, and rust permeated the air. Boom, boom, boom. The dwarven artillery roared, sending dirt and mud flying, resulting in a devastating toll of casualties among the new army, with over 10 lives lost in mere moments. Undead. This is impossible. Led by the leprous Hargon, the half-undead Toon Legion was the sharpest blade, swiftly engaging the enemy. They surged forward, defying the advantageous fire from above. As their undead forms plunged into the ranks of the dwarven army like a massive drill, inflicting countless bloody wounds with each strike. Raise your shields, hold the line, roared the dwarven commander, Vengeance Brindel, whose eyes glowed with fury as he beheld the terrifying forces resembling the undead. They struck hard into the right flank, causing the morale of the Thousand-Hammer Legion to plummet. Countless dwarves gazed in horror at the dark banners of the malevolent army and the sudden breach of their lines. In an instant, nearly 300 men fell, the majority of them from their own ranks. Stop them, commanded the heavy-shielded dwarven captain, Stonefist Muni, who was already receiving orders to bolster defenses as numerous elite dwarven butchers prepared to confront the onslaught of the undead legion. Each dwarf felt a profound sense of dread and panic at the sight of the undead, having just endured the horrors of an eternal night. They knew all too well the terror these creatures embodied. They had no spirit left to muster, for it was a battle to the death. Hargon's longsword pierced through the finely wrought armor of a dwarf, and as he withdrew his blade, his gaze shifted to the flank, a cruel smile emerging on his lips. And there's more. What? Another detachment of the Black Iron Dane, the Toon Legion, had once again breached the dwarven defenses. Kurt Helborg observed as the meat grinder and penetrating assaults proved effective. All units, launch the attack. The dwarven army's Heim remarked in shock. They had truly mobilized their entire force, opting for open battle. They intended to annihilate us completely. Vengeance Brindel raised his massive axe, cleaving a human soldier in two, feeling as though he had stepped into a trap laid by the human empire, who had been waiting for this moment. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the empire's trebuchets resonated through the forest. With their scouts obliterated, they were utterly incapable of countering the lethal barrage of the stone projectiles. They could only watch helplessly as the boulders crashed into their formation, each strike claiming between 30 to 50 lives. The Thousand-Hammer Legion, besieged by the flanking maneuvers of the Toon Legion, soon found themselves in a state of morale collapse, ensnared in a bloody massacre reminiscent of a meat grinder. It seemed as though their defeat had been preordained from the very beginning. From the front and the back, the cold and calm gaze of the red-thorned Siglind fell upon the distant dwarven captain, Stonefist Muni. Charge! Even with a mere cavalry legion of 150, they are still cavalry. Cavalry is indeed cavalry. The terrifying weight of nearly 5 tons reverberated through the earth, causing the morale of the dwarven vanguard's engineering corps to shatter instantaneously. Many dwarves clung desperately to their catapults, yet surrounded on all sides, their siege engines could not effectively engage in defensive operations. No one could have anticipated that Ross would launch a decisive offensive in the open field. Never before had anyone dared to be so audacious in such a setting. The dire consequences of the scouts being completely overwhelmed were now painfully evident. When intelligence is imbalanced, Vengeance Brindle could only watch helplessly as his formation succumbed to defeat with the passage of time. Fire! Ha ha ha, kill them! The barbarians of the Dragon Slayer Brigade set their sights on the 200 elite dwarven butchers. In an instant, the northern barbarians swiftly overturned this group of dwarven butchers. Fire! Fire! Redarte and the second-in-command, Black Pearl, with their band of brigands, raised their firearms and unleashed a barrage upon the dwarven forces. The smoke and the crack of gunpowder caused the dwarven army to rapidly descend into chaos and suffer significant casualties. Enemies surrounded them from all directions. Stonefist Nia's teeth were nearly shattered as he swung his massive hammer, attempting to crush Redthorn Siglind and her steed into a bloody pulp, yet his efforts were in vain. The seemingly slender longsword, imbued with the dreadful pressure of the 4th-tier Red Dragon curse, nearly fractured his grip. Countless dwarves, their morale shattered, began to flee. The might of the white dragon descended from above, slaughtering over 50 dwarves. At this moment, Black Iron Dane was instructed to release the blockade and retreat, maintaining the strategy of encircling 3 while leaving 1 open. There is an exit ahead, flee, flee. The Thousand Hammer Legion engaging with the Toon Legion swiftly crumbled under the strain of collapsing morale. The skies were filled with human catapults. All around them were the armies of humanity. Amidst the chaos, Heim frantically exclaimed, "My lord has fallen. We must retreat." Vengeance Brindle despaired as he surveyed the tumultuous scene, which appeared chaotic but was, in fact, akin to a plump fish being meticulously carved on a cutting board by the Rose's forces from all directions. No, it cannot be. How dare he commit his entire army to the open field? This is wrong. My lord, we must retreat. The more the enemy's morale crumbled, the higher ours soared. The Dragon Slayer Brigade had become invigorated by the thrill of the kill. The barbarian Rainier executed a jump slash accompanied by a battle cry, leaving nearly 40 dwarves in a state of dizziness. They were swiftly slaughtered by the surrounding soldiers. The cavalry divided the battlefield. Due to Ross's exceptionally sharp command, the dwarves had not even begun to dig their trenches, nor had they set up their barricades or completed their encampments. Numerous pack horses, tasked with transporting equipment, fell in the chaos, while centurions and legionnaires perished in succession, leading to a breakdown in organization and a severance of command. The horses lay dead, their bodies wrapped in their own hides. Such was the scene. The line stretched nearly 10 kilometers, filled with the fleeing dwarves and their fallen comrades, all amidst the ranks of Ross's forces. From the very outset, he had intended to launch a decisive war, without granting the dwarves even a moment to prepare. Ruthless. Utterly ruthless. Revenant Brindle gazed with bloodshot eyes at the disintegration of his army. His armor was stained red with the blood of both dwarves and humans, mingled with the snow and wind. Yet, despite his efforts, the outcome of war is beyond the control of any single will. He had truly been defeated. High Priest Suze and Duchess Selena stood upon a distant ridge, having activated a teleportation spell at some unknown moment. They were stunned by the scene before them. Had 5,000 troops truly been defeated so swiftly? Suze remarked, "Ross's audacity is terrifying." He mobilized completely, encircling and annihilating the dwarven forces before they could react. Selena's eyes shone brightly as she gazed northward. Suze calmly continued, "Ross did not even appear on the battlefield, indicating absolute confidence in this battle. Their own casualties were minimal." The collapse of morale spread like an avalanche, rolling down the ridge and growing ever larger. Selena inquired, "What do you estimate our casualties to be?" "We expect to have lost fewer than 600 men, replied Suze. Selena fell silent, her eyes filled with shock. Suze added, "The number of captives will exceed 2,000, along with the entire supply and equipment of the Dwarven Vanguard, estimated to be worth over 100,000 gold coins." Across the vast expanse of fleeing soldiers on the slopes of the Grasso Plains, Selena looked into the distance with confusion. What is this? Shouldn't they be cleaning the battlefield? Are they regrouping? On the distant back of the White Dragon, a figure wielding a grayish-white sword soared from the heavens, and the cheers of the crowd quickly transformed into the sight of a reformed army. What were they planning? Suze gazed in shock towards the horizon. Were they pursuing the fleeing soldiers? No, they aimed to launch a proactive assault on the Dwarven Empire. In that moment, both in the eyes of High Priest Suze and Duchess Selena, the Count Ross of the Rose Territory had begun to embody the formidable presence and stature of a god of war. Chapter 37. Predictions on the war situation. Night Raid. Camp Explosion. In the future, the dwarven leader of the Angrund clan, Grinsahale, gazed at the flags marked on the map and remarked, "Revenge Brindle should be nearing the gates of Steel Furnace Fortress. Our troop mobilization may be slightly delayed, so we estimate that we will reach the battlefield in 5 hours. There have been no reports from scouts." The Empire. These insignificant humans have never successfully established a foothold in the north, not once. What audacity leads them to believe they can triumph over the mighty Angrund dwarves? Grinsahale shook his head, cautioning, "Do not underestimate the adversary. They have endured the invasion of the undead, and moreover, 2 of their lords have already fallen at his hands. A lord is merely the master of a territory. The lord of Silver Fortress, Hammer Tolek, and the Steel Hand Debarder, who once commanded the fortresses of Steel Furnace and Grey Hammer, have all perished at the hands of the Rose Viscount, Ross. We must also be wary of the Empire's reinforcements. The humans harbor an unwavering desire to see our demise. As long as that Empress reigns, there is always the possibility of large-scale military support being dispatched to the north, which would undoubtedly complicate our situation. My lord, shall we prepare the troops now? Currently, 6 dwarven battalions were gathering nearby, aside from Revenge Brindel's unit. The Dwarven Empire's Helhai province had already exerted its influence. Lord Rad Shatterhammer had summoned the military might of 6 lords, preparing to launch an assault on Steel Furnace Fortress. We are but 1/6 of this force. Grinsehale spoke in a calm tone. Order the troops to rest. Yes, 3,000 dwarven soldiers began their respite. Unbeknownst to them, the encroaching night in the north heralded the onset of their nightmares. A rumbling and shaking from a kilometer away immediately captured the attention of all the dwarven legions. Cavalry? Why is the ground trembling? Cavalry is launching an assault on us. A dwarven centurion gazed into the dark forest with confusion, pondering how they had not yet entered the realm of the Grasso Plains, and how the vanguard unit of Revenge Brindel could allow Imperial cavalry to infiltrate their rear. Could it be a flanking maneuver? Yet even so, it was impossible to bypass Revenge Brindel's forces to execute a large-scale military assault. What on earth was happening? A sense of confusion, combined with the weariness from days of marching, enveloped Grinsehale's 3,000 military troops. The night's light was frigid, with only the moon's reflection illuminating the forest and the wintry winds of the north. Enemy attack. Suddenly, terrifying sounds of slaughter roused all the dwarven soldiers still resting in their tents. Kill. The marching speed of the undead Toon Legion had surpassed that of the cavalry. Countless dwarves, still asleep in their tents, were pierced through the chest and neck by blades before they could don their armor. The barbarian chieftain, Dagite, charged directly into the logistical base of the dwarven army. Chaos erupted under the cover of night. The dwarven leader, Grinzair, looked around in sheer terror. His demeanor was one of utter disarray, his attire disheveled, and his spirit in turmoil. Enemy assault. The camp is under siege. The battle cry echoed. 3,000 dwarven warriors were mercilessly slaughtered by the forces of Rose Legion during the nocturnal ambush. The retreating troops crumbled in a frenzy. Flames raging within the tents, as fiery and green streaks illuminated the chaos, while Rose adeptly managed the situation with remarkable composure. A dragon. Confirmation that an elite guard was assembling near the leader. A smile crept across Rose's lips. The White Dragon. Soul Resonance. Cold Breath X2. The terrifying breath of the dragon instantly froze over 100 elite dwarven guards. Grinzair, horrified and desperate, knelt upon the ground. As the overwhelming might of the dragon and its colossal claws, spanning 14 meters, left a massive crater at his feet. Quite the swift reaction, isn't it? Rose remarked. It's a pity the Vanguard's leader managed to escape. Grinzair, still reeling from the shock, had already met defeat. The faster one charges, the more timing there is to gain. This surge led to the immediate devastation of Grinzair's 3,000 troops, one of the 6 lords of the dwarven army. There was no surprise. They had intended to enjoy a restful slumber. Little did they know, the first arrival was not the dwarven scouts, but Rose Legion. Dagite wielded his pitch-black battle axe, encountering no resistance, as the dwarves were ill-equipped, making the slaughter akin to that of poultry. Indeed, this illustrates the allure of strategy. Had it been a frontal assault, Rose would have surely suffered grievous losses. Yet this was a surprise attack. With the battle cry sounding, their morale shattered. Word spread that their leader had been captured. Your leader has been taken. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Grinzair, disheveled and despairing, was hoisted by Dagite. He trembled, contemplating suicide, yet unable to confront the grim reality before him. My army, my troops. I am the disgrace of the Angrund clan. Failing to avenge would be the true shame of the Angrund clan. Where are they? Where are our allies? Where's the support? Why have we been left vulnerable to the Imperial Army's onslaught? Desperate cries, pleas, and wails echoed from every corner of the camp. Rose gazed into the distance. Aware that it was time to withdraw, he could continue the assault, yet something felt amiss. Capture them. Prepare to retreat. Dagite questioned. Are we not continuing? In a short span, they had nearly decimated tens of thousands of the Dwarven Empire's forces. Ross shook his head, pondering that the lords ahead were perhaps not as heedlessly vigilant as Grinzair. A collision with them could likely result in a bloody conflict, and their advance would require time. It was uncertain whether they could reach the front lines promptly. Understood. Grinzair soon divulged everything. Ross inhaled sharply. 6 dwarf lords from the Angrund clan. Crimson Thorn Sigline nodded, affirming, indeed, this time the Dwarven Empire has resolved to expel us from the Northern Realm. The crux of warfare lies in intelligence, followed by the principle of overwhelming numbers or leveraging superior forces to outmaneuver the enemy at critical points. This is the essence of military strategy. Flanking maneuvers are designed to create situations where the many can encircle the few. How many of their remaining forces are left? between 250,000 and 30,000. Suddenly, Ross chuckled. Sigline was perplexed by the Lord's unexpected laughter, yet it did not impede her subsequent actions. Most of the soldiers were already fatigued. "We must withdraw," she declared. Unlike the Toon Legion, after 2 significant battles, even a night raid would exhaust the new troops, whose stamina, as infantry, would wane after a long march, leading to a state of fatigue. The battle had persisted for nearly 15 hours. Even a blitzkrieg could not conclude swiftly, and continuing to fight would only entangle both himself and his subordinates in a stalemate. A vibrant spirit is more suited for duels. "Let us retreat." Yes. There was no need for Ross to issue a direct command. The messengers of the Toon Legion had already conveyed his orders to their ranks. A core reason for his absence from the battlefield was his meticulous management of all the Legion's engagements, even equipping the Dragon Slayer Brigade with a messenger from the Toon Legion. Perhaps the rapid defeat of the 5,000 Dwarf Vanguard was indeed a pivotal factor, yet their casualties could not possibly be so minimal. The speed of their rout was undoubtedly too swift. The crux remained the various micromanipulations and tactics of the Toon Legion's officers. "Take all prisoners and vital supplies. The entire army shall retreat. His Excellency Ross has commanded. The entire army withdraw." Selena gazed towards the distant human forces shrouded in night. Alongside the nearly 2,000 dwarf prisoners from the routed army, combined with the remnants of the vengeful Blinder army, totaling close to 4,000 dwarf captives. These were not mere ordinary humans. Could he be the reincarnation of the Imperial Nibelung Blood Duke? High Priest Zeus also cast a flickering gaze towards the distant flames. This extraordinary victory nearly solidified the forthcoming trajectory of the battle. In the year 600 of the Empire's calendar, there are tales chronicled in the Epic of Nibelungen that recount the adventurous history of a noble of dragon blood within the Empire. This noble, amidst the tumultuous chaos wed the empress of a rival nation, vanquished countless foes, and faced every duel without trepidation, becoming a military deity renowned for expanding the Empire's territories. At this moment, Serena's astonishment and bewilderment naturally led her to draw parallels between Ross and this legendary military figure. Both were lords of dragon blood. Both wielded their forces with divine prowess. The priest Zeus remarked, "The Empress will soon be informed of the situation in the northern territories. This is undoubtedly a textbook example of a surprise assault." Moreover, he was both ferocious and restrained. Should the offensive continue, the stamina of the Empire's soldiers might wane, for the cavalry of the Rose territory remains rather sparse. Serena shook her head, asserting, "By the time the next wave of reinforcements arrives, our cavalry will be sufficiently numerous. The elite knightly orders from the Empire's provinces, 100 strong, are equivalent to a lesser 1,000-strong cavalry force. At that point, it will be difficult to fathom the magnitude of victories he could achieve." Zeus could not help but acknowledge Serena's astute observation. Previously, the invasion by the undead had been overly passive, and this was not the norm of conventional warfare. The scene of the Empire's northern territory, Ross, single-handedly engaged in fierce combat against the Dwarven Empire, was truly hard to believe. Yet, this was the reality. His ability to divide forces and command should not pale in comparison to that of Major General Hermann Steelback of the Empire. A sudden silence enveloped the two. For far to the north, 2 silver-armored griffins of the Empire appeared in the skies above. Damian Rosslin had just arrived at the Steel Furnace Fortress in the Rose territory when he beheld this spectacle. The triumphant return of the human empire. The glorious scene of victorious soldiers and fleeing foes emanated a distinctly different aura. Having witnessed numerous soldiers of the Empire in retreat, shedding their armor and returning with their heads hung low, Damian, as a general, recognized that the army before him had undoubtedly achieved a resounding victory. Otherwise, such fervent and exuberant morale would be inexplicable. The white dragon soared above, while the griffins had long concealed themselves amidst the clouds. The eyes of countless soldiers gleamed with an unsettling intensity, an intensity born only from the experience of a great triumph. Suddenly, Damian broke into a smile. By nightfall, the news of the Rose territory's overwhelming victory spread throughout the Steel Furnace Fortress. A multitude of dwarven captives had been secretly imprisoned within the caverns of the Silver Fortress, enduring confinement and captivity, awaiting their subsequent fate. Becoming slaves or being sold to the Empire's slave-trading factions might well be their ultimate destiny. Gazing at the nearly 4,000 captives, Damian Rosslin pondered in perplexity. Is this still the familiar army of the Empire that I once knew? The night was illuminated. Yet Ross found himself devoid of the warmth of Secretary Gloria's bed and the tender embrace of Audrey. As he entered his lavish chamber alone, he suddenly felt a disquieting sense of adjustment. Indeed, the absence of a woman seemed to strip away everything. He was not incapable of enticing a maiden to fill the void of his room. Even now, a maid with bright eyes gazed at him, eager for his attention. These maids, including the head servant, would willingly engage in some affair with Ross, the most powerful man in the Rose territory. However, Ross lacked interest. There were still 4 armies of dwarf lords to deal with, the most troublesome being that fellow, Rad the Shatterhammer. It was said he was no different from the Imperial Counts, commanding a formidable array of elite soldiers. Currently, he had captured over 4,000 dwarf prisoners, including centurions and commanders. Information regarding the dwarf armies was no longer a mere secret or idle talk. The clan leader, Glacial, needed to be converted into his subordinate. It was a pity that the core figure of the vanguard army had not been captured. Ross was deep in contemplation when an officer from the Toon Legion approached and said, "My lord, a messenger claiming to be an envoy from the Empire seeks an audience." "Is it already past midnight? Who seeks me? Bring him in." Is he indeed an Imperial envoy? He arrived riding a griffin. A griffin? It was highly likely that he was the messenger. Ross straightened his demeanor, liberating himself from his thoughts. Besides managing the captives, new conscription and strategies to counter the Dwarf Empire were still swirling in his subconscious. At that moment, a young man with short, light golden hair entered, smiling. "Greetings, Lord Ross." His cheerful demeanor exuded youthful goodwill. "Have you brought the Imperial correspondence?" "Indeed, a letter from Her Majesty the Empress. Military aid may arrive in a month." "How unfortunate." Ross nodded, raising his gaze to the young man before him. A silence enveloped them. Ross remarked, "Perhaps the envoy might rest in the Rose territory for a couple of days." The Imperial messenger replied, "I need to report on your victory over the dwarf armies to the Empire. Could you elaborate on the entire process for me?" Ross nodded, understanding that promoting this matter was advantageous. The more the northern region's successes were publicized, the denser the population would become in the future, especially with such battle achievements that required disseminating. Thus, he concealed the details of the small map and troop movements, sharing his strategic process entirely with the Imperial messenger. "Oh." The young envoy with light golden hair beamed brighter with each word. "You are a formidable commander. I intend to remain in the north as the Imperial envoy, assisting you in your endeavors." Ross inwardly harbored little regard for the Imperial messenger before him, especially when informed that military aid would not arrive for another month, which irked him somewhat. "No problem," the young man with flowing golden locks replied with a smile. "I was once a soldier of the Empire myself. If you wish, I could command a portion of the Imperial forces." Ross shook his head, dismissing the notion. "Very well," the golden-haired youth chuckled. "I am Damian Rosslin." "And I am Ross de Bonial." The 2 men clasped hands amidst the flickering candlelight of the night. This was a momentous occasion, marking the first encounter between the future Emperor of the Empire and the future Marshal Hermann Steelspine. Chapter 38. A Desperate Solution. The Dwarven Empire's reaction, the news of the 2 lordly armies of the Dwarven Empire being routed by Baron Ross of the Rose territory, swiftly reached the heart of the Dwarven forces. Lord Magma Gran, ruler of the Dwarven Canyon Peak, listened with incredulity to the reports from his subordinates. "What? Glacial has been captured?" 3,000 troops ambushed by Baron Ross of the Rose territory, utterly decimated by the 5,000 vanguard forces of Revenge Brindel? This is impossible. Lord Gran was astounded by the news of the battlefield. They were all lords of the Dwarven Empire, fully aware of the might of the Dwarven armies. Even without cavalry, their combat prowess in the snow far surpassed that of humans. Coupled with the enchanted armaments and armor of these 2 lords, how could they possibly be defeated by mere mortals? And not just 1 force, but 2? Annihilated completely? Baron Ross had launched a multifaceted assault from the outset. It had been a grand confrontation. Revenge Brindel had let down its guard, unaware that it was not merely negligence, but an inability to defend against such an onslaught. 2 battalions of Thune, comprising 800 soldiers, executed maneuvers under Ross's meticulous command. The overwhelming presence of his army, even more terrifying than that of the undead, alongside the charge of the Dragon Slayer Legion led by the Centurion Siglind, reached an astonishing level of ferocity. How could Glacial have been vanquished? The leader had intended to camp behind Revenge Brindel, only to be assailed in the night, caught completely off guard, leading to the chaos of the camp being overrun. Thus, we have lost 8,000 troops. Indeed, Magma Gran's red beard trembled, visibly enraged, as he inquired, "Is Rad Shatterhammer aware of this situation?" He should already know. Rad Shatterhammer was certainly among the first of the 6 other lords to receive this news. At that moment, a formidable dwarf with a gray-brown beard appeared notably distressed. "My lord, Revenge Brindel has returned." Ross, of course, failed to capture the vengeful Brindle. returning in a state of utter disarray and trepidation to kneel before the formidable dwarven leader, Rad Shatterhammer, his enchanted equipment in tatters. He uttered the words, "We have been defeated." Rad Shatterhammer replied, "Victory and defeat are but commonplace occurrences. There is no need for excessive self-reproach." Vengeful Brindle gazed at the noble figure before him, touched by this unexpected response. Yet, what difference would any reaction make? His 5,000 vanguard had already become prisoners of the Rose Domain. "I bring critical intelligence." Vengeful Brindle continued. "It appears that Ross has harnessed a formidable power of the undead." "And furthermore, what?" Rad inquired, intrigued. "The dwarven traitors. The Rose Domain is rife with traitorous dwarves. When we were attacked, the leader of that undead legion was none other than Black Iron Dane. He has betrayed the Angrund clan, forsaken the Helheim province, and violated the trust of the Empire." A contemplative expression surfaced on Rad Shatterhammer's serious visage as he probed. "Dwarven traitors? Are you implying that Ross has enlisted dwarves? Our 6-ring magic scrolls, the Sunbeam and the Disintegrate scrolls, both powerful spells, are likely in Ross's possession. Moreover, he did not even take the field when he vanquished me. The reports from scouts had been fragmented and incomplete." In the great tent, numerous leaders and officers of the Angrund clan listened in shocked silence to Vengeful Brindle's words. "I am certain that Black Iron Dane has turned traitor. He has led the dwarven rebel forces to slay countless comrades. Even though dwarves may quarrel over territory and wage war amongst themselves, their resolve against humans generally remains steadfast. The vicinity around Silver Fortress and Grammar Bastion is filled with dwarven civilians, yet they never anticipated that a human noble from the Rose Domain could sway a dwarven leader." Vengeful Brindle added, "Moreover, there are rumors that Silver Fortress is mass-producing dwarven weaponry. I suspect that Master Kent has also betrayed the Dwarven Empire." A palpable sense of oppression and solemnity enveloped the tent, as the 6 battalions had met their demise without even coming close to witnessing the walls of the Rose Domain. This would instill a deep sense of dread and panic within anyone. Furthermore, Ross is a dragon lord. To oppose a dragon lord without even seeing his forces. After the swift annihilation of 5,000 troops, how could the subsequent dwarven forces not be engulfed in anxiety and vigilance? Yet, the more alert and tense they became, the slower they moved. Thus, an immense pressure weighed upon all. It was imperative to defeat Ross and drive this group of imperial humans away. Rad the Shattered Hammer removed the horned helm and personally assisted the Vengeful Brindle to his feet. "I have faith in your leadership," he declared. "The troops require your guidance henceforth." Overcome with emotion, Brindle wept, "I have betrayed your trust." Rad the Shattered Hammer commanded, "Order all forces to assemble and remain vigilant. We must not allow the Rose Legion to dismantle us one by one. Had we anticipated their volatility, we would not have divided our forces. If all 8,000 troops had been united, could they have annihilated us?" Rad comforted Brindle, when suddenly an esteemed dwarf inquired, "Brindle, how many casualties have you inflicted upon the Rose Legion?" Brindle had prepared many responses before arriving at the army's ranks. Yet, at that moment, under the gaze of the elderly dwarf elders and tribal leaders, he struggled to breathe and found himself speechless. The Dwarven Empire's 5,000-strong force should have inflicted significant damage upon the Rose Legion. Even if they decimated your forces, they would surely have sustained losses. The scouts had reported that the Rose Legion achieved a resounding victory with hardly any casualties, a claim we cannot accept. Suddenly, Brindle collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Those troops, my kin, my subordinates, all perished under the onslaught of the Rose Legion," he lamented. "Casualties were minimal. The might of the Rose Empire is overwhelming. The loss ratio is 101. What?" Rad's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled the earlier news of the dwarf insurgents, his countenance falling into a deep dread. "A loss ratio of 101. The Rose Legion retains its full structure and combat capability." Brindle implored, "Kill me if you must. I am willing to face a military tribunal." The atmosphere within the tent froze. They feared not a formidable adversary, but rather an insurmountable one. After slaying 8,000 dwarf troops and capturing 4,000, the Rose Legion had suffered fewer than 500 losses. What then? Could they truly prevail? In the darkness, Ross felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He then inexplicably found himself transported back to the real world, 15 years later, 20 years later. As he recalled the scene before him, it struck him as if he were ensnared in a dream. The end.